In a strange place surrounded by lush forests and distant mountains, there are a lot of people dressed up like adventurers. They are, in fact, adventurers in a tower. They are minding their business when they hear a small voice calling all the humans to pay attention. And when they turn around, they find a talking cat trying to sell them something. The adventurers are surprised to see a wandering merchant cat, and they are smitten by his cuteness. They ask him what he is selling, and the cat shows them a cherry tomato. The humans are not impressed with the product after having high hopes for the cat. They were hoping for something grander, like legendary weapons or mysterious potions. A common cherry tomato was something that they could eat whenever they wanted to. But the cat tells them that they would be foolish if they judged the tomatoes before even appraising them. He claims that the tomato he was selling was nothing extraordinary, and they should check its status window to learn about its special features. The humans are curious, and they look at the status window of the magical cherry tomato. It could increase 0.1 MP for 10 minutes, and it could immediately burn 10 grams of fat when eaten. A man says that the value is too low, but the tomato has already found its target audience. The women are going crazy over a product that can burn 10 grams of fat just by consuming it. The cat smiles smugly and tells them that this tomato would cost them 0.5 tower coins per piece. But he is scared when the women adventurers rush at him, willing to buy all the tomatoes he has for even a higher price. A competition breaks out among them, and everyone wants to have the benefits for themselves. A man asks the cat where he got the tomatoes from, and the cat smiles and tells him that it was a secret. Then we are shown the scene of a field where those cherry tomatoes are being grown. A man picks up a tomato, and it seems like he is packing up for today. He tells his assistant, a rabbit carrying a trolley full of tomatoes, that they have harvested enough tomatoes for the day. The man tells his other workers to take a break too, and we see two rabbits trying to harvest another crop. The man then squeezes a tomato into a cup and asks a honeybee to give him some honey. She spits out a big drop of honey, and the man mixes the contents of the cup. His special energy drink is ready, and he drinks it along with his rabbit helpers. The honey and cherry tomato juice is a vitality drink, and the man says that this is how life should be. All his rabbits also raise their tiny glasses to show that they agree with him wholeheartedly. But then he is hit by a sudden quest. He has to distribute the honey and cherry tomato drink to the manager of the tower. There is no reward for the quest, but if he refuses to do it, the penalty would be disappointment. The farmer doesn't want to do it, but when another message pushes him, he agrees to complete the quest later. Just then, the cat merchant comes back to the farm. He calls the farmer Master Sejun and jumps on him. Sejun is also glad to see the cat back and says that he completed the work faster than he expected him to. The cat's name is T, and he tells Sejun that he sold out and earned a lot of tower coins. Sejun is impressed and thinks that it will not be long before he becomes famous in the tower. And when T hears this, he panics because he was keeping Sejun's name a secret. But the money-minded cat is already thinking of going to sell another round of crops after eating, as he wants to earn a lot of money. As T rushes to a black rabbit, asking him to refill his supplies, Sejun asks him to rest for a bit longer. The black rabbit shows exceptional skill at fishing and catches a few fish for T. Sejun watches T and thinks that he is addicted to earning money, but then he suddenly remembers something he had almost forgotten. Sejun takes a piece of charcoal and makes a symbol on a stone wall. The wall is half full of the same letter, and this one was the 30th. Sejun says that it has been 150 days today. He introduces himself as Park Sejun, and his class is a tower farmer. Sejun is going to harvest the crops, and the black rabbit and T jump on his shoulders and say that they will help him too. Sejun thinks back about how he has been in the tower for 150 days since he got lost. He looks at his fields, with different types of crops growing and rabbits and bees helping him out. And then he gets ready to do some work too. He then begins telling the story of how he survived after getting lost in the tower. 10 years ago, on an ordinary day, a 99-story black tower suddenly appeared in the middle of Gangnam. And it was not just in Gangnam but in every corner of the world. A total of 100 towers appeared, and every country started to investigate them. But all anyone could find was the height of the tower, which was 990 meters, and that it was made from a material strong enough to withstand nuclear bomb explosions. But then one day, people started coming out of the tower, walking right through the wall. There was an uproar, and the news reporters surrounded them. They asked the returners how they entered the tower in the first place, and the answer they got was that one day, a black hole appeared in front of them, and they got sucked into the tower. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves on the first floor of the tower. The news gathered everyone's attention, as the same incident was happening all over the world. The people who had gone missing a little while ago were suddenly found coming out of the tower. The following discoveries were made by collecting information from different people who escaped the tower, and they will be made public soon. All 100 towers are connected to one another, and when a person entered the tower, they would find themselves on the first floor. There, they would have to pick one role, either a warrior or a magician. A man is saying this in a press conference. He says that monsters start appearing on the second floor, and every time they clear a floor, they get different rewards. And if they were lucky enough, they would get a ticket like the man has. It was an item, and a rare one at that. People who were sucked into the tower were called the awakened, and they could enter and exit the tower as they pleased. But if any ordinary person wanted to enter the tower, they would need this ticket. But it did not mean they could also climb up the floors of the tower. The reporters ask him what makes him think that people would volunteer to go into the tower, which had dangerous monsters. And the next question is, what was the purpose of the tower's appearance? The man does not know the answer to the second question, but he is going to tell everyone why one would go to the tower. On his cue, a woman comes forward with a small treasure box in her hand. And when she opens it, a heap of gold and jewels is piled up on the floor. The reporters stand up in shock, and the man on the podium tells them that he is sure of one thing: going up the tower will give them money. This was all a way to get people interested in entering the tower. The Awakened Association had the monopoly over the tickets, and they were charging a ridiculously high amount of money for them. The news of the ticket prices rising from 150 million to 200 million won is live, and a woman is watching it on her smartphone. She is in a mall shopping for vegetables and starts talking with the cashier. She complains that people were putting their lives on the line to make money in the tower, but it was too much for them to charge $200 million for one ticket. She asks the young cashier if he agrees with her, and he nervously tells her that she is right. He was Sejun, 26 years old, and trying to save money for something special. He calculates his savings and finds that after deducting all his expenses, he had about $12 million to spare. He wonders how he could keep his dream alive if the prices for the tickets increased again. He is walking home after his job, and he asks himself, when will he be able to buy a ticket? But he knows that the better question was if he would ever be able to buy the ticket. He is tired of hustling so hard for money, but then he snaps out of his despair. He shouts at himself to keep his spirit up and not give up. He thinks that there will be some way to save more money. Just then, he thinks of the vegetables he had bought at a low price. He could plant them because he had heard that their price was also increasing, and he had seen an advertisement for an automatic vegetable grower recently. It was endorsed by none other than his favorite idol, Sarah. Sejun starts thinking optimistically, almost too optimistically. He thinks if he saves the money and buys a ticket, he might land a contract with a good guild. And then, if he cleared the tower, he would propose to his celebrity crush, Sarah. Sejun imagines how good that headline would look as he giggles. He cheers himself up, but then he notices something weird happening behind him. Sejun turns back to see a black hole-like portal and recognizes it as the vanishing point. It was the same phenomenon that sucked in the first generation of the Awakened. Sejun is excited. He thinks that the vanishing was here for him. He declares that he is ready to risk his life to climb up the tower and asks the black hole to take him in. But nothing happens. Instead, the hole starts shrinking, and Sejun is shocked, asking why it is getting smaller. But the hole is getting even smaller and is about to vanish. Sejun panics, saying that he will not let an opportunity like this pass him by. If the vanishing would not take him, he would come to it himself. As he says these words, Sejun jumps inside the hole. He lands on his face when he reaches the other side. He picks himself up and wonders if he really made it inside the tower. Sejun excitedly looks up, speaking of all the things he knew were on the first floor. He wanted to see the fancy chandeliers, marble plaza, and shops selling potions and equipment. But there is nothing like that here. Sejun is in a desolate hole somewhere in the wild. It is an underground dome with an opening at its top through which sunlight pours inside. Sejun gets up and looks at his surroundings, having no clue at all about where he was. He cannot believe it and screams in dissatisfaction, asking where the hell he was. And we see that he was somewhere far away from the tower, in the middle of a forest. Inside the top floor of the black tower, a crystal orb is glowing red and beeping. We see the silhouette of a dragon looking at that crystal ball with shock. The ball had detected a change in the tower, and the dragon must find the cause, because that was its duty as the manager of the tower. But neither the dragon nor Sejun have any idea about each other yet. Sejun recalls everything he had heard about the tower's first floor in the interviews with the Awakened. Someone said it was like a very spacious palace, and there were many things that they could buy there. Yet another man said in an interview that the training hall was the most important thing on the first floor. That is what Sejun had heard, but looking at his place, he wonders where he was. A small pond of water, an overhead opening for sunlight, and a cave that surrounded him on all sides. This was all he could see right now. Sejun is defeated by his fate, and he is sitting on a corner, visibly exhausted and utterly devastated. He had roamed the cave for an entire day and found no exit. There was no trading ground or store. In fact, there was nothing here at all. He had screamed for help, and no one heard his call, which meant no one was even around this place. And there is only one possibility that comes to his mind, and it terrifies him. He was lost inside the tower. As he is having a bout of panic, his phone alarm rings. Sejun is sure that his alarm is accurate, and it marked that one whole day had passed here. His stomach growls, and Sejun admits that he was hungry. He takes out all the things he had with him: a bottle of water, some cherry tomatoes, green onions, sweet potatoes, and an apple that was all Sejun had with him, and he decided to eat the apple first. Eating an apple in the morning was something he liked, and the one he just ate is too delicious. But it is not nearly enough, and Sejun eats a sweet potato after it. And the texture, taste, and moistness of the sweet potato were something he was not expecting. It was much better than he expected it to be, even though it was raw. But because he was talking while eating, he choked on the sweet potato and drank water to swallow it. Then he lies down and thinks that it was a good meal. Sejun looks at the open roof of the cave and wonders how long he will stay here. He must find a way to escape before he runs out of food. He looks at the small amount of food he has and wonders how long it will last him. At this rate, he will die of starvation if he is not rescued. But Sejun kicks that thought out of his mind, determined that he will not die like this. It was his dream to get into the tower, and now that he was finally here, he was not going to die right away. He has an idea when he sees the apple core. Sejun takes it and plants it in the soil. Then he takes a green onion and snaps it near the base. He plans to eat the leaves as food and plant the roots to get more crops. He also takes 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes and plants them. Whatever is left now will be his food till the crops grow. Sejun says that he will do anything it takes to survive. That is, until his crop plants grow up. He addresses them and says that he will wait for them, they are his future. But just then, Sejun hears the scream of a monster that makes his hair stand on end. He is shocked. What he just heard was the sound of a monster. But there were no records of monsters on the first floor. And then everything turns dark, and Sejun looks up to find something even more shocking. The moon has eclipsed the sun, and Sejun knows that it was a blue moon. He hears the deafening scream of the monster again, and his body cannot take the pressure the scream puts on it. And just as the screams stop, Sejun notices a black dragon flying in the sky. He is mesmerized by the black dragon and says that it is beautiful. Then he loses consciousness and goes into a deep slumber. But something strange is happening with his green onions. They start shimmering at the top, and new growth starts. Sejun is woken up by his alarm, and his head is still aching. He looks at his phone to see how long he slept, and he gets startled when he finds that he was unconscious for 2 whole days. Because he slept for 2 days on hard ground, his back is aching, and he is much more tired than before. But as he sits down, complaining that his whole body is hurting, his back gets some support. Sejun turns back to see a plant and wonders where a tree came from. But then he looks at it again and finds that it was a green onion plant, the same one he had planted. All of them had grown, and they were gigantic. Sejun is perplexed. He wonders if green onions could grow this big in just 2 days. He realizes that this unnatural growth must be a property of the tower. He had seen a documentary that taught how the growth of plants was dependent on the environment, and he is sure that the tower's power has affected the green onions. Sejun is hit by the realization that maybe other crops are also ready now. And as he excitedly checks them, he finds that tomato seedlings have also emerged from the ground. He is excited about his plants growing, but then he notices that the green onion plants are blocking sunlight. He decides to cut them off so that his tomato seedlings can also get sunlight. He breaks the green onions a fair bit above their base, and it is a harder task than he thought. Sejun has finished harvesting, and he wonders what the green onion leaf would taste like. He takes a bite and burns his mouth because the leaf was spicier than anything he had tasted before. He splashes his mouth with the water of the pond, complaining that the leaf is much more spicy than the original one. But even though his mouth was scorched, his stomach did not feel the heat. Sejun thinks that he can get used to this, and whenever he needs something spicy, this will be great. He decides to dry the other green onions and save them for later. He goes back to his regular sitting spot, a rock in the center of the cave, and starts eating tomatoes. The sun never set in the tower, but occasionally there were instances where the moon eclipsed it, and this phenomenon was called the blue moon. But the blue moon did not happen until the 10th floor. Sejun believed that he was somewhere on the first floor, but now he is not sure. And what was even more confusing was the dragon. It was not an illusion, and Sejun does not know which floor it was found on. When the tower appeared 10 years ago, one of the major guilds, called the Phoenix Guild, cleared the 37th floor. It was an achievement that has not been topped yet. And because of this, the information about floors 30 to 37 was kept secret from the world. But there was plenty of information about the floors below 30. The floors until the 10th floor had skeleton monsters. From 11 to 20, it was goblins, and from 21 to 30, it was orcs. Sejun had heard some rumors about spider monsters being found on floors above 31. But there was no surety of the news. Yet he had never heard anything about a dragon. He had never heard of anything mildly similar to it, not even lizard monsters. Sejun is lying down as he wonders if he is on a floor so high that no one has yet reached it. But then water drops fall on his face, and Sejun gets up. Was it raining in the tower? He had heard that the weather was almost always pleasant, and as he looks up, the sky is clear too. But he spots something moving very fast and gets scared that it is a monster. But the creature he just saw comes forward, and it is a cute rabbit drooling over Sejun's crops. Sejun is surprised and wonders if the rabbit was a monster too. The rabbit jumps down the hole, and Sejun rushes to catch it. But the rabbit uses his head as a stepping stone and lands safely on the ground. He hops to the green onion plants, and Sejun realizes that the rabbit was something extraordinary. The rabbit points at the green onion plants, and Sejun asks if he wants to eat them. The rabbit gives his response, and Sejun understands that he wants to eat. He breaks the leaf of the green onion and gives it to the rabbit, who gladly takes it. He eats it greedily, and Sejun tells him that he could have more if he liked it. And then Sejun notices that the plants have already grown back. At this rate, he will have to harvest them twice daily. But the rabbit starts saying something loudly, and Sejun finds he is not talking to him. He looks above, to the entrance of the cave, and finds another rabbit coming towards them. She lands and hands the first rabbit a straw hat and a watering can, and they both stand in front of Sejun. Sejun is surprised to see another rabbit, but then he thinks that the two are somehow related. He asks the rabbits if they are married, and they tell him that he is right. Sejun starts thinking of keeping a diary of his life in the tower, and on the first page of that diary, there will be the story of a rabbit couple who joined him in the cave. The rabbit couple starts working for Sejun, and their job is to help him raise and harvest the crops. They are chatting with each other as they do their jobs, and Sejun can tell that they are a great couple, even though he does not understand them. But he wonders how it came to this. Yesterday, after the rabbits introduced themselves to Sejun, they told him that they wanted to live in the cave, and they looked too cute as they tried to persuade him. Sejun felt that he might die from a cuteness overdose and accepted their request with a condition. He told the rabbits that they could not live here for free. If they helped him in farming, he would consider letting them stay. He thought it would dissuade the rabbits a bit, but instead of hesitating, they jumped at him and started cuddling. And Sejun had to show great restraint to not let them in without a test, because cuddling with their soft fur made him want to adopt them both. Now he is sitting in his position, watching the rabbits work. He thinks that the rabbits were using their cuteness to control him, but he lets that slide. But on that note, he asks the rabbits if the tools they were using were items. The husband rabbit had a watering can that seemed to have an endless supply of water, and Sejun is not sure about it. But it seemed to him that the wife rabbit had a magic pocket that contained all the tools she needed for farming. Sejun says that he was jealous and wished that he had such a wonderful item. The rabbits have completed harvesting the green onions, and they are excited to show them to Sejun. Sejun tells them to dry the green onions and starts inspecting other crops too. But the rabbits are looking at Sejun with eager and impatient eyes. They are asking him a question, and Sejun understands what they want. He tells them that they passed his test, and now they could live in the cave. The rabbits jump for joy upon hearing the good news and start talking about something. They rush to a corner of the cave, and Sejun wonders what they are up to now. The wife gives her husband a shovel, and he starts digging. And in no time, he creates a home for himself and his wife. The wife places a floral wreath on the door to their new house and welcomes her husband to enter. But he is exhausted from digging and building a house and can barely stand. Sejun approaches them and says that the husband rabbit was great for making a house so quickly. The husband rabbit gives him a thumbs up, but then he feels his wife's hand on his shoulder. She is blushing and cutely pointing at the door, and the husband is terrified. He is scared, but his wife drags him along for some sweet lovemaking. Sejun hears the sounds coming from their house and wishes the husband all the best. But he is crying inside, as he is jealous of him for having a wife. That jealousy does not last long, and Sejun walks back to his spot. He says that it was boring to be alone in the cave, and now, thanks to the rabbits, he had someone to help him and something cute to look for. As he says this, Sejun lies down on the dried onion leaves. Smoke starts rising from under his back, and Sejun feels something hot on his back. He jumps into a standing position and rolls on the ground, feeling that his back is on fire. He is wondering what just happened as he gets up, and he sees the reason behind it. The plastic water bottle filled with water was acting as a lens and burning the dried onion leaves. Inspiration finds Sejun, and he goes into full wild survival mode. He starts acting like the host of a popular survival show. He says that the environment in the tower was hard, but he did not give up. He had a plastic bottle and dried green onions that helped him survive. Coming back to his normal self, Sejun says that he can use the plastic bottle as a convex lens to start a fire. He had learned that from a famous survival show, but it does not work, and Sejun starts to cry and whine. The leaves only gave out a little smoke but did not catch fire. As he sighs, thinking about what he's doing wrong, a small spark lights up, and Sejun has found the missing piece. The rabbits come out of their house and spot Sejun doing something they do not understand. He is blowing wind on the pile of dried leaves, hoping that they catch fire. The rabbits approach him, and Sejun asks them to blow wind on the leaves while he uses the bottle as a lens. They start working together, and Sejun begs for a fire to start. And just after a little while of trying, the leaves catch fire. Sejun is elated. He finally has fire. He looks back at the onion plants and decides to cook them. He cooks one stalk over the fire, and the rabbits stare at him with confusion. Sejun thinks that his onion was cooked enough. He peels the burnt part and then takes a bite. The rabbits see him shuddering, and Sejun lets out a cry of joy. The cooked onion leaf was so sweet that Sejun was overjoyed. He thinks that his mouth felt like a green horse running wild in a green field. He repeats that it is delicious and starts roasting another one. The rabbits are also curious about what difference cooking would make, so they roast one for themselves. And as they eat it, their eyes gleam with the joy of eating something so sweet. This is the second entry in Sejun's diary about staying in the tower. He discovered fire, ate warm food, and went peacefully to bed. Many days have passed, and now Sejun is used to the lifestyle of a farmer. He wakes up in the morning and goes to wash his face at the pond. He returns to his crops, and now the cherry tomato and sweet potato plants have also grown considerably. He has completed harvesting the green onions for the day. Also, he has finished watering the tomato and sweet potato plants. Sejun is now all set for the day, and he feels really good. A lot of things have happened in the past few days. After he discovered fire with the help of rabbits, they made torches out of green onion leaves and put them around the cave. That helped him roam around the cave easily, especially in the dark areas like the pond. He was near the pond with a torch in his hand when he saw something moving in the water. A fish jumped out of the water, and Sejun was so startled that he barely dodged its open mouth. The fish had jumped with too much power and found itself on land, not able to return to the water. This was the first time Sejun had seen it. He wonders if the fish was attracted to the light of the torch, and his intuition is proved correct. And just like that, Sejun discovered fish in the cave. He kills the fish and roasts it over the fire. Even though he has no seasoning, the fish is really tasty. Sejun finds the rabbits drooling as he eats the fish and asking for their share. He is shocked. He had not expected rabbits to be meat eaters, but since they were basically monsters, he thinks it was natural. 2 days after that, the blue moon showed up. And using his phone, Sejun found out that the blue moon appeared every 30 days on this floor. He was using a laptop and a power bank to keep his phone charged so that he could keep track of the date. But their batteries also dried out eventually, so Sejun had no choice but to start marking the number of days on a wall. And this was how he was keeping track of time now. Back in the present, it is the 61st day, and Sejun thanks the rabbits that go to bed exactly at 7 p.m. and wake up at 5 a.m. Because of that, he can keep counting the days without making mistakes. And even though the sun never set inside the tower, their body clock was adequately reliable. And a few days ago, something amazing happened. We see the tired husband rabbit open the door of his house, and without wasting a moment, a group of baby rabbits bolt out. They were the children of the rabbit couple that were recently born. And now they are fond of Sejun, who is their uncle. They run straight at Sejun and jump on him, casting him to the ground. They are really cute, and Sejun cannot get enough of their cuteness. Even as they chomp his face, he laughs and enjoys their company. Sejun looks at the sleep-deprived husband rabbit and says that it must be hard raising babies. But right now, he says that he will take care of the babies for a while, and the couple should relax and eat breakfast. The cherry tomato plants have started flowering, and Sejun takes the baby rabbits with him to check them out. The babies are frolicking around on the farm as Sejun checks out his plants. The flowers had bloomed, and even though they were tomato flowers, Sejun now thinks he has a flower garden. To bear fruit, pollination is necessary, and he has to do it manually. Sejun uses a small stick to artificially pollinate the flowers, but all the bending and working is taking a toll on his back. He says that it would be great if there were bees around here, but thinks that he is asking for too much. A baby puts his face inside a flower and gets pollen on his face. He sneezes, and Sejun starts laughing. But then Sejun notices something. The tomato plants have started to bear fruit. After so long, his hard work is starting to show some results. Sejun celebrates the first fruits of his cherry tomato plants and dances with the baby rabbit. This day is the one before the blue moon, and as it is about to approach, Sejun makes preparations to survive it. He puts out the fire and stores a small amount of burning leaves under huge boulders. He is wearing makeshift clothes made from onion leaves and thinks that it will be enough to stay warm and hidden. The rabbits also head back to their homes as the time for the blue moon draws near. There is something scary that happens whenever the blue moon occurs, and Sejun is confident that they are going to survive it like the previous ones. He thinks it's going to be a piece of cake and goes into hiding. The blue moon starts, and monsters start screeching throughout the forest. Sejun is not afraid, but he is tired and hopes that the blue moon ends soon. To prepare for an unlikely situation, he has already hidden the things with a strong odor and is now hiding in a corner. But since it is hard to tell how much time has passed, he is getting tired of waiting. The monster cries do not help either, they are far away, but they can still make him shiver. As he hopes that this blue moon also passes without incident, he hears a loud roar. It was different and more intense than the voice of other monsters, almost like it was close to him. And indeed, a huge monster was walking towards the cave, squashing full-grown trees beneath its feet. He approaches the entrance to the cave, which is too small in comparison to its size. The monster stares down the hole, and inside, Sejun gapes as he sees it. Now he is scared of the giant bear-like monster in front of him. But thankfully, the monster has not noticed him yet. Sejun thinks he should hide in a better place before the monster spots him. He is trembling as he picks up his bag and starts moving quietly, and slowly. But taking the bag with him turns out to be a mistake. The things inside the bag drop as Sejun picks them up, and because of the loud noise created by the empty water bottle, the monster's attention is attracted. Sejun stares in horror, first at his stuff and then up at the beast, who is now trying to peep inside the cave. Sejun screams in fear, and the bear roars in response. But a few moments later, Sejun is sound asleep, and the rabbits are trying to wake him up. When the baby rabbits fail to wake him up, their father slaps Sejun, and he gets up. He gets up in shock, still afraid of what he saw before passing out. He asks the rabbits what happened to the blue moon, and as he looks around, he realizes that it was over. The husband rabbit tells Sejun that he was unconscious when they found him, and he says that he passed away when he saw a monster. But he himself wants to know what happened after that. When he saw the monster trying to force his entry into the cave, he was terrified and could not move. The monster roared, and he passed out. Sejun remembers it and shivers. He almost lost his life at the hands of that monster. He is feeling cold, and the wife rabbit creates a big fire and a blanket of onion leaves. Sejun sits in front of the fire with the baby rabbit snuggled up with him. The wife's rabbit also brings him roasted fish, and Sejun thanks her. As Sejun is eating, he realizes that the monster has noticed this place. It may have been because of another monster or because it could not get inside the cave because of the small entrance, but the monster left without causing harm. But there was no guarantee that if it came the next time, he would stay safe. He thinks that he got lucky this time, but it may go differently next time. After everything he has done to survive, he does not want to die, and he thinks that what he could do right now is eat well and survive. Sejun is eating his fish when the husband rabbit comes to him, wanting to show him something. Sejun follows him and finds something unbelievable. A cherry tomato was ripe, but it was nothing like he had expected. It was blue and glistening in the sunlight. Sejun is shocked, but the blue color is not the first thing he notices about the fruit. He bows down and tries to pick up the big and ripe fruit, and then he wonders why it was blue. He wonders if the tomato is ripe, and just then, something appears in front of him. A window opens up in front of Sejun, and it tells him that he has completed the quest to harvest a fruit containing the energy of the blue moon. Sejun is shocked. He cannot believe that the thing in front of him was an actual message window. The message on the window changes, and now it says that the manager was interested in him because of his amazing achievements. It was keeping a keen eye on Sejun, but it was not happy. Sejun is confused. Why would the tower manager not be happy with him? And the husband rabbit does not know anything that is going on. Sejun is informed that he was not a duly invited guest, and the tower manager has accepted it as a blunder it wants to hide. Sejun is shocked and asks the window what it means. Was it a mistake that he ended up in the tower? He lashes out, saying that after he spent more than 2 months in this place, the tower manager dared to say that it was a mistake. He says that if that were the case, he should be allowed to go home immediately. But the window says that the tower master wanted to kill Sejun to eradicate all proof of this mistake. Sejun is flabbergasted. He screams at the screen, saying that he completed a wonderful achievement, and instead of rewarding him, the manager wanted to kill him. The system window falls silent for a while, and Sejun wonders what was happening. The next message he gets changes his mood from scared and angry to elated. The tower manager is awakening him. Sejun feels an aura surrounding him as soon as the message is displayed. He cannot believe it and confirms with the window that he is officially awake in the tower now. He wants to know his job, and since he thinks that he is smart, he should be a wizard. The tower master is assigning him a job, and Sejun eagerly waits to see which one he will get. And his job is a tower farmer with proficiency of F rank. All the joy and excitement leave Sejun's face, and he goes blank. The windows keep giving him messages about his job. He will never get sick and be close to nature because of his job, and he will get his experience points by harvesting crops. Sejun is shocked. There was no job class other than a warrior and a magician inside the tower. How could he be a farmer? He commands to open his status window and finds that his talent is ordinary and his stats are all at 1. He stares at his status window, but the only thing he can focus on is his ordinary talent. He thinks of a far-fetched scenario, one of a future where he succeeds in clearing the tower. He is the main guest of a late-night talk show, and the host introduces him as the man who cleared the tower despite having ordinary talent. The host asks the audience to applaud for Sejun and then asks him what his job was. Sejun acts cool, and as he says that he was the tower farmer, everyone finds him attractive. But this imaginary scenario is too pathetic. Even though Sejun has cleared the tower in it, he is still a farmer. He yells out in frustration and tries to smash the blue tomato to the ground, saying he did not need it. But then he looks at the scared and concerned faces of the rabbits and stops. Sejun is taken aback by the influence his actions had on his friends and looks at his farm, then at the tomato in his hand. He was not alone in growing it. Everyone had worked hard to reach this point. Sejun decides that he is going to keep farming, and the rabbits are happy. He looks at the blue tomato in his hand, and an information window opens up, telling him about the tomato. It was a magical cherry tomato, imbued with the power of the blue moon. Not only was it tasty and nutritious, but when consumed, it would increase 0.05 MP permanently. Sejun is shocked. The tomato in his hand was actually an item. Even though the effect was small, it was permanent, and it could boost one's stats. Sejun is amazed by himself. He grew something as great as this. But the tower manager is watching him, and he is not satisfied with how things are going. As Sejun thanks the rabbits and celebrates with them for achieving this feat, a message window pops up in front of him. A quest had been triggered. He had to offer the blue cherry tomato to the manager. The reward for the quest was a job-related skill, and the penalty for refusing was death. Sejun reads the entire message, and when he reads that the penalty was death, he is scared. He asks the window if it wasn't a joke, and if it was, in front of him, the window was open, and Sejun could still not believe that something so extreme was happening. He accuses the admin of blackmailing him and using the name of a quest to justify his actions. Sejun tells the admin that if he wants it, he should ask for it properly. If he played dirty games like this and made it look like he was giving Sejun options, that would not be good. Sejun is a bit relieved after venting his anger, but he says that how worthless was his life to the admin if it would kill him just for not giving up one tomato. But even then, the penalty of death cannot make him any braver. He gives up and offers the blue tomato to the administrator, who asks to spare his life. The tomato in Sejun's hands vanishes, and he receives the message that he has completed the quest. The next window has the quest reward, and Sejun is excited to get the reward. He knew it was a job-related skill, but since he was focusing solely on the death penalty, he forgot about it for a moment. Sejun flatters the tower manager and calls him generous. Then he decides to check what kind of skill he has and opens the quest reward. The reward is the skill sowing at level 1. It slightly increases the probability of germination when a seed is planted. Sejun does not understand how to react, but he sure is disappointed. But then he consoles himself by saying that since his job was as a tower farmer, he could not expect much from the reward anyway. He goes to the dark parts of the cave with a torch, and a fish jumps out towards the flame. Sejun uses a club made of green onion stems and leaves to hit it towards the land. The fish dies, and Sejun learns that it was a piranha. He had killed a piranha, and the information window tells him that he got 2 experience points for it. This was the 5th fish Sejun had caught, and with that, he now had 10 experience points. After awakening as a farmer, Sejun was able to collect experience points, and he caught several piranhas every day for several days and reached level 2. He wants to catch more of them, but it is clearly a bad idea. He thinks he should not kill a living thing without reason. Besides, he got valuable protein from the fish. If he killed all of them and their population went extinct, he would not be able to eat them again. Sejun roasts the fish and calls his friends to eat, and the baby rabbits are much more hungry than their parents. They run towards Sejun, who was their human uncle, and he gives them fish and onion leaves. They had grown a little and started eating a lot more compared to before. Sejun asks them to leave some food for their mom and dad as well. There was another benefit Sejun got from awakening. He could get information about the rabbits. He gives them their share, and the rabbits happily take it. They were farmer white rabbits, and Sejun had a few ideas about how they ended up with him. They were a type of monster he had never heard of outside the tower. Based on their name, Sejun realizes that they specialize in farming and not fighting. He thinks that this must be the reason they were not known. The rabbits start flirting as they eat, and as Sejun watches them, he wonders what happened to them. But he assumes that they must have lost their farms, and after wandering for some time, they found this cave in him. He wants to know if the rabbits have a hometown to return to, but he can't understand them, and neither can they understand him beyond basic farming terminology. Sejun tells this to the husband rabbit, saying that he wishes they could understand each other, but he does not understand human speech either and is confused. But now that they are done eating, Sejun says that they should head back to the farm. Today is an important day for all of them, and the husband rabbit is also excited. They reach the farm to find the cherry tomatoes perfectly ripe. Sejun is amazed to see them. They were even better than the tomatoes he brought with him. The rabbits are also pleased to see the red tomato fruits. Sejun gets sentimental as he says that now is the time to harvest them. They had worked so hard to grow them. They had harvested one after the blue moon, but it didn't count. Sejun is nervous as he goes to harvest the first tomato. His hand is trembling, and the rabbits are watching him anxiously too. But Sejun picks up a fruit, which easily separates from the branch. He exclaims that this was his first cherry tomato, and it had ripened so well. The tomatoes bring more good news with them. Sejun sees information windows telling him that he had harvested a well-ripe magical cherry tomato, and he would receive 10 experience points for it. Sejun is surprised to learn that these tomatoes were also magical, just like the blue tomato. He reads their information and finds that, when consumed, this tomato decomposes 10 grams of fat and increases 0.1 MP for 10 minutes. The MP effect could be stacked up to 10 times, and the maximum time limit for that would be 1 hour. Below this information is Sejun's name as the cultivator of the tomato, and it is also mentioned that it was an E-grade item whose shelf life was 30 days. Sejun is impressed that even though the effect of one tomato was quite small, if 10 of them were eaten together, they could boost MP by 1. He wonders if other tomatoes are also the same and sets out to harvest them. He harvests a tomato, and it is also a ripe magical cherry tomato, as is the next one after that. But then he harvests an unripe magical cherry tomato and only gets 7 experience points for it. Sejun is taken aback that he made a mistake, but he still got 7 experience points. And when he harvested an unripe fruit, it was not an item anymore, it was back to being a normal tomato. Sejun now understands that he must take care to harvest only the well-ripe fruits to get them as an item. It is harder than he thinks, but Sejun keeps it up, and his level increases. He is already level 4, and Sejun thinks he has harvested enough crops for the day. He takes a tomato and says that he should have a taste, but the rabbits are stomping their feet aggressively. And Sejun looks at them. They are angry and he apologizes. Sejun offers the tomatoes to them. They had achieved this together, so they should reap the rewards together too. But the husband rabbit is furious even as he picks up a tomato. Sejun says that they should celebrate the successful harvest and everyone should eat. And when Sejun eats the tomato, his mind is blown. He thinks that he is lying on soft green grass, looking up at the clear night sky. And then suddenly, a flare flies into the sky and explodes, a firework. Sejun gets up and looks at it with his mouth open. The fresh scent of grass and the sweet and sour taste of the tomato mix with that scent. Sejun feels that this feeling is similar to the fireworks in the middle of a summer festival. Sejun sheds a tear of joy as he remembers the summer and feels it in the tomato. The wife rabbit asks her husband if he knew what Sejun was saying, and he has no idea. The rabbits take the remaining tomatoes and store them in a makeshift storage facility. They cover the tomatoes with onion leaves, and Sejun is lying down and watching them. He thinks that the rabbit kids are now big enough to help their parents. He is ready to sleep on mattresses and with an eye mask, both made of onion leaves. Sejun says that they were indeed the children of farmers' rabbits. Sejun yawns and says that he should go to sleep now as he is feeling sleepy. And he is sure that when he wakes up tomorrow, another wonderful day will greet him. Sejun lays down and immediately begins to snore. But then a quest is issued for him. He must offer 100 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. The reward was a job-related skill, and the penalty was the same as before, death. But Sejun is really asleep and does not notice the window. But then it suddenly starts ringing loudly like an alarm, and Sejun is forcibly woken up. He offers 100 tomatoes to the manager in frustration, and the manager is satisfied. It gives Sejun the reward for the quest. Sejun says that the manager was forcing him to do things, and he better give him something more useful this time. As he opens the quest reward, Sejun finds that he has received the skill harvest at level 1. It enabled him to obtain harvested crops in optimum condition even if they were slightly overripe or underripe. Sejun is disappointed and asks why he needs a harvesting skill. That is what he thought initially, but it was much more useful than the previous skill. Sejun admits to this as he harvests tomatoes with his husband's rabbit. Whenever he harvests slightly overripe or underripe tomatoes, an effect activates, and they are perfected to their optimum condition. As he does that, the proficiency of the harvest skill increases along with Sejun's experience points. He says that since he did not have to wait for the cherry tomatoes to ripen, it was easier and faster for him. They have finished harvesting, and Sejun tells the husband rabbit that they should take the rest of the harvest home. But just then, he gets another quest. Sejun was also anticipating it, but he was not expecting the quest to have no reward. Sejun calls the manager a thief for giving no reward. But since his last reward helped him significantly, Sejun can give him at least that much. As he offered the tomatoes to the manager, the husband was shocked. But Sejun did not know that he was entering a vicious cycle. The manager issued the quests again and again, but they kept increasing in demand. It was getting greedier without an end in sight. The required number of tomatoes keeps on increasing, and finally the manager reaches new heights of shamelessness. A new quest is triggered, and Sejun has to offer 500 tomatoes to the manager for no reward. And yet, the penalty for refusing is death. Sejun is really flipped now, and he clearly refuses to comply, and the manager of the tower is surprised. This was yet another entry in Sejun's diary about getting lost in the tower. This was the first time he stood up to the greedy manager. But after calmly refusing, Sejun throws a tantrum. He says that the manager had already taken hundreds of tomatoes. The manager had already taken hundreds of tomatoes. He needed to eat too, and so did the rabbits. But the tower manager replies that it was the farmer's problem and not his. He tells Sejun to stop protesting and give him the cherry tomatoes. But this irritates Sejun even more. He says that he worked hard for days and suffered a lot to harvest those tomatoes. The tower master still insists that Sejun's job was as simple as sowing the seeds. It asks him not to overreact over something that is not a big deal. And this is where the tower manager crosses the line. Sejun says that he is not giving anything to the manager because he doesn't want to. The tower manager is flustered, but Sejun ignores his messages. He keeps on harvesting onions as the manager asks if he really wants to refuse. It says that Sejun could die, but the latter is busy cooking fish. And even when it emphasizes death, Sejun replies that he was not going to give his crops to someone who didn't value his hard work. But the tower manager says that it was Sejun's job, and since the manager was his superior, he should listen to his orders. Sejun replies that this was the reason he was not giving the tomatoes. The manager forcibly made him do this and did not even appreciate his efforts. Moreover, the compensation for the exploitation was also too low. And since it was the manager of the tower, this proved that it was a bad employer. Sejun's words and the hurt in his eyes shocked the tower manager. It had not realized this before and tried to apologize. But Sejun is eating the tomatoes while teasing them, and the manager gets angry. It tells Sejun that it was angry because he ate the tomatoes himself. The manager threatens to kill Sejun on the spot if he doesn't complete the request. But Sejun acts like the manager is no big deal and gives him just 5 tomatoes. He says that he will give the rest later since he needs them to feed the kids too. Behind him, 2 baby rabbits are fighting for a tomato as their father tries to calm them. The tomato vanishes, and the tower manager says that it will compromise this time. Sejun thanks him, and the message window vanishes. He laughs to himself, realizing that the manager was about to say sorry just now. But then he says out loud that the tower manager was simpler than he thought. It is now the 91st day, and the 4th blue moon event happens. Sejun is sitting in a dark corner, eating the cherry tomatoes. He had heard that people with high MP could endure the roars of monsters to a certain level, and that is why he was eating the tomatoes. But he still hopes that nothing like the last time happens again. As Sejun wishes for time to pass quickly, his plants begin to gleam in the blue light. Sejun realizes what is going on as the energy of the light enters a tomato, and it turns blue. Sejun cannot wait to harvest it. But then he notices that the tomato plants are not the only ones getting blessed. Even the sweet potato leaves were getting illuminated. The desire to check on them overcomes Sejun, and he walks towards his farm. He digs out the sweet potatoes with his bare hands and is amazed at the result. He had a blue sweet potato in his hand. It was filled with the energy of the blue moon, and when consumed, it would increase one's strength by 0.5 points permanently. The system windows tell him that he harvested a sweet potato with the energy of the blue moon, due to which he gained a lot of experience. The proficiency of the skill harvest has also increased, and now it will be leveled up. Sejun then looks at the blue tomato and harvests it too. As he holds the sweet potato in one hand and the tomato in the other, Sejun thinks that he is holding the world in his hands. But that happiness is soon disturbed by a quest Sejun was expecting. And there were not 1 but 2 quests. Sejun had to offer both the products imbued with the energy of the blue moon to the manager. There was no reward for either of the quests, and the penalty was death. Sejun thinks that the manager was really pushing it with 2 quests at a time. If Sejun refused, it might just kill him this time. But Sejun has a way to solve this issue. He offers 500 tomatoes to the manager, saying that he needs to complete the previous quest first. The manager quickly accepts the tomatoes and says that he is happy with the cherry tomatoes. But then it asks Sejun why he has not given the energy-filled crops to it already. Sejun apologizes for calling the manager simple earlier. He asks them to let this slide for today and promises to give them it later. The manager sighs and accepts this condition. Sejun then looks at the items in his hands and wonders what he should do with them. And that is not even a question. He tosses the blue tomato in his mouth and shudders. He could feel the summer festival and the fireworks in his mouth again, almost as if it were the first time he ate the tomatoes. The system window tells him that his MP has permanently increased by 0.5 due to eating the tomato. But then Sejun cannot hold on to his hunger and desire any longer. He wraps the sweet potato in onion leaves and throws it into the fire. He thinks it would be even better if he had tin foil with him. But the multi-purpose onion leaves were also good enough. Sejun is happy and says that the time spent waiting for delicious food is the happiest time. The blue moon passes, and the rabbits also come out, and they all have questions for Sejun as they see him cooking something. He says that they had great timing. He was just about to call them. Sejun then excitedly says that he presents to them the sweet potato with the energy of the blue moon, and its delicious smell makes the rabbits drool. Sejun says that it was not much, but they should share it. But the husband rabbit stands in front of his family and stops them from taking up Sejun's offer. They are saddened as he tells them something, and Sejun realizes what the rabbit was saying. He wanted Sejun to eat the sweet potato himself, as there was only one. Sejun is touched and thanks the husband rabbit for being the only one thinking about him. But even as Sejun accepts to eat the sweet potato alone, he is hiding the fact that he has already eaten it secretly before. Sejun peels the sweet potato and takes a bite, but it is too hot, and he burns his tongue and spits out whatever he just bit in the sweet potato in his hand. As Sejun screams about burning his tongue and scalding his palate, the rabbits are watching the sweet potato on the ground. The husband rabbit reaches down to grab a piece of the sweet potato, but his children swipe everything before him, and then they eat it as their father watches. But it is too hot for them, and they too spit it out. The baby rabbits start crying, and the husband is dejected that he got nothing and that the sweet potato got wasted. And this is another entry in Sejun's diary in the tower. He ate a fiery meal today, a little too hot for his liking. A few days later, Sejun is telling the baby rabbits that they are going to plant sweet potato sprouts from now on. The rabbits are confused, and Sejun says that it was the thing they were eating right now. Sejun scolds them and says that the baby rabbits are prohibited from eating the sweet potato sprouts for the time being. These words come as a devastating shock to the rabbits. The sweet potato sprouts have been the favorite snacks of the baby rabbits lately, and now they are trying to protest against Sejun's decision. All of them have different reactions to the order, and Sejun says that no matter how they complain, his decision is final. He thinks that there will be nothing left to plant if the babies keep on eating the sprouts. Sejun tries to convince the rabbits by saying that they will be having even better sweet potatoes for dinner. But if they helped him plant the sweet potato sprouts before that, he would give them a special snack. Sejun had decided to expand the farm area to cultivate sweet potatoes, and for that, he needed the baby rabbits to cooperate with him. And as soon as he tells them about the special snacks, they look at him with drooling mouths and gleaming eyes. Sejun tells them to start working, and the rabbits carry the sprouts to plant them. Their mother is harvesting the green onions, and Sejun asks her to leave one plant. It would then bloom a flower, and Sejun could get seeds from it. He had reached the conclusion that he needed to plant a seed for something to become an item. After all, he had harvested green onions many times, but there was not a single one that was special. In the newly expanded farm area, the baby rabbits are hard at work. One of them digs holes, and the other plants the sprouts in them. But in a corner, one of the babies is too greedy to part with his favorite snack. He cannot control his urge and takes a bite of the leaf. Reacting to that, his father smacks him for doing something like that. Sejun is also harvesting the tomatoes, and he gets a lot of messages from the tower system. He had a little bit of experience, but it was the final bit he needed to level up. And now that he had reached a designated level, he had ranked up from an F-rank farmer to an E-rank farmer. His job level has increased, and his job characteristics will be strengthened because of this. Sejun is also glad to know that he has reached level 8, and to celebrate that, he decides to make the snacks a bit earlier. He takes the cherry tomatoes and puts them on a skewer. At the same time, he gets a message from the tower manager. The manager was keeping an eye on Sejun and what he was going to cook today. The message disappears soon, and Sejun thinks that this was quite a harmless action. He begins roasting the cherry tomatoes and then calls the rabbits to start eating. They leave their work and come running to him, and Sejun presents them with special roasted cherry tomatoes on bone skewers. The information window for the roasted tomatoes also opens. The skewer used by Sejun was made from cleaned piranha bones, and because of the cooking, the tomatoes were softer and sweeter. The rabbits take a skewer each, and they look really excited to eat it. Sejun tells them that it is easy to carry around and eat in this form, but he also warns them that it was quite hot and they should blow before eating it. But the rabbits are already enjoying it. Then he says that since the sweet potato sprouts were already planted, they should dig some sweet potatoes for dinner. As Sejun digs the sweet potatoes, he finds 5 sweet potatoes in a plant. He reads the information about them, and they are called strength sweet potatoes. It had similar effects to the magical tomato, but with strength. Anyone who ate it would get an additional 0.1 strength for 10 minutes, and this effect could be stacked up to 10 times in an hour. The other effect was that it would break down 10 grams of fat and help with bowel movements. And this bonus would also apply to those who had not awakened yet. Sejun counts that he now has 15 sweet potatoes, which means he got 5 potatoes for each one he sowed. And that was pretty good for a first harvest. But then Sejun spots a fallen potato sprout. He plants it, thinking it would be a waste to leave even a single sprout. But then he gets messages from the system saying that the proficiency of skill sowing is increasing because of this action. Now Sejun realizes that even this qualifies as sowing. And he also realizes that he must plant all the sprouts himself to increase his skill level. Sejun asks the baby rabbits to stop in a hurry because now he wants to do it. Inside its office, the manager is trying to copy what Sejun just did. It has cherry tomatoes on a skewer, and they are roasted over a fire. The manager eats the tomatoes and immediately spits some of them out since they are burned and bitter. But then it ponders what was wrong with its tomatoes. The humans seem to eat them fondly. And then the sweet taste of the tomatoes spreads through its mouth, and the manager realizes how delicious they are now. It uses the magic crystal ball to see what Sejun is doing right now. And when the manager finds him eating the sweet potatoes with the rabbits, he gets angry. It screams, saying, "How could those punks start eating sweet potatoes without it?" It was the great black dragon, Alien Fritten. The manager sends a quest to Sejun immediately. He demands 1 roasted sweet potato. There are no rewards for this quest, and the punishment for refusing is death. Sejun is not in a mood to do the quest and tells the manager to postpone it. The manager is shocked and says that he wants the sweet potatoes right now. If Sejun did not give them it, there would be consequences. Sejun says that there was only 1 sweet potato left. He asks the manager what it could offer in reward. The manager considers it for a while and then revises the quest. A reward is added for another job-related skill. Sejun thinks that this reward is good enough and offers the sweet potato to the manager. He opens the reward and finds that it is a level 1 seed store. When this skill was activated, Sejun could buy a product at the seed shop every 30 days. Sejun is overjoyed. A seed store meant that he could purchase things inside a tower that were similar to what other awakened had. He says that this was an amazing reward, and the tower manager should have given it to him earlier. Sejun activates the skill, and the seed store is opened. Before that, it checks the transaction history of Sejun and finds that there were no previous transactions. But thinking about the transactions, Sejun arrives at an important question. How should he make purchases when he has no money? But then he gets another message that the store will offer entry-level services to the customer, Sejun. He was the first rookie-tier customer at the seed store, and because of that, he would get 1 tower coin that would be added to his account at the seed store. The tower coin appears in front of Sejun, and he is shocked. He says that the seed store was the kindest and the best. The tower coin was a currency used inside the tower, but in the outside world, the cost of each tower coin was 1,000,000 won. Sejun opens the seed store to see what he can buy there. The message window tells him that for rookie tier, he could see 3 random types of seeds, and at his current level, Sejun could only purchase 1 of them. The 3 types of seeds for this time are shown, and Sejun sees that he can buy 1,000 seeds of either red pepper, cabbage, or carrots for 0.1 tower coin each. Sejun thinks that the name seed store was quite fitting as it only had seeds. But then he looks at the price and thinks about the outside world's value of the tower coin. He was getting 1,000 seeds for 100,000 won, and that was very expensive. Sejun thinks about what he should choose. Red pepper and cabbage could be a good combo to make kimchi, but he could not buy them together. Neither did he have the resources to process them here. And then the only thing left was carrots. As soon as he says carrots, the attention of all the rabbits turns to Sejun. Sejun asks them what is wrong, and the rabbits try to tell him that they want carrots. Sejun sees their excited expression and says carrots again, getting the same reaction as before. He is enjoying this a bit too much, and the husband rabbit kicks him in the face for wasting time. Sejun purchases the carrot seeds for 0.1 tower coin and gets 1 seed store mile. The mileage could be used to raise the level of his seed store, and he needed 100 points to get to the next level. Sejun gets the seeds in a fancy pouch and thinks that the pouch is more expensive than the seeds themselves. But then he sees a message from the manager saying that he is satisfied with Sejun's purchase. Sejun makes a face and asks why it's getting satisfied. This is another entry in his diary now. He got carrot seeds by trading at the seed store. Sejun is excited to plant carrots, and so are the rabbits, but someone else is watching them from a distance. A large and cute bee is watching Sejun, and the rabbits celebrate getting carrot seeds, and it seems like the bee also wants in. Husband rabbit and wife rabbit laying on their bellies in front of mounds of soil. They are excitedly chatting about something as their children frolic around behind them, and Sejun watches them from his regular spot too. The rabbits start flirting with each other, and Sejun wonders what has gotten into them recently. He had planted carrot seeds on a patch of land a few days ago, and even though the seeds had not even sprouted yet, the rabbit couple was acting like this in front of the place where he planted carrot seeds. Sejun wonders if they love carrots so much that they spend most of their time daydreaming about them. But he decides to leave them to themselves and take a nap himself. After he wakes up, Sejun plans to pollinate the flowers and cut the green onions. Sejun closes his eye, and a baby rabbit also sleeps with him. But then he notices a buzzing sound whizzing past his ear. Sejun tries to swat away whatever is bothering him without losing sleep. But since nothing changes, he gets up. He is frustrated and says why did a bug suddenly show up now? But when he looks at the cause of the buzzing noise, he finds it to be a giant and cute bee. The bee looks at Sejun curiously, and he stammers for a while before saying she was so cute. He thinks this is a monster in the form of a bug. He calls the bee close so that he can read what kind of monster she is. But that happiness at meeting a cute thing vanishes when Sejun finds that it was a poison honeybee. He is scared and flinches as he reads the name, and he turns back to ask the rabbits if they knew whether the bee was dangerous or not. But the rabbit couple is already taking their children back to their burrow. They are scared of the bee too, and Sejun is stunned as he watches them run. He screams at the rabbits, calling them mean. His face twists as he asks them how they could leave him alone like this. The remaining information is given by the tower manager, who tells Sejun that the poison honeybees were carnivores that hunted monsters with their poison stings. The bee stingers were very dangerous, and the manager advised Sejun to stay away from them. Sejun is scared after reading that the bees eat meat. He thinks that they cease to be honeybees at this point. The bee flies towards him, and Sejun tries to shoo it away without any result. He says that he was just bones and had no meat for her to eat. He asks the bee to spare him, but she is still moving towards him, and Sejun sees her as a fearsome monster. He is fumbling around with his other hand when he finds something he can use to fend off the bee. It is just a broken tomato branch with a flower, and Sejun swings it towards the bee. He asks her to eat it instead of him. The bee curiously looks at the tomato flower, and Sejun is still afraid of her as she moves towards the flower. But when he opens his eyes, he finds that the bee was actually feeding on the flower. Sejun is shocked, but then the bee smiles at him after feeding. Sejun asks the tower manager if he is sure that the bees are carnivores, and there is no reply from the manager. But then Sejun remembers something very basic: bees love nectar. He approaches the honeybee and tells her that if she was hungry, she could feed on other flowers as well. Sejun tells her to eat to her heart's content, and the poison honeybee flies to the flowers happily. Sejun smiles at himself. While he was initially scared, he found something good after all. At this rate, he will not have to artificially pollinate the cherry tomatoes anymore. Then he spots the rabbit family hiding behind his rock. Sejun gives them a scornful glance and says that they ran away because they were worried only about themselves, and he asks them how they still had the nerve to come back. The rabbits try to soothe Sejun's anger by clinging to him and acting cute, and he says that he will not stop being mad at them. But then the poison honeybee returns after feeding. She flies straight towards Sejun, and he takes a few steps back until he is forced to stop by his rock. He asks the bee if she is not full yet, and as she comes close, Sejun is worried about his safety. But the bee lands on his stomach, and after adjusting his t-shirt a bit and stretching, she lays down in her sleeping position. Sejun also realizes that the bee did not mean to harm or scare him, she just wanted to sleep, and he feels that she was too cute even while sleeping. But a small part of his mind is still anxious, and Sejun asks the bee that she isn't going to sting him. And this time, the rabbits have also not run away. Sejun has another chapter to add to his diary about getting lost in the tower. His family in the dungeon gained one more member today. A few weeks have passed since Sejun's first meeting with the bee, and the tomato crops are ready to be harvested again. The wall where Sejun was marking the number of days is also showing 24 characters. Each character meant 5 days, and that means he has been here for 120 days. We see Sejun harvesting tomatoes along with the wife rabbit while the husband rabbit is watering the carrot seedlings, and the baby rabbits are still playing around. Sejun is getting disturbed by the baby rabbits playing near him, and he scolds them and tells them to go somewhere else. The baby rabbits run away without a care, and then Sejun looks at the rest of their siblings. They were also busy playing with each other, and he felt good seeing them so carefree. He says that they were having a great time, and of course, they had to play around when they were still young. And then the poison honeybee also comes to him and sits on his shoulder. Sejun asks her if she has sucked all the nectar for today as she lands. Sejun remembers that several weeks have passed since the poison honeybee came here and became a member of their family. He tells her that it is going to be lunchtime soon, and the bee is also excited about it as she rubs her cheek against Sejun's cheek. Sejun says that the routine of the poison honeybee was fixed. She goes to work in the field in the morning, and that is also when she sucks nectar. And then, in the evening, she returned to the forest outside the cave. And thanks to her, Sejun's workload had decreased. Sejun calls the rabbits, saying that it is time to eat, and they all come running towards him. Sejun thinks that the poison honeybee was probably not going back to her group or her hive. Maybe she did not have a hive. As they are eating, Sejun is holding a roasted green onion stem, and the honeybee is sitting on it. She had started spitting honey a few days ago, and right now, she was doing the same. The honey spreads over the roasted onion stem, creating another dish called honey onion. The sweet flavor of the freshly roasted green onion was enhanced by the sticky and sweet honey of the poison honeybee. And Sejun is the one who knows the truth about the statement. He takes a bite of the honey onion and exclaims that it is sweet and delicious. And the rabbits also share the sentiment because they are also eating the honey onion. Sejun talks to the honeybee and tells her that he was scared of her at first. He thought that she was poisonous and hence dangerous. But thanks to her, he was able to quickly get honey. And he also expanded his field with her help. As Sejun enjoys the honey onion, he says that in a few months, he will eat so much honey that it will match what bears in the wild do. He used to be jealous of bears for eating too much honey, but that would stop happening in a few months. The Tower Master also gives Sejun a message, saying that it is happy for him, but he does it where Sejun cannot see it immediately. And as Sejun turns to see the message from the Tower Master, it disappears. A few more days have passed, and Sejun thinks that the blue moon is also going to come soon. He is reading the characters on the stone wall while the baby rabbits are playing and eating. Sejun is worried a bit about the blue moon. Even though nothing bad had happened yet, there were chances that things might go wrong at any time. He hopes that the blue moon goes safely this time as well. It is the 121st day after getting lost, and it is also the day of the blue moon that occurs every 30 days. Sejun is carrying a bag made of onion leaves and full of cherry tomatoes. He puts them inside their usual food hiding place, a rock circle covered with green onion leaves. Sejun is also wearing a jacket made of green onion leaves, and he says this much food will be enough. The poison honeybee had also not come to their farm for a couple of days, and Sejun thinks that she was also preparing for the blue moon somewhere. But then he sees the rabbit family. The husband rabbit and wife rabbit were trying to tell their children something, and their children were listening quite attentively. Sejun also notices that the rabbits were especially anxious today. But it is almost time for the blue moon, and Sejun asks them to go home now. But he stops mid-sentence as he sees the rabbit family huddle up. Sejun cannot think of anything that would make them behave so seriously. But the rabbits do not appear worried or scared either. Sejun is about to ask the rabbits if everything is alright when the rabbit couple bolts towards their home, leaving their kids behind. They go inside their house, and Sejun is shocked at what they are doing. But then the rabbit couple turns back and waves at their children. They also say something, but Sejun does not understand it. And with that, they slam their door shut. Sejun is shocked at what he just witnessed. He asks the parent rabbits how they could just leave their babies out in the open during a blue moon. It was dangerous, and they were still kids who could not fend for themselves. But as Sejun says that the blue moon is coming, it arrives. The moon eclipses the sun, and blue light covers the world. And Sejun hears the roar of a monster coming from behind his back, and he goes speechless. He nervously turns back to see what was happening and sees a sight he will never forget. There is even more noise and even louder roars and growls, and they were coming from the baby rabbits, and they looked nothing like their cute selves now. Right now, they were ferocious monsters who seemed to have lost their reason. Sejun silently watches the baby rabbits, who have suddenly transformed into something monstrous. They had grown in size, their fur had turned white and their eyes red, and they had sharp claws and fangs. And as the baby rabbits roar, Sejun wonders what in the world is going on here. But neither can he understand the rabbits' language, nor can they listen to him right now. They are all transformed into beasts with muscular bodies. As the rabbits bare their sharp fangs and claws, they roar loudly, and Sejun just stands there watching them in beast mode. But then the rabbits suddenly started to glow with a dazzling purple light. It is too bright for Sejun, and he closes his eyes as he tries to shield them from the blinding light. And then something even more unexpected happens. As the light starts to dim a little bit, the baby rabbits that had turned into beasts start transforming even further. But their features now resemble those of normal white farming rabbits, and their fur also seems to be glowing white. And then a rabbit jumps up in joy and says something. He has transformed into an adult white farming rabbit. And he is not alone. All his siblings have also transformed. 4 of them are white farming rabbits, and 1 of them is pitch black in color. And as the rabbits bounce around with joy, Sejun stares at them with his mouth wide open. He asks them what just happened, but the right words do not come out of his mouth. But then Sejun collects his thoughts and asks them if they have become adult rabbits now. They were larger than they were before the blue moon, and their fur had also turned white. And the rabbits happily affirm. Sejun now realizes that it must be a part of the farmer rabbit's growth cycle. It was the 4th blue moon night since they were born, and Sejun wonders if this was some kind of coming-of-age ceremony. Did the baby rabbits have to be left in the blue moonlight so that they could become adults? And the rabbits also try to tell Sejun that he was right. Sejun suddenly reflects on how he thought something was wrong with them. He covers his face with his hands and starts sobbing, and the rabbits are all shocked and worried. The black rabbit tries to console Sejun and wants him to not be sad anymore. And when Sejun sees his gesture, he thinks that the rabbit's nature is still the same as before. Sejun is overwhelmed by the cuteness of the rabbits who have just reached adulthood, and he stops behaving normally. He calls the rabbits little cute things, and he wants to give them retribution kisses. The rabbits panic and run away, but Sejun catches the black rabbit and smothers it with kisses. And he also tells the other rabbits not to run away from him. And then the blue moon finally passes, and everything returns to normal. The husband rabbit opens the door, and his wife is just behind him. And they see that their kids have grown up, and right now, they are sitting around a fire with Sejun. He waves to them, and the husband rabbit cannot stop smiling. The couple rushes to their kids and they hug them as Sejun fondly watches them. He wonders if he should prepare a coming-of-age feast for the rabbits as a gift. But then he notices one rabbit excitedly raising his hand while saying something. Sejun watches him carefully, and then out of nowhere, a shovel appears in his hand. The rabbit proudly displays it, and Sejun is surprised to see it. He asks what those were, because it was not the case with just one rabbit. All his siblings had something. One of the rabbits had gotten a sickle and a bandana. Another rabbit had gotten a cart, and he was hauling his black rabbit brother. One of the white rabbits had a watering can, and the one with the shovel was the first one to show his tool. The rabbits are glad to get their tools and affectionately show them while their parents enthusiastically clap for them. Sejun realizes what just happened. The rabbits could summon items. He understands that when the rabbits become adult farmer rabbits, they can have their own item. And he also knows that he can borrow the items. But then the white rabbit with a cart drops the black rabbit down, and Sejun wonders why the black rabbit is not summoning his tool. The black rabbit decides to summon his tool to show off too, and his tool is a huge wooden hammer, at least huge by rabbit standards. Sejun wonders why the black rabbit got a hammer. It was not a farming tool. But the black rabbit gives him attitude and tries to tell him that he is not ordinary. And then Sejun notices that the rabbit is indeed different from his siblings. While he could read their species as the white farmer rabbit, this one was not of the same kind. He was a warrior black rabbit, and as the rabbit hears his name being taken, he winks at Sejun. After a while, the rabbits start working at the farm, and now the children are also working as much as their parents, and sometimes they are even outperforming them. The rabbit with the watering can is supporting his father in watering the plants. The one with the sickle quickly cuts the green onions, and even her mother is impressed by her skill. The rabbit with the cart is carrying tomatoes, and the one with the shovel is digging holes for new crops. The cart rabbit brings the tomato-laden cart to Sejun, and Sejun tells him to put the tomatoes in the nearby heap. He is near the storage and plans to do something with the tomatoes. As the cart rabbit goes off to get some more tomatoes, Sejun gets teary-eyed. He thinks that the rabbit children are now helping their parents with farming. Until yesterday, they were carefree kids who just ran around the farm having fun, and seeing the sudden maturity in their actions touches his heart. But then he sees that the black warrior rabbit was just lying next to him. Sejun turns to him and finds him eating tomatoes without a care, and Sejun thinks that this one was just unemployed. He starts talking with the black rabbit. Sejun says that since he was a warrior rabbit, his job was to fight. But since they are in the cave, there won't be any monsters that may harm the farm. In that case, the black rabbit had nothing to fight for. The black rabbit is also aware of this disappointing situation, and then Sejun says that his hammer could not even help them with farming, and he wonders what they should do. But then the black rabbit has an idea, and he tells Sejun about it. He leads him to the pond in the cave and excitedly points towards it. Sejun also exclaims that he was right, he could hunt in the pond. Hunting could also be considered one kind of fight, and Sejun thinks that even the warrior rabbit could be helpful now. He says that he will lure out the fish using the torch, and the rabbit will have to catch the fish. Sejun asks the black rabbit to show him the power of a warrior, and the rabbit is eager to start. Sejun frantically waves the torch over the boundary of the pond, and a piranha jumps out of the water straight towards the flame. Sejun tells the black rabbit that this is his chance, and he jumps up with his hammer, and then the black warrior rabbit strikes the fish with his full strength and sends it flying. The fish goes and crashes into the cave wall with a huge impact, and Sejun is stunned as he sees what has just happened. The black rabbit had attacked the fish with such great force that it was utterly destroyed, and pieces of its meat were falling down. The black rabbit turns back and gives Sejun a thumbs up, but he does not realize the mess that he has made. The fish had turned into mush, and apart from the head and the bones, everything else had turned into a meat slurry. Sejun is shocked beyond belief, and his reaction is justified. And later, when he presents the fish at dinner, it is a mood dampener. There is an air of gloom over the dinner, and Sejun and the black rabbit are the ones who are the most disappointed. And the other rabbits are also not happy that they have to eat a fish like this. Sejun tells the black rabbit that he will get better if he keeps on practicing. He tells him to not be sad and to eat the food now. And just like that, all the rabbits began getting used to their roles. Even the black warrior rabbit was getting more adept at catching fish after his initial failure. He can swiftly catch the fish with just his hands, and Sejun is cheering on him. The other rabbits are also busy with their jobs, and everything is going perfectly. Another day passes, and the 125th day comes. The 1-month cooldown period to open the seed store has been completed, and the store opens again. Sejun is also excited to see the seed store open again. He wonders what kind of crops he will be given this time and which one of the options he will choose. The system window tells Sejun that 3 random seeds that were being sold today will be shown to him. At his current level, he could purchase only one. The options are 50 sweet pumpkin seeds for 1 tower coin, 10 watermelon seeds for 5 tower coins, and 200 waxy corn seeds for 0.5 tower coins. And Sejun is flabbergasted to see the list of seeds this time. He says that the price of the currently listed seeds is much higher than the seeds of last time. He had only 0.9 tower coins left after purchasing the carrot seeds, and with that, Sejun could only buy the waxy corn seeds. Sejun ponders what he should do. If the seeds keep on getting expensive, he will have no money to buy anything the next time. And then he did not even have a way to increase his money while being stuck in this place. Sejun remembers that there were 3 ways to get tower coins inside the tower. The first was getting rewards for clearing a floor. The reward was high, but it was the first clear reward. That meant it could be obtained only once, and the hunters did not actually earn too much profit from it. The second method was to hunt the monsters and sell their body parts. The monster parts could be sold to either the traveling merchants or to the store on the first floor, and it was regarded as the best source of income for hunters, as they could make a continuous profit from it. The third method was to complete quests and get rewards for them, but that was the most gamble-like method out of the 3. The quest rewards varied greatly, so it was hard to say how much money could be earned. Sejun thinks of his situation. Among the 3 options, 2 were practically impossible for him. He could not even think about clearing the floors, as he could not even leave the cave. And then he thinks that the only way for him to get money is by completing the quests given by the tower manager. Sejun asks the tower manager if it can hear him, and he asks the tower manager if he could reward him with tower coins for clearing the quests right now. The tower manager replies, saying that he doesn't know what Sejun means, but it will give him whatever he asked for later when Sejun is all grown up. Sejun is confused. The tower manager did not know about the tower coins, and it said he would give them to Sejun when he grew up. Sejun casually asks the tower master how old it is, and the manager replies that it was a secret. Then Sejun asks another question. How long would he have to wait till he was recognized as a grown-up? And the tower manager replies that Sejun should be at least 300 years old. Sejun lashes out at the tower manager, asking if he's kidding him. He says that he will have to record all the tower coins he is to get and then inform his children about them. They will pass it on to their children, and this will go on for 300 years. And Sejun thinks his 7th generation grandchildren will receive the tower coins in his stead. And he is even more angry at the manager because, in this condition, Sejun has no chance to even have children. But the tower manager is not in the mood to listen to his rants, and the message windows disappear. Sejun also realizes that it's no use getting angry. It would be his loss if he got angry right now. But then he decides to do what he can right now to increase the chances of a comfortable survival. Sejun says that the only item he can purchase right now is the waxy corn seeds, and it was not a bad choice at all. Corn was delicious to steam and grill, and Sejun thinks that he can even grind it into flour and make something like bread here. And even though he doesn't know if the idea of making bread would work, he selects the option to buy the corn. The system tells Sejun that he has purchased 200 waxy corn seeds. 0.5 tower coins were being deducted from his seed bank account, and he had earned 5 seed miles, using which he could eventually level up the seed store. The cooldown period starts again, and the system tells Sejun that he can access the seed store again in 30 days. And with that, a cloth pouch filled with corn seeds falls into Sejun's hand. He empties a few seeds into his hand and shows them to the husband rabbit. Sejun asks what he thought about the seeds, were they looking good? And the husband rabbit thinks that they are of good quality. Sejun says that they should start working, and all the rabbits cheerfully join him. But then he completes his sentence and says that they should eat something before that. They roast the fish and eat tomatoes as sides, and Sejun has finally filled his empty stomach. He exclaims that he cannot eat anymore, and he thinks that he should dry the rest of the fish and store it. The rabbits are also full, and they are also relaxing around the fire like Sejun. The poison honeybee also returns, and Sejun welcomes her. He asks the honeybee, who is spending a lot of time in this cave, if it will be okay if she does not return to her home. But the bee smiles and rubs her cheek against Sejun, as was her habit. Sejun says that it was alright, even if she doesn't go back to her home. He would be more than happy to permanently welcome her here. But then there is rustling at the entrance of the cave, and the antennas of the bee pick up something. Her happy expression changes to a serious one, and she flies up and faces the entrance with a mean look. And the black rabbit also does the same. He is ready with his hammer, as he has also sensed an intruder at the cave's entrance. Now Sejun also notices something moving, and he exclaims that it is a monster. The black warrior rabbit says something to the intruder angrily, and then the intruder replies. He asks everyone not to get him wrong. He was not a shameless cat who was here to steal their food. Sejun is shocked to find that it was a cat, and he wonders how a cat can talk. Next to him, the black rabbit and the poison honeybee are ready to fight, and the other rabbits are scared. Sejun asks the cat why he came here then, and in response, the cat jumps down and lands in front of Sejun. He is wearing a cape and carrying a small bag, and then he gets up and presents his paw to shake hands. The cat asks him if he is the customer Park Sejun, and then he introduces himself as the traveling merchant Theo. Sejun has yet another chapter to add to his diary about getting lost in the tower. He met a wandering cat merchant today, and as Sejun and Theo look at each other, they do not know how beneficial they are going to be for each other. Theo introducing himself as a wandering merchant to Sejun. But Sejun is shocked to see a talking cat, and the black warrior rabbit behind him is still suspicious of the cat. But then Sejun remembers that he heard that sometimes people meet a traveling merchant as they go up the tower. But he was not expecting the traveling merchant to be a cat. But Sejun finds the cat merchant quite adorable. He looks at his big and shiny eyes and his soft and chubby cheeks, and the soft, jelly-like paws of his outstretched hand. Sejun wants those jelly paws to knead on him, and he exclaims inside his mind that this was completely unfair. With a merchant so cute, it would be easy to scam people. And by people, he means himself. Sejun really liked cats, but as the cat merchant asks him if he is Park Sejun, he tries to act cool. He confirms his identity and then asks the merchant what he wants. Theo says that he heard about a new rookie who made transactions in the seed store, and he was here to greet him and make some deals with him. Sejun is curious about the deals and asks Theo more about them. The cat merchant rummages inside his bag and says that he has some pretty good items, but his stomach growls loudly, and now Theo is nervous. He apologizes to Sejun, saying that he had not eaten anything today, and he ended up showing an embarrassing image to a customer. As Theo nervously laughs about the silly thing, Sejun is staring at him curiously, and then he has an evil and mischievous grin on his face. It seems like he is up to something, probably something like taking advantage of the cat merchant. Sejun asks him if he heard his name correctly, was it Theo? And he offers him a roasted fish with a bright smile on his face. Theo is so shocked by the sudden offer that he meows out loud. His eyes glisten, his mouth drools, and his ears twitch as he looks at the delicious roasted fish. And Sejun asks him not to decline his offer. But Theo controls his hunger and tells Sejun that it's alright. He cannot touch a customer's food. Sejun is taken aback slightly and tries to convince the cat merchant again. He asks if Theo really does not want to eat it. He talks about the smell of the tender meat grilled on fire. As Sejun holds Theo's shoulder, he says that the fish had that distinct fishy flavor that cats can't refuse. And it seems like his words were working as Theo drooled over the fish again. Sejun says that it was obvious that Theo wanted it, and he could have it too. And as Sejun persuades him, Theo cannot stop drooling. He tries his best to stop himself from eating the fish, but as Sejun pushes it closer to him, he finally gives in. He eats a lot and is finally satisfied. Theo says that he is full now as he happily lays down on the ground, holding a fishbone. He says that the fish was so delicious, and now he was full. And Sejun tends to the fire while saying that Theo ate 5 fish. He must have been really hungry. Theo gets up and sincerely thanks Sejun. He says that he gave him such a nice treat, and he does not know how he can thank him enough. And Sejun smiles at him and says that it was no big deal. He should be the one who is thankful. After all, Theo came all the way here to meet him. And as Theo grabs his bag once again and starts talking about the deal, Sejun asks him for 0.5 tower coins. Theo asks him what he meant, and Sejun replies with a smile that he should pay for the roasted fish he just ate. Theo is shocked, and he panics as he asks Sejun if the fish wasn't free. And Sejun replies that nothing in this world is ever free. And since Theo said that he was here to make a deal, he was not going to eat his customer's fish and run away. As Sejun says, Theo is nervous, and then he looks around himself, and that nervousness increases. The black rabbit and the poison honeybee were ready with their weapons, and even the farming rabbits were ready to beat Theo if he tried to leave without paying. With tears in his eyes, Theo pays 0.5 tower coins to Sejun, and Sejun thanks him for that, even though he just scammed the poor cat. As he checks his balance, Sejun is happy that he got some tower coins, but Theo is dejected and sad as he realizes that he was scammed. He is crying because instead of earning money, he lost it. He came here to earn some money from the customer but ended up paying him. His business had already started at a loss, but then he brings his emotions under control. Theo is determined that he will not be defeated like this. He will definitely sell all his items here. He loudly says that it is his turn now, and he requests that Sejun look at his items. He opens the cloth bag and unfurls it to display the items he has. Theo proudly displays them and asks Sejun what he thinks of them. They were luxury items from another floor, and on the cloth, there are 3 items with their prices shown on an information window. The first is a tumbler worth 5 tower coins. Then there is a mini fan worth 5 tower coins. And lastly, there is a portable hand warmer that is also worth 5 tower coins. Sejun asks Theo if these items weren't from outside the tower, and he says that Sejun really noticed it. The rabbits also gather around them, and they are curious about the items. Theo starts his sales pitch and tells Sejun that the tumbler has preservation magic. It will maintain the temperature of the things kept inside it, whether they are hot or cold. Then he talks about the mini fan, which has a wind magic enchantment, and whenever they need wind, they can just press the buttons. As Theo demonstrates how the mini fan works, Sejun stares at him in disbelief. He apologizes for cutting off Theo when he was talking, but he had to tell him the truth about the items he was selling. The cat merchant asks what was wrong, and Sejun says that all the items he brought were trash. Theo is shocked and angry. He shouts at Sejun and asks him what he is talking about. These items were from outside the tower, and how could someone not recognize their value? As he says this, Theo collects his items close to himself, and even the rabbit next to him is disappointed. Sejun tells Theo that he was also someone who had come here from outside the tower, and the terrible truth dawns upon him as he loses his confidence. Sejun explains that there was no magic in the items he was trying to sell. The tumbler prevented heat transfer by blocking contact with the outside, and the portable fan and hand warmer operated on batteries. If they used them only for a few hours, their batteries would run out. Sejun presses the buttons on the fan as Theo watches in confusion. The cat merchant gets angry and says that Sejun was lying. Scarum, the person who sold these items to him, said that there was magic inside them. But the fan is about to stop now as the battery has run out, and Sejun points that out to Theo. Theo loses his calm and starts hitting the fan so that it can start working again. He also changes his formal accent to a natural one where he talks more like a cat, and Sejun tells him that he got scammed by that trader named Scarum. Theo is depressed, and he can still not believe it. And Scaram was so kind to him. He starts crying and says that Scaram was a bad goblin. And Sejin notices that Theo has changed his accent. And then the cat starts crying, saying that why did he always get scammed. Sejin tries to comfort him and asks him to tell him about what happened. In the background, the rabbits are checking out the items that Theo brought with him. The sad cat merchant starts his story. He was from the 75th floor of the tower, which was one of the tower's neutral zones. And for the longest time, he had been in love with a cat named Meryl. She was the most beautiful girl in their Granner village. And finally, one day, he gathered the courage to propose to her in front of everyone. As the villagers cheered him on, Theo told Meryl that he liked her and asked her to date him. He presented her with a bouquet of fish, but Meryl did not seem interested. She clearly depicted her disgust at the poor bouquet Theo was giving her. She slapped it away, saying that the smell of cheap rice fish disgusts her. Theo was taken aback and asked Meryl what she was doing. He had worked hard to get those roasted rice fish. But then another shock came for Theo. Someone told him to know his place and asked how dare he try to win Meryl's over. And as Theo turned back, he saw Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village. He was well dressed and carrying a big and beautiful fish as a gift. Oren laughs at Theo and asks that how could he give a low-grade rice fish to a lady. And he says that he should have brought at least a high-quality salmon as a gift. With that, Oren presents the salmon to Meryl, and she looks happy upon seeing it. A flustered Theo says that Meryl doesn't even like greasy food because she is afraid that she will gain weight. But then Meryl speaks for herself and says that the fish was so beautiful. Theo is shocked and heartbroken as he hears those words. Oren has his arm around Meryl now, and he was taking her to his home to enjoy the salmon properly, and she was happy to go with him. Theo tells her to wait and stops her by grabbing her arm. And from his point of view, it is like a scene from a romance drama. He is the handsome but poor protagonist, and the woman he loves is going with a rich guy. Theo asks Meryl about all the moments they shared together and all the memories they made. But Meryl replies that she didn't mean any of it, it was all a lie. But she is shuddering as she says these words, and Theo says that he can see her tears. Could she swear that all that was a lie? He thinks back about the unforgettable days when they used to play in the flower fields. But Meryl angrily frees her hand from Theo's grip. She is angry, and that is the reason why she was shaking earlier. She asks Theo not to get ahead of himself. She just smiled at him a few times, and he got delusional that she liked him. And even though she said that she really did not like him, he kept following her. And in her memories, it was clear that she was running away from Theo because he annoyed her. And then she says that she hates poor cats who smell like cheap rice fish the most. And as she points at Theo, he is left speechless. He falls into the pit of despair. Meryl was taken away by Oren, the son of the richest cat in the town. And Theo ran away crying. He decided to run away from his village and become a traveling merchant with the determination to become rich one day to get his revenge. As Theo has finished telling Sejun and the rabbits the first part of his story, they are nervous and feel bad for him. Sejun feels guilty for scamming him now. Theo says that he even went through the necessary procedure and brought the license and other important stuff required to become a traveling merchant. And that cost him his lifelong savings, worth 50 tower coins. He was planning to buy something to resell from the peddler with the remaining 5 tower coins. And that was when he got scammed by Scaram. Theo was in an inn when a goblin called him and asked him if he was a new wandering merchant. The goblin told him that his name was Scaram, and he asked Theo to ask him if there was anything he needed to know. And being a naive cat, Theo believed him. In the inn, Scaram told Theo about items from outside the tower. He was shocked, and Scaram said that they were really precious and that he was only telling this to Theo. He said that if Theo took these items to the upper floors, he could make quite a profit. The creatures on the upper floors collect such things as a hobby. Theo was curious about why Scaram was selling such precious things to him at such a low price. Scaram replied that it was because he came to like the cat merchant, and this could be considered the goodwill of a senior who wants to train their junior merchant. Then Scaram told Theo that if he did not like the deal, it was not a problem for him. He could sell them to any other merchant. And poor Theo immediately bought the items as soon as he heard this line. Scaram then told the cat that since he was in a good mood, he would also give him a bonus. He handed him a piece of paper and said that this was a map with the location of the new user of the seed store. And since it was a new member, Theo could make a great profit from him if he was lucky. But even that information was not really a bonus. Scaram told Theo that since he had given him good information, the drinks would be on him tonight. And poor Theo accepted this offer and even thanked the scammer. So Theo gave all his remaining money to Scaram and bought these items. He had high expectations that he would be able to resell them for a high price. So he starved himself along the way and barely ended up here. As he tells this to Sejun, he is quite sad. But then he starts rolling on the floor and crying. He says that all of the items turned out to be trash. And on top of that, the customer took his remaining money by trapping him with fish. And he cries that he is not really good at anything. Sejun thinks that the cat merchant was really a pushover, but then he suddenly gets an idea. He remembers something, and that was a way he could use it to gain tower coins. Sejun smiles and tells Theo to calm down. He even offers to eat some roasted fish to cheer him up. But Theo has learned from his mistake and says that Sejun was just going to ask him to pay later. He was not stupid to fall for the same trick twice. But Sejun says that he will really give it to him for free. And he will even consider the 5 fish he ate earlier as just a treat. And Theo looks at him with big, hopeful eyes as he asks if he really meant that. But even this kindness is not for free. Sejun asks Theo if he could work with him in exchange. And as Sejun smiles and asks Theo what he thinks, he has added one more chapter to his diary about getting lost in the tower. He met a partner today who was just a pushover. Theo is shocked, and he asks Sejun if he really meant what he said. Did he want them to work together? Sejun replies that he wants a good merchant to sell his items. But Theo asks if Sejun really thought that he was a good merchant. He does not believe Sejun. He says with drooping ears that he was just a noob who was completely useless. But Sejun tells Theo that even though he made some mistakes, he still had some qualities of a decent merchant. And then Sejun smugly smiles and says that Theo touched his heart by telling his story, and that is why he wants to become a business partner with him. Theo is surprised, and Sejun is going to tell him about the business partner deal. But before that, he signals the rabbits to show the merchant their hospitality, and the husband rabbit and his wife are ready to give the cat a relaxing experience. They have created chairs from onion leaves, and there is also an umbrella. The mood is set for sunbathing on a beach, and the rabbit couple is also wearing garlands made from tomato flowers. They are now lying on the chairs, and Sejun is sipping something from a bottle made of onion leaves. Even their straw is made of onion leaves. The rabbits are also fanning them. And now Sejun repeats what Theo told him about himself. He was desperate and took a deal from a shady merchant. But he ended up being scammed and could not sell his goods. And right now, he doesn't even have any money to buy any goods he can resell later. And Theo sadly says that Sejun was right. Sejun excitedly tells him that is why he wants to become a business partner with Theo. He was proposing an offer that would be a win-win situation for both of them. Theo would take Sejun's products and sell them to other people, and he would get an incentive according to the amount he sells. Theo asks what the incentive was, and Sejun explains. Theo had to sell the goods above the price Sejun had marked. And of course, the more Theo sold them for, the better. And Sejun believed in his ability to sell them for a much higher price. And he would get 5% of the price of the items he sold. Meanwhile, the black rabbit is trying to roast a fish. Theo is appalled by the offer. Only a meager 5% incentive was too low, and he thinks that the condition is too unfavorable for him. He then angrily sips from his glass, thinking that Sejun took him for a fool. He would not be deceived. But before that, Sejun has yet another thing to tell him. And this was the most important part. Sejun asks the rabbits to bring something, and we can see them walking with many roasted fish. Sejun says that there was not only an incentive, he would pay Theo 10 fish or their value in coins each week. And Theo is absolutely stunned. Sejun says that these were all the terms and conditions of the contract. And now Theo is drooling as he asks Sejun if he was serious about the roasted fish. Sejun asks him if he wants to sign a contract now, and Theo is not so easy to convince. He reminds himself of what happened in the past with him. He was betrayed by Meryl and Scarum, and he has to be smart if he does not want to be deceived like that again. But he really cannot resist the fish. Theo wipes the drool off his face and says that he will consider it if Sejun offers him 20 fish per week. Sejun has that creepy grin on his face again. The cat was really a pushover. He tells Theo that he is in a good mood right now, and on top of accepting his request, he will add 5 more fish. Theo is shocked to see 25 grilled fish piled in front of him, and he cannot stop drooling. And then Sejun throws in another bonus. Theo could eat as much fish as he could when he was here. And that is the last thing Sejun has to say. He repeats himself one more time, and Theo still finds it hard to believe. He is so excited that he has forgotten everything that happened in the past. Sejun asks if he has a paper with him, and Theo has one. Sejun takes the paper and writes the terms of contact on it. And then Sejun signs it as Party A, and Theo puts his paw there as Party B. Sejun says that the contract is complete now, and Theo is also okay with that. But then he immediately realizes that he got so excited that he did not even realize that he signed the contract. And now he is shocked as the contract flies up and disappears. This way, it has been finalized into a contract accepted by the tower. An information window appears where the contract disappeared, and it displays the details of the contract. It was a lifetime distribution contract. Starting now, Theo would have to sell Sejun's products for the rest of his life and bring back the profit. The compensation was as mentioned earlier, 25 grilled fish or equivalent coins per week and 3-5% of the sales as an incentive. There were also special clauses in the contract. As an initial deal, Sejun would give Theo his crops. The contract would be terminated if the sales amount was less than 5 tower coins in 1 month. Theo should sell the crops above the marked price. Also, he could not form any additional contracts without Sejun's permission. And lastly, he had to talk with a cat's accent while selling items. Sejun is happy to sign a contract. He has only heard that it is one of the most important documents in the tower that cannot be destroyed. On the other hand, Theo is devastated, wondering why he signed his first contract like that. Sejun says that he used to wonder why they made the contract so hard to edit and destroy, but now he knows that it helps to make the deals more effective and valid. But then Theo asks him what the fourth condition was in the special clauses. He asks Sejun what he meant by the cat accent. Using the accent from his village was embarrassing for Theo, and he is angry about that. But Sejun laughs and says that he will understand it when the time comes. Sejun puts his hand forward to shake hands with Theo, but he slaps it away. He says that they will see if things work out or not. There was the first condition of the special clauses that said the contract would be terminated if the sales were less than desired. But Sejun pats Theo's head and says that he would be a good salesman. He says he believes in the reliable and resourceful merchant cat, Theo. And as Theo hears himself being called resourceful, he gets happy. Sejun also thinks that he was quite simple. Then Theo asks Sejun what kind of things they are selling. Sejun confidently tells him that it was cherry tomatoes. Theo is confused, and Sejun gives him a freshly picked cherry tomato. But as Theo looks at the tomato, he finds that it was a magical cherry tomato that could temporarily increase MP by 0.1 for 10 minutes. He asks Sejun how much he is planning to sell it for. Theo thinks that if he were lucky, he could get 0.01 tower coins per tomato from the new people who come into the tower. Sejun replies that he wanted to sell it for 0.05 tower coins per piece, and Theo is shocked to hear the price. He says that only an idiot will buy it at such a high price. But then Theo thinks that a high price might be a good thing for him. If he fails to sell enough tomatoes to earn 5 tower coins in 1 month, his contract will be terminated. Plus, he could eat grilled fish in the meantime. Theo asks Sejun how much he should take with him for the first sales trip, and Sejun says that he should take 1,000 tomatoes. Sejun has put 1,000 tomatoes in a basket and even prepared the payment of 25 grilled fish. But Sejun wonders how Theo will carry all this with him, and Theo replies that he will use his item, the bundle. Theo unfurls his cloth and says that this is his item, the bundle. It has space expansion magic, preservation magic, and magic to make things lightweight. He could store all the things he had in his bundle and keep them in their original state for long periods of time. Theo throws the cloth over the tomatoes and fish, and they get stored inside it by magic, and then it turns into a small pouch. Sejun exclaims that it was so convenient, and as Theo gets ready to leave, he tells Sejun that he will be back. As Theo leaves, Sejun and his friends wave him goodbye. A few days later, Theo had reached the 38th floor of the tower, and right now, a fight is taking place there. A group of awakened people are fighting a giant spider monster. The spider screeches, and the humans say that it was the last one left. They can't let it get away. The spider attacks the hunters, and their leader blocks its attack with a shield. The magicians on the side use fireball magic to attack the spider and divert its attention. And then their leader takes advantage of this situation and beheads the spider in one swift strike. He was the leader of the Phoenix Guild, Kim Dongshik. His team cheers on him and says that this was to be expected, and many of them were betting for it to end with one strike. Kim Dongshik says that everyone should stop praising him and start with the cleanup already. He points out a woman named Jessica and tells her not to slack around. He would not forgive her like the last time if she ran away, and Jessica starts flirting with Dongshik, saying that he must know that she loves him. As Dongshik thinks about what to do with the girl, he feels some movement in the nearby bushes. He turns back and gets into battle mode immediately. He asks who was there as he draws his sword. But Theo comes out of the bush and asks the humans if they would like to see some stuff. Dongshik is surprised to see a cat, and his team is also surprised to see that he is a traveling merchant. As Theo greets them, the girls in the group say that he is cute, much to Theo's surprise. One girl also says that his paws look too cute. Sejun had told him about this. If he used the accent from his village while talking, it would be easier to attract the attention of humans. And now Theo realizes that it really worked. He takes out the tomatoes from his bag and tells them to look at what he is selling. But as the humans see the cherry tomatoes, they are underwhelmed. They say that if Theo was here to sell food, he should have at least brought something like meat or bread. Cherry tomatoes were not good enough to be eaten in this battle. Theo laughs and says that he anticipated that reaction from the foolish humans, but he tells them that these were not ordinary cherry tomatoes. He asks them to check the stats, and the humans are surprised to hear that it was an item. They see the information window and find that it was a magical cherry tomato. It could increase MP by 0.1 for 10 minutes, but humans think that this value is too low. One human asks the price of the tomatoes, and Theo says that it was 0.05 tower coins per piece. The man is shocked and snaps at Theo. He says that he must be making fun of them. Instead of buying things like that, he would spend his money on buying equipment. He starts walking away and tells others that this was a waste of their time. But a girl is still reading the information window, and she seems to have found something important. She says that if she eats this, she will lose 10 grams of fat. And those words stop everyone right in their tracks. They look back and ask, what did she just say? And then everyone starts checking out the stats of the tomatoes by themselves. And the girls eagerly wondered if it was true. And then they start asking to buy everything Theo has. All the girls aggressively start demanding a few hundred tomatoes for themselves. Theo is shocked as he sees them fight and bicker with each other. Some of them even want to buy all the tomatoes for themselves. And they tell others to back off. And the rest of them can only watch them dumbfounded. Theo tells them to get in line. And now even those who were not interested earlier want to buy some tomatoes now. Back at the cave, Sejun is harvesting more tomatoes, and he has just leveled up and got a bonus stat. The wife rabbit is with him, and he asks her if Theo would be doing well right now, and he thinks that the cat must have already met some hunters by now. At first glance, the magical cherry tomatoes looked like an item that would only boost their magic power. But on closer inspection, it had an even greater benefit. It could dissolve 10 grams of fat just by eating it, and it would also rejuvenate the body. Sejun thinks that this is the perfect diet food one could hope to find. And as he eats one, he says that there were no side effects either. He thinks that they will definitely sell a lot, and he trusts the Earthlings need to follow a diet. And Theo really has sold all the cherry tomatoes, and he does not know how to react to that. This chapter starts with Sejun looking at the carrot seedlings that have sprouted, and he is lost in thought. He asks if the figure was about 70%, and the husband with him seems to agree. That 70% referred to the germination rate of the seeds. Out of the 1,000 carrot seeds Sejun brought from the seed store and planted, only 700 germinated. And he had also planted 12 magical cherry tomato seeds that he harvested himself, and among them, only 732 seedlings had sprouted. Then we see the scene of Sejun's farmland, which is starting to look like a proper farm. And the poison honeybee is also busy with her job of pollination. Sejun is still calculating the germination percentage of other crops and finds that the corn seeds and sweet potato sprouts also had a germination rate between 60 and 70%. Which was close enough to that of carrots and cherry tomatoes. Sejun thinks that it will be great if the seeds sprout some more, but then he starts thinking about the reasons the germination was limited. He suspects that it might be because his level as a farmer was low, or maybe the land inside the cave was not fertile enough. But Sejun decides to keep going on like this for now, and he is hopeful that he will find a better way to cultivate crops later. He thinks that now that they had Theo by their side, who would sell the crops, they needed to harvest as many crops as possible. And the husband rabbit also agrees with him. But then something else grabs Sejun's attention, and he turns back to find out what it was. He sees that the black warrior rabbit tossed a torch up in the air while he was waiting by the lake. As soon as the torch reached near the surface of the water, piranhas jumped out of the lake. And that was what the black rabbit was waiting for. He leaps towards the fish and hits them with his hammer. He deals one blow to each of the fish and then lands safely on his 2 feet. And just as the fish fall to the ground, he also catches the torch he had tossed up. Everyone was watching him heroically catch fish. Sejun compliments the black rabbit that he has gotten really skilled at hunting. And then he notices that the rabbit's body is shining. That meant that the black rabbit was leveling up. Sejun congratulates him as he says that this is the first time he has seen this. He had seen the white farming rabbits level up quite often while farming, but seeing a black rabbit level up was rare. He pats the rabbit's head and tells him that he is gradually becoming a true hunter, and the rabbit is also glad. He shows off before his siblings, who clap for him. As the rabbits are playing, Sejun suggests that they should take a break now, and during that break, they should drink coffee. Sejun appears very happy as he holds the tumbler he got from Theo, and as he opens it, it becomes clear that he was not mistaken about drinking coffee. Inside the tumbler are many sachets of coffee, and Sejun is happy to see them. He thinks that Theo and Scaram, the goblin who scammed him, both omitted something really important. They had not even opened the tumbler. If Theo had opened this and tried to sell coffee to him, Sejun would have spent all his money just to buy it. And as Sejun tears a packet open, he thanks them for their ignorance. Because of that, he got some good stuff for free. Sejun pours the coffee powder into his water bottle. He says that even though they do not have any tools to boil water or make ice cubes, having coffee in this place is a luxury in itself. He could not make regular coffee or iced Americano, but he at least had coffee. Then Sejun gets the poison honeybee to spit some honey into the water bottle, and he thanks her. And after a bit of mixing, he finally has coffee. Sejun names this drink Honey Americano, which is a combination of coffee powder dissolved in the cool water of the cave and mixed with thick honey from the poison honeybee. It was the perfect harmony of bitter and sweet tastes, according to him. Sejun claims that a single sip of this drink can relieve fatigue and hunger, and as he takes a hearty sip, Sejun finds that it is really quite delicious. Then he offers the coffee to his rabbit friends, and the black rabbit is the first one to try it. But as soon as he takes a sip, he is overwhelmed by the bitterness of the coffee and is too stunned to even react. Other rabbits are also curious about the taste, and when they try it, all of them find the drink too bitter for their liking. Sejun just laughs as the rabbits spit out the coffee. He says that the rabbit's tongue must be more sensitive to bitter tastes than humans. But then he notices something that he had not expected. He sees the honeybee flying towards a hive inside the cave. Sejun calls her, and the bee excitedly shows him her hive. Sejun asks her if that was really a beehive, and the realization hits him a moment later that the poison honeybee is finally moving here with them. He asks her, and she affirms. Sejun and the rabbits are glad to hear this news. Sejun says that it was saddening whenever she had to go back to her home every night, and now he finally feels that they are a family. And on this joyous occasion, Sejun wants to throw a party. But then suddenly, he gets a message from the tower manager. It is a quest, and the manager has requested that Sejun give him 10 magical cherry tomatoes. There is no reward for completing this quest, but the penalty for refusing is disappointment. Sejun is shocked to see a new type of quest, and then he thinks that because he kept on postponing the quests, the tower manager must have realized something after seeing his deal with Theo. Sejun snickers as he thinks that the tower manager is not threatening to kill him anymore. Rather, it was asking him in a manner that was pitiful, and Sejun feels some sort of pity for the manager. He decides to give some of his tomatoes to fulfill the quest. He offers the tomatoes, and the tower master accepts them. It also thanks Sejun for his kindness, and Sejun is surprised. He smugly says that it was satisfying to see the manager thank him. But then he suddenly realizes something. He acted like a pushover just now. Sejun is dejected upon realizing this, and he does not notice that the husband rabbit was sipping coffee calmly behind him. On another floor of the tower, we see a building. The goblin places a drink on the table, and then we see that he is Scarum, the one who scammed Theo. Scarum is angry that the pushover cat has not returned yet, and his friend asked him if he was talking about Theo, who bought his items the last time. His other friend says that Scarum was quite smart to sell the trashy items by deceiving the cat, and he also wants to learn some tricks like this. He then asks Scarum why he was looking for Theo. Scarum begins to explain his reasons. He says that the cat spent all his money to buy items from him, and he is worried that the cat has not yet returned, even after much time has passed. By now, he should be back to complain that he could not sell the items. His friend asks him if he is really worried, and what would he do if the cat really returned. Scarum says that since he was such a good guy, he would not be able to pretend not to see Theo. He says that he will buy the cat a glass of milk and inform him about a big opportunity, and then he would lend him some money to take advantage of the opportunity. The other goblins are surprised, but then Scarum explains his real plan. He says that the poor cat will have to work very hard to repay the loan he takes from him at a high interest rate, but he will neither be able to pay the debt nor the ever-increasing interest. And then Scarum gives a menacing expression as he says that Theo would become his slave until his death in the end. The other goblins say that Scarum was a genius, and one of them asks him if he should not hurry and find the cat as soon as possible. It was not easy finding such a pushover, but Scarum laughs confidently and says that they still have plenty of time. He advises his friends that they should not chase their prey so recklessly, and the other goblins are impressed yet again by his carefree attitude. But then Scarum says that they should look at today's wandering merchant sales ranking. The other goblin also says that it was about time for it to be updated, and then they open the information windows in front of them, showing the ranks of wandering merchants according to their sales. Scarum sees that he has reached the 999th rank, and he is happy to finally make it into the top 1000. His friends are amazed to see him in the top 1000, as they are not even ranked yet. Scarum laughs inside, thinking that it was worth selling those things to the pushover cat, and then he starts to scroll through the list to see the names of the people he has to beat next. But a shocking discovery is waiting for him there. Scarum exclaims, "How could this happen?" as he sees Theo's name on the list. He was at the 982nd position in the list after selling goods worth 50 tower coins in the past day. The other two goblins start murmuring that it was the cat that Scarum scammed, and Scarum is trembling in anger. He slams his fist into the table and loudly says that Theo couldn't have sold those items for such a high price, and he is now curious about what the cat was doing. Meanwhile, Theo has returned to the cave, and he declares his return. Sejun is shocked to see him and asks where he has been. Theo flinches as Sejun moves towards him, and he apologizes. He says that he will not go out to play on the other floors even if he sells out. He promises to return right away the next time. But it turns out that Sejun knew nothing about this. He is confused and asks Theo what he meant. For how long was he out playing? And Theo tells him that he was playing for 4 days. Sejun said that last time, Theo said that it would take him 10 days for a round trip to the 30th floor, yet he had time to play for 4 days even after selling out. Theo nervously apologizes, but Sejun is surprised by something else. He had thought that it would take a few days to sell everything, but Theo returned to the cave within 14 days, and adding the 10 days for the trip and 4 days of playing around, Sejun realizes that Theo sold out as soon as he reached the 30th floor, and then Sejun places his hand on Theo's shoulder. He makes a scary and menacing face and asks Theo to tell him the details if he does not want to see his sacrilegious side. And the cat is too terrified to do anything else. He tells everything that happened to Sejun and the rabbits, and Sejun asks if the hunters really bought everything after Theo just talked a little bit. He is in disbelief, but Theo exclaims that it was exactly as he said. He hands over the bag containing 50 tower coins to Sejun, who checks them properly. He then calls the cat merchant employee Theo and says that he worked well. Sejun also gives him his incentive, 2 tower coins. But Theo is shocked and asks Sejun if he wasn't the sales cat Theo, the resourceful. But Sejun coldly tells him that he got demoted. What kind of sales cat returns after playing around for 4 days? But then Sejun adds that if Theo works hard the next time, his position as the sales cat will be reinstated. And Sejun also says that he will raise the incentive to 5%. Theo says that he understands and promises to work hard and become a salesman. Then Sejun asks Theo why he is constantly talking with his cat accent now. And Theo says that he has decided to live this way now. He says that humans seem to like this side of him. Sejun starts laughing and says that everyone will soon know his name. Theo asks him what he means, and Sejun says that the name of the farmer is displayed on the status window of the cherry tomato, and that is why people will soon learn his name as the person who cultivated the magical cherry tomato. But these words are enough to scare Theo and make his hair stand on end. He suddenly realizes that he is in trouble. There was a system in the tower that forcibly hides the origin of goods that beginner wandering merchants sell. It was done to prevent the wealthy traveling merchants from stealing the suppliers of the beginner wandering merchants. And because Theo was still a beginner wandering merchant, Sejun's name was forcibly hidden from the status window of the cherry tomatoes. Theo thinks that Sejun will be very angry if he learns the truth. He might demote Theo from the post of an employee to an intern, and he fears that he might even become a part-timer. Theo is scared, and Sejun asks him what he was thinking. But then Theo acts up to cover his fear and says that nothing was wrong. He asks Sejun to hand him the cherry tomatoes so that he can leave to sell them right away. Sejun says that it was too soon and asks Theo to rest for a few days. He also had to receive his weekly payment. But Theo is in a hurry to go out and sell more tomatoes. He tells Sejun that he should work as everyone else is also busy. Theo rushes to the rabbit carrying harvested tomatoes and starts putting them inside his bundle, much to the rabbit's shock. The reason he was doing this was to remove the restriction on displaying the cultivator's name from the status window of the goods. And there was only one way to do that. Theo needed to achieve 1,000 tower coins and become a mid-level wandering merchant to do that. And seeing the cat so eager to work, Sejun wonders if he has started to believe in him.
This chapter starts with a scene from a large building on Earth. A group of people are gathered there and they are talking about something, and on closer inspection, it turns out that they are the adventurers of the tower. They were from the Phoenix Guild, the same group that Theo sold the magical cherry tomatoes to. One man is trying to convince his friends that he is speaking the truth and the others do not believe him and say that what he is telling them is impossible. But as they continue their conversation, their leader's phone rings. He is the leader of the Phoenix Guild, Kim Donk. He checks his smartphone and finds that he has a message from his daughter. She tells him that the effect of the cherry tomatoes he brought for her was great. All her friends were jealous of it. And now she wanted more. The girl asks her father that, won't he buy more of them for his lovely daughter? And Kim Donk has moved to tears. The man next to him asks what was wrong, and as Dong Chick sips his coffee, he tells him about his daughter. She was usually annoyed by everything because she was struggling with her diet. But today she was happy and said that she loved her dad. Dong Chick then adds that he only bought 20 pieces of the cherry tomatoes the last time and left the rest for the other team members. He did not know back then that his daughter would like them so much. If he had known that he would have bought all of them. Another man asks him if he was talking about the cherry tomatoes sold to them by the wandering cat. He wonders why the girls are so obsessed with it, but another man gives his testimony about the power of cherry tomatoes. He was having a fling with a girl and he gifted her the cherry tomatoes. Now they were dating. The other people can barely believe him, and they are quite shocked. One of them says that he also bought the cherry tomatoes and still had some of them left. And 2 others enter a bidding war for the miracle fruits. They both want him to sell the fruits to them, and one of them offers to buy each fruit for 100,000 won. But Dong Shik stops them and says that they cannot progress like this, and then he orders his men to summon the rest of his team. They are going to the 38th floor right now. Dong Shik is serious, but his underlings are confused. They think that it has not been long since their last expedition, and it was not easy to go on one again. A lot of people would complain about this decision, but that is what the boys think, and as they are saying this, the girls also come into the room and they say that they are ready to go. The boys look around and find that Jessica and other girls are raring to go. They were wearing clothes to show off their slim waists and striking poses to highlight their weight loss. One girl says that they had already prepared the tower coins to buy the cherry tomatoes. She stops herself before she can complete the sentence and says that she means they had collected coins for the expedition. Jessica also makes the same fumble when she says that they were ready for cherry tomatoes. She then corrects herself and says that they are ready to defeat the spider monsters. That is all Dong Chick needs to hear, and he issues a command to his team to follow his lead. The boys are excited to go on the expedition, and the girls are super excited for the cherry tomatoes, and as Dong Chick leads his group, he thinks that he will get those magical cherry tomatoes and become a great dad no matter what it takes. Next, we see the scene inside the tower. Theo is roaming the middle levels of the tower as he sighs about his goal. He wonders when his sales amount will reach 1,000 tower coins. He looks quite dejected and tired. Theo says that the maximum amount of cherry tomatoes that he could store in his bundle was 15. Oh, and even if he sells out completely, he would have to go back and forth more than 10 times to reach his goal. Theo decides to forget the complex things for now. At this time, his focus is to make as much money as possible, and right now he is on the 38th floor at the same spot where he met the human party the last time. Theo wonders if this was the place where the humans were gathered last time. He looks around for them, but it is the humans who find him first. They locate him and excitedly tell their comrades that they have found the wandering merchant cat. Theo is surprised and asks the man in front of him if they are looking for him. The man replies that that is true as he opens up his pouch. He says that since they had no idea when he would appear at this place again, they had been waiting for him on this floor for the past 3 days. And with that, the man asks Theo if he has the magic cherry tomatoes again. This time Theo is shocked as he hears the man's words. They had waited 3 days in the dangerous area just to buy the cherry tomatoes. The man asks Theo if the price of the cherry tomatoes was 0.05 tower coins per piece. But Theo acts smug as he tells the human to stop there. He had found the perfect chance to gain more money and he was not going to let it slip. Theo says that the price of the tomatoes had already gone up. The man is shocked as he hears about the hike in price, and the commotion attracts Dong Chick's attention. He comes forward and asks if anything is happening here. The man tells Dong Chick that the price of the magical cherry tomatoes has gone up. Dong Chick gets to business and asks about the new price, and Theo says that it's 0.07 tower coins now, but contrary to his cool and confident act, he is nervous inside. He wonders if he raised the price too much, but it turns out that his price was not a big deal. When compared to the value of his product, Vanity says that if that were the case, he would like to buy 200 fruits. He drops a pouch of tower coins in front of Theo, who is shocked. Even the other team members think that the price was justified. They say that it would be weird if such a great item was sold at a low price, and they think that if they fail to buy the cherry tomatoes this time, there is no telling when they will next come to market. With that, the people start demanding the amount of fruit they require. After a while, Theo is yet again sold out. He is glad, but he is also surprised that it was too easy. His basket is empty and in front of him are pouches full of tower coins. Some are even on the floor. Even though he had raised the price, all 15 cherry tomatoes were sold out in a flash. Theo is busy contemplating his situation. Dongsha asks him when he will appear again. Theo asks him if he would wait for him in this place again, and if that were the case, he would be back in about 10 days. Ik is pleasantly surprised to hear that answer. He says that 10 days is a perfectly reasonable time to regroup after completing a quest, and he tells Theo that they will be back to buy more cherry tomatoes after 10 days, but that commands his team to get ready. He tells them that they will now finish the spider quest and be on their way out of the tower, and his team members are also ready for the action. Theo laughs inside as he realizes that he has now found regular customers at this rate gathering. 1,000 tower coins was not so far away. He thinks that he needs to quickly become a mid-level merchant by acquiring 1,000 tower coins. Then he can uncover the name of SJ as his vendor and get back his title as the sales cat, but as he is about to leave, someone interrupts him. A group of girls is excited to talk to Theo, and they call him Mr. Cat. Theo is curious about what they want, and the girls start talking among themselves. One of them says that they look really similar, and the other one also agrees with this, but Theo interrupts them and says that his name is not Mr. Cat, it is Theo. The girl in front apologizes and introduces herself as Suha. Then Theo asks her what she meant by lookalike, and Suha replies that Theo looks like a cat. She knows. He tells her that she must be mistaken. He says that he's the only handsome cat in the world. With that, Theo turns around and says that he was busy, so he will get going, but as Suha frantically searches for something in her purse, she asks Theo to wait a minute. She takes out a long red packet from her purse, and Theo looks at it, wondering what it was. The girl asks him if he would like to eat cho, which is one of the famous Korean cat snacks. Even as Theo opens his mouth to take a bite, he asks the girl what a cho is. He says that he does not eat anything except grilled fish, but he stops before completing his sentence as he takes a bite. He's overwhelmed by the deliciousness of the snack. He takes it in his hands and cannot stop licking it as he praises it. He asks what this flavor he was eating is. Even though it smelled like fish, it had a nutty flavor and it melted in his mouth. Theo immediately finishes the packet and then asks Suha if she has more. She is holding more packets in her hand, and she tells Theo that she had different flavors with her. He excitedly asks her to give him more, but Sue laughs and says that she will give it to him if he takes a photo with her. Theo immediately agrees to her request, not even knowing what a photograph is. In return, he wants all the cha packets. The girl takes out her smartphone and tells the Theo to just look at the screen and say, "Peace." He strikes pose alongside the girl and the photo is clicked. Theo leaves happily while licking the cho packets and Suha waves goodbye to him. Her friends are surprised and they say that it was the first time they saw someone bring cat snacks inside the tower, but she asks Suha if she found Theo cuter than what everyone said. The other girl also says that it was nice to see Suha smile like that. She asks her if she would come here to see Theo the next time too. Suha smiles as she looks at the picture she clicked with Theo and she says that she will surely come again. Now we are shown the scene of Sejuin's cave. The black warrior rabbit is in the water and Sejuin is encouraging him. He was giving the black rabbit special swimming training right now. Sejuin asks the readers if they are afraid that it would be dangerous because of the piranhas, but it seems like that is not the case. Other rabbits are also watching the black rabbit from the sidelines. Sejuin tells him to relax his body and stretch the floating tube made with green onion leaves forward. The rabbit follows his instructions and Sejuin says that he's doing a nice job. He then tells us that for safety reasons, he had temporarily blocked the holes from which the piranhas came. He was in the water too, and even though he had checked the effectiveness of his block a few times, he was still nervous. The black rabbit has gotten good enough and now Sejuin wants him to practice swimming without his floating tube. Sejuin then says that this was a great development compared to the time when the black rabbit almost died by jumping in the water as he was too happy. After leveling up, Sejuin says that he was astonished because he thought the rabbit was going to be eaten by piranhas. Sejuin remembers the scene vividly. The black rabbit was floating on his belly inside the pond, and Sejuin suddenly went into panic mode as he realized that the rabbit was unconscious. The mother rabbit was so scared for her child that she fainted, but luckily the piranha did not attack him. Right now Sejuin says that just thinking about that incident makes his heart skip a beat and the black rabbit nervously laughs. He is out of that water now and his siblings are taking turns trying to learn the skill of swimming. Sejuin is also tired after playing in the water and he says that he wants to eat something sweet now. He reaches into his bag to find his stash of honey, but it turns out that his bottle is empty. Sejuin has already eaten all the honey he collected last time. Thinking about the honey, Sejuin is reminded of the poison honeybee who has not come out of her hive since she set it up inside the cave a few days ago, and Sejuin wonders if something happened, but then he sees something that shocks him. In the black warrior rabbit, there are numerous small poison honeybees around the hive and SJ can read their information window stating that they were the babies of the poison honeybee. Sejuin is surprised. It has been so long since he last checked on the honeybee, and now there were so many children around the nest. Sejuin wonders if they were all kids of the honeybee. He knew. He had not even noticed them before today. Sejuin thinks for a while and decides that since she has not seen the bee for a while and because she has kids now, he needs to congratulate her. And as Sejuin looks at his tomato fields, he says that he cannot visit her without a gift and then he takes the only gift he can afford in this place, tomato flowers. But the baby poison bees are curious when they see Sejuin approach their nest. Sjin calls out the honeybee and asks her if she could come out for a moment. He's holding a bouquet of tomato flowers in his hand, and 2 rabbits are with him. Sejuin says that he has a gift for her housewarming, but then he suddenly notices that the baby bees are looking aggressive, their eyes are glowing red, and they are angrily flying towards Sejuin. The farmer rabbits run away when they see the bees approaching them. Sejuin is shocked and the black rabbit summons his hammer to fight against them. Sejuin asks the bees what they are about to do. He tells them not to do whatever they were planning to do because they are not enemies, and as he says that someone inside the hive is listening to him, the baby bees look menacing and threatening, and the black warrior rabbit is ready to fight them. Sejun tells him not to fight the bees, but he knows that there might be no other way to save their lives. The bees are angry and they charge at Sejun. He closes his eyes in anticipation of their stings, but then the baby bees stop. Suddenly Sejun opens his eyes and sees someone he does not recognize. A large bee-like creature with a crown on her head was flying towards him. Sejun is shocked as he asks her if she was perhaps the poison honeybee he knew. A creature that looks like an anthropomorphized honeybee is surrounded by the baby bees that are indeed her children. And as she gladly replies to Sejun's question in her language, Sejun can read her information window. She was a poisonous queen, honeybee. Sejun can only stare at her with his mouth wide open. And the reaction of the black warrior rabbit is also the same. Sejun wonders if she was really the honeybee he knew. With this chapter ends.
This chapter starts with a description of poison honeybees. It was an insect-type carnivore monster found in the tower that hunted its prey using its poisonous sting. And that was all the tower manager knew about them. We see the tower manager, the black dragon, as he nervously reads a book titled Ultimate Handbook for Tower Manager. He is concerned with the situation, but there is nothing in the handbook that can help him do his job more efficiently. There was no explanation for the situation in which a poison honeybee evolved, but since it did not look dangerous, the manager decided to just keep an eye on the situation for now. He would ask for the details about poison honeybees and what to do with them from his grandfather later. And as the dragon looks into the magic crystal, showing Sejun with the honeybee, he thinks that he already has a solution if this situation turns into a problem. Meanwhile, the story in the cave starts where it ended in the last chapter. Sejun and the black warrior rabbit are stunned to see the honeybee, which now looks more like a humanoid monster. Sejun asks her if she is the cute little poison honeybee, and the bee cheerfully smiles as she affirms. Sejun cannot believe it, despite the bee's confirmation. He says that her looks have changed a lot, and the bee blushes as she thinks that Sejun is flirting with her. Then we learn how the cute little bee turned out like this. After the day she first drank nectar from Sejun's cave, the bee suddenly felt changes in her body. Every time she ate that nectar, those changes became more prominent. Her body emitted a strong scent that did not sit well with other bees, and she also gained a lot of weight. Ultimately, even the queen of her colony noticed her and got wary of her. The bee soon realized why everyone was on edge around her and why the queen was wary of her. The reason was that she had become capable of laying eggs. Although it was a surprise for her, the little bee decided to take this chance and become independent. She left her previous hive and made a hive inside Sejun's cave because that was the safest place she could think of. Once inside her new hive, the bee silently suffered from the pain of transformation. And after several rounds of transformations, she finally attained the human-like form of a queen bee. She herself was shocked at how she looked after the final transformation. Now, back to the present, Sejun congratulates the bee for becoming a queen. He says that even though the timing is a bit awkward, he has brought a gift for her, and as Sejun hands her the tomato flower bouquet, the queen bee is touched. She is so happy that she hugs Sejun and starts rubbing her cheeks with his, as was her habit. Seeing that their mother was so friendly with the human, the baby bees also decided to follow her lead. They cling to him and start cuddling with him. Sejun is initially overwhelmed but quickly adapts to the change. The baby honeybees are now friendly with the rabbits too. And as the queen bee does not leave Sejun, he says that he likes her too. A few days have passed since that incident, and it is the day of the blue moon again. But it seems to have already passed when the rabbits wake Sejun up. He is still sleepy as he asks them what's the matter. He thought that he could sleep peacefully during this blood moon, but the excited rabbits are leading him towards the farms. There, the father rabbit points towards a plant, and Sejun finds that it was a carrot, blessed with the power of the blue moon. Sejun is surprised when he sees the carrot with the energy of the blue moon. He had not expected this to happen, as the carrots were still quite small, but he thinks that it's great that he can harvest it so early now. And seeing the rabbits excitedly gathered around the special carrot, Sejun realizes that this is the reason why they disturbed his sleep and rushed him. Sejun decides to harvest the carrot and pulls it out, with the rabbits going crazy with excitement. The carrot was of a decent size, and as Sejun reads its information window, he finds that it was an agility carrot. Since it was blessed by the blue moon, the agility carrot could boost the agility stats of the consumer by 0.05 permanently. Its rank was E+, and Sejun got 70 experience points for harvesting it. His proficiency with his level 2 skill, Harvest, also increased greatly. Sejun thinks that since it was an E+ ranked crop, he got more experience than ordinary crops, and he thinks that by harvesting more high-quality crops like this, he will get 70 experience points instead of 50. And then Sejun decides to do the right thing. He says that he has no claim on the carrot and gives it to the rabbits, who are happy to receive it. Sejun thanks them for their hard work and asks them to keep helping him in the future. The rabbit family is excited to try out a rare version of their favorite delicacy, and then the sickle rabbit volunteers to cut the carrot into equal parts. Her father tosses the carrot up, and she accurately cuts it into 7 equal parts. Everyone gets one piece, and Sejun compliments the sickle rabbit's skill. She is also proud of what she just did, and her siblings clap for her. But there is one rabbit who is not happy. The black rabbit feels like he has the smallest part of the carrot. Then, Sejun harvests the cherry tomatoes blessed with the energy of the blue moon. This time, there were 5 such tomatoes. Sejun remembers that the tower manager had given him a quest to offer a blue cherry tomato, and this was the right time to fulfill that quest. The quest is completed as the manager accepts the tomato and thanks Sejun for it. Sejun says that if he was really thankful, he should give him a skill as a reward. The tower manager replies that he will think about it and give it to him in a little while. But Sejun asks the tower manager what he meant by thinking about it. But then suddenly, Sejun is disturbed by Theo's loud screams. Sejun is excited to meet the cat merchant, but he turns back to find him in trouble. Theo was surrounded by the baby poison bees, who thought of him as an intruder. They are murderous, and Theo is terrified. He asks Sejun to tell the poison bees to not attack him. Sejun thinks that Theo was not here when the poison honeybees were born, and that is why they did not know him. And as Sejun sees the typical reaction a threatened cat would show, he wonders if the bees thought of him as a threat. To clear up the confusion, Sejun picks up Theo and starts rubbing cheeks with him. He tells the bees that Theo was not an enemy, he was family. But doing that came at a price. Sejun sneezed because of Theo's fur. The baby honeybees have also accepted Theo as a friend, and they peacefully disperse. Theo thanks Sejun for saving him and calls him brother, and Sejun pulls his cheek in response, asking why he was suddenly addressing him as brother. He was just an employee, and he should not dare talk like that to his employer. They were not on the same level. Theo replies that Sejun said that they were family, but he apologizes for getting ahead of himself and also because his cheek hurts now. Sejun leaves him and then gets to business. He asks employee Theo to show him the money from the sale of cherry tomatoes so that they can get down to calculation. Theo hands him a pouch full of tower coins, and Sejun is pleased to find that it contains 75 tower coins, the full price for the 15 cherry tomatoes Theo took to sell. Sejun compliments the cat merchant for working hard, and Theo has another surprise for him. He excitedly shows Sejun another bag full of tower coins. The humans had been waiting to buy cherry tomatoes from him for some time, so he thought it was fine to increase the price. Theo increased the price by 0.02 tower coins, and they still bought the tomatoes. As Sejun checks the contents of the bag, Theo asks him if he was surprised by his performance. He knows that he did well and now wants back the position of the sales cat. But as Sejun hands him his incentive, he calls the cat employee Theo again, making him sad. Theo says that Sejun should give him another title. He had done well, so why could he not become the salesman? But Sejun tells him that he is still unqualified for that position. He tells Theo that he would have to work much harder. Theo is disheartened, and the Black Warrior Rabbit consoles him as he rants about how hard it was to become a sales cat. But Sejun is smiling to himself because he already knew that Theo sold the tomatoes at a higher price. And that was thanks to the tower manager. The tower manager had sent a message to Sejun. It was spying on Theo and informed him that the cat merchant was making more money per piece of cherry tomato. And Sejun smirks, thinking that he should give the tower manager one more blue moon fruit for such valuable intel. But then he hears slurping sounds and turns to find Theo snacking. He looks extremely happy and satisfied, and Sejun is curious. He asks him what he's eating. Theo replies that it was called a churu. Sejun is surprised and asks Theo where he got a churu from. Meanwhile, a rabbit has also taken a liking to the cat's snack. Theo tells Sejun that he got the bag full of churros from a human in exchange for taking a photo with her. He explains to Sejun about the different flavors, and his personal favorite was the salmon one. Sejun is shocked as he thinks about what Theo said. A human gave those snacks to him. There were only 2 ways to get things from outside the tower. The first was vanishing, the method using which Sejun entered the tower. The newcomers who enter the tower this way bring whatever they are carrying with them inside. Originally, they were summoned to the first floor, so the items they bring are mostly used for trade that helps them climb up the tower. The second way to bring things inside was when an awakened hunter brought something in. It was said that only 1 kilogram of outside material could be brought inside the tower, but there were no restrictions on how much stuff one could take while leaving the tower. Usually, the hunters brought along simple and necessary things like a hunter's smartphone, also called a hunter phone. It was a device that could charge using solar power, the most common natural resource in the tower, where it was always sunny. It only had some basic features, but it was a reliable item and a must-have for all hunters. Then there were things like general supplies, cigarettes, and instant foods that could be eaten while the hunters were climbing the tower, and that made bringing something unnecessary like cat snacks seem like a luxury. As Sejun thinks that a hunter brought it just to meet a cat, he gets an idea. As he gives off a wicked and twisted smile, He thinks that he is a genius. A new business idea had just crossed his mind. And as Theo looks at Sejun, smiling maniacally to himself, he does not have a good sense of foreboding. But still, he politely offers Sejun a packet of churu in case that is what he wants. With this, the chapter ends.
Sejun grins menacingly while looking at Theo. He offers him some churu. But Sejun snatches the churu from his hand, saying that he is confiscating it. Theo is shocked and pulls Sejun's shirt, asking him to return it. He says that he got the snack by taking a photo with a human, and it was his. But that is exactly what Sejun plans to use against him. Theo took a photo with someone in exchange for the snacks, and that was technically a deal he was not allowed to make. According to the contract they had signed, Theo was not allowed to have additional clients without permission from Sejun. This was a breach of Special Condition 3 of their contract. Theo is stunned. He did not even know that this condition was so strict, but getting him sad and upset was just part of Sejun's plan. He tells him not to be so upset, calling him Sales Cat Theo. Rather than that, they should talk about the new clients. Theo is confused and asks Sejun when he was given back the position of the Sales Cat. Sejun tells him that he is giving him the Sales Cat position for 1 hour right now, and if he did well in future trades, he could even become the Sales Cat for multiple hours. The cat forgets his disappointment from earlier and gladly agrees with Sejun's idea, and then begins his special treatment. Sejun picks Theo up and makes him sit in his lap, calling him Sir Sales Cat. They are sitting in front of the fire while a rabbit is fanning them. Sejun asks Theo if the warmth from the fire and wind is to his liking. The other rabbits are preparing a delicious meal of roasted fish. Sejun lets Theo lay down comfortably on his lap and says that he should enjoy his churu snacks like this. Sejun pats him as he feeds him with his own hands, and Theo thinks this was the best experience. He is ecstatic, thinking that being a sales cat comes with some amazing perks. This was the best feeling in the world for him. Sejun asks him if he enjoyed the churu, and now the sales cat wants to eat grilled fish. Sejun replies that he will bring them right away. Not only that, he was also preparing them himself. As the fish are being cooked, he asks Theo how he can go to the 38th floor so easily without encountering monsters. He replies that it is because of his wandering merchant license that he proudly displays it to Sejun. It was in the shape of a badge, and it proved he was a wandering merchant. There was an expensive annual membership fee to be paid to the Wandering Merchant Association to maintain this license. The higher one's level as a merchant, the more fees one has to pay, but the benefits also increase with the fees. Sejun is impressed, and Theo further tells him that one could use various association-protected facilities with the license. Not being attacked by monsters was just one of the privileges it granted. Monsters can recognize that they are wandering merchants and will not attack them. Sejun asks if Theo can bring the hunters to this floor using the license, but that is not possible. Theo replies that even though the monsters won't attack him, they will still attack the hunters with him. Besides, he uses an exclusive shortcut called the Merchant Passageway that is accessible only to wandering merchants. If one wants to use the shortcut to go to other floors, they must have the license. And if Theo did not have access to the Merchant Passageway, there was no way he could go to the 38th floor from here in just 5 days. Sejun is curious about this and asks what floor they are on right now, and Theo replies that this was the 99th floor. Sejun's brain takes a moment to fully process the implications of that sentence. He asks Theo to repeat, who asks him if Sejun did not know they were on the 99th floor. The shock hits Sejun now, and he is terrified. The 99th floor has to be the most dangerous place in the tower, and he was struck here. He falls to his knees, and Theo asks him what was wrong. Sejun is still reeling from the shock. He had previously thought that Theo did not meet monsters, but he went to the 38th floor using normal means. Since it took only 10 days for a round trip, he thought they were only a few levels away from the 38th floor. But just knowing that they were on the 99th floor is enough to terrify Sejun. He tries to snap out of it, convincing himself that it does not make a difference. Theo is also trying to wake him up, and he finally manages to do so by pressing Sejun's cheeks. But he was not doing it for Sejun. He was doing it because the fish that were meant for him had turned into ash. He points Sejun towards the fish he was supposed to roast. Sejun starts cooking a new batch as he thinks about his situation. The hunters had only started climbing to the 40th floor a few weeks ago. It would take years for them to reach the 99th floor, and Sejun wonders if he should just give up on leaving the tower. Theo orders him to grill the fish properly and not burn them like the last time. These were the commands of the sales cat, but Sejun is irritated and tells him that his 1 hour is over. Theo is shocked that his time as the sales cat has passed already. He thinks that it was such a shame, but Sejun was probably not even keeping track of time. But then Sejun notices the medal, or the merchant's license, and seeing it gives him some nice ideas. A group of hunters are on the lower floors. They are in a desperate condition. Many of them are wounded, and their rations are about to end. They have no potions or food left, and there are too many monsters in the wild for them to retreat while carrying their wounded friends. And as they despair that they are going to die here, someone comes to their aid. Sejun is there with Theo, and he asks the hunters if they are looking for some good items. The hunters cannot make a mistake in identifying the legendary wandering merchant and tower farmer, Park Sejun. And along with him is his mascot, the orange sales cat, Theo. They exclaim upon meeting them, and Sejun acts smug as he says that his story has reached everywhere. The hunters praise him, saying that the legends about Sejun are true. He appeared in front of the helpless hunters and saved them. They want to buy everything he has and give him all the tower coins they have. Sejun and Theo are happy to have earned a lot of money. This was what he imagined as he saw the wandering merchant's license. It was a nice dream, and Sejun asks Theo if he can also become a wandering merchant. But Theo says that he was someone from outside the tower. Only creatures born inside the tower could become wandering merchants. He asks Sejun if he did not know even that. Sejun is devastated yet again. As he shivers in rage and disappointment, Theo tells him that no matter how cool it sounds, he should give up on it. But then Sejun shouts at the top of his lungs, pulling his hair and cursing his fate. Theo and the Black Rabbit are startled as they are standing closest to him. As Sejun curses the tower, other rabbits are also shocked, as are the bees. The tower manager feels like he heard something, even though his office is far away from the cave. Sejun cools down and finds everyone staring at him. Theo is standing on the Black Rabbit's head and asks him why he was shouting like that. He scared them. Sejun sighs, thinking that nothing has changed with this knowledge. He should have prepared himself for any type of hardship the moment he entered the tower. And it would not be a good thing for him if he got angry like this. Moves on to the human world. In an office, a woman has brought 2 magical cherry tomatoes to show a man. He asks her if they were the rumored magical fruits that were recently gaining popularity among the hunters. The woman says that he was right. These were the same mysterious fruits. They belonged to her brother, who was a part of the Phoenix Guild. He had told her about his meeting with a wandering merchant, from whom he bought these tomatoes. She cannot see the information window on the fruits, but she knows that the man is a hunter and can see it. The woman is named Jenny, and she is the CEO of Easter Pharmaceuticals. The man is called Michael McLaren, and he is the vice president of the Gaggle Food Company. He laughs as he reads the description of the magical cherry tomato. He is not impressed and calls it a crappy item, asking what Jenny wants to do with it. But she asks him if Michael, who was the vice president of a company that controlled 39% of the global food market, lost his touch for business. Michael does not like her words and tells her that even though she is the CEO of the Easter Pharma Company, nothing good will come out of running her mouth carelessly. That was a warning and a threat for her not to speak nonsense. But Jenny is not intimidated by the threat. She confidently snaps her fingers and a screen opens up showing the details of the research they had done on the cherry tomatoes. It mentions that not only could the cherry tomatoes dissolve 10 grams of fat instantly upon consumption, but they could also improve one's metabolism. It could increase the basal metabolic rate by 5–10%, meaning a person would burn more calories while doing the basic life-sustaining things like breathing and digesting food. As Michael reads the report, he is stunned. It seemed too good to be true, and now he realizes what Jenny wanted to say. She then explains that they failed to extract the active compound of the magic cherry tomatoes in the lab. It was obvious since the tomato was an item from the tower, but even in such a short period of time, they were able to get some astonishing results from their research, which were already beyond their imagination. Michael reclines in his chair as he asks Jenny what her reason was to show him this information. This was a business she could monopolize on her own. But Jenny replies that she needs something from the vice president. She needs his previously unsuccessful tower farming project. Michael is shocked. He asks how Jenny knew about the project, but she just laughs as she gets up. Jenny asks Michael if he does not want to regain the trust of his father, who is the current president of Gaggle Company. The board of directors was going to choose the new chairman of the company on behalf of the current chairman, who was sick. And it seems that Jenny has eyes on that position. That is why she was willing to exchange this valuable information with Michael. She asks him what he thinks. She then asks if the cherry tomato looks appetizing to him. Michael grins as he takes the cherry tomato from her hand and then eats it. It was sweet and delicious. After saying that, he burst out laughing, and Jenny quietly watches him. But then he eats the second tomato too, because it was so delicious, and asks Jenny if she has more. She said the second piece was hers, and he ate it. If he wanted more, he should just go inside the tower and buy some himself.
Now, back in the tower, Sejun is trying to sort out some things that will make his life in the cave more comfortable. He scribbles knowing about the surroundings and daily necessities on the ground as he explains to his animal friends that since they are going to settle here, they have to fix some inconveniences they have experienced till now. And they also need to increase the number of items they need for their daily activities. Knowing the environment outside the cave is also important, and Sejun asks Theo if he saw any monsters outside. Theo replies that there was no monster near the cave, but there was one monster a little farther away. Sejun asks him what kind of monster it was, and the cat replies that it was a giant crimson bear. Sejun suddenly remembers the incident during a previous blue moon when the crimson bear almost attacked him, and he is taken aback upon knowing this. Even Theo is scared of the monster, despite being protected by his license. The crimson bear was terrifying and always glared at him as he passed through the area. And just like Sejun had expected, the area surrounding the cave was dangerous, and he could not yet think about going out. As the black rabbit and Theo play in the background, Sejun watches the queen bee pollinating the fields. Thousands of cherry tomato flowers will bloom soon, and in turn, the number of poison honeybees will also increase. Sejun plans to use this thing to his advantage. He plans to ask the poison honeybees to patrol the area around the cave's entrance and ensure that no monster can get nearby. Also, he can ask them to tie a rope he has made using onion leaves to a nearby tree outside, and using that, he can finally step outside the cave. Sejun is really happy but nervous at the same time. He tells Theo that he has a mission for him, and the cat merchant asks him what it is. Sejun butters him up before disclosing the details, saying it was an extremely important mission that only a sales cat could accomplish. He asks the sales cat Theo if he could do it, and excited by getting his title back, Theo does not even wait to hear the mission and agrees to do it. A few days later, he is back on the 38th floor, where the hunters have set camp, in order to wait for the sales cat with his magical cherry tomatoes. Theo watches them from a distance and thinks that there are many more people here compared to last time, and it seemed like they were all competing to secure their place here. But it only works out in his favor. The more buyers he has, the better for him. Theo jumps and lands in front of the hunters, startling them. As soon as he declares his arrival, the hunters leave whatever they were doing and rush towards him. They are all pleased to see the wandering cat merchant and surround him. A fat man pushes the other hunters aside and asks Theo if he has the magical cherry tomatoes. He wants to buy all of them and has a big pouch of tower coins ready. The other hunters do not take this behavior lightly and confront him for cutting the line. They say that those who were here earlier had already made arrangements regarding the purchase. But the man fights back, saying that the Phoenix Guild does not own the 38th floor and could not monopolize it. They quarrel more, and the fight is about to get physical when Theo intervenes. He asks the humans to wait and listen to what he wants to say first. Starting today, Theo declares that he is going to change his selling method. The humans are curious and ask him what method he means. Theo tells them that starting today, he is going to sell 500 pieces of cherry tomatoes to the person who pays the highest price. It was going to be done in auction style, and the hunters are stunned. Theo is confident and says that those who do not have the money should simply leave. He starts the auction at the rate at which he sold the cherry tomatoes last time, at 0.07 tower coins per cherry tomato. He starts the bids at 35 tower coins for 500 of them. This was the mission Sejun had given him. He realized that the popularity of the cherry tomato outside the tower was even greater than he imagined it would be, and it could be judged easily from the fact that humans would give Theo churu just to win his favor. Sejun has predicted that there will be some competition to secure the goods this time, and it will all work in his favor. As Sejun and the black rabbit watch the farmer rabbits harvest the cherry tomatoes, he tells his rabbit friend that since the supply was limited and the demand was very high, and would continue to rise, the best way to make money out of it would be to hold an auction. He asks the black rabbit if he does not think so, but the rabbit does not even understand what auction means. Other than the auction, Sejun has also given Theo some other missions, and using this opportunity, he was planning to confirm Theo's trading skills. With that, Sejun gets up and says that he should also get back to work, and the black rabbit is also ready to go fishing. But then suddenly, a quest window pops up in front of him. The tower manager has issued an additional quest. It wants 1 glass of the magical cherry tomato, and honey juice Sejun just drank. The reward was a job-related skill, and the penalty for refusal was a great disappointment. Sejun complains, saying that squeezing the juice out of cherry tomatoes will take some time, so he will complete this quest later as he has to do work now. But the manager insists that Sejun completes the quest immediately because there is an amazing reward waiting for him this time. The manager emphasizes a lot on the skill he has prepared for Sejun and says that he would find it very impressive. Sejun asks him if he wants to show off his quest reward or if he wants to drink the tomato honey drink. He asks the manager if they couldn't just give him the skill in advance, and the tower manager replies that Sejun has to complete the quest to get the reward. It was the rule of the place, and it could not be broken. Well, Sejun understands and asks the manager to give him a moment. Earlier, he had a sudden craving for tomato juice, so he squeezed 50 cherry tomatoes that he had freshly harvested. He mixed some honey into the juice and shared it with the rabbits. It was very delicious, and they kept whining that they wanted more. And now, Sejun goes to his storage and takes out some cherry tomatoes that he thinks will be enough for the tower manager. And then it is time for deadly juicing. Sejun uses all his strength as he crushes the tomatoes with his hands and fills up a glass with that. Then he asks the queen honeybee for her help, and she spits out a large blob of honey and throws it into the glass of juice. With a little bit of stirring with a straw, the juice is ready. Sejun takes it and offers it to the tower manager, who is really curious about the taste and is flapping its wings. Sejun is confused as he reads about the manager's wings and wonders what kind of creature it was. He does not know that the manager was the black dragon he saw on the first blue moon. And right now, it is enjoying the tomato juice, which is really sweet and tangy. It is overjoyed and praises Sejun because the juice was too delicious. And then Sejun gets his quest reward that the manager was hyping so much. He opens the reward and finds his new skill, Beekeeping Level 1. The tower registers the hive of poison honeybees in the cave as being owned by Sejun, and this is registered in his new skill. Sejun is surprised by his new beekeeping skill and checks out its details. He can use the beekeeping skill on the beehive he owns. The honeybees in the hive will not show any hostility towards him, and he can give them specific instructions. Also, the foraging range of the honeybees will increase slightly, as will their speed of collecting honey and the rate of pollination. In addition to that, the egg-laying speed of the queen bee will also increase by a small amount. Sejun is really glad to have this skill. Earlier, he was concerned if the poison honeybees would regard him as a threat if he went out of the cave and came back in. But with such skill, he can do it with ease. Sejun asks the tower manager if he is listening to his concerns. He thanks the manager, who is stumped and happy to receive Sejun's gratitude. The dragon plays around with the empty glass and straw and says that if Sejun is really so thankful, he can give it another glass of magical cherry tomato juice with honey. The happy mood of the manager is going to be ruined soon, as Sejun has a question for it. He wants to know what species is the manager, and he assumed it to be something like a winged pig based on its eating habits. Now, the manager is furious, and he shouts at Sejun through the message windows before cutting contact with him, and Sejun has no idea why he was so furious. Meanwhile, at Theo's location, the people are taken aback by the declaration of the auction. Everyone is anxious, especially Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, who thinks that if he cannot buy cherry tomatoes today, his image will worsen in the eyes of his daughter. Therefore, he is the first one to place a bid, raising the price from 35 to 41 tower coins in one go. His teammates are surprised, but he tells them that right now it was important for them to secure the goods. They can later pool money from anyone who wants the cherry tomatoes. But the fat man outbids him, and then everyone else also joins. The bidding does not stop and goes up to 60 tower coins, and now Dongshik feels that they may not have enough budget for it. Even his teammate does not have much with her, as she was only going to buy a little amount to give someone as a gift. But no one among the people gathered there is going to win the bid. A man comes out of nowhere and outbids everyone by a huge margin, declaring his intention to buy the 500 cherry tomatoes for 100 coins. He is Michael, the vice president of Gagel Food Company. No one can match his bid, and the tomatoes are sold to him. Everyone is shocked to find him there, and they murmur amongst themselves about what just happened. Dongshik recognizes Michael, who is also known as the young master of the hunters, and he wonders why he was here. But there is someone behind Michael he recognizes, a hunter named Chris who was a part of the Phoenix Guild. Dongshik asks him what he's doing here. This was supposed to be his day off. Chris stammers and apologizes, saying that his elder sister Jenny asked him to guide Michael to the place where the wandering merchant was. Dongshik knows that Chris' sister is the CEO of a big pharmaceutical company, and he thinks that now they will even have to compete against the big pharma for the cherry tomatoes. He did not think that the rumor would spread so fast. Now, there are only 2 rounds of auctions left, and he is determined to win at least one of them. And now, Theo says that he was going to start the second round of auctions. At the 38th floor, Theo starts the auction of the cherry tomatoes at the base price of 35 tower coins, and the heated bidding war ends. When Michael, the vice president of the world's largest food company, comes and buys the tomatoes for 100 tower coins, Kim Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, who is really determined to buy the magical cherry tomatoes for his daughter, is distraught and feels betrayed as he finds one of his own guild members escorting Michael here because his elder sister told him to do so. Now, Theo starts the second round of auctions for the next batch of 500 cherry tomatoes. He starts again with 35 tower coins, and Kim Dongshik, who is determined to win this batch, immediately raises a big bid of 60 tower coins. But Michael outbids him with 100 tower coins again, and Dongshik is shocked. He shakes one of his teammates, asking him if he had some tower coins to spare, and the other hunters have already given up on winning against the rich man. Theo counts twice and then declares that the bid was successful, and Michael has bought the second batch of cherry tomatoes too. And then he starts the auction for the third round, but Michael stops him, saying that there was no need for that. He would take the third batch for 100 tower coins too. He was buying all 15 cherry tomatoes for 300 coins. Their deal is made, and now Dongshik is dejected, thinking how it was impossible to fight back against a billionaire, and his teammate tells him that they should aim at the next opportunity. On the other hand, Michael's team has also loaded the tomatoes onto their backpacks and ask him what they should do now. And as he inspects some tomatoes, he is really glad that he came here in person to buy such a wonderful product. He tells his team that they are going to the first floor immediately. Meanwhile, as Theo is packing up his money, the girl who gave him churu last time and her friend approach him. He recognizes her just by that and tries to remember what her name was. And the girl named Suha is glad that the cat merchant remembered her. But after thinking for a while, Theo asks if her name was Buha, and the girl thinks that it was good enough that he even remembered her in the first place. So she decides to go along with him calling her Buha. She asks him if they could take a picture again today, and she has brought more churu to give to him. Theo is really excited to see his new favorite snack, but he controls his desires and says that he does not need churu. Instead, he wants her to give him coffee in return for taking a picture. Suha fiddles around in her bag and then takes out a packet, asking Theo if this was the coffee mix he was talking about. And that is exactly what he wanted. Then Theo asks her if, by any chance, she also had something like salt and pepper. And Suha and her friend think for a while before pooling some of their resources and giving him the salt and pepper they had. They ask if this will be enough, and he thanks them for it. This was another mission Sejun had given his merchant cat employee. He had told him to ask for things like salt, pepper, and coffee if people wanted to take pictures with him. And depending on his performance, he would let him become a salesman for an hour or two. For the sake of getting the coveted position, Theo immediately agreed, and right now, he thinks that with this, he will become a sales cat and spend good time on Sejun's lap again. He takes a lot of pictures with Suha, and she thinks that they came out well too. Theo also thanks her for the deal, and as he stretches his hand out for a handshake, Suha sees his toe beans, and she cannot stop herself from touching and pinching them. They were really soft and felt good, but Theo asks her what she is doing, and she is startled. She says that she couldn't help it because it felt so good. And she was also going to give Theo the churu in exchange for letting her touch his paws, since that was a very relaxing experience for her. Theo is surprised and asks Suha if humans really felt relaxed just by touching their feet, and she says that it was true. She flatters Theo, saying that humans don't have those soft and pretty toe beans, and they are lucky just to touch them because cats usually don't like holding hands. Theo is really shocked, as he has made another great discovery that he can use to earn more. He thinks that his toe beans are a lucky charm for him. Then, Suha's friend asks Theo if he could take a picture with her too, since she was the one who gave him the pepper earlier. He has no problem with that, and after taking the picture, he moves on to the next step. He puts his hands forward and asks the girl to touch his toes, and in exchange, he wants some reward. The girl obliges, and after touching his paws, she gives him some of her rations, including packaged food and butter, among other things. Theo is really happy and laughs loudly, while the girl thinks that he was really cute and that she should also bring churu for him next time. Theo is happy that just by letting humans touch his paws and getting rewards, he could become a sales cat for 24 hours. But then he suddenly remembers that he had another mission too, and drops the items immediately. Meanwhile, Suha is uploading the selfies she clicked with Theo on social media, and smiling to herself when he suddenly appears behind her and startles her. He calls her Churubuha and asks her what she is doing, and she asks him if he has still not left. Theo has an important question for her. He wants to know if she came from a place called the Republic of South Korea. The girl is surprised and asks him how he knows about that, and he replies that he found out because he smelled a familiar scent from her. Suha has not yet understood everything, but Theo asks her if she could help him, and she has no idea what he wants her to do. Back in Sejun's cave, the poison honeybees are collecting nectar from the cherry tomato flowers and pollinating them as Sejun watches over them. Also, they are collecting the honey they make into his water bottle. For each milliliter of honey they give him, Sejun's proficiency in the beekeeping skill goes up a little. And gradually, as the bottle is half filled, the proficiency increases, and the skill reaches level 2 from level 1. Sejun thinks that it was going well. The honeybee population was steadily increasing, and his beekeeping skill was also leveling up quite quickly along with that. Also, the queen bee was laying eggs nowadays, and Sejun had not seen her in a long time. There were also some ambiguous changes in the description of the skill of beekeeping, and he does not know if they will make any difference. But the maximum number of beehives he could own had increased from 1 to 2, and he now thinks that if he can split the beehive later, he will be able to own both of them and increase his efficiency. Also, the bottle is about to get full of honey, and he thinks that he will need another container to store it, and he would be lucky if he could get a bottle. But he can think about that later. Right now, he has a more important task to do. The carrots were ready to harvest, and Sejun picked one out of the ground and called his rabbit friends to eat it. They immediately rush to him as Sejun keeps on harvesting the agility carrots and gains 10 XP for each of them while also increasing the proficiency of his skill harvest level 2. He had only been able to harvest them yesterday for the first time. Before that, he harvested the blessed agility carrot on the day of the blue moon a few days ago. And the rabbits could not control their happiness as they saw the ripened carrots. The type of food that can be eaten and is grown in the cave has increased by 1. Now, Sejun tells them to take one each, and the rabbits are really glad. They even bow down to him, and he asks if it really was such a big thing. Then, as they are sitting around the fire and eating the carrots, Sejun looks at the information window of the agility carrot. It could increase the agility of the consumer by 0.1 points for 10 minutes, and this effect could be stacked down for up to 10 times. Other than that, it had all the health benefits of cherry tomatoes and more. It could not only burn down 10 grams of fat upon being eaten, but it could also boost the vision. And now, as Sejun eats the carrot, he thinks that since they are even more beneficial than tomatoes, the carrots will be really popular once he has enough to sell them. Sejun finishes eating quickly and then moves to harvest the remaining carrots so that they can be stored. The rabbits also help him, removing the leaves from the carrots and transporting them to the storage. And even the black rabbit helps, even though he is really not good at farming. He collapses while carrying some carrots, and Sejun asks him if he is already tired. But it turns out that he was just trying to be smart and eat the carrot while he lay down. But Sejun catches him in the act, and the father rabbit also beats him for stealing. The storage is almost full, and Sejun decides to stop harvesting the carrots for today and wrap up the job. But then suddenly, there is an influx of system messages telling him that he had gained XP from harvesting the carrots, and that now he had finally leveled up. Sejun is also surprised to learn that he has already reached level 10. He has acquired a bonus stat for leveling up, and a quest has also been issued. Sejun asks the Tower Master what the quest was this time, but the manager replies that it was not from him this time. This is a job quest that appears when a hunter reaches level 10. One must clear this quest to get the new class traits and move on to the next level. Sejun has heard about the job quests from the hunters in the real world. For normal hunters, it was often combat-related quests such as monster subjugation, but since he is a farmer, he is sure that the quest will be something different. Sejun opens the quest window and finds that it asks him to expand the cultivable area by 50 square meters. He thinks that this will be easy and gets to it almost immediately. He completes the quest and gets rewards for doing so. He has reached level 11 and acquired one bonus stat. Also, he had gained 10 tower coins and 1 job trait as rewards. Sejun is really glad that it is over because it was much more exhausting than he thought it would be. He is tired, and so are the rabbits, who have already collapsed. But at least he has a good job trait as a reward for his hard work. He can now acquire XP every time he creates 1 square meter of the crop field, and he thinks that it was a good thing he completed the quest quickly, as he can gain more experience now. And after eating and planting the carrot roots, the field has increased more than he thought it would. Sejun is too exhausted to do anything else for the day, and he tells his rabbit friends that they should also sleep and finish their jobs tomorrow. As he goes to his spot, the rabbits are also heading back to their burrow. But then their parents stop them from coming inside. They tell them that they cannot come in and slam the door in their faces. The rabbits are sad and shocked. 2 of them bang on the door, while another one just sits there and cries. Sejun also comes to them after hearing their voices and realizes that they have been kicked out of the house. But they were full-grown adults now, so it was time for them to be independent anyway. The rabbits are not really cheered up by what he said, and Sejun says that it is too late to create new burrows right now, so for today, they should just sleep with him. The rabbits cheer up a bit and agree to his plan, and now Sejun sleeps on his bed with his rabbit friends all over him. He laughs, saying that this was also good sometimes. It felt soft and warm. On the other hand, at Theo's location, Dongshik is really stressed that his daughter will nag at him for not being able to buy any cherry tomatoes this time. But then suddenly Suha comes there with Theo, and he is quite surprised to see that the cat merchant has not yet gone back. She says that the cat has something to say to him, and Theo asks Dongshik if he was the leader of the people who came from South Korea. Dongshik says that it was true, but he wants to know why the cat asked him this. And then Theo asks him if he would like to make a contract with him. Now, as Theo asks Dongshik if he would like to sign a contract with him, he hands the confused hunter a piece of paper with the details of their contract mentioned on it. Dongshik reads the contents of the contract, and it states that he must give 50 million won to the family of Mr. Park Sejun, who lives in the Sosa district of Bucheon City. Theo adds that they also have to tell Sejun's parents that he is doing well. For their part of the contract, they would be paying the hunters 50 tower coins, and the better reward is 200 magical cherry tomatoes that Theo hid during the auction. As he puts a basket of cherry tomatoes in front of Dongshik, the latter is stunned and cannot believe what he is seeing. He thinks that with this amount of cherry tomatoes, He will surely win his daughter's heart, and she will call him the best dad ever. He is lost in the imagination of a happy future and then asks Theo about Sejun. The hunter assumes that since it was a message for his family, Sejun was a hunter who could not currently get out of the tower. Theo hesitates to give him an answer because Sejun has forbidden him to. He wanted the cat to keep his being on the 99th floor a secret, and now, as Theo thinks for a while, he comes up with a good cover story. He tells Dongshik that Sejun saved his life on the 40th floor, so he was just doing some errands for him. Even this story is not really helpful in keeping a low profile, and Dongshik is shocked as he hears about someone being on the 40th floor. No one has yet officially reached the 40th floor, and he asks Theo if the person named Park Sejun was the one who discovered these magical cherry tomatoes. But Theo replies that he could not tell him anything more than this. After all, Sejun was a great man, and he had many secrets. Dongshik can only think about a person being alone on the 40th floor. Even if he made a team using only the elite members of their guild, it would be difficult for them to cross the 39th floor, and he has not heard about any hunter who got that far in the official records. Dongshik thinks that Sejun must be a solo hunter who is not affiliated with any guild, and that is why not much is known about him. But it also means that he was remarkably talented and strong. And now he thinks that this was a great opportunity. With this contract as an excuse, Dongshik feels he might stay in touch with Sejun. And if things go well, they may even be able to recruit him into his guild. Not only that, they may also be able to monopolize the distribution of cherry tomatoes, which are surely going to be harder to obtain in the future. Thinking about all this, Dongshik tells Theo that they should enter into a contract. Both of them sign the contract, and it is finalized. Dongshik says that the deals signed inside the tower were valid even when one was outside. But to deliver more accurate information, he would like to meet the cat merchant after 10 days. He also tells the cat to notify Sejun on his behalf that Kim Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, will take responsibility for delivering the news to his parents. At Sejun's cave, the young rabbits who were kicked out of their house have started making new homes for themselves. And as the black rabbit pulls him towards the newly created homes, Sejun finds that they are already complete. He is amazed by the houses they have made that look much better than their initial house, and the rabbits are also quite proud. He compliments them, saying that the roof was made of green onion leaves and the walls looked quite solid too. He thinks that the shovel rabbit and the sickle rabbit must have worked the hardest for this, and both of them are quite happy about their accomplishments. Also, they have made a small room to rest in between work hours, and Sejun wishes that he also had something like that. With that, he again compliments the rabbits and pats their heads. Then he declares that they should have a housewarming party, and the rabbits are all excited. It had been a few days since the young rabbits moved out of their parents' house, and now they had made their own while the couple rabbits were still clinging to each other. As they sit to eat a celebration feast, Sejun raises a toast for the rabbits who have worked so hard. He is drinking the cherry tomato and honey juice in his tumbler, and the rabbits have made small glasses for themselves using hollowed carrots. Sejun pours the juice on the black rabbit, thanking him for always supplying them with such excellent quality fish, and he is quite pleased. Then he compliments the rabbits in general, saying that they are quite smart to think of using hollowed carrots as glasses. Though it was a little small for Sejun, it was still fun since he could eat the cup after finishing the drink. But then he notices the rabbit couple getting quite flirty with each other, and as he stares at them, Sejun says this is quite suspicious. He thinks of the reason they made their children leave and then comes to a conclusion and tells the rabbits that they are soon going to have more siblings. But they don't understand what he wants to tell them. But then suddenly, a system window opens up in front of him, and it informs him that the seed store has opened. Sejun is happy as he finds that today was the due date for the seed that he forgot about, and he excitedly opens the store, wondering what he can buy this time. He has the option to buy 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 tower coins, 100 potato seeds for 5 tower coins, and 1,000 lettuce seeds for 0.1 tower coins. And the thing that excites him the most is lettuce, since he really wants to have some roasted meat wrapped in lettuce leaves. But then he realizes that fish won't cut it and he has no other meat, so he decides to skip lettuce. With that elimination, only strawberries and potatoes are left, and both are also good options. He has enough money to buy anything he wants but can only buy one, so he is really confused. But then he decides to go with potatoes since they are not only a great source of carbohydrates but also quite versatile. Sejun selects the option to buy the 100 potato seeds, and 5 tower coins are deducted from his account. And then, a big sack of potatoes falls from the sky, and Sejun is taken back because he was expecting it to be another small bag. He barely dodges the potato sack that was about to crush him and says that he was quite scared for a moment there. The rabbits are also shocked, and the husband rabbit is especially furious since his wife was scared. Sejun apologizes, and then he picks up a potato to see its quality, and thinks that it looks really delicious. He plans to plant it right away so he can harvest it quickly and cook it in different ways. He is really excited to boil and steam them and even make potato pancakes, and the rabbits also start drooling along with him. But then Sejun says that they should take rest today, and tomorrow they will plant all the tomatoes. The rabbits are also glad to get an early break, and then Sejun wonders if Theo is doing alright too. He thinks that the cat merchant must have completed the errands he told him to do by now, and Theo is just doing the last of the tasks Sejun assigned him. He is in the Central Merchants District, which is like a well-established market town with a huge population and big buildings. All kinds of creatures peacefully live there and do their jobs without feeling any danger. And in one shop, Theo is buying the things Sejun had asked him to. He has already purchased blankets and pillows, and is now looking for ladles, spoons, and bowls. And as he rummages through the items on sale, he finds a decent frying pan and a pot. He asks the shopkeeper, a dog merchant, about their price, and he tells the cat to give him 1.6 tower coins in total. Theo does not waste a moment and asks him for a discount, and the shopkeeper laughs, saying that he was quite straightforward. He then asks Theo if he is new around here, and then offers to give him a small discount and charge only 1.5 tower coins. But the cat merchant is not satisfied, and he asks for more discounts, and the shopkeeper is shocked and replies that he would not be able to make a profit in that case. He says that he can't give any more discounts, and Theo says that it's fine. He would buy these items from some other shop in that case. He tosses the items to the shopkeeper and turns around. The dog merchant asks him to stop, saying that he couldn't leave like that. He is already nervous, but then Theo replies that since he could not offer him any discount, he couldn't buy things from him. The shopkeeper admits his defeat and says that he is willing to sell the items for 1.3 tower coins. But Theo gives him his price, 1.2 tower coins, or he would simply leave. The shopkeeper takes the deal, saying that he cannot go any further. The cat places the coins on a nearby barrel and thanks the shopkeeper as he walks away with the things he just bought. The shopkeeper is also amazed by his skill. Initially he took him for a beginner, but it seems that the cat was a master. But then he notices that the coins were wet and that a paw print was left on the barrel itself, and he wonders what it was. It was Theo's sweat, as he was too nervous while negotiating. He is panting now that he is away from the shopkeeper, and then he exclaims that he finally did it. He shouts that he finally bought something without being an idiot, and the other people on the road stare at him. And this was thanks to Sejun, who gave Theo a detailed lecture on how to not be a stupid customer. In the cave, he had told the cat 3 golden rules to get a good deal. First, no matter what price the shopkeeper offers you, always ask for a discount. Second, if they refuse to give you a discount, just leave. And third, if the shopkeeper stops you, get a discount 3 times. Sejun told Theo to remember just these 3 rules and he would not be fooled. And it really worked as he said. Theo smugly laughs to himself as he says that now he is a wandering merchant who knows how to get a discount. But then, as he reaches a corner, he hears some familiar words. Someone was trying to sell some items from outside the tower, and as Theo looks towards the merchant, he is shocked to see a familiar face. It was Scarum, the goblin merchant, who scammed him on his first day as a traveling merchant. And right now, he was trying to do the same with another newbie with the same tactics. He tells them that this was a secret he was revealing so that more newbie merchants would become high-level merchants. And the beginner merchants seemed to be convinced by his words. And Theo is furious upon finding out the scammer is in action once again. On the way back, he finds a new wandering merchant being fooled by Scarum, the goblin who scammed him on the first day. Theo is furious, and he decides that he cannot let the evil goblin get away with this. He will not let other newcomers be harmed. He pulls up his invisible sleeves and shouts at Scarum, who is startled as he hears his voice. Theo says that he finally found him, and as he walks angrily towards Scarum, he is fearful of what is going to happen now. But he needs to keep up an act in front of his new target while also pacifying Theo, so he acts friendly with him, asking him where he has been for so long. He asks him if the items he gave them were quite good, and Theo just pushes him aside, saying that how dare he pretend to be close to him. Then the cat merchant turns to the newbie who was going to be scammed and tells her not to trust the goblin. He calls him a fraud, and now Scarum panics, asking him why he was saying such things. He adds that he gave him those wonderful items at a very low price because he pitied his situation, and that is why he was so successful. But now he was trying to harm the person who once helped him the most. Theo is angry now and tells him to stop acting like a good merchant. He turns to the newbie and asks her if the goblin was selling her that tumbler by saying that it has conservation magic. And before he even gets an answer, he explains what Sejun had told him. The tumbler cut off contact with the outside world and kept things warm or cold by preventing the flow of heat. He says that there is no magic in those items, and everything Scarum sells is trash. Scarum is sweating now, and he wonders where Theo learned all that from. He tries to pacify the cat merchant, saying that it must have been a misunderstanding and he must have made a mistake about the product, so he wants to talk with him peacefully. But Theo has already spotted the guard dogs, and he calls them over, saying that the goblin was trying to trick an innocent newcomer. Scarum has given up on acting like a nice guy, and he runs, telling Theo that he will definitely get his revenge for this. After that, the cat merchant is a little satisfied, and he tells the newcomer not to believe what people are saying so recklessly. She thanks him for helping her so much and asks his name, and Theo proudly tells her his name. She thanks him again, and he leaves, telling her to be more careful and not be fooled by anyone. But under the hood of the newcomer merchant is a clever fox, and it seems she is hiding something from the cat. As soon as Theo is out of her sight, she says that the mission was complete and asks her underlings to come out of their hiding places. A bunch of dog policemen come out of hiding and kneel before her, and the fox asks them what is happening. She had told them to get rid of anyone who could pose a threat to their mission. And despite that, a cat merchant came here. One of the dog officers nervously apologizes, saying that their agents had been guarding the nearby 100-meter area as planned. But they have no idea how the wandering merchant was able to enter. The fox puts a security officer cap on her head, and it turns out that she is Zerath, an agent of the Secret Investigation Bureau of the Wandering Merchant Association. She is disappointed by this failure, which was largely because her team did not do their work properly. They had been planning an operation to arrest Scarum for the last few months, and when they finally got so close, it all went into the bin with the input of the cat. She tells her team that they should return to their headquarters now, and there, all of them should write 100 letters of apology to reflect on their mistake today. Zerath is furious and serious as she says this, and her team knows that she is not just messing around. They are scared as she walks away, thinking about how they had been receiving a lot of complaints about a fraud merchant in the Wandering Merchant Association, and after a long time they were able to track down Scarum's movements. He was the only one who knew how to find items that belonged on the outside of the tower, and they were not even sure if he got them from illegal routes. Zerath knew that it would be very hard to catch him in action, but she was able to make initial contact with him by posing as a beginner merchant and willfully walking into his trap. And before she could arrest him on the spot, Theo interrupted them. Zerath thinks that they will have to revise their strategy, but she is also curious about Theo now, and since he is not on good terms with Scarum, she decides to look into his story. And unaware of all the trouble he has caused, Theo is just happily eating his fried fish as he goes back to the cave to report to Sejun. In the cave, Sejun is instructing the sickle rabbit on how to cut a potato efficiently so that it is more useful as a seed. She does it as she is told and cuts it into 4 even parts, and then Sejun moves on to the next step. After gently wetting the soil with the help of the father rabbit and his watering can, he puts the cut section of the potato there. Sejun asks him if he is not curious about his strange technique of planting 400 potato plants with only 100 potatoes, and then goes on to boast that he learned it from a YouTube video. And now he thinks that something he saw without much interest is helping him so much. He receives the experience points by planting the potatoes and expanding his field, and for every 33 square meters, he gets 10 XP. It is not much, but it was still additional income. The potato sowing is done, and Sejun thinks that he should now harvest some sweet potatoes. The rabbits are also excited, and he says that they have not tasted sweet potatoes since the rabbits were little babies. And before he gets to harvesting, he asks the young rabbits if they know what they have to do. They are confused, and Sejun tells them that he was talking about the sweet potato sprouts that would be used to plant more of them. They had to remove the wines first, and he tells the baby rabbits to be careful with the sprouts, and they are dejected because they plan to snack on them along the way. But the black rabbit says something to them, and they cheer up. He says that in the past, when Sejun got the notification about receiving experience from sowing the sprouts, he decided to do it by himself, and he suggests that this time, too, he would do it on his own. The farmer rabbits start laughing at this, but Sejun seems to have caught on to their plan. He startles them when he says that they must think planting sweet potatoes was only his work, but this time he has decided not to do it all by himself. He says that farming is all about timing, and he cannot ruin that just to increase the proficiency of his sewing skill. And the rabbits are disheartened as they realize they will also have to work. The rabbits are hard at work. The mother rabbit and the sickle rabbit are cutting the grapes, and the cart rabbit is carrying them away. The black warrior rabbit is also trying his best to help, while the other rabbits are preparing the soil for the next round of planting. Thanks to their help, Sejun creates a 500 square meter field of sweet potatoes rather quickly, and he is quite tired. He has received experience by expanding the planting area even though he took the help of the rabbits, and he thinks that this was good even though he could not get the whole XP he would get by doing it alone. He has leveled up and received a bonus stat. But then the parent rabbits start singing, and their children join them. They get in line, shake their tails while singing, and start circling Sejun. He is confused and wonders what they are doing, and the tower manager gives him some answers. The rabbits were hoping for a full harvest of sweet potatoes, and that is why they were doing the cheering dance of abundance dedicated to the tower farmers. And the tower manager was also cheering up Sejun, shouting roasted sweet potatoes from his office. Sejun thanks them and says that now they should work together and pick up the sweet potatoes. But as he uncovers the first sweet potato, He is stunned to find a bright golden light coming from the ground. Everyone is shocked and overwhelmed by the light, and Sejun finds that it is coming from a huge golden sweet potato. He reads its information window and finds that it was called the sweet potato pumpkin of the sun, a mutant sweet potato that absorbs the sunlight at the tower's highest floor and is thus imbued with the sun's energy. When consumed, it burns down 100 grams of body fat instantly and grants full resilience against cold for 24 hours. Its rank was still E, and its shelf life was also only 30 days, but this was a rare crop. And the tower manager sends him a message that Sejun has reached the achievement of spawning a new breed in the tower. And Sejun cannot believe that he just obtained a new breed of food crop. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a black car stops in front of a building, and from there comes Kim Dongshik. He is carrying a gift, and as he looks at the building, he thinks that he has come to the right place. Sejun and the rabbits can only stare with awe at the new variety he just discovered, and he looks at a list of messages from the system about his achievement. While the job XP and harvest skill proficiency increase only by the previous amount, the real benefit is the exclusive right to cultivate the new variety. No one in the tower could cultivate the sweet potato pumpkin of the sun without his permission, and Sejun is amazed. He realizes that only he can grow and have this sweet potato. Even if he harvests it in bulk and gives it to anyone else, they cannot grow it without his permission, and he can earn profits from it forever. So he does not waste any time and plants the new variety back in the soil again. Sejun admits that he really wanted to see what it tasted like. But at this point, the best decision was to plant it and harvest it later. After he is done with that, Sejun exclaims that it is time to harvest some regular sweet potatoes, and the rabbits are as excited as he is. Everyone works together, and they get a good yield of sweet potatoes, which they include in their dinner for the night alongside fish. After the sweet potatoes covered in onion leaves are roasted enough, Sejun pokes them with a pointed stick to see if they are cooked to the center, and then he and the rabbits blew air on the sweet potato, hoping to cool it quickly. As Sejun breaks it, he says that it was something to die for, and the rabbits are already drooling. Everyone gets their share, and they enjoy it, but the husband rabbit is too impatient and almost chokes on it, while his wife comforts him. Then Sejun gets a message from the tower manager, who was waiting for his turn while wiping saliva off his mouth. Sejun thanks the manager for letting the rabbits eat first and then gifts 10 sweet potatoes to them. The manager is grateful and says that he will thoroughly enjoy himself. After that, Sejun asks the sickle rabbit if she is done eating and could she help him, and she gets ready to work. Inside his office, the tower manager is enjoying the sweet potatoes one at a time because they are smaller than his bite size. But he has eaten all of them and now craves more. As the tower manager tries to ask for more sweet potatoes, he sees Sejun doing something strange through the crystal ball. With the help of a sickle rabbit, he had made long French fries like slices of the sweet potatoes and was drying them over onion leaves. He says that after drying them completely on one side, they should turn them over to the other side, and he asks the sickle rabbit to cut one more sweet potato. She does that quickly and effortlessly, and Sejun praises her for the even sizes of the pieces, and she is quite proud. The tower manager sends him a message, saying that he is very furious that Sejun is throwing away delicious sweet potatoes. But he calmly replies that he was not throwing them away but drying them to make something even more delicious later. The manager is curious and asks him what he is making, and Sejun asks him in return if he has ever heard about the dried sweet potato.
This chapter starts with the scene of cave, where Sejun is soaking some carrots in the water. After that he is planting them. With this the planting of carrot tops has completed. Now he explains the processes of planting them. At first soak the carrots top leftover from the rabbit's daily food in the water for several days. When the leaves grow to a certain extent, cover it with soil until the root part and sow it into the ground. Because the roots has been eaten don't grow back, when the flowers grow in the upper part, the seeds are collected. As he was explaining to one of the baby rabbit, he says that is what he like about farming. Working hard gives him the feeling of being rewarded with unexpected gains that build up over time. Suddenly a status window popped up saying the tower manager is asking if the dried sweet potatoes are ready. Sejun replies that he was going to check on that anyway. He noticed that sweet potatoes were dried up really well. He asked rabbits that if he should try that. Both rabbits are drawling as it seems to really delicious to them. Sejun takes a bite of dried sweet potato. He and both rabbits are mesmerized by its savory taste. The sufficiently dried crust perfectly holds moisture and sweetness underneath. No one can resist this soft, chewy, and addicting texture. As Sejun was gathering all the sweet dried potatoes in a bowl, he tells that he is so excited and he will dry some more and eat that whenever he is bored. A status window poked up stating that the tower manager is asking if Sejun have forgotten something. Tower manager wants Sejun to complete the quest and send dried sweet potatoes to him. But Sejun thinks something and tells to wait tower manager for a moment, because he doesn't feel appropriate to send tower manager food in a scallion bowl every time. He has a better idea. But tower manager doesn't care about such formalities and eager to get the food that was prepared by Sejun. But Sejun replies that it won't take that much time. After a while he presents a nicely packed sweet dried potato and asks tower manager if it is pretty. He also mentioned that he used to packaging work as a side hustle, and this is the first time eating dried sweet potatoes for tower manager. So it will be good if he eat it pretty. And this packing can preserve for a long time because the moisture will be sealed inside the bag. Sejun notices that Tower Master has no reaction. He wonders if Tower Master is not gonna take that. But Tower Master receives it quickly and thanks Sejun. Seeing no reaction from Tower Master, Sejun was a bit disappointed. But what Sejun don't know is that Tower Manager really likes what Sejun prepare for him, as his hand is even shaking when he is holding the pack of dried sweet potatoes. Because it is too cute for him to resist, and he can't eat something so cute. His reaction was overwhelming. In the cave, Sejun was talking to himself. He dried 40 roasted potatoes but wonder why they disappeared in a single day. Beside him all the baby rabbits are eating dried sweet potatoes filling their mouth. Suddenly honeybee queen comes to Sejun and gives him corn pollen bundle. Sejun wonders why she give this to him, as he remembers that there is also a corn field that he haven't paying any attention at all. But they have already grown and even bloomed flowers. There is no honey in corn, and this is why worker bees collect pollen instead of honey. People eat pollen as a health supplement and Sejun is wondering if he should try it or not. Honeybee queen encourages him to eat. Sejun takes one of them. Its taste slightly bitter but sweet like a candy. He thanks Queen Bee for giving him such an amazing treat. After Queen Bee commands Worker Bee, they started to gather a lot of pollen candy on Sejun's hand. As he was telling Queen Bee that there are so many of them and he can't eat this because they are so precious, Theo jumps in the cave and shouts that he is back. When he was in the mid-air he notices Queen Honey Bee and shocked. He quickly turns on his special cat defense mode saying that he is so scared of Queen Bee. But Sejun relieves him and says not to worry about her because they are all on the same side. As a token of friendship Queen Bee offers some pollen candy to Theo. But Theo is still in defense mode and sniff on pollen candy because he is still suspicious of Queen Bee as he can't forget the horror of their first meeting. Pollen is made of fiber which makes Theo sneeze. He jumps on Sejun and pulls his cloths with sharp nails. Sejun tells him not to pull his cloths, they are the only sets of cloths he have right now. Then Sejun asks sales cat Theo if he had completed all the tasks he was assigned. Theo replies that they had done all the mission and even sold out all cherry tomatoes. Sejun asks him if Theo completed the mission to convey the news to his family. Theo shows Sejun the contract between his and Hunter Dongshok. Sejun was relieved to see that the contract quest completed, which means his family got 50 million won. Theo tells him to rest assured cause the tower contracts are ironical. Sejun compliments Theo saying that he is so dependable. He starts to remember about his mom, dad and his little brother Seedal. He was thinking that he could never meet with his parents. His parents could never imagine that he is in tower farmer, farming with rabbits even in their dreams. Sejun was wondering about what their face would look like when they will know his job is tower farmer. His younger brother will definitely make fun of him. Being annoying is his speciality. About his dad, he has a hobby of growing flower. When Sejun meets his father next time, he will ask about their nutrients and some tips about farming. As for his mom, she always served a full table along with kimachi stew. He was missing his family. But Black Rabbit don't want Sejun to be sad, so he comes to comfort Sejun along with Queen Bee and other rabbits. Sejun becomes so happy to see them comforting him. He pets Black Rabbit and Theo saying they are also his family. Theo wants some extra compliment. Sejun told him that he is Sejun's one and only competent employee. Now Theo gives Sejun the instruments he brought and tower coins. He used 50 tower coin for the contract fee and 14.2 tower coins for the errand guy. He still have 208.8 tower coins left. Sejun is shocked by seeing so many tower coin. Theo says doing business like he said increased their prices. Now he drops all the cooking instruments brought from market. It's been 6 months since Sejun is in tower, and he was happy to see those after a long time. In the meantime, one rabbit is playing with cloths and another one is using frying pan as a helmet. Sejun checks their stats. This are all made in tower and has its own item mark. But the manufacturer is undisclosed. He don't know why, then he notices there is a short dagger. When he checks its description, he sees only question marks. He asks sales cat Theo where did he get them. Theo was playing with one of the baby rabbits and tells he heard the blacksmith's lottery corner sells things at a cheap price, so he just chose what he thought was good. Sejun was wondering if he should use since he meets the usage condition. Tower manager tells him not to use unappraised items since it could bring harm to its user. But he can appraise item if Sejun give him dried sweet potatoes as a price. Sejun was angry but ended up giving short dagger for appraisal. After a moment he got his dagger back. When he read the description, he was so shocked, cause it's a named weapon. Basic named equipments start with a basic price of 100 million won outside of the tower, cause it's so rare and precious. This is why it's called named equipment. Sejun is surprised and can't believe that Theo got a named weapon from a normal lottery corner. While Theo is bragging about his journey to a baby rabbit. Sejun though Theo was a naive pushover, but now he know that Theo has an awesome luck and talent. At that time outside of the cave in a nearby jungle there is a baby red bear in the bush finding something. With this the chapter ends.
This chapter starts with the scene of cave, where Theo and a white rabbit are licking churro. Theo is complimenting the taste of churro. On the other side Sejun is using short dagger, which is picked by Theo. He looks at the giant scallion field and shows off his amazing dagger skills. Slashing the plants with high precision, in a way where only the stalks is left. Then he asked Farmer Rabbit how was his dagger skill, he thinks he is pretty good at this. All the baby white rabbits claps for his incredible demonstration and Black Rabbit whistles to cheer him up. Theo turns and asks Sejun if he liked the short dagger. Not only Sejun liked the short dagger, he is impressed that Theo brought this amazing thing to him. But Theo got angry cause Sejun called him only Theo, when he promised to make Theo a sales cat 1 hour ago. Sejun pets Theo's head and called him sales cat Theo and compliments him that he did an amazing job. But Theo got cocky and remind him that he will let Sejun go for this time only and warns him not to do the same mistake again. In the meantime Theo's paws touches Sejun's hand. Sejun notices that Theo has a really golden paws. Suddenly he feels that Theo is so cute. As he continues to touches Theo's paws, Theo becomes cautious and asks what Sejun is doing. Sejun replies honestly and compliments about his paws. Now Sejun starts to provide Theo the treatment befitting for sales cat and gives him some churro. Black Rabbit becomes a little sad cause he don't get this type of treatment. But Theo was in his own world, thinking that Park Sejun is still a human, and all humans bow their knees for his paw. His paws are so lucky. Theo tells Sejun that it's obvious to treat him well and hurries him. Seeing his attitude Sejun feels a little fishy. When Theo was about to act all bossy again Sejun picks up Theo from his lap, drops him on the ground and tells him that 1 hour sales cat treatment is over which makes Black Rabbit happy. Theo is confused. He complains to Sejun that it's too fast and he wants to be a sales cat a little longer and begs to make it a longer. But Sejun strongly refuses. This time Theo don't want to give up and use his special move to be a sales cat for longer. He searches his bag, brings out a lot of seasoning, pepper and salt packets. Sejun is so shocked that starts to shake while looking at those with his greedy eyes. Theo proudly says that he got all this at a price of taking pictures with hunters as it's a very hard and tiring work to take pictures. Sejun picks up salt and tastes it. He is so happy to get all this. Then again he picks up a bottle of pepper. The pungency of pepper and the richness of seasoning makes him so happy, he haven't tasted in a few days. Theo is expecting that now Sejun will make him sales cat for 2 hours and give him special treatment. But Sejun surprises Theo telling him that he will make Theo sales cat for 24 hours. He grabs Theo and starts to spinning in joy. While Sickle Rabbit joins them, Fatty Rabbit tastes some salt on his carrot and continues to eat. Next day in the cave, Sejun is sprinkling salt on the grilled seasoned fish. He is making fish kebab with onion leaves. Delicious smell of fish kebab spreads all over the cave, which makes all the rabbits wake up from sleep. Fatty Rabbit was the first one to come and ask Sejun if he has prepared any food for them. Sejun tells everyone to take a seat and presents a feast of grilled seasoned fish, grilled cherry tomato, dried sweet potato and so on. Sejun uses salt and pepper differently in case they don't like both and tells them to pick up which tastes good to them. Fatty Rabbit takes 2 sticks of fish kebab. Sejun notices that most of the white rabbit finds pepper too spicy and they are having a hard time. While Fatty Rabbit doesn't care and already finished both kebab he picked up. But to Black Rabbit likes pepper seasoned fish kebab and he is quite happy about that. Then Sejun turns his eyes on Theo. Sales cat Theo is still sleeping in the scallion bed. Sejun wakes up Theo and offer him fish kebab. Sejun told him that he add some salt and pepper to make it more delicious. Theo is shocked, he can't take this crap. He likes plain grilled fish with no seasoning. He thinks that Sejun is playing a joke on the divine fish by adding extra salt and pepper. Then Sejun let Theo sit on his lap and give him a normal grilled fish and tells that Theo is missing the greatness of seasoning. While Theo doesn't care and keeps enjoying his grilled fish. The cherry tomatoes are ready to harvest. After breakfast, Sejun and other farmer rabbit starts to working in the farm. Sejun harvests cherry tomatoes with his new short dagger. Suddenly status window popped up. Sejun's job XP and proficiency of harvest has increased a bit. Keynes' training short dagger isn't only for battle but all skill proficiency that uses this short dagger increases 5% faster. As it is B ranked, item Sejun have to work hard to increase proficiency. Sejun passed the cherry tomatoes to Theo. He saw that Theo is frowning and upset. Theo says why does he have to work so hard, he is the great sales cat now. In return Sejun reminds him that Sejun is chairman. If chairman can work then why not sales cat, and also, chairman is a higher position than sales cat. He hurries Theo and tell him to get ready. Theo thanks him and he is happy because he learned something new today. He promises that he will work harder. Theo's inner demon wakes up thinking that once he become chairman, he will monopolize Park Sejun's hands and knees. Then he buys Sejun and leave the cave. Sejun reminds him to stop by the smithy and bring whatever he likes. Sejun continues to work. He notices cherry tomatoes become D-rank crop, breaking down fat, increasing mana and even the self-life, all of them almost doubled. Not only that, they also become much tastier. All the plant he touched grew up as D-rank because he is D-rank tower farmer. He regrets that if Theo had left later, he could have sold D-rank cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, at the 100th floor cute black dragon is in an even bigger dark room full of gold and treasures. In the middle of it there's a statue that shines like a star, that represents the beauty and glory of the black dragon, made entirely of ice fragments of Blue Penguin Kingdom, and made by the Kaiser Furtani. Tower manager breaks it with a swing of his paw. He has a fierce look while doing that. He replaced this special spot for something even better, a cute gift package full of dried sweet potatoes. This room is casted in a permanent preservation magic spell. The gift will remain intact forever. It's a very important item to him since it was given by Sejun. But the dragon has more important things to do. He takes the crystal ball to see what Sejun is doing. He is relaxing and taking a nap, unaware of dangerous things surrounding him. The great black dragon Aileen scouts the area. Notices something dangerous is coming towards Sejun. Sejun awakes with the warnings full of despair from the tower manager. He sees someone out of the cave peeking at them. Sejun is surprised seeing a monster. Tower manager warns the monster to go away, which startled him. Monster loses his balance and fall from the high ground. Sejun runs for the rescue and is able to save the little red thing. That's how Park Sejun ended with a baby crimson giant bear in his arm.
Sejun is shocked as he holds the baby giant crimson bear in his arms, and he wonders if it was the child of the monster who once attacked the cave on a blue moon night. The giant crimson bear was truly humongous and ferocious, and compared to it, its baby looked really small and cute. Sejun is a bit unsure about what to do with the bear cub, who looks quite innocent, but then the tower manager asks him why he caught it. He replies that how could he not catch the baby from falling because it would be quite dangerous for him otherwise. The manager asks Sejun to quickly send the bear out of the cave and says that his mother must be nearby and looking for him, but he does not plan to send away the baby bear immediately, as he sets him on the ground and says that even if he sends him away right now, he will feel bad because the bear is too small. He thinks that it will be better for them to wait for their mother to come back and take him, and the baby bear is excited to see friends of his size for the first time and runs towards them. The tower manager warns Sejun that the crimson bear is a gluttonous monster and he will eat all the food in the cave, and he thinks that the tower manager was just overreacting and says that it was just a small baby. The baby bear tries to be friends with the black rabbit and feels happy when the latter pats his head. He is playing around with the rabbits when he spots the poison honeybees and their queen, and he tries chasing them too. But the honeybees are furious, and as they stare at the baby bear and chase him, he is afraid and runs straight to Sejun for protection. He clings to his feet, and Sejun comforts the bear and then tells the bees that the new guest was not an enemy. He tells the bear that the bees acted so aggressively because he suddenly attacked them, and he tells him not to cry. Then he asks him if he rushed towards them because he smelled something nice from them, and the baby bear can only cry. Seeing him looking so pitiful, Sejun asks the queen bee a favor, and while she does not want to do it, she does it for Sejun with a sigh. She gives the baby bear honey, and Sejun tells him to try it out. The little bear is happy to taste the honey, and as the glutton rabbit pats his head and other rabbits surround him, Sejun says that he knew the bear would enjoy honey, and he must have come here because of its smell. The baby bear finishes the honey quickly and goes back to the tower farmer, who tries to spoil him some more and asks him if he wants more honey. Meanwhile, the tower manager is furious and then suddenly snaps out at Sejun, generating an emergency quest to send the baby crimson bear out of the cave. The reward was a job-related skill, and the penalty upon rejection would be starving to death. The manager then expresses anger towards the baby bear, who is afraid, and Sejun and the queen bee are also shocked. He shouts at the tower manager, saying that this was unfair, the bear was just a baby, and it could not eat enough to make others starve, and he accuses the manager of being jealous. The manager replies that he is just chasing away monsters that can be dangerous to his tower farmer, and Sejun says that he is too much. He says that the baby bear would not have fallen into the cave if the manager had not startled him, and he replies that it was an honest mistake. But now the only thing that was important was that Sejun send the baby bear outside the cave immediately. Sejun hugs the baby bear and says that, talking of mistakes, his coming inside the tower was a mistake too. The tower manager orders him to return the bear outside for the last time. But then, seeing the gloomy faces of the farmer and his rabbit friends, he decides to give up and tells Sejun that he can do whatever he feels like. He is also not pleased and says that how much can the little monster eat that the manager is all jealous of him. He agrees to reach a middle ground, saying that he will send it outside when it is time. He then lifts up the baby bear, asking him to stand up since the scary thing had gone, and finds that it was sleeping peacefully. Sejun finds him quite cute and decides to let him sleep inside the cave today and then send him back tomorrow. He falls asleep next to the baby bear, who wakes up as everyone else is asleep and begins doing something sneaky. The next morning, the black rabbit wakes up first, and as he comes outside his house, he is shocked to see the scene in front of him. He begins shouting, and Sejun wakes from all the noise and then realizes that the baby bear is no longer next to him. He lazily walks to where the rabbits had gathered and were angrily lashing out at the baby bear, and when he realizes what had just happened, he is also shocked. There were half-eaten carrots and sweet potatoes lying on the ground, and one of their stores was empty, and the baby bear was ransacking the remaining storehouses for more food as he looked at them, not knowing what he was doing wrong. Sejun is devastated, but the rabbits are furious, and the black rabbit even takes out his hammer to beat the baby bear while the others scold him verbally. The bear then runs to Sejun after being scolded by the rabbits, and he starts crying. Sejun checks the remaining storehouses and finds that 1/3 of their sweet potatoes and carrots had been eaten or otherwise damaged, and the bear did not touch the cherry tomatoes at all. As Sejun picks him up, he realizes that the baby bear had grown twice in size overnight, and was now much larger and heavier than before. He realizes that he forgot that plants and animals grow at a different rate inside the tower, and now he is no longer surprised by the fact. But then he remembers the manager's warning that the baby bear would eat all the food in the cave, and now he realizes that he should have listened to him. The manager sends Sejun another message, saying that the baby crimson bears are the biggest gluttons in the tower, and can eat up to 100 kilos of food every day if it is available. Sejun is relieved to get the support of the expert again and apologizes for doubting him. The tower manager replies that he does not mind it since he has apologized now, and Sejun replies that he thought the manager was just jealous because of him feeding the bear cub. The tower manager replies that what was important right now was to send the baby crimson bear away, and even though he agrees, Sejun wonders how he can do that. Ultimately, he takes the help of his friends and an onion leaf rope, which he ties around the baby bear like a harness. After that is done, he asks the team outside the cave if they are ready, and they are also prepared to get the bear cub out. They pull him up using the rope, whose other end is tied to a tree outside, and all the rabbits except the mother rabbit, and all the worker bees use their full strength as Sejun cheers them on. But the bear cub starts to flail as he does not want to go, and as he starts crying, Sejun offers him some honey to calm him down. He tells the baby bear that he should go back to his mom now, and the honey pacifies the bear enough to not resist being pulled up. He wishes Sejun goodbye happily, and then the quest to send him out is completed, and the tower manager gives the reward in the form of a skill called Seed Gathering Level 1, which slightly increases the chance of obtaining better seeds from harvesting crops. The bear cub was dropped home by the rabbits, and as they return to the cave, all of them are tired. Sejun commends them for their hard work, but then everyone feels hungry at the same time, and seeing their supplies thrashed, he asks them if they should eat cherry tomatoes today. A few days later, on an otherwise ordinary day, Sejun and his rabbit friends are intimidated by a giant bear that casts its shadow inside the cave. Everyone is shocked and afraid as they look upward with open mouths at their friend, the baby bear, and his mom, the giant crimson bear, who did not seem to be here to harm them. And on realizing that the baby bear invited his mom to the cave, Sejun panics and fears what is going to happen next. With this, the chapter ends.
Sejun, I brought my mother with me.
Hey there, my little friend. I heard you got some good food and delicious honey. Would you mind to share some with this poor mother?
As Sejun looks up at the entrance to find the bear cub and his mom, he is afraid, and so are his rabbit friends. He wonders what reason the crimson bear mom has to come to his cave, and as he thinks that she might be here to eat him, he panics. He is sweating profusely as he imagines the mama bear angrily picking him up and saying, how dare he kidnap her child for one full day. She won't forgive him and eat him while he is helpless against her. Sejun wonders if he really will die here without seeing the faces of his family one last time. He gets down on his knees as he begs the mother bear to let him go since he is not tasty because the only thing he eats is tomatoes. She is confused, and then the tower manager relays her message to Sejun, saying that she does not plan to harm or threaten him. Sejun is shocked and asks the manager if she understood what the bear was saying, and after affirming, the manager gives him the reason why the bears were here. The mama bear wants him to give her honey to feed her cub. Sejun is a bit confused and takes some time to process that the bear mom is not here for herself but for her kid. And as she growls loudly, the black rabbit shuts his ears. The manager says that the mother bear was saying she was going to protect the surrounding area in return for honey, and then she stretches her palm to the floor of the cave. Now Sejun is relieved, and his rabbit friends are also happy, and he tells the giant crimson bear that he will give her honey. The tower manager tells him to get on the mama bear's paw, and he obeys. Then the giant bear slowly takes him up and outside the cave, and as Sejun looks back at his farms inside the cave, he gets nostalgic. He thanks his crops that have been growing well inside the cave all this time and have been sustaining him. The reason he is so sentimental is because he thinks he is finally getting out of the place to see the tower, and he is excited to see the true world that was outside his little cave. As he comes out, he is momentarily stunned by the bright light, but as he gets used to it, he sees an amazing sight. He exclaims as he sees the expanse of the tower, with a giant glowing tower in the center and a vast mountain range stretching from it to his place. He was so far away from the central tower that it appeared as if the mountains were quite tiny, and from this distance, they looked mostly barren to him. Sejun is still dazed by the magnificent scene, and he asks if this vast area is really inside the tower. But then his attention goes to the central tower and the glowing beam coming out of it that pointed straight to the sky, and he wonders what it was. The tower manager tells him that it was a waypoint, and Sejun is shocked to hear that. A waypoint was the only device that allowed hunters to move between the floors of the tower. It was in the form of a giant magic crystal placed inside a stone configuration. Sejun finally sees a ray of hope to get out of the tower using the waypoint, as he would first get to the first floor and then exit the tower to go into the real world. He is overjoyed, but then reality hits that going there will not be easy, as he is thinking about whether he should cross the wilderness to reach there. The baby crimson bear is asking his mom to let his friend down. She puts him down, and Sejun thanks her as the baby bear runs to him and hugs him. He is still thinking about the waypoint and realizes that, with a normal human walking speed, it is impossible to cover that distance. So as he holds the bear cub, he asks its mom if she could take him to the beam by any chance. The mama bear says something, and the tower manager interprets it as her refusal. Sejun wants to know why, and the manager tells him that the waypoint or the area before that was not her territory. If Sejun wants to get to the waypoint, he will have to defeat about 3,000 monsters to get there. Now that he knows that there are monsters on his way to the device, he realizes it would not be easy getting there, even with help. Then the mama bear points to the forest on the other side of the cave, and the tower manager interprets it as her saying that her territory is from inside the forest to the surrounding cave. Most monsters from inside the forest don't come here because this place leads to the wilderness, and the mother bear says that it might be hard for her to protect Sejun if he leaves her territory. Sejun realizes this and is a little disheartened when his rabbit friends and Queen Poison Honeybee come out of the cave. The black rabbit has brought his backpack, and Sejun thanks him as the queen bee reaches his shoulder. The baby bear hugs the black rabbit, who is initially startled, but then he pats its head happily. The mama bear is saying something to Sejun, and as she exhales loudly, he feels a strong gust of warm wind, and the queen honeybee hides behind him. On the ground, the bear cub is licking his friend. Sejun understands what she means this time, and he takes out the bottle of honey from his bag. He tells the bear cub that it is time to eat honey, and he immediately turns to Sejun after covering the black rabbit's face in drool. Sejun gives him the honey as his eyes sparkle with excitement, and he starts to eat it with everyone watching. Sejun then asks the mama bear if she also wants to have some more honey, and the queen bee is even more timid now. The tower manager relays the mother bear's message that she is fine and wants the farmer to give the honey only to her cub. She says that there was nothing to eat in this place, and that is why her cub has not been growing well. But he grew up a lot in the one day he was in the cave, and as Sejun thinks about that day, he is upset along with the bee. He thinks that the bear cub grew a lot because it ate a lot and almost finished their stored crops for good. Then the mama bear says that the honey was really sweet smelling, so it will help a lot. And now the queen bee is shy on receiving the compliments. Then Sejun asks the mother bear if there was nothing to eat in the forest, did she starve herself today? He had heard from the tower manager that giant crimson bears eat a lot, and if the kid could not have much food, she would also not have much. The mother bear replies that she has been starving for 3 days to find this cave, and Sejun is shocked. He says that 3 days is a lot, and even though her baby was more important to her, moms shouldn't act this way. He says that this will not do and asks her to wait for a moment as he gives the black hunter rabbit an urgent order. The rabbit is also excited, but not as excited as Sejun, who plans to show the mama bear his skills as a chef. Inside the cave, the black rabbit hunts down fish, while the sickle rabbit chops carrots into small parts so that Sejun can use them in his cooking. He cooks the carrots, onions, tomatoes, and fish in a delicious stew, and as he tastes it, he says that it is complete and perfect. He has not only prepared a lot of stew for the mother bear, but also roasted skewers of fish and onions, whole roasted fish, and vegetables too. The giant crimson bear is a bit confused about it, but her cub is already drooling, and as Sejun explains that the stew was a bit basic in ingredients, it was full of taste and nutrition, and the baby bear has already started eating. Sejun tells the mother bear that she should also eat well so that her baby grows up healthy and well protected, and now she is also drooling. She is emotional and suddenly puts her paws around Sejun and the 2 rabbits that just helped him, and then hugs them. The bear hug is really too much for them to bear, and Sejun and the rabbits cry out in pain. The tower manager is also watching this from the office and relaying the message of the mother bear thanking the tower farmer to Sejun, who cannot breathe. The manager sighs, saying that she had been watching over the bear family ever since the bear cub left the cave a few days ago because she was worried that the baby bear would call its mom to attack the cave. The manager does not know why, but the crimson giant bear wants to establish friendly relations with humans, and since she thought it was a good thing, she stepped up and told the mother bear that she would act as an interpreter. She did not expect the situation to turn out like this either. The tower manager is glad that now she will have more to eat if Sejun comes out of the cave and increases his field. She thinks that if the giant crimson bear becomes his bodyguard, she will have one less thing to worry about, and it would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And then she praises herself, saying that this was to be expected of the genius black dragon alien Fratani, and laughs happily. Meanwhile, on the middle floors of the tower, in the Wandering Merchant Inspector Bureau, the Fox Inspector Zerath is reading a report on Theo. The information is missing, especially because Theo was a beginner wandering merchant, and his rights were protected by the tower. So the only thing Zerath knows is that he is from Granner Village and trades mostly with humans on the lower floors, and his sources have not been confirmed yet. The same goes with Scaram, who also did not seem to be a skilled merchant, but he was still steadily making money without disclosing his supply channel. Now Zerath is confused about how Scaram and Theo earned so much money, and he finds it suspicious. Then suddenly, a poodle assistant enters the office to present a report about the burglary incident at the Great Landlord Grid's warehouse on the 55th floor. The stolen goods were recently making their way back to the black market in small batches, and she was here to deliver the report of the stolen items that the director had asked her to make. Zerath is not impressed that he has to solve a case involving Landlord Grid, who was notorious for being vicious and overcharging the peasants. He complains that their inspection bureau has to step in to solve cases for people with such nasty personalities, and he wants the director to be less chummy with such people. But then another of Zerath's subordinates comes to report that they got information from one of their agents managing the passageway that a wandering merchant by the name of Theo had just arrived on the 75th floor. Zerath was waiting for this and gets up, leaving the current report on hiatus until the matter with the cat merchant was solved. He puts on his hood, determined to find out the truth behind the wandering cat merchant while putting his honor as an inspector online. Meanwhile, unaware of the troubles coming for him, Theo is just busy eating some snacks in the market. With this, the video ends.
Mama Bear is back to the cave with her cub. They are welcome to Sejun and the rabbits. Another beautiful day in the farm. It has been 3 days since Sejun and the Mama Bear made the deal. Sejun give him a pack of food to eat while she is in patrol. Mama Bear leaves for patrolling her territory, leaving her baby under their care. Outside of the cave, Sejun and the rabbits started to move their things little by little and clearing the area around the cave. However, planting outside the cave is a little more complex. The situation is completely different from the fertile underground soil. When the farmer and the rabbit with a shovel are digging the ground, a lot of little stones appear in the way, and the ground is too dry for anything to grow. They look worried by it, but the solution to their problem appears almost immediately. Crimson Bear Cub, who have grew a lot, was playing in the dirt, digging the ground and letting all the troublesome stones in the surface. While she's playing, the fat and the black rabbits are picking the rocks more easily, and as a reward Sejun gives her a sweet potato. Now, looking closer, Sejun noticed how much have she grown. Her weight are almost the same as the human, and she's taller than the rabbits now. The thought of her entering the cave again terrifies Sejun. She could eat all of his crops. But now is time to work. After leaving the ground free of rocks, they start to planting sweet potatoes. Sejun thinks it's better to plant only root core for now. When he looks back, he sees the baby bear eating all the potatoes he and the white rabbits have planted. He screams to her saying that they are not looking for treasures. Now that she ate everything they worked hard to plant, they will have to do it all over again. The bear feels bad for her actions and is criticized by the rabbit, making her cry. Now that Sejun thinks a little, if he is going to babysit her, he will need to teach her about planting. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, Theo is making money in his daily cherry tomato business, auctioning batches of cherry tomatoes for the humans. They start with 25 tower coins and finish with lesser than last time's bidding price. This makes Theo sad and makes him miss the last extreme pushover who came last time. Kim Dong-shik came out of the blue asking if he has checked the contract they made. Theo welcomes him. The warrior also asks him to tell Sejun that he was the one who has talked to his family and not to worry about his family. Theo says he will do it, but he does not understand why he didn't participate in the auction. Dong-shik says he needed something else and asks Theo if they can take a picture for his daughter, who loves cats. Theo asks for some rewards in exchange. Dong-shik gives Theo a packet of red pepper powder. Dong-shik says Koreans cannot live without it, which makes Theo curious about the flavor. He puts a bunch in his hand and put it in his mouth. He had done something regretting. Poor Theo jumps and screams surprised about the spicy flavor, and his screams reaches to the whole floor. Sometime later, a deer merchant finishes upgrading Theo's bundle. His tongue is still tingling, but the good news is that he can carry a lot more of tomatoes now. Theo then, with a greed face, tells himself it's a matter of time till he gather 1,000 tower coins and became a mid-class merchant. Not only that, he can also gains the chairman position to make Mr. Sejun kneel before him. He continues to praise himself in the street until a delicious smell catches attention. He looks around and sees a foxman selling some food. Theo asks for one of those. Seller asks for 1 tower coin for each. Theo didn't even let the poor guy finish his sentence to ask for a discount. With another succeeded discount, he's back wandering in the city street. Zerath finally finds him. He pretends to be an innocent merchant that just started his business life. He calls for Theo, who immediately recognizes him as the pushover that almost got tricked by Scarum. The nickname makes the fox mad, but he continues to play in the role. Xerath introduces himself and says he wants to repay for saving him last time, but Theo is not interested in his offers and just leave. That surprises the fox. This wasn't in his plans, so he decides to try again, but doesn't matter how much he tries, Theo don't want to hang out with him, no matter what. He tried to offer to go to a meat place, a tea shop, a super special dessert place where you can get a special pudding and needs to wait years to make a reservation, but nothing that he tries convinces Theo to go with him. Annoyed by the cat's attitude, he got in his knees and begs to him teach his merchant skills. Theo gets a little shocked, but when the fox starts calling him an amazing and cool, great wandering merchant, he changes his mind. He agrees to teach him a little, and Xerath smiles when the cat falls for his technique. He gets up and asks where they're going now. Theo says he was on the way to the smithy alley. The fox mutters in his mind, how excellent is the item Theo was searching when they got in a store with 50% sale. When they enter, Xerath recognizes the items on sale. It's a place selling unappraisable or indivisible items. In other words, this is a store selling junk. He looks at Theo and asks if he's buying things that can be sold, but the cat keeps his techniques a secret. In that place there was a lot of merchants selling their items, and Xerath says there were high-class items in the smithy, but he's not interested. The owner of the shop says he can't say the items' prices, so they just can get anything for 20 tower coins. With this word, Theo hit the table and screams to the owner to give him a discount. Xerath looks at him choked and asks himself if it is his merchant skill. With this the chapter ends.
But Xerath, beside him, stood frozen. What was this? Completely stunned by the cat's skill. She thought, oh my god. This bargaining trick is even more fierce than his own begging. The forge owner hadn't even looked up from his newspaper when he heard Theo's meowing, asking for a discount. Of course, a special agent like Xerath, who catches criminals, couldn't handle the bargaining trick. Inside the forge, she had heard of bargaining at stalls in the market but never in a forge. Today, her horizons were expanded. She really wanted to bow down and worship this cat. With the forge owner still not lifting his eyes from the newspaper, he nodded and said, okay then, just take it for 18 coins. Xerath thought this was already quite surreal, but Theo continued to insist, please reduce it further. Upon hearing the cold response from the boss, he wondered why this cat was so bold. 15 coins, will you accept? Theo, maintaining his bargaining attitude, slammed his hand firmly on the table and said, 13 coins to seal the deal, pleading and promising to always come back to this kind, adorable, extremely handsome boss. Theo finally got the deal. The boss couldn't bear it anymore, folded the newspaper, and agreed to the price of 13 coins as per the cat's wish. It had been a long time since he met someone as shameless as this, which made him laugh so much he had to endure it for so long. Only Xerath seemed like an alien who had just landed, staring blankly until Theo turned back. He put his hand on his hip gracefully, asking if the fox had learned anything yet. Seeing it with his own eyes and still finding it hard to believe, Xerath hastily praised him as really cool and skilled, clapping her hands to make her words more incredible. Xerath, though still shocked, had to admit that this cat indeed had excellent bargaining skills. The obedient child asked if he really intended to buy something here. Theo looked around for what he needed. He went to a corner filled with various items and proudly brought out a wooden crate nearly as tall as himself. Then he raised the hat to show the boss what he wanted to buy. It turned out that inside the wooden crate was just a straw hat. No wonder Xerath couldn't help but be surprised. She approached and asked the cat why he traveled so far to buy this hat. Theo, puzzled, didn't understand why Xerath asked that. He had aimed for this item from the beginning, not just randomly shopping. But I don't understand. Xerath pointed at the hat, trying to explain to Theo that what he held in his hand wasn't even a weapon, just a straw hat that could be found everywhere outside without any value. Suddenly, the items sold in the shop were criticized so harshly that the boss frowned and asked, "Hey, little one, what's wrong with my stuff?" Xerath panicked, not wanting to attract more attention. She remained silent and bowed her head in apology. But Theo didn't seem to care. He took the hat and blamed the cat for being so picky. Feeling frustrated and wanting to cry, but not daring to say a word, the undercover agent wondered why she had to apologize. This hat is really worthless. Well, let them say what they want, criticize as they will, but in Theo's eyes what he wanted was already in hand. He raised the hat and said, "I like this one. let's finalize the deal. He had really liked this hat ever since he saw it, and since Mr. Sejin allowed him to buy anything he liked, Theo liked it even more. Zirith followed the best-selling cat out of the forge shop, her face still lowered, not daring to look up, until Theo said he had taught her everything and it was time to part ways. She finally raised her head and asked what he meant. Well, my trading skills have been proven to work very well already. You ask, I answer. I've done my part. Hope to see the name of the merchant Zirith on the leaderboard soon. To this encouragement, Theo turned and waved with the straw hat to return to Mr. Sejin's place on time. Zirith felt a bit disappointed but didn't insist on following that cat anymore. Not daring to speak or breathe, having to look at someone's face made her feel very uncomfortable. So now she just withdrew. Suddenly, the image of Theo waving with the straw hat appeared in Zirith's mind. She immediately turned back to watch Theo waving the expensive item he had just bought from inside the shop. Feeling confused, wasn't that the hat she had criticized so badly? Now it looked familiar. Zirith vaguely remembered it was the last item on the stolen list reported by the landlord. Grid. Then she dismissed the thought. Maybe straw hats just look alike. How could a straw hat sold in a forge shop be on the list of valuable stolen items? Besides, nobody would buy stolen goods so openly. But Zirith felt very strange. Why did she always have this thought? In his prehistoric cave, Sejin was shaking a bunch of dried flowers, letting the black seeds fall into the onion leaf basket he had woven. He reached in and estimated how many carrot flower seeds he had harvested this time. Sejin happily mumbled about his plan to plant half in the cave and half on the ground because the baby bear stayed here with him and the rabbits. So, everyone had to reduce the amount of carrots stored by half, avoiding the situation where the red bear sneaked in and ate them all. Sejin thought it was okay. Anyway, they needed time to get used to each other. Behind him, Ink and Chubby pushed a cart full of fish and shouted, "Pee-pee pie!" a few times, indicating they asked Sejin to think about today's menu for them. After thinking for a while, he said to make fish soup. Here, the skillful rabbit could easily hunt fish with its excellent spear skill, while he went to get some cherry tomatoes to make a separate soup for the pregnant mother rabbit. To make the dish even better, Sejin went to the garden to pick fresh cherry tomatoes. As soon as he touched them, the status board popped up, notifying him that, in addition to harvesting cherry tomatoes, his harvesting skill had increased by an additional 5%, reaching level 4. From this level onward, Sejin would receive a new effect. Waiting for him to finish reading those lines, the system introduced the effect of level 4 harvesting, which turns vegetables and fruits into a perfect state for harvesting, whether they are still green or overripe. The last small line mentioned that the level of the harvesting skill could increase further with a very low probability due to this effect. Hearing that the probability was very low also made Sejin happy. Thinking about being able to harvest crops at a higher level and getting only good quality items already made him happy. He still remembered the taste of a ripe cherry tomato, making people drool uncontrollably. After reading the notification again, Sejin vaguely realized that upgrading the job to level 4 would trigger this effect, so he had to try harder to harvest and unlock more auxiliary skills. The rabbits behind him shouted loudly, calling him to cook. Sejin stood up and immediately smiled at them. Now he needed to cook for the pregnant mother rabbit, no more distractions. Cutting a few carrot leaves was the last step. Sejin gently dropped them into a large bowl and placed the fragrant fish soup in front of the rabbit couple. He introduced it as clean fish soup containing Sejin's boundless love for the mother rabbit. The simple ingredients included fish, carrots, and onion leaves, cooked for a long time, creating a fragrant aroma. Seeing the rabbit couple excited, Sejin couldn't help but urge the mother rabbit to eat quickly. Even without feeling hungry, just tasting this dish made one crave it. Now the most important thing was to nourish health. Your kids are doing great at farming, so the rabbit dad can relax and take care of his wife. Seeing the mother rabbit obediently eating the soup handed to her by the father rabbit, Sejin happily told him to wait for his turn. Soon they would meet the cute little rabbit babies. From above the prehistoric cave, the mini red bear waved its hand, calling Sejin to come quickly. It was time for him to go up and sow the seeds, so he immediately put on his backpack, hugged the box of tools, and instructed Ink and Sickle rabbits to stay and help with the work together with the other 3 rabbits. Sejin approached to check the rope made from onion leaves and tied one end of it to his waist. Having finished preparing, he pulled the rope once again, waving his hand to announce that he was ready. The mini bear circled around a rock, using all its strength to pull the onion rope towards itself. It was surprisingly simple but worked well. The mini red bear didn't use much effort to easily pull the rope towards itself, gradually lifting Sejin up. He waved goodbye to the kids, promising to see them later. With those 6 short legs, it only took 3 steps to get anywhere without any hassle. There wasn't this large rock at the cave entrance before. It was brought by the mother bear a few days ago. Sejin only got this ladder running on rice to take him to the ground without pressing any buttons. Since the mother bear and her cubs appeared, San's daily schedule changed to working on the ground in the morning. Looking back at the large rock looming over him, casting its shadow over him, Sejin still couldn't believe that the mother bear alone could carry him so easily. The simple explanation was that he needed a rock as a trap to tie the rope. The mother bear was extremely enthusiastic in giving him a rock as big as a small mountain. The clear difference in strength made Sejin wonder. Maybe he was on level 99, so creatures with such terrifying strength appeared. Thanks to that, he could finally climb up to the ground that he had longed for. He approached to pat the head of the little bear, knowing that with its strong and robust body, the work would progress faster. It nestled its head under San's arm, quite pleased hearing him say that. It seemed like it pulled him up faster today because it wanted to meet him. The red bear grinned and bit into the large bag Sejin carried, making him embarrassed to realize that it didn't remember anything about him. It just wanted to meet the food a bit faster. He opened the bag to show the little bear a bag full of grilled sweet potatoes wrapped in onion leaves. Fragrant. Sejin went to great lengths because he knew the little bear had only eaten raw potatoes before, never tasted cooked ones. Sure enough, as soon as the little bear tasted the first potato, its eyes lit up, its mouth watering with excitement. With 1 potato in each hand, it grabbed one after another to put into its mouth, chewing eagerly, making Sejin worry it might choke. He had to remind it to eat slowly. There was no need to rush. After eating for a while straight, reaching the last potato, the little bear suddenly stopped as if it remembered something. Thinking of its own idea, the little bear held the last potato horizontally and then jumped forward to the front yard with its 4 legs. San was surprised to see it squatting and doing something, so he approached and asked, "What are you doing?" With a proud expression, it moved aside for Sejin to see a potato placed in a small hole it had dug by hand. Seeing how it patted the soil proudly, Sejin asked incredulously, "Don't tell me you're planning to plant grilled sweet potatoes in the ground. Wait for them to grow up, and then eat them?" The little one nodded eagerly, and Sejin and the 3 rabbit siblings burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, leaving the confused bear cub watching them. Laughing until tears streamed down his face, Sejin sat up and explained, "These sweet potatoes won't sprout, little bear. None of the potatoes roasted with fire will grow roots." The red bear looked embarrassed, which made Sejin find this comedy even more amusing. "It's delicious to that extent? Just say you want more. What else? Sweet potatoes are something my garden has in abundance." Wiping a few drops of water from his eyes, Sejin happily said, "It's been a long time since I've laughed like this." Unexpectedly, his hand touched something slimy. Sejin looked down and saw a dead fish head staring back at him, turning his face pale. Looking a bit further, he noticed a school of piranhas, some facing up, some wagging their tails towards the sky. The common point was being buried in a hole on the ground. All of them were dead, emitting a rotten smell, making the scene 3 parts gruesome, 7 parts helpless. Looking at the frightened rabbits, he muttered that he needed to hold additional classes to supplement their knowledge. He couldn't let this continue. The rabbit children agreed immediately. Only the red bear didn't understand why its efforts were being denied by everyone. It just wanted good food every day, and now its stomach was growling even more. Inside the prehistoric cave, the castle of the bee queen was filled with the buzzing sounds of tiny wings flying around diligently. The light from outside illuminated the small hexagonal cells, shining on the bee queen sitting quietly in a corner. Her hand hugged something white, her unhappy eyes staring intently as if deciding what to do. Just as the sky was clear and the breeze gentle, the mini red bear suddenly stood up, blocking all the daylight. Its face darkened, its eyes glowing red as it stared at Ink Rabbit in front. Holding a hammer, it gripped the handle firmly, determination filling its voice as it shouted, "Heya!" as if about to clash with the enemy. But the one facing it showed a happy face, as if meeting an old friend. Just as the bear lunged down to grab Ink, Ink leaped high above its head, landing behind its neck and tapping it 3 times, from the neck to the tail. Feeling proud of hitting the target, the bear's large hand suddenly grabbed Ink, hugging it tightly. So they both cheered happily, the red bear sticking out its tongue to lick its face like candy, then tossing Ink up as if celebrating or cheering. Sejin sat watching them for a while, feeling stunned, not understanding if these two were training for combat or playing around in such an odd manner. Underneath him, Chubby Rabbit pushed the cart filled with tubes of tomato juice, calling out, "Pipey!" to get the human's attention. Taking one tube, Sejin thanked it greatly, feeling quite thirsty from farming, grateful to have such enthusiastic staff. Inviting him as he took a sip, Sejin heard the buzzing sound gradually getting louder from the cave entrance. Then two bees flew out. He thought they came to greet him before patrolling around. Sejin was about to warn them to be careful when he saw Queen Bee flying out of the cave, staring at him intently. Of course, it was strange for the girl to appear at this time. Sejin remained silent as she approached, only realizing when she got closer that she was holding something green in her hands. Couldn't be the queen bee because it wasn't the mating season, so it couldn't leave the hive. Clearly, Queen Bee wanted to find him. As soon as she saw Sejin, she gently placed the green object in the middle of his palm. Her solemn demeanor surprised Sejin, but Dio didn't reply when asked what it was. She gently flapped her wings back a bit and then playfully flicked her face, flying back to the hive with the two others, leaving Sejin curious about the object in his hand. He carefully unfolded each layer of leaves. Surprisingly, he found inside a milky white thing with many layers rolled around the center. The status window indicated that this was the queen bee's cell, also known as a pupa, ready to hatch into a queen bee after inadvertently digesting royal jelly. There were still 10 days until it hatched, and its first target upon hatching would be its owner. Seeing the queen bee cell for the first time, Sejin was astonished and had to read these lines again before realizing why Queen Bee handed this to him. With a face that was neither happy nor sad, because she hadn't been in control of her hive for long, the hive's strength wasn't much and needed time to continue building. If another queen were to be born in an undivided hive, Sejin's power would surely be diluted. A shaky power she didn't want. That's why she reluctantly handed the cell to Sejin. He furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before accepting it. Standing up, he accidentally dropped the white rabbit on his back. Sejin took a deep breath, full of determination to work hard to provide the conditions for this soon-to-hatch cell to become a splendid queen bee. Whispering to the cell, "You better be happy," Sejin brimmed with excitement, eager for time to pass quickly to meet what was inside. There had been many changes at home, but Theo knew nothing. Singing as he walked through the cool forest, he murmured about returning to the cave soon, thinking about parks and having to bow down in admiration for this clever cat earning a bunch of money, along with enjoying the power of a trade cat. Theo's face showed undisguised pleasure. Suddenly, the red-furred rear end stirred at the mouth of the cave, startling him. Theo panicked and shouted, asking, "Who's in front of me?" The red bear turned back to look at him with Park San's bag still in its mouth, drawing Theo's full attention to it. Trembling, Theo pointed at the bag and shouted, "Isn't that sand stuff? How did it end up outside the cave? It can't be. Did you kill him?" Theo's face turned pale at the thought of the human being eaten by the red bear, only the bag left for it to play with. He collapsed in pain on the ground. The red bear didn't understand what this cat was saying. Why was it blaming the ground and sky, saying its bad intuition had never been wrong? Its claws silently spread out on its chubby legs. Theo murmured that it had felt a bad omen from the 38th floor onwards, so it ran as fast as it could. Thinking about it, he yelled at the red bear, "I haven't enjoyed the remaining time as a trade cat yet." The proud claws of the cat sharpened. Theo's tears streamed down his face as he rushed towards the red bear to seek revenge for Sejin. Just as it was staring blankly at an unidentified flying object in front of it, Sejin swung on the vine, climbing up happily and asking, "Oh, Theo, you're back already?" Theo kicked the ground, staring at Sejin intently, confirming it was the right person before pouncing on him and shouting. Theo used both hands and feet to feel all over his body. Theo urgently asked, "Are you okay? Did you lose any body parts?" The hypothesis that the red bear had attacked Sejin made the cat panic, so it crawled down to his feet to see how badly his knees were hurt from swinging on the vine like that. After struggling for a while, Theo jumped back up and hugged Sans cheeks, asking the giant bear cub, "What happened?" Quickly, Theo finally calmed down a bit to formally introduce both sides. This is indeed a giant red bear mini version. It accidentally fell into the cave, and then the whole family became close. With a friendly arm on the chubby shoulder, Sejin proudly mentioned that its mother would protect this area in exchange for honey and food. Finally, Theo put aside his fear and worry from earlier, took a deep breath and told San, "I was just afraid you might have been eaten. With the appearance of a big red bear, I thought it wasn't wrong to think that way." Suddenly, Sejin muttered that the name Giant Red Bear sounded too long and vague, wanting to give it a separate, easy-to-pronounce name. so he had to ask Theo to be the interpreter. But Theo said, "Its name is just Baby Bear. I don't know if it has any other name." Theo's response made Sejin think that he should come up with the name himself. Not knowing if the mini bear understood, it eagerly made a grunting noise. Its sparkling eyes looked at Sejin, full of anticipation to hear the new name. He pretended to be mysterious as if he had just come up with a brilliant name. "It's Kung." It sounded as if Sejin had just invented some fancy name, but he simply thought that the bear always grunted all day long, unable to speak human language. This could be a perfect name. The little ones looked at Sejin, who had just named it, with a very proud face. Then, blank for a few seconds, Theo had to represent them to say, "Sejin has no talent for naming at all." He turned to pat the bear's head. "Look at Kung. Kung here isn't objecting at all, showing that it really likes this name." He rubbed the bear until it lay down on the grass, enjoying itself. Taking the opportunity to add more, he made sure the little cats and rabbits saw how excited this kid was about the name he gave. Only Theo jumped on San's head, protesting angrily, ignoring the name issue, and going straight to the main topic of selling. This time, Theo took out a large pouch of coins, informing him that, this time he had completed the task perfectly, sold everything. So how much did Mr. Sejin plan to give to the shopkeeper? Theo had to rely on the rabbit to push the cart to load it all. Sean was very happy, asking if it was including the previous round. It seemed to be 38 hours, so Theo forgot about the guy who named him rudely, turned around, and happily agreed right away on the condition of being able to eat soup as a reward. Right now, it nestled in Sejin's arms, enjoying the soup package brought to its mouth. Starting the time of the well-fed shopkeeper, thinking of the taste of the reward soup touching its tongue, it felt blissful. However, this time, someone else's mouth was watering instead of Theo's, even drooling on the cat's head. Covering the light, it had to open its eyes. If Sejin hadn't intervened, it's certain it would have rushed over to give Kung a beating. Its mouth screamed, "How dare you stick your tongue in my reward soup? Dare to sit on Mr. Sejin's thigh." Theo's punch to the bear's face made it grimace in pain, lying on the ground, holding its face, tears welling up. Then it roared so loud that it blew away Sejin's hair. The cries of Kung were answered by the lush forest, where the ground trembled with every stomping step. Amidst the dense forest, a sound like a rocket being launched, the giant red fur covering the sun jumped into the blue sky, astonishing Sejin and Theo. The mother bear smashed her paw into the ground, wanting to collapse the entire area, immediately taking a defensive stance to protect her cub, who was crying with teary eyes. She had a fierce look in her eyes, ready to live and die with them all. Sejin, half lying, half sitting on the ground, looked at the mother bear getting more and more ferocious with her cub's cries. Theo turned pale, wanting to switch to become a green, cat-like mouse, suddenly losing all innocence before the ferocious gaze of the mother bear. It could only stutter a few greetings, introducing itself as a wandering merchant. Knowing it was in danger, Theo raised its merchant's badge, intending to explain it all as a misunderstanding. The mother bear roared fiercely enough to blow away the little cat. Even Sejin and the rabbits behind had to cover their ears against the terrifying noise. Yelling at the whole group to finish bathing in quality enzyme, the mother bear then bowed down to Theo and Kung. The frightened cat cried, forgetting about being soaking wet, tearfully apologizing for hitting the bear's beloved son. With the situation calming down, Sejin dared to speak up to explain. The kids were just arguing. Parents shouldn't get hot-headed. Only then did the mother bear let out a sigh that seemed to ease her anger, then turned her back towards the dense forest. The whole group breathed a sigh of relief, consoling themselves. Sejin glanced over and saw Theo looking like he was about to die, so he immediately lifted him up and asked what was wrong. The more he was comforted, the louder the little cat cried. Earlier, it was terrified, but now, with Sejin and the rabbits comforting it, it felt better. The black rabbit even came up to lick its face. For a while, all the rabbit siblings ran up to lick it, making it ticklish and laugh. Kung looked over there, saw the rabbits climbing on Sejin and licking him, everyone laughing happily. Suddenly feeling sad, it realized that its crying earlier had scared everyone so much. It slunk back to the group of people in the cave, calling out a few small apologies, then sticking out its big red tongue to lick Theo's face, wanting to wet him all over. It smiled happily, accepting the apology, then softly apologized to its friend again. From now on, we're friends. Okay? But no matter what, it had to add, please don't eat my food. That soup is my life. Saying this, both humans and cats yawned loudly. All the rabbits suddenly felt sleepy too. Even Kung let out a big yawn. A moment later, the rabbit couple peeked out to check on the kids, somehow feeling an unusual quietness. The male rabbit noticed the straw hat peeking out from Theo's luggage, couldn't resist the curiosity, and pulled it out excitedly. The female on the other side realized something strange, pointing for her husband to come over and see their kids sleeping in various poses next to Sejin, Theo, and Kung. Better behaved than well-fed puppies. The rabbit couple whispered to each other about something. The male rabbit handed Theo's hat back to San, putting it on his head to shield him from the sun, then joined the group, cuddling together to sleep by San's feet peacefully. The gentle sunlight shone on San's sleeping face, his lips curled in a dreamlike smile, as if dreaming the most beautiful dream of his life. In a place far, far away, where the floating objects amidst the space were flooded with violet light, it surely couldn't be Earth. Right in the middle of where the dazzling light emanated from were several dark-colored dragons, huddled together, gazing down at someone controlling a stream of power emitting crackling sounds like high-voltage electricity. Things inside were becoming increasingly uncontrollable, and in no time, a surge of power erupted, causing the man to immediately retreat. Gritting his teeth, he was frustrated as to why the door of the tower refused to open. About to lose his patience, Anton, Tony's son, approached from behind, minding to advise his father to stay calm, but he was sharply rebuked. Not knowing if Aileen was well or not made him extremely worried. Thinking it wasn't right to scold his son, Kaiser reluctantly reminded him that it had been 10 years since the last seizure. It took him a long time to get the medicine, and now the gate refused to open for no apparent reason. The emergency system of the tower also had no response, so they had no way of getting inside. Being stuck outside this space made Kaiser very angry. There was no way to know what was happening inside. Ant knew this, so he asked again. If the emergency system still had no response, it meant that Aileen hadn't had a seizure yet, which was a good thing, giving them time to figure out how to get inside. The two large dragons above seemed to agree with Anton's words, saying that everyone here from the Fratoni clan was very concerned about Aileen, so they gathered at the top of the tower to find a way inside. The residence of the owner of the Black Tower was the center of the mana flow from top to bottom. The dragons in charge of managing the tower also used the mana here to make themselves stronger. Anton reiterated that the entire Fratoni clan had agreed to give this ideal tower to Aileen because she was ill. Everyone had risked their lives to get medicine for her. He understood his father's impatience because, after all, Aileen's heart had been untreated for a long time.
Kaiser frowned.
Even if the entire Fratoni clan came here, there was no way to open the tower other than his own. The main point Anton had been saying all along was just that he wanted to advise his father to calmly think of a solution. Even he was very anxious. Aileen was his daughter. How could he bear to leave the little girl alone in the tower? But then, he had to speak up to reassure his father. Anton told him to trust that their daughter in the tower was fighting the illness fiercely. Finally, his father listened. He calmly asked the Fratoni dragons to wait until the tower opened. After saying that, the dragons flapped their wings and flew away in all directions, leaving Anton and his son to talk to each other. The predicted day of the relapse had passed, and the emergency system showed no activity. He quietly asked his father if perhaps Aileen's dragon heart had shown some improvement. Kaiser turned back to look at the glowing stone leading to the tower gate. His heart also wished that his granddaughter, far away, was healthy and well-rested, perhaps not disappointing her grandfather's expectations. Aileen was comfortably tossing all 3 tomatoes into her mouth at once with great pleasure. One hand held a book, the other rummaged into a basket full of ripe tomatoes, wondering if this type of fruit had been raised to rank D and if its flavor had become much richer. Before, it took eating a dozen to fully taste the flavor, but now Rang's son only needed to stuff 1 or 2 into her mouth to chill out. Suddenly, her heart thumped like a strong contraction, making the girl startled, sitting up and looking down. Her hand touched her chest in confusion. My heart has never beaten even once in the past 200 years. Why is it suddenly active and absorbing mana like this? Suddenly remembering that the day of her seizure illness should have come, she realized her health was so good that she had almost forgotten. Could it be because of these purple tomatoes? Rang's son remembered the property of crops made by humans that could help absorb some mana. Then, she opened it to check it out. She enjoyed looking at the tomatoes in her hand, thinking that they were just delicious snacks. She couldn't have imagined that these little things could also cure the dragon's heart. Even more pleased, Rang's son stuffed the tomato into her mouth and hummed excitedly. I, the black dragon Aileen Fratoni, 200 years old, have finally found someone worthy of my protection. She tightened her fist, determined to keep the opportunity to make the dragon's heart beat again. Even just once. I must protect the tower. Farmer Park Sejin very well. Mentioning Sejin, she had to see what he was up to. Muttering the name of this human, it was an honor for him to be noticed by such a noble dragon like herself. Unexpectedly, seeing the straw hat on Sejin's face, she smiled mischievously. She didn't expect him to find the treasure so quickly. But Sejin didn't know anything. He was still scratching his nose, lost in the dream under the clouds. The dark green background and the text of the system suddenly intruded into San's dream, pulling him awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he had to shout out because the status window had been stuck to his face for a long time, calling this idiot over and over until he woke up, forcing him to read the tower manager's questioning lines. The system asked if Sejin had been warned about using items that hadn't been appraised and what troubles he might encounter. A diligent farmer who sells his face to the land and his back to the sky naturally wouldn't know. Sejin, puzzled, raised the straw hat and asked, "Why suddenly ask about the appraisal process at this moment?" He just realized there was a hat on his head. The rabbit woke up. Peep told him that he got it from Theo's bag. Clearly, the system only knew this item was an unidentified item. Sejin woke Theo up to ask for the provenance. But the cat meowed a few times and then turned around, not like normal cats waking up when touched. Out of options, he asked the system to check the info automatically. Initially, the item was called a farmer's straw hat, which sounded normal. It wasn't clear who created it, but the last line truly amazed Sejin. It had the skill Mother Earth's Protection Level 1, which made every piece of land owned by the user recover its fertility faster than usual. Sejin hadn't reached the level to use it yet, but the tower manager kept urging him to appraise the hat first. Needless to say, when he needed something appraised, he got it right away, mainly to take the hat back to examine it in detail at his place. So the content was very casual. Ailyin contemplated it for a moment before placing it on the table, her hand spinning it like a startup. Indeed, as soon as her hand reached out, the blue light of the appraisal skill enveloped the hat, lifting it up for her to read the entire information. It's unknown what she read, but she smiled brightly, quickly letting Sejin know that she liked this item and congratulating him on obtaining such a valuable item. Not only that, she immediately gave him a new hot mission, that Sejin needs to offer the tower manager crops full of the blue moon energy. Soon, if he does so, he will be rewarded with the straw hat. Otherwise, he should forget about it. Even though he was the one who asked Theo to get it, this kind of nonsense behavior from the tower manager wasn't something new. Sejin also needed fatty fruits to appear during the blue moon period, so he agreed right away. Suddenly, the status window notified that Ailyin wanted him to pinky promise, adding a reminder that the tower owner had revealed his name, hoping the farmer understood how much honor he had been given. San, naturally, didn't understand why the manager suddenly introduced himself after so many days of tormenting him. He can still torment me without using his name as usual, he thought. Seeing his lack of appreciation for his noble title, the system angrily spouted out a series of questions, asking if Sejin wanted to reclaim the straw hat without saying a word. It reminded him once again that knowing its name was very honorable. "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whatever you say is correct," Sejin humbly pleaded with Mr. Ailyin, saying, "It's such an honor." Then he got to the main point. He extended his pinky finger, firmly declaring, "I, Park Sejin, promise to offer my blue moon energy-containing crops to Ailyin." The next window reported that this was Sejin's first promise to the tower manager. He didn't understand why promises were suddenly so important. Usually, when tasks appear, I just do them without needing any promises. Right? San's clueless face appeared in the purple orb, pleasing Ailyin very much. She extended her own pinky finger, nodding. "Yes, that's our first promise." Promising, Rang Sun completed the task. Sejin had returned the brand-name straw hat with the title creation of St. Patrick to enrich the fertile land. Call it a creation? Sejin reached out to receive the hat in confusion. Immediately, the system explained. Long ago, a skilled farmer named Patrick, revered as a saint, created this hat, so it's limited to only those engaged in farming. This is one of the 10 creations existing within the Black Tower, plus the land's protection skill to enrich the fertile land. Every farmer desires it. Sejin is no exception. He widens his eyes in surprise, asking if it's really one of the 10 creations. It's the first time he's heard of graded equipment within the Black Tower and the rank restrictions being lifted because he, a farmer, is using it. Sejin must say he's got a good item now. Quickly putting it on his head, He thinks its capabilities will increase along with his rank. A series of status windows pop up, questioning whether Sejin with the straw hat is a genuine farmer. Then, names of skills like Farmer's Body or Blessing of the Harvest flood in, followed by a long list of neat features for Sejin to see. It relies on the farmer's own name wearing the hat to upgrade the land's protection skill to level 3, adding the level 2 skill of a farmer's always sturdy body, plus the level 1 Blessing of the Harvest, blessing some own plots for a bountiful harvest in a week. Being a hardworking farmer, how can one not widen their eyes at these incredible skills? Looking out at the barren land just sown, Sejin is excited that the skills of this straw hat will help him expand his cultivation area faster than usual. He'll have to reward Theo later. The little guy is still snoring, clueless. Well, let him cuddle for now. He's found Theo cute for a while, but now he's even cuter. Cuddling too much, the 2 plump legs rise and touch his face, telling Sejin to stop his creepy behavior. He's a male cat, after all. Why openly pamper him like this during the day? Announcing rewards for a week, Theo shouts to skip the matter of being molested earlier. Initially only having 38 hours, now for a week. No wonder he's happy. Sejin is even happier, lifting the cat excitedly, thanking it multiple times, waking up the sleeping worms. Witnessing the cat's joy under the sunlight, days pass by. One day, the prehistoric cave is quieter than usual. Ink sits chewing without paying much attention to some soft paw steps, but Sand's thigh vibrations are hard to ignore, making Theo sit on his lap, shivering along. Finally, unable to bear it, Theo has to look up and ask if he could stop shaking his legs. My brain is about to fall out already. He panics, embracing Theo tightly, trying to stop his leg movements. But it's been a long time since the rabbit's home has been this quiet. Even the other rabbits seem quite nervous, not just him. But Theo doesn't care, waiting is pointless to him. He wants Sejin to take the opportunity to cook fish soup for him to eat. As he lifts the cat, intending to leave, the rabbit's door opens with a creak. It's the rabbit, pushing a small wrapped bundle out with an excited look, making Sejin hurriedly ask how many were born. The adult rabbits also nod eagerly. They've been waiting outside the delivery room for a long time. Unwrapping the cloth reveals 3 tiny bunnies born for everyone to see. Behind the rabbit pushing the cart, there's another call from P for Sejin to look again. In the rabbit husband's hands are 3 more squirming bunnies, making a total of 6 extremely adorable bunny babies who haven't even opened their eyes yet. Sejin and the rabbits gaze at the obedient golden fur babies, feeling like the time when the rabbit cart came and Ink was just born is still fresh. They must celebrate with a big pot of fish soup. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to pull Theo closer for him to see the babies. The cat stands outside, wondering if it can come closer. Closer. This is the first time it's seen newborn rabbits up close. They're too cute that Theo doesn't know what to say. It's already small-sized, these babies are even smaller. Their milk-seeking gestures are adorable beyond words. Hey Theo, you're an uncle now.
Say hello, unso tell.
Startled, it couldn't understand what was happening. But Sejin entrusted the babies to the new uncle, leaving it unable to object to anything. Theo hastily pulls out a reward soup from the robe, saying in a childish tone, Uncle gives you a reward soup. Eat it to make Uncle happy. The rabbits laugh with tears in their eyes, and Sejin also speaks up, saying, The babies haven't even opened their eyes. How can they eat reward soup? Theo has no experience in caring for children, but he's seen the secret black fund. He chuckles mischievously, asking if the new uncle has a lot of hidden reward soup. This time, it's forgiven because of the good mood, but next time he might not be so lucky. It could be confiscated. In a vast expanse of sand and barren mountains, from afar, you can see a gate glowing with a green light. As you approach, you can see the energy core in the middle illuminating the area, also the gathering place of a group of Minotaur and Centaur leaders, quietly listening to the commander's orders. They're all fierce. Hearing the superior's announcement that the blue moon is approaching, there's no need to endure hunger anymore. It stretches its legs to stand more firmly, continuing its solemn speech. You go find anything to eat. The Minotaur King's eyes flicker with unique rays, staring straight at the excited underlings below, preparing to attack. Minotaur King, boss of the 99th floor, will seek out things that can be plundered from this tower, where Sejin and his animal companions are immersed in the joy of farming and welcoming new members.
This chapter starts with the system window displaying that wishing for a good harvest level 1 has been activated, and it will cover 36 square feet of the magical cherry tomato field. That will produce 50% more crops till the next week. The bees are very busy as they swarm over the cherry tomato field, trying to pollinate them. Sejun stands next to the field, wearing the hat of St. Patrick, and he thinks that the number of flowers in this particular patch of cherry tomato plants is much higher. That is why all the bees are here. He realizes that this is how the harvest will increase by 50% because of the skill of the hat. The 7th blue moon since he entered the tower is going to come soon, and Sejun wonders if Kung and his mother are doing fine. They had not come to the cave today, and he thinks that they must be preparing to pass the blue moon. He takes a good look at his tomato plants, thinking that he should also go and prepare. But then he is distracted by the cries of the newborn rabbits who are running around the field, and Theo chases them as he tells them to stop running. He keeps the curious rabbits away from everything dirty and dangerous, including clean fish bones and fire. He picks 2 of them and rounds the others, telling them that everything was dangerous, so they should stay near their uncle. As Theo takes care of all the baby rabbits, S is surprised because he never thought that the cat merchant would be so good at being a guardian. He approaches him and asks how his duty as the cool uncle is going. Theo is clearly exhausted and tells Sejun that, but he also adds that it is enjoyable since he is an uncle. Hearing that greatly pleases the rabbit couple who won't have to care for the kids all the time, and they give a thumbs up to Sejun. He also shares the sentiment because he remembers how hard raising the first generation of rabbits was. Then Theo leads the rabbit babies on an adventure inside the cave by carrying them on his shoulder, and Sejun tells him to return before dinner. Soon the arrival of the blue moon is very near, and everyone is starting to prepare for it. The bees close the entrances to their hives with wax doors, and the doors of the rabbit households are tightly shut too. Sejun is also prepared with a blanket and a bag loaded with food to get him through the blue moon. Just then, he notices Theo stepping into his bundle and asks him what he is doing. Theo replies that he will hide inside his bundle to avoid the effects of the blue moon because it has a feature that can block the blue moon's energy. He adds that his bundle is quite small, but it is still comparable to a tent. The wealthy wandering merchants have bundles that are as huge as houses. Sejun is surprised to learn this new information, and he thinks that the bundles had more functions than he imagined. But then he thinks that it will be better to let Theo take care of something he has and asks the cat to hide it with him in the bundle. Sejun hands him the cocoon of the queen bee, and Theo is shocked to learn about it. He understands that his mission is to keep the cocoon safe, and he hides it in his fluffy fur, so that it can stay safe. With that, Sejun hears a loud roar coming from outside, and he realizes that the blue moon has begun. He hides in one corner of his cave as he looks at the sky and wonders if King and his mom are doing fine right now. But then he realizes that he should be more worried about himself as many terrifying monster roars shake the cave. Sejun tries to calm himself down by consuming the magical cherry tomatoes and increasing his MP temporarily. He also uses earmuffs made from leaves to protect his ears. He is hearing these roars for the first time and wonders if any other kind of monsters suddenly entered the territories of the crimson giant bears. Then suddenly an earth-shattering scream from a monster that sounds like a cow's moo rattles him completely. Sejun wonders what it was as the sound gets more distant rapidly. He has realized that it was a cow's cry and wonders if there are any cows on this floor. Then he notices that some of his magical cherry tomatoes have absorbed the energy of the blue moon, and they are glowing blue now. And this time, their numbers are much higher than usual. Sejun is shocked as he wonders if the energy of the blue moon is more intense today to produce such results. Then he also spots a corn cob glowing under the blue moon's light, and he realizes that he will soon harvest the corn blessed by the blue moon's power. Sejun laughs to himself, thinking that he was quite lucky. And then he realizes why there were so many blue cherry tomatoes today. It was because of the skill, wishing for a good harvest. And that is why he was having a good harvest of the special fruits too. Soon the blue moon is over, and everything returns to normal. Theo peeks out of the cave and looks around to see if there are any monsters around. Then he turns down and tells Sejun that no one was here. Sejun is happy, and he comes out of the cave using the manual elevator. Theo does not think that it is a good idea and suggests that he should wait for Kung and his mom to come here, as the outside can still be dangerous. Sejun replies that earlier during the blue moon, a monster was wandering around the cave, and he just wants to check if it has done anything to the field. He adds that he will just check if the fields are safe, and then they will go back to the cave quickly so he can harvest the blue crops. Theo understands, and he jumps onto Sejun's leg as he says that he will also accompany him, even though he is tired. Sejun thanks him. A shock is waiting for Sejun and Theo as they go to the site of their outdoor field, which has been completely dug up, and there are hoof marks all around it. Sejun had somehow expected his field to be destroyed because there were sweet potatoes planted here, and the monsters would have tried to eat them. Then he notices the giant hoof prints on the ground and wonders what kind of monster can leave such footprints. He thinks that the monster wandering around his cave must be incredibly big and strong to leave them. It is quite clear from how deep the earth has been dug and how high the dirt pile is. But then Sejun notices something and climbs to the top of the dirt pile in a hurry. Theo asks him how long they are going to stay out and suggests that they should go back for their own safety. Sejun replies that there is something he needs to check out, and he starts clawing out some soil from the pile. The texture of the soil was much different from the barren soil on the surface. It was not crumbly and dry but was soft and retained some moisture, and judging by the color, Sejun could tell that it was rich in nutrients. He is really happy to find that such fertile soil was underneath the barren surface soil. He thinks that the possibility of rebuilding the wasteland has opened up. Sejun imagines the bountiful field he can create outside his house using this soil and can clearly see all the types of crops he wants to grow. But then he realizes that they need to till the entire land, turn everything upside down, and mix the soils to achieve that. However, he does not have the required farming tools needed for it, as something like this will need tractors and plows. Digging it will be too much for the shovel rabbit. Then Sejun gets a message from tower manager Aileen, who is flustered, and asks him what he is doing here. He climbs down the pile as she says that the blue moon has just disappeared, but the monsters could be lurking around. So she warns him to quickly go back to his cave. Sejun replies that he was just about to do that. Then he asks Aileen if she was doing well last night, and she replies that she was doing well and does not need him to worry about her. Instead, she wants him to worry more about himself as the tower farmer. Sejun gives her a smug smile as he says that she was caring more for him than usual. And then he remembers that it must be because of the blue moon crops. He smiles and tells her that he has had a good harvest, and she can look forward to it. Sejun and Theo climb down to the cave, and Theo immediately goes to sleep as he is too tired. After that, Sejun goes straight to the corn field to harvest the corn cob blessed by the energy of the blue moon. The system window tells him that he has harvested the corn of stamina blessed by the energy of the blue moon, and his job and skill XP increase. Sejun is really excited as he peels the covers of the corn to find that all its seeds are blue, and he wonders what properties the corn of stamina has. He reads its information window and finds that when consumed, the corn increases the stamina stat by 0.1 permanently. Its shelf life is 60 days, and its rank is D. Sejun is excited and thinks that since it is a D-rank crop, its effects must be twice those of an E-rank corn. But that is not important for him right now as the only thing he cares about is testing how tasty the corn is. Sejun is drooling as he opens his mouth to take a bite of the corn. But then Aileen sends him a message asking him if he has forgotten his promise. Sejun stops what he was doing and wipes his face as he says that he couldn't control himself. He goes to the cherry tomato field and harvests the blue cherry tomatoes. Sejun tells the tower manager that this time he got a good yield for the blue moon crops, so he will give her 5 of them. Aileen thanks him as she accepts the offering and says that she will make sure to repay him later. Sejun says that he will be waiting for it. But he thinks that going by the previous trends, she might take a long time for it. Inside her cabin, Aileen has received the 5 blue cherry tomatoes, and she is really excited about them. She thinks that if the normal cherry tomatoes can make her dragon heart beat, then the blue moon cherry tomatoes can certainly work miracles. She eats them all at once and is overwhelmed by their taste. But then she gets a grip on herself and says that taste is not important right now. Aileen decides to focus on the flow of mana in her body instead. She concentrates as much as she can, and the mana of the tower starts flowing inside her. And then suddenly, she feels her dragon heart becoming active again. But this time, it is not a happy occasion, as she feels a sudden stroke. Aileen collapses on the floor with her dragon heart gathering magic and going out of control as she cries out in pain. With this, the chapter ends. This chapter reveals a lot of things. And as we all can guess that Aileen is going to take human form in future, not only that, But I am also interested what will happen to poison honeybee cocoon. Stay tuned to watch more of this. This chapter starts in the cave where Sejin goes ahead with his plans to eat the blue corn. He rips its husk and then places the corn on it inside a pot over a mild fire, until the water inside the pot starts to boil, and steam starts rushing out from the sides. Sejin sits in front of the pot eagerly, thinking that the pot sales cat Theo bought the other day is giving its best performance right now. Sejin had carefully put the layer of husk under the corn so that it does not boil, but gets steamed instead. While his corn is being steamed, he focuses on the second thing he is doing at the same time, which is drying the corn leaves to make corn silk tea out of them, and he is happy that he will have more variety in drinks now. Soon, the rabbits also wake up and come out to greet Sejin, and he wishes them good morning too. He looks at the house of the parent rabbits, and asks the father rabbit if he was not going to bring his kids for breakfast, and father rabbit signals that the babies are sleeping with their mom. Sejin understands, and then he shows them the harvest of the blue moon cherry tomatoes, and the rabbits are excited to try them. Sejin also tells them about the blue moon corn he harvested and tells his friends to wait while he finishes steaming it. But then the father rabbit tells Sejin something, and he understands that he was satisfied with just the blue cherry tomato and wanted Sejin to have the corn to himself. Sejin is really happy to hear this, and he says that the father rabbit is his best friend who always thinks about him first. Sejin pats the father rabbit who wags his tail, but Chubby Rabbit is not happy about this arrangement since he wanted to taste Sejin's corn too. Chubby Rabbit shows a face like you when your parents told you to return the money you received from your relative to buy a chocolate. I am also pissed since it happened all the time with me. Like what right father rabbit have to refuse in his stead? Back to the story, Sejin turns to them and says that he can't eat the entire corn alone, so he will share it with them, and then they can start working. The rabbits are happy to hear this, and the chubby rabbit can't stop drooling as he imagines eating the corn later. The poison honeybees frolic around the cherry tomato fields with their queen, and by this time, Sejin has finished steaming the corn. He lifts the lid of the pot to reveal the steaming hot, juicy, and delicious-looking blue corn that shines in the sunlight like it is made of pearls. Sejin takes it out of the pot with his bare hands and then complains that it is too hot. He thinks that since it is a degrade crop with the energy of the blue moon, it should taste much better than ordinary crops. He says he will dig in now, and by this time, the rabbits have already started their breakfast. They start eating the blue cherry tomatoes, and while everyone takes their time to savor it, the chubby one has already finished it. The husband rabbit takes 2 cherry tomatoes and goes to his hut to share them with his wife, and Sejin tells him to enjoy the tomatoes. Sejin decides to taste the blue corn and takes a huge bite. It feels like an explosion of flavors in his mouth, and Sejin can feel the sweetness and taste of every single kernel. He can't resist the taste and starts nibbling on the corn as he says that it gets even tastier the more he chews it, and the rabbits stare at him, "Curse you, Father Rabbit." Just then, the system displays the message that Sejin has consumed the corn of stamina containing the energy of the blue moon, and his stamina has permanently increased by 0.1. Sejin is satisfied after cleaning every last kernel from the cob, and he throws the remaining part into the fire as he gets up and gets ready to work. He asks his rabbit friends if they are ready to harvest some corn, and they affirm. Sejin goes to the corn field where the plants have grown taller than him now, and they are laden with big and mature corn. Sejin plucks out one of the corns from its plant, and then wonders what effect a normal corn has. The system displays that he has harvested a right corn of stamina and got job XP and harvest skill proficiency because of it. Then he looks at the information window of his new crop, and it starts with the same old things that it is nutritious and tasty because it was grown in the tower. When consumed, the corn breaks down 20 g of fat in the body and also increases physical strength by 0.2 for 10 minutes. This effect can be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. If it is consumed by people who have not awakened as climbers yet, they only get the fat breakdown benefit along with healthy and elastic skin. The corn's grave is deep, and its shelf life is 60 days. Sejin likes the properties of the corn, especially the part that talks about improving skin elasticity. He thinks that his mom will like it as she is always worried about getting wrinkles. Sejin thinks that he will soon send another message to his family, and he should try to send some crops to them too. He asks his rabbit friends what they think, but they are busy harvesting the corn. Just then, the giant crimson bear and her cub come to the cave, and Sejin welcomes them. He climbs out of his cave with the help of the rope elevator and asks the bear family if they were fine during last night's blue moon. The mama bear says that they were fine, and Sejin immediately goes to the bear cub, Kung, to give him his treat. Sejin pours honey into his hands, saying he must have been hungry yesterday as he didn't come to the cave, and Kung's eyes gleam as he sees his favorite food. Sejin then tells the mama bear that he will bring some roasted fish for her later, and she thanks him with a big smile. Soon, Theo also comes out of the cave, and he is still sleepy as he tells Sejin that he is going on another sales trip. Sejin tells him to sleep some more, but Theo is determined to not waste his precious time as a sales cat by just sleeping. He says that he needs to get back to work because he has the highest standards as a professional wandering merchant. Sejin compliments his mindset, and then Theo clings to his leg and asks him to carry him to the wandering merchant passageway. However, Kung grabs Theo's robe in its mouth and takes him away with his mom. Sejin wishes them good luck. Theo flails around as he wants to be carried by Sejin. Sejin thinks that until Kung returns after dropping off Theo, they should organize the destroyed field. He starts at the huge holes and equally huge piles of dirt riddled by giant hoof marks, realizing it is going to be hard work. On the other hand, the big bad boss of the 99th floor is holding a meeting with his subordinate monsters at the base of the waypoint gate. He sits on his throne as he asks the miniature under him to present what they found during the blue moon. The first one brings wet mud, and the second one brings dry soil, and the boss is disappointed that his useless subordinates could only find soil when he clearly asked them to fetch something to eat. One miniature nervously laughs, and his boss snaps as he moves angrily and asks them what in the world they did last night. He insults his subordinates, asking them if they want to eat the mud they brought. One of the bulls is brave enough to tell his boss that there is no grass in their territory, and it has been a long time since they saw greenery here. Even if they turn the earth upside down, they can find nothing but mud. Their boss curses his situation as he gets back to his throne and asks why this is happening. He gets nostalgic as he thinks that in the past, this floor was a cow paradise with lush green meadows of high-quality grass, and he is the strongest monster on the 99th floor that guarded the waypoint. He was its ruler. The Black Minotaur was a super strong monster, and he expended a lot of energy during the blue moon, and to replenish it, he needed to eat a lot. That is why he ordered his subordinates to scatter throughout the territory during the blue moon and eat as much as they could. However, this was a problem because the miniature race was already too big and had a very big appetite. In the first place, they already ate too much, and thus the rate at which the grass disappeared was much faster than the rate at which it grew. In the end, because of their excessive grazing, the entire land became a barren place where not a single blade of grass grew. The Black Minotaur returns to reality after thinking of his glory days, and he worries that the newborn calves do not look healthy at all. As proud Minotaur warriors, they needed to be big and strong, and for that, they must consume high-quality grass. But nothing like that is available anymore. The Black Minotaur gets back to collecting the tribute from his subordinates, and calls the next one in line, but ox number 3 is nowhere to be seen. He gets angry, thinking that number 3 must have stupidly ventured into someone else's territory, and couldn't return. However, ox number 3 returns just then, and he apologizes to his boss for being late. He says that when the blue moon ended, he found himself very far away. The Black Minotaur says that it is fine as long as he returns safely, but then he pauses mid-sentence as he notices something peculiar about ox number 3. His eyes widen in shock, and he starts sweating as he impatiently approaches the latecomer, who is afraid of the look in his boss's eyes. The Black Minotaur asks him what is on his head, and ox number 3 has no idea what his boss is talking about. The boss asks him again what the delicious-smelling sweet root is on his horn, and the ox realizes that there is a sweet potato stuck in his horn without him realizing it. However, none of the Minotaurs seem to know what it is or if it is edible at all. On the other hand, in the manager's cabin, Aileen, who had collapsed earlier after getting a stroke, finally wakes up. Her head still feels heavy, and she strains as she tries to get up. Aileen wonders why she lost her consciousness suddenly because there were no symptoms before. She gets up, and her head bangs with the chandelier on the roof, and she complains that the lights are too low. But then she looks down and realizes that something is much different than usual. It was not the light that came down, it was she who had suddenly grown in size after hitting dragon puberty. Aileen picks up her magic crystal that has become too small for her now and then looks at her body, wondering if she grew so much in one night. With this, the video ends. Tower Manager had hit puberty, and her body had undergone a significant change. Lost in thought, she couldn't comprehend why she had suddenly grown so big. Then a memory flashed through her mind. She remembered eating those 5 blue cherry tomatoes that Sejin had given her. She began to wonder if there was something special about Sejin's cherry tomatoes. Just before she had fainted, she recalled her dragon heart beating for a brief moment. Afterward, she had grown larger. And even though her heart wasn't beating now, she felt incredibly light, as if she could fly right now if she tried. Then, holding her crystal ball tightly, she started kissing Sejin through the crystal ball, saying that it was all because of Sejin that her heart had healed somewhat. She couldn't contain her excitement as she thought about what she would do with Sejin once they got out of the tower. Then, as she observed Sejin through her crystal ball, happily munching on the blue corn, she couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. She shouted, asking how Sejin could relish those delectable treats while leaving her out. However, the crystal ball she held was too small for her grown-up body, preventing her from getting a clear view of what Sejin was enjoying. Without wasting a single minute, she hurriedly tried to go to her treasured room to bring a larger crystal ball. However, she got stuck at the door since it was too small for her current body. She started shouting in frustration, saying she needed to lose weight, or Sejin would devour all the delicious treats without her. The scene shifts, and it's a bright, sunny day outside the cave's entrance. The baby bear waves his hands happily toward the queen bee, who joyfully waves back while flying around the cave with her worker bees. Meanwhile, the shovel rabbit stands atop a pile of corn, watching the worker bees while harvesting corn. Over by the corn pile, the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit are busy peeling the corn and gathering the peeled corn on top of onion leaves. The baby rabbits are having fun playing with one of the worker bees, while the sickle rabbit is preparing wooden sticks. The warrior rabbit takes the peeled corn and places it onto the wooden sticks with a cute little baby rabbit watching in admiration. I think this little baby will be the successor of Black Rabbit. Another baby rabbit patiently waits beside a pile of prepared corn, neatly arranged on top of onion leaves, all ready for roasting. The chubby rabbit then comes in with his cart, loads up the prepared corn onto his cart to roast, and a baby rabbit sits on the cart, cheerfully waving to the white rabbit, who's in charge of roasting the corn over the campfire. If my guess is correct, then the baby rabbit on the cart will be the successor of Chubby Rabbit. Then we see Sejin complimenting all his animal friends for doing a great job preparing the corn. He called the cute baby rabbit on the cart Baby Captain, as the baby rabbit also cheerfully replied to his uncle. Sejin picks up the baby rabbit, and holds his arms, said to the chubby rabbit that he had steamed the corns, and his work was almost finished. He suggested wrapping up and told the chubby rabbit to gather everyone as they would all have dinner together. The chubby rabbit nodded in response excitedly. Sejin gently opened the lid of the pot, and the delicious aroma of the juicy corn filled the entire cave. Seeing the corn, the baby rabbit in Sejin's hand also started drooling with sparkling eyes. As Sejin was taking out the hot steamed corn from the pot and placing them on plates made of onion leaves with a glove made from onion leaves, the tower manager asked Sejin if she also could taste the juicy corn. She then asked if Sejin could give her one steamed corn. Suddenly, a quest appeared in front of Sejin: share the corn with the hungry tower manager, and the reward was extreme gratitude. If refused, the tower manager would become extremely disappointed. Seeing this, Sejin replied, addressing the tower manager as Ailne with a smile on his face. He mentioned that he was going to give some steamed corn to her anyway and said to wait for a moment. He was also preparing some grilled corn, and once ready, he would send both the steamed and grilled corn to her all at once. The tower manager nodded, saying she would wait. Then we see the warrior rabbit and the white rabbits bringing the delicious, mouth-watering grilled corn. Sejin instructed them to place the grilled corn on a plate made of onion leaves. After a moment, we see many grilled corns neatly arranged on a large plate, also made of onion leaves. The fatty rabbit brought the steamed corn, and all the rabbits worked together to prepare the corns for dinner. Meanwhile, the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit happily stood with the baby rabbits, and on a large bowl made of onion leaves, Besides Sejun, there was a full load of steamed corn. 3 cute little baby rabbits watched, unable to wait to taste them. Now Sejun, holding a roasted corn with seasoning sprinkled on it, said that the seasoning Theo brought was a godsend to the grilled corn. He continued saying it's a pity that he can't taste the butter-grilled corn like his mom makes, but this also looks very delicious. The white rabbits were also holding grilled corn, and the warrior rabbit was contemplating whether to eat the grilled or steamed corn. Then Sejun began preparing his special corn. First, he applied the sugar that Theo bought onto the corn and grilled it until it turned golden brown. Next, he sprinkled some Parmesan cheese onto the grilled corn, with his tongue licking his lips. Sejun reached into his bag, while a cute baby rabbit watched curiously to see what Sejun was doing. Suddenly, he excitedly brought out a pouch full of red chili powder and explained how he found this chili pouch in Theo's bag while Theo was sleeping. He started to think with a slight anger that Theo didn't tell Sejun about such a precious item, and considered removing Theo from his seal's cap position. However, he decided to let it slide since he was in a very good mood today. Lastly, he sprinkled some chili powder onto the corn. Sejun's special corn was ready. The system notified Sejun that it was a corn filled with Sejun's aura and so delicious that one couldn't hold back once eaten. Finally, Sejun took a bite out of his special corn, and yes, it was truly delicious. He smiled with pleasure, feeling like he was in heaven as the sweet and spicy taste reminded him of his home. Then, Sejun prepared 6 grilled, juicy corns and gave them to the tower manager, who thanked him happily, completing the quest. Sejun then turned toward the white and warrior rabbits and asked them if the grilled corn was delicious. They nodded in response with smiles on their faces as they munched on the grilled corn. Then Sejun noticed that the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit were not eating their meals as they were busy feeding the baby rabbits. Then, Sejun got an idea. He placed a steamed corn on a bowl and, with a spoon, scraped the corn kernels, separating them. He gave the bowl full of corn kernels to the husband rabbit and the wife rabbit, saying that now the baby rabbits could eat without being fed, and they could also enjoy their meal. The husband and wife rabbit sighed in relief and thanked Sejun, while the baby rabbits surrounded the bowl full of corn kernels and started picking them one by one. Then, Sejun also started munching on the corn happily. However, as he took a bite, baby rabbits called for him. He noticed something and the next moment he spit out all the corn he had eaten, saying what the hell. He saw that the baby rabbits were playing with the corn kernels, and all the corn kernels were sticking to their bodies. 3 baby rabbits were lying on the bowl, with one eating a corn kernel, while the other 2 called out to Sejun with a cute expression. Sejun gently, with a warm smile, started removing the corn kernels one by one from their bodies, remarking on how they were getting naughtier day by day. Meanwhile, one baby rabbit with a full stomach was sleeping on the bowl, while another was eating some corn kernels. Others had their corn kernels removed by Sejun, with an exhausted expression. Sejun started feeding the baby rabbits, saying that working while taking care of babies was very tiring. He missed Theo, as Theo was the one who used to take care of the baby rabbits. I think babies of this batch are naughtier than the previous one. What do you think? Let me know in the comment. Then, Sejun gave the mommy and baby bear a lot of sweet potatoes, fresh fish, and corn to eat, and they also started eating happily. The scene shifts, and we see a member of the Phoenix Guild banging his hand on the table in frustration, asking why Theo is not coming, as he is taking longer than usual. They had set up a camp on the 38th floor, where Theo usually comes to sell the cherry tomatoes. Another hunter asked why he came here to buy cherry tomatoes again, as just the other day he bought a good number of cherry tomatoes, and not only that, he also told her girlfriend to buy more. He replied with a serious face that if he didn't hear a rumor, outside the tower rich people are buying these magical cherry tomatoes at very high prices. A single cherry tomato is selling for more than 500,000 won, so he came to stock up on the cherry tomatoes to sell them at a higher price later. Then we see Dong-sik talking with a blonde-haired woman, Jessica, a member of the Phoenix Guild. She asked Dong-sik what to do as their supplies are slowly running out, and it will become very difficult to leave the tower once they're empty. Now Dong-sik, thinking deeply, replied that they have no other choice. He decided to stay in the tower, while all the other members will get out from the tower to refill the supply. As all the members were leaving the tower, Dongseok, watching them from behind, said to Suha, he thought Jessica would be the one staying in the tower but didn't expect Suha to be here with him. Then Suha explained that Jessica had already gotten rid of her extra weight, so she no longer needed the cherry tomatoes. With a warm smile, she said that Jessica gave her share to Suha instead. Dongseok asked Suha if she would also participate in the auction personally, wondering if she also needed the cherry tomatoes. Suha replied that she was not there for the cherry tomatoes. She playfully winked and brought out 5 packets of churu, saying she was here to give this churu to Theo. Dongseok laughed and replied that it's good to keep Theo happy since he's a very important guy. The scene shifts, and we see Theo singing, walking in the forest, saying that the baby rabbits are waiting for the cool Uncle Theo, so he has to quickly finish his work and return to the cave. Finally, after a long walk, Theo reached his destination, the wandering merchant passageway. It was a humongous big tree with a large hole in the middle and was now standing just above the passageway on a hill. Theo commented on how big the tree was and looked up, saying he felt like the tree was so big that it would reach the sky. Then we see many wandering merchants preparing to enter the passageway. Among them, there's a big elephant, a goblin, and 2 little mice, all following Theo, who was at the front of the group. A cute dog merchant officer asked Theo which agency he was from and what Theo's grade was. Theo proudly replied that he is a beginner wandering merchant, and wanted to use the ordinary merchant passageway to reach the 38th floor. The officer approved Theo's request, and he started moving forward. However, unbeknownst to Theo, 3 wolves from behind him began glaring at him with deadly eyes and followed him. They were silver-furred wolves with sharp yellow eyes. One of them was larger, the captain, and the other 2 were smaller. The 2 smaller wolves, upon seeing a drawing, they stared at Theo, trying to find something. They started to argue with each other if they had found the right merchant cat. Eventually, they revealed that they were looking for the straw hat that Theo had bought from the blacksmith. The 2 wolves' names were Elko and Elki. The little wolf asked Chieftain Elko with a worried face why Landlord Grid was looking for the straw hat, especially just an ordinary straw hat that could be found anywhere. However, the Chieftain Elka replied with a serious tone that it didn't matter what the item was. They were the Silverwolf tribe, the best mercenaries in the whole tower, and they should just act according to what the commissioner ordered. Then, their captain ordered his subordinate that it's unlikely that Theo is the one who has the straw hat, but for now, they will just follow him. They pulled their hoods over their heads. Unbeknownst to them, from behind, a ghostly figure was watching them. She was the Fox Police girl. Seeing all of this, she was also shocked as to why the Silver Wolf tribe was after Theo, and then wondered if it was because of the straw hat. She started to wonder what the mysterious straw hat that the floor master had hired the Silver Wolf for even was. Deciding to follow the Silver Wolf, we see all the wandering merchants passing through the passage with Theo at the front, unaware of the danger following him. Just behind him, the Silver Wolf was tailing, and just behind the Silver Wolf, the Fox Girl was stealthily following them.
In the previous episode, we saw how after eating Sejun's blue cherry tomatoes, tower manager Aileen grew up and became to like Sejun, starting to kiss Sejun from her crystal ball and just couldn't get enough of him. Meanwhile, Sejun was facing challenges in taking care of the baby rabbits in Theo's absence. On the other hand, Theo embarked on a journey to the 38th floor with the intention of selling cherry tomatoes. He didn't know that 3 silver wolves were silently tailing him. These wolves were on a quest to retrieve the straw hat that Theo had purchased from the black market. To make things even more interesting, the diligent police fox Seraph was keeping a close watch on the 3 silver wolves, adding a layer of mystery to the unfolding events. On a lovely sunlit day, the shovel rabbit was hard at work digging into the earth. Meanwhile, the cart rabbit diligently piled up the excavated soil into his cart. Right beside them, the warrior rabbit, with determined swings, was hammering the ground, making it more even and suitable for planting. We could see both the mommy bear and the baby bear also busy at work, fixing the soil that had been disrupted during the previous blue moon's chaos caused by the buffalo. Sejun stood there, cheering them on and expressing his gratitude to the mommy bear for her assistance. In a flash, the once hilly piles of dirt were leveled, and the field above the cave was all set for planting. Sejun's excitement was raised by threefold as he brings out a red pouch. When he opened it, it revealed a sparkling abundance of peanut seeds. The sight of those seeds brought smiles to the faces of Sejun and White Rabbit. Sejun began sowing the peanut seeds across the prepared field. The husband and White Rabbits were right behind him, watering the freshly sown seeds, while the cart rabbit, with a contented grin, observed Sejun's efforts. The shovel rabbit tirelessly continued to dig, ensuring that the field was perfectly ready for Sejun to sow his seeds. After a while of hard work, Sejun wiped the sweat from his brow and turned around to see all the peanut seeds neatly sown across the ground. With a cheerful tone, he remarked to the husband rabbit that increasing his agility had truly paid off. It had significantly boosted his work speed, allowing him to plant all the peanut seeds in just a few hours. Sejun attributed this remarkable speed not only to his improved agility but also to the magical straw hat, which provided him with nearly infinite stamina exclusively for farming. The husband rabbit responded with a happy smile, genuinely pleased with Sejun's success. On the previous day when the seed store opened, 3 seed options lay before Sejun: radish seeds, cucumber seeds, and peanut seeds. After careful consideration, he decided to purchase peanut seeds. His choice was influenced by a YouTube video he had watched, which highlighted peanuts as an excellent crop for soil restoration, something he urgently needed to address the condition of the soil above the ground. Despite his initial inclination to buy cucumber seeds, he ultimately bought 1,000 peanut seeds for 5 tower coins. However, there had been a pleasant surprise waiting for Sejun. The system had notified him that he had accumulated 100 seed store points, allowing him to increase his seed store level. This revelation left Sejun astonished, and he promptly upgraded his seed store level. As a result, the system informed him that he had been promoted from a rookie to a commoner. With this new status, he could now choose from 4 types of seeds instead of the usual 3. Furthermore, he gained the privilege to purchase an unlimited quantity of seeds from the seed store, although there was still a maximum spending limit of 5 tower coins per month. After completing this transaction, Sejun received his precious peanut seed. Now, standing there with his bag full of peanut seeds, Sejun wore an excited expression. He couldn't help but imagine what next month's visit to the seed store would bring. His mind buzzed with the possibilities of how many varieties of seeds he would be able to purchase and how his progress would more than double. The anticipation of what lay ahead left him positively thrilled. Returning to the present moment, Sejun found himself amidst a task. He was carefully collecting all the harvested corn plants, which were a part of his secret plan. As corn plants once harvested became useless as they couldn't be replanted, Kung, full of cheerfulness, lent a hand in carrying the corn plants, while the rabbits observed the activity with happy expressions. As Sejun patted the baby bear, thanking him for his hard work, Kung responded happily in his own language. Sejun and his rabbit buddies then began placing the corn plants one by one on top of the exposed peanut seeds. Sejun explained that he had cut the corn leaves to create a cover for the peanut seeds, preventing moisture from evaporating. This precaution was necessary due to the constant 24-hour sunshine in their environment in the dungeon. Afterward, seated on the ground, Sejun took a corn and started separating the corn kernels, placing them in a bowl. Once he had finished wiping his sweat away, the system notified him that his experience points had increased, along with his seed gathering level. Sejun was planning to soak the corn kernels in water to encourage germination before replanting them. However, before he could proceed, the baby rabbits approached him, and one of them began nibbling on the corn kernels in the bowl. Sejun quickly lifted the bowl, reminding them that the corn kernels were not for them to eat. Nevertheless, the baby rabbits persisted, climbing onto Sejun's body, eager for a taste. Sejun couldn't help but notice the baby rabbits looking a bit downhearted. Some even appeared quite bored. Theo is on a mission, and everyone, including Sejun and the other rabbits, busy with farming, the baby rabbits had no one to play with them. Realizing their need for some entertainment, Sejun had a brilliant idea. With an excited expression on his face, he reached into his bag, told that he had a fun task for the baby rabbits. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they waited eagerly. Sejun wasted no time and got to work. Using empty seed pouches, he crafted 3 small backpacks and fashioned 3 miniature handbags from leftover cloth material. To fill these pouches, he added dried sweet potatoes and carrots. Now, the baby rabbits stood there, brimming with excitement, each holding one of these adorable, snack-filled bags. One of them beamed proudly, while another sneakily nibbled on a piece of dried sweet potato. Observing them with a warm smile, Sejun couldn't help but comment on how cute they looked, like a group of kindergarten kids. He told baby rabbits to tie those bags up while walking around, and then give 1 carrot slice to each working adult. Then he told the baby rabbits to come back and refill the pockets, and he will fill it fully. They eagerly prepared themselves, and with a wave to Sejun, indicated they were ready for action. Sejun, addressing them as supply units, shouted a playful command to march forward and complete their mission. The baby rabbits, filled with excitement, happily began their march, ready to deliver snacks to the adult rabbits. In the next scene, we witnessed the heartwarming sight of the baby rabbits distributing snacks to their hardworking companions in the field. The working rabbits were clearly delighted, their faces lit up with happiness. The husband rabbit, full of pride, patted one of the baby rabbits on the back. The mommy rabbit wore a contented smile as she lovingly embraced a baby rabbit, her motherly heart swelling with pride. Meanwhile, the cart and sickle rabbits indulged in their snacks, savoring the treats. 2 other lively baby rabbits playfully scampered around the field, their joy infectious. From a distance, Sejun observed this heartwarming scene, and an idea began to form in his mind. He resolved to talk to Theo about purchasing some cute little outfits for the baby rabbits once he returned. As he imagined the baby rabbits dressed as a ship captain, a postman, and even a cute Cinderella, he couldn't help but chuckle. The mental image of these adorable baby rabbits in costumes brought a smile to his face. Yet, he regretted that his phone's battery had run out, preventing him from capturing this charming scene for posterity. The scene shifted, and we found ox number 3 wandering through the vast lands with a heavy heart, a profound sadness etched on his face. As he contemplated where he had discovered that extraordinary radish, his memories were foggy, and he couldn't recall anything that had happened since the arrival of the blue moon. What he did remember was that he had found the radish before the blue moon had graced the sky. In a flashback, we saw how the Ox King had reacted when he first laid eyes on the radish. The Ox King had gone absolutely wild with excitement, clutching the radish in his massive hand. He had bombarded Ox number 3 with questions, demanding to know the origin of this peculiar root. However, Ox number 3's memory was hazy due to the effects of the blue moon, and all he could manage was a sweet, innocent smile. He admitted that he had discovered the radish somewhere outside the Ox King's territory, but couldn't remember precisely where. The Ox King had regarded the radish skeptically at first, but then, as if seized by an irresistible urge, he had taken a big bite. He chewed the radish slowly, his eyes wide, and the other oxen watched in envy with drool on their chins. Then the unexpected occurred. The Ox King let out a resounding moo, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. He began to breathe heavily, and drool cascaded from his mouth. With both arms raised high, he shouted that the more he chewed this root, the sweeter it became. Incredibly, as he consumed the radish, his muscles began to bulge and grow, transforming him into a veritable mountain of muscle, all from the power of a single radish. Then, with heavy excitement, the Ox King grabbed Ox number 3's shoulder and started shaking him, asking him if he had to dig the ground or fly in the sky. He had to find the place from where he got this magical root, as the future of the Minotaur clan depended on it. He ordered Ox number 3 to find this place in the name of the pride of all the oxen warrior, while Ox number 3 stood there confused. Now we're back in the present, and Ox number 3 stood expressionless, contemplating what to do next. After traveling for a while, he reached the border of the Ox King's territory and explained that one step from here, and the territory of the Crimson Bear would begin. He had no idea what would happen if the bear found him. Just as he pondered his next move, something unexpected occurred. Ox number 3 suddenly smelled a sweet fragrance in the air. Without knowing it, he instinctively followed the scent and soon found himself in front of a farmland where Sejin had just planted peanuts and covered them with corn leaves. Seeing these green plants, Ox number 3 was shocked and bewildered. He immediately started eating some of them and gathered the plants. Before he could do anything more, the sweetness of the corn plant melted in his mouth, and he exclaimed how delicious it was. Without wasting a moment, he started gathering the crops. With each bite and every plant he harvested, Ox number 3's happiness grew. A radiant smile crossed his face as he considered what kind of plant this could be. He couldn't help but think of the joy the Ox King would experience upon seeing this bounty. With unmatched enthusiasm, Ox number 3 collected all the corn plants, holding them high and dancing with glee. He made his way back into his territory. The sweet treasures he carried would surely bring immense delight to the Ox King and the entire Minotaur clan. Meanwhile, the Crimson Bear in her nest sensed something amiss. She abruptly stood up, fully alert, causing the baby bear, who was sleeping beside her, to tumble onto the ground. Confused and still half asleep, the baby bear wondered why his mother had awakened so suddenly. The mother bear was furious, her eyes blazing with anger, emitting a terrifying aura. On the other side, the tower manager was sipping Sejin's special juice while enjoying a hot bath in the spa. This spa was designed for adults, but due to her smaller size, she hadn't been able to use it until now. With her increased thickness, she finally got to savor its warmth. However, her relaxation was interrupted when she noticed someone calling out to her. At first, annoyance clouded her face as she wondered who had the audacity to disturb her bath. But when she saw that it was the Crimson Bear, her anger subsided. She inquired about what had happened with the bear. Upon learning that someone had invaded her territory, the tower manager's shock was evident, and her mouth hung open. Meanwhile, Sejin was in a deep slumber, completely unaware of the unfolding events. He lay on a bed made of onion leaves, with an eye cover crafted from the same leaves, and a trail of drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was the tower manager who eventually roused him from his peaceful sleep. As Sejin slowly opened his eyes, the tower manager hurriedly informed him about the Crimson Bear's report. Someone had invaded her territory and approached his cave. At that very moment, the Crimson Bear herself arrived near Sejin's cave, calling out for him. Sejin, feeling a bit anxious, contemplated his next move. Eventually, he decided to step outside with all his rabbit friends to investigate. To his relief, he found that his peanuts were unharmed this time, and the farmland was intact. However, there was a major problem. All the corn plants had mysteriously vanished. Someone had stolen every single one, leaving Sejin in complete shock. The sickle rabbit appeared disheartened, clutching a corn leaf, while one of the white rabbits seemed a bit frightened, as all their hard work had seemingly gone to waste. Sejin, perplexed and frustrated, held his head in his hands, wondering who could have done this and what to do next. Meanwhile, Theo had just arrived on the 38th floor, where he cheerfully greeted the hunters, unaware of the dangers that awaited him. With this, the video ends. Thanks for watching.
Sejun, watching his farmland, was in deep thought. He noticed that this time his land wasn't destroyed, it was just the corn leaves that were missing. Whoever or whatever did this had to be an intelligent creature. While he was thinking over this, Mommy Bear spoke up. She suggested to Sejun that it must be the work of the horned bastards. The mention of horns got Sejun thinking hard. He remembered hearing a sound like a cow on the blue moon day. If those creatures were behind this, it meant trouble. Sejun then had a word with the sad warrior rabbit. He told the little guy not to be down because it was actually a good thing the farm wasn't totally destroyed this time. They just took the corn leaves, and they could always cover the peanut seeds again with the tomato leaves from the cave. Mommy Bear, trying to make Sejun feel better, promised to step up her game. She said she'd be more alert from now on, patrol the area more, and even expand her territory. Sejun gave her a grateful smile and thanked her for being so solid. But then, giving the baby bear a gentle pat, Sejun gave Mommy Bear a friendly warning. He appreciated all her hard work but didn't want her to overdo it. Health comes first, he said, and Mommy Bear nodded, understanding what he meant. Mommy Bear off patrolling, Sejun was left feeling concerned. He reflected, let's just be satisfied that no one is hurt, but he knew he needed to prepare for the future. While patting the baby bear, Sejun clenched his fist and spoke with confidence. He declared that he had to become powerful to protect himself and everyone from outside dangers. The baby bear looked puzzled, not understanding the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the warrior rabbit was ready to face anyone who dared to threaten their farm again. The scene shifted, and we saw the white worker rabbits gently placing corn leaves on top of the beautiful white cocoon of the queen bee. They carefully arranged them in a basket made with an onion leaf. Sejun expressed his gratitude to the white rabbits for their help, and they waved in response. Sejun was seated on a chair made with onion leaves and wood, shading himself with an umbrella made of onion leaves. Beneath him was the basket containing the queen bee's cocoon. Sejun gazed at the cocoon with excitement, knowing that today was the day the queen bee would hatch, and he would become her owner. He planned to spend the entire day beside the cocoon and had left all the farming work to the farmer rabbits. Sejun then went on to explain that the system had informed him that when the queen bee's cocoon hatches, the first person she sees would become her owner. He lounged in his comfy chair, nibbling on some dried sweet potato, and continued. Currently, there were around 200 honeybees in the colony. When the new queen bee hatches, she would establish her own colony, dramatically increasing the total number of honeybees, and he can control them all using his beekeeping skill, adding an extra layer of protection. Beside him, there were some cherry tomatoes and sweet potato flowers displayed. Despite many hours passing, the queen bee had yet to hatch. Sejun, feeling drowsy, began to yawn. He held a cherry tomato flower in his right hand and a sweet potato flower in his left. With a warm smile, he thought about offering these flowers as a welcome gift to the new queen bee once she hatched. Then a curious question crossed his mind: which of these flowers would the queen bee like more? However, despite his best efforts to stay awake, sleep overcame him. Sejun drifted off into a deep slumber, his mouth hanging open, and he began to drool. In his sleep he mumbled, "Thank you for being born, queen bee." Then something entirely unexpected occurred. The queen bee's cocoon began to tremble slightly. As moments passed, the shaking intensified, causing a crack to form on the cocoon's surface. From within that crack, a brilliant yellow light began to radiate, growing larger and more vibrant with every passing second. Multiple cracks emerged, creating an intricate pattern on the cocoon's surface. All the while, Sejun remained blissfully unaware in his deep slumber. After a relentless struggle, the dazzling light slowly subsided, leaving the entire basket in a gentle tremor. And then, a tiny hand emerged, delicately removing the remaining corn leaves from the basket. Finally, our queen bee had hatched. She was overflowing with joy and excitement, buzzing with life. The newly hatched queen bee inspected her tiny hands and body while receiving a notification from the system indicating that she was the second generation of queen bee. But then, something else caught her attention. She turned and saw something. Her curiosity piqued, and with a swift push, she took flight, landing gently on Sejun's chest. She stretched her body and curiously examined Sejun's face with her mouth slightly agape. After gazing at Sejun for a moment, the system delivered the crucial notification: the newborn queen bee had officially recognized Sejun as her owner. In response, she gave a warm, contented smile. Her buzzing filled with happiness as she attempted to wake Sejun up. But Sejun remained in a deep slumber, undisturbed by the joyful commotion around him. Then she noticed the cherry tomato flower that Sejun had prepared for her. Holding it in her hand, she blushed a little, her eyes sparkling with happiness. From inside the cave, our queen bee poked out, startling the new little queen bee. Our queen bee happily greeted her child, and as the new queen bee stared at her, she realized that this majestic bee was her mother. The mother queen bee began to speak, and the new queen bee listened attentively, nodding her head in understanding. Meanwhile, Sejun was still sleeping, oblivious to the joyful reunion happening in the cave. It seemed like nothing could wake him up. Mother and child queen bee started to fly, and we saw them joyfully circling around the cave. The baby queen bee followed her mommy closely, and the mother bee couldn't stop smiling as she watched over her child. All the while, Sejun remained in peaceful slumber. The baby queen bee finally greeted her mother, and her mother warmly returned the greeting. The baby bee buzzing flew towards Sejun with an excited and happy expression. Even though he was still sleeping, she approached Sejun's face and began rubbing her cheek against his. Her tiny body filled with joy. In response to this unexpected wake-up call, Sejun mumbled, "Bee," and slowly woke up, startled and confused. Sejun was met with multiple system notifications as his sleepiness vanished. He was shocked by what he read. The system notified him that the new queen bee had recognized him as her owner, and his beekeeping skill had leveled up from 2 to 3. This left Sejun both puzzled and intrigued. He desperately looked around, searching for the queen bee, expressing how badly he wanted to see her. The scene then shifted, and we saw that ox number 3 had finally brought the corn leaves and proudly presented them to the Minotaur King. The confused Minotaur King asked where he found them. Ox number 3 explained that he had acquired them from the Crimson Bear's territory, where there was an abandoned area with these leaves. The Minotaur King carefully examined the corn leaves, noting that they looked different from what he had eaten before. These plants were unfamiliar to him, and they appeared too scarce to be shared with others. Then we learned that ox number 3 had eaten all the corn leaves while returning, and he could only manage to bring back a single corn leaf. Hearing this, the Minotaur King was left speechless, his face filled with annoyance and uncertainty about how to react. The Minotaur King held a piece of the green corn leaf in his hand, clenching his fist with a sad expression. He acknowledged that their clamp plan had a big appetite, so it was understandable. Out of curiosity, the Minotaur King decided to take a small bite of the corn leaf, noting its sweet aroma. However, the moment he chewed the corn leaf, an electrifying sensation surged through his body, and a thick white saliva oozed from his mouth. With sparkling eyes and a delighted expression, he exclaimed that it was incredibly delicious, almost divine. He felt an overflow of energy. With great excitement and wide-open eyes, the Minotaur King patted ox number 3 on the shoulder, praising him for his discovery. He expressed that if they could somehow obtain a large supply of this grass, their clan wouldn't suffer from food shortages anymore. If they could cultivate it on their land, all their problems would be solved. However, with a serious expression and a gaze directed to the south, the Minotaur King pondered how this magical grass grew in the Crimson Bear's territory and how they could obtain more of it. Then his expression became sad as he mentioned how badly he wanted to go there and bring back as much of this magical grass as possible. However, he couldn't go to other monsters' territory while leaving the waypoint, as other monsters might attack them, and they were currently weak, so his clan members would not be able to survive. The Minotaur King urgently summoned ox number 3, who arrived in a panic, fearing he would receive a scolding for eating the corn leaves. The Minotaur King pointed his finger toward ox number 3 and shouted, making it clear that his new mission was to find the exact source of this magical grass. His excited face turned serious as he continued, emphasizing that if ox number 3 discovered that someone was intentionally growing this magical grass, he needed to find out their identity. Before the Minotaur King could finish his sentence, ox number 3 intervened. He raised his hand and began to yawn, his eyes closing as he explained that after eating so much grass, he was feeling incredibly sleepy, and he mentioned that he intended to take a nap before proceeding. Hearing this, the Minotaur King swiftly pulled out his great axe and shouted at Ox number 3 to hurry and leave, threatening to cut him into pieces. Ox number 3 ran as fast as he could, saying he will sleep when he gets back from his mission. The scene then shifted, and we saw that Theo had reached the 38th floor. Dongshik and his companions rushed toward Theo, accompanied by other hunters. The hunters questioned why Theo was late, speculating that he might have gone to another floor to sell his goods. Theo stood proudly and apologized, explaining that he had some important matters to attend to. He hinted that he had brought something special, surprising everyone. Dongshik asked Theo what could be more special than his already exceptional cherry tomatoes. Theo proudly revealed a red cherry tomato, emphasizing that it was even more special than his usual ones as it's a D-rank cherry tomato. The sight of the D-ranked cherry tomato left everyone in shock. Amid the astonishment, Suha couldn't help but express her delight, finding Theo's reaction adorable. Each person held a piece of the D-ranked cherry tomato, closely examining it. They discovered that this tomato reduced 20 g of fat, twice the usual 10 g, increased mana boost from 0.1 to 0.2, and had a longer shelf life of 60 days. Dongshik, in a state of speechlessness, contemplated the potential impact of this magical cherry tomato once it left the tower. He foresaw that it could cause quite a stir outside. Without further ado, Theo proudly unveiled a bucket made of onion leaves, filled to the brim with D-rank cherry tomatoes. He announced that he would be selling a total of 2,000 cherry tomatoes in batches of 400, with 5 rounds in total. As soon as he finished speaking, the hunters began bidding fervently. The initial bid of 70 quickly escalated to 90 and beyond. After an intense hour, the auction concluded, and Theo had successfully sold all his cherry tomatoes. Holding bags filled with tower coins, he chuckled with flushed cheeks. He declared that with this trade, his profits would exceed 1,000 tower coins. Moreover, it would enable him to register as a high-grade wandering merchant. Standing proudly, Theo held his head high and laughed heartily. He stated that once he achieved the status of a high-grade wandering merchant, all restrictions would be lifted. He looked forward to the day when Sijuan's crops would be mentioned in the system notifications, as desired by Sijuan himself. He even jestingly contemplated that Sijuan might confer upon him the title of chairman, granting him the authority to command Sijuan. As Theo was lost in his daydreams, Suha approached him and asked if he wanted to take a picture with her. Theo, with a hint of arrogance, thought to himself that he must be so famous that everyone wants to be around him as soon as they spot him. He opened his eyes with a flourish, proudly extending his paw. He confidently declared that anyone who wanted to touch his paws should form a line and be prepared with a suitable reward. However, before he could finish his sentence, he realized that only Suha stood before him. She wore an awkward expression, and behind her, there was nothing but the wind-blown Lee. Perplexed, Theo started searching for the crowd, wondering where his adoring fans were. Suha explained that because Theo hadn't been on the 38th floor for days and their food supplies were running low, most of the residents had left. Only a few remained. Hearing this, Theo was shocked, his mouth hanging open. He felt a pang of hurt pride because it seemed that no one wanted to touch his paws anymore. To console him, Suha offered Theo some chorus, explaining that it wasn't that he was unpopular. People had left due to the shortage of supplies. Theo, with an innocent and sad expression, gazed at his paws, wondering if they no longer had the power to attract people. He had hoped to receive many things from humans in exchange for letting them touch his paws, which would have boosted his chances of becoming a chairman. But now, it seemed like that might not happen. Just then, 2 girls approached Theo excitedly, exclaiming that he was Theo, the wandering cat. They came closer, stating that Theo was just as cute as they had seen on Instagram. They asked if they could also take pictures with him. Now, Theo was utterly confused, asking the 2 girls what this Instagram thing was all about. With enthusiasm, the girls eagerly showed their phone screens to Theo and began explaining everything about smartphones and Instagram. As they went on, Theo's eyes sparkled with great excitement. He suddenly got a brilliant idea. With this, the video ends. Theo was looking at his Instagram profile where multiple photos of him were posted, and he had gained 23,040 followers. Curiously, he turned to Suha and asked if the two girls came to find him because they saw his images on an app called Instagram. Suha explained that yes, and she apologized sincerely for uploading Theo's images without his permission. Theo continued to stare at the Instagram profile in complete silence while Suha stood there anxiously, worrying that Theo might be angry about the unauthorized uploads. Before she could say anything, Theo suddenly turned and exclaimed, "Of course, she should be sorry. Why didn't she tell me something like this existed?" Suha was taken aback, wondering how to calm Theo's apparent anger. However, before she could respond, Theo placed one hand on his head and struck a cute pose, extending one foot forward. He then handed the phone back to Suha, instructing her to hurry up and start taking pictures of him to upload to Instagram. This unexpected reaction left Suha utterly shocked and clueless about what to do next. Then Theo started giving multiple poses ranging from cool and confident to cute and innocent, making it look like he was asking for help. He stretched both his hands, winked mischievously, and struck a naughty pose. Suha continued to take picture after picture as Theo posed enthusiastically. After hours of taking pictures, even Suha started melting at Theo's cool poses, calling them too cute and adorable. Theo told Suha that she could do whatever she wanted with the photo of him once she reached home, but for now, she should focus on taking more pictures. Finally, Theo struck a killer pose, raising both of his hands and winking his right eye. He announced that if anyone wanted to meet this cute and cool wandering merchant Theo, they could find him on the 38th floor. He urged everyone watching the video to follow him on Instagram before coming to meet him. With a playful threat, he counted down from 3, 2, 1, and exclaimed that everyone should subscribe to the channel or he would be mad at them. After the intense photo shoot session, Theo was heading back to Sejin, stretching his arms and feeling quite satisfied. He mentioned how the photo shoot went well and how crazy it was that 23,000 people were now following him on Instagram. He wondered what would happen if even more people started following him and coming to him after watching the video. With confidence, Theo stated that he could already hear the sounds of hunters rushing to meet him. He planned to seize this opportunity to gain maximum rewards, and at this rate, he believed he could reach the chairman position in no time. Theo began to laugh, his cheeks turning red as he daydreamed about how he would command Sejin once he became the chairman. However, his daydream was abruptly interrupted as a strong gust of wind nearly pushed Theo back. He clutched his ears in irritation and demanded to know who it was. He had worked hard to straighten his fur, but now everything seemed ruined. Angrily, Theo turned around to find two giant silver fur wolves, each standing at 5 meters tall with large claws, glaring at him. Upon seeing the two giant wolves, Theo's face turned pale, and he quickly assumed a defensive position, looking terrified. But things were about to get worse for Theo. He heard loud footsteps behind him, and as he slowly turned back, he saw an even larger wolf than the previous two. This wolf stood at a towering 7 meters tall and glared at Theo with a deadly serious expression that seemed to promise his imminent demise. Theo was too frightened to utter a single word, standing there with his mouth open, sweat covering his entire body. The 7-meter wolf smashed its giant claws beside Theo, shaking the ground with an angry and fierce look. The silver wolf leader slowly brought its head closer to Theo, growling and displaying its sharp teeth. In a deep voice, it asked Theo if he was the wandering merchant who had bought the straw hat at the smithy in the merchant district. But Theo was so scared that even the slightest growl might make him pee himself. At that moment, Theo, still shaking, finally gathered the courage to speak. Though his voice trembled, he tried to say something, but the words were barely coming out of his mouth. Seeing Theo's unresponsiveness, the silver wolf leader growled loudly, using a threatening tone to demand answers from him. It addressed Theo as a puny cat and demanded to know where the straw hat he had bought in the smithy was now. The leader warned Theo that if he remained silent, they would tear him apart and chop him into small pieces. The other two wolves joined in, growling and menacingly threatening Theo. He was in a terrible condition, already scared out of his wits, and now he had started to cry. But then something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a pine fruit-like object flew and landed between them, startling everyone. From that object, a foul smell began to emanate, filling the entire area. The silver wolves had highly sensitive noses, so the stinky smell overwhelmed them. They closed their eyes and blocked their noses to escape the unpleasant odor. Even Theo had to hold his nose as the smell was too strong for him. From the midst of the smoky, foul-smelling cloud, a mysterious figure appeared, glaring at Theo. Suddenly, the mysterious figure grabbed Theo's hand, startling him. She introduced herself as Zirith, the newbie merchant whom Theo had helped before. Then she placed her finger to her lips, signaling Theo to remain silent. In the next moment, as the wolves were occupied trying to cope with the smell, Zirith, still holding Theo's hand, started running into the jungle. Theo followed her with a surprised expression on his face as the smoke screen slowly faded away. The wolves noticed Theo and someone else running. Seeing this, the wolf leader shouted at them to stop, warning that things would not end well for them. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to follow and capture them, no matter what. However, the two subordinates were lying on the ground, holding their noses and shouting for help to escape the stinky smell. They felt like they might die from the odor, leaving the wolf leader standing alone, holding his head and wincing in discomfort. This time, they had failed to catch Theo, and their mission had failed due to that mysterious figure. The scene then shifted, showing Theo and Zirith standing in the middle of the jungle, trying to catch their breath. Theo was still panting heavily, while Zirith let out a sigh of relief. She mentioned that they wouldn't be able to chase them for now, at least. Theo, with a worried expression, thanked Zirith, stating that something terrible would have happened to him if it weren't for her. Zirith replied with a smile, saying it was nothing, as Theo had also saved her once when she was in trouble. It was only natural for her to help Theo in return when he was in trouble. Hearing this, Theo happily started patting Zirith's shoulder, saying she is the nicest person he has met in the tower since his first crush. However, he added that he's a changed man now, a Jigachad, and they should remain best friends, nothing more. Then Theo asked Zirith if she liked grilled fish and suggested they could go for a little walk. As they talked for a while, Zirith, seeing that Theo had become a little more comfortable with her, asked if Theo would be kind enough to give her some guidance on how to become a great merchant like him. Theo prepared his bag and replied that it's no problem at all, he will definitely guide Zirith, and they should go now. With that, Zirith thanked Theo. Then, as they walked together, Zirith suggested to Theo that they should head to the merchant district, and she knew the best shortcut to get there quickly. However, Theo replied that first, he needed to go to the merchant guild and apply for a promotion to become a first-class mid-level merchant. After that, they could go to the merchant district and enjoy grilled fish. Hearing this, Zirith was genuinely shocked, and in her astonishment, she held her mouth and exclaimed, "Did Theo say first-class mid-level merchant?" She then asked in a surprised tone how Theo, who was just a low-level merchant when she last met him, had reached the level of first-class mid-level merchant in just 1 month. Moreover, Theo had been a newbie only a few months ago. Upon hearing this, Theo maintained a neutral expression and asked Zirith how she knew that he was a newbie a few months ago. Zirith realized she had revealed more information than she should have and started to panic. Realizing that she couldn't afford to be caught as an agent of the Wandering Merchant Secret Police Force, or her mission would not be completed. Then Theo folded both his arms, looking suspicious, and asked Zirith why she was acting strangely and seemed suspicious. Zirith, trying to maintain a neutral expression, attempted to explain that it wasn't what Theo was thinking. But before she could say anything more, Theo shouted in anger, calling Scarum a bastard, and revealed that Scarum had divulged all the information about Theo when they first met. Bewildered by the situation, Zirith replied that yes, it was indeed Scarum who had shared everything about Theo without being asked for it. Hearing this, Theo became even angrier and started cursing Scarum, vowing to teach him a lesson when they met. Zirith, on the other hand, felt relieved that Theo appeared to be innocent and easy to manipulate. Then Zirith, with an innocent face, asked Theo how he managed to gather 1,000 tower coins in such a short period of time. She mentioned that it was an amount she couldn't even imagine making in her entire life as a low-grade merchant. She was curious about what Theo was selling to earn so many tower coins. On the flip side, Zirith felt a little worried. She wondered if Theo would be willing to share his trade secrets. She suspected that there might be someone very powerful behind Theo, providing him with premium products for trade. She believed that this item could be very dangerous or even illegal. If she found out about this item, she planned to arrest the backer first and give Theo a lighter punishment, as he seemed somewhat innocent and manipulated by the mysterious backer. Then Theo, with an innocent face, replied, "I sell cherry tomatoes, Naya." Hearing the words cherry tomatoes, Zirith first stood in her place in a state of shock and surprise, trying to process what she had just heard. Then, with a puzzled and surprised expression, her mouth open in disbelief, she asked, "Is Theo trying to say those round little red fruits? That thing?" Theo confirmed by saying yes, it's the exact same thing. Theo then attempted to check his bag to find a cherry tomato, but he had sold them all that day. He promised Zirith that he would show her what a cherry tomato looked like the next time they met. With that, Theo started moving forward, suggesting that they should go, as the giant wolf might return if they stayed in the same place for too long. Zirith remained in a state of shock, her mouth still open without saying anything. Finally, Zirith came to her senses, pondering how in the world Theo could have earned 1,000 tower coins by selling nothing but cherry tomatoes. Was Theo lying? However, he didn't seem like the type of guy who would tell a lie. Zirith continued to follow Theo, her serious expression revealing her determination to unravel the mystery of how Theo had made 1,000 tower coins by selling mere cherry tomatoes. Meanwhile, outside the tower in the gourmet company, the CEO was holding a D-grade cherry tomato, observing it closely. He decided to taste the cherry tomato, maintaining a serious expression, and commented that this cherry tomato indeed tasted more delicious than the earlier one. Then he turned to see a person slowly placing a cherry tomato plant full of cherry tomatoes on a table. The chairman inquired if there was any good news, and Jenny, with a smiling face, replied that as he could see, the seed they planted from the E-grade cherry tomato had grown into a normal cherry tomato plant. The chairman, gazing at the cherry tomatoes, expressed that he had expected as much, as the item was from the tower, making it impossible on Earth. He then inquired about the progress of the farming project on the first floor, to which Jenny confidently replied that they had already sown 100 E-grade cherry tomatoes on the first floor, and 10 plants had already germinated and were ready to harvest. Hearing the chairman's words, he became genuinely happy and praised Jenny, acknowledging her hard work. Jenny credited the chairman for making it all possible. The chairman mentioned that he had already hired top-grade hunters to protect the farmland on the first floor, and once they successfully grew the cherry tomatoes, he would become the richest man on Earth. Meanwhile, Sejin was busy harvesting the cherry tomatoes, with the queen bee sitting on his head. Black Rabbit was helping him, unaware of what was happening outside the tower. A wandering merchant officer handing Theo a silver token, Theo happily holds the coin in his hands, and the officer warmly congratulates Theo for getting promoted to a high mid-level merchant. Theo, filled with excitement and wearing a warm smile, raises his hand and proudly shouts that he has finally become a high mid-level merchant. Theo turns back, proudly showing his silver badge around his chest and smiles as Zirith congratulates him, calling him the best. Theo replies with a thankful nod and mentions that their work is done for now, and they need to head to the trading market. He has something important to buy. Upon hearing the term trading market, Ziritha's facial expression turns serious. She knows that the trading market is a place where only mid-high level merchants and higher level merchants can enter. It's one of the largest trading arenas in the entire tower. In this trading market, there's an auction house where one can buy various items ranging from farming equipment to crafting materials to even utensils and iron nails. You can find almost anything there as long as you're willing to pay for it. After a while, Theo and Zirith finally reached the trading hall. As Zirith followed Theo from behind, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. While Theo walked confidently without a care in the world, Zirith narrowed her eyes in deep thought. This place was unlike the low-level markets that Theo used to visit. It was on a whole different level compared to the junkyards Theo frequented. Zirith was genuinely curious about what skills Theo would use in this new environment. However, before she could finish her thoughts, Theo suddenly stopped, announcing that they had reached their destination. He seemed genuinely interested in the shop in front of him. As Zirith glanced at the shop, she noticed a pouch symbol on the signboard. She then realized this was just an ordinary shop selling daily household items. Without wasting any time, Theo and Zirith entered the shop. Theo picked up a saw, some needles, threads, a frying pan, and a pot, placing them on the counter. He asked the store owner about the total cost for all these items. Zirith continued to observe Theo, and she couldn't help but notice that the store owner was a hyena with big teeth and sharp claws. Before Theo could say anything further, Zirith started speaking. She asked if Theo was buying these household items to resell them on other floors at a higher price. She expressed her concern, saying it was a really bad idea because these items were not in demand, and no one would buy them. Theo casually replied that these items were not for resale, he needed them for someone else. He emphasized that he only sold cherry tomatoes for a living. Hearing this, Zirith frustratingly held her head and exclaimed, "Cherry tomatoes again." She was clearly stressed, thinking back to when Theo had told her that he had reached a high-level mid-merchant status and collected 1,000 tower coins by selling cherry tomatoes. At that time, she had thought Theo was just messing with her, as he didn't want to reveal his merchant secrets. Now she wasn't sure if he was telling the truth or not. The store owner, Hyena, with a smiling face, said the total bill is 2.4 tower coins only. Zirith, upon hearing this amount, paused for a moment. Then she glanced at the utensils with an annoyed face, thinking that these pots and needles were much cheaper than 2.4 tower coins. Even if you combined all the things that Theo had bought, their total bill should not be more than 2 tower coins. In her imagination, she pictured the store owner, Hyena, wearing a heavy suit of armor with a wicked smile, while Theo stood there in poor armor, looking like a novice who didn't know anything. She concluded by saying that the store owner was ripping Theo off. With a serious expression, Zirith was pondering how Theo would counter this professional merchant. But before she could come up with any ideas, a voice echoed, saying, "Give me a discount." In her imagination, she saw Theo launching an attack on the hyena shop owner in one swift slash. Theo disarmed the store owner, leaving him in shock. Then she saw Theo in reality, slamming his hand on the store counter and demanding a discount with a dead serious expression, glaring into the stone owner's eyes. This left Zirith speechless, with her mouth hanging open. She had expected Theo to use some mighty merchant skill, but he was just being reckless. Once again, the store owner, still maintaining his warm smile, replied that he was already selling the goods at the lowest possible price. He suggested that Theo could go and check the market prices at other stores, as they were also selling at the same price. He emphasized that the quality of the goods in his store was the best in the entire trading market, making the price reasonable. Theo, however, just stood there, glaring at the store owner without uttering a single word. After a while, still maintaining his sweet smile, the store owner, while rubbing his hands, decided to make an offer. He mentioned that since Theo was new to his store and appeared to be a gentleman and a nice guy, he would give a big discount and sell all the goods for 2.2 tower coins. But from Zirith's perspective, the store owner appeared to be smiling wickedly and excitedly, attempting to overcharge Theo for the products. She explained that this store owner was playing a mental game where they initially set high prices for goods and then gradually reduced them, making customers believe they were getting a good deal, when in reality, they were being fooled into paying higher prices. Zirith imagined the store owner with deadly red eyes brutally attacking Theo, with Theo barely dodging the attacks with a worried expression. Zirith thought that this store owner was not easygoing and was definitely a veteran merchant. This time, Theo might not get away unscathed. However, a voice echoed around the shop, demanding more of a discount with a deep tone. In Zara's imagination, she saw Theo forcefully slashing the store owner's armor with his shabby sword. Back in reality, Theo continued to shout for a bigger discount, leaving the store owner bewildered and unsure of what to do next. The store owner, Hyena, with a poker face, replied to Theo that he was already selling the goods at wholesale prices and barely making any profit from the trade. He explained that since Theo seemed like a nice guy, he couldn't lower the price any further. Theo, realizing that the store owner was not lowering the price, decided to use the legendary technique that Sejin had taught him. Theo turned and began walking away with a confident tone. He stated that he didn't want to buy anything and would just go home. He called for Zirith to come with him, leaving her clearly confused by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the store owner was left even more confused and shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Then Zirith stopped Theo and asked him with a worried tone why he wasn't going to buy the goods. Theo, still maintaining his confident demeanor, replied that since the store owner wasn't offering a bigger discount, he would buy the products. But he had seen another shop nearby where he could definitely get a better deal. Hearing this, the store owner became annoyed, let out a sigh, and stopped Theo. He remarked that Theo was impatient and he had lost the bargaining battle. He agreed to sell all the goods for 2 tower coins, so Theo didn't have to go to the store next door. However, Theo simply glared at the store owner, confidently came closer, and raised his hand. In an arrogant tone, he declared that he would only buy the products for 1.8 tower coins, or else he would leave the shop. This statement left Zirith in shock, her soul seemingly leaving her body as she stood there like a statue. The store owner, thinking that Theo was not to be underestimated and looked like a professional merchant, considered future potential trades and decided to maintain a friendly relationship. He reluctantly agreed to sell all the goods for 1.8 tower coins, even though he didn't want to. Theo happily thanked the store owner, while Zirith remained in a speechless stupor. In the next moment, as Theo was making the payment and chatting with the store owner, Zirith stood behind, still in a state of shock. She couldn't help but wonder what legendary technique Theo had used to defeat the store owner, a professional merchant who had lost to Theo, a new high mid-level merchant. Zirith's imagination ran wild as she envisioned Theo standing triumphantly on the defeated store owner, holding his sword on his shoulder with a confident smile. Now seeing all this, Zirith was just wondering. Zirith herself was from a noble merchant family, and she received bargaining education from an early age. But she had never heard or seen something like this. If this was her, she would have brought with 2 tower coin, but it's different for Theo. Glaring at the confident Theo, who had completed all his purchases, she said they should leave the shop now. She was thinking, is this naive-looking cat really a pro merchant? Did Theo really make 1,000 tower coins just by selling cherry tomatoes? If that's true, then this is surely a historical moment of a genius merchant being born. Meanwhile, Theo was smiling with his heart content, and he was singing in his mind, happy that the discount trick Sejin had taught him had worked. He had also bought all the things that Sejin had told him to buy. Then the scene shifted, and we saw Theo and Zirith walking in the trading market. Suddenly, Zirith stopped and said that she would be leaving now. Theo turned back, asking why she was leaving so early and mentioning that they hadn't even had a meal. He was about to treat Zirith, but she replied with a kind and warm smile that she had already troubled Theo enough and didn't want to bother him further. She expressed her gratitude for everything she had learned from him and apologized if she had caused any inconvenience or bothered him in any way. Theo looked confused and asked what she meant by teaching her anything special, as he didn't recall doing so. Then Zirith, still maintaining her smile, replied it's nothing. She then warned Theo to be careful from now on, as the Silver Wolf mercenary might attack him again in the future. Zirith started walking away from Theo. He watched her go for a while and then, with a mischievous smile, said, "What a strange fox she was." Then turned back, raised both his hands high, and started walking forward while singing and expressing his desire to return to the cave quickly for a good nap on Sejin's lap. as he was feeling really sleepy. The scene then shifted to the building of the tower police. Inside that building, Xerath was writing something. She stopped writing, closed her eyes, and sat at her chair. Just then, her assistant entered her room, informing her that the director wanted to meet Xerath to inquire about the stolen straw hat. Xerath handed a document to her assistant, indicating that she would visit the director. The assistant, after examining the document, asked Xerath if it was related to the wandering merchant cat they suspected of being a smuggler. Xerath, dressed in her police uniform, confirmed that it was. However, according to her investigation, she believed that Theo was not a smuggler but a genuinely good and honest merchant. She instructed her assistant to inform everyone not to spy on Theo and to let them know that Theo is innocent. Xerath, fully dressed and looking out at the sky from her window with a proud smile, said, "For the first time in a long time, I met a real merchant," while her assistant listened with a proud expression. Then the scene shifted, and we are back to Sejin. He was once again placing corn leaves on top of the peanut seeds, and the baby bear was helping him. After a few hours of hard work, they successfully covered the entire farm with corn leaves to lock in the moisture. Sejin stood there with a proud look, and the white rabbit was busy watering the peanut seeds. Suddenly, from behind Sejin, the warrior rabbit came rushing and shouting something in panic. The warrior rabbit was in a frenzy, trying to convey a message to Sejin, but Sejin couldn't understand a single word. Meanwhile, the chubby rabbit stood behind the warrior rabbit, raising both hands with a smile. After a while, Sejin finally understood that the warrior rabbit was pointing towards the ponds. Sejin, with the queen bee sitting on his shoulder, reached the pond and gazed at it intently, trying to figure out what was happening. The warrior rabbit and the cart were also fixated on the pond, and the white rabbit, looking a bit scared, was hiding beside Sejin's foot. Inside the pond, there were crayfish-like monsters with red and huge bodies. As Sejin finally noticed the crayfish, he was deeply shocked and surprised. Sejin and all his monster pets were just staring at the mysterious crayfish in astonishment. Sejin wondered how these crayfish-like monsters had ended up in the pond. He pondered whether they had come through the hole he had seen a few days back. However, he immediately dismissed the thought and instead imagined a plate filled with delicious crayfish. He decided that he would make the most mouth-watering dish with these crayfish that no one had ever tasted before. As Sejin daydreamed about the delectable crayfish dish, he couldn't help but drool with anticipation. The white rabbit and the warrior rabbit were lost in their own fantasies, imagining the savory crayfish delights. The queen bee couldn't contain her excitement, looking forward to indulging in Sejin's special and juicy creation. Without wasting another minute, Sejin prepared to catch the crayfish. He took out his dagger, and the warrior rabbit wielded his hammer. Sejin stood there confidently, ready to attack the unsuspecting crayfish who had no idea what was about to befall them. The other rabbit was equally excited, and the queen bee buzzed with anticipation. In the next moment, they began their hunt to capture and prepare the crayfish for a delicious meal. In his cave, Sejin made a new discovery. Crawfish had somehow found their way to the pond, and Sejun and rabbits got excited as they planned to catch them and create incredibly tasty dishes. In immense concentration, Sejun held his dagger and stared at the crayfish behind him. The rabbits watched him with curiosity. Then, the crayfish, after studying Sejun for a moment, suddenly lunged at him to attack. But Sejun was no longer the loser. His stats were all at high-level hunter. With a swift slash, he effortlessly killed all the crayfish that had leaped to attack him. The black rabbit was preparing himself ready to join the fight. Suddenly, more crayfish jumped over Sejun to attack others, and the black rabbit approached from behind, holding his hammer high with excitement. Sejun turned back and with enthusiasm ordered the black rabbit to deal with the crayfish. The black rabbit began a barrage of attacks, hammering the crayfish one by one, instantly defeating them without breaking a sweat. After a while, the chubby rabbit and the husband rabbit were transporting the dead crayfish in the cart. They were followed by the other rabbit, each carrying a dead crayfish one by one and transporting them to a spot near the campfire. The sickle rabbit, armed with his mighty sickle, prepared to peel the crayfish's skin. The wife rabbit and the baby rabbits watched from behind with anticipation and sparkling eyes. However, as the sickle rabbit tried to cut the shell of the crayfish, even after several attempts with all his might, he couldn't make a scratch on the crayfish's body. The mommy rabbits, noticing this, asked the sickle rabbit what happened and if there was something wrong with his sickle. The sickle rabbit nodded his head and explained that his sickle was fine, but the crayfish's shell was so strong that he couldn't pierce it. The sickle rabbit was so embarrassed to fail in front of his younger brothers. Sejun, holding 2 crayfish in his hand with a smile on his face, approached from behind and explained that even on Earth, it's really challenging to cut through the shell of a crayfish. In the tower, it seemed logical that the shells of the crayfish would be as hard as steel. So, Sejun suggested cooking the crayfish on the campfire first. When he started to wrap crayfishes with onion leaves, other rabbits happles him carrying them. Then he places the crayfish near the campfire to make it grilled. Sejun admires, saying that smells delicious and the salty scent of the crustacean is emanating into the cave. Black rabbit and white rabbit are watching this with admiration. Sejun opens a wrapped crayfish to check it. He says to his rabbit farmers, when the crayfish were fully cooked, their shells would loosen, making it easier to separate the meat from the shell. He was so happy that it comes out perfectly cooked. System notifies that it's a grilled crayfish wrapped in green onions and grilled along with corn and tomatoes. The salty taste of seawater soaked into the soft flesh, adding to the richness. Then, Sejun unwrapped 3 more perfectly cooked crayfish and placed them in front of him on the onion leaves. He held one in his hand, ready to peel the skin off, and all the rabbits were waiting in anticipation. Sejun slowly applied gentle force to split the crayfish in half, and as he did, some of the juice started to splatter. The worker rabbit, the chubby rabbit, and the sickle rabbit stared in amazement with their mouths open. Finally, Sejun turned the crayfish's head, and with a gentle force, split the crayfish into 2 parts. Inside, the chewy and golden meat sparkled. After smelling the heavenly scent of the meat, the rabbits were hypnotized and eagerly awaited their turn to take a bite. Sejun happily offered a portion of the crayfish's meat, and they all took it excitedly, stretching out their hand as they all took a bite. As much as the scent was delicious, the meat was even more delightful. They hadn't eaten something like this in their whole lives, and they were really happy. While savoring large bites of the crayfish, Sejun chewed the meat and commented on its taste. He mentioned that the crayfish tasted exactly the same as those on Earth. The seasoning was perfect, with a hint of tanginess from the cherry tomatoes and a slight saltiness, making it incredibly delicious. Behind Sejun, his rabbit family was also enjoying their crayfish meals. The chubby rabbit was munching on a whole large piece, taking huge bites and wearing a joyful expression. Meanwhile, the wife rabbit was picking the empty head shells of the crayfish. Sejun noticed this and stopped the wife rabbit, telling her not to throw away the shells as they could still be useful. The wife rabbit looked a bit confused and asked what he meant. While holding a crayfish shell, Sejun picked up the crayfish head shell and explained that these seemingly head shells contain delicious organ juice. He took a piece of crayfish meat, dipped it into the organ juice, and mentioned that eating the crayfish meat with this special organ juice would enhance the taste by tenfold. As Sejun took a bite, he instantly regretted that he didn't have soju. If he did, this would be a really incredible combo. While the black rabbit watched Sejun eating this weird combination, he thought, why not? He also decided to try this strange-looking substance from the crayfish's head. With courage, the black rabbit approached Sejin, and Sejin handed him some of the crayfish's organ juice. The black rabbit slowly dipped his hand into the weird thing. At first, it didn't look very appetizing to him with its odd sticky green appearance. He hesitated, having second thoughts about eating it. However, he decided to trust Sejin and took a lick of the strange substance. To his surprise, he instantly liked it. His eyes sparkled with delight as he discovered that it was nothing like he had expected. It was sweet and salty at the same time. Unable to resist, he started devouring the green oil mixed with crayfish organs and flesh like a maniac. Sejin smiled warmly and advised the black rabbit to eat slowly, reminding him that the food wasn't going anywhere, and they had plenty more to enjoy. After that, we see Sejin preparing the crayfishes and asking his rabbit friends if anyone wants more crayfish. The black rabbit is devouring the crayfish's brain, while the chubby rabbit is busy eating his large share of crayfish and the newly found crayfish's brain mixed with delicious oils. The mommy rabbit and the husband rabbit are busy feeding the baby rabbits, while the sickle rabbit watches with a little smile, and each and every one of them is really happy. This time Sickle Rabbit don't want to fail as a big brother. To save his face he chops crayfish meat and helps his younger brothers so that they can eat carefree. Just then, from above the cave entrance, the baby bear comes shouting Sejin's name, which catches everyone's attention. Sejin, noticing the baby bear, tells the baby bear to wait as he came at a really good time since they have many more crayfish, and he should also taste some. The baby bear, upon hearing this, starts cheering with both his hands up. After some time, Sejin cooks many crayfish and places them in front of the baby bear. The baby bear sees this delicious-looking meat and couldn't contain his excitement. Sejin, holding one crayfish in his hand, starts to explain to the baby bear that he has to first hold the crayfish's body and twist the head to separate the steel-like shell. Then, he will be able to enjoy the meat inside. But before he could explain anything, the baby bear didn't listen and took a crayfish, munching on it like candy, along with its steel-like shell. Sejin is left standing in shock, and in his shocked mental state, he just asks the baby bear if the meat is good. The baby bear nods in response with a bright big smile, indicating that he likes it very much.
Meanwhile, the scene shifts on the outskirts of the second floor of the tower, the skeleton village. Here, the townhouses were burned and ruined, and hunters were mercilessly killing the skeleton villagers while the skeleton villagers were trying to run for their lives. All the skeleton villagers were running toward the village, from kid skeletons to women skeletons. While running, a skeleton villager fell, and the hunters were just behind them to kill them. The skeleton even begged the hunters to spare them, but the hunter with the dagger, with a single slash, chopped the skeleton's head, killing him instantly. The head of the skeleton flew and came towards the CEO of the gourmet company. Upon seeing the skeleton in anger and disgust, the CEO of the gourmet company smashed the skull under his foot. While looking at the scared and dead and running skeletons, he started to smile in enjoyment. He came close to the hunter with the dagger. The dagger hunter explained that he and his team had successfully killed all the skeletons in this area, and now this land was all under their control. The CEO would not find any living skeleton villager here. Only dead skeletons remain in this village. Then, the CEO asked the hunter if he had not captured or taken control of the entire second floor yet. The hunter, a little nervous, explained that he is really sorry and he has only been able to capture half of the second floor so far. He assured the CEO that in no time, he will take control of the entire second floor, and the CEO won't see even a single skeleton. The CEO, a little disappointed and annoyed, asked how much time it will take in total to capture the entire second floor. The hunter explained that even though they are only skeletons, they always roam in groups, and in a village, there are at least 50 to 100 skeletons present. Moreover, on the second floor, there are more than 50 villages, and the second floor is a very large floor, so it will at least take a few weeks. The CEO was hearing this in silence, his eyes fixed on opening his status window. Then, the CEO transferred some data to the hunter, surprising him. When the hunter asked what this was, the CEO explained with a proud face that these are all the people who took debt from his company and were unable to repay. He forcefully awakened them and made them hunters. The dagger hunter can use these people, and his task is to take control of this floor within 1 week. As the CEO was leaving, the dagger hunter bowed, saying the work will be done. Then, the CEO finally reached the farmland that he and his team had created by planting Sejun's cherry tomatoes. The lead researcher welcomed the CEO, and while showing the little farm where the magical cherry tomatoes were grown, she explained with a smile on her face that they had successfully grown the special magical cherry tomatoes. The cherry tomatoes had finally grown healthy and ripened, ready to be harvested. She invited the CEO to pluck the first cherry tomato with his own hands. Hearing this, the CEO, with a wicked smile glaring at the cherry tomatoes, exclaimed, "Finally." With that, he gently plucked a cherry tomato and, after glaring at it for a while with confidence and an excited smile, took a bite and placed the cherry tomato inside his mouth. He slowly chewed the cherry tomato for a while, but then something unexpected happened. The CEO's whole face turned pale, and suddenly he crouched and started to vomit, throwing up all the cherry tomatoes that he had chewed. All the researchers and the lead researcher lady got a little panicked and came close to the CEO, asking if he was okay. Then, before the red-haired lady could do or say anything, the CEO, still with a pained expression on his face, started to shout and scold everyone, saying, "What the hell is happening here?" This confusion left everyone bewildered in their confusion. When the red-haired lady asked for an explanation as she couldn't understand what he was trying to say, the CEO started to shout even more. He held up a cherry tomato and yelled, "Can't she see that I clearly vomited? The cherry tomato tastes disgusting." Hearing this, the red-haired researcher lady took the cherry tomato from the CEO's hand, and she herself took a bite of the cherry tomato. All the other researchers also took a bite, and just like the CEO, they started to vomit due to the cherry tomato's taste. The red-haired woman was also really shocked, saying they had used all the high-quality nutritional supplements and everything was top-notch. Even in their lab, they had successfully managed to grow the cherry tomato on Earth, but it was not this disgusting. Hearing all this, the CEO realized that all his money and career would go to waste if he didn't grow the magical cherry tomatoes. He had already invested a large amount of money into this project. In frustration, he forcefully plucked some cherry tomatoes and then threw them on the ground. In anger, he started stomping on them. And as he raised his foot, what he saw left him in terror and shock. There was not a single seed inside the cherry tomato. Well, this happened because Sejun had all the exclusive rights to all the crops he would grow, and no one in the world would be able to grow his crops without his permission. Sejun has gotten an ultimate version of copyright strike tool. Meanwhile, we see Sejun sleeping like there's no tomorrow, with his mouth open and drooling. Above him, there is a theft in progress. Ox number 3 sneaked in quietly. Seeing the onion leaves placed on top of the peanut seed, with a wicked smile, he picked some onion leaves and stared at them for a while. Then, with a warm smile, he started to munch on them. With this, the part ends. Do you have any older brother like Sickle Rabbit who cares for you? Let me know in the comment. The CEO was sitting inside a hut on the 38th floor, glaring at the cherry tomato that his team had grown on the 2nd floor. With an annoyed face, he exclaimed that without any seeds, how could they reproduce the cherry tomatoes, let alone improve their breed? The taste was also terrible, like dog poop. Then his facial expression became a bit more serious, and while holding his chin with a contemplative look, he suddenly remembered something. In a flashback to 10 years ago when the CEO was returning from his office and got sucked inside the black hole, accidentally entering the tower and becoming a player. The CEO's dream was to become rich, not just rich, but the richest human alive on Earth. Inside the tower, he realized that the sun never sets and there's 24-hour sunlight shining on the ground, creating a perfect environment for growing crops with high-quality soil. He has a brilliant idea. His first step toward becoming the richest man on Earth was to dominate and become #1 on the global food chain by growing high-quality crops inside the tower. Then, after returning from the tower, he explained his dream to his dad, and although skeptical, his dad agreed to fund his dream. Then he took a lot of money from his father's company and started his project to grow crops inside the tower. He bought high-quality seeds and fertilizer, hired professional farmers, made them players, and guided them inside the tower for farming. But things didn't go according to his plan. After a few months and repeated attempts to grow crops, not a single blade of grass sprouted on his farmland, let alone a crop. Seeing this, the CEO was getting frustrated and desperate. He knelt on the ground, holding the soil, and started shouting, asking why. Even after investing all his money, trying hundreds of seedling methods using high-quality seeds and fertilizers, and hiring professionals, not a single plant was growing. He was demanding answers while angrily gripping the soil. Then, after some time, an incident occurred in the news. A report went viral, stating that inside the tower, if hunters engaged in sexual activity, they would not get pregnant for some reason. Once a human enters the tower, their sperm loses the ability to impregnate a woman. But this will resolve after they reached level 10. Well, the CEO, after hearing this news, realized that the same rule applied to crops. This was the reason he was not able to grow Earth's crops inside the tower. Crops were treated as foreign objects, and they also lost the ability to grow or reproduce. Even after all this, the CEO didn't give up. He went on a quest to find all the merchants in the tower and started asking for fruits and vegetable seeds that grows inside the tower. His theory was that if the crops were grown inside the tower from the seed of the tower crops, he might be able to grow the crops himself. However, to his disappointment, all the merchants were willing to sell normal fruits and vegetables but refused to sell crop seed. They explained that crop production was monopolized by a greedy and dangerous individual named Grid. Yes, it was the same guy who had hired the Silver Wolves to find Theo and retrieve the Straw Hat. All the merchants told him that they could only sell the crops, not the seed, or Grid would kill them. Hearing this, the CEO was left devastated and depressed. With a pale face and no options left, he had used almost all the money he had taken, and as he had failed in his project, his father declared him a failure, removed his name from the company, and left him on the street. Like that, his dream of creating a farm inside the tower crumbled like sandhouses. Now back in the present, the CEO was deep in thought, glaring at the cherry tomato they had managed to grow from Sejun's cherry tomato seeds. Then the CEO suddenly stood up from his chair, and he immediately started shouting and ordering all his men to gather all the hunters on the 38th floor in front of him right now. He slammed a big pouch full of tower coins, shocking everyone. With a determined look on his face, he announced that it doesn't matter how much money he has to spend. He will successfully grow the crops inside the tower. They used E-grade tomatoes and made progress in at least growing a crop. So, it's possible that if they try to grow again using the seeds of D-grade crops, the results might be different. While glaring at the cherry tomato while holding it in his hand, he continued, saying everyone has only one mission, and that is to find that wandering merchant cat and buy every D-grade cherry tomato he is holding. Then, with a tight grip, he squeezed the cherry tomato and started laughing wickedly, saying he would succeed in becoming the richest man on Earth and show his father that he is not a useless son.
Meanwhile, Theo was happily returning to the cave, thinking he would finally be able to become Uncle Theo again. However, he noticed something weird. Onion leaves were scattered on the ground. To inspect, Theo picked up an onion leaf and realized it was indeed the plant Sejun had grown inside the cave. He questioned why these leaves were lying outside the cave, but he didn't get any answers. Theo decided to collect all the onion leaves and ask Sejun once he reached the cave. He started picking up the onion leaves from the ground one by one as he moved forward. Suddenly, he bumped into something really hard. When Theo looked upward, he saw a large ox with a peculiar expression as if it was enjoying something. The ox appeared to be sucking on one of the onion leaves. As ox number 3 noticed Theo, he turned down and realized it was a wandering merchant. He asked if Theo needed anything. Theo, with an angry expression, pointed his finger toward ox number 3 and asked where he found that leaf he was munching on like a lollipop. Ox number 3, sitting casually with a casual tone, pointed his finger toward Sejun's cave and replied that he found these leaves lying on the ground, so he took them. Hearing this, Theo started shouting while pointing his finger toward ox number 3, saying there was no way the onion leaves were left or thrown recklessly on the ground. He had observed Sejun for months, watching him create useful things from these onion leaves, from footplates to bowls and even ropes. He had also seen Sejin wiping his ass with these onion leaves after taking a poop, so there was no way Sejin would have thrown them on the ground without any reason. Theo continued expressing his outrage at Ox number 3 for stealing these precious leaves. However, upon hearing this, Ox number 3 became furious. He declared that Minotaur were a proud and honorable clan, and they never stole anything. He slammed his giant hand on the ground, shaking the entire area and creating a huge hole. Theo was thrown high into the air by the impact but managed to dodge the attack, saving himself from being smashed. Still seething with anger, Ox number 3 growled with veins bulging from his head, stating that even though Theo was a wandering merchant, he would not hesitate to kill him if he dared to accuse Ox number 3 of stealing these leaves. It was a direct attack on the Minotaur clan's pride. Theo listened in fear, trembling and wearing a worried expression. Then, gathering a little courage, Theo stated that he was not lying and that he was an honest merchant who never lied. He stood up with even more courage, determined to protect his pride. In a loud voice, while pointing his finger toward Ox number 3, he suggested that they should go to Sejin and ask him if he had thrown these onion leaves on the ground or not. This way, the matter could be resolved without fighting. For a moment, Ox number 3 listened to Theo's newfound courage. Then, his angry eyes gradually turned more normal, and he replied that this was indeed a good idea. He was ready to go and ask Theo to take him to Sejin. Theo, filled with enthusiasm, began to lead the way to Sejin's cave. He requested that Ox number 3 follow him and refrain from eating or doing anything with the onion leaves until they cleared things up with Sejin. Ox number 3 silently followed Theo. After a while, they finally reached the entrance of the cave. Theo walked forward proudly, feeling like he had done a great job. Ox number 3 wore an annoyed expression, glaring at Theo and wondering why Sejin would have thrown these precious and magical grass on the ground to rot. However, suddenly, Ox number 3, while holding his cheeks and with sparkling eyes, remembered that the Ox King had indeed instructed him to find out about the person who grew this magical grass. Now he was about to meet that person, and he imagined the Ox King complimenting and rewarding him for his success. Lost in his daydream, he continued to follow Theo, meanwhile completely unaware of the events unfolding. Sejin continued to sleep soundly. Suddenly, Theo jumped from the cave entrance and landed on Sejin's stomach, causing him to spit out saliva from the impact and jolting him awake. In great pain and trembling, Sejin held his stomach, trying to recover from the shock. Theo, standing behind him, shouted at Sejin, urging him to get up and follow him immediately. Theo excitedly told Sejin that he had accomplished something remarkable, and Sejin would surely reward him when he saw what he had done. However, Sejin struggled to contain his anger due to the pain. After a moment with the pain subsiding a bit, Sejin turned his head toward Theo and asked what the matter was. Smirking, Theo explained that he had caught a thief. Sejin, still lying on his back, was a little confused and asked Theo to clarify further. Theo insisted that Sejin should simply follow him, and he would find out everything soon enough. As Sejin slowly emerged from the cave, he was met with a sight that left him sweating with anxiety. He saw a massive buffalo-like creature resembling a monster staring angrily at the cave entrance. Sejin was left speechless, his face paling as he observed the intimidating presence before him. In a shaky voice, he turned to Theo and asked who this formidable figure was and whether it was the thief Theo had mentioned. Theo, perched on Sejin's shoulder with an air of confidence, remained silent as they both stepped outside the cave. Theo hopped down onto the ground and began pointing his finger at the massive creature, Ox number 3, while shouting that this was indeed the thief and that Sejin should scold him promptly. Sejin, still bewildered and unsure of how to confront the enormous buffalo-like creature, watched in confusion. Theo hurriedly retrieved the onion leaves that ox number 3 had taken and claimed as stolen. He presented them as evidence, insisting that Sejin needed to scold the creature for his actions. Sejin then realized that these were the onion leaves he had spread on the peanut seed farm to lock in moisture. Ox number 3 defended himself, shouting that he had merely picked them up from the ground as they appeared to have been discarded and useless to anyone. He adamantly declared that he was not a thief. Using his observational skills, Sejin deduced that this massive creature was the black miniature, the same one the mama bear had warned him about. It became clear that this creature had also been responsible for stealing corn leaves from the peanut field and creating large holes in the farm during the blue moon. As Sejin was lost in deep thought, ox number 3 continued shouting in anger, emphasizing that he was an honorable warrior of the miniature clan and could never steal anything. Theo, bolstered by his proximity to Sejin, joined in the shouting, asserting that Sejin had not discarded the onion leaves and ox number 3 had taken them. Sejin stood in uncertainty, trying to figure out how to handle the situation. Amid his contemplation, Sejin had a brilliant idea, but before he could elaborate, Theo interjected, addressing Sejin as chairman. He urged Sejin to hurry and tell the truth about whether he had discarded the onion leaves. Sejin responded that he had not thrown them away, as they were too precious and had multiple purposes. He explained that he had spread the grass on the field to retain moisture for the peanuts to grow well. Hearing this revelation, ox number 3 was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock. Now ox number 3 was growing increasingly nervous, and he stammered as he explained to Sejin that he thought the grass had been discarded, which was why he had taken it. He began to berate himself, questioning how he, a proud miniature, could have mistakenly taken something that didn't belong to him. He then humbly apologized to Sejin, acknowledging his error in taking the grass. However, Sejin had his devious plan in mind. With a sly smile and folded arms, he responded to ox number 3, stating that mere words of apology would not suffice. He reminded ox number 3 that he had not only stolen this time but had also previously destroyed his farm during the blue moon. Sejin extended his hand confidently and declared that ox number 3 would have to compensate him with 100 tower coins, as his business had suffered due to ox number 3's mistake, and this was the price he had to pay. Sejin needed 100 tower coins as compensation for the mess ox number 3 made in his farmland on the blue moon night and for stealing onion and corn leaves 2 times. Hearing this, ox number 3's world turned upside down, and with a pale face in shock, he shouted and panicked, asking if the grass was that expensive. He had no idea and sincerely apologized from the bottom of his heart. Ox number 3 sat on the ground with a hanging mouth, depressed and not knowing what to do. He had unknowingly stolen someone else's things, and Sejin was glaring at him with an angry look. Then, pointing his hand towards ox number 3, Theo started shouting, insisting that he had indeed stolen the leaves. He demanded that ox number 3 hurry up and pay 100 tower coins for compensation. However, ox number 3 just listened silently as he didn't even have a single tower coin. Then, Theo climbed over ox number 3's body, tapping his muscular abs, and addressed Sejin as the chairman. He inquired about what they should do now as ox number 3 appeared to have no money. Sejin, however, maintained his angry expression, causing ox number 3 to become even more panicked and worried. Beads of sweat formed on his face as he contemplated the consequences of his actions and the impact on the pride of the entire ox clan. Breaking the tense silence, Sejin, still wearing a confident look and a warm smile, politely suggested to Theo that there might be a solution. If ox number 3 didn't have the money to pay, he could pay with his labor. Sejin proposed that ox number 3 would have to come to him and work diligently daily, doing whatever Sejin instructed. In return, Sejin would give ox number 3 1 tower coin every day, and after 100 days, he could repay his debt of 100 tower coins. As Sejin explained this arrangement, ox number 3 listened carefully. After processing the proposal, he replied, seeking clarification, "So, Seo-jun, you want ox number 3 to work here and pay off his debt, right?" Sejin, while nodding his head, explained, "Yes, ox number, you got this right." On top of 1 tower coin every day, Sejin will also give ox number 3 food to eat, like the spring onion he just stole and the corn leaves he stole the other day. But it's just the beginning, as he also has many more delicious crops to give, like corn, cherry tomatoes, and sweet potatoes. He can eat or even take home as much as he wants to, as Sejin is not an evil person, and he will take good care of his workers. But even before Sejin could finish his sentence, a barrage of ox number's spit started to spray at Sejin's face. Ox number 3 got pumped up, started to drool, and took heavy breaths with his eyes wide open while shouting, "Can he eat as much as the magical grass he wants?" Sejin, barely able to stand because of the breath and rain of saliva from ox number 3, with a warm and polite tone while forwarding his hand, said, "Yes, ox number 3, you heard it correctly. You indeed can eat as much as your heart desires. So let's first sign a contract. Ox number 3 can come to work from tomorrow." Hearing this, ox number 2 happily, with a smiling face, forwarded his hand and made a contract with Sejin. As if he got to eat these magical leaves, he even gets pay 1 tower coins, and he will get to eat the magical grass for free on top of getting tower coins. It's like he is in heaven. Then, ox number 3 enthusiastically shook Sejin's hand, and Sejin, with a smiling face, also shook his hand, thinking that he had secured a good muscular worker to help dig the farmland. Ox number 3 was thinking that he had gotten a good deal. He should be getting punished, but instead, he was getting rewarded. Theo, in all of this, stood with his mouth open, bewildered. Seeing Sejin's business tactics, Theo had learned another valuable lesson from Sejin, that if one doesn't have money, they can pay with their body. He started to admire Sejin even more as he learned this valuable lesson once again. Immediately, Theo, with a serious face, took out a paper and pen, saying that he should write all this down so that if in the future, for whatever reason, he doesn't have money to pay for something, he can offer his body or vice versa. Ox number 3 happily left for his cave, saying, "Goodbye," to Sejin with a happy smile, and Sejin and Theo bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey. After that, Sejin turned toward Theo and, with a warm smile, complimented him, saying that Theo had really done a great job by catching the thief. Because of that, Sejin had acquired a great worker, and plowing the farmland would become much easier now. Theo listened to Sejin with a proud smile. Hearing this, Theo also enthusiastically asked if he really did a great job, wondering how well he had done. He thought that Sejin might make him a chairman because of his excellent work. Sejin, seeing Theo filled with so much excitement, just smiled a bit. Then Sejin turned back, crossed his hands, and smiled as he said, "Because Theo accomplished such a great achievement, I will now extend your sales cat status for a whole month." Hearing this, Theo gave a straight and disappointed look. He had been expecting to be promoted to the status of chairman and have authority over Sejin. Then Theo, like a child, grabbed onto Sejin's legs and started to nag like a spoiled kid, saying he wanted more rewards and this wasn't fair. Sejin, getting a little annoyed, started to shake his legs, trying to remove Theo from his leg. He told Theo that he needed to get off because he only had this pair of pants, and if they tore, he would have to walk naked in the cave. And just like that, the days passed by happily. The next day, early in the morning, Sejin, with the warrior rabbit on his shoulder, got ready to hunt some crayfish. Sejin had his dagger, and the warrior rabbit had his little hammer, both glaring at the crayfishes with confidence. With Sejin's command, the warrior rabbit jumped, raising his cute little hammer, and in a single swing, they started to hunt the crayfish with ease. After a while, we see Sejin with his dagger peeling the skin off the crayfishes with great concentration. The warrior rabbit, on the other hand, was systematically killing the crayfishes one by one and handing them over to Sejin. Sejin turned back and said, "This should be enough for today," and we see a large pile of crayfish all with their skins skillfully peeled off. Sejin was holding one of the dead crayfish, and the agile rabbit and the white rabbit were taking care of the crayfish, removing the skin easily, as Sejun had cut for that purpose. Then Sejin ordered the warrior rabbit to stop hunting, and the warrior rabbit happily complied. Landing beside Sejin, Sejin, with a warm smile, complimented the black rabbit, saying he had done a great job and worked hard. It seemed that the warrior rabbit's skills had improved significantly. However, something unexpected happened. The body of the warrior rabbit started to glow with a blue aura. Sejin, looking confused, asked the warrior rabbit why his body was glowing, but the warrior rabbit was equally puzzled, not knowing why he was glowing. In the next moment, the warrior rabbit's hammer began to glow, and it started to float in midair, shocking the warrior rabbit even more. And then, with a transformation, the warrior rabbit's hammer evolved and changed. Now, one half of the hammer had a pointed cone-like structure, and the other half was flat, making it more flexible and deadly for battle. Seeing this, Sejin exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you have evolved." The warrior rabbit, still shocked, held the floating newly evolved hammer, and slowly his body started to return to normal. Then Sejin, with a warm smile, started to clap and congratulate the warrior rabbit along with the chubby rabbit, the cart rabbit, and the white rabbits. They were all genuinely happy for the warrior rabbit, and they clapped and congratulated him. Sejin commented that the warrior rabbit's new hammer looked cool, and he was genuinely happy for him. The warrior rabbit, hearing all the praise, stood beside the pond holding his newly evolved hammer on his shoulder with a proud and confident look. Sejun excitedly said, "Now that the warrior rabbit has become a real warrior after evolving, he can handle the crayfish hunting himself." While showing a thumbs up, the warrior rabbit responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up, saying, "Leave it to me." However, the conversation was interrupted by the growl of the mommy bear. The mommy bear was signaling Sejin to come outside the cave. Sejin then stepped out of the cave, asking, "Is there any problem?" As he looked at the cave wall where the baby bear was pointing, he was shocked to see a beehive. In excitement, he exclaimed, "Is this the beehive of the new generation bee?" Just then, upon hearing Sejin's voice, the baby queen bee emerged from the hole in the beehive. When she saw Sejin, she had a cute smile on her face, and the next moment, she excitedly dashed towards Sejin. This sudden revelation startled Sejin for a moment, and he exclaimed, "Is she the baby of the mommy queen bee that hatched that day?" Then the baby queen bee came close to her Sejin and started rubbing her cheek against Sejin's cheek. Sejin, holding her, also started rubbing his cheek against hers, expressing how happy he was to finally meet her. He had dreamed about this moment every day and had been worried, wondering where she had gone. Now he was overjoyed to finally be reunited with her. The baby queen bee then called her poison worker bee formation, and Sejin greeted them, complimenting the baby queen bee on how she had already started building her little beehive. He was genuinely impressed with her. Sejin then turned toward the baby bear and corrected himself, saying she is the baby of the queen bee whose honey you like. He encouraged the baby bear to say hello to her. The baby queen bee, standing behind Sejin, curiously glared at her new bear friend. The baby bear introduced himself to the baby queen bee, and Sejun commended the baby bear, saying that he had to protect the baby queen bee and take good care of her. This way, the queen bee would be happy to see this, and she might give the baby bear more honey to drink. The baby queen bee listened to all of this while sitting on Sejun's hat. Then, in the next moment, the baby queen bee dashed toward the baby bear and began patting her new friend on his nose with a warm smile. The worker bee also perched on top of the baby bear, and the baby bear happily greeted and played with the baby queen bee, his heart filled with joy. The mother bear and Sejin watched as the baby bear and the baby queen played joyfully. However, the ground started to shake slightly, and Sejin turned back to see none other than ox number 3 approaching with a happy and warm smile. Ox number 3 greeted Sejin with a friendly hello, and Sejin returned the greeting, saying hello and good morning. But before they could exchange further pleasantries, the mother bear suddenly stomped the ground with great force, causing the entire ground to shake. This startled Sejin, the baby queen bee, and everyone present. The mother bear let out a loud growl directed at ox number 3, and the shockwave from her roar was so powerful that it pushed everyone back. Ox number 3, realizing that he was facing the red bear that Oxkind had warned him about, got into a battle-ready position. The mother bear, with a deadly look in her eyes, was was ready for a bloody fight. The atmosphere turned dark and chilling as tension filled the air. Ox number 3 clenched his fists, expanded his muscles, and stared at the red bear with utmost seriousness. He mentioned that he didn't expect to encounter the red bear so soon but had no choice but to fight. In response, the mother bear, already furious, became even more enraged. Her eyes glowed red, and she continued to growl, appearing as if she would devour ox number 3 alive. Seeing the situation escalating out of control, Sejin tried to stop the mother bear, explaining that ox number 3 was not an enemy. However, the mother bear was too angry to listen to Sejin's words. In her fury, she tossed Sejin, the baby bear, and the baby queen bee aside while Sejin desperately tried to prevent a bloody fight from unfolding. Then Theo, the warrior rabbit, and the cart rabbit came outside the cave and saw Sejin lying on the ground. They asked what was happening, and Sejin, with a hint of worry and fear, explained that ox number 3 and the mother bear were about to engage in a fight. If he didn't do anything, one of them might die or get seriously injured. Sejin carefully placed Theo on his shoulder, and with a sense of urgency, asked Theo to try and convince both ox number 3 and the mother bear to stop fighting. The mother bear wasn't listening to Sejin, and Theo, though a bit scared and panicked, agreed to give it a try. Sejin then started running towards the scene where the mother bear and ox number 3 were giving each other menacing glares. He continued to plead with them to stop fighting, emphasizing that the Minotaur was now working for him, the misunderstanding had been resolved, and there was no need for a conflict. The mother bear finally turned her attention towards Sejin, despite his attempts to explain the situation and prevent the fight. The mother bear growled in anger. Theo translated, explaining that the mother bear wanted Sejin to go back into his cave. Even though the misunderstanding was resolved, she couldn't tolerate the Minotaur invading her territory without her permission. Sejin approached the Minotaur with a worried expression, trying to convince him not to fight. However, ox number 3, with an honorable and prideful warrior spirit, explained that he couldn't back down from a fight. He would rather die than back away from a battle. At this moment, Sejin was truly overwhelmed. He didn't know what to do, and he was holding his head in frustration. In this intense moment, Theo shouted to Sejin that the baby bear was asking Theo to give him some churu again and that Sejin should scold the baby bear. Sejin, feeling incredibly frustrated, was at a loss for words. To make matters worse, the tower manager started asking Sejin for food because she was bored and hungry. Sejin tried to explain to the tower manager that he was busy trying to stop the fight between the mommy bear and the Minotaur. However, the tower manager insisted that she wanted to eat because she was really hungry. Even before Sejin could respond, the baby bear was grabbing Sejin's shirt from behind, asking for churu because he was hungry. The tower manager continued to nag Sejin, saying she was hungry, and the Minotaur and mommy bear were about to engage in a fight. Sejin, at this moment, finally lost his composure. The tower manager was hungry, the baby bear was hungry, Theo wanted churu, and the mommy bear and Minotaur were about to fight. He had reached his breaking point. Sejin's whole face turned red with anger, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "If no one listens to me, I won't give food to anyone." Upon hearing this, the baby bears and all the rabbits' eyes widened in shock. The mommy bear turned to Sejin, her face filled with pain and fear. The mommy bear and the Minotaur, realizing they would not get to eat the delicious food, fell into a state of depression. The baby bear and all the rabbits began to scream in panic at the thought of not getting food, and the cart rabbit was just holding his head, witnessing all the chaos. Lastly, the tower manager also started screaming, holding her cheeks, and Theo, while grabbing Sejin's shirt, addressed Sejin as sir and started crying out loud, apologizing and pleading not to cut his food supply. Sejin remained silent, his anger evident, and now everyone fell into silence in front of him, feeling scolded. Sejin, still furious with a loud voice while pointing his finger, commanded everyone to sit down. The mommy bear, ox number 3, the baby bear, along with all the rabbits and Theo, as well as the tower manager with a sad face, realizing they were wrong, sat silently without saying a single word. After that, the situation came a little under control. Sejin, still angry, said to both the mommy bear and ox number 3 that if both of them went on a rampage like that, not just the field and crops but even Sejin and his other animal friends would get harmed too. So they must not fight. After that, Sejin turned back toward the rabbits and with a warm smile said, now they have to prepare a meal, as only by eating delicious food will everyone's mood get happy and good. It will also help in making friends between the mommy bear and ox number 3. All the rabbits replied to Sejin with a cute yes, sir, and Sejin, while clapping his hands with a warm smile, said, well then, let's eat, shall we? With this command, the warrior rabbit started to hunt crayfish and piranhas with his newly evolved hammer. Then the sickle rabbit started to chop spring onion leaves while the white rabbit, one by one, started to roast some mouth-watering corn on the campfire. The chubby and cart rabbit, while glaring and drooling upon seeing the roasted corn, started to transport the roasted corn and the spring onion. Sejin started to cook the meal. He first roasted some spring onions in his pan with delicious spices. Then he placed freshly roasted corn on a plate made with onion leaves, and roasted piranhas wrapped in onion leaves placed on a plate also made with onion. Additionally, there was a full plate full of spring onions. Well, this was a feast. The mommy bear and ox number 3, upon seeing this delicious food in front of them, couldn't help but open their mouths in amazement and excitement with sparkling eyes. And the next moment, they dug into the feast. Mommy bear and ox number 3 were sitting next to each other in front of the array of delicious foods, and Sejin and all his animal friends were also sitting in front of the food. Sejin politely told mommy bear and ox number 3 to eat to their heart's content. Mommy bear was about to eat, but ox number 3 had already started eating the spring onions. Sejin then picked up a plate full of roasted corn and happily handed it to the tower manager. The tower manager thanked Sejin in advance. Ox number 3, extremely happy while chewing a piece of onion, slowly approached to pick a piece of roasted corn. But before he could pick one, his hand clashed with mommy bear's as she was also trying to pick a piece of roasted corn. Then, once again, they started to glare at each other while growling, ready to go on a rampage. He and his animal friends were left sitting speechless. Sejin, while clearing his throat and raising his voice, said that he was going to announce something very important to make the situation calm. He first came close to mommy bear and then, with a polite tone, said to ox number 3 that this is mommy bear. She protects his cave and field, and she lives together with her cub named Kung. As he was introducing mommy bear to ox number 3, she was just sitting there still angry and breathing heavily. Then Sejin went to ox number 3 and said, but before he could say anything, ox number 3 cut him off midway and with an arrogant tone said that he is ox number 3, a minotaur proud warrior. Then, still with a polite tone, Sejin explained to mommy bear that this minotaur is called ox number 3, and he is going to help him with field work. As Sejin was explaining this, Theo was just sitting on his lap, listening to all of this. Finally, Sejin with a serious tone explained to both of them that now that they know each other and know that they are not enemies, they have to become friends with each other and not fight in the future. If they ever, even for a second fight, he is not going to give them food. Well, just hearing this, both mommy bear and ox number 3's worlds turned upside down. Just thinking that they will not be able to drink and eat any food. And the next moment, the enemies started exchanging warm handshakes like they were long-lost friends. Then they clung to each other's hands and started taking oaths that they would never ever fight in the future with sparkling eyes. Well, they were friends now. Meanwhile, Theo was just sleeping on Sejin's lap like a king. Then Sejin, while cuddling Theo, said to ox number 3 to just follow him, and he will show what ox number 3's work is. Then he brought ox number 3 to the barren field. While looking at the field, he explained to ox number 3 that his work is very simple. Ox number 3 just has to dig up the ground, just like he did on the day of the blue moon, but not as rough as he did on the blue moon. Ox number 3 just has to dig a little rough and solid ground until the soft soil comes. Hearing this, ox number 3 excitedly asked him if he really has to just dig the soil, and after that, he will get 1 tower coin with as much food as he can eat. Sejin, with a proud look on his face, replied, "Of course, he is telling the truth, as he is a very good boss who doesn't exploit his workers." After that, ox number 3 got into position, lowering his body, and Sejin and Theo just watched curiously, thinking about how ox number 3 was going to dig the soil. The next moment, ox number 3 started to shake his body, started to glow purple, and his horns started to grow big. His eyes turned big, and Sejin and Theo were surprised. With a large growl, ox number 3 dashed while lowering his head with huge horns. And as he was going forward, because of his huge horns, the ground was getting plowed. While plowing this ground, ox number 3 was daydreaming, opening his mouth, and drooling excessively with sparkling eyes. He was just thinking about eating the delicious spring onions after work. Sejin and Theo were watching him from behind, seeing how ox number 3 easily plowed the ground like a bulldozer. Afterward, finally, ox number 3 plowed the field, and the chubby rabbit with his cart full of spring onions brought them to him. Behind him was the father rabbit, ready with his watering can, and the shovel rabbit, ready to plant the spring onions. He said, "Let's plant some spring onions," and everyone was happy and excited at the same time to plant them. After that, Sejin, one by one, started to plant the spring onions in the ground, and ox number 3 was playing with the baby bear, showing off his muscles. Baby bear was impressed seeing the muscular ox number 3. Then, while planting the spring onions, he explained that it's not difficult to grow spring onions. They only have to plant spring onions once, and after that, whenever the spring onions fully grow, all they have to do is cut the spring onions in half, and the spring onions will grow fully again from the half-cut spring onion. As he continued to plant the spring onions, the system notified him that he had created a 20 square meter spring onion field and acquired 200 XP. Finally, all the spring onions were planted, and he stood beside the planted spring onion field with a proud look on his face. He was chewing on a spring onion and said, "Spring onions grow really fast inside the tower. So from now on, I will have an infinite amount of spring onions, and I can also feed ox number 3 as much as he wants." Then he turned toward the husband rabbit who was watering the spring onion leaves. He said, "There is only one problem." After that, the husband rabbit's watering can suddenly stopped working, and the husband rabbit started to slam his watering can. Sejin, with a worried face, continued, "The only problem now is that there is a limit to the amount of water in the watering can. So it's not possible to water all the crops, and we have to go inside the cave and manually bring water from the pond or wait until the watering can recharge." As fully as Sejin was wondering what to do, suddenly, the husband rabbit's whole body started to glow blue. His baby watering cat rabbit came close to see what was happening, and even Sejin got a little curious and asked why the light was coming from the husband rabbit's body. The next moment, the husband rabbit's watering can evolved and turned golden. The husband rabbit was very, very happy with sparkling eyes and gently raised his hand to catch the floating golden watering can. After that, as the husband rabbit very happily held his new golden watering can and stared at it, Sejin exclaimed in excitement, "The water in it changed and evolved just like what happened to the warrior rabbit. This is the second awakening I've seen." Raising both his hands, he continued saying, "The timing is perfect, and I'm happy for the husband rabbit." Then, Sejin asked the husband rabbit, "Now, how much water can the husband rabbit hold?" The husband rabbit confidently showed with his finger, 2 times. "Now I can hold water 2 times more than before, and I can regenerate the empty water can 2 times faster." Hearing this while clenching his fist, Sujuin exclaimed, "Twice. That is great." Then, while raising his hand, he started to cheer for the husband rabbit and the baby watering rabbit, saying, "Now they can continue their watering, and the spring onion will grow nicely." Meanwhile, the Minotaur King was sitting on his throne, shining and wondering what happened to ox number 3. Why he's not returning for 3 days. After that, Sejin picked up all the newly born baby rabbits and put them in his bag. He then brought them outside the cave and released them, saying, "Today is the first day of the baby rabbits," and he brought them out to show them the outside of the cave. Sejun introduced the baby rabbits to the baby bear, and the baby bear, with a warm smile, gently welcomed them by holding their tiny paws. Then, all the baby rabbits came close to the baby bear's mouth and started sniffing the baby bear. The next moment, the baby bear started to lick the baby rabbits, startling them. Finally, after the licking session was over, all the baby rabbits, for a moment, just stared at the baby bear, thinking about what had just happened. Then, in an instant, all together, they jumped and climbed on top of the baby bear's chest. The baby bear, with his open hand, welcomed the baby rabbits. Then, the baby bear lay on the ground, and all the baby rabbits started to play on his chest, and some took a little nap. Sejin and Theo were watching this heartwarming moment from behind. Sejin was really happy, but Theo was not. He was angry, standing with his arms crossed. Sejin said to Theo, "Baby bear and the baby rabbit seem to be getting along, and the baby rabbits seem really happy." After that, Theo, with confidence, laughed a little and said, "I'm Uncle Theo, and the baby rabbits like me more than the baby bear." Then, to prove he was right, Theo turned and said to all the baby rabbits, "Let's go with him as Uncle Theo has come, and now he will take them on an exciting adventure outside the cave." The baby bears and all the rabbits listened to Theo without saying anything for a moment. After a while, Theo noticed that all the baby rabbits were just ignoring him and started to play with the baby bear. The baby bear, once again, started to like the baby rabbits, and yes, they were really having fun. But Theo, on the other hand, well, his heart broke into millions of pieces. Theo fell to the ground on his knees and started to cry while shivering, asking the baby rabbits, did they forget their Uncle Theo? How can they forget their lovable Uncle Theo who loved them so much? How can they betray him? He started to smash the ground, saying, after all the things he went through to raise them, this is the result he got. As Theo continued to cry, Sejin couldn't do anything but just stand there silently, not knowing what to do. Then, Sejin gently held Theo, saying not to be too sad. Sejin placed Theo on his lap, telling him to take a seat. The baby rabbits hadn't forgotten Theo, they were just playing with the baby bear. After that, they would definitely come to Theo. And now, Sejin would give Theo some churu, but Theo was just sitting there, pouting and angry. Then, while feeding Theo some churu, Sejin asked curiously, "It's almost time for Theo to go to the lower floor to sell and trade. So why is Theo not going?" Theo, with a worried and sweet face, explained that he didn't want to go, or to be clear, he didn't think he could go, even if he wanted to. Sejin got a little confused and asked, "What does that mean?" Theo, getting more worried and panicked, explained everything that happened to him. He told how the Silver Wolf tribe attacked him. As Theo was explaining, the baby bear and the baby rabbit continued to play. Then, upon hearing Theo's whole story, Sejin couldn't believe what he was hearing. That a bunch of wolves attacked because of this straw hat. Sejin wondered, was this really special hat? Theo, still a little scared, explained that this is why he can't go to the lower floor, or they will once again attack him, and he doesn't know if he will be able to come back alive. He is really scared. Sejin, on the other hand, placed his hand on the straw hat. He took his straw hat off his head and, while staring at it, wondered. He knows this is an artifact, but it is an unnecessary item unless you are a farmer. Then, Sejun realized there might be other farmers in this tower. Sejin, with a confident smile, once again put the straw hat on his head. Yes, he got a really good idea. Then, with a confident smile and a thumbs up, he said to Theo not to worry, as he had a great idea to teach a lesson to those wolves. Sejin, with a confident smile, once again put the straw hat on his head. He had a really good idea brewing in his mind. With a thumbs up, he reassured Theo that he had a brilliant plan to teach a valuable lesson to those cunning silver wolves. Theo was taken aback, his curiosity piqued, as he asked Sejin how it was even possible to stand against such formidable opponents. Sejin explained that just as the silver wolves were hired by someone, Theo could also hire someone to guard and protect him. Theo's surprise quickly transformed into excitement as he wholeheartedly agreed that it was indeed a remarkable idea. Sejin went on to elucidate that being a freelance mercenary was an exclusive occupation reserved for those who were born within the tower, just like Theo. The tower dwellers had the privilege to sign contracts with tower monsters and become mercenaries. It was a way for anyone from the tower to earn a living. By signing a contract with a client, the monster would gain the ability to traverse the tower's passages, much like wandering merchants who paid a fee. Although registering as a mercenary and obtaining a badge from the mercenary office were the typical procedures, there was a unique exception. Sejin explained that any monster could become a temporary mercenary without any registration or formalities if they signed a contract with a wandering merchant. Inspired by this, Sejin's ingenious idea was to persuade Ox Number 3 to become Theo's loyal guard. Sejin wished he could descend the tower by signing a contract with Theo as a mercenary, but alas, only those born within the tower had that privilege. Nonetheless, Theo praised Sejin's cleverness and expressed his astonishment at Sejin's remarkable memory, recalling a conversation they had shared months ago. Eager to know how they would convince the immensely powerful Ox Number 3 to become his bodyguard, Theo turned to Sejin with anticipation. Sejin confidently replied that he had an excellent plan. He would offer Ox Number 3 3 times the daily rate, which equated to 3 tower coins, to become Theo's guardian by signing a mercenary contract. Additionally, he would sweeten the deal by offering more onion leaves, knowing Ox Number 3's fondness for them. Sejin was certain that the mere mention of onion leaves would be enough to win over Ox Number 3 as Theo's protector. Filled with excitement, Theo couldn't contain his joy and playfully took Sejin's straw hat from his head, gently patting Sejin's head and admiring him as a true genius. Sejin humbly placed his hat back on and confidently stated that it was just a small feat and that, in time, Theo would also become a genius like him if he followed Sejin's guidance. As a gesture of friendship, Sejin pulled out a packet of churu and offered it to Theo, who wagged his tail happily and eagerly accepted the treat. Little did Theo know that he had unwittingly walked into Sejin's carefully laid trap, as Sejin manipulated him through the irresistible temptation of churu. Meanwhile, far from Sejin's cave, on the desolate barren land, Ox Number 3 was gripped with nervousness and fear, desperately trying to hide from an unknown pursuer. Suddenly, Lady Ox, a formidable warrior from Ox Number 3's clan, forcefully stamped her foot on the ground, startling Ox Number 3. Lady Ox, sensing that something was amiss, demanded an explanation from Ox Number 3 regarding his mysterious behavior and the 3 days she had spent searching for him. Ox Number 3, trembling and overwhelmed by fear, feigned innocence and claimed that he was merely fooling around and nothing more. However, Lady Ox's intuition told her that there was more to the story, and she cautiously approached Ox Number 3. With suspicion in her eyes, she confronted him, questioning why his face was radiating with a distinct shine and if he had been secretly indulging in something delicious. Ox Number 3 stood there, unable to utter a word. Unable to contain her curiosity and growing excitement, Lady Ox forcefully grabbed Ox Number 3's shoulder and shook him, demanding to know the truth about the hidden food he had been clandestinely consuming. Overwhelmed by her relentless interrogation, Ox Number 3 finally succumbed and spilled the beans, revealing how he had encountered Sejin, obtained the divine spring onion, and had been working diligently to repay his debt by receiving 3 meals a day. Lady Ox's face lit up with joy, and she instructed Ox Number 3 to lead her to Sejin. Ox Number 3, with a mixture of fear and excitement, pleaded with Lady Ox to keep their journey a secret from the other Minotaurs and the Minotaur King. Lady Ox, respecting his request, agreed, and the duo embarked on their adventure to Sejun's cave. When Sejun and Theo emerged from the cave, they were dumbfounded and filled with anxiety. Standing before them was Ox number 3, appearing anxious and fearful, with Lady Ox standing firmly behind him. Upon seeing this, Sejun curiously approached Ox number 3 and inquired about the identity of the newcomer. Was she a friend of Ox number 3? Ox number 3 hesitantly replied, and then Lady Ox eagerly introduced herself as Ox number 4. She greeted Sejun and expressed her interest in him being the one who promised to provide food to Ox number 3 if she turned the ground upside down. Sejun confirmed the promise, and then Ox number 3, sounding downcast, asked Sejun if he could allow his friend to work here as well, or else it would cause a significant issue. Sejun stood there, observing the situation. After pondering for a while, Sejun responded that they had already plowed all the land, so they didn't require any additional help. However, he proposed another idea. He asked Lady Ox if she would be willing to work as a guard for Theo, who was being pursued by dangerous wolves. Sejun offered to pay her 3 tower coins per day for this service. Upon hearing this, Lady Ox became slightly annoyed and expressed her dislike for the offer. She didn't want tower coins, she desired something she could eat, not pieces of metal. Sejun was intrigued by the sudden change in her attitude. Although she had initially expressed interest in a job, she was now refusing. He inquired if there was a problem. Lady Ox irritably explained that she couldn't eat tower coins. She wanted the reward to be something edible, not pieces of metal. Sejun realized that, just like Ox number 3, he had struck gold. Lady Ox was willing to do anything for some onion leaves. Sejun promised her 3 meals a day and delicious snacks as a bonus if she performed her duties properly. Upon hearing this, Lady Ox became energized and assumed a battle-ready stance, clanging her fists together, indicating she was ready. Seeing this, Ox number 3, in a panicked state, asked Sejun if he could also join in this job. Sejun, with a smile, knowing that Ox number 3 would also want to go, considering the reward was food, responded, "Okay, Ox number 3 can also accompany Ox number 4. Theo will be safer that way. One can guard Theo while the other can fend off the wolves." With a gentle smile, Sejun continued, "Now, let's prepare some food and snacks for their journey." Just at the mention of the word food, Ox number 3 and Lady Ox became excited and started cheering, exclaiming, "Food!"
Yeah!
In their excitement, Lady Ox jumped and tightly hugged Ox number 3, expressing gratitude for introducing her to Sejun. Ox number 3, feeling the warmth of Lady Ox for the first time, blushed a little, as he too was single like Sejun and the reader. Now, Ox number 3, wanting to impress his crush, confidently stated that it was nothing, and as long as she continued to follow him, he would ensure she never ran out of food and promised to take good care of her. And so, they continued their adventure. Sejun, from behind, watched this romantic scene with a mischievous expression. Afterward, Sejun harvested some spring onions and managed to gather quite a big pile of them. He remarked, "This should be enough for them." Then, Theo approached Sejun and informed him that he had packed all the cherry tomatoes in his bag and was ready to go. Sejun mentioned to Theo that there seemed to be a problem. Theo would have to remove some cherry tomatoes to make space for the spring onions for the minotaurs. Theo, with a smirk on his face, opened his cape and assured Sejun not to worry. He then threw his bag onto the pile of spring onions, and in an instant, all the spring onions were stylishly sucked into Theo's bag. Theo caught his falling bag with one hand. Witnessing this, Sejun was astonished and asked Theo how he managed to fit all the spring onions in his bag along with the cherry tomatoes. Theo proudly displayed his new merchant badge and explained that he had become a senior wandering merchant, allowing him to carry more things in his bag. Upon hearing this, Sejun, now addressing Theo with a newfound respect, called him Senior Theo. Sejun realized that the color and symbol on Theo's badge had indeed changed. Theo, slightly annoyed, retorted that Sejin had only noticed it now after he had mentioned it, and he wasn't happy about it. Sejin then playfully stretched Theo's cheeks, admitting his mistake and apologizing for it. Now, Theo needed to hurry and get ready. Sejin informed Theo that he had also packed some gifts for their family. He asked Theo to take those gifts and give them to Dongshik. Theo turned around, giving a thumbs up, and confidently said, "Leave it to me." After finally packing everything, Theo, along with Ox number 3 and Lady Ox, was ready to depart. As they set off, Theo bid farewell to Sejin, and Ox number 3 and Lady Ox assured Sejin that they would make sure nothing happened to a single hair on Theo's head. Sejin waved
goodbye
to Theo, Ox number 3, and the formidable Lady Ox, wishing them a safe journey and leaving Theo in their capable hands. After that, we see the merchant alley, the road leading to the lower floor's end. The wolves were keeping a watchful eye on Theo, as he had to pass through this gate to enter the lower floor. They were confident that Theo had no choice but to go through here. Then, in the scene, we witness Elka, holding 3 succulent pieces of roasted meat, confidently approaching the chieftain. With a proud voice, Elka announces that he has brought sustenance for the tribe. Intrigued, the chief inquires about the remaining provisions, to which Elka responds with a hint of melancholy that this is the last of their nourishment. Concerned, the chief turns to Elko, who is visibly disinterested and reluctant to fulfill his duty of guarding. With a heavy heart, Elko declares his lack of appetite, refusing to eat. Sensing the urgency in Elka's voice, the chief inquires how much longer they must endure this tedious wait. Exhausted from days of monotonously observing passers-by, Elka yearns to return to the 85th floor. However, instead of empathizing, the chief's face contorts with anger as he seizes Elko by his cape, shouting in frustration, demanding an end to his foolish utterances. He reminds Elko of the starving tribe members anxiously awaiting their return. Their survival depends on the successful completion of their mission and acquisition of the coveted straw hat from Grid. The chief's expression becomes truly formidable, his eyes glinting with menace as he warns that failure to fulfill their task will result in the tribe's deprivation of food. Overwhelmed, Elko succumbs to tears, tearfully expressing remorse and pleading for forgiveness. He acknowledges his mistakes and vows to carry out his responsibilities diligently. Sighing heavily, the chief, clutching his head in exasperation, emphasizes the urgent nature of their mission, highlighting the dire consequences of further delays on the lives of their tribe members, who are already succumbing to hunger. Determined, they must find Theo, no matter the cost. Elko continues to wipe away his tears, while Elka stands steadfast with the last remnants of roasted meat. In an attempt to console Elko, Elka offers him a piece of chicken, insisting that he consume it to maintain his strength, even if he lacks appetite. Despite his continued weeping, Elko remains silent, listening intently to Elka's gentle, encouraging words. Displaying an act of generosity, Elka also extends a piece of meat to the chief. However, just as the chief is about to grasp it, his instincts kick in, causing him to abruptly turn around with lightning speed. His gaze becomes intense and focused as he scans the stairs below. Curious, Elka inquires about the cause of the chief's sudden change in demeanor, desperate to know what has caught his attention. However, the chief remains silent, for he has spotted Theo. Theo, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, cheerfully strolls beneath them. Filled with determination and fury, the chief growls, vowing to capture Theo at any cost, determined to extract information about the straw hat. Theo is casually strolling through the passage village, but there is something else that has attracted everyone's attention. The 2 giant minotaur are exotic races for all of them, and the merchants stare at them in awe. They exclaim that they could have never seen a black minotaur in their lives because they were from the 99th floor, which might as well be on another planet. The merchants are really excited to meet the wandering merchant who hired them as free mercenaries. They believe that he must be the richest among the wandering merchants, but they are in for a surprise as Theo is standing right in front of them and asking them if they are talking about him. The two doggy merchants look at him with surprise and wonder what the deal is with the overconfident-looking wandering cat merchant standing in front of them. Theo declares loudly that he is the magnificent wandering merchant who has hired the Minotaur as free mercenaries, almost acting like a mad villain as he laughs maniacally. The other two merchants ask him if he really is the employer because he doesn't look like it. They claim that they are hearing the name Theo for the first time, and tell him that he shouldn't lie to them just for some fake hype. Theo is furious at this and decides to show off his authority by summoning the Minotaurs to his side. However, as he turns around to see them all, he finds is a vacant lot. Theo is embarrassed and also panics because losing his bodyguards like this is a big deal, and he wonders where the two food-oriented muscleheads went. They are actually running around exploring the food options in the market. Ox number 4 points towards the cabbages on sale and tells her boyfriend that it is quite an odd-shaped grass while the poor rodent merchant selling them is afraid for his life. The poor guy is shivering and crying as he sees the two giant minotaurs who don't even realize his dilemma. Ox number 4 asks him if he sells this grass while Ox number 4 remarks that it looks delicious. The poor rodent merchant can only beg for them to spare his life as he squeaks. He would have given his products to the two minotaur for free out of fear if Theo had not arrived there just in time. Theo is fuming as he walks towards the two minotaurs and calls out to them, saying that he has been looking for them everywhere. He lashes out at them, saying that they have been hired as mercenaries and that they should do their job properly by protecting him. He asks them what the hell they are doing here, and Ox number 3 nervously apologizes, saying that they got sidetracked because things here were so interesting. Even Theo is a bit taken aback as he hears this and asks them if this is their first time coming to the Passage Village. The Ox affirms, saying that they have never left the 99th floor before this, so it is indeed their first time outside. Then Ox number 3 asks Theo why this place is called the Merchant Passage because he has heard that everyone born in the tower has the right to access the tower's passage. He feels it is excessive to call it the Merchant Passage when they are not the only ones who use it. Theo laughs at his question and calls the Minotaur a country bumpkin from the 99th floor if he doesn't know this. And Ox number 3 considers that statement racist. Theo wants to show off his knowledge, but any show-off is incomplete until others are looking up to him. So he spots a carriage nearby and jumps atop it to begin his lecture about the history of the Tower Passage. He tells the confused Minotaur couple that the mid-level wandering merchant Theo will now kindly explain some important things to them. He starts the story which takes place a long time ago, much before the tower was as organized as it is now. He claims that in the earliest days, all the passageways of the tower were arbitrarily stretched out like the branches of a tree going from the first floor to the 99th floor. That wasn't a good thing at all because living in the tower was like playing a real-life version of snakes and ladders. At that time, there were too many passages, no one knew which one led them where, and on top of that, no one knew which passages were safe and which ones had dangers in them. Then a group of brave hearts assembled and decided to sort things out. They were the first wandering merchants of the tower who joined forces to organize the passages. They took care of the dangerous pathways and reinforced the safe ones to be used by others. The merchants were assisted by the two other forces in the tower, namely the Free Mercenary Association and the Magic Tower. They entered into an agreement with each other to develop and manage the passages, with the mercenaries and magic users providing the manpower while merchants provided resources to run the passages. However, since the management rights went to the Wandering Merchant Association, the passages were called Merchant Passageways. Theo's lecture impresses Ox number 3 and his girlfriend who clap for him, saying that he is quite well informed. The cat basks in the glory. Theo confidently says that this much is the basic knowledge for a mid-level wandering merchant when it was something even simpler than that. This information was given on the first page of the guide to beginner wandering merchants, and Theo has that evil grin on his face as he thanks himself for reading it beforehand. He then continues his lecture, saying that while all residents of the tower can access the passages, there are also premium passages that are hidden behind the paywall. He claims that these paid pathways can only be used by merchants, and they act like shortcuts to their destination. As Ox number 3 holds out his hand for Theo to jump into it, he asks him to elaborate on the paid passages. Theo jumps onto his palm, saying that it is just as the name suggests, only merchants and those who can pay can use it. And right now, they are able to cross it because of him. He explains that if they go through a normal route, it will take a long time to reach their destination. Also, the passage village was the center of the area where all the paid passageways are concentrated. Theo climbs down from the Minotaur's hand, declaring that they have to go to the 38th floor, so they will use the paid passageway that takes them down quickly to the 40th floor, and from there, they will transfer to the regular passageway. Ox number 3 says that this way appears to be too complicated, and Theo agrees. That is why, before they start the second part of their journey downwards, they must eat something. The two miners are more excited than him to take their lunch break and even start drooling as they follow Theo to his favorite fish restaurant. However, as he turns around to ask the Minotaur what they like, the leader of the wolf mercenaries, Elka, pounces on him, ready to end his game. Theo realizes the danger when he is too close to him and freaks out as the big bad wolf makes its landing right next to him. Elka stares at him menacingly, saying that he finally found the wandering cat merchant. Theo is trembling from fear as he recalls the wolf mercenary who attacked him before. The wolf asks him to tell him where he got the straw hat from, totally unaware that something massive, fast, and heavy is coming towards him. He was lucky that the black minotaur missed his punch on purpose because otherwise, it would be his skull that would be crushed instead of the ground. Elka backs away, still ready to fight as he wonders what the hell a minotaur is doing here. Ox number 3 asks him who he is, and Theo screams that he is the wolf who attacked him before. He explains that he is the leader of the gang that has been chasing after him, and the black minotaur is ready to deal with him right away. He steps forward, saying that they should get rid of him, but just then, the other two wolves jump into the action to support their captain. They are aiming at Ox number 3, but they don't know that his girl has got his back. Ox number 4 quickly covers for her boyfriend, punches the two wolves, and sends them flying. Their leader Elka is worried about them while Ox number 4 says that she didn't know there were two more of the cute puppies. She tells her man to keep protecting Theo while she takes care of the wolves, and he leaves all of the fighting to her. Theo is uncertain about her fighting abilities and asks Ox number 4 if she will be fine on her own. But he replies that they are the minotaur of the 99th floor and such little dogs are no match for their power. Then he blushes as he hypes up his girl, saying that she is even stronger than him. And Theo doesn't really get what is happening. He still yells at Ox number 4 to not kill the wolves, but she replies that she can't promise anything yet because she doesn't know how weak her opponents are. She walks towards the three wolves who are getting up and regrouping. Elka asks the other two if they are fine, and they reply that they are still okay. They ask him what they should do now, and Elka replies that they cannot back away now. He is serious about getting Theo and claims that if they fail to capture him here, they won't have any other chances. He takes the lead and tells his subordinates to get ready to fight because they will need to combine their strength to defeat the big monster in front of them. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, something entirely different is happening. The sickle rabbit is using his immaculate skills with his tool to groom everyone. He finishes giving his chunky brother a haircut, and Sejin claps for him, saying that his skills are extraordinary. He has trimmed the fur of the black warrior rabbit before the fatty rabbit, and both of them are pleased. Now next up is Sejin's turn to get a fresh cut, and he claims that he is getting too uncomfortable because of his long hair. His hair has been coming down to his eyes and causing him a lot of problems, so he needs the sickle rabbit to cut down the length a bit. He wears a cloth of the same old green onion leaves while the sickle rabbit climbs on a stone to reach his level. Quang watches them from behind. The bear cub tries to tell the sickle rabbit something, but his warm moist breath tickles him, and he prepares to launch a devastating sneeze by rabbit standards. Unfortunately for Sejin, he still had his sickle in hand while she sneezed and managed to slice off a patch of hair from his head. It may be funny to us, but the sickle rabbit and Quang are absolutely horrified to see what they have done. Poor Sejin has no idea what has happened, and he is still looking forward to getting a haircut. The 3 silver wolf mercenaries, who are ready to face the challenge in front of them, ox number 4. Despite knowing that they are not strong enough, rush towards her. Their leader, Elka, takes the lead and leaps high in the air to attack ox number 4 from above. She gets ready to punch him into oblivion, but that was what the wolves were banking on. Their plan involved letting her loosen her defenses as she got on the offense. A second wolf came to her side, shocking her. The third one also rushes towards her foot from the other side, and ox number 4 realizes that she is surrounded. 2 of the wolves bite her arm and leg, while Elka prepares to deal the finishing blow. He holds her horn and yanks her head to the side, exposing her neck. He quickly swings behind her and uses all of his jaw strength to bite down on her neck. Ox number 4 stands incredibly still as the 3 wolves bite her because they are not doing any damage to her. Elka realizes that his sharp fangs weren't able to cut through the Minotaur's tough skin, and he wonders what the hell is happening here. Ox number 4 asks him if he is surprised before rubbing salt in his wounds, telling him that a Minotaur's skin can't be pierced through so easily. Then she gets on the offensive and smacks the wolf, who is biting her arm. The Minotaur's slap is too powerful for the silver wolf, who bleeds from his nose as he is flung away. Ox number 4 grabs him and then eats him away towards the wooden staircase. The wolf who was biting on her feet till now loosens his grip as he sees a comrade getting injured, but that was a serious mistake because a kick from ox number 4 was waiting for him. He also gets flung away, and now only Elka is left on the Minotaur's shoulder. He realizes that there is no chance for them to win, as his friends get taken down with a single hit. However, he is determined to not let her go, but that doesn't happen since ox number 4 yanks him away from her shoulder and slams him into the ground. Elka takes some damage and then looks pitiful, as ox number 4 is ready to finish him. As her heavy punch comes right toward his face, he screams no in his mind, and then his memories suddenly drift to his childhood. His grandfather was once the wise and respected leader of the tribe of silver wolves. He used to often tell him stories about how they were the pure-blooded silver wolves. When they die and become spirits, they turn into guardian spirits that protect the living members of the tribe. Their tribe was stronger than those of other wolves, and they also had the ability to grow their skills to track and hunt prey. They could inherit the will of their ancestors, and that made them proud silver wolves. Elka's grandfather used to tell him that their honor is the honor of their ancestors, and they must behave properly and live proudly, so that they do not ruin the honor of the ancestors who guided them. His grandfather told him that by living their lives honorably, they would arrive at an answer to their life's purpose one day. At that time, little Elka was really excited to hear those stories and promised his grandfather that he would live in honor of his ancestors. However, instead of finding an answer about his life's purpose, all the young wolf found was a long-lasting famine that dried up all their food sources. One day he found a fish in the remains of a pond and brought it back home where the adults were on their edge because of the famine. There was nothing to eat, and Western tribes were even pillaging and slaughtering one another for food. The fire of their pillaging soon came to Elka's village too. The attackers burned their village and killed everyone who could not escape, and Elka could only get carried away by his parents, as he saw his grandfather sacrificing his life to save them. Years later, he became the new chieftain himself and led his tribe through the wasteland. One day, his tribesmen asked him if it was true that he had started to work under the landlord grid. They asked him if he was not embarrassed to trample on the honor of their ancestors by doing that. Not only was he serving someone, he was serving the lowly boar who was the one who caused all this in the first place. Elka commanded them to shut up, saying that they had no other way to survive. Even living for one more day was no less than a miracle, and he wanted to do everything he could to save the children. He was determined to sacrifice his honor and everything along with it for the sake of his tribe's children. Elka thought that his ancestors would understand his reasons even as he served a fat greedy pig landlord and did his dirty deeds. On the command of Grid, he harassed and extorted money from ordinary creatures and killed those who failed to pay. As he waits for the Minotaur's punch to finish him, Elka only wants to know if his grandfather understands him. Lucky for him, Ox number 4 was not as heartless as she let on and had spared his life. She hit the area next to his head, but Elka was already knocked out cold because of the mental and emotional stress. He keeps saying that he would do all things for the sake of the children, as Theo comes to check up on him. Theo checks the wolf and wonders if he really passed out, and Ox number 4 suggests an idea to deal with him for good. She wants to break his legs so that he cannot follow them around anymore, and Theo panics on hearing that. He acts vain and kind at the same time, saying that even though the sin of going after his life is too great, breaking the wolf's legs is too cruel. He commands the 2 Minotaur to take the wolves away for now because it should be Sejin who makes the decision about them. The Minotaurs obey his order and pick up the 3 unconscious wolves. Meanwhile, something interesting is going on with Sejin's cave. He was getting a haircut before, and to say the least, it started horribly. Now he has a blind spot on the back of his head that shines like a diamond, and Kung and the sickle rabbit, who are responsible for this, are sweating buckets. They discuss among themselves and wonder what to do, but Sejin asks them why it is taking so long. He checks his hair, asking them if the haircut is complete, and the 2 culprits realize they are so screwed now. Sejin soon finds the bald spot on his head, and he freaks out while Kung and Sickle Rabbit wonder what to do now. The Queen Poison Bee also comes there and takes a look at Sejin's bald spot, which is not visible to him. He thinks that if he knew something like this would happen, he would have asked Theo to get him a mirror. The Sickle Rabbit sincerely apologizes for being a bad barber, but Sejin tells her that it is okay, since everyone makes mistakes. He tries to calm him by saying that no one will even notice it since he is the only human here, and everyone else is a monster. He laughs as he puts his straw hat on, saying that if he uses this, no one can even see it. He keeps on laughing as he says that it is fine, but then goes to sulk in the corner because it is not fine after all. As Sejin is sitting in a corner, the mother rabbit comes there and asks her son and Kung what is happening. Upon hearing that the sickle rabbit messed up Sejin's hair, she gets furious at her. Through his tears, Sejin tells her that he is fine. The mother rabbit can see that he is not fine, so she volunteers to fix the mess caused by her son. Sickle Rabbit also pesters him to sit and let his mother take care of the things. She tells Sejin to sit down for a haircut again and takes out a pair of sharp scissors from her dimension pocket. With a smirk look on her face, she made a chop-chop sound as if she were a 50 years experienced barber. On the other hand, tower manager Aileen is reading a book while snacking on cherry tomatoes. She says that reading is fun but then notices that she is out of cherry tomatoes already, which is not fun at all. Ever since Aileen got bigger, the amount of food she used to get from Sejin has become too little for her. Now she can't satisfy her hunger like this, but she can't even risk asking Sejin for more food. Aileen remembers how he misunderstood her last time and asked her if she was a winged pig, and she doesn't want to take the chance again because she is still irritated by it. However, her hunger wins over her fear of embarrassment, and she calls Sejin to give her a snack. However, she sees something in her magic crystal that surprises her. She asks Sejin what happened, and he looks back at her message while being shrouded in an air of mystery. Aileen says that his appearance has changed. Sejin rolls his scurf as if he were waiting for it. Then he says that his hair was too long, so Mother Rabbit helped him and cut it. Then he removes his head showing a nice, neat haircut and handsome face. He looks like as if he is a new Sejin. Seeing this, Aileen was in a complete state of shock, as she didn't expect something like this. On the other hand, Sejin is glowing with his new haircut. flexing his handsome face as if he would immediately impress a girl if there were any. Sejun is feeling a bit awkward about his new haircut, and he asks Aileen if she also thinks the same. Judging by how dashing he looks, it might be possible that he just wants Aileen to praise him. Her reactions when she sees him in a new haircut are really animated, and she freaks out in silence for a while. Sejun wonders why she is not answering him for so long and once again asks her what she thinks about his new hairstyle as he moves his hand in front of the message window. Inside her library, Aileen is blushing like crazy and sweating a lot as she stares at the handsome face of Sejun. She lets out a scream as Sejun moves closer to the message window, and she sees his face more clearly. She tells him not to come closer to her, and Sejun only wonders if anything is wrong with her. Aileen replies that it is nothing before saying that she couldn't take her eyes off him for a second. After blurting out her honest feelings, Aileen quickly moves to the reason she contacted him in the first place. She wants food, specifically the crayfish he gave her the other day. Sejun puts his hat back as he sighs, asking what else could the manager contact him for. He tells her that she might have to eat her protein a bit slowly for some time. The crayfish population has been slowly decreasing, and it has fallen to 1/3 of what it used to be. Also, the piranhas are not showing their faces because of the crayfish, and Sejun is at a loss. He complains that he feels empty these days because he is eating only vegetables. Maybe if he had been wiser and more judicious about hunting the fish, it would have been better for him. Sejun then tells Aileen that it feels good to nurture one's body with different types of food and decides to give her some corn instead of meat right now. He asks her if she will be fine with tomatoes and corn and then remarks that she might have run out of dried sweet potatoes too. Sejun gives a big basket to her, and Aileen thanks him before hesitating to give him another message. Sejun waits for her to finish her sentence, and then Aileen tells him that the new hairstyle suits him. With that, the message window in front of him vanishes, and Sejun has a smug smile on his face as he says that it seems that the stingy tower manager knows how to give out compliments as well. However, now that he has dealt with her, he decides to get back to work again. Meanwhile, Aileen is in her cabin, and she is trembling as she holds the basket of corn. She is still red from embarrassment about seeing Sejun earlier. Her chest beats like crazy even though her heart is supposed to be inactive because of her disease. Aileen wonders what is happening with her, and her best guess is that it is another anomaly in her dragon heart because she doesn't know that it is actually her first love. She shakes away all the thoughts and speculations from her mind as she claims that she was just taken aback to see Sejun and a new look so suddenly. She decides to forget about it all and focuses on eating the food. However, that also reminds her of her love, Sejun, and how he said it would be good to nurture one's body with different kinds of food. Aileen immediately reaches out to her library and searches for a book. She soon finds the great cookbook and smiles to herself as she thinks that she is going to do something special for Sejun. She starts blushing again as she thinks about him and hides her face behind the book. On the other hand, Theo has finally reached the 38th floor to do business with humans. As soon as he declares his arrival, the human hunters flock towards him. They seem to be even more fired up today, and ask Theo how many tomatoes he has today. They say that a lot of people need the tomatoes right now, and Theo asks them why they are in such a hurry. He then reveals the good news to them as he carries out a basket from his bundle. He declares that this time he has a total of 3,600 cherry tomatoes, which will be sold in batches of 400 each. This is news for the hunters and a rather shocking one too. They can't believe that Theo has so many cherry tomatoes at once, but it works in their favor. The bidding starts, and the price of each batch of 400 cherry tomatoes reaches up to 200 tower coins before Theo closes the deal. One by one, he sells 4 batches of the cherry tomatoes, and now 2,000 more units are remaining. As Theo is about to proceed with the auction, a man steps up to him and tells him that there is no need for that. He volunteers to buy all of the 2,000 magical cherry tomatoes for 1,600 tower coins. The man is the subordinate of Michael, the Gaggle Food Company's vice chairman, who sent him here to buy all the D-ranked cherry tomatoes he could find. The man looks at other hunters and taunts them, asking if there is anyone who wants to enter a bidding war with the Gaggle Company. No one has either the money or guts to do that. Dee and Theo sell the rest of his product to the subordinates of Michael. Meanwhile, the rest of the hunters worry about the scarcity of cherry tomatoes in the outside world and complain that it is unfair for a large corporation like Gaggle to monopolize the entire market. Kim Dongshik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, also agrees with them and thinks that ordinary hunters like them can't manage to buy anything at this rate. His teammates panicked because they wanted the magical cherry tomatoes badly. One of them had even staked his marriage on the chance of impressing his future in-laws with magical cherry tomatoes. As everyone panics, Dongshik is relatively calm because he is personally acquainted with Theo. He also knows about Sejin and thinks that it is easy for him to make a direct connection with him. However, he is in for the shock of a lifetime as one of the hunters who purchased the cherry tomatoes noticed something new. It was an employee of Gaggle who found out that the information window of the cherry tomato was displaying something new. The name of the cultivator, which was previously hidden, is now shown. Everyone is excited to learn this, and they think that the name of the cultivator sounds Korean. As one of them speaks it out loud, revealing Tower Farmer Park Sejin is the cultivator of the crops. Dongshik can't believe his ears. He snatches a tomato out of one man's hand and says he will return it after taking a look at it. He finds that the information window of the tomato has really been modified, and the name of Sejin is on the bottom as the cultivator of the crop. More than anything else, Dongshik is shocked to learn that Sejin was actually a tower farmer. The revelation of the cultivator's identity creates an uproar among the Gaggle employees. Their leader tells everyone to head back to the earth as fast as they can and find out about the man called Park Sejin. He commands them to mobilize all the manpower they have to ensure that he comes over to their side. The leader of the mission starts laughing like a madman, saying that since he found out about such a vital piece of information, he will certainly be given due credit by Michael. He even thinks that he has secured a promotion for himself with this discovery. However, Dongshik is in panic mode because the connection he has with Sejin has become less valuable. But even more pressing than that is the issue of Sejin's family's safety. Dongshik thinks that the family is in danger because for the rich, the magical cherry tomatoes are the most valuable thing right now, and they won't stop at anything to get their hands on them. He fears that since they cannot get to Sejin directly, there is a high possibility that those people will try to blackmail him by kidnapping his family so that they can monopolize the supply. Dongshik thinks that according to what he already knows, Sejin has never left the tower because of a quest, and he can't reach to help his family. He also realizes that Sejin won't know about the situation outside the tower since he has no contacts, and he won't have any idea how dangerous things have suddenly become for his family. Just then, Theo reaches Dongshik to talk about their usual business, and without wasting a moment, Dongshik picks him up and runs away to an isolated spot. Theo is confused and asks him what is wrong, and after confirming that they are alone, Dongshik asks him what the deal is with the cultivator's name in the information window. He asks why the name, which was previously censored, is suddenly visible to all. Theo replies that it is because he became a mid-level wandering merchant and shows off his badge too. He explains that to protect the suppliers and producers of newbie merchants, their names are hidden, but that feature is taken back when they are promoted. He asks Dongshik what is wrong only to learn that Sejin's family might be in danger. Theo freaks out on hearing this and wonders what is happening. So Dongshik explains the situation outside the tower to him. He claims that in the real world, everyone is in an uproar because of the magical cherry tomatoes. Till today, everything was fine because the name of the cultivator was hidden, but now that it is revealed, things are different. Dongshik claims that many people won't hesitate to do bad things to get a monopoly over the magical cherry tomatoes, and the easiest way to do this is to target Sejun's family. Theo's jaw drops on hearing this, and he panics as he wonders if all this is his fault. He asks Dongshik if it is because he became a mid-level merchant and asks what he should do now. He fears that Sejun will be angry at him, but Dongshik tells him to calm down. He promises that he will save Sejun's family at all costs, even if he needs to put the honor of the Phoenix Guild on the line for that. Theo thanks him, and Dongshik says that he will quickly return to the lower floors of the tower. Now, before he goes, Theo has another favor to ask of him. He takes out 2 baskets from his bundle, saying that they are gifts for Sejun's family. The baskets contain carrots of agility and corn of stamina, and Dongshik can't believe his eyes as he reads their information window. Theo tells him that the reward for completing the favor is the same as the last time, which is 200 magical cherry tomatoes. Dongshik is amazed to see this and remarks that if the world finds out about these crops, it will be a riot. However, he doesn't tell Theo everything and asks him not to worry about anything. Dongshik asks the cat merchant to relay his message to Sejun, telling him that he will deliver everything to his family safely. With that, Theo leaves the 38th floor, and Dongshik thinks that things are getting out of control and that he must inform his master about this. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the 38th floor's passageway, the Minotaur couple and the Silver Wolf mercenaries are waiting for Theo. While the Minotaur munch on grass, the leader of the wolves, Elka, lashes out at them. He calls them small-headed idiots and asks if they have no pride. He asks them how they can be working under a lowly wandering merchant cat and obey him without complaint. He insults them, saying that the legends about the monsters on the 99th floor were fake after all. Ox number 4 is getting irritated because of his rambling and asks her boyfriend if she should hit Elka's head one more time. He tells her that the poor wolf will die if she does that. Just then, Theo comes running to them and tells them that they have to immediately return to the 99th floor because it is an emergency. Ox number 4 asks him what's up, and Theo says that he will explain everything along the way. The Minotaurs pick up the wolves, who continue to curse them as they demand to be freed. However, before they can depart, Theo tells the Minotaur to wait for a bit since he has spotted something in a stall. He goes to a stall run by a raccoon merchant and asks him for the price of a necklace with a violet gemstone. The merchant tells him that it is worth 2 tower coins, but Theo is planning to use his ultimate bargaining technique and asks the poor merchant for a discount while the 2 Minotaurs look over him. Dongshik thought that he cannot handle the matter alone and must seek the help of his master. Dongshik goes to the headquarters of the Awakeners Association in Korea and enters a room that is much below room temperature. As if he is wearing enough clothes to survive on the North Pole, he is still shivering as he reveals details about Sejun to his boss. Dongshik says that Park Sejun is said to have entered the tower through the vanishing a few months ago, and he quickly rose to level 40 in no time. The man to whom he is revealing this is his master, who reads the detailed report. He says that the precise location of Sejun is not yet known, but he is famous for his magic cherry tomatoes that are sold by a wandering merchant cat. The master is an old man named Han Tae-jun, sitting in the ice-cold room in just a t-shirt and shorts while blasting the AC and fan at full power. He was once the guild master of the Phoenix Guild, but now he has become a member of the Awakened Society of Korea. Dongshik asks Tae-jun if his body is holding up well, and the old man is silent for a while. However, then he repeats his question sarcastically and immediately turns into Fireman. He is enraged that Dongshik thinks he will be fine when so many bad things are happening. Taejun's hair becomes fire as he says that Dongshik kept the identity of a great talent hidden from him when he had even cleared the 48th floor. On top of that, Taejun has to stay locked up in this ice-cold room and do nothing except suck his fingers because of his powers. He asks Dongshik if anyone will be okay in this condition, and he takes off his hood as he tells his master that he is acting rashly. He asks Taejun if he didn't go to the 52nd floor of the tower unofficially, but the old man is having none of his crap. He asks Dongshik not to put those two things together and then demands to know if he is hiding something else from him. As Dongshik says that everything is just as reported, Taejun calms down a bit, but the report has already become ash by now. Dongshik then adds that the job of the tower farmer is a new one that has never been seen in the history of the tower. Taejun is not interested in hearing more about boring things, so he sits down. Suddenly, burn marks appear all over his arms because of his power, and Dongshik remarks that the curse of the flame is spreading further. The tough old man laughs it off, saying that it is nothing more than ticklish. However, the truth is that his curse has kept him locked up in this room when he would be heading into the tower instead. After that, Taejun asks Dongshik what he is here for because this meeting could have been an email, and he would not have come all the way here to see his master struggle. Dongshik replies that he is here to request support from the Awakened Association to protect Sejun's family. He claims that since the name of the cultivator of cherry tomatoes is out, pressure from all over the world will arrive at his family, and wants to keep them safe. But Taejun tells him not to worry about that at all. He is not just an old man locked up in a room, and he had already predicted that a lot of people would try to reach Sejun's family. As soon as he gets Dongshik's call, he reveals that he has already set up a security team for Sejun's family. Taejun then tells Dongshik to take charge of the situation personally because he knows the family, and it will be convenient for him to deal with them. He is determined to not let a great talent like Sejun be stolen by another country. Taejun also hears that there have been some attempts from other countries to reach Sejun's family and asks Dongshik to confirm it too. Dongshik is shocked to hear that because he had no information regarding this. He realizes that his master has not lost his touch and thanks him. After that, he gives him a gift, which is a small basket of magical cherry tomatoes. The old man is surprised to see the tomatoes, and Dongshik tells him that these are the magical cherry tomatoes grown by the tower farmer Sejun. He says that he got these as a gift from the wandering merchant cat Theo. Dongshik says that while the effect of the tomatoes is not related to the curse, they will still help Taejun because of their nutritional value. Taejun is amused by the cherry tomato and pops one in his mouth to find that it is delicious. Soon after that, Dongshik goes to Sejun's home, and his family is shocked to see the gifts he has brought for them. There are huge buckets of magical cherry tomatoes, carrots, and corn in front of them. While Sejun's parents are just some boomers who don't know what trend is going on, his brother Seedle knows what he is seeing. He remarks that the cherry tomatoes of weight loss are the most popular diet food right now. He is amazed that his brother grew these tomatoes as well as the carrots and corn, and his parents are also surprised. After that, Dongshik tells them that they might not be aware of the situation outside right now, but many people are targeting Sejun. He tells them that they are not safe right now, and the Korean Awakened Association wants to protect them. He asks them to quickly pack their bags and prepare to move away. Sejun's mom is quite distressed to hear that they have to move away from their house. His dad also thinks that they are going away for a long time and complains that they haven't yet paid off the loan on their house. Dongshik tells them not to worry about that because the Awakened Association has prepared a house for them in a posh neighborhood called Hanam-dong. Seedle is really excited to hear the name of the neighborhood because many famous celebrities live there. He wants to know who lives near their place, and Dongshik says that he lives there with his family. Seedle is not impressed by learning this because he was hoping that there was a cute idol group living near their place. Dongshik asks him if he likes idols and then asks him if he has heard of the well-known group called the LJSN group. Seedle smiles as he says that he is a big fan of the group and it is famous all over Korea. As Dongshik whips out his phone, Seedle is shocked as he realizes that the man has some connection with the LJSN group. He then shows a picture of himself and his daughter and tells Seedle that his daughter Sarah is a member of the LJSN group. He tells Seedle that since he is a big fan, he would like to invite him over to his house. Seedle loses his cool as he learns that the idol Sarah is Dongshik's daughter. She is the leader and the main vocalist of the group, and she is a genius when it comes to songwriting, composing, and singing. He screams that she is too beautiful and can't contain his excitement. He bows down before Dongshik, saying that he had only heard that her father was a hunter, but he didn't know that he was the leader of the Phoenix Guild. Seedle gets too carried away and starts calling Dongshik's father and asking him to take him in. He thanks him and sucks up to him, and while his real father wonders why a stranger is taking away his place, the mom is more concerned about other things. She is worried about Sejin, who is obviously her favorite son. Dongshik told them that Sejin was working in the tower as a farmer, and they did not know that bit before. Earlier, they only thought that he was working hard in the tower, but it is even more difficult to farm. She hopes he is doing fine and wonders if there is anyone taking care of him. Well, someone is trying to take care of him, and it is none other than the tower manager Dragonale Yin. She is cooking something from a recipe book, especially for Sejin. She puts in some wonder-working mushrooms and then a millennium-old dimension-starving demon in the stew before seasoning it with ordinary rock salt. With that, the stew begins shining brightly, indicating that it is done. Aline is really happy that her gift is finally complete. On the other hand, Sejin is in his outdoor field looking at the spring onion plants that have grown well. He had collected some seeds from the onion flowers a few days ago and then planted them outside. Now, 2 weeks have passed, and the seeds have grown into mature plants. Sejin is with his best bud, the black rabbit, and tells him that they can harvest the onion plants now. He hopes to get an item by harvesting the plants grown from seeds, but as he cuts a leaf using his dagger, he finds that it is just their regular green onion leaf and it has no information window. Sejin is disappointed that it is not an item and wonders if it is like that because it is not a fruit. However, the black warrior rabbit has an idea, and he pats the ground with his foot to tell Sejin to try uprooting the plants. Sejin gets the idea and immediately plucks out a green onion plant from the ground. Just as he does that, a system window appears in front of him, informing him that he has harvested a detoxifying green onion. His other skills also take effect following that. Thanks to his skill harvest, which has reached level 4, the crop he harvested is 1 level higher than usual. His job experience has also increased by 36 EXP points, and his skill proficiency has also increased. Sejin then reads the information window about the green onion he just harvested. He finds that it is a C+ rated crop, and when ingested, it can detoxify poisons of grade C+ or lower for 1 hour. Also, it boosts the functions of the liver for 24 hours after consumption. The shelf life of the green onion plant is 135 days. Sejin is amazed to see a green onion which is classified as an item. He has confirmed his hypothesis that if he plants fruits or seeds, the product is an item. He thinks that he should have thought about collecting green onion seeds and planting them a long time ago, and the black rabbit agrees. The two men then decide to find out what the detoxifying green onion tastes like and take a bite. They don't find anything special about it, and it tastes just like their usual one. Also, there is no way to tell if its detoxifying power is working or not. Sejin thinks that its liver-strengthening power will be very helpful for alcoholics. He thinks that since green onions grow quickly, once there are a lot of them, he will sell all of them. Just then, the chunky rabbit comes there to call Sejin and the black rabbit for lunch, or more precisely, for preparing lunch. However, as they reach the pond, they find that there are no fish or crayfish there. All of them are dejected, and Sejin remarks that he tried to lure the fish out by using blood as bait too, but it was all useless. He says that they should give up on eating meat for a while, and while the black warrior rabbit is just sad, the chunky rabbit feels like his reason for living has been taken away. Just then, Sejin gets a message from Alien who says that she has prepared a gift to celebrate Sejin's 200 days in the tower. He is shocked to realize that it has already been 200 days since he came here. While he is busy talking about their 200-day anniversary with Aileen, the black rabbit is consoling his heartbroken fatty brother in the background. Sejin then asks Aileen what the gift is that she is giving him. After saying that he feels touched that she prepared something for him, Aileen generates a quest and asks Sejin for only one cherry tomato in exchange for the surprise gift. She doesn't put a penalty on the quest because she is certain that Sejin won't refuse her gift. He does as she says and gives her a cherry tomato to complete the quest. The system shows him a message that, as a reward for completing the quest, Sejin gets Alien's health soup. Suddenly, a big cauldron materializes out of thin air and falls on the ground, shocking Sejin. He screams at what is happening as he sees the soup in the cauldron. While the system called it health soup, it looks more like a black magic cursed soup with dead frogs, wasps, and monster eyes floating in it. The information window for the so-called health soup says that it is the first dish the great black dragon Aileen Furtani has created. The taste of the dish cannot be guaranteed, but it will certainly have great effects, but only if the consumer survives. Upon eating the soup of health, all the stats of the user will go up by 3, but he will also get poisoned. He will be affected by a grade C paralyzing poison and a grade C acidic poison after eating the soup. Despite the curses, the grade of the soup is A. Sejin is shocked to see that it is an item or, speaking the truth, a cursed item. His rabbit friends are also disgusted by the soup, and Sejin asks Aileen if she made this for him. Aileen replies that she is going to sleep now because she put a lot of effort into cooking for him. Sejin wonders how much effort she put into getting so tired, and Aileen just laughs as she is bundled up in her pillows. She tells Sejin that she made it with great care, so he must finish it. She says that once she wakes up, she wants to hear his review, but if he doesn't finish it, she will kill him. Aileen falls asleep with that, and Sejin panics as he tries to wake her up. He realizes he is doomed because of the soup, and immediately turns to his rabbit friends. He says that he is recruiting them to eat the soup for him, but they are already running away for their lives. Even the fatty rabbit knows that the soup is not worth eating. Sejin tells them not to abandon him, but they don't listen. Fatty rabbit was the first one to start running, but he fell behind due to his overweight. For the first time in his life, he was regretting eating too much. Even the queen bee and her kids feel sick upon smelling the soup. While the tower manager sleeps peacefully, Sejin will have to deal with her cursed soup. Sejin gritted his teeth and he was disgusted to see that. The health soup made by Aileen will increase all stats by 3 upon consumption. Poisoned by a grade C paralyzing poison and acidic poison upon consumption. After watching the stats, everyone calmed down a bit. Seeing all his stats would increase by 3, he became a little interested in that. But a grade C paralyzing and acidic poison was too risky for him to consume. While he was wondering what to do, the intelligent black rabbit called him, and pointed his finger toward onion leaves that they had harvested before. He immediately became happy remembering that he has grade C detoxifying green onions. And if could add it to the soup, then he could finish eating. At least, he would not die due to the poison. He was cutting all those green onion leaves while thinking he had to add a lot of them just to be sure he would not suffer. Black Rabbit and Queen Bee were watching him preparing for the battle against the tower manager, and the chubby rabbit was helping him in carrying green onion leaves. Then he ate a lot of green onion leaves and the system showed him that he had consumed detoxifying green onion. He was detoxified from grade C plus or lower poisons for 1 hour. After completing preparation for the upcoming incident, he was in front of the soup along with his other rabbit and bee buddies. They were there with him to be the witness of his glorious moment. Sejin started to guess how that soup would taste. According to him, the visual wasn't good, but he gave consolation to himself saying that the soup might taste better than he thought. Then he took a spoonful of the poisoned soup. The black rabbit on the back was eagerly watching him eat. But the moment he gets the taste, he immediately spits out everything in disgust. The innocent queen bee and chubby rabbit got caught in the middle. They were too angry with him because of their situation. On the other hand, Sejin was still vomiting. He started to cry, stating the point that he consumed something that tasted worse. He heard that medicines taste bad, but that soup was worse than medicine. He cursed Aileen, saying she was a winged pig. Sejin imagined Aileen making poison, and Aileen said that she didn't need the tower farmer anymore, so it was time for the tower farmer to die. Then he picked up the pot, thinking that he had to finish soup all at once. He cheered up himself in his mind, thinking that he could do it. He was almost at the end, but when he saw an ugly monster-like face in the soup, he quickly threw the pot. The soup pot fell on the pond and the remaining soup spread throughout the pond. Sejin was shocked to see that. The system notified that he had consumed all of Eileen's health soup and all his stats increased by 3. Then the system notified that he had killed a piranha and acquired 2 EXP points, making him shocked. He was relieved to see that he managed to finish all of that. Then, surprising him, a bunch of system notifications popped up notifying him he had killed a crayfish, acquiring 30 EXP points. But what made him shocked was that he had killed a giant electric eel, acquiring 5,000 EXP. After some time, everyone was looking at the pond. The pond was poisoned. Fatty Rabbit started to jump. He was sad as he couldn't get to eat fish anymore. Sejin apologized for his mistake. On the other hand, Black Rabbit, crossing his hand, was thinking something. Both Sejin and the Black Rabbit were sad about this. But Sejin was concerned about the hole in the pond. A lot of piranhas and crayfish died after being poisoned, and even a giant electric eel. That meant that there was a bigger ecosystem inside the hole. The number of piranhas and crayfish flowing into the pond has decreased recently, so he was troubled by that. His face glowed up, thinking if he could find a way, then they would be able to obtain various sources of protein in the future. Black Rabbit understood him, and then he said to Sejin that he wanted to swim through the hole and see what was inside. He was determined to do that as he liked hunting. Sejin explained to him not to do that because the pond water was still poisoned, and even if he ate detoxifying green onion, the hole was too small. If something goes wrong and he gets stuck inside the hole, he won't be able to come back. In that case, he might die without air. Sejin comforted the Black Rabbit, saying he could understand the Black Rabbit's feelings, but he was so precious to Sejin. So he couldn't send the Black Rabbit off to such a dangerous place. Then he said that they would think about his plan after the water in the pond had been diluted to some extent. Sejin cheered up everyone, saying that there was still food that they had saved up, so it would be fine for them. That's how the incident came to an end. The scene shifted to the waypoint, in Minotaur King's base. Minotaur King was sitting on his chair thinking so hard about something. He was wondering why Ox number 3 did not come back. He was wondering if Ox number 3 forgot about his orders. Then he called for Ox 1 and asked if Ox number 4, who went to look for Ox 3, had come back or not. Ox number 1 replied that she did not. Ox number 1 guessed if those two wandered into the red furs area or the poisonous bee area in search of delicious grass and fell into danger. Ox number 1 had that even their bodies would not remain intact if they fell in their hand. Minotaur King could not wave off the possibility. But according to him, Ox number 4 was not someone who would lose easily. This was concerning to him. Then he stood up and commanded Ox number 1 to gather everyone up to Ox 100 under his wing at the waypoint. And he told number 1 to take his position for the time being. This time he would personally take action to find those two. Back in the Sejin's cave, they were outside harvesting green onion leaves. They gathered everything and piled it up in one place. He breathes out heavily after a long hour of work. After watching everything, he guessed that the amount they had harvested would be enough to feed 100 minotaurs until they were full. Kung jumped on the pile of green onion leaves and started to play. His mom was happy to see him. Sejin was happy to him playing and asked if he liked to play there. Onion leaves were soft and felt like a bed. Then he told Kung to take some with him and for his mom so that he could sleep in comfort. Making him surprised, the system notified that wishing for a good harvest level 1 is activated. Sejin wondered what wishing for good luck was. The system explained that 70 pyong of green onion field had been blessed with a good harvest. The harvest rate increased by 50% for the next week. Half-chopped onion leaves started to glow because of the blessing across the field. Seeing them growing so fast, he was happy. What surprised him was that they were growing in an instant with the effect of wishing for a good harvest. He decided to harvest them thrice instead of twice. His stats increased a lot due to Eileen's soup too. So for him, leveling up is a piece of cake. Then he asked Scythe Rabbit to help him harvest daily. The tower manager asked him if he had eaten all of the soup she made. Sejin showed his bicep and told her that he had finished all of it. Then Aileen asked about its taste and if he liked it or not. This shocked him and he was stammering. Aileen was in tears and asked Sejin if the soup was bad, but he was hesitating to answer. Sejin was soft-hearted and immediately answered that was delicious. To convince her, Sejin said that he was telling the truth and that was why he finished the soup. He was overpraising her, saying he could die for it to taste again. Then Aileen holds her pot preparing to make that again. Because Sejin liked the soup, she would make it every day and offer Sejin. He jumped to stop Aileen and told her not to make any more. Aileen asked what happened. He told Aileen that she used all her strength and energy because she worked hard in making the soup. Then told Aileen not to do extra work for him. He liked chatting away with Aileen like that, so there was no need to use up all her energy because of him. Then he proposed to do the cooking and Aileen would eat deliciously. In his mind, he started to beg for Aileen to say yes. Kung on the back was making bed out of soft onion leaves as Sejin instructed. Aileen was blushing, imagining that Sejin was thinking about her health. She laughed and then broke a pillar in shyness, thinking she was proud of Tower Farmer Park Sejin. Then Aileen agreed to him and Sejin thanked her. It was such a relief for him. Aileen asked for that day's dinner menu. But before he could answer, the ground beneath them started to shake. Kung felt down, so the other rabbits, Mommy and Daddy Rabbit, were holding each other in fear. Sejin wondered what was happening. Then a huge leg stomped on their harvested onion leaves. That was none other than Minotaur King. He was approaching them holding a giant axe. Sejin was questioning himself why there was another Minotaur King. Minotaur King growls and charges towards them. The King of Minotaur heads towards him menacingly as the Minotaur King heads towards Sejin's group, trampling the green onion plants, which I think is out of character for someone who desperately needs food. He moves loud enough to create strong gusts of wind. As Sejin covers his ears, the mama bear looks menacingly at the intruder. Sejin loudly exclaims that a minotaur other than ox number 3 and ox number 4 is heading towards them, and Aileen drops him a message, telling him that he is not just any minotaur but the Minotaur King, the boss of the 99th floor. Sejin was startled while Aileen further explained that the Minotaur King has the duty to guard the waypoint, and that is why he cannot leave the area of the waypoint under normal conditions. Sejin sees a threat as well as an opportunity. He thinks that the Minotaur King is the monster who guards the way out of the tower, and he is the one the mama bear told him about. He then wonders why the final boss is here so suddenly. Aileen also has no idea, but she is willing to talk to the Minotaur King on Sejin's behalf. But first, she checks the rule book that her grandfather gave her, which states that the Minotaur King cannot leave the area of the waypoint. She thinks that she must question him directly about the anomaly and uses her authority as the tower manager to summon him to her. However, the system refuses to carry out Aileen's order. She is shocked as she reads this and wonders how this can happen because the tower manager's rights are absolute. Aline tells Sejin that she won't be able to talk to the Minotaur King and that she can't help him. Sejin is nervous and wonders what is going to happen next, as the rabbits cling to him while the Black Warrior Rabbit stands in front of them to carry out his duty. Sejin screams at the tower manager, asking if there is no way to stop the monster rampaging towards them. But Kung's mom gets on her hind feet and roars, telling him to leave the fight to him. Sejin knows that the Minotaur King is much stronger than the Mama Bear because he is the boss of the 99th floor. The Minotaur King kicks the ground hard and jumps up, crushing the green onion plants, which is a crime that won't be forgiven. He lunges towards the Mama Bear, ready to strike her down, and Sejin and the rabbits cling to King, fearing that they are going to die. Even the Black Warrior Rabbit has given up the thought of protecting others. Aline screams Sejin's name because she doesn't want him to die. But then suddenly, the Minotaur King's axe lands at a safe distance from him with a great impact. Sejin opens his eyes and wonders what is happening, only to find the Minotaur King hogging the green onions he had just harvested. The Minotaur King roars in pleasure as he feels the delicious taste of the green onion leaves, and everyone on Sejin's side realizes that no matter how powerful he is, the king is still a hungry bull after all. They are low-key disappointed that he turned out to be just like the other Minotaurs they know who are ready to give up everything for food. After the Minotaur King has filled his stomach a bit, he carries as many green onion leaves as he can carry in his hands and starts running away, much to Sejin's shock. He carries his axe in his mouth, as he leaves deep hoof marks on the field. Sejin wonders why the Minotaur King is here, and Aline informs him that he seems to be heading back to the waypoint. That is a good thing for Sejin, who can heave a sigh of relief. He falls to the ground, holding the fatty rabbit, admitting that his legs almost gave out. He knows that everyone else is also terrified and thanks Mama Bear for trying to protect them. While they are safe now, Sejin gets disheartened as he takes a look at his field, which looks like a storm just passed through it. He sadly collects all the green onion plants that have been uprooted or otherwise destroyed by the Minotaur King, and the rabbits provide their assistance to him. Everyone is sad that the Minotaur destroyed more crops than he ate. Aline messages Sejin again, saying that she is relieved that the tower farmer is safe and feels sorry that his field turned into a mess. He thanks her for her kind words and tells her that she does not need to worry. He claims to be actually glad now and thinks that if he only knew how much of a glutton the Minotaur King was, he would have paid him a visit sooner. He exclaims that he didn't expect the Minotaur King to come here himself, and Aline asks him what he means by that. Sejin explains his diabolical plan to take advantage of the situation. He tells Aline that the Minotaurs are a warrior tribe that rates their honor very highly, and he believes that this will be even more true in the case of their king. Aline takes a moment to process it, but she realizes what he is thinking. Sejin explains the plan directly, saying that the Minotaur King not only thrashed his field, but he also dined and dashed, and he must pay back for it. He has a mischievous smile on his face as he wonders how many times he should get the big black ox to pay him back. The next day, Sejin prepares lunch for all his friends, which includes their regular roasted green onion stems, corn, and tomatoes. He tells the rabbits to eat quickly because then they have to get to work and mend the field that the Minotaur King ruined yesterday. However, the kids are throwing a tantrum, while their parents fail to console them. Sejin is not in the mood to show them any mercy. He grabs the rabbit kids, claiming that they shouldn't whine so much because they have no meat on the menu. He tells them to grow up already because they are now at the age where they should help their parents in the field, and he orders them to eat their food quietly. Sejin points towards Kung and tells the kids that even he is eating veg food without complaining. He tells the kids that when the next blue moon comes, they will also become adults, and he asks them if they still don't want to grow up by that time. His words work on the babies who start eating. Sejin praises them, saying that this is what makes them cool white farming rabbits. He then goes to pat Kung and praises him for not being a picky eater. This makes Sejin realize that Kung is not getting bigger nowadays, considering the fact that his growth rate, in the beginning, was faster than the rate at which the universe is expanding. Kung falls on his back, and Sejin asks him if he is sick somewhere because there is no way that his diet is lacking. Just then, Sejin hears Theo's voice and turns around to see him and the 2 Minotaur guards carrying the wolves they captured. Sejin is about to welcome his sales cat, but then he turns his attention to the wolves and asks the Minotaurs about them. Ox number 3 tells him that they are the Silver Wolf tribe, and Theo climbs on his shoulders as he reveals that they were the ones who targeted him earlier. He says that Ox number 4 taught them a good lesson, but he didn't know how to punish them. That is why he brought them here so that Sejin could make the decision. Sejin thinks that he should hear the story of the wolves first before deciding on their punishment and finds that they are asleep. Ox number 4 tells him that the wolves were being noisy on the way, so she just gave them a dose of her fists, and Sejin asks her if they will wake up again. Theo interrupts them as he asks Sejin about why the field is in such bad condition, and he sighs before turning to the 2 Minotaur and revealing to them that it was the fault of their king. The Minotaur couple flinch as they realize that their king has found out about their location, and they realize that they are done for. Sejin tells them that they can worry about those things at a later time. Right now, he wants the Minotaur to relax after their long journey and tells them to join him at lunch. Food is one thing that can make them forget anything, and they immediately kick away the fear of their king punishing them and head towards the lunch table. They leave the wolves behind, and Sejin just watches them go. Then Theo tells him that there is something important he must tell him, and Sejin asks him what is up. The cat merchant is about to tell him about the things he learned from Dongshik on the 38th floor, but neither of them is aware that the leader of the wolves, Elka, is up and about to attack them from behind. They realize it too late. But fortunately, Kung steps in and sends the wolf away with a devastating punch to the ground. He covers Sejin, as Elka curses him for interfering. Theo notices that Sejin's straw hat is gone, and he panics upon realizing that. It turns out that Elka's attack was not a failure. He quickly retreats as his companions wake up and take their positions. He holds the straw hat and thanks Sejin for returning it to him, leaving him in a state of panic about his most valued artifact being stolen. While Elka proudly holds the straw hat, Sejin's bodyguards look ready to beat the living daylights out of him. Sejin panics about losing his artifact-grade straw hat. While Theo curses the wolves, accusing them of pretending to pass out to get close to the hat. Elka doesn't mind them, and he commands his subordinates to get ready to leave. However, just as they turn around, something big, red, and furious stands in their way. It is Quing's mom who gives the wolves a death stare, scaring them out of their wits. Elka gets a moment to express his disbelief before Mama Bear brings down her hammer of judgment upon him, forcing the wolves to step back. She roars loudly, and Elka can no longer go on pretending that he is the big bad wolf. He drops the hat and raises his hand as he declares his surrender. Sejin goes to pick up his hat and places it on his head, thanking his luck that it was not torn. With that, he decides that it is time to judge the sins of the wolves, who are stuck between much more ferocious monsters than they can handle. Cow number 4 says that she should have really broken their legs, and Mama Bear agrees with her. Even Quang is ready to throw hands at the slightest provocation, but the wolves don't have any spirit left. Sejin wonders what he should do about those angry wolves, and Theo translates Quang's response. The baby bear says that they should eat the wolves because they haven't been getting any protein lately, and Sejin is dumbfounded. Sejin tells Quang that murder is wrong and snaps the baby bear out of it by offering him some honey. It works, and Sejin leaves Quang to the second poison queen bee. As the baby bear leaves, Sejin turns to the adults, tells them to stop being so riled up, and asks them to take a seat. They listen to him and sit down, and Elka can't believe his eyes. He has heard stories about the crimson bears and the minotaurs being unbelievably strong, and he wonders why monsters like them are listening to an ordinary man so obediently. One wolf says that Theo just called the human chairman earlier, and he wonders if that is a nickname or title they use only on the 99th floor. Another wolf loses his mind and starts screaming that he is not a human but a black dragon in disguise. He says that it is the only way all the powerful monsters will listen to him. He shouts that the great black dragon of the legends really exists, and the chairman is the way to address him. Elka has also heard stories about the great black dragons that rule over the 99th floor, but he can't believe that the weak-looking guy in front of them is the same dragon. Elka thinks that Sejin must have taken the weak form to make them lower their guard, and he thinks that this is all his trial for them. He knows a tale or two about the black dragon that his old grandfather used to tell him, and he is certain about how he is going to respond to this trial because this might be his only chance. Sejin then approaches the wolves cautiously, and he first asks them why they are after Theo and the straw hat. Elka immediately prostrates himself before Sejin, calling him the great black dragon, and apologizes for his actions. He declares that they are lowly beings who don't know anything and disrespect a great being like him because they had no idea that the merchant cat was his subordinate. Sejin is shocked to hear about the great black dragon, and so is Elyin, who is watching everything through her magic crystal. She bursts out laughing as she understands what is going on and thinks that it is funnier than Friends. She sends Sejin a message telling him that she will forgive him for pretending to be the great black dragon. Elyin issues him a new quest to show the silver wolves the majesty of the great black dragon. The reward for the quest is Elyin's happiness, while the penalty for refusing is her disappointment. She keeps on egging Sejin to pretend to be the dragon in place of her and tells him that it will certainly help him. As Sejin reads that Elyin wants him to act in place of her, everything becomes clear to him. He realizes that the tower manager he once called a winged pig is a great black dragon, and that is a grand revelation. He takes a moment to calm himself down as he thinks that it is obvious that Elyin would be something special since she was the tower manager. Seeing him so silent, Theo asks Sejin if anything is wrong. Sejin thinks to himself that since Elyin wants it, he should gladly put on a show for her. He acts smug as he addresses the wolves, saying that they caught him. He says that he never thought they would recognize him in this form and then starts laughing like a menace while declaring that he is the great black dragon. Theo is the one most shocked by it, obviously. Sejin then asks the wolves how dare they try to steal his possessions and threaten his dear subordinate. He declares that he cannot forgive this, and the wolves are still on their knees. This was not what Elyin had in mind when she told him to act like her, and she screamed that Sejin was doing the exact opposite of what she thought. Even Ox number 3 seems to be fooled by Sejin's acting and asks his girlfriend if what he said is true. She looks at him with disappointment and gives him a light smack to the head. Theo also asks Sejin what he is doing because he is giving him the creeps. Sejin is still in character, and as he offers Theo churu, he asks if his lovely subordinate would like to receive the black dragon's grace. That was enough incentive for the cat to join in on the act, and he declares that his chairman, Sejin, is the black dragon, and he is his direct subordinate. He tells the wolves to kneel before them, and Elka replies that they are already on their bellies and they need a shovel to go any lower. Elka then says that they have committed a grave and unforgivable sin. He says that he cannot atone for it even if he gives up his life as the chief of the Silver Wolves, but asks Sejin to have mercy on them and forgive them just this once. Sejin confidently tells them that he will give them one chance to earn his forgiveness, and the wolves are ready to take it without hearing what it is. Well, they regret it immediately as Sejin asks them for 10,000 tower coins, stating that is the price for going after Theo's life. He declares that if they can pay him that much, he will spare their lives. The wolves exclaim in shock on hearing the amount, while Theo is moved that Sejin thinks his life is that precious. Sejin tells him that obviously, he is the salesperson responsible for the distribution of their farm's products. He then asks Theo to bring out the contract papers, and he begins searching in his bundle. Elka then addresses Sejin as the Great Black Dragon and nervously informs him that they don't have that much money. Theo tosses him a contract paper and tells the wolf that if he doesn't have money, he should just pay with his body. Elka is shocked to hear that, and Theo elaborates that if he doesn't have any money, he should work here to repay the debt he owes. Elka starts sweating as he hears that, and one wolf tells him that if they sign this contract, their contract with the landlord grid will be in jeopardy. The wolf chieftain thinks for a while before bowing before Sejin and apologizing again, saying that they cannot do as he says. Sejin is shocked because this is the first time someone has told him no, and Theo is equally surprised. Even Aileen is furious, and she sends a message to Sejin saying that she cannot forgive the wolves for refusing his offer when he is pretending to be the Black Dragon. Sejin decides to ask the wolves the reason behind their action, and Elker reveals the truth. He explains that the 85th floor, where their tribe is located, is currently facing a serious food shortage due to a long-term drought. That is why strong guys like him have to become free mercenaries. They got hired by the landlord grid, which barely provides enough food for the wolves on the 85th floor. Elka explains that the commission they got from the grid this time was to find the stolen straw hat. He sadly says that now that they have found that the hat is in the possession of the Great Dragon, they have no choice but to fail their commission. Elka says that since they would fail, the food supply to the 85th floor would be cut off, and while they three work here, the young wolves of their tribe would starve to death. He asks Sejin to have pity on them this time and let them pay just with their lives this time. Sejin asks him his name, and Elka humbly introduces himself. Sejin then asks Elka what he thinks this place is, and he looks around to see the fields. He remarks that this is a place where crops are grown, and the realization hits him like a truck. Sejin declares that he will add a condition to their contract and put the debt of 10,000 tower coins upon the entire Silver Wolf tribe collectively. That means he will provide the opportunity for all of them to work here, and for the entire duration of their occupation, he will provide them with food. Sejin asks them what he thinks, and the two wolf lackeys hug each other in joy as they exclaim that they don't have to listen to the damned pig landlord anymore. They are happy that they survived, but Elka still appears a bit doubtful. He thanks Sejin, still calling him the Great Black Dragon, and promises that they will do their best to serve him. He starts crying as he thanks Sejin for this opportunity, and everyone is happy that the whole situation has come to an end. Aileen is happy as she sees how her crush handled the dilemma of the wolves on her behalf, and the quest is complete. She tells Sejin that she is happy that the wolves are praising the Great Black Dragon. With that, Elka puts his paw mark on the contract as the leader of the Silver Wolves. According to the contract, the wolves are now Theo's underlings, and he will be overseeing them in the future. The contract is finalized, and Theo gets confident as he tells Elka that he will be working under him now. He takes charge of the situation and introduces the wolves to the Minotaur couple officially as their seniors in the company. He asks them to treat them with respect, and the wolves apologize to the Minotaur before saying that they will be in their care from now on. While that is going on, Sejin can't help but think about the landlord grid. He wonders if he is a big shot within the tower and believes that he may be a threat in the future. Sejin thinks that Theo might be targeted again now that the wolves have failed, and he thinks that he should have the wolves to protect him whenever he goes on his sales trips from now on. With that, the Minotaur couple will be free to work on the field, and plowing will be faster. Suddenly, Theo approaches Sejin, saying that he is hungry, and asks him to give him some fish because he wants to share them with the wolves too. Sejin is a bit nervous about how he should break the bad news to the cat, but he decides to tell him directly that there are no more fish. Theo throws a tantrum as he rolls on the floor while crying, and he calls Sejin a fraud. These words don't sit nicely with Sejin, who tells Theo to stop whining because he is doing everything he can. Even the Black Warrior Rabbit agrees and gives the cat some judgmental stares. Theo is adamant that he won't go to work if there are no fish on the menu, and it seems Sejin has no choice. Well, he and the Black Rabbit were already planning to do something about that. The poison in the lake has been diluted by quite a bit, and the black rabbit eats some detoxifying green onions to dive in. Sejin tells him to go beyond the hole in the lake and explore their new hunting ground. The warrior rabbit, with his warhammer, in a single swing, smashed the small entrance, shattering the huge boulder into pieces. Now, in front of Sejin, there was a huge entrance. While observing the entrance, Sejin first complimented the warrior rabbit and asked if he would be able to go inside the hole and explore it. The warrior rabbit immediately tried to enter the cave but quickly came back, saying the inside of the cave was too dark and he couldn't see a thing. So, he can't go and explore. Now hearing this, Sejin was once again in a tight spot, wondering even after securing the patch, they couldn't explore the inside as it would be too dangerous to go underwater in a pitch-dark place. The warrior rabbit also agreed. Then, Sejin turned toward Theo, asking him if he had any item that would let the warrior rabbit see in the dark or any item that could help in seeing in the dark. Well, Theo was busy playing with the baby rabbits and hearing Sejin's command, Theo immediately started emptying his bag, saying as far as he knew, he didn't have any item like that, but if Sejin would tell him, he can go and find an item like this. But from Theo's bag, some tower coins, some pouches, and a weird purple necklace fell. Sejin also noticed this purple jewel and, curious, he picked it up. After checking its status window, the system notified him that this was a necklace with a scratched jewel, and it was an ear-rank item. All the info is sealed as it is an unappraised item. So Sejin called the tower manager and asked if she would help him appraise this item, just like she did with the straw hat. And Ailyin instantly replied that she would help Sejin. So Sejin offered a basket of cherry tomatoes, and after accepting it, Ailyin immediately started appraising the item. After a while, in front of Sejin, the same rusty scratched necklace transformed into a beautiful golden necklace. Sejin was also surprised to see how the necklace completely transformed, and the system notified him that it was the necklace of light. It was a rank C item, and after wearing it, it emitted a bright light, glowing the entire surrounding. And the more high level the user is, the brighter the light. Well, seeing this, Sejin was surprised and happy at the same time. He couldn't believe how he got the exact right item he needed. Even the warrior rabbit was happy and excited seeing now he would be able to go on an underwater adventure. Just then, curious Theo asked, was the item helpful? Can Theo remain sales cat Theo for a little while longer? And Sejin, holding Theo's cute paw, realized Theo indeed has the golden paws of luckiness. Every item he picks ends up rare and valuable. So Sejin decided to give Theo the title of Sales Cat Theo forever. He promoted ordinary Theo to Sales Cat Theo forever. Hearing this, at first, Theo was confused. So with excitement, Sejin lifted Theo, explaining that from today, he officially appointed Theo as the Sales Cat Theo, and now Theo was responsible for the distribution of the crops. Everyone from baby rabbits to warrior rabbits started to clap at Theo's promotion. Meanwhile, Theo couldn't believe he was going to always be Sales Cat Theo and could enjoy the benefits of Sales Cat Theo forever. But it was not the end. Sejin was so happy that he promoted Theo to the position of president just for today, as he did a great job getting that light necklace. Theo was just too happy and started dancing, raising his hand. The next moment, Theo, using his presidential authority, commanded the warrior rabbit to use that necklace and bring a lot of delicious fish from the pond. The warrior rabbit gave a military salute, saying he will. After a while, we see Sejin wearing the necklace, and as soon as he does, the necklace starts shining bright light, which amazes Sejin. Seeing how this tiny necklace was emitting soft light that didn't hurt the eyes but was able to brighten the entire area, Sejin took the necklace out, saying to the warrior rabbit that it was said that the higher the level of the user, the stronger the light it will emit. So he asked the warrior rabbit to try the necklace, and the warrior rabbit was also very excited to try it out. As soon as he wore the necklace, it started to emit a very sharp and bright light, almost blinding Sejin. He somehow blocked the light from his hand while closing his eyes. Well, a frustrated and a little jealous Sejin realized that even a little rabbit is more powerful and higher level than him. And the warrior rabbit was standing with his chest held proudly and smiling. But at least Sejin was glad that at least using this item, the problem of seeing in the dark would finally be solved. At first, he was a little doubtful if this necklace would really emit bright light, but now Sejin was sure it would. After that, we see Sejin with the rope he made with onion leaves. He was tying the rope around the warrior rabbit and telling him to be safe, not to do anything reckless, and to hold the rope tight. The warrior rabbit nodded. Then Sejin, after the rope was done, while holding the rope, instructed the warrior rabbit, saying if the warrior rabbit can't breathe underwater or if he comes under any dangerous situation, all he has to do is to pull the rope twice, and Sejin will know something happened, and he will pull him out. The warrior rabbit excitedly agreed to do so. While the warrior rabbit was getting ready to dive inside the pond, Sejin reminded him to also take his dagger and his pouch as his hammer would be difficult to swing underwater. And if he finds anything, he can store it inside the pouch. After taking the dagger in the pouch, the warrior rabbit was finally fully prepared to dive inside the pond. And once again, Sejin said to the warrior rabbit to take care and be careful. The warrior rabbit gave a warm thumbs up in response, saying he would. Then the warrior rabbit took a deep breath and dived inside the pond and hurriedly started swimming inside the hole, ready to face whatever was coming. After swimming for a while, he finally saw a bright light at the end of the tunnel. So he sped up, holding the rock of the tunnel. He started to dash toward the exit, and finally, he reached the exit. After a while, as he went outside the exit, he was amazed. In front of him was a whole underwater ecosystem. The water was also very deep. It was so deep that at the bottom of the water, there was only darkness. It was like floating in a galaxy with thousands of fishes and mysterious water monsters. He even saw a huge whale with a gem on its head. But then he realized something. All the fish and sea monsters near the exit were lying dead, and he realized it must be because of the poisonous soup that Sejin accidentally dropped in the pond. Then the warrior started doing his work. He took out Sejin's dagger, went close to a huge fish, and with his swift movement, started butchering the fish. As he cut the stomach of the fish, he noticed something mysterious. Suddenly, golden light started to come inside the stomach of the fish, and then some golden liquid started to pour out from it. Curious, he thrust his hand inside the fish's stomach and took the mysterious liquid out, thinking if he gave this mysterious golden thing to Sejin, Sejin would definitely praise him, hug him, and give special treatment like Sejin gives to Theo. While thinking this, he opened his pouch and took the mysterious golden liquid inside. Then he tied the big fish up with the onion rope. But little did he know, the smell of the blood attracted something ominous. Startled, he immediately turned back, and the big shark was dashing toward him, opening its huge mouth which was loaded with razor-sharp steel-tearing teeth. The warrior rabbit somehow dodged the shark, but the shark's target was not the warrior rabbit but the fish that the warrior rabbit caught. The shark took a big bite of the fish, and the dash of the shark created a huge wave that blew the warrior rabbit back, and the rope that was tied to his stomach got tighter, making it difficult for him to breathe. Fortunately, the shark was only interested in the fish. So after taking the bite, the shark left. But the warrior rabbit was losing consciousness and was drowning deep in the ocean's darkness. But he didn't give up. With a little bit of his strength, he pulled the rope 2 times. Meanwhile, outside, after getting the signal, Sejin got alerted and commanded everyone to immediately grab the rope and start pulling the warrior rabbit with all their might. One by one, everyone grabbed the rope, and immediately with Sejin leading, started pulling the rope. The sickle was leading the rabbit gang, and the chubby rabbit was leading from the back. Finally, after a while of hard work, they managed to pull the warrior rabbit. But to Sejin's surprise, the warrior rabbit was unconscious. Sejin got worried and panicked seeing the warrior rabbit unconscious. He gently picked up the warrior rabbit in his arms and started to shout his name, but the warrior rabbit was still not responding. Sejin was getting more and more worried and panicked, but the warrior rabbit remained unconscious. Everyone got panicked and worried, from the baby queen bee to the cart rabbit. Sejin started to cry and worry, begging the warrior rabbit to wake up.
Sejin panics as he yells at the black warrior rabbit to wake up. Next to him, the worried Theo asks what they should do now. The pair of rabbits also come to the scene to check on their son. Sejin gives his straw hat to the queen bee to hold for a second while all the rabbits anxiously watch him. The mother rabbit is already crying while the chunky rabbit tries to stop his younger siblings from seeing the scene. Well, Sejin is going with the classic mouth-to-mouth oxygen transfer, which honestly makes him look like a rabbit molester. However, before he can do anything, the black rabbit suddenly spits out the water in his belly at Sejin and wakes up. Everyone is overjoyed that the black warrior rabbit is awake and his parents hug him in relief. Meanwhile, Sejin is spitting the salty water that got into his mouth because of the rabbit fountain. He then turns to his friend and asks him if he is fine, and the black rabbit says something angrily. Sejin understands it and tells him to stop complaining, but the black rabbit doesn't seem too happy. Meanwhile, Aileen is watching everything through her magic crystal and she is fangirling over Sejin as always. He is complaining that he almost sacrificed his first kiss to save the black rabbit, who is being ungrateful now. But then he puts back his hat on and says it is a relief that he is fine. He then asks him why the water is so salty, and Aileen is the one to answer the question. She tells Sejin that apparently the black rabbit was in the Sea of Dimensions. He is curious about this new term, and Aileen tells him that the Sea of Dimensions is something that is in between the floors of the tower. She explains that there are many dangerous and scary underwater monsters there, and that is why one can only rely on the passageways to safely move through the floors. However, sometimes there are water holes on some floors that can lead to the Sea of Dimensions, and this pond is one such hole. Aileen then tells him that there are different types of aquatic creatures in the Sea of Dimensions, and among them, quite a few are very tasty as well. Sejin finally understands why the crayfish were here. He tells Aileen that he finally gets why sea creatures were popping out of a freshwater pond. He then turns to the black rabbit and asks him if there are any edible-looking fish in the sea. While Theo climbs on Sejin's shoulder, the black rabbit searches inside his pouch to give Sejin what he found. He presents to him the insides of the giant electric eel. Sejin gets a system message that he has acquired the insides of a giant electric eel, and as he holds it, he wonders what is special about it. The information window for the item opens up, which tells him that these are the insides of an electric eel that has lived for 1,000 years and they shine with the power of electricity. Upon consuming this, the user will be able to gain the skills of rain and thunder. However, there are conditions to its usage too. Only the person who defeated the giant electric eel can use it, and even though he used a deadly poison to do that, Sejin is given credit for killing the eel. Also, he needs to have mana above 10 to consume this great item. Sejin is shocked to read this and asks his rabbit friend if he really found a giant electric eel. He proudly explains how big it was. On the other hand, Theo only has one question: is the eel delicious? To give him an answer, the black warrior rabbit pulls out the green onion rope and the head of the giant electric eel he tied to it earlier comes out of the water. As the eel head emerges from the pond with a great splash, Sejin and everyone else are equally amazed to see the sight, and the chunky rabbit has already started drooling. Not only that, a lot of piranha and crayfish also jump out of the water and start swimming in the pond again. Sejin is really happy to see this, and he thinks that they were all lured here by the oily scent of the electric eel head. He lifts the black rabbit high in the air, commending him for doing an excellent and bringing back their source of protein. While other rabbits also congratulate him, Theo is checking out the eel in the background. Sejin then orders the rabbits to get the fire going because they are going to have a meaty feast tonight. Sejin starts cooking a variety of dishes for the feast, and while the stew is boiling in the cave, he is outside receiving shocking news. He has just learned that his family is in danger, and he cannot believe it. In the background, the minotaurs, the wolves, and the rabbits are having their lunch. While Theo is telling Sejin the details, he reveals that Kim Dongshik told him about how Sejin's family is in danger and promised to protect them in his stead. Sejin complains that his cherry tomatoes have gotten more popular on Earth than he could ever imagine. The mama bear is cleaning Kung in the background. Sejin had never thought that his family would be in danger because of his success, and he was worried about them. He then asks Theo that the next time he goes down to the 38th floor, he should find out some detailed information about how exactly Dongshik is protecting his family. Theo gladly accepts the order. Sejin then thinks about Dongshik from the Phoenix Guild who helped him in the past too. This time he feels really indebted to him and thinks that he must somehow return the favor. Theo tells him that Dongshik likes cherry tomatoes, so that can be a good repayment. Sejin says that it is perfect, and along with the cherry tomatoes, he will gift him other crops too. With that, Theo gets on his lap and asks him to feed him some churu as his sales cat privilege. Sejin decides to give him 2 churu instead because of his good work. But as he is taking them out of his pocket, the insides of the electric eel fall out. Theo remarks that it is the bead that the black rabbit gave him earlier, and Sejin replies that he forgot all about it while he was catching fish. He then says that he can even get a skill upon consuming it. Theo doesn't really care much about the skill, but he still asks for formality. Sejin replies that the information window says it is a skill called Rain and Thunder, which must be electric. Theo is shocked to hear this and exclaims that it is like static electricity. He jumps backward and gets into a high alert position while telling Sejin that he hates static as it makes his fur stiff and crinkly. Sejin just laughs and teases the cat, saying that he already likes it. He then says that after coming into the tower, he only learned farming skills, but this will be the first time he will learn another type of skill. He laughs, saying that he finally feels like an adventurer now. Theo is quick to give him a reality check and says that he has barely gotten out of the cave. He then asks Sejin why he is not eating the inside in that case, because the sooner he gets a skill, the better it will be for him. Sejin sadly tells him that he can't eat it right now because he lacks the mana for it. He cries as he shows that his current mana is only 8.05 and he needs a minimum mana of 10 to gain a skill from the insides of the electric eel. Theo suddenly bursts out laughing and says that Sejin doesn't have mana. He calls him weak and pathetic as he rolls on the floor holding his belly. Sejin is furious at this and asks him how high his mana is. Theo just turns his back toward him as he declares that he won't reveal that number. Unfortunately for him, Sejin has a way to find out and he is frustrated enough to try it out. He puts the necklace of light around Theo's neck sneakily to judge his mana by the amount of light it radiates. Well, the light is too bright and Sejin is immediately on his knees as he realizes that after a rabbit, he got defeated by a cat too. On the other hand, Theo has some newfound confidence and declares that he will protect Sejin from now on. Kung also sees the necklace glowing and he approaches Sejin to try it out too, but he doesn't want to be any more depressed and pathetic than he already is, so he doesn't let him try it. Meanwhile, the Minotaur couple is enjoying the green onion leaves and the wolves are enjoying the fish. Elka thanks the cart rabbit for delivering the food while the rest of the adult rabbits are busy eating. Sejin approaches the wolves and asks them if the food is to their liking. They immediately fall to their knees, still calling him the mighty black dragon because Sejin never told them the truth. He tells them to stop being so formal and enjoy their food. The wolves say that the food he is sharing with them is really delicious and it shows how immeasurable his grace is. All 2 of them are busy praising and flattering him. Sejin notices that their leader Elka doesn't look so good. He understands that Elka is thinking about his tribe members on the 85th floor. The wolf leader tells Sejin that he is right and apologizes for worrying even after receiving his word. Sejin tells him to not worry about anything because he will be able to meet his tribe members soon. He knows that the blue moon is coming up in a few days, so the wolves will have to go back home to the 85th floor. Sejin promises to give them a lot of fish for their tribe members to eat, and Elka once again falls to his knees to thank him. Sejin declares that it is time to plant and harvest the crops that have been delayed and leave that to his trusted sales cat. Theo takes charge and leads the wolves to their new job. After that, Sejin goes to the Minotaur and tells them that they should get ready too because there is somewhere they must go tomorrow. He wants both of them to guide him there. Ox number 3 asks Sejin where they are going and he acts smug for a while before declaring that they are going to collect a debt from the Minotaur King. This comes as the biggest shock for the Minotaur couple and they even drop the grass they were eating. At the same time, near the waypoint of the 99th floor, the Minotaurs are having a feast of the green onion leaves their king stole. They exclaim that it has been too long since they ate such tasty grass and scream in joy. But their leader sits on his throne with his hand to his face. The Minotaur King knows that he messed up big time and he is depressed because of it. He had just gone to the territory border to look for ox number 3 and ox number 4. He saw the giant crimson bear and some other creatures there too, but he got too excited after seeing the heap of tasty grass and forgot his mission. So while everyone watched him dumbfounded, he made a fool of himself by eating the grass like a true glutton. The Minotaur King feels that he should be disqualified as a leader and a warrior for doing something so shameful. However, he also gained something very important from this trip. He thinks that given the neatly planted grass, the place was certainly a field, and he wonders if the beings who were with the giant crimson bear raised them. He can only remember a hazy vision of them and thinks that there is one face there that he recognizes. Suddenly it clicks to him and he recognizes the father farmer rabbit. He thinks that the rabbit must be the owner of the field. The Minotaur King has no idea what the white farmer rabbit is doing with the crimson bear, but he finds it interesting as he munches the green onion leaves. The Minotaur King thinks to himself that he shouldn't steal the belongings of small monsters. The blue moon is coming soon, and then the time allowed for him to leave the waypoint will be reset. As the one protecting the entrance to the 99th floor, he is only allowed to be away from the waypoint for just 1 hour. The Minotaur King knows that it is a short time, but he plans to use it to visit the field again and pay the price of the grass he took from the white farmer rabbits. He is excited that this is his chance to negotiate for more good quality grass too. However, the realization hits him immediately: he has nothing to pay them with. Well, there is a giant crystal behind him, and the way it is gleaming, it seems to have some real value. In Sejun's cave, everyone has gotten back to work. The mother rabbit and sickle rabbit do the work of harvesting the green onion stems while the baby rabbits carry them away. The father rabbit is watering plants with his golden watering can while Sejun is working with the magical cherry tomatoes. Sejun tells the sickle rabbit and the queen bee that since he is going to leave the cave for quite some time, he wants to harvest as much as he can before heading out. He is feeling quite hot and sweaty, so he asks the queen bee to hold his hat for a while. The queen bee just wants to be useful and happily holds onto his hat. Sejun then continues harvesting tomatoes with his named dagger and cuts a bunch of them. Suddenly, a system message pops up in front of him telling him that he has harvested 9 well-ripened cherry tomatoes at once. He has gained some more job experience because of that, and this time the EXP meter is full. His grade as a tower farmer has increased from grade D to grade C. Sejun is in disbelief as he reads this message. He was so busy working in the past few days that he didn't even notice that his job grade was so close to leveling up. The system then tells him that as his job grade goes up, his job characteristics are enhanced. This time the characteristic that has improved is Sejun's closeness with nature. He has become closer to nature and awakened one of his hidden talents. Sejun can't believe what he is reading, and then the name of the talent he has awakened is displayed. It is called Friend of Nature and provides the user with a fairly high affinity for nature. With this talent, communication with animals and plants that do not speak the same language becomes easier and clearer. Sejun is still taking his time to process the new talent, and he wonders if the system is telling the truth. He calls out to the father rabbit, who is harvesting crops too. The father rabbit asks Sejun if he calls him, and that is a shock to Sejun. Sejun falls on the ground while exclaiming and gasping, and then quickly gets up to ask the father rabbit to repeat what he just said one more time. The father rabbit is confused, and then the sickle rabbit comes there and calls Sejun uncle, asking if anything is wrong. Sejun immediately starts cuddling with the sickle rabbit and asks her to call him uncle again. Sickle rabbit is visibly uncomfortable being hugged by him. He tells him to let her go or he is going to slash him. Sejun tells her that he should not slash him or he will get another bald spot. The sickle rabbit finally realizes that Sejun understands her, and the father rabbit is also hit by the realization at the same time. Sejun proudly affirms their questions and tells them that he has awakened a new talent that allows him to talk to animals. The sickle rabbit and father rabbit are happy to hear this, and they immediately call everyone to them when they tell them that Sejun has started to understand them. No one believes it. The mother rabbit immediately questions her husband, asking him if Sejun picked up and ate something weird, and he panics as he tells her that he did nothing. Sejun tells her that he didn't pick up or eat anything out of the ordinary and complains that the mother rabbit doesn't trust him. She freaks out upon realizing that he truly understands her words. Immediately after that, the black warrior rabbit leaps at Sejun, calling him uncle and once again asking him if he understands them. He claims that he wanted to talk about so many things with his uncle. Sejun sits on the ground as he holds the black rabbit in his palm. He addresses all his nephews and nieces, the black rabbit, the watering can rabbit, the shovel rabbit, the cart rabbit, and the sickle rabbit. He knows that everyone was frustrated because of the communication barrier between them, and now that it has been removed, they should talk about everything they couldn't do before. Everyone is happy to hear that, and they cheer on Sejun. Next, the queen bee nervously approaches Sejin and anxiously asks him if he can understand her too. He pats her head gently, telling her that he can clearly hear and understand her now. The queen poison bee is really happy to hear this, and she immediately drops the hat as she rushes to hug Sejin. The army of her kids follows her, and Sejin can only lie on the ground as everyone hugs and cuddles him. He can understand them now, and he tells them that he also likes them as they do. Sejin gets up and says that he should share this good news with the people outside the cave too. The father rabbit gives him his hat, and Sejin thanks him as he puts it on. Suddenly he gets another system message telling him that the artifact grade hat he has is resonating with the job advancement of the user. As Sejin's job grade has increased to C, the grade of the straw hat has also increased to C. Sejin is astonished to find that just by going up a grade, the grade of his straw hat also increased. The system windows in front of him shows the limitations of the straw hat that has been released after reaching grade C. All the skills he got from the hat, including protection of Mother Earth, farmer's body, and wishing for a good harvest, have been freed from their restrictions and leveled up. Also, Sejin has received a new skill from his hat, which is Growth Promoter Level 1. Sejin is curious about the newly acquired skill and taps it to find details. It is an active skill that boosts the growth rate of 10 crops for a week without any side effects. The cooldown time between using this skill is 10 days. Sejin yells that the effect of the growth promoter skill is awesome. He gets an idea about how to use it and goes outside the cave. Sejin plants a few sprouts of the special crop he has not harvested even once. The sweet potato sun pumpkin. He plants the sprouts in the ground and, as usual, gets some job experience and skill proficiency from them, and his skill sowing level 3 increases the probability of the sweet potatoes taking root. Sejin then uses his skill growth promoter on the plants, and golden light covers them. The system tells him that the growth rate of the sweet potatoes will increase for 1 week. Sejin is glad to hear that he was looking for the right time to plant the sweet potato sun pumpkin outside the cave and got the perfect chance thanks to his new skill. Sejin thinks that by using the growth promoter skill, the plants will take root quickly and become more stable. Since there is not much safe space on his outdoor farm, he just planted them near the green onions and thinks that it should be okay. Well, his luck is good. The green onions planted next to them suddenly start glowing, and the sweet potato sun pumpkin plants start vibrating. Then, in an instant, they suddenly grow big, and Sejin is surprised by the growth rate. He wonders if this is just the effect of the growth promoter skill, but the system tells him that he is wrong. The skill, Wishing for a Good Harvest, was activated on the green onion field, and its energy simply seeped into the sweet potato sun pumpkins as well. That is why, until the effect of the skill on the green onion is over, the yield of the sweet potatoes also increases by 50%. Sejin thanks the god of plot armor for this double buff and exclaims that now they can harvest the sweet potatoes even faster. Just then, he hears King scream and turns around to find that the baby crimson bear is ready to pounce on him. Kung calls Sejin dad as he jumps on him, and poor Sejin can only scream in horror. They fall to the ground, and the bear cub once again calls Sejin dad, asking if what the rabbit said is true and if he can understand him now. Sejin is still trying to process that Kung thinks he is his dad while the bear cub licks his face. He then suddenly screams out that he is not anyone's dad. In fact, he never even dated a girl. Sejin turns to Kung's mom and asks her if she is okay with what her son is doing. She first expresses her surprise at the fact that he can really hear them. After that, she thanks Sejin for taking her and her son under his care, and that leaves the pushover Sejin no choice. He decides to accept King as his really cute as he rubs his chin. Kung tells him that he is hungry and wants to eat honey and green onions. He also wants to eat sweet potatoes and fish. He claims that he wanted to say this to his dad a lot of times, and Sejin says that since he wants to eat a lot, he will prepare something special for him. He asks him what it is, and Sejin tells him that he is going to harvest a new crop today, which is potato. He goes to the potato field and uproots a bunch of potato tubers growing on a single plant. The information window calls them strength potatoes, which are nutritious and delicious. Because Sejin's grade reaches C. The rank of the potatoes he harvested is also C. When consumed, the potatoes break down 30 grams of fat in the body and even increase strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes, and this effect can be stacked up to 10 times per hour. The shelf life of the crop is 90 days. Well, Sejin simply steams the potatoes in a huge container and then tells everyone that it is time to eat. In the meantime, the rabbits have prepared other food items like roasted fish and corn. Everyone sits happily to eat, and Sejin thinks that this day is worth including in his diary of getting lost in the tower. He thinks that only good things will happen to him from now on, and the tower manager Aileen smiles at him as she watches him through the crystal ball while eating steamed potatoes. Everyone was gathering outside the cave. The bear cub, Kung, was throwing a tantrum and crying that he wanted to stay beside his dad, while his mom tries to calm him down somehow. Sejin ignores him completely and asks Theo if he loaded his bundle with a lot of green onion plants. He affirms, saying that he has packed his bundle full of them, thanks to the help of the wolf employees. After that, Sejin turns his attention to the bear cub and asks him if he is going to act so childishly. He asks him what his dad just told him, and with tears in his eyes, Kung replies that he told him to stay behind and protect his queen bee sister. The queen bee and one of her kids are perched on his head as he says this, and then Sejin asks him if he is going to keep kicking up a fuss even after those instructions. Kung finally agrees to calm down, but in return, he wants Sejin to promise that he will return from his journey soon. Sejin touches his forehead to the baby bears and tells him that he will return as soon as possible. He asks Kung if he can trust in his dad and wait, and he nods like a little baby. With that, the leader of the wolves, Elka, calls Sejin the Great Black Dragon, and tells him that he will escort him now. Sejin rides on the wolf's back, along with the Black Warrior Rabbit, and Theo rides on his shoulder. He also tells the Minotaur couple, Ox number 3 and Ox number 4, that it is time to depart to the waypoint where the Minotaur King is. They start their journey with Kung waving them goodbye in the back. Thanks to the fast sprinting speed of Elka, they quickly cover the vast distance between Sejin's field and the Minotaur territory. Sejin compliments Elka on his speed for that, but Theo and the Black Warrior Rabbit have their eyes covered because of the strong dust. Suddenly, Sejin spots a dark and eerie patch of hills in front of him and asks what that is. At first sight, it appears like a forest, but it is incredibly and unnaturally dark, almost like the possibility of me getting a girlfriend. Ox number 3 replies that it is the place where the jerks are, but that is not much of an explanation. Ox number 4 seems to be both the smarter and the sharper one of the two, and she tells Sejin about the dark area in detail. She explains that even on the 99th floor, there are many territories. The territory they are going towards belongs to the Minotaurs, while the area where Sejin's farm is, the territory of the mama bear, the red fur. As for the dark forest, it is the territory of someone called the corrupt beings of the West. Sejin is curious about them, but Ox number 4 doesn't tell him much apart from the fact that they were not always corrupt. She tells Sejin that right now it is not good for him to know about the details or to go near the place. She explains that the place is dangerous and urges him not to go anywhere near it. Sejin is curious about the corrupt beings and thinks he will ask Aileen about this in detail later. They take the long way to avoid the dark patch, and then suddenly a ball of mud hits Sejin in the face with such great force that he is thrown off his ride. Everyone is worried about him. Theo is the first to react, followed by Ox number 3, who asks him if he is all right, and then by Elka, who is terrified that someone dared hit the Great Black Dragon. Sejin gets up and tells everyone that he is fine while wiping the mud from his face. After he looks at the mud on his hands, he looks ahead and finds a herd of minotaurs eating mud. Sejin realizes that the minotaurs have to eat mud because there is nothing else to eat in this place. He also understands that this food scarcity is the reason they get so crazy the moment they see anything green. As Sejin is still sitting on the ground, the Black Warrior Rabbit joins him and even asks Theo to come down. The cat acts like an entitled brat and declares that he won't come down since he hates stepping on mud. Elka apologizes to Sejin for letting that happen. Ox number 4 takes charge. She asks who dared throw food at their guest, and a minotaur who looks like he is a bully comes out to greet the couple who have not come home for a long time. He asks them where they have been spending their time so amicably and then notices the guests. He tells Ox number 3 that he is too weak to bring any toys to this place and asks him to give them to him so that he can play well with them. That earns him a crushing punch to the face from Ox number 4. The punch sends the bully wannabe spinning in the air before crashing down on his back. With that, Ox number 4 declares that they have no time and they must immediately go to the Minotaur King. Her boyfriend is just fangling over her from behind. Meanwhile, Sejin and Theo are thinking not to mess with Ox number 4 in the future. In the meantime, a Minotaur has rushed to their king's side to inform him that the Minotaur couple is back, but they have brought some strange-looking guys with them. Before the Minotaur King can inquire any further, Ox number 3 and Ox number 4 appear before him. They declare that they have arrived with guests from Red Fur's territory, and this makes the rest of the Minotaurs a bit anxious. The Minotaur King is relieved that they have come to meet him themselves, as now he doesn't need to waste his precious time going to them. He welcomes the white farmer rabbits, whom he believes are underlings of the Red Fur, but then gets surprised as he notices that the only white thing among them is Sejun's t-shirt. The Minotaur King says that he doesn't look like a white rabbit and asks who he is, and Sejun introduces himself by his name. The Minotaur King has never met humans before, and it shows because he thinks that Park Sejun is the name of the species. He has never heard of the species called Park Sejun before, but quickly moves on and commends him for coming all the way here. The Minotaur King leans on his throne as he says that a few days ago, he had a great taste of the grass they farmed and remarks that it must have been difficult for Sejun to survive on the 99th floor with his weak powers. He adds that he doesn't know the reason he is working under Red Fur but promises to save him from the mama bear in case he is facing any kind of injustice. He declares that it is his consideration for weak monsters like him, and he allows Sejun and his group to speak freely. Well, Sejun is about to give him a fact check and tell him that he is mistaken about some things. First, he doesn't work under the mama bear. Instead, she and her baby help him out. Second thing, he is not here to ask to be saved from unfair treatment but rather to complain about something. Sejun tells the Minotaur King that he is here to get compensated for what he stole from his farm 3 days ago. Sejun tells him with a smug expression that unless he wants to be labeled a thief, he must pay up what he owes him. The Minotaur King doesn't take his words kindly, and he starts raging at Sejun, daring him to say that again. He crushes the rock underneath his feet, asking how dare lowly beings like him accuse him of stealing. He refuses to accept the allegation that the strongest being on the 99th floor, the Minotaur King, is a thief. Sejun is barely holding his ground in front of the Minotaur King's mighty roar, but even as he keeps his hat from flying away, he asks him what he is if not a thief, and Theo supports his opinion. Sejun then lashes out at him, asking, "Aren't Minotaurs supposed to be warriors of honor?" But instead of getting embarrassed about what he did, their king gets angry. Hearing his words, the other Minotaurs start doubting if the human is telling the truth. They wonder if their boss stole the grass they ate 3 days ago. Seeing them question him, the Minotaur King does a 180-degree on his stance and tells Sejun that there seems to be a misunderstanding. He comes up with the excuse that as the protector of the waypoint, there is a limit to his actions away from his post, and he came to his field in a rush. He did not have much time to talk, so he just took away the grass, but he had every intention to pay him back eventually. The Minotaur King is still a bit nervous about his answer, and he just laughs to hide it. He then asks Sejun what his wish is so that he can fulfill it. He is ready to give him rare or legendary grade items, but Sejun is not interested in any of those. Instead, he asks the Minotaur King if he can let him use the waypoint. The Minotaur King is taken aback and asks him to repeat, and Sejun says that the price he wishes for is being allowed to use the waypoint. Well, the Minotaur King thinks that it is acceptable and decides to honor Sejun's wishes. He calls him forth to fulfill his desires, and Sejun is elated that he will finally get out of the tower. He climbs on the platform and walks towards the waypoint, dreaming of going outside. He notices the giant floating crystal and reaches towards it. As Sejun touches it, suddenly he gets a system message in front of him. The message says that the tower waypoint on the 99th floor has been saved, and now the system is loading another saved waypoint. However, since Sejun has never been to another floor before, there is no waypoint other than the 99th floor stored in his data, and he cannot move to another floor. He is shocked that he cannot move, and the Minotaur King asks him if it is because he is someone who was not born inside the tower. He doesn't know how Sejun came to the 99th floor, but the rule of the tower states that all external entities must register themselves on the waypoints at each floor starting from the first floor. That is the only way outsiders who are invited into the tower can move through the floors. The Minotaur King tells Sejun that with only the 99th floor on his list, he is not eligible to go to another floor. That was enough to break him down, and Sejun falls to his knees as his hope to escape the tower is shattered. Sejun is sitting on his knees in front of the waypoint as if everything dear to him has been snatched away by some divine force. Theo is worried about him and tries to comfort him, but Sejun quickly bounces back from his depression, at least on the outside. He sighed, claiming that ever since he came to know that this place was on the 99th floor, he knew deep down that there would be no way he could get out of this place. It still feels a bit sad now that he has confirmed the fact. The Minotaur King is right behind him, and he seems to have something else on his mind. He tells Sejun that he is sorry about the situation he finds himself in, but their deal is complete. He allowed him to use the waypoint and he accepted it. The Minotaur King says that because of this, he no longer owes any debt he must repay. Sejun, who would go all out against even the tower manager for being greedy in such situations, doesn't even have the energy to fight back. He gets up, telling the Minotaur King that indeed he is no longer indebted to him. The Minotaur King wants to take no risks, so he tells Sejun to go back now. But he cuts him mid-sentence and suggests making an offer instead. The Minotaur King is furious that an insignificant being like Sejun is daring to make him an offer. Well, Sejun is not going to be intimidated by it, and he simply asks Theo to open his bundle. On his command, the cat merchant leaps off his shoulder and opens his bundle to let a river of freshly harvested green onion leaves flow out of it. The green onion leaves are piled up in one corner of the Minotaur King's platform, and all the overgrown bulls are amazed to see it. They start drooling and panting as they recognize the tasty grass they had a couple of days ago and find it hard to hold back their urges. Even the Minotaur King is sweating as he asks Sejun to explain what this is. Sejun smugly tells him that this is just a gift to show his goodwill to the Minotaurs. He claims to be doing this with the sole intention of getting along with his neighbors on the 99th floor. The Minotaur King probably couldn't hear anything after Sejun said gift, and he also started drooling because of the grass. Sejun then suddenly sighs, saying that he is also a bit troubled. He tells the Minotaur King that recently he has been expanding his fields, so he needs a lot of manpower. He says that if they expand the field some more, everyone here can eat this type of delicious grass 3 times a day. With that, Sejun finally comes to his point and winks while asking the Minotaur King if he would like to make a deal with him now. Meanwhile, outside Sejun's cave, the baby cub has become a fat chunk of sadness waiting for his dad to return home. Suddenly, he sees something in the distance that alerts him as well as the queen poison bee. Sejun has returned home riding on the wolf Captain Elka. He waves to Kung, who immediately dashes to his side, exclaiming that his dad is back. The queen bee and her children also follow him. Kung starts cuddling with Sejun, who asks him if he has been a good boy. The bear cub replies that he was a good boy who didn't even cry. As Kung is licking his human dad, the father rabbit comes there and remarks that Sejun is back rather quickly. He asks if the negotiations went well, and Sejun replies that they went well. He suddenly signals to someone in the distance and begs them to come towards him. Immediately, a group of minotaurs arrive there, stunning the parent rabbits. The minotaurs have heard the gist of their job description from Sejun and think that they just have to dig the ground. Seeing his rabbit friend so shocked, Sejun explains that these minotaurs will help them plow the field. He reveals that he struck a deal with the Minotaur King and received permission to do whatever he wanted with the entire wasteland on the 99th floor. The Minotaurs are raring to go, and they ask Sejun where they should start. Meanwhile, Kung is cheering over them because he has never seen so many buff gym brothers at once before. He approaches the Minotaurs and says that their muscles look cool. The Minotaurs have heard some details about the bear cub from Ox number 3, and they remark that he looks more brave than what they had heard. Kung exclaims that he is close to Ox number 3, who is like his respected elder brother. He says that he was the one who guided Ox number 3 around the field, and he will show all the newcomers too. Kung tells the Minotaurs to follow him, and they are quite eager to do so and begin their work right away. Sejun can only fawn over King's cuteness as he sees him go, and then he thinks that it is time to prepare some food for the Minotaur workers. While the farmer rabbits are eager to join him, Theo is just lazily sleeping on top of the wolf, dreaming about churros. On the other hand, something unexpected is happening at the Minotaur stronghold. The Minotaurs are holding a rock-paper-scissors tournament to determine who will be the lucky people who will go to work in Sejun's field tomorrow. 10 winners are finalized, and Ox number 3 acts as their coordinator, telling them that he will take them to Sejun's field tomorrow. The Minotaur King is watching them along with Ox number 1, who remarks that it has been a long time since he saw his brethren so lively. He wants reassurance that once they help humans by tilling the soil, the wasteland will once again turn into a grassland. The Minotaur King only hopes that believing in Sejun is the right choice. He then smirks as he recalls his good neighbor's remarks and predicts that the 99th floor is going to get noisy now. The next day, the poisoned honeybees get to work rather early. They spit honey into glass bottles that Theo had bought earlier. Sejun is amazed by the amount of honey the bees have already made because he thought that they would be busy preparing for the blue moon. The queen bee sits on his head, while the chunky rabbit loads the honey bottles into his cart, and Kung can only drool looking at the bottles filled with his favorite snack. Sejun asks the queen bee if they have increased their numbers recently, and she seems quite proud of that. Sejun then gives a bottle of honey to King but tells him to eat it sparingly. After that, he turns to the mama bear and asks her if she is going deep inside the forest today. She affirms, stating that she must go somewhere far away since the blue moon is tomorrow. Sejun says that in that case, he will pack them a lot of food along with some extra bottles of honey, and Kung is excited to hear it. Just then, Elka arrives there and addresses Sejun as the Great Black Dragon. He nervously tells Sejun that the wolves must also go down to their home to face the blue moon. Sejun tells him not to worry about anything because he has prepared a meal for them too. Behind him is a literal mountain of crayfish and piranhas among other food items. Sejun remarks that the Black Warrior Rabbit made many trips to the Sea of Dimensions to hunt enough seafood for them. The wolves freak out on seeing a large amount of food, and they bow down to thank the Black Rabbit who tells them that it is no big deal. Then Sejun starts wondering how the wolves will carry this much food. Elka tells him that they also have their simple assisting bundles that can carry a lot of things even though they cannot be compared to a merchant's bundle. The 3 wolves throw their assisting bundles in the air, and the food gets sucked into it completely. With that, they prepare to take off and tell Sejun that they will meet him again after the blue moon ends. Kung and his mom also join them as they are going in the same direction, and Sejun waves them goodbye with the Black Rabbit by his side. He thinks that since everything else is sorted, he should also start preparing for the blue moon. He looks a bit tense and then immediately propels his biggest simp, tower manager Yin, into action. She sends him a message asking if he is worried about his field again. The Black Warrior Rabbit leaves to help his parents. Sejun admits that he is a bit uneasy since the blue moon is approaching, and Yin asks him if she tell him to trust in her already. She asks him if he didn't see her step in and subdue the monsters during the blue moon for him, and he replies that she did. Whenever the blue moon appears, the monsters go berserk. A month ago during the last blue moon, Sejun often thought about it when Ox number 3 ruined his outside field. Everyone tries to minimize the damage their actions cause by going away from the fields or staying hidden. That works for the fields inside the cave, but the fields outside are still defenseless, and they hold the vast majority of his green onion crops. This time Sejun shared these concerns of his with Yin, and she told him that she would protect the field. He doesn't understand just how she is going to protect the field, but he is now sure that the black dragon he saw during the first blue moon was Yin. He tells her that he believes in her, and the great black dragon is happy to receive praise from Sejun. She tells Sejun to believe in her and plant a lot of crops. With that, she starts stretching to begin her preparations for the blue moon. Yin opens the doors of her cabin and climbs up a huge staircase to reach the top of her tower. On the top floor, there are huge magic stones that look exactly like the waypoint. It is a dragon home, which is a black tower situated on a floating island high above the clouds of the 99th floor, which is even more vast than previously revealed. Yin takes in the refreshing breeze because it has been a long time since she left her room. With that, she begins her preparation. Yin uses her authority as the tower manager and activates the system, stating in the magic circle and with multiple system windows open in front of her. She declared that it was finally her turn to step in. All the preparations to endure the blue moon have been made. The rabbits are locked in their cozy homes to stay safe from the effects of the blue moon. Sejin has also created a safe spot using rocks to hide a spark of flame within. He is satisfied with his craftsmanship and says that since they only need to protect the embers to keep the fire going, this much will be enough. He suddenly hears a crying sound and turns around to find Theo cuddling with the young baby rabbits. He is in tears, exclaiming that who would have thought that the cute yellow baby rabbits were now going to turn adults? While he is touched by this development as the cool uncle, Sejin is not so pleased by his reaction. He tells the cat merchant to not come out of his hiding spot right now. He says that the blue moon can come at any time, so it will be better if he hides in his bundle. Theo does that, but he still is not happy to leave the rabbit babies. He tells Sejin to take care of the kids for him and asks him to immediately call him if anything happens. Sejin assures him that there will be nothing to worry about and gives Theo one special thing for safekeeping. It is a cocoon of another queen-pollinated honeybee, and Theo is quite shocked to see it. Sejin explains that just this morning, the queen poison bee left the cocoon for him before sealing her hive. He says that because the beehives have gotten bigger, the number of queen bee cocoons is also increasing. Sejin prefers the increasing number of beehives as well, but in moments like this, that becomes a tricky thing to handle. Theo tells him to not worry and promises to keep the cocoon in his soft fur. Just as the cat merchant enters his bundle, the sky turns dark, and Sejin realizes that the blue moon is here. A few moments after that, the cave echoes with the screams and roars of the baby rabbits that reach maturity under the influence of the blue light. They turn into ferocious monsters briefly, and despite having seen it the last time, Sejin can't get used to it. Suddenly, he hears a roar coming from outside the cave, and he shuts his ears. He wonders why there are monsters nearby because this shouldn't happen. He wants to see if Aileen came here to deal with things. But as he walks out into the open area of the cave, he finds the murderous rabbits looking at him. Sejin is taken aback, and he remembers that the last time the rabbits immediately turned into normal adults rather quickly. He wonders why these rabbits are still looking at him violently. They don't stop at just looking and immediately take a stance to leap at him at any time now. Sejin is on the verge of wetting his pants and asks the kids to get it together. They obviously don't listen to him and pounce to attack him. Sejin hides his face while screaming, but then suddenly the black dragon Aileen flies over the cave. The rabbits freeze where they are, and Sejin happily shouts Aileen's name as he looks at the sky. There is another unexpected thing happening outside the cave. A weird and creepy tree monster called the branch ant has suddenly made its way to Sand's outside field. The monster is berserk because of the blue moon, but then it sees something that makes it question everything. The branch ant sees the great black dragon flying in the sky, and it gets so terrified that it immediately runs away. However, the black dragon in the sky is not Aileen but just a hologram. The real Aileen is in her tower controlling the hologram using her dragon technology. She laughs while asking whoever may listen what they think of her performance. This illusory magic tool was created for her by her grandfather. It is especially helpful during the blue moon when Aileen cannot leave the administrator area but still wants to keep the monsters in check. On top of that, Aileen tweaked the hologram a bit to make it look like her adult version. She can remotely control the hologram over the entire 99th floor. However, it is possible to maintain it effectively only if it is as high as the clouds, and it will disappear if it gets closer to the ground. Aileen then giggles to herself, thinking that Sejin will think that this is what she really looks like. She is pleased with that and decides to fly the holographic dragon a bit more before the blue moon ends. Back in the cave, Sejin is really impressed that the monsters have really gotten quiet ever since Aileen appeared. Suddenly he notices a bright light coming from the murder rabbits, and they instantly transform into fuzzy bundles of cuteness. Seeing the rabbits turn into proper adults comes as a relief to Sejin. He hugs them, telling the rabbits how glad he is to see them as adults, but the rabbits he hugs tell him to loosen his grip. The other rabbits call him uncle and ask him what happened. Sejin would answer their question, but then he sees the blue moonlight hitting his crops and a whole bunch of them sparkling after they absorbed it. He is happy and says that they should harvest the blue moon crops soon. He is steaming regular sweet potatoes and blue sweet potatoes side by side. He lays them out on a giant platter along with some blue cherry tomatoes. Well, some of the blue sweet potatoes are not the normal kind but actually the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes, and there are also some blue strength potatoes in the mix. Sejin counts them all and says that they harvested 13 blue cherry tomatoes, 3 blue potatoes, and 7 blue sweet potatoes this time. That seems less than the number of glowing plants. Sejin thanks Ailyin for helping him out and presents a bowl of blue moon crops to her. He tells her that the potatoes and sweet potatoes are hot, so she must cool them down before eating. Ailyin thanks him and also tells Sejin to leave all the issues of the blue moon to her in the future as well. With that, she receives his offering as she is lying in her comfy bed. She has covered her wings with pillows and even has a cloth over her eyes because she is tired from operating the hologram. However, she thinks that it is worth it because she got some blue moon crops. Even though the sweet potatoes are comparable to a peanut in her hand, she thinks that she should try out the remedy to cure her dragon heart. She eats 1 sweet potato and 1 pumpkin and finds that her heart is really beating again. Unlike the last time when it was abrupt, this time Ailyin can feel a stable flow of mana. Suddenly she gets a system message in front of her. Ailyin wonders what the meaning of the message is as she reads it. It says that the achievement of reproducing the forgotten dish, honey potatoes, has been accomplished. Ailyin realizes that this can only mean one thing, and she looks into her magic orb to find Sejin pouring a generous amount of honey on a blue potato. She is not happy that he is doing this. Ailyin complains how dare he give her only potatoes while he is creating a delicious dish for himself. However, she suddenly gets another system message telling her that she can award the one who accomplished the forgotten dish achievement with a special job skill. Ailyin laughs to herself, thinking that she will give Sejin something perfect for the tower farmer. Back at the cave, Sejin's special dish has been completed. Other than the taste enhanced by the energy of the blue moon, this special dish can increase the mana of the person eating it by 0.3 points. Sejin says that potatoes with honey are as delicious as potatoes with salt. He wants to eat it, and the rabbits are drooling over the dish too. Sejin offers them to eat blue moon crops together. However, one of the responsible rabbits comes in between Sejin and the other rabbits. He reminds them of what their dad said. They have been told to yield all the blue moon crop to Sejin. The other rabbits ask him why they should do that, and he replies that it is because Sejin is weak. Sejin gets serious emotional damage on hearing this, and he cries as he apologizes to the rabbits for being weak. The rabbits encourage him to eat the blue potatoes and say that they will just eat the normal potatoes and sweet potatoes. Sejin takes the offer and takes a bite out of the honey potato. He feels that he will get addicted to this wonderful taste while the system window tells him that his mana has been permanently increased by 3. Suddenly, he gets another system window in front of him that tells him that he has completed the achievement of reproducing the forgotten dish, honey potatoes. Sejin can only wonder what it is about and asks if he really got an achievement for putting honey on a steamed potato. He gets a message from Ailyin saying that she nods her head while looking at Sejin, who has completed a wonderful achievement. She immediately issues a new quest to Sejin, asking him to treat the tower manager to the honey potato. The reward is a job skill, and the penalty for refusing is the disappointment of the tower manager who says she won't show it. Sejin still finds it hard to believe that all this is happening just because he put some honey on a steamed potato. However, since he is curious about the job skill, he accepts the quest. He asks Ailyin if he can make the dish with a normal potato instead, and apparently her answer is positive because that is what he does. Sejin pours honey over a bowl of normal potatoes and gives them to Ailyin, completing his quest. The skill he acquires as a reward is cooking level 1. The description says that the taste and effectiveness of the dishes made using ingredients grown in the tower are slightly improved. Sejin is shocked to read that he has cooking skills. Even the tower system said to let him cook. Another screen pops up in front of him, displaying the list of registered recipes. There is only one recipe in there, and it is the honey potato. The description just talks about how the dish is extra tasty and how it increases 0.3 mana permanently as a result of the skill cooking level 1. Sejin gets a very small mana boost, which is too small to be displayed on screen. The grade of the dish is C, and its shelf life is 1 day. Sejin asks if he can gather recipes, saying that he is not even surprised now. He wonders if he should choose to be a chef as his side job after becoming a farmer. But first, Sejin decides to make more honey potatoes for everyone to eat. He asks the rabbits if they will help him, and they are eager to do so. With this, Sejin finds an event worth mentioning in his diary of getting lost in the tower today. The 8th blue moon went by very peacefully. In the western part of the 99th floor, which is the dark forest where the corrupted beings live, a lone branch ant is sneakily walking back in. It is the same tree monster that approached Sejin's farm earlier but was scared off by Aileen. Now, as the tiny branch ant walks silently, it accidentally trips on a root protruding from the ground and falls. However, it is not just an ordinary root, and the poor little tree monster is going to learn it the hard way. The giant menacing wooden claw comes towards it, and the confused branch ant is captured by it. It struggles and screeches to be freed, but all is in vain because it is not strong enough to free itself from the grip of whatever creature is holding it. Then suddenly the giant claw smashes the branch ant to the ground, crushing it entirely. It turns out that the giant claw belonged to a huge tree monster called the corrupted ant, which is what the minotaurs cryptically warned Sejin about earlier. The corrupted ant, which is like a dead and dry tree with multiple red eyes in the hollow cavity and its trunk. It immediately starts running deeper into the forests. The blue moon is passing away, and as the sun returns to its former glory in the sky, the ant tries to get away from its light. And it is not alone because there are many other corrupted ants in the forest, each as menacing as the last one. On the other hand, Sejin is peacefully enjoying lunch and tea with his rabbit friends, and he does not notice a small sapling growing out from underneath the burnt green onion leaves. What can it be? Only time will tell. On the other hand, Elka and his 2 subordinates are back with their tribe on the 75th floor. Everyone is happy because there is a pile of food in front of them, and Elka is distributing it. He gives a fish to a baby wolf who thanks him and then gets ready to leave. Another wolf asks him if he is going to leave right away, and he replies that he must leave since the blue moon is over. It turns out that the second wolf is Elka's wife, and she asks him to stay a little longer so that his kids can see his face when they wake up. Even a wolf has a wife and kids, and here you and me, watching them making love, sad life. Elka just holds his wife's hand, telling her that now he serves the great black dragon, so he cannot afford to waste any time. He promises to be back soon. And with that, he leaves for the 99th floor along with his trusted minions. At the same time, in the passageway village, someone is in a great hurry as they run from their pursuers. The people in the street can only stare at them with curiosity as 3 gray rabbits are running for their lives. One of them is slow and left behind, and while he asks his brother to stop, their pursuers catch up to them. The pursuer, who is a jackal mercenary, slaps the rabbit into the air, and his partner blocks the path of the other 2 rabbits. They are terrified and gasp as they are cornered, but their screams reach the sensitive ears of Elka. He turns around to see where it is coming from, while his underlings ask him if they are not leaving. Meanwhile, the jackal mercenary has caught a rabbit by its throat, and he calls him a slave and asks where he was running off. Another rabbit is under his foot, and he asks the first rabbit if he has any idea how many floors they have climbed to catch them. The second jackal laughs at the audacity of the rabbits to think that they could outrun them before suggesting that they should have rabbit meat tonight. He laughs, saying that their boss won't find out if only one rabbit is missing. The jackal opens its mouth wide, and the rabbit in his hands has already accepted its fate. However, just then a heavy punch hits the jackal's head, forcing his mouth shut. The hit from Elka sends the jackal crashing into the ground, and the wolf chieftain catches the rabbit in his hand. The other jackal recognizes Elka as Grid's subordinate, and he nervously asks him why he is attacking them. He claims that they are chasers who are out to capture runaway slaves and tells Elka that if landlord Grid finds out about this, he won't be pleased. Elka simply replies that he doesn't care if they snitch on the fat wild boar or not. He threatens the jackal to get lost before he bites his throat off with his sharp fangs. The jackal is terrified, so he drops the rabbits, picks up his injured partner, and struts away from the place. In the meantime, Elka's subordinates have also arrived on the scene, and they are concerned that he did something unnecessary. He apologizes, saying that he couldn't help it. The third wolf then asks him what they should do about the rabbits because if they leave them here the jackals may return to capture them. The rabbits are too terrified of them and can only cower in fear on the floor. Elka sighs as he decides to take them along for now because they can be of some help to the great black dragon, which is who he thinks Sejin is. On the 99th floor, Sejin has gathered everyone for a big announcement. He proudly declares that after eating the blue moon crops recently, his mana finally reached 10. Well, no one is too impressed by that rookie figure, and Theo just woke up and chose violence, asking Sejin if that is something to boast about. Sejin is flustered as he tells him not to interrupt him in between. He then announces that now he can eat the insides of the eel and obtain the new skill within it. Theo is in a savage mood today, and he yawns as he asks if he can go to sleep now. Sejin yells at him to go to sleep after seeing his new skill. He eats the insides of the eel, which are quite delicious and taste like orange soda. After he is done eating it, a system window pops up in front of him, telling him that he has learned the skill Rain and Thunder level 1, but since he lacks a significant amount of mana to use the skill properly, it is still locked. The two subskills under his skill, namely Make It Rain and Throw Thunder, have been sealed for the safety of the user. For now, the only part available to Sejin is to make dark clouds according to his mana, and if the environment is right, there is a low probability of rain. Sejin freaks out at the system. He asks, how is it rain and thunder if both rain and thunder are sealed? He then decides to check out whatever is available to him, and he uses his power to create clouds. Suddenly, the moisture in the air takes the shape of a cloud, but it is a tiny cloud that covers about as much area as a normal person. While everyone else, including Sejin, is disappointed, Quang is impressed and he claps for his dad's performance. Sejin is so depressed that he uses 1/3 of his total mana, but the result is so small. The rabbits have had enough of his lame show, and they declare that they are going back to work. Theo pats Sejin, telling him to be disappointed by this because, even though he is weak, he is the chairman, and if any danger comes he will protect Sejin. After that, Quang comes there and tells Sejin that he is cool because his magic covers the sun. He tells him that it will get bigger later, and Sejin is moved to tears because of this. He hugs the bear cub, saying that, as expected, he is the only one for him. On the other hand, Theo is still trolling Sejin. He lays on his lap and tells him that it is a good thing that the sun is bothering him. He also asks Sejin to move the cloud a bit to the side to properly cover him. Sejin finds him annoying and puts him down when suddenly Elka and his crew return. Sejin welcomes them back, but then he notices some unexpected guests with them. He is curious about the 3 shivering rabbits in front of them and asks who these guys are. The ragged and tired rabbits are on the verge of crying, and they beg Sejin to not eat them. Sejin is also worried about the rabbits who seem to be injured all over. He asks Elka where he picked them up, and the wolf chieftain hesitates to tell him the full story because he is unsure how Sejin will react to it. But before that can happen, the mother rabbit comes there and drops her tool as she sees the gray rabbits. The father rabbit is also there, and he is as shocked as his wife. He screams at the rabbits that they are still alive, and the gray rabbits finally see a ray of hope. They call the father rabbit with their uncle and run towards him and his wife. As the rabbit couple and the gray rabbits have an emotional reunion, Sejin can only wonder how they know each other. Sejin and all his friends watch over the gray rabbit mukbang with a look of utter surprise on their faces. The reason behind that is the gray rabbits eating food like they have not eaten anything in a long time, and that seems to be quite close to reality. One rabbit is so hasty in eating carrots that it gets stuck in his throat, and he starts coughing. The mother rabbit offers him some water, while Sejin tells the gray rabbits to slow down and take their time because their food is not going to run away from them. The gray rabbit thanks Sejin while chugging water, calling him the Great Black Dragon because that is what he learned from the wolves. Sejin simply asks the rabbit to call him just by his name, and Elka panics on hearing that. Well, Sejin makes up a reason that calling him the Great Black Dragon every time is too long. Also, he considers Elka and the Silver Wolves as part of his family, so he doesn't want them to go through any formalities and call him by his name. Elka accepts this suggestion, even though he still fumbles a bit and almost calls Sejin the Black Dragon again. The other wolves are also happy to hear that Sejin called them family. Then, Sejin looks at the gray rabbits while Theo climbs on his lap and demands churu. The gray rabbits have some very useful jobs. One of them is an artist, the second is a wood craftsman, and the third is an architect. Sejin is impressed that they are technical experts, but before going into that, he wants to know more about their story. First, he verifies that they were running away from the farm that was exploiting them by climbing up the tower, and Elka saved them from their pursuers. He then asks what floor they ran away from, and one rabbit tells him that they came from the 55th floor. Father Rabbit freaks out as he hears that they came from the 55th floor, startling Sejin and Theo. The father rabbit asks a gray rabbit if he was on the 55th floor until now. He rattles him as he asks him about the kingdom, the king, queen, and princess. Then he asks the rabbit what happened to the monsters. Sejin asks him to calm down and explain things so that he can also understand them. Meanwhile, the mother rabbit takes the poor gray rabbit out of her husband's hands. The father rabbit gets overshadowed by gloom as he begins reciting the story. Long ago, the 55th floor was the kingdom of rabbits called the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Sejin asks the father rabbit what he means by was. He is curious what the state of the kingdom is right now. The father rabbit says that around several decades ago, the Red Ribbon Kingdom fell. Before that tragedy occurred, the Red Ribbon Kingdom of rabbits was a very peaceful place. They grew crops on rich land and consumed healthy food thanks to the white farmer rabbits. They also had beautiful architecture and culture because of the various artists and professionals. The rabbits lived peaceful lives because they could protect themselves with a lot of black warrior rabbits present. Then one day everything changed when a gigantic horde of murder hornet-like monsters attacked them. While the other rabbits ran away, one solitary black warrior rabbit stood his ground as the guardian of his people. Sadly, the efforts of the valiant rabbit were in vain. He met a tragic end underneath the broken statue of their greatest warrior, and not long after that, the prosperous Red Ribbon Kingdom fell into ruins. As the father rabbit has finished telling the most terrible story known to the rabbit kind, he says that the monsters that destroyed their kingdom appeared out of nowhere. In the chaos of destruction, the king, the queen, and the princess went missing, and the people who had no one to look up to were scattered. They tried to escape the place while surviving the monsters, and the rabbit couple was among the few lucky ones who succeeded. As Sejin thinks about the story, he realizes that it was indeed strange to find rabbits here on the 99th floor because it didn't look like a place suitable for them. The father rabbit tells him that they believed that the bug-type monsters swallowed the entire 55th floor, and they would never have thought that there were still those who remained there. The gray rabbit adds to this story. He says that their family and remaining rabbits who could not escape the onslaught of the monsters through the passage were just waiting to be killed by the monsters. But then suddenly, for no evident reason, the monsters disappeared as rapidly as they had appeared, and in the wasteland that once used to be their kingdom, someone was waiting for them. Elka cuts in their conversation and angrily takes the name of Landlord Grid, the greedy wild boar. The gray rabbit shivers as he hears the fearsome name. He says that Grid commanded a massive wild boar tribe and called himself the Great Landlord. He took control of the 55th floor that had lost its owner, and that was how the exploitation of rabbits began. They were forced to become slaves under the watchful eyes of the wild boars. The Red Ribbon Kingdom was morphed into a large farm under the Grid instead of the diverse activities that the rabbits did. This new farm just produced vast amounts of food. The gray rabbit says that they can't just stand it, and his friends begin to cry. Sejin tells them to calm down and asks them to take some rest first because they have gone through a lot. He asks the black rabbit to lead them to the cave and lend them his bed. The black rabbit asks the gray rabbits to follow him, and along with his parents, he takes the gray rabbits into the cave. After they are gone, Sejin remembers that the guy who hired the wolves to look for the straw hat was also Grid. Elka affirms, saying that Grid is an extremely wealthy pig who exerts considerable influence over the tower through food. The wolf chieftain curses Grid, calling him a disgusting wild boar who exploits the residents on the 55th floor. He even thinks that the way he took advantage of an opening to usurp the 55th floor looked like it was intentional. Elka says that he is ashamed that they worked under him for the short time they did. Even Theo agrees with this. He says that most of the food in the tower is distributed through the merchant association. The cat merchant has heard that most of that food comes from Grid's farms. Now Sejin is a bit nervous after learning this, and he asks Elka if there is a possibility that the grid may come to the 99th floor. Elka replies that no matter how much he tries or how much money he sends, the greedy wild boar will never be able to reach here because there will be no mercenaries willing to escort him. Elka believes that most mercenaries are cowards who wouldn't dare face monsters stronger than them. Sejin sighs, says that he can rest assured for now because Grid won't be able to chase after the rabbits. Well, at the same time, on the 55th floor, what was once the palace of the Red Ribbon Kingdom has now turned into Grid's castle. Inside that, on his throne, sits the greedy pig named Grid. He yells at the two jackal mercenaries, daring them to repeat what they said to him once again. The terrified jackals tell him that the silver wolf Elka betrayed them and even took away the rabbits they were chasing after. The second jackal even shows his wound to his master. Grid's assistant remarks that Elka is not trustworthy in the first place, and Grid doesn't mind his betrayal. He scoffs, saying that once the food in the tower hits rock bottom, Elka will come crying and begging him to save his clan. He then asks his assistant if their preparations are going well. The assistant pig replies that they are suppressing the distribution of food throughout the tower. A few complaints have been raised by the Magic Tower and the Merchant Union, but it is still within their control. The greedy pig laughs, saying that things are going nicely. He begins drooling with a menacing grin as he says that this is an opportunity just like the one that allowed him to overtake the 55th floor decades ago. Grid says that this time it won't end with just one kingdom and one floor. The entire tower will be in his hands. He begins laughing loudly, sending his spit and snot flying everywhere like the disgusting pig he is. Well, on the 99th floor, Sejin wakes up from a peaceful sleep and then wakes Theo, who is sleeping next to him. Theo wants to sleep more, so Sejin heads towards the pond to freshen up. He is shocked by what he sees there. There is a wooden wash basin there that draws water from the pond using a green onion pipe. Not only that, but there is also a ladle that fills his heart with joy. As Sejin washes his hair, he wonders if the gray rabbits built this. He thinks that with this, he can easily wash his hair and even his back. Just then, he hears Theo shouting to get his attention. He leads Sejin to another corner of the cave where the mother rabbit is cooking food over a stone stove that comes with a wooden chimney. Shovel Rabbit is helping her ignite the fire with green onion leaves, and on the other hand, the chubby rabbit is helping them by moving green onion leaves near the stove. Right next to that is a perfect wooden dining table with spoons and chopsticks on it. Sejin is still trying to process it as Theo tells him that the rabbits made something this amazing. Not only did they make a stove that would make cooking safe and efficient, but they also made tables and utensils to eat the food properly. As Sejin is watching the spoon and chopsticks with awe, Theo shows him a bowl that the three rabbits made for him, and it even has his paw print on it. He has learned the names of the three rabbits, which are Pimic, Pipic, and Pyrrhic. Theo says that they keep making something or another, saying that they are thankful to Sejin for letting them stay here. In the background, one gray rabbit is carrying a wooden log, while another is giving a blue cloth to the side rabbit. The gray rabbit says that this is his way to thank her for taking care of them yesterday, and it raises the scythe rabbit. Sejin approaches the rabbits, and they thank him for letting them into his home. They say that they are still lacking in many things, but they still want to help him in any way they can with their abilities. Well, Sejin just held the hands of the rabbit because this was something he was looking forward to as well. He asks the gray rabbits if they need a job by any chance, and the rabbits are confused because they don't understand what he means. Sejin introduces the three gray rabbits named Pyrrhic, Pimic, and Pibic who are going to stay with them. Now they greet everyone and say that they should get along well. The parent rabbits and their first-generation kids also welcome them. Sejin says that now that they have some highly skilled craftsmen on their side, their farming will also increase by one whole level. The gray rabbits are happy to hear that and tell Sejin that they will prepare everything they can. Sejin already has something on his mind, and he asks the gray rabbits if they can create houses for the white farming rabbits first. The new batch of baby rabbits has finally become adults, so they need some houses. On top of that, they need some houses for the gray rabbits as well. Well, the second-gen rabbits are not going to do well on their own. To put it politely, Sejin knows that they need to be independent, but he can't count on them to build their own house. One of them has dug a pit, and a second rabbit is sleeping there because he is satisfied with that. Nearby, another rabbit is hiding under a pile of leaves. The architect Gray Rabbit tells Sejin that it is his specialty to create homes for rabbits, so he can leave everything to him. Theo climbs on Sejin's shoulder, telling him that he also needs a mobile home, but Sejin tells him that he has his bundle. Well, the gray rabbits get alert upon hearing that and say that they can make a cat tower. After that, the rabbits notice Sejin's green onion bedding and ask him if he also does not have a home. He replies that he just sleeps on green leaves because that is enough for him. The rabbit suggests that they should make a home for him too. Sejin is surprised to hear that and asks the rabbit if he can create a home for him here. The rabbit says that it will be difficult to create a house fit for him inside the cave, but it will not be difficult outside the cave. On top of that, there are a lot of trees there, so they don't have to worry about the raw materials. Sejin is happy to hear this and says that he would love to have a home. He says that lately, he has been staying out of the cave quite a lot to look after his outdoor fields. On top of that, since he has a lot of allies there, including the mama bear, the minotaurs, and the silver wolves, he thinks that since they are all strong, his security is almost guaranteed. Sejin decides to leave the construction of the house to the architect rabbit and asks him if there is anything he needs. The rabbit says that they would prefer it if they could make some bricks for stronger houses. For that, they need some mud or fine sand, and they ask Sejin if they can find anything like that on the 99th floor. Well, thinking about mud, Sejin recalls the exact place where they can find it. He takes the gray rabbits straight to the Minotaur's territory and asks them what they think about the mud here. The rabbits find that the mud has just the perfect amount of moisture, and there are also some dried leaves mixed in it. He claims that it will be the perfect material to make some bricks. Sejin is glad to hear that, but the Minotaur King is not. He asks Sejin why he needs the mud because this is food for the Minotaurs. Well, Sejin tells him that they need to make a new deal. He says that the architect rabbit, Pimmick, is going to teach them how to make bricks. He says that if they allow them to make bricks using it and supply the mud, they will get green onion leaves. The gluttonous Minotaur King doesn't let Sejin complete his sentence and specify the details. He excitedly takes the offer right away. He tells all his Minotaurs to stop eating the mud because then they won't have enough to make bricks. The Minotaurs are confused, but they obey their king. Sejin is satisfied and thinks that they will be busy for a while now. Well, he is indeed going to be very busy, as are his friends. Hing uproots a tree to show off his strength to the little rabbits, and they are impressed. However, right behind him is his mother, who has easily plucked 2 big trees. The black Minotaurs are also working as tractors to plow Sejin's field, and the increased workforce of white farming rabbits further cultivates the plowland and grows green onions on it. They use their rakes and shovels to create furrows in the ground, while other rabbits use their respective watering cans to water the vast fields of crops growing outside. In between, the bear cub Kung and the wolf chieftain Elka spar to become stronger, and Sejin just cheers them from the sidelines. He pats Kung for his good performance and rewards him with his favorite snack, a bottle of honey. Even Elka starts drooling when he sees the bear cub drinking honey, and Sejin gives him a bottle too. While Elka is initially nervous, he accepts his generous gesture. Sejin then takes help harvesting crops from the Chunky Cart Rabbit and the Chunky Rabbit of the 2nd generation, whom we will now call Chunky number 2. Sejin uproots a bunch of the newest and highest quality crop on his farm, which is the sweet pumpkin sun potato. Because the plots were blessed by his passive buffs, he harvests 15 sun potatoes in one go and gets a good deal of job experience thanks to the various bonuses and experience gains. Sejin levels up and gets a bonus stat. He is happy to get a lot of sweet potato sun pumpkins, but then complains that it is too hot. Sejin uses his skill to create a cloud over his head to give him some shade from the sun. As he uses the skill, his proficiency in using it increases. He then looks at the huge pile of green onion leaves in front of him and says that while the rabbits are creating houses, he should also ask them to create a sturdy warehouse outside. Suddenly, Theo approaches him because he is planning to go down the tower. He tells Sejin that he has packed a lot of cherry tomatoes from the cave just now. Sejin asks him if he still has some space in his merchant bundle. He wants to try selling the detoxifying green onions to the hunters too because there might be some hunters who need them. Theo says that he will take 100 of the green onions for now, and Sejin tells him to do his best and says that he should have a little snack before leaving. Well, as Theo approaches the pile of green onion leaves, he wonders if it will even sell well. But since Sejin has never been wrong about business, he decides to trust him. Despite that, Theo isn't fond of the green onions because they are a bit too pungent for his tastes. As he is taking his sweet time, Sejin tells him to come back as quickly as possible. Theo is distracted as he replies to him, and as he turns around to face Sejin while putting the green onions in his bag, he puts a bunch of sweet potato sun pumpkins in it as well. Unaware of his innocent mistake, Theo runs towards Sejin, and the Minotaurs also come there for snack time. Meanwhile, something eventful is happening on the 67th floor of the tower, which is a dense forest with reptilian life forms. A green frog sits on a tree branch croaking without a worry, but then an arrow comes and pierces its head. The one who shot the arrow was a lizardman archer who planned to have a feast out of the dead frog. He climbs down to the dead frog, which is much larger than you can expect. However, before he can start eating, a red bug monster comes there and starts eating the frog. It is the same monster that destroyed the 55th floor of the tower. Well, the lizard man doesn't care, and he eats the monster as a source of protein. Suddenly, a huge horde of bug monsters were present nearby. They give death stares to the sole lizard man, and then suddenly attack him. A poor lizard man can't do anything as they swarm him. As the bug swarm is done with him, there is no trace left of the lizard man except for his bow and quiver in a crater on the ground caused by the attack of the bugs. The bug monsters fly deeper into the 67th floor, that's signaling a great disaster. Meanwhile, Eileen suddenly gets some notifications while she is sleeping peacefully in her home. The notifications keep ringing, and she is forced to wake up with irritation. She complains that she was finally able to get some good sleep, but now the system alert is blaring so loudly. She decides to check the messages through the magic crystal ball, and they erupt all at once. Eileen has more than 1,000 unread messages that freak her out. The message says that there are about 5.3 billion red locusts who have infiltrated the 67th floor of the tower. Eileen freaks out even more on learning that the red locusts are back because they are monsters that invade the tower from the outside. It has been 100 years since the locusts last invaded the tower. At that time, Eileen's grandfather was in charge, and he somehow resolved the issue. Thanks to that, he was able to barely stop the destruction of the 55th floor back then. Eileen uses her managerial authority to connect to the external communication channels, but the system tells her that it is unable to do so. Eileen is frustrated now that she can't contact her grandfather for help. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of her, telling her that 0.1% of the 67th floor has been devastated by the red locusts. Within a couple of seconds, she gets another message telling her that the number has increased to 0.02%. Now Eileen is utterly perplexed and wonders what she should do. Back on the 99th floor, Sejin has started cooking. He has cut and cleaned the eel that the black warrior rabbit had brought with him earlier and removed all its fat. Sejin wants right now is the fat of the eel. He melts the fat on a thick pan and then places the eel's meat on it. The delicious aroma of fat turning the meat pieces golden and melting drives him crazy. Even Theo can't stop drooling on Sejin's shoulder because the fried looks so tasty. Just then, the side rabbit comes there and tells Sejin that she has cut up the sweet potatoes and potatoes just like he had asked. Sejin thanks her and then puts the eel meat he just fried on a platter. He picks up the diced and sweet potatoes and tells everyone to get away from the stove for some time because hot oil may splatter, which can be quite dangerous. However, Theo is already planning to taste the fried eel meat, and even the black warrior rabbit is curious to see what Sejin is cooking. Sejin tells him that he is going to make something even more tasty than the honey potatoes, and the black rabbit is stunned because he doesn't even think that something tastier than honey potatoes exists. Well, Sejin asks them if they have ever heard of candied sweet potatoes, because that's what he's going to prepare. He drops the diced pieces of the sweet potatoes into the eel fat to fry them. He is glad that he could get so much oil from the eel after frying its meat because this is going to be super useful. First, Sejin fries the sweet potatoes till they turn brown and crispy on the outside, and then he pours honey directly into the pan. He stirs and lets the honey simmer over the sweet potato cubes, and the result is some really juicy and appetizing candied sweet potatoes. It turns out that candied sweet potatoes are also a recipe that can be registered in Sejun's cookbook. The system window shows that it has been registered, and Sejun has achieved the accomplishment of creating his second dish. Because of cooking it, Sejun's proficiency in cooking level 1 has also significantly increased. Everyone is looking at the delicious candied sweet potatoes, and Theo and the Black Warrior Rabbit can't stop drooling. Next, Theo asks Sejun to fry his fish like the potatoes too, and he obliges and puts the whole piranha into the frying pan. The system window calls it a fried piranha but doesn't give it a recipe status. While Theo is drooling upon seeing the fried fish, Sejun is surprised that it was not counted as a recipe. He wonders what the standard is to consider something a recipe and then decides to prepare candied potatoes too while the oil is still hot. Sejun exclaims that finding recipes is fun, and Theo asks him to slather honey over his fish too. That's not going to be a really good combo. After that, Sejun calls everyone to eat. Everyone is excited to see such a great amount of food before them, which includes many new items too. The Minotaurs eat their staple green onion leaves and say that eating food after hard work tastes the best. Meanwhile, the chunky rabbit is transporting carrots. The wolves also relish the fish and soup. Theo has also eaten his fill, and he cannot seem to even move. Now he lies on Sejun's nap comfortably, and he reminds him that he has to go down. Theo also knows that he should get going. Now he tells the wolf employees to come with him before going. Theo notices a big platter of food next to Sejun and asks him why he is saving that for. Sejun replies that he was saving it for Ailyin, but she is not answering no matter how much he tries to contact her. The food has gone cold, and on top of that, Sejun has to keep Kung's paws away from the food reserve for the tower manager. Theo asks him if Ailyin is sleeping right now, and he replies that it would be a relief if that were true because he feels that something is off. Sejun can only hope that nothing is going on with Ailyin. Well, he is just hoping against hope because Ailyin is overwhelmed handling the situation on the 67th floor. She is trying her best to open a communication channel outside the tower but fails with each attempt. The system turns red and tells her that it failed to connect to anyone. Ailyin realizes that she cannot solve this problem with her power. Her dragon heart has barely started to heal, but that does not change the fact that she is incompetent as a tower manager. She buries her face in her palms, saying that she doesn't know what to do. The system windows in front of her boost this feeling of hopelessness, and there is another system window that constantly keeps her updated about how much damage the 67th floor has endured. Meanwhile, at the Merchant Passageway Central Management Headquarters, an emergency meeting has been called. Different species living in the tower have gathered together. Among them is the leader of the Wandering Merchant Association, Mason of the Fox Tribe. Then there is the leader of the Free Mercenary Association, Hannibal of the Tiger Tribe, and to top it off, there is the leader of the Magician Association and the most powerful mage in the tower, Iona of the Hamster Tribe. There is also a fox inspector, Zirith, among the guards of the meeting. She is surprised to see Iona in the meeting because she has heard that the top 7 magicians of the association usually never appear in public. However, there is another unusual thing here. The heads of the 3 main organizations in the tower have gathered in one place, and Zirith can only wonder what is going on. The Fox Merchant Mason starts the meeting by telling everyone that it has been a few days since the red locusts appeared on the 67th floor. According to the wandering merchants under his control, he has gained information that roughly 2/3 of the 67th floor has fallen to the red locusts. He explains that right now the lizard men have put up the final frontier near the waypoint, and they are desperately defending it. Despite that, the situation is not easy. The tiger mercenary Hannibal asks him if the wandering merchant passageway is still under control. He wants to know the possibility of the red locusts infiltrating other floors through the passageway. Mason says that since red locusts are invaders from outside the tower, they cannot use the passageway since the tower won't allow intruders to do so. The passageway is safe, but that does not mean that the threat of the red locusts is not great. Mason says that if they reach the waypoint, they will try to reach other floors. Hannibal realizes that the 68th and 69th floors will be the first to fall. Other members at the meeting panic because those floors are one of the 5 major granaries of the tower. Those floors are where the Lizard Man Kingdom's Draken Farm is located. At this rate, the red locusts are not a problem for the lizard men alone. Mason believes that a great famine might occur again, and some of the younger merchants are not aware of what he means. It is time for hamster magician Iona to speak up, and he says that the Great Famine occurred a few decades ago after the 55th floor was annihilated. He says that currently the granaries are distributed across several floors of the tower, but at that time, the Red Ribbon Kingdom of the Rabbits was the largest food supplier in the tower. He tells how the massive red locust invasion broke out, and as a result, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was destroyed. Iona then curses the wild boar Grid, who squeezed through the gap in the defense and took control of the place. Mason asks her to calm down and says that Grid is a good man. First, he isn't a man, and second, he is not good by any means. However, Mason believes that Grid was the one who rebuilt the granary of the tower back then. Iona scoffs at his words. He asks the fox how he can call the greedy wild boar a good man when he is exploiting the rabbit tribe and shutting down all food distribution lines to the rest of the tower. Hannibal gets furious on hearing this and tells Iona that she is taking it too far, and Mason tries to calm him down. Suddenly, someone mentions the Black Dragon and asks if the Great Black Dragon who is supposed to protect them is going to take any action. Everyone thinks that they don't need to worry because the Black Dragon will come to save them. Iona just sighs at their ignorance. He hops from his seat and lands on the table, telling everyone that 200 years ago and several thousand years ago, the red locusts had infiltrated the tower. At that time, the Great Black Dragon protected the tower, and the red locusts were annihilated quickly. However, the last time the red locusts appeared on the 55th floor, for some unknown reason, the Black Dragon did not step in to solve the situation quickly. The situation was fixed only after half of the kingdom's citizens were wiped out. Iona says that the disaster that took place then still affects the world, and many places have not yet fully healed from it. She claims that at this time it has only been a few days since the red locust invasion started, and there is no guarantee that the Black Dragon is going to appear quickly this time. She declares that they should stop the red locusts with all their might until the Black Dragon appears. Otherwise, the order of the tower will collapse. Iona declares that under his command, the magic tower will dispatch 200 war mages to deal with the situation. He asks the other leaders of the tower what they are going to do. Meanwhile, Theo and the Silver Wolves are at their village on the 75th floor, while Elka meets with his family. Theo just rests on a bunch of hay. He complains to Elka that he came here because he insisted on going home for a bit, but it is getting too late now. Theo tells him that they have no time, but then suddenly some wolf kids approach him. They eagerly ask him if he is the Black Dragon. He gets up and proudly says that he is an important underling of the Black Dragon, the middle-class wandering merchant, Theo. The wolf kids are amazed to hear that, and with glistening eyes, they call Fu the vital underling of the Great Black Dragon. He is pleased to hear that and asks them to repeat it. And when the kids do that, he happily gives them some fish as their reward. This guy becomes the cool uncle wherever he goes. The kids are happy to receive it, and Theo laughs at seeing them as he keeps fumbling inside his bundle. He suddenly grabs something that he doesn't recall putting in and finds that it is the sweet potato sun pumpkin. Theo panics upon seeing it and wonders what it is doing here. Elka comes behind him and asks him what the matter is, startling Theo. He loudly says that there is no problem and tries to cover things up by laughing. He gets on Elka's head, who nervously accepts his words. He says that now he is going to run down the tower at his maximum speed and asks Theo to hold on tight. Well, all Theo can think right now is how he is in big trouble. He wonders if the sweet potato got swept into his bag unintentionally when he was putting the green onion leaves in. He wants to quickly destroy all the evidence and tells Elka to hurry to the 38th floor. On the 99th floor, Sejin is frantically searching for the sweet potatoes and the heap of green onion leaves. He can't find a single one of the sweet potatoes, and he is in full panic mode because of it. Sejin screams that he has to plant a new batch of sweet potatoes, but there is no way to do it now. He clutches his hair tightly as he freaks out that the recently harvested sweet potatoes have vanished into thin air. He suddenly gets the realization that Theo might have something to do with it. However, he doesn't doubt the cat merchant for taking them away. Instead, He believes that Theo must have safely transplanted the sweet potato shoots to another location while he was busy harvesting the green onions. Sejin complains that he wanted to try a couple of them and decides to punish Theo for taking action on his own when he returns. The seed store window opens up in front of Sejin, who suddenly realizes that 1 month has passed since the last time the seed store opened. He had forgotten about it as usual. Sejin decides to check up at the seed store, which shows him 4 kinds of random seeds. At his current level, Sejin can purchase as many seeds as he wants with a maximum expenditure of 5 tower coins. This time, the seeds on offer are 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 tower coins, 5 chinjang pepper seeds for 0.5 tower coins, and 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 tower coins. Well, that nicely adds up to the 5 tower coin limit, but there is also a 4th and rather remarkable option this time. It is just 1 flame bean seed, which is worth a full 5 tower coins. Sejin is quite curious about the flame bean seed because just 1 seed costs a whopping 5 tower coins. Well, money is not a constraint for our filthy rich Sejin, but he is worried about the condition that he can only buy seeds worth 5 tower coins at a time. He thinks that if he buys the flame bean seed, he won't be able to buy anything else. The risk is too big to take, despite the fact that the flame bean seed will definitely be worth its price. Sejin decides not to take a risk this time and picks up the things he is familiar with. He selects the strawberry seeds and the pepper seeds because they will give him the familiar flavor he is yearning for. Also, since there are more rabbits in his care now, he needs more carrots to feed them, so he buys the carrot seeds too. Buying the 3 items fulfills the limit of 5 tower coins, and the system verifies Sejin's purchases and deducts the money from his account. It also gives him 50 seed store mileage points, and now he has a total of 56 seed store mileage points. The system thanks him for using the seed store, and then the window vanishes. The seeds fall into Sejin's hand in the same old luxury pouches, and he is happy that he has a lot of things to plant now. Just the thought of eating strawberries and the pepper revitalizes him. He approaches the daddy rabbit and tells him that he has bought more carrot seeds from the seed store. The father rabbit is astonished to hear this good news. Sejin says that they should quickly plant them and asks the father rabbit if he can leave this work to him. The rabbit is eager to help him and tells him to leave everything to him. Sejin tells him that they will keep expanding their fields above ground and asks him to cheer up. So the rabbit dad does exactly that. Meanwhile, in the real world, in the city of Gangnam where the tower is located, the weather is nice. The old man Tae-young, who is the former head of the Phoenix Guild and Kim Dong-shik's mentor, is on the rooftop. He admires the fresh air and the view of the tower because it has been a long time since he came out of his refrigerator-like room. He asks his student Sihyuk if he doesn't agree with him, and he replies that he doesn't know too much about that. However, he takes this chance to remind his master that he is not in a condition to be outside. He tells Tae-young that if he lets his guard down, the curse of the flame affecting his body may spread. He asks him to go inside for his and everyone else's safety, but Tae-young is not happy. He says that Sihyuk has gotten better at ruining his mood and asks about his personality type according to the MBTI test. Sihyuk doesn't care about that silly test or zodiac signs. Tae-young then moves on to the important thing. He asks Sihyuk if Dongshik is on the 37th floor right now, and he affirms. He also adds that Dongshik is having difficulty conquering the boss of the 38th floor, which is the deadly tarantula. The boss monster has created its nest at the waypoint, which is why the hunters cannot go to the next floor. One of the biggest reasons for that is that the poisonous gas released by the tarantulas is difficult to neutralize even with healing magic. Most hunters claim that it is impossible to enter the nest without an antidote made from the blood of the poison spider, which is the servant guarding the nest. Moreover, finding an alchemist who can prepare the antidote is also very difficult. Tae-young realizes that is the reason Dongshik's team has not made any progress in the tower. He then asks Sihyuk if he is the one who is guarding Sejin's family while Dongshik is in the tower. The old man asks him to report to him if anything happens. Sihyuk says that ever since Sihyuk's family has been moved to the Hanam province, they are constantly being watched by bodyguards. Also, since they want to live their lives normally like before, the guards are monitoring them from a safe distance so they are not bothered by them. Sihyuk reveals that recently there was an attempt by a member of an association to get close to them. They sent some attractive models to lure Sejun's younger brother, Seedal, so that he could let them get closer to Sejun. However, Seedal's friends made sure that he didn't give the girls his contact information or go out drinking with them. Tae-young laughs upon hearing the reports, but that laughter turns into a cough. Si-hyuk is worried about him, but Tae-young tells him that he is fine as he pops a magical cherry tomato that looks like a small candy in his hands. Si-hyuk asks if that was a cherry tomato, and the old man affirms. He says that after eating the cherry tomatoes, overcoming the curse of the flame has become much smoother for him. He says that the tomatoes are a very useful item and they are quite tasty as well, so they will surely help a lot of people in the future. That is why Tae-young believes that Sejun is a talent that they should not let go of. He begins walking back to his room while telling Si-hyuk to remind Dongshik that he promised to bring Sejun to his office once he comes out of the tower. He laughs for no reason as he goes inside, and Si-hyuk watches him, wondering if the old man finally went senile. However, he trusts that there is definitely a way to release the curse of the flame affecting his master, and he is sure that if the task is up to Dongshik, he will find a cure at all costs. Well, right now Dongshik is in the dungeon fighting a horde of spider monsters. The monsters keep coming no matter how many he kills, and he realizes that it won't be possible to defeat them all. He tells his teammates to retreat and regroup, but then one of his teammates yells at Dongshik that there is a spider above him. It is too late for Dongshik to react as the spider is already about to pierce his head. But then suddenly a woman leaps towards the spider to save Dongshik. The woman is none other than Suha, Theo's #1 fan, and she blocks the spider's attack with her sword but gets a scratch of its poison on her face. She pushes the spider's claws away and then draws out her lightsaber-like sword to stab it in the head. The spider strains and struggles as it dies. Soon, the rest of the crew comes to them and asks Dongshik and Suha if they are all right. Dongshik tells them that Suha got hit by the spider's venom, and the healer tries casting healing magic on her. It doesn't work, and Suha is still struggling to stay alive. The healers tell Dongshik that they can only stop the spread of the poison, and if they stop casting the healing magic, the poison will begin spreading again. Dongshik and others search their pouches and find that they have used all their antidotes. They don't have time to run to an alchemist to buy more and wonder what to do. Well, suddenly Theo arrives there looking for Dongshik. Theo asks him why he is here and not waiting at the usual trading place. Dongshik is taken aback to see him, and he takes a moment to recall that today was trading day. He had forgotten about it because he was too occupied with the battle. Theo then notices Suha on the ground and asks Dongshik why his underling is sleeping on the bare ground. He gets on her chest and tells her to get up because he needs to take some selfies with her. Even though they are barely holding together, Suha still compliments Theo's fur. Dongshik tells the cat merchant that Suha was affected by the spider's poison, and he understands that she must be in pain. He keeps his paws on her face while telling her to keep resting. Dongshik tells Theo that at this rate, the girl will lose her life and asks him if he knows of a place that sells antidotes. Theo replies that there are no alchemists nearby, but then he remembers that he is the hero's assistant. He begins rummaging through his bundle as he tells Dongshik that he has something. He brings out the detoxifying green onions with a dadin sound effect and tells the hunters what they are. Dongshik can't believe that Theo has a detoxifying green onion, and he immediately begins reading its information window. He finds that the cat was not lying, and the onion can detoxify any poison of grade D or lower for 1 hour when consumed, and the effect can be stacked 10 times per hour. Dongshik realizes that the green onion can really detoxify the spider's poison. He helps Suha up and asks her to eat the onion stem. She munches on it lazily, and suddenly the poison damage on her face vanishes just like her lethargy. She exclaims that her body has gotten unbelievably lighter. Theo clings to her leg and says that it is a relief. Suha grabs him and starts cuddling with him. She thanks him for saving her life and calls him the best cat. Theo acts proud and says that this was nothing. Well, Theo is not going to be sidetracked from the main love of his life, which is making money. He tells Suha to give him 5 tower coins in exchange for the green onion and says that he will keep them cheap because she is one of his underlings. In response, she only calls him a villain merchant. Then Dongshik approaches him and asks him where he got the detoxifying green onion. Theo simply replies that it is a new crop that he is selling. Dongshik freaks out on hearing that because it makes him feel that the god of plot armor is on his side as well. The deadly tarantula poison is just a B+ grade, and with the detoxifying green onion, raiding the 38th floor will become much easier. Even Dongshik thinks that Theo is the lucky golden cat, but Theo is kind of annoying by the way he is looking at him. Dongshik was overjoyed to hear that from now on, Theo will sell this detoxifying green onion. With a crop that could neutralize any toxin up to D grade, they could quickly clear this floor as the spider venom was only a B+ grade. Dongshik asks Theo how many detoxifying green onions he has, and he replies that he has 100 of them. Dongshik immediately declares that they will buy them all, but then suddenly another group comes there and tells him to stop. The group, comprising some knights and wizards, has arrived at the scene, and their leader immediately starts blaming the Phoenix Guild for doing things that go against business ethics. He says that he was wondering why the cat merchant had not visited them yet, and it was the fault of the Phoenix Guild who wanted to buy all his precious products. Now Dongshik is nervous because the people in front of him are from the Royal Knights and Wizard Guild, which are probably bigger than the Phoenix Guild. Dongshik wonders how they knew where to find them, and he believes that they were probably watching over him. He also suspects that their original plan must have been to interfere with their raid, but there is no proof for that. The leader of the Knights tells Theo that if he gives preferential treatment to just one guild, many people will complain and he will lose customers. However, Theo is naive about the importance of his products, so he believes the knight. Dongshik knows the truth. Cherry tomatoes and now even green onions are really valuable items that can be purchased only from Theo and Sejin. So, no matter what Theo does, people will not stop buying from him. However, he knows that they are in a huge crowd right now, and he can't just tell this to Theo. In the eyes of the public, fairness and trust are directly related to a merchant's reputation, and telling Theo not to mind the knight's advice won't be a good thing. Theo is also lost in thought about what to do, and then he finally decides to go his usual route. He says that he is going to hold an auction as always and asks the Knights group if they have any objections. They have none, and they are even pleased that they got Theo to back down. Theo declares that now he is going to sell magic cherry tomatoes and detoxifying green onions. He takes out a basket of the magic cherry tomatoes, telling everyone that he will sell C-grade cherry tomatoes in batches of 500 for a total of 6,000 tomatoes. Everyone panics upon hearing about the grade C cherry tomatoes. They have not been able to process the shock of getting the green onions yet, and Theo has dropped another bomb on them. They talk about how it has just been 1 month since the D-grade magic tomatoes were rolled out in the market, and now they have been upgraded once again. One member of the Phoenix Guild bids a starting price of 350 tower coins for the first batch, shocking Dongshik too. This starts a bidding war, and the prices keep rising in units of 50 tower coins. Meanwhile, Dongshik tries to tell his teammates to stop focusing so much on cherry tomatoes because they need to come up with a strategy for buying green onions for their team raid. However, no one listens to him, and the first batch of cherry tomatoes is sold for 600 tower coins. Well, each cherry tomato is worth more than 1 tower coin now. Theo soon sells all the cherry tomatoes, and everyone who won the bidding war is really happy with their haul. After that, Theo decides to move on to the sale of the detoxifying green onions next. While in the background, Dongshik is not happy with his subordinate who bought the cherry tomatoes. Theo declares that he will be selling the 100 green onions in batches of 10 each. Dongshik immediately jumps into action, bidding 130 tower coins. However, the leader of the Knights bids 135 tower coins to outbid him, and Dongshik instantly retorts by bidding 155 coins. He wins the first round of the auction, and Theo sells the green onions to him. Dongshik thinks that he paid a hell of a lot of money for the green onions, but he couldn't let go of an opportunity like this anyway. He wants to secure some more green onions too, but the other guild's knight seems to have other plans. For the next round, the knight starts the auction with 160 tower coins before Dongshik could even make an offer. He wins the round and the green onions. In the next round, Dongshik offers 161 tower coins, but the knight instantly bids 170 tower coins. Theo is more than happy to sell the green onions to him. Next up, Dongshik bids 175 tower coins, but the knight bids 180 tower coins, winning yet again. Theo is elated and jumps around with the green onions, and Suha clicks his pictures from all angles like the paparazzi. At the end of the auction, Dongshik is dejected because he could only purchase 10 green onions for his guild. The knight from other guild openly laughs and mocks him, saying, "What should they do about the poor Dongshik?" He also says that the Phoenix Guild is bad at cooperating with other guilds, so there is no one who will help them. His partner also taunts Dongshik by saying that they are going to clear this floor first. On the other hand, Dongshik's teammates apologize to him for being blinded by cherry tomatoes. He tells them that it is all right because it is not like the world is going to end if their guild lags behind a bit. Just then, Suha tells Dongshik that Theo wants to talk to him in private. They sit peacefully in the forest, where Theo gets all the information about Sejun's family from Dongshik. He learns that they are living peacefully in a place called Hanam Province. He also writes it down so that he doesn't forget it. And Dongshik assures him that since the Korean Association is taking turns to guard the family, Sejun shouldn't worry. He wants Theo to pass this message to Sejun, telling him that he is a very valuable talent for South Korea. On hearing this, Theo also remembers something and tells Dongshik that Sejun wanted to reward him for helping his family. Dongshik acts humble and polite, saying that he didn't have to go that far, when in reality he couldn't be happier. Theo takes out Sejun's gift, which is a basket containing 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 detoxifying green onions. Dongshik's mouth is left wide open as he sees this because he just got 50 crucial green onions for free. He is regretting spending money on the auction now. Theo also passes Sejun's message to Dongshik, stating that if he needs any crops in the future, he is going to sell them to him at a lower rate. This is a reward for protecting his family, but for more than one reason, this deal must be kept a secret. Dongshik is really happy to hear this and thinks that it is a really fair deal. He remarks that with this, the situation from earlier won't happen since the matter with Sejun's family is top secret. Anyway, Dongshik thinks that it won't be any problem to keep one more secret. After that, Theo suddenly tells Dongshik that today he has a very special and exclusive item that he can only sell to someone he trusts. Well, he smugly asks Dongshik if he is interested in the secret exclusive item, and his interest is piqued. I hope he is not thinking to sell sweet potato seed. On the other hand, the construction work is going on in full bloom on the 99th floor. Minotaurs make up the majority of the workforce. From laying bricks to transporting them, from shaping huge logs of wood to placing them in the frame of the house. Sejun and his friends are there to see the process, and he is amazed because in only a few days, the gray rabbits have pretty much completed the exterior part of the house. The architect rabbit tells him that this is all thanks to the power of the Minotaurs, which makes the work very fast. However, the details on the interior of the house must be done by the 3 gray rabbit siblings, so it will take some time. The architect rabbit also wants to discuss the room structure with Sejun, so they head inside the house. Kung is left behind, and he decides to follow his dad too. Inside, Sejun is telling the architect rabbit about where he wants the best bed when suddenly he hears some grunting and rubbing noises. He turns around, and to his shock, Kung is trying to squeeze through the door, which is too tiny for his giant body. Even the queen bee and the black rabbit are shocked to see this. Sejun hurriedly pushes Kung out of the house and tells him that he is not allowed to come in. The bear cub can only ask, "Why not?" And Sejun explains that since he is so big, the house may collapse if he forces his way in. This hurts Kung, and he asks Sejun if he is not a good bear. He asks for affirmation that he is not a bad bear who will destroy his human dad's house. He is sad, and Sejun can't explain anything to him like this, so he tries to distract him by telling him to go to the side and eat some honey. Sejun tells Kung to be a good boy and wait patiently while he goes inside and sees the house some more. Kung sadly obeys, and then Sejun goes to the pile of the green onion leaves, from which a minotaur is casually munching some. However, Kung's sadness has not been relieved at all, and he still wants to go inside his human dad's house. The queen tries patting his head while he eats some honey, but then Kung suddenly starts crying, saying that he wants to be small too. He sheds tears as he says that he wants to sleep with Sejun in his house. The tears land on his hands and start glowing brightly, and then his hand also starts glowing, much to his surprise and that of the queen bee. On the other hand, Sejin is talking with the architect rabbit about using the green onion leaves as bedding material. The rabbit remarks that the green onion leaves won't make good bedding because they will be too hard. Just then, Sejin hears Kung calling him Dad at the top of his voice, and just as he turns around, something hits him right in the chest. Sejin gasps as a teddy bear-sized red bear hits his chest, and the very next moment, he crashes into the heap of the green onion leaves. This shocks the Minotaur and the two rabbits present on the scene. The green onion bedding was soft enough to protect Sejin from being crushed. This time, he would surely have suffered much more if not for the onion leaves. Sejin is sweating nervously, wondering what just happened when the little red bear hit him. It is none other than Kung, who has become tiny since the first time he met Sejin. However, there are 3 hexagons on his chest. Sejin can't believe what he is seeing, but Kung proudly declares that he got smaller. As Kung is on Sejin's top, he excitedly tells him that he got smaller. Sejin immediately gets up and holds Kung in his arms, asking him what happened that caused him to shrink to the size he was when they first met. Well, the answer lies in the information window above Kung. It says that the bear cub is now a crimson giant honey bear. Sejin is confused initially, but then he asks Kung if he evolved into a higher version, just like the warrior rabbit's hammer and the daddy rabbit's watering can change. The black rabbit touches Kung and says that he has become a child again. Well, he was always a child, although a big child. Sejin asks if Kung will not be able to get bigger now, so he decides to try something out. Kung pouts and focuses his energy on growing bigger, and within an instant, he swells up to his original size and then some more, shocking everyone. After Sejin gets over the shock of seeing the bizarre event, he exclaims that Kung has gotten bigger than before. He is quite amazed to see that he can change his body size freely. The Minotaur, who is peacefully munching the leaves, has some input on this situation. He claims that maybe the desire to become smaller was suppressing Kung's growth, which happens sometimes among young monsters who are afraid of becoming adults. Sejin is quite surprised to hear about suppressed growth, and then suddenly, Kung turns small once again. He clings to Sejin's leg, asking him if he can go inside his house now. He also wants to know if his dad is going to hug him like he hugs Theo and the black rabbit. Sejin realizes what was eating up the baby bear from inside all this time. He tightly hugs him and then says that Kung wants to be loved by his dad. He apologizes for not understanding his feelings, and Kung is happy now. Sejin says that they should take a look inside the house now, and Kung is really excited about it. Meanwhile, Sejin also receives his hat from the gray rabbit and tells him that they should also put a bed for Kung inside the house too. Kung is even more excited now, and he tells Sejin that he wants to go inside the cave too. Well, that brings some bad memories back to Sejin. He tries thinking about it, but then looks around to see the black rabbit shaking his head violently to refuse. He doesn't want Kung to finish all his food, but Sejin just can't refuse his bear son so easily. So despite the black rabbit's denial, he says that it should be fine to go inside. On the other hand, Theo has presented the sun's sweet potatoes to Dongshik, and Sejin isn't going to leave him alive when he learns this. Dongshik is surprised to see the new product, and Theo says that it is called the Sweet Sun Pumpkin Potato. Dongshik reads its information window and finds that it is a mutated pumpkin sweet potato that absorbs the sun rays from the highest point of the tower and evolves through the energy of the sun. When it is consumed, 200 g of fat are broken down instantly, and flame resistance increases for 5 hours. Also, the consumer doesn't feel cold for the next 24 hours. Its grade is C, and its shelf life is 90 days. Dongshik is astonished to find an item that can increase flame resistance because that is exactly what he needs. His master, Han Taeyong, who is a living legend in Korea, was the first hunter in the world to reach the 52nd floor. There, he fought a battle with the boss monster of the floor, which was a giant flaming boar. A fierce battle raged between the powerhouses and continued for 3 days straight. The result was a draw, and at the end, both sides retreated after dealing critical wounds to their enemy. After that battle, Taeyong was affected by the curse of flames that continuously burned his surroundings, and even the doctors who tried helping him suffered. The only way to keep the curse from spreading was to infuse his body with mana constantly or to lower his body temperature. That became the reason the legendary hunter had to retire, but he still has a lot of attachment to the tower. Dongshik thinks that with the sun's sweet potatoes, they can put Taejung's curse of flames to sleep for a moment. Using that, he can defeat the flaming wild boar too, and that will effectively lift the curse permanently. Dongshik thinks that this is the return of the legendary hunter. On top of that, they also have detoxifying green onions that can help them raid the 38th floor. Dongshik thanks Theo, saying that these are things that he really needed. Theo acts proud, saying that this much is nothing to him. However, all he is thinking is that if Dongshik takes the sun's sweet potatoes, no one will find his mistake. Well, Theo thinks that he has perfectly hidden his crime, and he takes a huge amount of money from Dongshik. After that, Dongshik returns to his group, where everyone was preparing to go down. However, as he puts down the basket containing the green onions, everyone is shocked. They ask him if he got them from the wandering merchant cat. Dongshik doesn't affirm and says that they have the opportunity to move forward now. He asks his teammates if they still want to go down. Immediately, everyone is eager to move ahead and clear the 38th floor now, and they bite some detoxifying green onions before starting the mission. They reach the lair of the boss spider and begin the fight, still chewing the green onions. Meanwhile, in the merchant market on the 75th floor, Theo is making rounds with his wolf bodyguards. Elka notices that Theo is in a good mood, and he laughs, saying that today's sale was good. To celebrate that, he declares that he will treat the wolf employees to something good today. The wolves are excited and begin planning what to eat while they decide to go to a nearby noodle place. Theo feels his sixth sense tingling. Elka asks him what's wrong, and Theo can feel himself getting attracted to something like iron to a magnet. He follows his instincts and finds a ring in a shop. That is exactly what his merchant sense was telling him, and Theo places his hand on it just one moment before someone else was trying to stake a claim. The little hand that is on Theo's paw belongs to a small hamster who wanted the ring too, and she is not just any hamster but the strongest wizard, Iona, we previously saw in the meeting. Theo quickly grabs the ring and tells her that it is his. He asks her who she is, and Iona just looks at him and realizes that he is just a mid-level merchant. She nicely asks him to give her the item because he doesn't need it. Theo is not going to back down so easily, and he declares that since he took it first, it belongs to him now. He tells Iona to get lost, calling her a little thing. Well, Iona takes offense to his statement, but Theo has not yet understood the situation he is in. Suddenly, Elka comes there to see what is up with Theo, and he is flabbergasted as he sees Iona there. He can't believe that the great wizard of destruction is right in front of him. It is easy to come to that conclusion because of her staff, which is a legendary artifact of the tower. It is called the Staff of Calamity, and wielding it, Iona becomes the embodiment of destruction. With just one attack from this staff, she can flatten mountains and make them plains, or she can turn rivers into seas with just one swing of her staff. Elka wonders why there is such a figure here, but more importantly, he notices what is going on. Iona asks Theo if he doesn't have any idea who she is. She says that usually, she would have given him the chance to retract his words and apologize, but she is not in a good mood today because she is exhausted. Iona declares that she will take Theo's life as an apology and begins unleashing her power as she levitates in the air. However, before she can hit him, Elka comes in between and tells Iona not to harm Theo because he is the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Iona stops her spell midway on hearing that, and she gets down, asking the wolf to introduce himself. He tells her that he is Elka, the Silver Wolf Tribe chieftain. Iona asks him if he is aware of the gravity of the thing he just said. She says that if he is lying, then she will surely kill him for using the Black Dragon's name to escape punishment. Elka swears in the name of his tribe that he is speaking the truth. Well, the little prick Theo is as arrogant as ever, and he shouts at Iona, saying that he is really the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Iona asks him to prove that he is what he claims to be, and Theo asks her what she means by that. She tells him to take her to the Black Dragon, and Theo screams at her, asking if she wants to go with them for free. His words leave Elka gaping in terror and anxiety. He is terrified that Theo's words might anger Iona again, and if that happens, they are done for. Theo started commanding very arrogantly that if the hamster wanted him to take her to the great black dragon, she'd have to pay the price. Meanwhile, the wolf chief was just about to pee his pants. Iona wasn't mad. At first, she giggled a bit, then she burst into laughter and continued to laugh until tears came out of her eyes. She couldn't believe how confident Theo was in front of her. Other people just ran away seeing her from miles away, and here this little cat was arguing with her. It was the first time in a decade that anyone entertained her this much. She started to like the eyes of Theo that didn't waver even one bit in front of her presence. Then she asked Theo what he wanted from her as payment and introduced herself, saying her name was Iona. Theo, remaining in his confident body language, explained to her that as she saw, he was in the middle of buying something to give to the black dragon when she came and ruined it. Iona asked if Theo by chance was talking about that ring. Was Theo planning to give that ring to the black dragon? If he were, then she would buy it first and give it to Theo for free and ask if that would work as a payment. If that wasn't enough, Iona asked Theo if he needed anything else, saying she would buy it for him. Well, for Iona, if she could meet the great black dragon, she didn't care how much she had to pay. Everything was worth it. No one ever met those legendary figures, and here was a dumb cat in front of her claiming to be the subordinate of the black dragon. On the other hand, Theo was just damn happy and extremely lucky that he caught a pushover like her. Now he could buy everything that he wanted to buy for Sejin and all for free without using his money. After a while, we see Theo once again in the black market, where he also got the straw hat. He bought 100 of those bottles. After that, with an extremely happy face, while singing and dancing, he chose 3 more straw hats, which looked very ordinary. Whatever Theo buys turns out to be either unique or legendary items. Then with respect, Theo gave 1 cowboy straw hat to Chief Elka, saying he sees how hardworking Chief Elka is and this is a gift for him. Chief Elka was taken aback by this kindness. At first, he thanked Theo from the bottom of his heart and tried to say he didn't need it as it wouldn't fit him. But Theo insisted he'd take it and give it to his son, saying he knew his son would love it very much, and immediately left to check the other hats. On the other hand, Iona, just confused seeing all the items Theo is picking as trash, asked him if he didn't say he was going to buy things that the black dragon might need, so why is he buying these cheap products? But Theo replied to watch a professional buy stuff. All you have to do is pay the price, and continued to check the items, leaving Iona bewildered. At this point, she was getting angry. Theo was crossing the limit, but she was only controlling her anger because Theo claimed he was the great black dragon's subordinate. She swore if Theo was lying, she would make so many holes in Theo's body. But just in the middle of her little self-talk, Theo casually came with a hat that a sage magician wears, placed it onto Iona's head, and politely commented that he thinks this would suit her well and Iona would look great with this hat. Well, this was enough to melt Iona's heart. It was the first time in years that anyone had talked with her on equal footing, let alone tried to flirt with her. Her heart started to beat fast, but she controlled her emotions and acted like it was not a big deal. Thanked Theo. She was barely able to hide her blushing face, and Theo didn't give a damn. Theo was just in a hurry and commanded Iona to hurry up and pay for everything he bought, or they would get late, which once again made Iona annoyed and angry. Theo, on the other hand, was just enjoying the day of getting free items. He continued to sing and was very happy because he got an item for free, and Iona, still annoyed, asked the shopkeeper how much the bill was. The shopkeeper, after calculating, said it was 20 tower coins. For Iona, that was a very low amount, and she casually took out the tower coins and was about to hand the money to the shopkeeper. Theo, observing all this from the back, had his inner merchant wake up. And just before Iona handed over the tower coins, Theo stepped between them. While raising his hand, he started to shout, wanting a discount, startling both the shopkeeper and Iona. Even Iona was feeling pressured as Theo came close to her and started to scold her. Theo asked how Iona could just give what the shopkeeper was asking. Was Iona thinking of buying everything without any discount? She couldn't do that. The shopkeeper, feeling intimidated, lowered the price from 20 to 18 tower coins. But Theo was not satisfied at all, and once again started to shout, asking if the shopkeeper thought he was a pushover and that the discount was too low. He wanted more discount. The scared shopkeeper lowered the price to 17 tower coins. But nope, Theo wanted a big discount. Just like that, Theo managed to get a 50% discount and bought everything for 10 tower coins. Then as they were on their way to the 99th floor, the silver wolves were carrying all the items, and Theo was leading the way and Iona was following Theo. Theo turned back and then thanked Iona for buying this hat for him and all the other items. Iona, with a polite tone, replied that it was nothing. She could do more than this if it was for the great black dragon. Meanwhile, inside, Iona was a little puzzled. She was unable to understand Theo's thought process. She thought Theo would ask for something grand, some legendary or unique item, but he only asked her to buy some cheap items, and on top of that, he even asked for a discount so that she would save her money. She was like, "What's the deal with this cat?" Then after a while, curious, Iona asked Theo where they were going. "Where is the black dragon?" Theo replied they were heading to the 99th floor where she would be able to meet the big black dragon. This confused Iona. She thought they were heading toward the admin space which connects every part of the tower. She confirmed again that they were going to the 99th floor, not the admin space. Theo replied with a bright smile that yes, they were going to the 99th floor, and there she would be able to meet the black dragon and asked Iona to follow him. Well, although Iona had her doubts, she decided to follow Theo. On the other hand, on the 38th floor, Dongshik and his crew were just smashing those white sticky spiders from all directions, not leaving any part untouched and not even breaking a sweat. All because of Sejin's green detoxifying leaves. They'd wiped out all the minions, and in front of them was the boss. Dongshik dealt the final blow while chewing on Sejin's grass. Just like that, they cleared the 38th floor without a single casualty. Everyone was extremely happy. They started to celebrate and thanked Sejin for producing such a legendary item. Without it, it would have been impossible to clear it. After that, it was time to head to the 39th floor. So with Dongshik's command, all the crew started heading to the waypoint to the 39th floor, ready to face a new challenge, determination etched on their faces to also clear the 39th floor. On the other hand, on the first floor of the tower, where Mr. Gagel built his little farm to also grow Sejin's tomatoes, he received the news that the Phoenix Guild raided the 38th floor. He couldn't believe how they could raid and kill the boss so quickly when the whole floor was crawling with poisonous spiders. His subordinate then explained the entire situation, mentioning there was news about a new crop also grown by Sejin called the detoxifying green onion, which has poison resistance ability. It seems like the Phoenix Guild's raiding speed increased due to that item. Mr. Gagel, after hearing this, couldn't hold his anger. He started banging his hands on the floor, really frustrated that he couldn't even germinate a single E-rank cherry tomato. No matter how much money and effort he was pouring in, and now there's a new type of crop in the market. After calming down a bit, with a sad face, he started to mumble that they could no longer stay silent about his failure and had to tell the board members that he failed miserably in the new project. He knows this will greatly impact his power and reputation, but he just needs any sort of result. Anything would work, but those cherry tomatoes are not even germinating. He was frustrated when the scientist, banging on the door and shouting, came inside shouting Gagel's name, saying to come with her. She had a very urgent matter she wanted to show Mr. Gagel. Mr. Gagel immediately followed her and got bewildered seeing what was in front of him. There was a moving cherry tomato plant. All the petals of the flower became some mouth-like creature with razor-sharp teeth. Mr. Gagel was confused. He questioned whether this was a cherry tomato plant, and she explained that it seemed like some sort of mutation occurred due to the growth promoter. This confused Gagel. He asked why she hadn't discarded this a long time ago, so why did she let it be? Mr. Gagel, curious, crouched and grabbed the mutant cherry tomato plant, and the plant, looking like a monster, tried to attack him. Mr. Gagel took a step back, questioning, "This doesn't look like a crop but an actual living being." While saying this, he cut the crop in half, and as soon as he did, the system notified him that he killed a contaminated cherry tomato and he gained 27 XP points. This shocked him to his core. The info that he could gain XP points by cutting the crops was huge. She continued to explain that she thinks the crop mutated and became a monster due to the influence of the tower, And now instead of water and nutrients like any normal plant, this contaminated crop needs to eat flesh like bugs and small monsters to continue being alive and growing. As she was explaining, Mr. Gagel was in deep thinking. She continued to explain that, all thanks to this contaminated crop, she was able to enter the tower and level up easily without any danger and grow stronger. Now that she is strong, she can roam freely, see the results of her research and experiments, and also perform more experiments freely. Lastly, for some unknown reason, these mutant crops somehow can reproduce themselves and grow in number on their own. She is still studying how they can do this. While she was giving all this information, Mr. Gagel was in his little deep thinking. He had a great plan in mind, and with a wicked smile, he whispered this was the opportunity he was waiting for. He stood up and with an excited face, he commanded to discard all the existing crops and start replacing them with the contaminated cherry tomatoes. If he can't cultivate magical cherry tomatoes, he can cultivate something else, he announced with a wicked smile, and while crushing the mutant cherry plant, he announced he will be making the world's first XP farm which will take the world by storm, and he knows this will be a big business. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Sejin was sitting beside the cocoon of the new queen honeybee, which was just about to hatch, and he was cheering for her to hatch safely. After some tough little pushes, the cocoon finally started to break, and bright light started to emit from inside. A cute bee, hatched with gorgeous long hair. The system also congratulated Sejin on becoming the owner of one more queen bee. As soon as the new queen bee opened her eyes, she noticed Sejin standing with the flower of the tomato plant, welcoming her with a warm smile. The mommy queen bee and the second queen bee were sitting on Sejin's shoulder, also welcoming their new sister. The new queen bee, after glaring at Sejin for a while, instantly recognized Sejin. As she noticed the cherry tomato flowers, she got mesmerized, feeling extremely happy. But before she could do anything more, mommy and second queen bee grabbed her and started flying high to teach her the moves, manners, and duties of a queen bee. Meanwhile, Sweden was just chilling, lying in a chair made of onion leaves. It was a peaceful day for Sejin, and as he was about to fall asleep, something sticky and black, like licorice, came and got stuck onto Sejin's face. This startled Sejin, and he woke up bewildered. In front of him was Kung shaking his hand, calling Sejin with an excited voice. As Sejin looked toward Kung, he noticed Kung was also covered in black ink and was holding a squid. With an excited face, Kung said he caught something he had never seen before. He found this in the pond. Kung has not only been sprayed by the squid's ink, but 3 rabbits have also fallen victim to this. They come there to angrily complain to Sejin. Sejin just laughs it off, saying that everyone has turned into a black rabbit, while the gray rabbit simply helps clean the sickle rabbit's face in a corner. The father rabbit helps the other 2 rabbits clean. The mother rabbit tries cleaning the black warrior rabbit's face, and he yells that he didn't get sprayed on. I think she is being racist against her own son. After that, Sejin goes to the pond and finds that squids are casually swimming in it. He remarks that there are a lot of them, and Kung tells him that the black warrior rabbit tried hunting one because it looked strange, but the creature kept squirting ink on him. Kung says that it is the first time the rabbits have seen it too, so no one here knows what kind of creature it is. The black warrior rabbit also agrees, saying that this creature is strangely shaped and squishy. Sejin understands that they don't even know what a squid is, and they both ask in unison about it. Sejin tells them that it is extremely delicious and asks them if they want to try it. Well, of course, the answer is yes. Sejin begins chopping the squid into rings and then fries it in some oil with other ingredients already there. With that, his first dish is complete, and he presents it to everyone. It is the stir-fried squid, and that counts as a recipe according to the cookbook given to him by the system. It increases the proficiency of his cooking skills and gets registered in his recipe book. Sejin then prepares whole grilled squid as well as squid sashimi, and that is enough to make them drool like an infant. Kung and the black rabbit can't stop drooling, and Sejin is also delighted because he is eating squid after a long time. He starts craving rice because it goes really well with spicy squid. Others also enjoy the squid dishes. This motivates the black warrior rabbit. He says that if such delicious things are found in the Sea of Dimensions, he will try to look around a bit more for them. Even Kung wants to go with him now. Meanwhile, the father rabbit is busy feeding his wife in the distance. Sejin asks Kung if he knows how to dive or swim, but he doesn't. So he decides to teach the bear cub how to swim after they are done with the fieldwork for the day. On the other side, Theo, Iona, and the wolves have reached the merchant passageway city. They are greeted by the surprising sight of a huge crowd assembled in front of the high-speed passageway. And the crowd seems to be disappointed by something. However, the managers of the passageway clearly tell them that the high-speed passageway is not open and ask them to take another route. The citizens of the tower are not satisfied and keep complaining, and even Theo is curious about what is going on. Elka has no idea, and he can only tell Theo what they can already see. Another wolf comes thereafter asking around and reports that the red locusts have appeared on the 67th floor. Elka freaks out on hearing that, but Theo doesn't even know what they are talking about. Iona tells him that they are pests called shadows of destruction as well as the beginning of a disaster. Theo is still confused, and Iona tells him that the red locusts are insects created to devour and destroy everything. They are the creatures that try to take away the homes of those who live in the tower. Iona says that right now, the Mercenary Alliance and the Magic Tower are controlling the movement in the passageways to establish a superior position from which they can fight the red locusts. She says that she was also going to join them initially, but right now meeting the Black Dragon comes first. That is why she decides to take the lightspeed passageway. Theo tries to stop her, saying that the lightspeed passageway can only be used by high-class wandering merchants, and being a middle-class merchant, he can't go there. However, Iona tells him that they will be fine because he has her. She takes out a golden badge from her cloak which is as big as her belly. Theo freaks out upon seeing the golden badge with her because it is given only to the grand wandering merchants. It is a symbol of power that allows unlimited access to all shortcuts. Theo suddenly changes his attitude towards Iona and says that they should get along well, but she doesn't want to. Theo is a gold digger after all. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Sejin is harvesting the green onions that have been planted over a large area. He can only watch the onion fields as far as his gaze goes, and he wipes his sweat while saying that the green onions have grown a lot in the blink of an eye. He and his friends kept separating and planting them, and before they knew it, it covered about 66 square kilometers and turned into a forest. Also, the green onions are too tall, so he can only hear the voices of his rabbit friends cutting them, but he cannot actually see them. He suddenly hears the surprised screams of the shy rabbit and decides to check out what is happening. Sejin goes to see her and asks her if anything is wrong. She points towards a green onion plant with a very straight leaf and says that it is a strange plant that can't be cut down. There is another rabbit with her and he thinks the same. Sejin laughs, saying that it is impossible, and grabs the green onion plant. However, it turns out to be a painful experience, and he immediately removes his hand. The rabbits are worried and ask if he is all right. Sejin looks at his hand that has a cut, and he wonders if it was the green onion plant that cut him. He touches it from the sides and finds that it is extremely hard as if it were iron. He has an idea about what it is, so he grabs the plant at the base and then uproots it out of the ground. The system window tells him that he has harvested a tough blade green onion and earned the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower grants Sejin the exclusive right to cultivate the new variety, and no one can grow it without his permission. Sejin then looks at the tough blade green onion that mutated and metallized its leaves to protect itself from being cut over and over again. It used all its nutrients to become hard and sharp, which is why it has no nutritional value and no effects on being consumed. Its shelf life is 90 days, and its grade is C. Sejin is delighted that it is a new variety just like he expected. He is a bit disappointed that there are no effects from being consumed, but its other properties are interesting. He suddenly swings the tough-bladed green onion plant towards other green onion plants and succeeds in cutting a bunch of them easily. Sejin exclaims that he can cut green onions with green onions now. He thinks that it is a useful tool, so he should quickly plant a lot of them. Just then, a message window pops up in front of him, and it is from Aileen. She tearfully asks for Sejin's counseling regarding her concerns, and he says that he was worried about her because she was not answering him when he called her earlier. He asks her what happened, and then a tear drops from the edge of the system window. What kind of technology is this? The system window turns into Aileen's crying face with full snot bubbles. Sejin panics and asks her why she is crying, and she tells him the entire story. The other members of the family also arrive there as Sejin discusses that the red locusts have attacked the 67th floor. A wife rabbit starts fainting as she hears about those terrible monsters, and the daddy rabbit asks her to calm down because her failing health won't be good for the babies in her tummy. Wait, she is pregnant again? Father rabbit needs to touch some grass even though he spends all his day cutting it anyway. Sejin talks with Aileen about the red locusts being the same monstrous creatures that destroyed the rabbit's homeland. He asks Aileen to describe them in detail, and she says that just one of them is not a danger, but as they grow up and increase their numbers, their colony keeps on increasing. She is worried that if the issue with them is not resolved quickly, all living beings on the 67th floor will cease to exist. She says that once the red locusts have conquered the 67th floor, they will conquer the rest of the floors one by one through the waypoint. Aileen believes that ultimately even this place won't be safe. Sejin is also worried about the swarm of locusts that eat everything in their way and evolve quickly. Aileen tells him that she has some circumstances, namely her inability to use the manager's authority fully, that prevent her from taking any action on the 67th floor right now. She says that she is really sorry and asks Sejin to help her. Sejin is lost in thought, and then he tells Aileen not to worry. He says that if there is anything he can do to help, he will surely do it. He tells her that she doesn't have to worry because he is the tower farmer. He says that this place is his home too, and he can't let it remain unsafe. He tells her that Theo and the rabbits, the wolves, and the minotaurs will also drop everything at once if it is for the sake of the tower. The rabbits also tell Aileen to believe in the tower residents, and she is really moved by their gesture. However, after all this, Sejin wonders what he can even do to help. He can't even get down the tower. Just then, Theo returns, and Sejin is glad to see him because he came at the right time. However, he is surprised to see Iona next to him. Theo introduces her as their guest, and then Iona greets Sejin, asking if he is the great black dragon. Well, Sejin is left speechless, and he can only think about her being a hamster. Sejin is shocked to see the little hamster, and she politely asks if he is the great black dragon. Sejin is curious about the hamster and asks Theo about her. Instead of giving him an answer, Theo begins saying how Iona didn't believe that he was a subordinate of the black dragon, so he brought her here. He asks Sejin if he did a good job and asks him to praise him. Iona politely bows before Sejin and greets him as the great black dragon. She introduces herself as the leader of the magic tower, and Sejin suddenly gets a message from Alien. She says that Iona must have come here to meet him because the tower manager did not show up on time to resolve the issue with the red locusts on the 67th floor. Alien also adds that since Iona is the chief of the magic tower, she must be a very high-ranking monster in the tower. She tells Sejin to listen carefully to what the little hamster magician has to say. Sejin is a bit taken aback, but he decides to act as the black dragon and says that he can't just send back a guest who came from a faraway place. He asks her if she would like to have some drinks first. Soon Iona is on Sejin's dining table, and a bowl of tomato and honey juice is in front of her. But for her, it is a whole bucket. Sejin nervously tells her that it is not much, but she should enjoy it. In the background, Theo is shocked to see Kung's evolved form, and he can't believe that he is the big bear cub. After that, Sejin asks Iona what brings her here. Iona replies that she has made an earnest request to the great black dragon. Sejin already knows that it is because of the red locust swarm that is attacking the 67th floor right now. Iona is shocked to learn this, and she immediately prostrates herself again, saying that, as she expected, the great black dragon already knew about the problem. She asks him why he did not step forward to help them then. Now Sejin gets nervous. He tells her that there were some circumstances that didn't allow him to help. Just then, Theo disturbs Sejin asking for some chorus, and even Kung is the same as when he asks his human dad for food. Sejin tells them to behave because they have guests here. This relaxed atmosphere confuses Iona, and she wonders if Sejin is really the black dragon. Also, she is equally confused about why the cat merchant calls him chairman and why the bear cub calls him dad. She thinks that other than his hair, nothing about Sejin is remotely black, and that seems to be the first condition to be a black dragon. Iona thinks that Sejin looks less like a dragon and more like the human species that recently got swept into the tower. She also feels an absence of power from Sejin, which is just a fancy way to say that he is super weak. However, she knows that the black dragon's energy cannot be overcome by any living creature in the tower, and she feels an undeniable trace of strong magic power that is faintly flowing out from only certain areas of his body. Well, it is flowing out only from his artifact gray hat and the name dagger. Iona keeps thinking about Sejin's real identity as she takes a sip of the cherry tomato honey juice he made. The taste of the juice is great, but what is more, she can feel an intense burst of energy and mana from the juice. Iona is shocked and asks Sejin what it is. He tells her that it is the magic cherry tomato juice mixed with honey. He tells her that the rabbits cultivated the ingredients themselves along with honey from the poison bees. Iona is curious about the magic cherry tomatoes and asks to see them. The father rabbit brings the cherry tomatoes to the table and presents them to Iona, who is taken aback to see them. She asks him if he came from the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor, and the daddy rabbit affirms. He says that the black dragon took them in. Iona then looks at the magic cherry tomatoes and remarks that she has never seen this item before. She asks Sejin if they have any other items. He tells her that they have the sun pumpkin, sweet potato, carrot of agility, and corn of stamina right now, and they will soon be harvesting peanuts too. Iona is shocked to hear about all this. Then Sejin's attention turns towards Theo, who is giving Kung a packet of his churu. On the other side, the gray rabbits are talking with the minotaurs and the wolves. They appear happy and carefree, and Iona finds it hard to digest. She suddenly realizes that Sejin has been taking care of monsters who had nowhere to go while working on solving the food crisis and researching items. She thinks that the fact that she only feels the black dragon's energy weakly must be because Sejin has suppressed it out of consideration for the monsters here. She believes that she was dense enough to misunderstand him and the sacrifice he made for the tower when he lowered himself to this floor. Just then, Sejin tells Iona that he has something else regarding the red locust problem. Iona first apologizes, saying that a lowly creature like her could not understand the deep grace of the black dragon. She bows to him again, saying that she committed a grave sin, and Sejin can only ask her what she is talking about. With that, he places something on the table and remarks that this may help her. It is the tough blade green onion plant. As Iona reads the information window of the green onion plant, Sejin tells her a story about how Eskimos are said to easily hunt fierce wolves with just one blood-stained blade. The method of hunting was simple. Eskimos would put some blood over the knife, which would freeze in the cold weather. Then they would bury it upside down in the snow. The starving wolves would smell the appetizing scent of blood and come to the knife to lick it. The blade would cut their tongue, and they would constantly shed their own blood and keep licking it. However, the more terrifying part of this hunting method was that the tongues of the wolves were numb due to the cold, and they would fail to recognize they were bleeding out. This way, they would die without much effort from the Eskimos. Sejin says that he just read that in a book, but Theo is scared of this now. He tells the wolf chieftain that he will give him fish so he does not need to lick blades. But Elka told him that he need not, as he will never do that. Iona, on the other hand, thinks that it is a good story. She believes that the red locusts cannot differentiate between the ordinary green onions and the tough blade green onions, so they will blindly run into them. By doing that, they would cut themselves to death. Also, they have a habit of preying on the weakened individuals of their own species, so this would be very effective. She believes that with the tough blade green onions, they may be able to defend the waypoint. Iona says that, as expected, the great black dragon was developing new weapons to deal with red locusts while solving the tower's food shortage. Sejin can only laugh nervously and thinks that he is creating an irreversible misunderstanding. However, he says that if he can get a chance to test his theory, it would be great. Also, it has not been long since he has harvested the tough blade green onions, and he plans to replicate them quickly. For now, Iona tells him that she has a few red locusts so she can at least solve the problem of the experimentation. Sejin is confused by her statement, so Iona decides to show it to him. She opens a magic portal and then pulls out her staff from it. Along with that, she unleashes a few red locusts that have been trapped in her magic. Everyone is shocked to see this, especially the mother rabbit, and her husband consoles her. Sejin asks Iona if those are the red locusts, and she tells him that she captured a few of them for experimentation. But it turned out to be just what Sejin needed. She asks him what he wants to do with them, and he tells her to wait a moment. Sejin plants 2 green onion plants. The first is a normal one, and the second is the tough blade green onion. After he is done, he tells Iona to release the locusts now. She does just that, and the ever-hungry locusts head straight to the green onions. They first reach the normal green onion plant and begin gnawing and nibbling it. After they are done with it, they spot the second green onion plant and immediately head towards it. However, the first red locust gets split in half from the blades. The second one doesn't learn from the mistakes of the first locust and gets cut in 2 as well. Everyone else makes the same mistake. Sejin exclaims that it is a success, and just then, a status window pops up in front of him. It tells him that he has achieved the great feat of a farmer by killing pests with crops. 1 job trade is added as a reward for the achievement. The job trade is that EXP points can be gained when crops catch pests. Sejin is shocked to see this, and he thinks that if he catches red locusts with crops, he can obtain EXP points. He thinks this is wonderful. On the other hand, the hunter Dongshik has returned to the real world after completing his quest. He goes directly to his boss, Taeyong, who praises him for clearing the 38th floor faster than expected. He also knows that the fact that Dongshik is visiting him as soon as he gets out of the tower must mean that he has some really good news. Dongshik says that his master is as quick-witted as usual. He then pulls out the pumpkin sweet potato and gives it to the surprised Taeyong, telling him that everyone is waiting for the hero's return. His teammates are also in the cold room, and they want to tell Taeyong to get ready to go to the tower. A confident grin spreads over his face as he consumes the pumpkin sweet potato, and the curse of flames is neutralized for 5 hours. On the 67th floor, the bloody war between the residents of the tower and the red locusts has been raging. The lizard men are at the forefront of this battle, and they face the hordes of the gluttonous insect monsters with all their might. A party of 3 highly skilled lizard folks is ahead of everyone else, and they are having a hard time dealing with the enemies that don't seem to stop at anything. One of them complains that there are too many red locusts here, but his companion says that they must push forward regardless. Just behind them lies the waypoint to the next floor, and if the locusts reach it, the next floor will be doomed too. Just then, the strongest magician in the tower, Iona, makes her entry. She floats in the air as she tells the lizard men to step aside. With her immense magic power and the special magic staff, she creates a giant fireball. Seeing her in action fills the hearts of the lizards with hope. Then Iona slings the fireball toward the bug monsters. The fireball hits the ground and causes a great explosion, evaporating all the red locusts in its path. This attack pushes the rest of the red locusts back too, and by doing this, Iona has created some gaps between them and the tower defense forces. She tells the lizard people that she has bought some time for them. She opens a portal and drops bundles of the tough blade green onion from it, telling the lizard men to hurry up and evenly plant these crops in front of the defense line. The lizard men are shocked because they can only see that the crop is just green onions. However, Iona again commands them to hurry up, and they quickly do her bidding. The lizard men quickly plant the green onions with even spacing between them. Just then, the red locusts cover the distance between them and start heading towards them. The lizard men immediately run away upon seeing them, but the tough-bladed green onions are already firmly in place. The red locusts mindlessly fly ahead and get chopped clean by the sharp blades of the mutant green onion. Some get divided in half, but some manage to cross the line of the green onions with severe injuries. The lizard men and other tower residents are shocked to see the red locusts rushing to their deaths. Well, if only the insects had any brains, they would avoid the tough-blade green onion plants. But they are just dumb and get killed one after another. The lizard man asks Iona what the hell the green onion is, and she replies that it is the black dragon's grace. Everyone is surprised to hear the name of the black dragon. Then Iona begins giving them a speech. She tells the warriors and mages of the tower that they no longer have to fear the vile invaders. She tells everyone that they should only attack the red locusts that manage to get past the line of green onions. She leads the counterattack, and the rest of the mages and wizards join her. Iona declares that they are fighting for the Black Tower and the Great Black Dragon. Well, the person she thinks is the Black Dragon is just busy with his farming on the 99th floor. The bees under his command are pollinating the corn plants. Meanwhile, Sejin is getting swarmed by constant system messages telling him that his crop has defeated a pest, and he has gained 1 EXP point for each kill. Sejin is pleased that there seems to be no problem with the tough blade green onions. He then looks at Kung and asks if he is doing well. Kung is putting all his focus on a tough blade green onion plant and putting all his strength into it too. He manages to split the green onion plant into 2 and proudly displays his feat of strength to his dad. Sejin tells him that he did a great job. He says that the tough blade green onion is hard, so he was worried about how to divide them and plant them, but it is a relief that Kung is super strong. Kung affirms that he is strong and that he can split the tough green onion into 2. Sejin then treats Kung to some honey as he thinks that a few days ago, he made a deal with Iona to build a defense line against the red locusts with the tough blade green onions. At that time, Sejin gave the few tough blade green onions he had to Iona so that she could protect the tower with them. Iona thanked him for his kindness, now fully convinced that he was the great black dragon. However, she had a suggestion for him. She believed that if the tough blade green onion is not monitored properly, there may be cases of abuse within the tower. She suggested that delivering the money for the crop would be the correct thing to do. She believed that it would also help Theo, who is a wandering merchant under the Great Black Dragon's command. Theo liked the idea, and Sejin also had no reason to refuse her offer. Iona then told him that since they were going to just set up a waypoint defense line, the numbers of the tough blade green onions wouldn't increase. Also, since she is going to personally lead the war against the red locusts, she will have to make sure that no red locusts are left alive. That is why it would be difficult for her to return to the 99th floor, so she would request transportation from the Merchant Association in Theo's name. Just then, Sejin noticed something amiss and turned around to see that Kung had eaten the red locust corpses along with the normal green onion they had planted. Sejin was shocked and asked Kung if he had eaten everything and tried to see through his mouth. Kung only told him that the red locusts were delicious, and Elka also asked if he could eat them. Sejin was confused then, but then he learned that the monsters of the tower found the red locusts tasty. That presented itself as another business opportunity for Sejin. Back to the present, Sejin sends off Elka to deliver some new tough blade green onions to the 67th floor. Along with that, he has another mission for him, which is the teleportation of the red locusts. Sejin learned that the lizard men fighting the red locusts on the 67th floor have been using the dead locusts as a staple food. Since there are too many red locusts, the supply is much greater than the demand, and they can't seem to handle it. If the red locust corpses are left alone, the other red locusts consume them, which is not a good thing if they want to reduce their numbers quickly. That is where Sejin comes in and makes a profit. He has hired the entire Silver Wolf tribe to transport the red locusts killed by his tough blade green onions. The adult wolves carry carriages full of dead red locusts through the tower passageway, and the babies just tag along with them. The red locusts are being supplied to the 99th floor to be handled and used as food. Also, Sejin plans to use the surplus amount of red locusts he has as food in other parts of the tower to raise profits. That profit will be used to rebuild the 85th floor of the wolves, which has been suffering from drought. In addition to that, Sejin has also arranged for the Silver Wolf tribe to receive a portion of the revenue and profit they generate as commission. He thinks that by using this, he has ensured another route for profit alongside the sale of the tough blade green onion. The profits are already good. He thinks all this while harvesting some cherry tomatoes, and Theo is fanning him. Sejin scolds him, calling him intern Theo, and asks him if he is not going to fan him properly. He remarks that the wind blowing is not refreshing at all. Theo starts to hear Sejin's harsh words, and he complains that his arm hurts. He asks if he can't become the sales cat again, looking quite disappointed. Sejin reminds him that it hasn't even been 5 minutes since he started fanning. He tells him that the sin of taking the son's sweet pumpkin potatoes and selling them is a grave one. Sejun scolds the sales cat, the former sales cat, and says that it is a relief that they can still plant the crop by dividing the shoots. If that was not possible, they would have kissed goodbye to a special crop forever. Theo dejectedly promises that he won't make such a mistake again, but Sejun is not going to fall for his cute ex. Theo then immediately changes his tone and says that it is a relief that he sold the special crop to Dongshik. He says that Dongshik is a hunter who keeps secrets, and it looks like he needs the son's sweet pumpkin potatoes. Theo is confident that with this trade, the trust between him and Dongshik will increase more and more. He says that this means that he did a good job. Well, Sejun is not impressed, and he orders him 30 more minutes of fanning. Theo is shocked, but he gets to fanning Sejun with all his energy. He cries and asks him to have mercy on him. Then Sejun suddenly says that his shoulder is aching a lot. Theo sees this as a chance and asks Sejun to let him take a look. He offers to give Sejun a massage, and he decides to accept it. Theo begins massaging his shoulders as he asks him not to get sick. Sejun is enjoying this attention and wonders if he should tease the cat merchant some more. Just then, he sees the familiar system windows telling him that he has received some more EXP because his crops have hunted down some pests again. Sejun realizes that there has been another invasion of the red locusts. Again, thanks to this EXP, Sejun levels up and gets a job quest, which is to harvest 1,000 crops. The reward for this quest is 2,150 tower coins. Sejun celebrates that he reached level 20, and in doing that, he drops Theo from his shoulder. He exclaims that adding the EXP from harvesting crops and removing pests makes leveling up quite easy. He also looks at the quest, which doesn't seem quite difficult, so he should do it right away. He believes that if he levels up some more, he will get some bonus stats and his mana will increase. However, as he is busy monologuing, Theo suddenly screams at him, asking him what he is doing. He angrily reminds him that he was giving him a massage and tells him to quickly return to his seat. Sejun obliges, and then Theo says that he has a problem with his face too, so he is going to massage his face too. Sejun tries to soothe him because it is unpleasant, but Theo doesn't stop. On another part of the 99th floor, the tree monsters called the corrupted ants are trembling on the ground. Just then, the heavy foot of the mama crimson bear crushes it. She has hunted down more than one tree monster, and she is not pleased that they have been making their way into her territory more often lately. She thinks that she must strengthen her patrols to prevent the tree monsters from entering her territory. She looks at the sun to find that it is time for her to return. She drags the remains of a tree monster with her as she heads home and wonders what is for dinner today. She hopes that Kung is eating well, and Sejun will make something delicious for them to eat again. Ailyin, drooling, her cheeks all red, breathing heavily in front of an empty bowl with the leftovers of Sejun's special tomato honey juice. Taking a deep breath, she gulped down a glass full of juice. She was drinking as if she liked it a lot. She was addicted to the taste. This sweet and spicy flavor always relieves her stress. And today she'd already finished 5 cups. This was her 6th. She started to praise Sejun, saying she was really tired these past few days and hadn't even eaten properly. So the juice tasted even more delicious today. She could drink 10 more cups. Sejun, accompanied by a cart rabbit and another white rabbit, was heading to harvest some crops when he smiled politely at Ailyin, saying he was grateful to know she enjoyed his gift so much. He promised to give her some of his delicious potatoes as a dessert soon. Ailyin, hearing this, was overjoyed and thanked Sejun in advance. Just then, Sejun's vision got flooded by system notifications about him killing red locusts again. Even Sejun was a bit surprised, thinking there must be a lot of red locusts, because the number of death notifications wasn't decreasing. Meanwhile, the system notified Ailyin that she'd killed 1 million red locusts from the 67th floor, and there were still 6 billion more to go. Ailyin was satisfied that so many got killed in just a few hours. Sejun, relieved, asked Ailyin if he had been any help on the 67th floor and if his green onion blade was of any use. Ailyin tapped her crystal ball, and a list appeared showing the people with the most red locust kills. Sejun was at the top with 300k kills, Iona with 120k, and the entire lizard man army with 11,000. Since Ailyin lacks the mana to confirm the exact situation on the 67th floor using her crystal ball, just by seeing these stats, she was sure that Sejin's green onion blade was indeed playing a huge role in subduing the red locusts. With a warm and polite smile, Ailyin told Sejin that her words weren't just empty words to comfort him. He was a huge help, and once the red locusts were all eradicated from the tower, he would be able to receive a reward depending on his contribution. Curious about the reward, Sejin asked what kind of reward it would be, but Ailyin said it was a secret. She could only tell him that the higher his contribution in killing the red locusts, the better his reward would be. Sejin, now motivated by the prospect of a reward, got back to work with a happy smile, saying he'd have to work even harder now. Meanwhile, the baby chubby rabbit was already drooling, seeing the carrot as Sejin pulled the carrot out. The system notified him that he had harvested a grade C agility carrot. The baby chubby rabbit was excited and happy seeing the grade C carrot. After consuming the carrot, it would break down 30 g of fat, increase agility by 0.5 for 10 minutes, and also improve eyesight. Sejin happily called everyone over and started handing out the carrots, announcing that grade C carrots were there and he would give each of you one. Not only will their hunger go away, but their agility will also increase, and they will be able to work faster. The baby chubby rabbit didn't care about any of that. He was just happy that he would get to eat a carrot and started to belly dance with excitement. Sejin was also eating some carrots when sleepy Theo, rubbing his eyes, showed up. Sejin asked why Theo was awake so early and if he was going down. Addressing Sejin as chairman, Theo said he was heading out now. Sejin stood up and asked if Theo was going to meet Elka on the 88th floor. Theo explained that Sejin was right, and after taking the wolf packs to the 67th floor, he planned to go to the 38th floor with Elka while collecting dead red locust bodies. Sejin, with a smirking smile, told Theo to take care and asked if he had taken the crops correctly this time. If Theo is having trouble recognizing crops, then he can help. Theo got annoyed and angrily started to shout and complain. "What do you take me for? I won't make the same mistake twice ever again." Just then, the gray rabbit came calling for Sejin, which stopped the sweet little argument between Sejin and Theo. The gray rabbit, with the cutest smile and polite tone, announced that Sejin's house was complete while stretching his hand. After a while, we see Sejin, Theo, Kung, and all the rabbits standing in front of the newly constructed house. Sejin slowly started to observe the house from the rooftop, the structure, and the door to the kitchen. It was exactly as Sejin had requested. He was amazed at how well the gray rabbit managed to make it. Theo was still observing the house with his mouth open, and as Kung entered the room, he asked how the floor was so warm. Sejin, the next moment, lay on the floor. It was very comfy and soft. Following Sejin, Kung, Theo, and all the rabbits also lay down. Theo was just too relaxed. He fell asleep immediately. Sejin explained that this is called a heated floor, and when they are tired, they can relieve their stress and fatigue by lying down on the floor. Sejin, with shock, stood up and questioned the gray rabbit, asking if he had even explained to them about the structure of the heating floor and how it worked. The gray rabbit explained that among the wandering merchants, there is a tribe that also lives in a similar house style, and he had made a house for them, so he knew how the heating floor works. It was easy work for him. Now Sejin, Kung, and the gray rabbit were sitting outside the house while Theo was busy scratching the walls of the house. Sejin said, "It seems there are tower residents that use heated floors and cauldrons too." He didn't know about that, but just then, Kung, standing in front of a small room that looked like a storage room, said there was a weird slurping sound coming from inside that room. Theo also got curious, went to check, and confirmed that indeed there was some kind of weird sound coming. Sejin got curious, stood up, and carefully opened the door. Inside, the sickle rabbit was kissing the gray rabbit. I am wondering what color their baby will be. Anyway, they got startled, all sweaty and shy. Sejin immediately closed Kung's eyes. Holding Theo, he ran from there. Well, for a moment, even Sejin got a little embarrassed. The sickle rabbit immediately closed the door, saying they should knock on the door before coming in. On the other hand, confused Kung started questioning Sejin why he closed his eyes and why they were running. Outside, Sejin was out of breath, standing outside the house. The gray rabbit seemed to realize what was happening inside, but Sejin was in tears. Well, leaving him, everyone was having a great time. Why did they have to be doing something in his new house? Leaving that aside, Kung was still confused and asked Sejin what he was talking about regarding what they were doing. But before Sejin could react, Mommy Bear came, addressing Sejin as Sejinim. Kung got happy and started to jump with excitement. Sejin also got a little worried as Mommy Bear was late today and asked why she was late. Sejin scolded Mommy Bear a little, asking if she was too absorbed in patrolling these days. So, Mommy Bear explained that for some reason, there were a lot of intruders in her territory, so she was extra busy killing them. After that, Mommy Bear dropped the huge tree trunk on the ground, and it was so heavy that it created a small shock wave, startling everyone. After dropping the trunk, Mommy Bear said that she thought it would be quite useful, so she brought it for Sejin. She asked Sejin if he liked her gift. Sejin got a little shy hearing this was a gift from Mommy Bear. Well, no girl ever in his life had gifted him anything. Although this gift was from a talking bear, he was happy, so he thanked Mommy Bear from the bottom of his heart, and Mommy Bear was glad Sejin liked her gift. Then Theo asked Mommy Bear if she was going into the forest again and if could she take him with her. Mommy Bear happily agreed to take Theo with her and extended her hand. Theo climbed into Mommy Bear's hand and was ready to depart. Sejin, Kung, and the rabbit waved, saying to travel safe, and Theo and Mommy Bear waved back with a smile. Now, after they left, Sejin and the gray rabbit came to check the tree trunk. Sejin asked, what should they make with the old tree? Should they make furniture? The gray rabbit, after checking it, said, the quality of the wood is pretty good. He summoned his axe and was ready to chop the tree into pieces. Sejin bid the gray rabbit farewell, saying he would organize things inside the house and if he needed anything, he could call Sejin. But before the gray rabbit could start to chop the tree, a red glow appeared from the hole of the tree, scaring the gray rabbit. Suddenly, a thick vine grabbed the gray rabbit tightly and started to squeeze him to death. He was in very much pain and was finding it hard to breathe. The next moment, the tree stood up, looking like a possessed tree, and started to scream menacingly, making creepy screaming sounds. Sejin immediately turned, and his whole world turned upside down. In front of him was a huge tree squeezing the gray rabbit to death. Sejin, without thinking, immediately grabbed his knife, ready to fight. But Kung came into his battle mode. He rushed to save his buddy, jumped and started to grow bigger, growling and raising his claws. He was very furious and gave a devastating punch to the tree. The punch was a heavy one, and the tree dropped the gray rabbit on the ground. But now the tree got furious, and all its attention was now directed toward Kung. It grew more tentacles from inside its body and wrapped its tentacles around Kung's neck, his arms, and even his waist, and suddenly started to wrap around. Kung didn't like this. Furious, he bit the tree's tentacles and tore them apart. He gave a huge growl and started to tear all the tentacles wrapped around his body. But it was not doing any damage to the tree. The tree was just summoning unlimited tentacles, and Kung, on the other hand, was just losing stamina. It was just a matter of time before Kung would lose. Sejin, on the other hand, was getting nervous and scared. He didn't know what to do or how to save everyone. Suddenly, Ailyin saw this, and even she was shocked, asking what a corrupted ant was doing here. Now Sejin knew this tree's name was a corrupted ant. Sejin, in a panic, started asking Ailyin. He didn't know the tree just suddenly woke up and started to attack everyone. He asked for Ailyin's help, asking what he could do to kill it. Ailyin, on the other hand, was also in a panic. She didn't want her happy family to get wiped out. She immediately started to search for info on the ant, looking for its weakness as time was ticking away. But she did her job in a matter of seconds. She informed Sejin that there was a fruit inside the ant. All Sejin had to do was stab the fruit, and the ant would die. But Sejin had to be very agile, or just a single stab from the tentacle and he'd be dead. Sejin was scared, but there was no time to spare. The ant was about to smash Kung. So mustering courage, Sejin commanded Kung to shrink and get small and immediately run from there. Kung, hearing this, did exactly that. He shrunk and freed himself from the ant's tentacles, surprising the ant. But before the ant could once again grab the small Kung, Sejin was charging toward the ant with his dagger. He thought this would be very tough, but as he had leveled up and now his agility was also very high, none of the ant's tentacles even made a scratch on Sejin. The next moment, Sejin stabbed the dark heart of the ant. The ant started to make weird sounds like it was in pain but also pleasure. And as we got a closer look, we saw that Sejin did it. He successfully smashed the ant's fruit. The next moment, the ant fell to the ground, and Sejin was still standing, all nervous. The system notified Sejin that he killed a large corrupted ant and gained 50 XP. Sejin was relieved, thinking everything was okay, but it was not the end. Sejin heard someone marching toward them, and a tensed Kung, grabbing Sejin's leg, was calling him to turn back. But as Sejin turned back, he got devastated. A weird, creepy army of small trees was marching toward them. Sejin was left speechless as hundreds of corrupted Ent's small branch scouts continued to march toward him. When Kung furious grew, Sejin also took out his dagger, ready to smash some branches with his battle stance. He turned back and commanded the gray rabbits to call all their rabbit army and anyone else who could fight. The gray rabbit ran as fast as he could, wasting only a second. Meanwhile, Kung, furiously marching forward with serious, deadly eyes, jumped, baring his fists and growling. This even surprised all the small branches. But before they could do anything or dodge, Kung slammed into the ground, smashing multiple small corrupted Ent into small pieces, creating small shock waves. But Kung didn't stop there. He couldn't forget the feeling of being violated by the big corrupted Ent. Like a madman, Kung started to smash the small corrupted Ent into pieces. They didn't even get a chance to fight back. They were just getting smashed. Sejin also sprang into action with his dagger. With his agility, he started to slash some small corrupted Ent in half with ease, and they instantly died on the spot, releasing their sticky liquid and making hissing sounds. Sejin was confused and questioned where the hell these nasty things came from. But just then, from behind, the warrior rabbit and the sickle rabbit were the first to come to help. Sejin commanded them that no matter what, they had to stop them from invading their home, or all their crops, including many baby rabbits, would die. They couldn't let that happen. The warrior rabbit, ready for action, summoned his hammer with a serious face, shouting, "I am the Black Warrior Rabbit, and the time to show my skill has come." While saying this, he dashed toward the Ent, and one by one, he started to smash and destroy the Ent with the back of his hammer with ease. Sejin was left standing, amazed, and complimented the Black Rabbit, saying he looked very cool while attacking. The Black Rabbit winked cutely, signaling Sejin to leave the matters in his capable hands. Suddenly, a corrupted branch scout attacked the Black Rabbit from behind while he was busy showing off and not ready to defend himself. But it was futile. In midair, the branch was slashed in half, then into multiple pieces, the pieces flying in midair in slow motion, chopped like a vegetable. It was the scythe rabbit who had cut the branch scout with his scythe and with incredible accuracy. Well, he was in a good mood after smashing the gray rabbit and wanted some action. The warrior rabbit, this time watching the scythe rabbit land on the ground and the pieces of Ent falling behind him, felt amazed. The scythe rabbit turned toward the warrior rabbit, teaching and scolding him, saying, "Don't get distracted while in battle, or you might get killed. Learn some battle tactics from me." The warrior rabbit was just left standing, dumbfounded. But before he could reply, the rabbit gang was here. The craftsman rabbit had brought multiple farmer rabbits to fight alongside them. Even the baby chubby rabbit, despite his difficulty walking, showed immense strength. But it was not the end. All the queen bees, with her worker bees and the entire rabbit army, came to help. The war between the corrupted branches and the cute monsters of Sejin's army had begun. The queen bee and the honeybee army attacked the corrupted entities from the air, while the farmer rabbits and craftsman rabbits joined the fight with whatever they had. Those without weapons even started biting the branches, telling the evil creatures to go to hell and leave their home, and the worker bees were piercing the Ent with their stingers, giving them a painful death. Sejin, now unfazed, fought the scouts bravely, effortlessly cutting them into halves with his dagger. Realizing that most branch scouts were defeated, he encouraged his monster army to keep fighting as they had almost killed all of them. Just a little more and victory was theirs. Everyone heard and agreed, but suddenly, the black rabbit screamed at Sejin to look behind him. He was very worried and tense, but it was too late. Multiple corrupted ent with stomping power were now marching toward them from the forest. Sejin was shocked. Just one fully grown ent was so difficult to kill, and now there was a whole freaking army of those even larger than the last. Sejin was left standing, not knowing what to do. And to make matters worse, the corrupted ent with golden yellow eyes turning crimson red advanced toward June and his army. Seeing the large branch scouts made Sejin's face turn pale, not knowing how many more were there. Finally, he decided not to be hasty and started running away from the corrupted large tree. He told his monster army to run for now before he thought of a new plan. But who needs a plan when you have a cute baby bear who becomes large and humongous when the time comes? Kung dashed toward the ent with a smile on his face, shouting, "I'm here to save my dad!" He slammed himself into a large corrupted tree, trying to do everything to save his dad and his monster family, to run to a safe distance. He was determined to save everyone. Even Sejin turned around as he heard the baby bear's speech, who wanted the tree to not bother his dad. Kung was mad and was using all his strength. But just like before, he couldn't defeat the last giant ent, so this one, even bigger, was even more challenging. Kung was barely able to just hold one large corrupted tree, and more were marching from behind. Sejin started to get worried as Kung alone would not be able to fight with everyone. He might die if things continued like that. Sejin also knew that the mother bear was down in the forest with Theo, and the distance between the wasteland and his house was too far to call the Ox Demon King. As Sejin was distracted, a large corrupted tree appeared behind him and was about to slam into him. Sejin's agility was not quite high, but this was the monster of the 99th floor. All Sejin could do was react to the sound of the corrupted tree and look back. He was not fast enough to dodge the attack and was just about to get smashed. Suddenly, the Ox Demon King slashed the large tree scout with his massive axe into half, like smashing an ent, surprising Sejin to the core. He couldn't believe the Minotaur King came to save him. Sejin was speechless. He thought he was a goner today. Sejin had many questions to ask, but first, the Minotaur King, with a warm smile, asked Sejin if he was okay, if he was injured, and continued turning back, showing Sejin that everyone came to help. As Sejin turned around, he saw both Ox 2 and Rainy Mountain fighting the corrupted ent. Ox number 2 was just body slamming an ent, and Rainy Mountain was casually punching them to death. But it was not the end. From behind, Sejin heard loud smashing sounds and multiple large ent were thrown high into the sky, all smashed into pieces. As we got a closer look, she was also furious. How could these filthy, nasty things try to harm Sejin? Furiously, crazily mad, she, with just raw strength, was tearing the corrupted ent apart without giving them any chance to even blink their eyes. Even the Minotaur King noticed the mother bear so furious and wondered why she was so angry. He had never seen her so furious before. Sejin couldn't understand how these creatures had known about the attack, and he asked the Minotaur King how they had reached here. But suddenly, a notification popped up, informing Sejin that the tower manager had called them here to help him. Aileen, very happy, explained that she noticed the corrupted ent's army approaching Sejin's farm. So she reached out to the Minotaur King and the mother bear and asked for their help. She laughed loudly, telling Sejin that he could always trust her. And as long as she was alive, she would not let a hair on Sejin's head get damaged. Hearing this, Sejin smiled. He even blushed a little and thanked Aileen for the support. Sejin was touched that everyone came together to help him. He was happy today. So now, Sejin was standing with his dagger, his 3 queen bees, and the Minotaur King, ready for Sejin's command. All the rabbits were also standing with their weapons, and Kung was barely able to hold himself. With Sejin's command, everyone assembled. Everyone got into position, ready to fight the corrupted ent. Sejin even promised to cook delicious food and hold a grand feast once all this mess was over. Upon hearing the promise of food, the ox's army started drooling. Even the mother bear and the baby bear, along with the black rabbit, began jumping with joy at this announcement. The queen bee landed comfortably on Sejun's shoulder, ready for some action. With a confident smile, Sejun raised his arm and shouted, "Attack!" With his command, the second phase of the war began as all the monsters charged toward the corrupted ent, motivated by the promise of eating Sejun's cooked meal at the grand feast. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor, what was once the lizard's dense forest, now become a deserted land without even a single blade of grass left, with red locusts' dead bodies scattered everywhere. The wolf chief Elka and Theo surveyed the dire situation. Theo, a little confused, questioned, "Didn't the 67th floor used to be a dense forest? But there's not even grass for miles." The chief explained that all the places where the red locusts passed became desolate like this, not leaving a single blade of grass. Shocked by the devastation caused by the red locusts, but noticing multiple wolf workers still laboring in the field to rebuild the area, Theo curiously asked the wolf chief what his tribe was doing. They were only paid to transport the red locusts, so why are they also doing labor work? The wolf chief replied that they had received a request from the lizard men to clean up the ruined land, as the lizard men were short on workers while fighting the red locusts. Theo asked if the wolf chief was getting paid, but the chief replied negatively. He is not getting paid. Anyway, it wasn't that difficult. It was an easy piece of work, so he agreed to do so. This made Theo furious. He started to scream in anger, scolding the chief, shouting, "Are you a pushover?" While still furious, Theo started to walk east. The chief, worried, asked Theo where he was going, and Theo replied that things couldn't go on like that. Turning back with an annoyed tone, he said he would be going to get the wolves the money they deserved. The scene shifted to a lizard man emergency camp, where a yellow lizard man was guarding the camp. Theo, standing in front of him all confident and proud, demanded the lizard man guard to move as he was there to meet their leader. This pissed the lizard man guard off, and he refused Theo entry, saying not just anyone can go and meet their leader. Now, this made Theo mad, and he started to raise his voice, shouting, saying that he was not just anyone and should be treated with respect. Theo demanded to call Iona or something. Hearing Theo casually mention Iona like they were childhood friends made the guard believe Theo was just a random dude bluffing. This only made Theo angrier, and he started to threaten the guard, saying to just wait until he met Iona. He would make sure to teach the guard a lesson as Iona and he had a very important relationship. Theo was already loud, and this sentence shocked everyone. Everyone's attention turned toward Theo, wondering just who the hell this cat was. Meanwhile, Theo stood there all furious, with every other creature staring at him, thinking if he was Iona's boyfriend. The chief couldn't take it anymore. If he continues to be Theo's bodyguard, his chances of dying will rise high. Theo wondered why the chief was so surprised. Finally, we come to know what Theo was thinking in his tiny little head. His thoughts were like this: Theo is Sejun's subordinate, and Iona the other day bowed to Sejun, meaning she also became Sejun's subordinate. And as both Sejun and Iona are Sejun's subordinates, doesn't that mean they are both on the same level? And all the monsters under Sejun are like family, so Theo and Iona are like family, right? The chief was bewildered, not knowing what to say, covered in sweat. Then Theo started yelling at everyone, telling them how crucial their relationship was. Hearing this, the wolf chief started to sweat even more, and the other creature started sweating all over, unable to believe what Theo was babbling about, wondering if this cat related to the great mage Iona. Suddenly, Iona hurriedly removed the curtain of the tent and came out, startling Theo. She screamed at Theo, saying not to phrase it like that, or people might misunderstand their relationship. As the scene shifts, we come inside the lizard man camp where everyone wonders who the cat is. This room had a large map of the whole 67th floor. Iona told Theo that her team was in the middle of an important meeting to prepare for the next red locust attack and asked Theo why he was there. Inside, Iona was a little shy, but Theo immediately countered, telling her that he came to the 67th floor because of the wolves. According to him, the silver wolves were getting underpaid, and this is not acceptable. Theo, with a frustrated expression, explained that the wolves were also cleaning up the mess on the 67th floor, but their contract was just to collect the bodies of the red locusts. Theo told Iona that they were doing so much work, making the contract unfair. Iona was shocked and told Theo she was at the battlefield all the time, so she didn't know this was happening, and according to her, she never makes anyone do more work than they are paid for. She then turned around and asked the red lizard what was happening. He explained he didn't know anything about this. The old green lizard man won, who started to sweat heavily and was getting panicked. Iona also noticed this and questioned the ugly lizard man as to why he was getting nervous. Does he know anything about this? Toro is the name of the old green lizard. He was the representative leader of the lizard men. He started telling Iona that all the lizard men were engaged in battle. The remaining lizard men were unable to reclaim the secured territory since there were only children and the elderly left, so he immediately asked the wolves to help them out. There was no other option, and his real intention was never to make them work more than they were getting paid. But what can he do because of the Red Locusts' war? They are very low on finance. But Theo immediately countered, telling them that excessive workload still needed compensation, and he wanted it for the wolves no matter what. Toro, getting pushed by Theo and a little tense, asked how much Theo wanted for the compensation. But Theo, hearing this, started to scream, saying how dare he treat his subordinate like that. He made them work against their will. Theo didn't give a damn about the lizard man's condition, as the lizard man made the wolves work against their will. Theo demanded 1 tower coin per wolf, and since 100 wolves were stationed for extra work, the coins totaled a full 100. Hearing this, the leader snapped while banging his hand on the table. He was so angry his head was about to explode, and he started to shout, calling Theo a vicious wandering merchant and all sorts of things. And Theo was just standing there. But before things could go any further, Iona immediately stepped in. Now she got angry because Theo was getting scolded. She said to Toro that this little cat is the subordinate of the great black dragon. He is not any ordinary cat, and on top of that, the onion blades are also supplied by the black dragon, and Theo and the wolves are in charge of distribution. She questioned what if his action angers Theo, and he decides not to supply the onion blade. Then what will happen to the 67th floor? How will they defend the 67th floor from the red locusts? Well, Toro was just hearing all this. Seeing the opportunity, Theo immediately introduced himself as the subordinate and the great cat merchant, the one and only servant of the great black dragon. He told the leader they did something significant by working his subordinates for free, so he demanded a fair price. And Toro was just hearing all this with surprise. Then we see Toro clench his fists and grind his teeth, thinking, in anger, how in the hell did this puny little cat become the subordinate of the great black dragon? While his subordinate told him to calm down, finally he sighed and agreed to what Theo was saying, as he didn't have any other options. As the scene shifts, we see the wolf chief and Theo walking with Iona, while Theo happily sings, holding the pouch of money in his hand. He starts handing the pouch to the wolf chief, telling him that everything worked out pretty well. But the wolf chief didn't want the money, telling Theo that it was all okay since they were all Theo's subordinates and could make enough money by selling the red locusts on different floors, and they didn't want it. Hearing this, Theo smirked while putting the coin pouch into his bag, complimenting the wolf for being a wonderful subordinate. He told the wolf it was wrong to treat the black dragon's subordinates, including Theo's, carelessly because it was like treating the black dragon carelessly. But suddenly Theo changed his tone and started scolding the chief, telling him to always take the money with confidence and not get bullied. The chief agreed with a nervous smile. Then Theo thanked Iona for supporting him when he needed her. Iona just smiled, telling Theo that since she was leading from the front line, she didn't know such a thing existed, or it would have been resolved immediately. Theo told the wolf chief to go back to the 99th floor alone, saying he would come later. But Iona started wondering why the lizard race, famous for not giving up what was theirs, gave in. She realized Theo used the name of the black dragon's grace as an excuse to demand compensation. She knew rumors about Theo, the wandering cat merchant, would spread enormously. Theo's reputation would not be good after what happened today. But it didn't matter because of who was standing behind him. Iona thought of the great black dragon, thinking that under his name, having any power in the tower was possible. She wondered what could surpass the great powers of the Black Dragon, but immediately realized the tower was decaying, and food was an important power that could finally stabilize it. She knew she couldn't let idiots like the lizard take over, but she also knew many powers within the tower would be keeping a close eye on the yellow cat wandering merchant from now on. But for Theo, it looked like it didn't matter at all. He immediately turned towards Iona and told her they were going to leave now. Iona was surprised he was leaving so early, but he just smiled, telling her to take care of herself. They bid their farewells, and Iona smiled and waved her hands toward the cat, still thinking that rumors give rise to more rumors, and Theo's story was going to get exaggerated and inflated as the word spread. She was sure that Theo would become a great wandering cat merchant. The scene shifts, and we see Sejin leveling up again, reaching level 22 and getting a bonus stat point. Sejin woke up to the sudden sound of a notification. He was just supposed to take a short break, but he ended up sleeping longer. He didn't even realize when he hit level 22. He was leveling up too fast. As he snapped out of his trance and looked around, he saw all the minotaurs working together, cutting tree logs into small pieces for the craftsman. There was a huge pile of trees behind Sejin, and he thought that organizing this many trees would take a while. Felt like he had conquered a mountain. He drifted into a flashback, thinking about the attack by the corrupted Ents with the help of the baby bear, the mommy bear, and the minotaur. The fight was easily ended. Sejin heard that he had knocked out multiple trees for his dad, so that they could defeat the enemies quickly and level up faster. Hearing this almost made Sejin cry as he thanked the baby bear for everything. Now Sejin decided to prepare for any unexpected situations in the future by building a fence using the corpses of the Ents. The minotaurs were chopping wood while Sejin stood with the baby bear. He suddenly asked the mother bear if these corrupted Ents were the monsters living in the eerie forest to the west, which was mentioned by the wolf chief before. The mother bear confirmed it was true. She explained that the monsters were stepping into her area for an unknown reason, and their invasions had become more frequent recently. She didn't have any idea why they would invade. Sejin saw the mother bear eating the tree hole and asked if it was delicious because she seemed to be enjoying it. She apologized to Sejin, saying she should have patrolled better. She was stressed and continued telling Sejin she was sorry, saying she couldn't even imagine if anything happened to Sejin. She might have died from a heart attack if anything happened to Sejin. Sejin immediately calmed her down, telling her not to be sorry. He understood it must be a burden for her to manage such a large area alone. He smiled and told her that the power of the poisonous bees was increasing, so he would ask his second and third queen bee to help her with patrolling. Hearing this made the mother bear smile, and she thanked Sejin for his kind gesture. However, Sejin was still wondering why the corrupted Ents came to the 99th floor in the first place. He remembered a fallen entity saying that something was on the 99th floor before it died, which was pretty concerning for Sejin. Suddenly, the tower manager contacted Sejin, telling him that the corrupted Ents were like viruses. She told Sejin that no matter how many times he wanted to kill them, they would keep coming back. They'd still show up at some point, 'cause they're troublesome beings. If there's any tree with immense power nearby, they'll do whatever it takes to corrupt it. So ultimately, all the trees with magical powers on the 99th floor got contaminated by these corrupted Ents. They immediately go to sleep when there's nothing left to contaminate within their vicinity. Ain wanted to know if Sejin could think of a reason why they were awake and active now. She wondered if there was anything that Sejin could point out. If that's what Sejin had to point out, there was a large amount of fertile soil and multiple corn trees above the cave on the 99th floor. But as he was thinking, every creature heard a rumbling sound inside his stomach. Sejin finally realized he hadn't eaten yet after that large-scale battle. Just by hearing the word food, the baby bear started to feel hungry. The scene shifts, and we see Sejin stir-frying, and after it is done, Kung helps transport them. Sejin prepared food for every creature on the 99th floor. All the food was now laid out on the ground. The other minotaurs were collecting a large number of green onion leaves for their meal. Some minotaurs were grilling piranhas with very happy expressions. The gray rabbits were just chilling on top of the minotaurs and huge plates of onion leaves. There were grilled corn, sweet potatoes, and meats. All the rabbits were dancing. As Sejin watched from behind, everyone started eating with happy faces as their stomachs filled up. Then the Minotaur King finally took the drink Sejin made and got mesmerized. His eyes started to glow. He got addicted to it and started begging Sejin to give him more. Meanwhile, Aileen was watching this heartwarming scene from her crystal ball while eating some fried fish. Suddenly, Sejin noticed that the food for the mother bear was finished. Well, Sejin didn't want his family to not eat their stomach full, but as they were wondering what to do, Sejin noticed something. They saw the wolf chief returning with a large amount of red locusts. Sejin told him to join the party. The mother bear looked at the incoming food with glittering eyes and immediately started devouring it all. But then something happened. Sejin heard a groaning sound like someone was in pain. He looked back, and the mother rabbit started having labor pains as it was finally time for the baby rabbits to arrive. The husband rabbit was getting panicked, and the pain was getting more intense with every passing second. Sejin, seeing this, got a mini heart attack and panicked, thinking about what to do. Sejin told her it was too late to go to the cave, so he went to their house to bring something soft for her. All the creatures realized the baby was coming, but Sejin wanted everyone to calm down. The wife rabbit continued to groan in pain for hours, and everyone was waiting outside the house all tense. But finally, after a whole hour, everything went silent, and Sejin finally opened the window of the house. Everyone was waiting there silently and nervously, waiting to see what happened. Then the scene shifted, and we saw the mommy rabbit was passed out sleeping while the husband rabbit was taking care of her. Sejin, with the warmest smile on his face, was holding the new baby rabbits in his hands. The queen bees were hovering over Sejin's head and shoulders. The chubby rabbit, the sickle rabbit, and everyone was just standing there in awe, all silent. The baby rabbits were sleeping safely. In the red flame mountain on the 52nd floor of the tower, a much-anticipated rematch is about to start. The boss of the 52nd floor, the flaming wild boar, is standing in front of the veteran hunter, Taeyong, who has climbed up the tower thanks to the power of the sun pumpkin sweet potato. The flaming boar mocks him, saying that he is seeing a human from outside the tower after a long time. He says that he thought Taeyong would have died long ago because of his curse. Taeyong replies that he had a very nice and long vacation because of his curse, but now he plans to return to work. He says that the flaming boar also seems to be enjoying his life here, only with one eye remaining. He taunts him further, saying that because of all the fire on his body, he smells like a delicious barbecue and he wants to eat him quickly. The flaming boar gets furious on hearing this, and he snorts while cursing Taeyong. He says that he will regret coming back to the tower. He unleashes his power and hits the ground with his fist, sending a powerful flame in all directions. Taeyong just scoffs at him, saying that these kinds of tricks won't work on him anymore because he has the sun pumpkin sweet potato. Now he takes out the special crop and begins eating it raw, or maybe it got cooked because of the heat. On eating the pumpkin sweet potato, Taeyong feels energy running through his body, and he dispels all the fire around him in an instant. The flame boar monster is shocked to see this and asks how he did it. Instead of answering, Taeyong just rushes towards him. But the pig monster also counterattacks by shooting flames at him. Taeyong dodges the first one, but he gets caught in the next fire attack. The flame boar laughs, telling the human to become whole roasted food. But Taeyong dissipates the flame around him and keeps running ahead. He confidently reminds the boss monster that he already told him that his powers won't work on him anymore. He gets close enough to hit him, but then the flaming boar suddenly grabs him with both his arms. He declares that he will crush Taeyong so that he cannot do anything. However, Taeyong tells him that he seems to have forgotten what his real power is because they are fighting after so long. Suddenly, balls of energy appear all around the flaming boar, and a magic circle appears around Taeyong. The energy balls begin spinning around, and the flaming boar can only watch them. The veteran hunter reminds him that he is a magician, and with that, he attacks the boar with the energy balls. Soon, the flaming boar is finally defeated, and the victorious Taeyong stands on top of it. He is glad that the long battle is finally over. The system window tells him that he has defeated the 52nd floor's boss and the curse of the burning wild boar upon him is lifted. Also, the land burned down because the power of the wild boar's curse started being restored. The vegetation starts growing magically, and Taeyong can also feel the curse dispersing from his body. He wonders if the floor is also cursed just like him. He takes out another pumpkin sweet potato, saying that this was all possible because of this special crop, and he wonders how he can repay this debt. Just then, he hears the voice of the merchant cat, Theo, who is complaining about the grass suddenly growing back and making his journey uncomfortable. He notices Taeyong in front of him, and the old hunter greets the wandering cat merchant with great excitement. Theo is also shocked to see him because of the pumpkin sweet potato in his hand. He angrily asks Taeyong where he got the thing he is holding. Taeyong takes one look at the sweet potato and then tells Theo the long story of how he obtained it and why he needed it. On learning that Taeyong is Dongshik's master, Theo is quite surprised. He remarks that Dongshik is a really good disciple because he bought the pumpkin sweet potato for his master. Taeyong laughs and agrees with him, saying that he is proud of Dongshik. He then thanked Theo because he was the one who sold the special crop to his students. He says that he owes him for this kindness that he will never forget. Theo immediately gets into capitalism mode and shocks the old hunter by asking him to pay his debt right now. He tells Taeyong to make a contract with him, but the old man refuses. He says that in the tower, contracts are an important constraining magic, and he doesn't want to be constrained. Theo complains, reminding him that he just said that he would like to pay his debt. He orders Taeyong to become his underling, and he just tells him that he doesn't want to. Theo begins pleading pitifully for the old man to become his underling, but then Taeyong suggests a middle ground. He says that they should become friends. He says that if anything happens, he will grant Theo's request as a friend. Theo is curious and asks if he will grant any of his requests, and Taeyong says that he will do anything a friend wants. Theo likes that, and he acts smug as he tells the old man that he already has something he needs him to do. He tells Taeyong to follow him to the 38th floor. Around the same time, in Sejin's new home, he is preparing a stew. He lifts the lid and finds that the stew smells nice. The stew has been boiling for almost 12 hours now, and Sejin thinks that it will be okay to eat it now. A white farming rabbit believes that it must be fine. Well, the reason Sejin is so cautious about this new stew is because its main ingredient is red locust. He seasons the stew with salt while many pieces of boiled red locusts are already on plates. Sejin saw the monsters of the tower enjoying the red locust meat not long ago, and that is why he was also curious about the taste. Even though he is still struggling with the idea of eating bugs, he thinks that it is a source of protein, and the taste buds of his friends in the tower can be trusted. So, he puts the boiled red locust meat in the stew to test it out, and in doing that, he becomes the first person in the tower to cook the red locusts, which increases the level of his cooking skill. Sejin is surprised that no one in the tower has cooked red locusts before. He looks at the huge bowl in front of him, which has one big red locust piece in the middle of the soup. Sejin had peeled off its hard skin, cut off the flesh, and boiled it well. Now, he just wants to find out how it tastes. He tries taking a bite of the red locust meat, but it is too strong and chewy. He tries pulling it apart with his teeth, but he can't manage to do so, and his head hits the wall behind him. Kung freaks out on seeing this, and even the black warrior rabbit comes there to find Sejin holding his head while groaning in pain. He complains that the red locust meat is so tough and dry. Just then, he sees another system window in front of him that says that he has tasted the red locust meat which had a trace of poison in it, but because it was only a classy neurotoxin, it has been detoxified by the green onions in the stew. Sejin freaks out on learning that there is poison in red locusts, and he thinks that if he had not put the detoxifying green onions in the stew, he would have suffered. However, Kung has no problem eating the red locust meat, and he pities Sejin, who cannot eat something so delicious. He asks how weak his teeth are, and Sejin says that he doesn't want to hear that from Kung, who can even chew the tough blade of green onions. Sejin keeps on experimenting with the red locust, and after various failures, he finally creates a dish that he can eat. He first goes to the mother rabbit to give her a bowl of soup while she is caring for her babies. He tells her that eating something tender is good when her body is still recovering, and she thanks him. Sejun has made the red locust soup, which has been marked by the tower as a combat food. Since Sejun is the first one to prepare this dish in the tower, he has unlocked an achievement as well. The red locust soup has been included in his recipe book, and its main effect is that strength increases by 5.1 upon eating it. Since it is a combat food, it will keep the consumer full for 3 hours. It is a C+ grade recipe, and its shelf life is 30 days. Sejun is also confused by the combat food title of the soup, but he decides to check it out first. As he tastes the soup, he is so shocked that he immediately gets up on his feet. Everyone is surprised to see this, and Kung asks him what is wrong. Sejun trembles and sweats as he says that the red locusts taste like chicken meat. He is so happy that he could cry, but Kung simply asks him what chicken meat is. Sejun replies that it is something he likes, and Kung says that if his dad likes it, he likes it too. Sejun, Kung, and the rabbits keep eating the red locust soup while the queen bees and their children are resting on the roof of the house. It has been 235 days since Sejun arrived in the tower, and after this long time, he has discovered meat that tastes like chicken inside the tower. Sejun finishes gulping down the red locust soup and then places the bowl on the table, loudly exclaiming that it was refreshing. The soup was too spicy, and now sweat was trickling down his body. Also, since the red locust soup was classified as a combat food, the system tells Sejun that his strength has increased by 5.1 for 30 minutes and he will not feel hungry for the next 3 hours. Well, it doesn't seem that Sejun is going to make good use of the improved strength because he is too full. He lies on the floor, saying that because he was eating something like chicken for almost 8 months, he overate. The chunky rabbit is by his side too. Kung finishes his food and places his bowl on the table too, telling Sejun that he also enjoyed it a lot. Sejun gets the feeling that he is forgetting something, and then suddenly, a message from the tower manager pops up in front of him. Aileen asks him if he finally remembered her, and Sejun is startled like a husband whose wife finds that he doesn't remember her birthday. Aileen is angry, and she asks Sejun if the food he ate without sharing it with her tastes good. He nervously gets up, masking his fear with laughter. He asks how long she has been watching over him, and Aileen yells that she has been watching him from the beginning. She tells Sejun that she was the one who told everyone that the Ents were attacking him and even rewarded him for his contribution in exterminating red locusts. She suddenly starts tearing up as she tells Sejun that he is too much. Sejun freaks out because he knows that he is in big trouble. He tells Aileen that it is a misunderstanding and he is going to make a special soup just for her. Aileen immediately believes his words, and Sejun uses this chance to tell her that the soup just now was to test if it is okay. He tells her that he saw that the red locusts had a small amount of poison, so he was trying to detoxify the poison while improving the taste for her. He lies that he has always been thinking of her, and Aileen is blown away by his response. She blushes as she asks Sejun if he has been thinking of her, and then Sejun gets back to the kitchen, telling her that he will make something for her in no time. Aileen is easy to pacify with his sweet words, and she tells Sejun that she will be waiting for the food while watching over him through the crystal. Well, when Sejun receives the message that Aileen is going to wait with her eyes wide open, he fails to understand the romantic context of the statement and is terrified, thinking that Aileen is watching him because she wants him to make the dish properly. So Sejun puts his best efforts into making a special red locust soup for her, and after giving it a taste test, he thinks it is done. This time he has even added cherry tomatoes to the soup, which is counted as the second combat food, the red locust cherry tomato soup. Because of this achievement, the proficiency of Sejun's cooking skills increased significantly, and the recipe for the new combat food is also reproduced in his cookbook. The system window says regular things about how the dish is extremely tasty and nutritious, and how the detoxifying onion present in it counters the poison of the red locusts. As for the stat-boosting effects, this one is even better than the previous dish. It gives a 7.1 strength boost, and it will also keep the consumer full for 3 hours. Sejun gives the presented dish to Aileen, saying that he added her favorite cherry tomatoes to the soup instead of potatoes. He gives her a bowl of soup, but Aileen tells him to give her everything. Sejun is taken aback to hear this, but as Aileen demands all of the soup in the pot, he immediately packs everything so that she is not offended. The soup reaches Eileen's hands in a huge bucket of green onion leaves. She can tell that the soup is delicious just by smelling it and then happily tries it out. However, just as she takes the first sip, she can't control herself and dumps the entire basket in her mouth in one go. Eileen begins giggling and wagging her tail because the soup is delicious. It is the most delicious thing she has ever eaten. She also gets the benefits of the combat food, and her strength increases and her stomach will also remain full for the next 3 hours. Well, none of that matters to Eileen because what is more important is the effort Sejin put into it. He added her favorite cherry tomatoes instead of the potatoes and then boiled them longer so that the meat was softer than the previous dish. She kicks the floor in excitement as she hides her face, thinking that since Sejin cooked it for her with all his love and care, the soup was bound to be delicious. She feels a strange sensation in her heart, and she tries convincing herself that it is not because of her intense emotions but because of the increase in mana from the dish. She keeps blushing, and Sejin calls to her to ask if the soup is any good and if it makes her feel better. Eileen tells him that the soup was really good, and she enjoyed it a lot. Sejin is relieved, and then he tries telling Eileen that he has not forgotten about her earlier. He just got too lost in the familiar taste he was having after so long. Sejin asks Eileen not to get angry with him and offers her some dried sweet potatoes as a snack to enjoy after the soup. Well, there is no need for him to bribe her any further because Eileen has already been sold with the soup. She even apologizes to Sejin for losing her temper with him earlier. She says that she only threw a tantrum earlier because she felt Sejin was neglecting her. He panics and says that there is no way he will neglect her. He tells her that even though they did not have a smooth start to their relationship, his time in the tower has been good and enjoyable only because of her. Sejin tells Eileen that he is always grateful to her with a nervous smile on his face, and that is enough to melt the dragon's heart. She thinks that Sejin means these words in a romantic sense, so she is moved. To show how thankful she is for him, Eileen decides to reward Sejin. A system window suddenly appears before him with a quest with a rather special reward. The quest is to treat Eileen to roasted dried sweet potatoes, and the reward is enlightenment for one of Sejin's talents. Sejin knows what that term means, and he is excited about it. Talent enlightenment takes ordinary hunters a very long time of practice. He asks Eileen if she is giving such an amazing reward to him just like this. He asks her if she is even allowed to do that. Eileen tells him that she used a little of his contribution reward from the red locust hunt as well as some of her power to give him this reward by overriding other requirements. She tells Sejin that he deserves this reward. Well, Sejin gives her the bucket of roasted sweet potatoes, and the quest is completed just like that. As per the promised reward, one of Sejin's talents is enlightened. The talent he receives because of that is called landowner. That is an acquired talent only the farmers with large land holdings can have. Using this talent, Sejin can designate up to 30 tenant farmers who can use his job skills, and each time they do that, he receives 1% of the rewards. The bigger the farm grows, the more this talent expands. Sejin is curious about the talent after reading everything, so he calls Kung to him and decides to test out his new talent on him. Using the system window in front of him, Sejin designates Kung as the tenant farmer 1. He drags the icon from the window to King's head, and the bear cub is marked as the first tenant farmer. Sejin is amazed to see how the talent works, and Kung also sees something above his head. To test out the next part of the talent, Sejin asks Kung to bring him some cherry tomatoes. The bear cub asks him how many, and Sejin tells him to bring around 100 of them. Kung immediately dashes ahead at full speed and reaches the cherry tomato farm before Sejin can even process things. He begins harvesting the tomatoes, and Sejin suddenly gets a lot of system notifications. As Kung harvests the cherry tomatoes, Sejin receives 1% of the rewards, which is his experience and skill proficiency. Sejin finally understands that by using his landowner talent, he can get EXP and job proficiency even if he doesn't use his skills directly. He thinks that it is a great ability because when his field grows too wild and he can't cultivate and harvest it all by himself, he can still get a small fraction of the EXP through his tenant farmers. Sejin was having a hard time covering the farm recently, but now he thinks that this talent will be of immense help to him. He also recalls that the bigger his farm is, the more the talent will grow. He immediately goes to the rabbits who are relaxing and tells them that they need to expand the field. Well, the lazy black rabbit tells Sejin to let them take a break because he has eaten too much and is feeling sleepy now. Sejin is a bit disappointed, but he designates the black warrior rabbit as tenant farmer too, and he doesn't seem too happy about it. The others are also made tenant farmers, and Sejin pushes them ahead, saying that they still need to work even if they are sleepy. He says that if they lie down after eating, they will become a cow, and Minotaur wonders if Sejin is talking about him. Sejin tells his rabbit friends that it is time to enjoy some farming, and they head to their vast cherry tomato farm. However, they have no idea yet that the corrupted entities have already entered the farmland, and they seem to be especially ferocious this time around. Sejin set fire to an old large tree trunk and commanded the baby bear to throw the burning trunk onto the ants. Kung instantly lifted the burning tree trunk and was ready to throw it with all his might as soon as Sejin gave the command. Kung hurled the burning log like a bazooka. With a whoosh, it crashed into the middle of the huge ants' army, blasted apart, and the pieces of burned would set fire to almost half of the ants' bodies. They started to burn. All the tree scouts began screaming in pain and agony as they burned, and Sejin and Kung continued to slaughter them easily. Since Sejin had also leveled up, he was easily able to slaughter them with ease. Sejin smiled as he saw that the corrupted entities were now burnt to ashes. He told the baby bear that the fire was working well against the evil tree. The corrupted entities were burning quickly, so Sejin and the baby bear only had to deal with those who escaped the fire and were moving too fast. As Sejin looked around, he saw the large corrupted trees marching toward them, ready to confront them. Sejin was confident in his ability to kill them since he had leveled up. But suddenly something slammed onto a large corrupted tree from above, shocking the corrupted entities to the core. It was none other than the black warrior rabbit, attacking the large trees with all his might. He started breaking the tree logs one by one with the immense force of his hammer and cuteness. Even the big trees were now screaming in pain because they had become the prey of the black rabbit. His thrusts were so strong that huge cracks were formed from where the warrior rabbit was jumping. But the surprises were not over. One of the big trees that escaped was trying to run, but little did it know someone was waiting for it. A huge red paw slowly came from above, and then bam! It crushed the huge corrupted tree like a paper boat. It was none other than the mother bear, who was furious at these puny creatures. She immediately started to destroy every large corrupted tree as if she were smashing paper. While both the mother bear and the black rabbit were fighting, Sejin smiled. He realized it was a bit scary that only the black rabbit and the mother bear were enough for the large-scale invasion. Suddenly, a small corrupted tree scout attacked Sejin from behind. This momentarily startled Sejin, but he immediately acted on instinct, slashing the tree scout into 2 equal pieces without even thinking. He was surprised at how his reflexes had gotten much quicker, and his attacks were now deadly compared to before. The corrupted entities had appeared on the 99th floor once again, but thanks to the mother bear's quick response and immense strength, further damage to the farm was prevented. Sejin was happy with his decision to move his house near the farm. He thought it was a good choice to ask the mother bear to do so as soon as possible. Sejin remembered talking to the mother bear, telling her that his relationship with the miniature king had improved a lot and that the area she had to patrol had decreased. Sejin thought it was a good idea to set up a space near the western forest to focus on guarding the farms from the corrupted entities. Sejin brought a large heap of red locust meat to the mother bear, telling her she could also eat the meat every day if this arrangement continued. He wanted the mother bear to agree without any reservations, knowing both he and the mother bear would benefit from this deal. She immediately called out the baby bear, asking him to go and pack his things. The baby bear started jumping with excitement about getting a new place to live. As the scene shifts back to the present, we see the mother bear has defeated every large corrupted tree in the vicinity. She told Sejin that this type of invasion was nothing hard for her. Sejin smiled as he thanked the mother bear for everything. But as he looked around, he started wondering when he would get rid of the corrupted entity because they always created a mess on Sejin's farm. Sejin was frustrated, not knowing where the tree was that the corrupted trees were coming from. Just then, the Minotaurs also arrived, telling Sejin they were ready to work on the field. They were shocked to see that the corrupted entities were back again on the 99th floor. Seeing help arrive, Sejin immediately told the Minotaur to help him clean up the mess, because the corrupted trees had ruined all the newly expanded farms. Sejin couldn't work anymore and was sad as he started picking up the excess wood, thinking he didn't even have time to utilize his new landholder abilities. As he was picking up the leftover wood, he saw that a corrupted tree still had some life left in it. The corrupted creature started screeching that everything was there, but Sejin, frustrated, immediately smashed the corrupted tree and removed all the life within the creature, shouting where the tree was that these guys were trying to corrupt it. The scene shifts and we come back to the 52nd floor, where the old master Taeyong and Theo are walking somewhere. Theo, perched on Taejung's shoulder, was a little frustrated as he asked the old man about where they were going because there seemed to be a dead end if they kept going in the same direction. Taeyong then put Theo on the ground while Theo continued asking, "Didn't Taeyong come from outside the tower?" Theo had heard from Dongshik that only the waypoint from the 38th floor was registered, meaning humans only managed to clear the 38th floor. So how did Taeyong manage to come to this floor in the first place? Well, Theo was really confused after that. Taeyong said something that shocked Theo to his core. He explained he came here using a Linjen. Hearing Linjen, Theo got scared. Theo was getting shocks in his whole body as he heard this name and wondered if the old man was talking about the dimensional fragment fruit. As per Theo's knowledge, the fruit contained bad energy and should not be used carelessly because it was not something that was made inside the Black Tower in the first place, and it meant that this fruit was illegal. Now, in a tough situation, Theo explained that since he saw Taeyong using this illegal item, he had to report this inside to the authority, and then the higher authority would punish Taeyong. He made a grave mistake, but Taeyong didn't give a damn what Theo was telling. Taeyong, curious, said now he understood why the Linjins had often disappeared. He got it from the resident of the tower, and because it was illegal, it often disappeared. Theo let out a loud meow when he saw that the old man was unwrapping his bag-like thing. Then Taeyong revealed what was inside while saying it was a good thing he hid this one, and then he took something out from his bag. Theo was speechless. We see a plant-like creature with multiple leaves and tentacles on its legs, and we come to know that this creature is called Linjen. Theo was somewhat fearful of seeing the Linjen for the first time as it looked like a snake. He started going behind the legs of the old man while he told the cat that these creatures had a short lifespan, so if they did not use it now, then it would soon disappear. Finally, the old man decided that they should go urgently, but Theo started acting with all the attitude he had while telling the old man that he would never use something illegal to travel. But the old man knelt, showing the wandering cat merchant some packets of churu and offering the whole 2 packets of it to the cat. But hearing that, the cat was still not ready to do as the old man said. He immediately threw the 2 packets away into the air, saying if Theo didn't want it, he would throw them. Well, Theo is Theo after all. He could not resist the temptation and immediately grabbed the churu while jumping into the air to grab them. Well, he did grab them, but before he knew it, he noticed he was above the Linjen. Well, Taeyong tricked him, and before Theo knew it, the Linjen sucked Theo into her hole while Taeyong watched him with a satisfying smile of tricking Theo. After that, Taeyong also jumped into the hole. Both the old master and Theo were now traveling through the portal of the dimensional fruit. As it was his first travel, Theo was shouting with all his might, but they suddenly saw a bright light at the end of the portal. As the scene shifts, we come to the Phoenix Guild campground on the 38th floor. Suddenly, Dongshik turned around, hearing the rustling sound, but he saw that it was none other than his master and the merchant cat who appeared from behind the forest. Dongshik was surprised to see both the old man and the merchant cat together, but multiple questions started arising in his head. He asked his teacher about how he met Theo and what had happened to his curse of flames after defeating the wild boar. Hearing this, the old man just smiled, telling his student that he had a lot of questions and started telling Dongshik the whole story. How due to the pumpkin sweet potato he was able to defeat the boar and how he met Theo on the 52nd floor, became friends and came back together. But Theo's face was telling a different story. Seeing Theo's face, Dongshik asked why Theo was making this type of face, and Taeyong started to laugh loudly hearing this. Meanwhile, Theo was purely disgusted as he told the old man not to throw him inside the hole of any creature. Hearing this, Dongshik was deeply startled and asked if he used all the linjen. He asked the old man how many linjen he used to travel because that item was even rare in the country. The master calmly told Dongshik that there was something more important to check besides the wild boar boss. But then the master turned around and said to Theo that he had a question in his mind and he would like to ask it, and could Theo answer it? Theo agreed, asking what it was. Taeyong said he roughly checked from the 39th to 52nd floor using several linjens to find anything about Sejin, as the official waypoint registered in the tower is still the 38th floor, meaning either Sejin didn't officially cross the 38th floor or he also used some illegal methods to climb higher in the tower without defeating the bosses. He also asked the locals living in the towers if they saw any hunters looking like Sejin, but they had no idea about them. They said they hadn't seen a single human outside the tower except himself, Taeyong, which brought him to his final question. At this point, Theo was panicked and nervous. He knew what question Taeyong was going to ask, and he did not answer it. And then it happened. Taeyong asked Theo, "Where is Sejin right now? On which floor?" Well, if Theo hates using illegal routes, then where is Sejin, as he is not on any floor from 1 to 52nd? Meanwhile, Theo started to sweat heavily, his mind going black, not knowing what to say, and he started to fumble. As the scene shifts, we come back to the 99th floor, where multiple notifications pop up telling Sejin that due to his level 4 harvest, Sejin had harvested one crop 1 level higher, and his job experience increased significantly. He had also obtained 290 experience points due to it, and his skill was increased by an additional 5%. Sejin was picking up cherry tomatoes when he saw that he had harvested a B-grade magical cherry tomato. Due to the level upgrade, he knew that if he made a little more effort, he could surely harvest the crops that were above grade C. But suddenly, a white rabbit came down to the underground farm, telling Sejin that he should go and eat something. Sejin smiled as he told the rabbit that he would be coming soon, but as he picked up the basket full of cherry tomatoes, his eyes suddenly glanced at the whole field that he had made. Sejin was still thinking about the incident. He remembered the words of Yin that corrupted trees get attracted toward any strong source of the magical tree, and how the entire corrupted army comes here every day, meaning that the tree must have been inside the cave. He started looking around, thinking that there was not a single special kind of plant or tree inside the cave. Why? But suddenly, he looked at the makeshift fireplace that he made at the time of the first blue moon. He knelt on the ground while looking at the ashes, thinking that this bonfire was out of fire. He remembered that when he first entered the tower and succeeded in starting a fire, he would always use the makeshift bonfire and it would never go out. But since he shifted outside, he didn't even know that the bonfire was turned off. This was weird at the beginning, as how the fire was not getting vanquished even after so many days, but he never gave much thought, thinking this might be some effect of the tower. Thinking that he once again was going to light the bonfire up, when he noticed something, a green small leaf. Confused, he started removing the ashes, and he noticed a sprout hidden under the ashes. Sejin was suddenly shocked to the core as he discovered the tree sprout. He was shocked to his core, thinking how in the hell the sprout survived under fire for so long. But before he could understand something more, a bigger shock hit him when the plant called Sejin, Master Sejin. He was shocked and started to look up, trying to find the source of the voice when the voice asked Sejin to look down. As Sejin slowly looked down, nervous, he noticed a cute little elf-like creature, with red-hot hair with a seducing smile, telling Sejin that she had been waiting underground for this day to come. She, for 200 days, watched Sejin patiently, praying that one day Sejin would remove the ash, and she would then be able to come out. She introduced herself and said her name was Flame, and she was born from the apple seed Sejin planted and from the ashes of the fire. Sejin started smiling with excitement as he came to know that the tree that he planted had now materialized itself into a spirit of life, and the corrupted trees were all coming for this little spirit of life. The cute little Flame stared at her master, Sejin, with a cute smile. Sejin, seeing her, finally got his answer, that the corrupted trees were coming here all this time to devour her. Sejin, on the other hand, was shocked as he looked at the little creature who introduced herself as Flame. She was really happy because she was now talking to her master. She started doing salsa, saying this was the happiest moment of her life since she became conscious. Finally, she was able to meet her master. Sejin couldn't understand how a name like Flame suited an apple tree. Above all, how could plants even talk? If he remembered correctly, he planted an apple tree and Flame doesn't have anything to do with Flame. Not understanding what her master was talking about, she immediately told him that she was transferring her consciousness from the apple tree into her head with magical power. So this was just like a fake body created with magic to talk with her master. Sejin can think of it like that. She took this form to look good in front of her master. Then, with a concerned face, she asked, did Sejin not like her appearance? If he didn't like it, she could change into something else. Flame was disheartened and asked if Sejin didn't like this form. But our boy saw that Flame was almost on the verge of crying and immediately told her that she was indeed looking pretty cute. And even her name was cute. Then Sejin, with his arms crossed, asked Flame that, like she mentioned, she is a flaming red apple tree, and she also mentioned she used magic to make this appearance. Meaning she must be also very powerful and incredible, right? But inside, Sejin couldn't believe that the cheap apple he ate back then turned out to be such a great apple. But Flame, with a shy face, told Sejin that she is nothing great like Sejin is thinking. Then she started telling Sejin how she was born. It was almost 200 days ago when Sejin first planted the apple seed. She finally sprouted on the third day, but when she tried to sprout from the ground, she felt an intense heat. She felt like she would die from the heat. She had to survive, so she decided to go deep inside the soil. She kept going inside the soil for countless days, endlessly, to the point that she didn't even know where it ended. Suddenly, the roots reached above a cave and made a crack within the rocks. And Flame found a source of clean water, which provided a little coolness to the seed that couldn't bear the heat. She was very happy seeing the water. The water was cold and very tasty, so till now, she was able to survive all thanks to this cold water she was drinking and was withstanding the heat till today. In that endless darkness, she was just sitting all alone, waiting for days to get out from there, receive sunlight, and bloom into a tree, but the heat was keeping her away. But today, she finally got out of the endless darkness and met her master. So she is the happiest and has no regrets in her life. Sejin finally realized his mistake. He forgot that he even planted an apple tree because of the chaos and the blue moon incident that happened when he first reached the tower, and the next day, by mistake, he set the campfire just on top of where he planted the apple tree. He immediately apologized to Flame for this. Sejin was feeling guilty, but Flame wasn't angry at all. She told Sejin that whatever he did made her strong instead. So Sejin didn't have to feel guilty, and now she could do fire magic. The next moment, excited, with a flicker of her finger, she summoned fire on top of the little apple sprout, saying she could control plants, water, earth, and also fire magic, all thanks to Sejin. Sejin, on the other hand, was shocked to see that this little Flame could handle fire magic pretty well. Showing this magic trick was a proud moment for Flame, and Sejin started clapping at the fact that the plant vulnerable to fire could use fire magic itself. Looking at the cute creature was mesmerizing and soothing for him, and Flame, seeing her master clapping, was the proudest moment of her life as she stood with her chest high. Then Flame excitedly informed her master that she could only make little fires at the moment, but she would grow up quickly and help her master in any way she could. Sejin smiled as he looked at the youngest member of his family on the 99th floor, the one and only Flame, and he rubbed the petals on her head gently while telling Flame that she had a really hard time underground, so she didn't have to overdo it outside. Sejin wanted the apple tree to not think about anything right now and just grow healthily and happily, because if she overdid it just after being born, she could get sick. Flame was happy seeing her master caring for her. She wanted Sejin to pat her more. She was getting all emotional, and even the tower farmer agreed, telling Flame that he could pat her as much as she wanted. Flame started thinking it was the best day of her life as the apple tree. She was happy she could be cute and have fun with her owner in the meantime. But the truth was, Flame told Sejin a little lie. The scene shifted, and we saw that the roots of Flame were already big. Her roots kept going underground until they reached deeper into the underground ocean. The tree almost covered the whole 99th floor along with the underground ocean. She decided to keep this a secret from Sejin. So make sure you keep it a secret from everyone. The scene shifts, and we come back to the 39th floor where Taeyong, with a serious face, asks Theo to tell him where Sejin is, as he already searched till the 58th floor and there is not a single clue about Sejin there. Even Dongshik started remembering that Theo told him that he met Sejin on the 40th floor. Theo said on the 40th floor, Sejin saved his life. Theo told this lie a long time ago to Dongshik, but Dongshik also couldn't find Sejin anywhere on the 40th floor. Now Theo started sweating profusely, informing the old man that, to tell the truth, he told a lie, and he really couldn't reveal the place where Sejin was for some reason. But the old man just wondered why Theo wasn't telling him anything. Then Taeyong started to explain to Theo that right now, Sejin is receiving the attention of the whole world in his home world, Earth. He doesn't know how important Sejin is for the tower or the people who live in the tower, but for Earth, Sejin is an extremely important figure. Sejin has become the most valuable figure to the humans on Earth. Taeyong continued, asking one more time which floor Sejin was on, whether he needed any help, and why he was not coming out from the tower. As the leader of the Hunter Association of the Republic of South Korea, he is asking to know where Sejin is, and Theo has to tell him about it. But even after telling all this, Theo didn't say a word. Then Taeyong bowed a little and politely asked, couldn't Theo show a little generosity? He even started to beg to tell about Sejin, as this was really important information, and Theo, well, he was really in a tight situation. It was not like he would tell Sejin was stuck on the 99th floor, so he came up with an idea. He took out a piece of paper from his bag and shouted that Taeyong had to sign a contract with him. He explained that he would tell everything about Sejin, but only if he signed a contract with Theo, that Taeyong would keep everything Theo told a secret and only discuss everything he told with Theo and no one else, and if he breaks this contract, Taejong's life will be terminated. Telling the old man to write a contract, Theo wanted all the words exchanged with the cat to be kept confidential, and the old man could only discuss it with the sales cat Theo and no one else. The old master was shocked by the sudden change in Theo's attitude. He saw Theo's serious face for the first time. Even Dongshik was nervous hearing the terms of the contract, but the old man calmly told Dongshik to sign it too. They started going inside one of the camps they set up. Dongshik wrote every condition on the piece of paper, and all three of them signed the contract properly. A notification popped up in front of Dongshik while the old master told Theo that he would put his honor as a hunter on the line and keep everything he heard and saw inside the room a complete secret. The same conditions applied to Dongshik too. Finally, the master asked Theo once again where Sejin exactly was. First of all, Theo informed both men that Sejin was not actually on the 40th floor. This shocked Dongshik, but Theo continued and explained it was just a lie he told Dongshik. Well, Sejin at that time had told Theo to tell people this story if anyone asked about him. So once again, Dongshik asked Theo, "Where is Sejin exactly?" with a shocked face. But Theo explained he still can't say everything, but while pointing his finger high, he said, "Sejin is in such a place so far high on the tower that humans cannot even imagine going there, let alone survive. So he can't get down from the tower for the time being, as he is stuck in his mission." Both Dongshik and the old man were shocked to hear about this place, wondering where exactly in the tower it was. As the scene shifts, we see both the master and Dongshik waving their goodbyes to the cat merchant after Theo leaves. A shocked Dongshik asked the old man if whatever Theo said was real. He started telling the master that no matter how strong a hunter is, it is difficult to go beyond a certain floor using Linjen, as even if a person, for say, went to the 80th floor, he would die immediately from even a small monster there, as he is not strong enough. And Sejin is growing crops there? That means he is so strong that not anyone on that floor is any threat to him, and he did it all alone. It just doesn't make any sense. Dongshik guessed that maybe Sejin was on the 60th floor. He thought that maybe Sejin was captured by some monsters there and became isolated. But the master told Dongshik that maybe whatever Theo said was indeed true. The disciple couldn't understand what the old man was saying, but he started explaining that if he looked at the sun pumpkin sweet potato, there was an explanation inside the description that said the sun's rays were soaked up at the highest point of the tower for this sweet potato to grow. He asked Dongshik if he had noticed it too. Even Dongshik agreed that he read something like that in the description. The old man asked another question to Dongshik about where he thought the highest point of the tower would be. It was as if this question sent multiple thundershocks through Dongshik's brain. The old man started telling his disciples that they didn't know the reason and how, but according to him, Sejin must be on the 99th floor. Although it sounds ridiculous, this was the only conclusion he came up with after joining all the dots. As the scene shifts, we see our boy's ears itching while he wonders who is talking about him. At this moment, the scene shifts again, and we come to Graner Village, which was Theo's hometown. We get a look at the mansion of Israel, the richest man in town. As we come inside, we see two black cats sitting at a round table. One of them told the other that, according to his informant, the war with the red locusts on the 67th floor was stretching longer than expected. He explained that food and grain shortages would be expected again, like during the Great Famine decades ago. And we catch Oren chilling with a female cat's melons. Not a care in the world. But his dad, Israel, was all about business, warning him that the price of incoming food grains might double or even triple, putting a real strain on the village's economy. This old cat Israel, sitting across from Oren, mentioned that without enough info, there's no telling how the tower would affect them. But the background noises of Oren's escapades were grinding Israel's gears, and he finally snapped, demanding, "Are you even listening properly?" Caught off guard, Oren and his lady friend were shocked by the outburst. Oren shot back with sass. "Chill. I'm listening as best as I can." The female cat, feeling snubbed, declared she was out of the mood now. Oren brushed off his dad's concerns about the war and money, boasting about their stuffed treasury. Flipping back to his playful antics with the female cat, he ignored his dad's growing frustration. Israel, fed up, laid down the law. He threatened to cut Oren off from the family fortune if he didn't hit up the merchant and stock up on food. This threat hit Oren hard. He let out a wail so loud the whole village could probably hear it. Still full of attitude, Oren challenged his dad's trust in him. "I'm the great Oren. I can handle buying some food," he declared, yanking a civilian into service as his porter. But unbeknownst to them, lurking in the shadows was the crafty goblin who had once duped our dear wandering cat merchant Theo. The scene shifted to the 75th floor, and we saw a food mart full of people with fruits, vegetables, and meat, well, every food item present. Lazy Oren was trying to buy meat with 1 tower coin, but in every shop he was getting rejected, saying now the market price is 4 tower coins for 1 piece of meat, fish, or any piece of food. He tried to negotiate, but he was just a lazy rich kid who hadn't gone through any hardship, so everyone charged him a little high. After getting rejected by almost all the sellers outside, Oren started to scream, holding his head, frustrated, shouting, "What is going on here? Why the hell is food so damn expensive?" His lackeys that his father had assigned, knowing he was a good-for-nothing son, were just watching him from the side, sighing in annoyance. They explained to Oren that due to the ongoing war, some merchants on several floors had started buying up large quantities of food and hoarding it all instead of releasing it into the market. That must be why the food prices have soared. Well, that was common knowledge, even that every common man knew. But Oren? Well, the only thought in his mind was to play with his girls and finish this task ASAP. He started to curse the merchants for stocking the food, but just then he got a brilliant idea. He thought, rather than doing this, should he take matters into his own hands? His idea was, instead of buying supplies from the vendors, why not buy supplies directly from the farm at a lower price? He thought this was a brilliant idea. He was a genius. As he thought of this idea, proud of himself, he ordered his lackey to follow him to the Merchant Association and announced that he would become a wandering merchant, as only merchants are allowed to buy anything directly from the farms. Well, this was a shock to the lackey and the merchant, but what can they do? They tried to say first they should inform his father, but Oren said no need to tell his father about this small thing. Instead, he suggested his lackey also become wandering merchants, and he would sponsor them. And like that, if all of them became merchants, they would multiply the money by 2 or 3 times. They would pile up food like a mountain and leave his father speechless. Then, with a smirking smile, he said he would multiply 1,000 tower coins tenfold. He thought he was born to be a merchant, and using his merchant skill, he would become the richest person on the tower and play with pussycats all day, all night. While saying this, he started to dance and move forward, talking about what he would do when he became famous, and how the legend of Oren, the legendary merchant story, would be told on every floor of the tower. And Scarum, well, he was watching this from the back and laughing on the inside, saying he got his next victim. He called Oren from the back and introduced himself, saying he was Scarum, a wandering merchant, and asked if he wanted to become a wandering merchant. Oren replied affirmatively and then asked Scarum why he is asking. Scarum explained that he had something good for Oren and that he could multiply his money with this scheme. Then, with a creepy smile, Scarum said he has some rare items from outside the tower that are so rare you can't get them anywhere else, and these items will make Oren rich. Well, someone is going to get ripped off. Meanwhile, Theo was also on the 75th floor buying some things Sejun told him to buy, like blankets, food, utensils, and lastly, he also bought some new boxes of nails for himself. Then, as he was walking down the street, checking what the next item on the list was, his cat senses activated. He noticed a worn-down weapon and immediately grabbed it, feeling like this was special. Well, Theo's cat sense was never wrong, so he decided to buy it. While he was in the process of buying this weapon from this cute mole reading a newspaper, someone with an arrogant voice said, "Oh my! Who do we have here?" This startled Theo. He turned back, and there Oren was standing with his lackey, saying, "Isn't this Theo, the guy who fled at night from the village and never returned?" Theo, as he realized this was Oren, the one whom his ex-girlfriend went with, leaving him heartbroken, was surprised seeing him, but was more surprised seeing the merchant badge on his chest. Then Theo asked if Oren had become a wandering merchant, and Oren, maintaining his arrogant, disgusting smile, replied that he indeed became a merchant because a lovely goblin helped him, the same goblin that helped Theo. Then angrily he started to scream at Theo, saying the same goblin also helped Theo, but what did Theo do? He backstabbed him. Theo became a high mid-level merchant all because of Scarum's items that are outside the tower and are so rare no one can get them. And once Theo became a little successful, he backstabbed him. Then, with a dominating tone, he asked Theo, "How much did you make with the item Scarum gave you?" Theo, at that moment, realized Oren had been scammed. So, just how innocent Theo is, he immediately shouts at Oren, saying, "Did you buy those trashy things from Scarum? If you did, then you are scammed." Oren is the biggest jerk, but Scarum is an even bigger jerk. So it's understandable that Oren got scammed, as Theo also got scammed once. So, just because they both got scammed, Theo decided to help Oren and asked him to give him all the items Scarum gave him, and Theo would take care of them. And if Oren helped him locate Scarum, he could even catch him and get Oren's money back. But Oren was not in the mood to listen to any of Theo's nonsense. He, with an arrogant tone, called Theo an ungrateful bastard, saying he knows he's afraid he'll also become a successful merchant, a bigger one than Theo. Scarum told him everything. How Theo lied to the cops about Scarum, and now everyone thinks Scarum is a scammer just because Theo didn't want Scarum to sell those precious items to newbies. So no one could become successful using Scarum's items easily as Theo did. Well, Theo, while hearing all this, realized Oren's idiocy was on another level. He tried to explain that he was not deceiving Oren. The reality is that Scarum is the one scamming him, and if they don't hurry, Scarum will run with all of Oren's money, and they will never be able to catch him. But Oren was stubbornly convinced that Theo was a scammer, and for him, Scarum was like a god. Now Oren had enough of Theo's nonsense. While pointing his fingers, he shouted at Theo, "I've heard enough of your nonsense, Theo. You're just a lowly beggar, a small fry who only became a mid-grade merchant because of Scarum, nothing else. You're a loser, just like when you confessed to Meryl and she rejected you and chose me." Hearing his ex-girlfriend's name, Theo got a little annoyed. With an irritated tone, he asked, "How is Maril? Is she doing well?" But Oren, standing up, tried to dodge the question, saying, "Who is Maril? I don't know who that woman is." Then, seeing this opportunity, Oren's lackey revealed that after having some fun with Oren, Maril also dumped him. This made Oren embarrassed and furious. He started shouting at his lackey, "Meryl didn't dump me. I dumped her." Theo, trying to calm the situation, patted Oren's shoulder, saying, "It's okay, Oren," as Meryl was always like that, so don't take it to heart. But this only made Oren even more furious. He flicked Theo's hand off his shoulder, saying, I don't need your comfort. He then announced that he would sell items from outside the tower to the Minotaur King of the 99th floor. Scarum told me that the Minotaur King likes items from outside the tower. I'll take this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Minotaur King and make the strongest individual in the tower my supporter. While saying this, he turned back, waved Theo off, and headed to the 99th floor. Once he became good friends with the Minotaur King, it wouldn't be a problem for someone with great talent like him to become a high-level merchant. It's just a matter of time before he does, and someone like Theo would never dare to dream of making connections with the Minotaur King. Oren continued walking forward, leaving Theo dumbfounded. He was so shocked by all this nonsense that his soul almost left his body for a moment. From behind, Theo said, Good luck, Oren, with a sad tone, making Oren believe he was on a high horse. But inside, Theo was damn happy. With a mischievous smile, he started to laugh. See you on the 99th floor. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, we see that the corrupted entities and the small branch tree scouts are invading the farm of Sejin once again. But this time, the baby bear and the mother bear are ready to fight the whole group. They've barricaded the entire farm with the wood they got from the previous raid. Sejin, along with the black rabbit, is also watching the large army of corrupted entities. They're ready, poised to fight. Sejin was extremely angry, saying, So they are the ones who want to smash flame? Then he took out his new dish, locust soup, and everyone, with a serious face, drank their fill in one gulp. Immediately, the system notified them that they had consumed combat food, and their strength increased by 7.1 for the next 30 minutes. Sejin gave his bowl, dripping with some soup, to the queen bee, and she blinked her eyes, happy to finally be able to drink some juice. He cleaned his mouth and thanked her. The whole group, along with the baby bear, mother bear, and black rabbit, was ready to fight the corrupted entity. And with that, the war between the creatures of the 99th floor and the corrupted entities raged on once again. The baby mother duo of the bears were smashing every tree they could get their hands on with a single punch. Even Sejin was slashing through the small tree scouts with his legendary black dagger. Finally, the cute little warrior rabbit was smashing the heads of the trees with his wooden hammer. The whole group was showing off their skills, and the corrupted entities were dropping like flies, one by one. Suddenly, a large tree fell near Sejin, and a flexible tentacle shot out from a large black void, trying to attack Sejin with all its might. But suddenly, we see our cute little wandering cat merchant, Theo, come to the rescue. He was equipped with his new razor-sharp claw. His eyes glowed with a golden aura as he shouted at the corrupted entities. I can't tolerate an invasion of these evil creatures onto the 99th floor. It was the first time we saw Theo in action as he slashed every corrupted tree with his sharp claws. The tree fell in multiple pieces. Theo landed on the ground, his claws glinting like Iron Man's armor. Sejin was happy to see that his trusty wandering cat merchant could also fight. Theo, curious, asked, Who are these creatures? Sejin began explaining. Just after you climbed down, these ents barged in. They're corrupted trees, and I found out there's an apple tree named Flame inside the cave. These corrupted trees are after Flame. Theo was very confused, not understanding what Sejin was trying to say. But right in the middle of Sejin's explanation, a corrupted tree attacked from behind, startling him. Even before Sejin could react, Theo jumped in, and with his new razor-sharp claws, slashed the tree like he was cutting paper. Seeing this, Sejin said, I'll explain everything later. First, let's get rid of these bastards. Then we can talk. This war wasn't over yet. Both the cat and the tower farmer realized they were surrounded by multiple corrupted tree scouts. They decided to deal with the invaders first and talk later. Sejin was slashing through the trees while Theo started rummaging inside his pouch. I brought something helpful for you, Theo shouted. Sejin turned around, curious, and saw it was some kind of weapon. It had attracted Theo's attention so much that he bought it without even thinking. Sejin smiled as he looked at the new weapon. He called out to the tower manager. She responded quickly, saying she had been watching everything. The weapon got teleported to the dragon, and she immediately appraised it without hesitation. Sejin handed her a cherry tomato as payment. Suddenly, multiple notifications popped up, telling Sejin that the appraisal skill had been used on the weapon. The weapon teleported back into Sejin's hands. It was some kind of hatchet. This weapon was named the Great Warrior Wuka's Throwing Hatchet. Seeing the new weapon, Sejin immediately realized that, since this was a named item, it was going to be overpowered. Sejin, after reading the description on the hatchet, stood with his hand raised high, holding the hatchet as he had just received a legendary weapon. Sejin reads the information window of the new weapon he has acquired, which is called Great Warrior Wuka's Throwing Hatchet. It was created by the great dwarf warrior named Wuka himself, who was from the Red Rock tribe. The hatchet is well-balanced and designed specifically for being thrown at its target, and its destructive power and range are huge. Also, the blade is finished with mithril, which is one of the hardest metals in fantasy worlds, and that helps the hatchet retain its sharpness for a long time. There are some usage restrictions on the A-grade hatchet too. It can only be used by someone above level 20, and with both strength and mana above 15. The weapon comes with some skills like wood splitting level 1, which makes it easier to chop down wood when striking along its pattern. There is another skill called Retrieve, which allows the user to command the hatchet to return to him within 10 seconds if it was thrown within a 300 m radius. Sejin is delighted to see the weapon's details and wonders how he can use the skills. He suddenly sees the black warrior rabbit facing trouble as an ant suddenly grabs him. Sejin panics and decides to use the hatchet right now to save his rabbit friend without thinking much about the skills. He hurls the hatchet with full strength, and it keeps on flying until it hits the tree monster dead in the center. A few inches to the right and there would be one less rabbit in the comic. Sejin's attack connects perfectly to the tree monster, and because of the throwing, the hatchet's damage is increased by 1.5 times. Also, he dealt a critical hit by striking the grain of the wood, and the skill of wood splitting also gets activated. Because of that, the tree monster is suddenly split in half, much to the surprise of the black rabbit, who just lands on his feet. Even Mama Bear sees Sejin's attack, and she can't stop staring at him. She almost forgets about fighting other monsters as she wonders if Sejin split an ant in just one strike. Kung is excited to hear that, and he tells Sejin that he is awesome. He confidently says that his dad is no longer a weakling who just runs away. As he winds up for another round of tree monsters, Kung pummels the monsters with ease while saying that he is now proud of his dad, who has become a weakling who can carry his weight in battle. Sejin got promoted from being a useless weakling to a useful weakling. Well, Sejin is too busy marveling over the power of his newly named weapon to pay that insulting compliment any mind. He says that this power was to be expected from a named weapon, as it split a large branch scout of the corrupted ant monster like it was nothing. Because he defeated a large branch scout, he got 500 EXP. Sejin suddenly picks up Theo and starts praising him, calling him pretty while he bombards him with kisses, much to the orange cat's irritation. Theo asks Sejin what the hell he's doing and tells him that they are on a battlefield right now. Just as he says that, a huge tree monster pounces on Sejin from behind, and he realizes that Theo is right. He panics for a bit, but then gets an idea and uses the retrieve skill as he falls back. The new tree monster falls in the trajectory the hatchet is taking to return to Sejin's hand, and it gets split in half without any difficulty. Sejin is delighted to see this, and Theo looks at him with excitement too. Sejin gets too confident and tells the tree monsters that they are all dead now. He declares that he will properly show them the power of the tower farmer from now on. He stands firm even as the large branch scouts surround him, and Theo tells him that he will support him. Sejin says, "Let's go," and they charge together towards the enemies, determined to take them all down. Soon after that, the battle is over, and a heap of dead tree monsters is piled up on one side. The black minotaurs are hauling the pieces of wood from all over the field to the pile, while some of them are helping to chop them down into smaller pieces. One of them is even sweeping away the smaller branches near the cave. He peeks inside the cave and tells Sejin that they are almost done cleaning up outside. The minotaur tells him that once they are done, he will go back to plowing the fields. Sejin is washing his face by the pond after a good workout, and he tells the black minotaur to take it easy. He sits down on a rock, sighing and complaining about his body. He pats his knee with his straw hat, saying that his entire body feels sore after fighting all night. Anyway, now is the time to check out the results of all the action. Sejin opens his status window, and to his surprise, he has already reached level 25. He happily looks at his improved stats, but he is curious about why one of his talents is called easygoing criminal. Well, Sejin is a bit overjoyed about the boost in his stats and says that he never thought that he, the easygoing criminal, would have such an amazing status window. He thinks that he is doing very well and says that he is proud of himself. He says that he wants to kiss himself, and without missing a beat, a message from Alien shows up saying, "Me too." She let her intrusive thoughts come out. Sejin is startled by her message that he can't read clearly, so when he turns back to ask her what she said, the message turns into an information window version of a panic attack. Sejin asks her what is wrong, and Alien replies that it is nothing and that there was some error with the system window. Meanwhile, everyone else is busy with their work. The rabbits water the cherry tomato plants while Theo takes a stroll. He comes to greet Flame, about whom he has heard from Sejin. Flame knows Theo too, and he suddenly starts trying to pat her, but his hand goes right through her because she is an illusion created with magic. Theo is intrigued that he can't touch her, so he keeps fiddling around, annoying Flame. She retaliates by shooting a fireball at him, and Theo jumps back in shock. He is amazed that a plant just shot fire at him, but Flame is angry. Theo apologizes to her and promises not to fool around with her anymore. However, that doesn't mean he will stop being an optimist. He asks Flame if she can grill a fish for him because he wants to eat grilled fish, but Sejin is too busy to do it for him. Flame says that it will be easy peasy lemon squeezy and then shoots a compact fire beam at Theo's fish. The fish is grilled in no time, and Theo is amazed. As he eats the fish, he remarks that it is delicious and refreshing, and Flame is happy to hear that. Just then, Sejin comes there and asks the orange cat not to bully Flame so much. Theo replies that he didn't bully her, and Flame even grilled a fish for him. Sejin is surprised to hear that, and he tells Flame that he is proud of her. She is delighted but tries to act humble, saying it is nothing. Suddenly, Sejin gets a system message telling him that the cooldown time for his Straw Hat skill growth promoter is over. Sejin thinks it is just in time and asks Flame if he can use the growth promoter skill on her. Flame asks him if he is going to use such a precious skill on her. Sejin replies that it is the obvious choice. He says that she is too small right now, and he wants her to quickly grow up and become a healthy tree. Flame bows down as she accepts it, and Sejin finds her polite and cute. Sejin decides to use only a small fraction of the growth promoter skill on Flame, but to his surprise, the system tells him that the apple tree's growth potential is enormous and the growth promoter power of 10 crops will be used on it. Sejin is shocked to learn that the entire skill will be used just on Flame, but it is too late to take it back now. He suddenly feels like all his mana is being sucked in towards the apple sapling, but even after that, the apple tree seems to have grown just a little bit. Flame is happy, though, and she tells Sejin that her body is overflowing with energy. Sejin suddenly collapses because of a loss of mana, shocking both Flame and Theo. Theo asks him what is wrong, and then Flame nervously asks Sejin if he feels weak because he used too much power on her to keep her heart. Sejin tells her that it is not because of her. He claims that he is exhausted after fighting all those monsters earlier. He tells her that everything is fine, but he just feels a bit dizzy. Flame tells him that she will believe a bit of his exhaustion in that case, and Sejin is perplexed about what she can do. Flame folds her hands together and begins releasing her power. A white flame blows from the apple tree toward the shocked Sejin, who is trying to make sense of what is happening. As the flame covers him, he suddenly feels much better, and his body feels lighter. He asks if this is because of this white flame, and Theo freaks out on seeing Sejin on fire. Sejin reads the details using an information window and finds that he is covered in the flame of purification, which removes all impurities from the body for 3 hours and improves the body's condition. Sejin is amazed that Flame has this power, and she is really happy that she can help her master. He then asks her if she has any other abilities, and Flame tells him that she has some. She tells him that apart from the flame of purification, She also has the flame of friendship. Sejin is curious about it, and she tells him that the flame of friendship allows one to control fire for a while or enhance the power of fire. Sejin's jaw drops on hearing this, and he asks Flame if he can also use fire abilities that. He suddenly starts thinking about how he can use the fire effectively against the Ents the next time they attack. Theo suddenly clings to him, demanding his attention because he has some important stories to tell Sejin. He tells Sejin that a human named Han Tae-young has found that he is not staying on the 40th floor. Sejin is a bit shocked to hear that, and the true realization takes a moment to set in. He freaks out as he asks Theo to repeat what he just said because now things may turn tricky for him. Sejin was shocked to hear the whole story from Theo. He couldn't believe it. Was Theo talking about Tae-young, Korea's #1 strongest hunter? And had Theo made friends with him? With a smug smile, Theo casually explained that he wasn't sure if Tae-young was the strongest hunter in Korea, but he did know that Tae-young was Dongshik's teacher. That's when it hit Sejin. This was Tae-young, Korea's #1 hunter. With a smirk, Theo proudly assured Sejin that there was nothing to worry about. Tae-young had searched for Sejin up to the 56th floor, and when he couldn't find him, he figured out that Sejin must be on an upper floor. Using his big brain, Theo had signed a contract with Tae-young and Dongshik, ensuring that they wouldn't reveal Sejin's secret to anyone. This secret was only between the three of them, and on top of that, Theo had become their friend. Theo couldn't stop praising himself for his cleverness while Sejin quietly listened, deep in thought. Sejin realized that if Theo had become friends with Tae-young, and if Tae-young knew he was on the 99th floor, it could be a good thing. Tae-young, Korea's #1 hunter, had access to many resources and could help take care of Sejin's family. Plus, Sejin could sell his crops at a high price and make a nice profit. As Theo licked his paws, Sejin couldn't help but think that despite looking a bit dumb, Theo had done an amazing job. Sure, Theo had messed up in the past by selling Sun pumpkin sweet potatoes without permission, but that mistake had led him to become friends with Tae-young. Maybe the blood of a merchant did run through Theo's veins. Theo was a genius when it came to being a bond merchant, even if he was a bit of a dumb one. Suddenly, Theo told Sejin that he needed his help. Something very important. Sejin, curious, asked what it was. Theo sat down quietly and started telling Sejin his whole story. He asked if Sejin remembered why he was the first wandering merchant and if he remembered Theo's story. Sejin nodded, recalling how Theo's girlfriend had betrayed him because of a black cat named Oren. After that, they all knew how Theo had met Sejin and ended up here. Out of nowhere, Theo started screaming, his voice full of fury. He was angry. He shouted that today, while he was out shopping for Sejin, he had run into the same black cat, Oren. Now, Oren had become a wandering merchant just like Theo. But that wasn't all. Just like how Scarum had scammed Theo in the beginning by selling him useless tools, Scarum had done the same to Oren, selling him junk. Theo, trying to be the good cat, had tried to warn Oren that Scarum had scammed him. But instead of listening, Oren had screamed at Theo, calling him dumb. This had made Theo even angrier. Theo explained how Oren thought he had valuable items and had come to the 99th floor to sell them, just like Theo had once believed. And now, Oren was on his way to the 99th floor, planning to sell those worthless items at 10 times the price to the Ox King. Hearing all this, Sejin was a bit shocked and surprised. Then Theo climbed onto Sejin's stomach, scratching him with his paws, and with an innocent face, begged Sejin to help him teach Oren a lesson. He wanted Sejin to help put Scarum in his place. Sejin, trying to clear his throat, realized he couldn't resist Theo's charm. Theo was asking for help like this. How could he say no? With a smirking, evil smile, Sejin thought it would be fun to meet this Oren guy. It would be fun to teach him a lesson. Then the scene shifted, and we saw Oren trudging through the barren lands of the 99th floor with his 2 servants. It was scorching hot, and they had been walking for what seemed like forever, their footsteps visible in the dusty ground behind them. Wiping his sweat, Oren complained, wondering what had happened to the 99th floor. Why was there no greenery? Why was it so deserted? But his servants were too exhausted to respond. One of them could only manage to mutter a single word, water. But Oren wasn't listening. Instead, he turned to his servant and grumbled about being hungry, asking if they had anything to eat. Annoyed, the servant snapped back, reminding Oren that they had spent all their money registering as wandering merchants and buying supplies. But because of Oren's foolishness, they wasted the rest of their money on alcohol and other useless things, leaving them without proper provisions for the journey. Hearing this, the second servant collapsed to the ground as if he had given up on life entirely. His body shook as he started crying, his voice trembling as he wailed, "We're all going to die here, starving." Hearing this, Oren got annoyed and snapped, "Stop crying like a little kid. Don't you have enough faith in me to know I won't let you die out here?" Oren called over his first servant and demanded, "How long will it take us to reach the Ox King? Water and food aren't a big deal, right? We're going to sell rare materials to the Ox King, and once we get there, we'll have all the food and water we need. The Ox King's going to treat us like royalty." His second servant pulled out a map, and after studying it for a while, he nervously reported, "It's going to take at least 2 to 3 days to reach the Ox King." Hearing this, Oren flipped out. "Are you crazy? 2 to 3 days? Can you even read a map properly?" he shouted, anger rising. The second servant, already scared, shrunk like a ball and began to wail, "We're all going to die! We're all going to die!" Panic set in, and suddenly a strange noise came from behind them. Oren and his servants turned around in surprise. What did they see? 2 rabbits coming toward them, Fatty Rabbit and Second Gen Fatty Rabbit. Fatty Rabbit was pulling a trolley loaded with water bottles, and Second Gen Fatty Rabbit had even more water bottles strapped to his back. Seeing this, Oren's mood did a complete 180. He ran toward Fatty Rabbit, shouting, "I can't believe it! A wandering merchant selling water in such a tough spot." Desperation dripped from his voice as he asked for some water bottles, asking, "What's the price?" Fatty Rabbit, with a kind smile, held up a bottle and replied, "Not much, just 0.5 tower coin." Oren's jaw dropped, and he shouted, "That's crazy expensive. Water on the lower floors is free, and you're charging 0.5 tower coin up here?" Fatty Rabbit calmly explained, "It's extremely hard to find water on the 99th floor. You wouldn't have seen a single drop on the ground, no lakes, no springs, nothing. All the plants have died here. This water is 0.5 tower coin, which is cheap considering the situation. It's your choice. Buy the water for 0.5 tower coin, or end up as a skeleton like those bones behind you." Oren's anger turned to unease. He didn't know what to do. He tried to plead with Fatty Rabbit, asking for the water for free, promising that once he sold the rare materials to the Ox King, he'd pay him back with plenty of money. Hearing the name Ox King, Fatty Rabbit's eyes twinkled, and he asked, "So you're the wandering merchant who brings rare goods for the Ox King, and you're a close friend of his?" Oren, caught off guard but desperate, lied, saying, "Yes." He held up his merchant badge and claimed that he was on his way to sell a precious item to the Ox King. Fatty Rabbit's smile grew wider, and he started acting like a pro-level actor. "Oh, if I'd known you were a wandering merchant heading to the Ox King, I would have given you a different deal." Oren thought his work was done. He'd get the water for free. But instead, Fatty Rabbit suddenly pulled out a piece of paper and shoved it in Oren's face. Confused, Oren asked, "What's this?" Fatty Rabbit, still smirking, explained, "This is a contract of guarantee for outstanding payments. You have to pay back 10 times unless you pay the outstanding payments within 3 days." Oren was furious. "This is a complete fraud. 10 times is ridiculous, don't you think?" he shouted. But Fatty Rabbit said, "As you've seen, the 99th floor is a barren wasteland. If we didn't enforce this rule, it'd be impossible to survive here. We also have a lot of guys running away." Oren, not knowing what else to do, reluctantly signed the contract. Surprisingly, the contract mentioned that Oren could leave without paying, but if he didn't pay the tax within 3 days, he'd have to pay back using his own body. Oren didn't fully understand what that meant, but he figured he'd sell his goods to the Ox King within 3 days and pay the bill. With the contract signed, Oren ordered his servants to fill their bags with water bottles. He grabbed a few himself, while Fatty Rabbit sat nearby smirking. Oren and his servant walked away, trying to look cool with Oren raising his hand and confidently telling them they'd be back in 3 days to return all the money. Fatty Rabbit, with a mischievous grin, wished them luck, saying, "I hope you become rich." The scene shifted, and a day had passed. Oren and his servants were still trudging through the desolate lands. Empty water bottles littered the ground behind them. Oren picked up his last water bottle while his servants, exhausted, complained, "We've been drinking only water for the last 2 days. We are so hungry we might have to eat mud." But Oren ignored them, focused on his dwindling water supply. When his water ran out, he turned to his servant and demanded, "Give me your water bottle." His servant refused, saying, "This is the last one. You've already drunk all your water. Do you want to take mine too?" Oren's temper flared, and he snatched the bottle, shouting, "I'm the boss, and you're my servant, so do as I say." Servant number 2 started crying, thinking about how he had saved that water with great effort and had only drunk half of it. If he had known this would happen, he would have finished it all himself. Oren continued to scold him, but then servant number 1 shouted, pointing ahead, "I see smoke and a small hut. There's a restaurant ahead." Oren, still angry, didn't react at first, but when he realized what was said, his demeanor changed completely. The smell of grilled fish wafted through the air, and his mouth started to water. Stars twinkled in his eyes as he drooled over the thought of a delicious meal. Oren ran toward the restaurant, which turned out to be a small hut run by Sickle Rabbit, a baby rabbit, and 2 female rabbits. Sickle Rabbit was busy cooking while the gray rabbit and the other female rabbit welcomed Oren and his servant warmly, saying, "Welcome to the only restaurant on the 99th floor, the Rabbit House." Oren and his servant quickly sat down, and they were served cold water in a glass made from onion leaves. Oren, feeling dominant, shouted, "I'll take a grilled fish." But then Sickle Rabbit dropped a bomb. "The price for 1 grilled fish is 1 tower coin." Oren was shocked. 1 tower coin? Are you crazy? That's way too expensive, he shouted, thinking they were trying to scam him. Sickle Rabbit calmly explained that there was no water or lake on the 99th floor, so it was impossible to get fish there. They had to bring the fish from far below, and the cost of transporting it was so high that 1 tower coin was cheap. Then Sickle Rabbit gave him an option to sign a contract to get food and pay within 3 days, or he'd pay with his body. He figured he'd sell his goods and earn 10 times the money, so after 3 days, he'd have enough to pay the fish seller. He pulled out the contract and asked, "Fine. I sign this contract and eat fish." Sickle Rabbit, with a smirk, agreed. Oren and his team cheered in happiness as they quickly signed the contract and ordered 10 grilled fish. His servant ordered 5 each. Sickle Rabbit immediately started grilling the fish on a hot stone, and they all watched in eager anticipation, their mouths watering as they waited for the delicious grilled fish. After some time, the fish was finally grilled, and now, in front of Oren and his friends, there was a mountain of grilled fish. Oren was drooling just looking at it. They didn't wait a second longer and started devouring each grilled fish like crazy. Oren and his crew were grabbing and chomping down on the fish one by one, and before they could even slow down, Gray Rabbit was already bringing more. But it didn't stop at just grilled fish. Nope, Sickle Rabbit was also grilling some squids, and guess what? Oren and his friends loved every bite of those squids too. An hour passes, and now every single plate made of onion leaves is empty. Oren and his crew are sprawled out on onion leaf beds, mouths wide open, stuffed to the max. They ate so much they couldn't even move. Servant number 1 and servant number 2 were groaning, saying they ate so much they might just throw up. Oren wasn't any better off. His stomach was full to the brim. But even in his food coma, he kept repeating, "I got to go. Can't be late. Got to sell my stuff to the Ox King." Then servant number 1, still half dead, made a suggestion. "Hey, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Just 5 minutes. Then we'll be good as new, right? Get some energy back, and then we can go do business with a fresh mind." Oren, in his sleepy, stuffed state, agreed. "Yeah, 5 minutes. We'll sleep for 5 and then wake up," he mumbled. and just like that, they all closed their eyes and knocked out cold. Snoring filled the air within seconds. Sickle Rabbit and his new wife, Gray Rabbit, stood hand in hand watching the scene. They exchanged knowing looks, and with a smirk, Sickle Rabbit leaned in and whispered, "Good luck. Have sweet dreams. We'll meet again very soon." With that, he left, leaving Oren and his crew to their food-induced slumber. The scene shifts, and we see another day has passed. Oren and his servants slept through an entire day. The sun's rays are so strong they hit Oren's eyes, and he complains about it. Oren, groggy, opens his eyes and stands up, only to notice that servant number 1 is terrified. He's shivering and staring at the sky. With a trembling voice, he tries to wake up Oren, saying they're in big trouble. Oren, still half asleep, blinks a few times, but the moment he fully opens his eyes, he gets shocked and starts screaming because right in front of him stands Ox number 4. Oren screams, but Ox number 4 doesn't flinch. Instead, Oren realizes they're surrounded by minotaurs everywhere. Oren and his servant look like small ants next to these massive creatures, and they start shivering with fear. Ox number 4, in a thunderous voice, asks Oren, "Are you the merchant who came to meet our king?" Oren is so scared that he starts crying and shivering, desperately showing his badge. "This is my merchant badge." His servants show their badges too, pleading, "We're wandering merchants here to sell precious goods to the ox." Ox number 4 gets up and, in a loud voice, orders Oren to follow him, saying he'll take him to the Minotaur King. Oren is relieved but still shivering. He can't believe that after so many days, he'll finally meet the Ox King. The scene shifts again and we see the waypoint. After what seems like an eternity, we see thousands of Minotaurs standing in a straight line, and at the very end, the Minotaur King stands with his massive axe. Oren and his servant are like ants in front of this gigantic crowd. Then the Ox King speaks, his deep voice booming, "Are you the ones who came looking for this king?" His voice is so powerful that servant number 1 and servant number 2 nearly faint on the spot. Oren just stands there, shivering again, and introduces himself. "My name is Oren. I've brought a rare and precious item that the Ox King will like." After hearing this, the Minotaur King responds, "Whether this item is rare and precious or useful, the Minotaur King will decide after seeing it. But the Minotaur King will not check the item himself. An expert will." Then we see the Minotaur King give a signal, and someone approaches from behind. Mind the Minotaur King, in a polite and respectful tone, says he is glad that the Black Dragon came to help him because of his words. Hearing the name Black Dragon, Oren, and his servant are confused. But then we see Sejin standing confidently next to the Minotaur King, wearing his straw hat and a smug smile. Oren and his servant stare in disbelief. The episode starts with the Ox King standing with a dead serious face, showing off his six-pack abs, while Sejin, just in front of him, stands confidently with a smug smile. Oren and his minions sit there sweating, staring at Sejin. They can't believe it. They think he's the Black Dragon, but they wonder why he is in human form and what on earth the Black Dragon is doing there. Sejin, maintaining his arrogant and dominating attitude, loudly proclaims that he is the great Black Dragon, named Sejin, who has taken human form to complete a mission. He boasts that he possesses the power to appraise rare magic items and that lies don't work on him. He declares that he will appraise all of Oren's items and then decide their true value. Oren, sweating, runs over to Sejin and nervously addresses him as Sir Black Dragon. But internally he is thinking that this is a jackpot. He believes that if he impresses the great Black Dragon, the strongest being who controls the tower, he won't have to worry about anyone messing with him in the entire tower, and he resolves to become Sejin's friend, no matter what. Oren then takes out all his items from his bag while Sejin watches with his arms crossed. Oren keeps his head low as he pulls out a paint roller, a lighter, a nail cutter, a pencil pouch and a stapler. Trying to keep his composure, Oren submissively presents the items as his precious possessions to the great Black Dragon. Sejin, unimpressed, recognizes the items instantly and states that they are just common earth objects, trash. He notes that none of them are magical and they're not even new, describing them as junk that people throw away. Sejin picks up the roller and thinks to himself that it's just an ordinary roller, wondering how the scammer Scarum got his hands on such garbage. Meanwhile, Oren, seeing Sejin examining the roller, gets excited, thinking that maybe the great black dragon likes his items. Oren, trying to sound proud, explains that the item is a roller cleaner that uses adhesive magic to get rid of dust and fur. Sejin is incredulous, thinking that Oren is trying to sell trash as if it's a legendary item. Annoyed, Sejin asks how much Oren is selling the roller for. Oren confidently replies that the price is 50 tower coins. Hearing this, Oren's minion starts whispering in shock among themselves, noting that Oren had bought the item from Scarum for just 5 tower coins and is now trying to sell it for 10 times the price in front of the great black dragon. They praised Oren and is proud of him. Inside, Oren feels pretty smug, thinking that his work there is done and that he might indeed have a knack for being a merchant. He asks Sejin for his thoughts, still hopeful, and suggests that the item is legendary, extremely rare even outside the tower, and that it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own such an item. Sejin has had enough and lets out an annoyed sigh. His face turns dead serious as he glares at Oren and sternly reminds him that lies don't work on him. Sejin then grabs the roller, pulls off the adhesive paper, and angrily declares that the item is just normal trash with no magic in it whatsoever. He points out that it's a consumable product from Earth, where it's basically worthless, and adds that there are tons of these on the streets for free. Angrily, Sejin rips the paper from the roller and throws it to the ground, declaring that all the items Oren brought are trash, not a single magic item among them. He accuses Oren of bringing common junk that anyone could find outside the tower, and asserts that even a beggar wouldn't want these items. Although Scarum had assured Oren that these were magic items, Oren begins to suggest that something might have gone wrong, but before he can complete his thoughts, he is abruptly silenced. Ox King, furious beyond words, slams his hand onto the ground with such force that the shockwave sends Oren flying into the air. The ground shakes violently and the rocks beneath them crack. Ox King, with a thunderous voice, demands to know how Oren could dare question the great black dragon, his fury evident in every word. Ox King's heavy breathing creates a whirlwind of pressure that shakes everything in the vicinity. Despite his outward display of confidence, Sejin feels the weight of Ox King's power, knowing inside that Ox King is 100 times stronger than him. The tension in the air is thick, and even Sejin feels as if he might pass out at any moment. Oren, completely overwhelmed with fear, drops to his knees and presses his forehead against the ground, begging for forgiveness. He repeatedly admits that the great black dragon can never be wrong and insists that he was mistaken. He pleads over and over, asking Sejin to spare his life. Acknowledging that Scarum had scammed him, Oren begins to curse Scarum under his breath, but he knows it's too late to change anything. Seeing Oren groveling on the ground, Sejin decides to show mercy, explaining that he is in a good mood and won't kill Oren. However, Sejin then informs Oren that he has another problem, his debt. Oren, still trembling, looks up in confusion. Sejin reminds him that he has racked up a considerable debt for all the goods and services he has taken, including water, food, and more. Oren, shocked and in disbelief, asks how Sejin could possibly know about that. Sejin, with a smirk, explains that he owns everything on the 99th floor, including the water, the fish, and the restaurant. Oren is dumbfounded, realizing just how deep he's fallen into the trap. At that moment, the rabbits, Sickle Rabbit, Chubby Rabbit, and Gray Rabbit arrive and present the contract calculating the debt. Sickle Rabbit runs through the list of charges, including food, water, and lodging, explaining that since it's been 3 days without payment, the total now amounts to 500 tower coins. On top of that, there are additional charges for cleaning up after Oren's illegal activities on the land, bringing the total debt to 1,000 tower coins. Ox King, still maintaining his stern demeanor, clarifies the final condition. If Oren and his minions can't pay the debt in coins, they will have to repay it with their bodies. Oren is left in shock, not understanding what paying with their bodies means. Ox King, noticing Oren's confusion, explains the process. He places a large wooden box in front of Oren and tells him that he will need to make bricks. Oren and his minions will be tasked with filling the box with wet mud, letting it dry, and producing brick after brick until they repay the debt. As the scene shifts, Sejin observes the Minotaur hard at work, producing thousands of bricks. The scene shows white Minotaurs, black Minotaurs, and even female Minotaurs laboring away, making bricks and transporting them. Sejin informs Oren and his minions that they will need to make 100,000 bricks in order to repay their debt, and that there will be no leaving until their debt is fully cleared. Oren, feeling completely dead inside, looks around at the endless rows of Minotaurs and realizes the extent of his predicament. The once proud wandering merchant is now reduced to brick-making labor with no escape in sight. Then Oren and his minions look at the fallen brick and react as if they've seen a ghost. Oren, in disbelief, mutters that there's no way they can make such big bricks. Sejin, with a calm voice, agrees and points out the harsh reality. Oren and his minions can probably make at most 10 bricks a day, meaning it would take them 10,000 days to make 100,000 bricks. But it doesn't end there. Oren will need food and water for those 10,000 days. And since Oren doesn't have any money, he'll have to work another 10,000 days to pay that off. Sejin lays it all out clearly. This is a lifetime enslavement situation. Oren and his minions realize the horror of the situation. Their faces are worth seeing as they process the thought of making bricks for the rest of their lives. Their ears and tails droop in fear and shock, feeling like they might faint from the overwhelming truth. In sheer desperation, Oren begs Sejin to forgive him, pleading for just one chance. Anything other than making bricks for the rest of his life. Sejin, still maintaining a dominant tone, sits down and speaks kindly. He tells Oren that he has a soft spot for cat merchants, and because Oren is also a cat, he's willing to give him another chance. Oren, still kneeling with folded hands, is shocked but relieved to hear this second opportunity. Sejin explains with a polite smile that he runs many businesses and the head of his distribution unit could use some help. Sejin tells Oren that all he has to do is follow the head of the unit and assist with his tasks as a merchant, which will include carrying items, selling goods, and making sure the head of the unit is taken care of. In simple terms, Oren just needs to follow orders. Sejin continues explaining that if Oren and his minions had been stuck making bricks, they wouldn't be able to repay their debt even after a lifetime of work. But as an intern to the head of the distribution unit, they can earn enough in 10,000 days to repay the 1,000 tower coins loan. The best part, according to Sejin, is that he will provide them with free food, water, grilled fish, and even a place to stay. Hearing this, Oren's heart leaps with joy. He immediately agrees, seeing this as a far better alternative than making bricks forever. Sejin then orders Sickle Rabbit to bring out the contract, and they begin signing. Oren, in his mind, feels lucky. This deal is practically a miracle. He thinks that he'll be working under a legendary high-level wandering merchant and will have food, water, and shelter provided for free. Even if the head of the unit is a devil, Oren believes it's worth it for the benefits. Once the contract is signed, Sejin congratulates Oren and tells him the next steps. As Sejin turns around, his gaze falls on Theo, who has been standing nearby. Sejin, smiling, introduces Theo as the head of the distribution unit. Then, in a flash, Theo leaps onto Sejin's shoulder, and Oren's face instantly shifts from joy to shock. Oren screams, pointing at Theo, and angrily asks what the beggar and midnight runaway Theo is doing there. Theo, not one to take insults lightly, jumps off Sejin's shoulder and delivers a punch straight to Oren's head, reminding him that he's just an intern now. Theo tells Oren that he is still his subordinate and must show respect to his senior. With a wicked smile, Theo turns to Oren and his minions, informing them that they are now under his command. He states that he is the first subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, and they will all need to treat him with proper respect from then on. He makes it clear that all three of them must listen to him and furiously demands whether they understand. Both Oren and his minions quickly nod and call Theo their boss, stating that they understood. Oren, still confused, rubs the spot where Theo punched him and thinks that this situation might be worse than signing a contract with the devil. Meanwhile, Theo, filled with energy and confidence, leads Oren and his boys to a nearby tomato farm. He enthusiastically explains their new job of harvesting tomatoes, while Oren remains in shock, unable to comprehend how Theo could possibly be the subordinate of the great black dragon. Oren's minions are stunned by the sight of such a large tomato farm. Sejin, watching from behind, can't help but feel amused. He's genuinely impressed with how Theo is stepping into his leadership role, but a part of Sejin is also concerned that Theo might be overworking himself. Now, with subordinates under his command, Theo will finally have the chance to rest. Moreover, Sejin realizes with a grin that Theo is getting a little revenge on the very person who once troubled him the most. Oren is now under Theo's authority. Then the Ox King appears, expressing his gratitude to Theo for taking on such a troublesome task. The Ox King mentions that he's only doing what the Black Dragon asked him to, emphasizing his deep respect for Sejin. The Ox King, practically drooling with hunger, catches Sejin's attention. Realizing that the Ox King is famished, Sejin tells him there are plenty of green onions and cherry tomato tree nearby that would otherwise go bad, suggesting that he go ahead and eat them. Before Sejin can even finish speaking, the Ox King dashes over to the green onion patch, tearing through the leaves and eating them while thanking Sejin. Sejin, feeling satisfied with the day's events, turns back toward the tomato farm, only to hear Theo screaming. Theo scolds minion number 1 for breaking an unripened tomato, then turns to minion number 2 and lectures her about removing the tomato's stem, warning that it will devalue the product. Furious, Theo continues to educate them on the basics of farming, clearly enjoying his role as the boss. Sejin, watching from a distance, chuckles to himself, remarking that Theo has really come a long way. He recalls when Theo was just as clueless, and now he's taking charge. Sejin laughs, feeling proud of how far his friend has come. For an hour, Theo lectures his newly formed team of subordinates, grinning to himself with a wicked smile. He loves every moment of this newfound power. Scolding someone feels amazing, and Theo savors the feeling of being invincible. Oren was standing on the tomato farm, plucking tomatoes one by one. He was holding a tomato in his hand, his face sad and droopy, clearly deep in thought. Depression hit him hard as he reflected on how things had spiraled out of control. Oren moved to another tomato tree, breaking off a tomato, still lost in his thoughts. He muttered to himself, realizing that Theo was actually a subordinate of the Black Dragon, and yet he had no idea. Oren had once bragged to Theo that he would become friends with the Minotaur King and would rule the tower, but now he was not even a subordinate anymore. He was practically a slave. As he brooded, Oren's face turned red with frustration and shame. The thought of being treated as a slave instead of an ally haunted him. Just then, someone slapped him on the back of the head, and the slap was so hard that Oren's tongue hung out of his mouth. Oren screamed angrily, demanding to know who had hit him, and it was Theo. Theo stood there, hands on his hips with a smug look, and screamed at Oren, asking what he thought he was doing spacing out like that. Theo told him to hurry up and finish the work. Up to that point, Oren had only picked a measly 2 or 3 tomatoes. Oren's blood boiled, and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. Theo continued to berate him, saying that Oren must come to him immediately whenever he was called. Oren could not take it anymore. His face twisted with anger. He grabbed Theo by the collar and screamed right in his face, declaring that he was not Theo's slave. But before Oren could finish his sentence, the Wolf Chief arrived, glaring at him with death stares. One wrong move, one wrong word from Oren, and the Wolf Chief looked like he was ready to eat him raw. The sight of the Wolf Chief instantly froze Oren in place, his heart racing. Theo, ever the smug one, turned to Oren with a condescending smirk and asked what Oren was going to say and what he would do if Theo talked loudly again. Theo wondered if Oren was going to go against him, the head of the distribution unit and the subordinate of the Great Black Dragon. Oren's fear overtook him, and he was silent, frozen in place, unable to move or speak. But just a few moments later, Oren's personality flipped. He plastered on a fake smile and started speaking in a polite tone. He explained that it was all just a misunderstanding. He told Theo that he thought it was a bug bothering him and that was why he had reacted angrily. He apologized, saying he would never dream of daring to touch someone as great as Theo, the legendary merchant. The wolf chief, satisfied with the explanation, took a deep breath and walked away. Oren, though deeply ashamed, forced himself to play along and bowed down, laughing nervously as he agreed with Theo's every word. Theo, with a smug laugh, told Oren to behave or things would go very badly for him in the future. Oren, still trying to hide his fear, called Theo sir, and promised to do exactly as he said. Meanwhile, Theo checked in with minion number 1 and minion number 2, asking if they had finished their work. Both minions, standing straight and respectful, told Theo that they had filled their bags with cherry tomatoes. Oren, who had been trailing behind, also filled his bag and followed Theo with tears in his eyes. The anger bubbling inside him made him want to slap Theo, but he knew he could not. Theo, clearly pleased with the minions, praised them for finishing their work so quickly and showing him proper respect. In fact, Theo was so impressed that he announced he was going to reduce their contract period because of their great behavior. Minions number 1 and number 2 were overjoyed, thanking Theo with the utmost respect. But Oren was shocked. He blurted out, asking if his contract period would be shortened as well. Theo looked at Oren for a moment and then smirked. He pointed out that Oren had been the last to finish his work, often slacking off and getting distracted. Because of this, Theo announced that Oren's contract period would be increased by 1 day. Oren was devastated. He screamed in frustration, shouting that Theo could not do this. But Theo ignored his tantrum, simply ordering Oren to get his bag packed because they were leaving soon. Sejin asked them if they were ready to move. Theo, keeping his cool, mentioned that he had already prepared everything, including his new intern, and they were ready to move out. Meanwhile, Oren, still reeling from the humiliation, was holding his mouth and crying loudly, unable to accept the cruel twist of fate. After that, Theo mentioned that everything else was fine, but there was only one problem. The bag next to Oren and his minion was so old that it could not even hold more pieces of cherry tomatoes. Sejin laughed and said that next time, when they headed down the tower, they should take more storage bags for them and that Sejin would cover the cost. Then Theo noticed that Sejin was prepping for something. He got curious and asked if everything was okay and where Sejin was heading. Sejin, with a confident grin, responded that he was gearing up for a trip to the West Forest. As soon as Theo heard the name West Forest, he froze, his mind racing, realizing that the West Forest was where the Ents lived. Theo started freaking out. Mama Bear and Baby Bear suddenly stood behind Sejin, and Theo frantically patted Sejin's face. His cheeks squished from the pressure. Shouting in anger, Theo demanded to know if Sejin was leaving him behind to go alone, stating that it was dangerous and questioning what was wrong with Sejin going there without him. Theo kept repeating himself, his voice growing more desperate with every word. He was convinced that Sejin's plan to go without him was reckless, and while he was still pressing Sejin's face with all his might, Sejin tried to respond but could only mumble through his squished cheeks. Frustrated, Sejin finally got a word in and snapped that Mama Bear and Baby Bear were coming with him and asked if Theo really thought they could not protect him. Baby Bear, pouting his mouth, was staring at Theo, thinking Theo did not trust them. Sejin adjusted his straw hat with a smirk and explained that even if Mama Bear and Baby Bear were not coming, he would be fine. He confidently boasted that he had a secret weapon that could handle all the corrupted trees alone. Hearing this, Theo paused, his eyes wide, before suddenly jumping down from Sejin's shoulder. Theo, now a little ticked off, grumbled that he trusted Mama Bear and Baby Bear, but deep down he was still mad at those corrupted trees and really wanted to destroy some of them himself. He admitted that he wanted revenge on those trees, which was why he had insisted on tagging along. As Theo sulked, the wolf chief chimed in, recalling that Theo had once mentioned how much he enjoyed killing corrupted trees. Theo froze, realizing his secret was out. He did not say a word while Sejin just stared at him with that, trying to save face. Theo quickly turned to Sejin and, with a determined tone, pleaded with him. He insisted that he was genuinely worried about Sejin and really wanted to help. He repeatedly begged to come along, but Sejin, staying firm, refused. He reminded Theo that since he was now the head of the distribution unit and had 3 new interns working under him, he needed to focus on training them. Sejin teased Theo, asking how Theo was going to become a director in the future if he was slacking off. Theo, steaming, took a deep breath, clearly frustrated but knowing Sejin was right. Grumbling, he agreed to head down and handle the business of selling cherry tomatoes and other goods, even though he did not want to. Both wolves, sensing Theo's mood, got ready for their ascent. After that, Theo came up to Sejin and said his last goodbye. This time, Theo was genuine, telling Sejin to try not to get injured. Baby Bear promised with a confident look, responded that even if he got injured, he wouldn't let anything happen to Sejin. So Theo didn't have to worry. With that, Theo and Oren started their journey to the floor below. Theo turned back, waving and saying goodbye to Sejin, Baby Bear, and Mama Bear. Sejin, along with Baby Bear and Mama Bear, waved back, bidding their goodbyes. While everyone was smiling, the only one who wasn't thrilled was Oren, still looking depressed as he walked ahead, his head hanging low. As soon as Theo and his group disappeared into the distance, Sejin looked at Mama Bear and Baby Bear and said that it looked like it was time to head to the western forest, his tone determined. Both Baby Bear and Mama Bear nodded, ready to face whatever came their way. The scene shifted, and they were now in the dark, gloomy, and creepy western forest. Sejin, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear cautiously moved forward, their footsteps soft as they pressed into the eerie ground. Sejin quickly noticed how unsettling the atmosphere was. Everything about the place gave off an ominous vibe. It was way creepier than he had imagined. After a while, they came across a tree bent in a strange, unnatural way. It was covered in a slimy texture, and there was an eye and mouth carved into it, making it look like it might wake up at any moment and devour them. Sejin, with wide eyes, commented that these trees looked alive like they were once living creatures and now were dead, screaming for help. But Baby Bear was thinking something else entirely. Holding his nose, he complained that the smell was so bad he felt like he was going to puke. Suddenly, Mama Bear called out to Sejin. Her growl echoed through the forest, and her eyes began to glow. In a deep guttural voice, she said that the enemies were there. Before them, a huge army of corrupted trees stood menacingly. But these weren't just any corrupted trees. These had the same creepy slimy texture, with eyes and mouths. Sejin, Baby Bear, and Mama Bear stood ready to fight, but Sejin was confused. He glanced around, left and right, saying he didn't see anything. They looked like normal trees, and asked where the enemies were. As Sejin stepped forward, about to investigate, Mama Bear stopped him, telling him he couldn't go any further. Sejin was about to ask why when suddenly the branch of a nearby tree shook violently, as if it were alive. Sejin, startled, screamed in fear. Then, in an instant, all the creepy trees began to come alive, with slimy tentacles bursting from their jagged jaws. The whole forest floor began to move as if it were crawling. Tentacles shot out from every rotten, corrupted tree, writhing and creeping forward. The system suddenly notified Sejin that these were indeed rotten, corrupted trees. Sejin, now terrified, shouted in confusion, wondering what the new nightmare was and stating that the trees looked like zombies. Baby Bear, pinching his nose, groaned that the smell was so gross he was going to puke. Meanwhile, Mama Bear was silently watching the mess, ready to defend. Just as a tentacle from the nearest rotten, corrupted tree lashed out to attack Sejin, Mama Bear stepped in and destroyed it with a single punch, saving him. But it didn't stop there. The next moment, from the deepest hole of the rotten tree, multiple slimy tentacles came out and grabbed Mama Bear around her neck, her hands, and other places. The tentacles were slimy, sticking to her so tightly that she couldn't move. Slowly, her energy began to drain. Seeing this, Sejin got furious. He threw his straw hat to the side, pulling out his dagger and hatchet, gripping them both in his hands. With a confident smile, he stood tall, and a small flame flickered to life on top of his head. He was ready, giving off serious protagonist vibes. But before he could strike, Baby Bear panicked, running up to Sejin and putting his hands on his head, extinguishing the flame. Baby Bear thought Sejin's head was on fire and was desperately trying to put it out, shouting that Sejin was going to burn. Sejin, startled, quickly explained to Baby Bear that he was fine, that he had lit the flame and it wasn't going to burn him. He added that it was a gift from the flame and now he could control fire. He hurriedly reassured Baby Bear that this wasn't the time to explain in detail. He'd explain later. For now, they needed to save Mama Bear. Seeing that Sejin could control the flame, Baby Bear got excited. Sejin then clashed his hatchet and dagger together, creating a small spark. With focus and control, he made the spark grow into a massive flame, twisting it into a tornado of fire. Sejin then hurled the flame tornado toward the rotten trees, and suddenly the trees began to turn to ash. The slimy tentacles weakened as the trees burned, and finally, Mama Bear was freed from their grasp. But it wasn't over yet. Even though the rotten trees were burning, they were still alive and coming for them. Sejin could see they'd burn to death soon, but if they reached him and Mama Bear before that, they could still be in danger. Sejin commanded them to run, and together he, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear began to sprint away. The burning trees chased them, their rotting bodies still crawling forward. But there was a new problem. If these trees didn't burn out quickly, the entire forest could go up in flames. Just as they thought they were safe, a new horde of corrupted trees appeared in front of them. They were surrounded by burning trees from behind, fresh ones ahead. Mama Bear suddenly had an idea. She turned to Sejin and asked if he could make that flame again, saying that she had a plan. Without hesitation, Sejin clashed his weapons together again, creating another spark. This time, Baby Bear jumped up, caught the flame between his hands, and pushed it, making it 100 times bigger. With all his might, Baby Bear hurled the enormous flame at the trees in front of them. The blast wave was so strong that even the Minotaur King felt it from afar. In Sejin's cave, all the rabbits felt the shock wave too, growing tense as they saw the huge cloud of smoke rising from the distance. The husband rabbit reassured everyone, saying that the explosion came from Sejin's flame and that whatever it was, Sejin should be fine. As the smoke cleared, Sejin, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear emerged, victory smiles on their faces. They had won. Covered in soot but unharmed, they returned to the cave, greeted with cheers from everyone. The scene shifted to later, where Sejin was bathing and drinking water, while Baby Bear sipped on the honey given by Queen Bee. Sitting in front of the fire, Sejin said a heartfelt thank you to the flame, acknowledging that without it, they wouldn't have been able to destroy the corrupted trees. The flame responded, saying that there was no need to thank it, as she would always listen to his commands. Husband Rabbit, standing nearby, chimed in, stating that even though Sejin had destroyed the trees, he was reckless this time and asked what if something had happened to him. Sejin, taking a deep breath, explained that he was worried about the corrupted trees constantly approaching, adding that it was only a matter of time before they became a bigger threat, and that was why he decided to end it. The sweet moment between Sejin and Husband Rabbit was interrupted by a system notification that Sejin's beekeeping level had upgraded to level 3. But before Sejin could celebrate, all 3 queen bees approached him eagerly, calling his name. Sejin, surprised, turned around confused, asking what the special occasion was and remarking that all the queens had come to see him. Then, out of nowhere, all 3 queen bees came forward, each with a smile on their faces. The first-generation queen bees asked Sejin for advice on which flower they should take to make honey jelly. Sejin, shocked, couldn't believe what he had just heard and almost shouted. The queen bee quickly explained, calming the situation down, saying that they wanted to make a special jelly, something that would enhance his talents. Hearing this, Sejin's shock turned into curiosity. The scene shifts inside the admin area and the black dragon is taking a nice bath while drinking the red locust soup. The dish was really looking tasty, and it felt even better to drink it while taking a bath. She was feeling really light that day, thinking that maybe her wings had grown a little more and it was helping her gain some more strength. But even when the wings had substantially grown, it was still not enough. The tower manager needed her dragon heart to become stronger so that she could become an adult quickly. When she becomes an adult, she can leave the admin area whenever she wants and even fly beautifully in the sky during a blue moon. Even when this was an event of the future, there was nothing wrong in thinking about it, and she started blushing, thinking that she would go to Sejin and show him her polymorphic form. Ultimately, Sejin is going to be shocked by seeing the dragon lady in her human form. But suddenly, the dragon looked at her crystal ball and realized that Sejin had told her they were going to test the flame of friendship ability that came out a few days ago. She immediately started rushing towards the crystal ball while thinking about what should be the testing ground on the 99th floor. But suddenly, it was as if a deep shock ran through her body, and she slammed down onto the ground, screaming in pain and agony. Her body was hurting and pulsating really badly, and her dragon heart was acting really weird. She breathed heavily and tried to reach the magic crystal. But she was not able to do so. Even when she wanted to call for help, Sejin was not able to hear her. Finally she lost her consciousness. Multiple notifications started popping up because the tower manager's life was in danger. The Black Tower's emergency system was activated, and the system started requesting help from the last being who was called by the tower manager. The person was none other than Sejin. The scene shifts to the cave on the 99th floor, where queen bees, along with the worker bees, were taking out nectar from multiple flowers of cherry tomatoes. They were working in full force to create the honey jelly. Meanwhile, Sejin and the baby bear were waiting for them to finish their work, and Daddy Rabbit was looking at the bees with joy. Sejin was easily able to do everything because of his beekeeping level 4 skill. He was wondering about strengthening the skill as he looked at his system window while the Black Rabbit was chilling out. In his flashback where he was a pot maker, it is difficult for an ordinary hunter to develop a talent. Refining that talent and growing it to a higher level was another matter completely. People like Sejin, who had really ordinary talents, have endured bone-chilling pain and agony, along with really hard patience for a long time. But still, becoming a true craftsman was not an area that could be solved just by effort. It required a really large amount of practice. However, inside the tower, everything was completely different, and individuals could strengthen their talents just by eating some special food. Not able to understand what his dad was talking about, the baby bear just smiled. But suddenly, one queen bee came towards Sejin, telling him that the honey jelly was ready. The queen came closer and immediately dropped the squares of honey jelly onto the hat. Sejin was surprised by the sheer amount of honey jelly that the bees made, while the baby bear was drooling all over his mouth, not able to wait for the eating session. But Sejin immediately told the baby bear not to eat alone and to call the rabbits too. The baby bear immediately agreed, telling his dad that he would be back soon, but he still wanted Sejin to not eat a bite alone. Hearing all the commotion, Black Rabbit woke up. The queen bee assured everyone that she would make more honey jelly without a problem. The baby bear started running towards the rabbits while Sejin checked the status window of the honey jelly. This honey jelly was made out of the nectar of cherry tomatoes, and its sweetness was maximized. When this item is consumed, magic-related talents are slightly strengthened, and it is a grade C item with a shelf life of 1 year. Sejin was shocked to realize that this item strengthened magic-related talents. And even though this jelly was made out of cherry tomatoes, it looked completely different. But it was really sad for him because he did not have any talent related to magic. But he wondered, if the honeybees made jelly from other flowers, would there be a jelly that could enhance talents other than magic? But suddenly, the baby bear came running towards Sejin as he had already called all the rabbits along with him. As all the rabbits and the baby bear gathered around, Sejin decided that they should share one by one, and even he was looking forward to how this honey jelly tasted like. The baby bear cutely decided that he would savor every bite of the honey jelly, but the Black Rabbit started chuckling, thinking about what was there to savor in that little portion. The baby bear turned around, asking Sejin if he could have just one more jelly, but Sejin told the creature that he was saving everything for Aileen because she likes magic cherry tomatoes and she would like the honey jelly made out of it too. Sejin started calling out to the tower manager and wondered why she was not responding. But suddenly a notification popped up with some news. The news was really shocking for him, as the notification told him that the tower manager was dying from Dragon Heart's rampage. He immediately jumped up from his seat, wondering for a moment about what the system meant. But suddenly, the whole system notification turned red. It was a new quest for the tower farmer. He had to calm down Aileen's dragon heart rampage, and by doing so, Aileen would come back to her senses. But if Sejin failed on this quest, then the tower manager would face her death due to the dragon heart rampage. But Sejin was completely clueless. He didn't even know what the dragon heart was or why it was running rampant. Even the rabbits and the baby bear heard everything and wondered what had happened to the tower manager. The baby bear thought that maybe Aileen was sick, but even he knew that something was not right. The system started explaining that the tower manager's dragon heart started getting wild, and she was alive for the moment because of the talent of solid dragon heart. Everything happened because the heart absorbed more mana than it could handle. This came as a real shock to our boy. He thought that maybe because of the food he always gave the tower farmer, she was now dying. Sejin was not able to bear the thought of becoming the reason for his friend's death. He immediately slammed down onto the ground due to the shock, but the rabbits and the baby bear came running towards him. The baby bear wanted his dad to come back to his senses, but it was too much for Sejin to handle. He wanted to know from the status window what he should do to save Aileen at any cost. After a while of processing, it told him that he would have to choose an item to save the tower manager because he had a special item that could save lives. Sejin took a moment to realize that he had the honey jelly, which increased the mana capacity of an individual, but the portion that was left was not enough to feed the dragon. But suddenly, the baby bear, along with all the rabbits, came to the rescue, telling Sejin that he should give everyone's portion to Aileen and save her first. Sejin gathered every piece of the honey jelly and told the system to give it to the tower manager. The food started getting teleported and dropped straight into the mouth of the dragon. As she started chewing on the honey jelly, a faint golden aura started surrounding her. The system told everyone that the cherry tomato honey jelly strengthened the talent of solid dragon heart. And now the dragon heart's rampage was stopped, and the tower manager was saved. Sejin wanted to know if Aileen was all right, and the system told him that, for the time being, the tower manager was safe. Sejin was a bit shocked knowing that this improvement was temporary, but the system explained that if Aileen stopped growing, then the dragon heart could start rampaging once again. But if she constantly keeps on improving, then this will not be a problem. He started wearing his hat while he sat down, feeling relieved because the tower manager was all right. Sejin was optimistic that there must be a way to solve the problem with the dragon heart and save the tower manager. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a vast space where a ring-like structure is floating, and a blue crystal, like a waypoint, starts emanating a faint aura out of it. Two individuals came running towards the crystal, which told them that there was an emergency in the Black Tower. The older man immediately realized that Aileen must have collapsed from her disease, but there was not even a request for help from her, and the emergency portal was never activated even once. But the man knew that Aileen was in danger, and he explained that he had already made a system designed to open an emergency portal whenever he or the boy beside him were called by Aileen. But this time, they were not even called. Previously, it always happened that Aileen called out to her grandpa, and they went over to the Black Tower and stopped her seizure, but this time it was completely different. Aileen must have called someone else for the portal not to open due to security issues at the Black Tower. However, he realized that if the system was not going on red alert, then Aileen must have been alive this whole time. He immediately started checking the whole system records and realized that her physical condition was much better than before, and even the dragon heart was getting enough mana supply to grow with a stable graph. But suddenly, as the man turned around, he saw that his father was really angry while looking at the screen, realizing that the last person called by the dragon lady was someone named Park Sejin. The man started smiling nervously, realizing that no matter who this man was, he was going to get into big trouble. The old man started transforming himself into a legendary black dragon, but his son beside him tried to calm him down, telling him that maybe this Sejin guy helped Aileen, and due to him, she was now healthy. But the dragon was already angry, wondering why it was Sejin who was called instead of the man himself. Aileen was this man's granddaughter, and the Grand Dragon was not at all happy that someone was able to steal his granddaughter's heart. He was not ready to forgive Sejin for what he did, but the man immediately started calming down his father, telling him that whatever he was doing was embarrassing in front of the neighbors. Far from them, The blue and green dragon looked at the old man, knowing that it was his usual behavior. They knew that the old man could not come to his senses easily when it came to his granddaughter. But someone was looking at both dragons from behind and listening to whatever they were saying while thinking that it was a great opportunity for him. Yin started waking up slowly but steadily, and suddenly it was as if she woke up from a nightmare, gasping for air and screaming at the same time. She could not believe that she was alive and that her dragon heart was not acting up. She started using her powers to sense her dragon heart and realized it was all right. She wondered about what had happened that saved her life, and finally, she decided to go towards the crystal ball and have a look at it. Multiple notifications popped up, telling her that an item named the honey jelly was used on her and that the tower farmer, Sejin, had completed his quest to save the tower manager. Yin was flustered now that she knew that she had called Sejin at the moment of emergency. It was an embarrassing moment for her. However, this was something that saved her life and stabilized her dragon heart. She was curious to know about the item called the honey jelly and started reading that it was a new item that could be made by leveling up a farmer's beekeeping skill. She realized that she had eaten the delicious item when she passed out. But another problem arose. She had no idea how the honey jelly tasted, and she missed the taste of a completely new and delicious item. Added to that, the honey jelly was exactly the item she needed to strengthen her dragon heart and stop it from rampaging. But Yin was not mannerless. She knew that as a great black dragon, whenever she received help from someone, then as a true descendant of the dragon bloodline, she must show her sincerity accordingly. Therefore, she decided to compensate the tower farmer for his great efforts. She turned towards the treasury of the tower and looked at the magic sword of Apophis and the holy sword Excalibur, thinking about what she should give to Sejin. But even after searching like a fanatic, she realized that she did not have anything to give to the tower farmer. But there must be something that a top tower farmer like Sejin must need. Suddenly, she got an idea as she saw a huge dragon statue and realized that gifting this would surely make Sejin happier than anything else. As the scene shifts to the 99th floor, Sejin, along with the rabbits and the baby bear, are resting in their cozy house. They slept straight up on the ground and were not even using the bed. But suddenly, a notification popped up, waking the tower farmer from his deep sleep. Sejin rubbed his eyes and opened them just to see a notification hovering over his head. This pop-up was sent by none other than the tower manager herself. Sejin immediately got up from his sleep, asking Aileen if she was all right. Even the black rabbit was surprised by this sudden reaction of the farmer. But the lady informed him that she was all right due to all his efforts. Sejin was thankful for the status window because, through it, he was able to finish the quest and find out why Aileen liked cherry tomatoes so much. But it was a shock when he realized that the cherry tomatoes that she liked so much were the sole reason her dragon heart was acting up. Sejin was surprised as he came to know from Aileen that none of this happened due to the tower farmer because the dragon heart got a periodic seizure once every 10 years. But due to all the cherry tomatoes that she ate, she did not have any heart seizures even when it was time, and even multiple months passed after that due date, but nothing happened. If there is anything to be done, then it should be to thank the tower farmer. Because, due to him, the dragon heart was able to recover a little, and the seizure was greatly delayed. Sejin acted calmly, telling the tower manager that he was now feeling a little relieved, even if this thing happened because of him. But suddenly, the tower farmer smiled, telling her that she should have some more honey jelly because the queen bees just made a lot more from the nectar. Fortunately, the honey jelly that was unlocked by him was helping Aileen with her heart instead of harming it. But the dragon immediately told Sejin that it was not good of her to always be on the receiving end, and even she wanted to give something to Sejin to pay off all the debt that she had. Even though Sejin was not able to understand anything, he agreed, and a quest appeared in front of him. The tower farmer had to shout the name of Aileen loudly into the sky, and the reward for doing it was something big and good. But when it came to rejection, the tower manager would not hear anything and would immediately reject the tower farmer. Sejin wondered if the system was meaning something dangerous by saying, big and good, but the notification told him to just shout when he gets out in the open because, even when the reward was good, it might be something dangerous when it is summoned inside the house. Before the tower farmer could question her any further, the baby bear immediately told him not to question Sister Aileen. Agreeing with all the cute creatures, Sejin got out of his house and filled his lungs with enough air to scream the name of Aileen in front of all the rabbits and the baby bear. But to everyone's surprise, nothing happened for a few moments. Sejin doubted his ability to even properly shout, wondering if something would happen anymore. And he was right, as multiple notifications popped up, telling Sejin that he had completed an important quest, and as a reward, he had acquired a very large and nice dragon fountain for commemorating Eileen's 100th birthday. Even Sejin was shocked when he came to know that the dragon lady was 100 years old. But before they could process anything, Sejin felt a dark shadow looming over his head. As all the rabbits and the tower farmer looked above them, they saw a large dragon statue falling straight onto their heads. It was a good thing that the rabbits were already fast and Sejin had increased his stamina, so he was able to run out of the way of the statue and avoid being transformed into a human doormat. The hat of the tower farmer fell as he wondered about what such a big statue was. The statue was way larger than it seemed when it was in the treasury. But suddenly, the mouth of the dragon opened up, and to everyone's surprise, water started flowing out from it, and the whole water was collected in a tray attached to the statue. The status window displayed information about the window. Fountain commemorating Eileen's 100th birthday. The great black dragon Kaiser Fertani commissioned this fountain from the dwarves to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Aileen Fertani's birth. Made entirely from premium black marble, it was crafted by the dwarves based on the likeness of the great black dragon Kaiser Fertani himself. The two eyes of the dragon statue are made from magic stones, personally enchanted by the great black dragon Anton Fertani. The fountain can either generate water on its own or draw from any available water source within a 10 kilometers radius. Commissioned by the great black dragon Kaiser Fertani, crafted by the dwarf king and his underlings. Grade S skill, water generation LV 50, and other unknown skills. Sejin was nervous when he saw that whatever the tower manager was saying was indeed true, and Aileen explained that with this fountain, the rabbit's problem of gathering water was solved. Even Sejin realized that as the field had expanded exponentially, the rabbits' watering cans were limited, and now that they had this fountain with them, there was no need for the rabbits to go down the cave one by one to gather water. Sejin thanked Aileen from the deepest part of his heart because she thought of him this much. But he wondered about why there were so many question marks in the skill tree. Even Aileen did not know anything about it because her grandfather did not tell her. Hearing that, the tower farmer moved to the next question, asking Aileen about how he could manipulate the water in the fountain. The dragon explained that since this fountain was an installable item, there were no restrictions on its use, and there was a steering system for the tower farmer to use. Hearing that, Sejin wanted to try controlling the flow of water at the fountain. As soon as he said that, a blue-colored Dragon Wings Edition controller appeared in front of him, which was named the Fountain Magic Controller, and it controlled the intensity, direction, and distance of the water spouting, as well as the movement of the statue. Even Sejin realized that it was something amazing, but as the tower farmer started moving the sticks of the controller, the dragon's head started moving and turning around according to the controller. This was awesome for him because it felt like a giant game character was moving in the real world, and even the baby bear was really happy seeing the statue move, telling his dad that he wanted to try it too. Sejin immediately started controlling the dragon statue, and it was dancing along with all the rabbits and the baby bear. But suddenly, the tower farmer pressed the wrong button, and the statue started intimidating all the rabbits and the baby bear, which made the red creature act on instinct as he slapped the statue. It started falling onto the ground, and even one of its horns was broken, which made the face of the tower farmer pale because it was a precious item. Looking at all the commotion that was happening, Aileen immediately turned towards the crystal ball, wanting to see what was going on. Suddenly, a danger alarm started going off in the crystal ball, and the dragon asked the tower farmer what was going on. But as she looked at the crystal ball, Sejin nervously told the tower manager that nothing had happened, and that he was just looking at the statue closely because it was cool. The horn was immediately attached to the statue thanks to the artisan rabbit. To divert the focus of the lady from the statue, Sejin immediately asked her if she was hungry and wanted some food to eat. Aileen smiled as she was happy because the tower farmer liked the statue and started eating multiple cherry tomatoes and carrots that were sent to him. Meanwhile, as the fountain started watering the plants, Sejin was relieved that Aileen didn't notice the broken horn of the huge statue. The scene shifts to the 67th floor of the tower, where the wolf tribe is gathering all the red locusts and transporting them to various other floors. The wolf chief and his wife were collecting the red locusts, while their son was running around, telling his father that he was going to collect more corpses. But the wolf wife was a little worried, telling the wolf chief that even when getting experience was important, it didn't feel safe to her that they brought their children to this war zone. Wolf Chief assured her, saying that everyone was safe during the time when the red locusts ate the bladed green onions and took a break during the day. Even though they were large in numbers, they had a simple habit of moving as a group, and it was not their time to move right now. The strategy team had identified the time of the rest of the ferocious beasts, and in addition to that, the battlefield was guarded by multiple lizard men when they replaced the sharp-leaved green onions with the old and withered ones. The wolf chief immediately calmed his wife down, telling her that no matter what happened, the lizard men and the other soldiers would protect them. But as the scene shifts, the little wolf has grabbed a red locust in his hand, and he happily starts moving towards his mom and dad, unaware of the horror that was following him. A large horde of red locusts was going to attack him, but the wolf chief saw the group of red locusts and immediately screamed at his son to run away. But it was too late. As little wolf turned around, he saw that a large group of red locusts was going to attack him. But before these vicious creatures could do anything, the lizard men immediately slashed each and every one of them. He grabbed little wolf while telling everyone to be careful and run away because the patterns and timing of the red locust swarm were changing. The large infestation of these wild creatures was going to attack the 67th floor once again. The scene shifts to the blue moon, where Sejin is looking at the sky as the black dragon is soaring through the sky. He was finding Aileen pretty while the baby bear and the small rabbits were resting up with him. Sejin could not believe that it was already the 9th blue moon, and he had been in the tower for so long. Sejin turned around and saw the mother bear. He asked if she was all right after roaming through the forest for so long and after getting exposed to the blue moon. Mother bear explained that due to the tower manager's power, the influence of the blue moon disappeared, and the creatures were finding it easier to maintain their sanity. He finds it amazing that Aileen is so capable, and now all they had to do was just wait for the blue moon energy to seep into the soil and for the crops of the farm to upgrade. But suddenly, both the parents' rabbits tell Sejin that their crops had turned blue due to the moon. Finally, Sejin fixed his hat, getting ready to harvest all the special crops that were grown in the light of the blue moon. As he got into the farm, he saw multiple blue cherry tomatoes with the blue moon energy imbued in them, and the chubby rabbit informed the farmer that the blue moon had also permeated the cornfields that were scheduled to be harvested at that time. Sejin was a bit surprised because he forgot that it was already time to harvest the corn. He immediately got up, going towards the field, and seeing that there were 2 of them, he thought that he should give the crops to Aileen, especially the blue ones because she couldn't eat the cherry tomatoes due to her stabilizing dragon heart. But suddenly, a notification popped up, telling Sejin that she was too tired. Sejin smiled, thanking the dragon lady for all the hard work, telling her that she was not still well, so she should get some rest whenever she could. He then offered the tower manager some blue moon stamina corn, telling her to eat it to stabilize the dragon's heart. Another notification popped up, telling Sejin that the tower manager was thanking him for the food. Finally, he bid his good nights to the lady and started looking at the other crops for harvesting. But suddenly, he saw a red-colored corn glowing on the farm alone. He was curious, immediately plucking the corn from the field, and a notification popped up telling Sejin that he had harvested the corn of explosive stamina. Due to this, his job experience and mastery of harvesting had increased slightly, and he also had the achievement of creating a new breed inside the tower. Sejin had got the crop of explosive heal. The status window showed information about the corp exploding stamina corn. When heat is applied to this crop, it will start exploding and expand to 10 times its original volume. When it is consumed, it breaks down 30 grams of fat of the user and increases stamina by 0.5 for 10 minutes. This effect can be staggered 10 times within an hour. It was a grade C item with a shelf life of 90 days. Suddenly, more notifications popped up, telling Sejin that anyone could not grow the explosive stamina corn without his permission, and the word about a new crop was spreading throughout the food association. Sejin was shocked to know that he had grown a breed of crop which made the hair of the user thicker. Sejin slammed down onto the ground while praising the tower for giving him such great produce, but the baby bear was looking at everything, asking him about what he was doing. Looking at the baby bear, Sejin asked him about what his hair usually looks like, and even when the baby bear was confused by this question, he straight up told his dad that his hair was looking bad. Hearing this, it was as if Sejin was ready to prove the baby bear wrong, telling everyone that from now on they are going to focus on the new variety of the corn that they have got, and from now on they need to expand their fields even more. All the rabbits were shocked by this sudden enthusiasm of the tower farmer, and even the baby bear tried to knock some sense into his dad. But Sejin was not listening, rubbing the corn and taking out multiple seeds from it, telling the rabbits to take some and plant them in the field. Sejin remembered that when this corn was heated, it started exploding, so he thought that he should ask Flame to heat the seed. As the scene shifts, Sejin gets to the apple tree where Flame is, but even he is surprised when the cute creature tells him that she has grown considerably well. Sejin wondered if this sudden growth of Flame was due to the blue moon's energy, and even the tree confirmed that she was feeling energized due to the energy of the blue moon. She had even unlocked the third ability thanks to all this energy. Even the tower farmer was a bit shocked, asking the creature about what the third ability was. Flame happily continued, telling her master that the third ability was the Flame of Protection. Looking at her master being curious, Flame ignited an aqua-colored flaming ball, which started engulfing the tower farmer from top to bottom, creating a protective layer throughout his body. At first, Sejin wondered about what it was, but multiple notifications started popping up as he took the blue flame into his hands. The Guardian Flame will protect the user for 3 hours, and instead of being hot, this blue flame is soothingly cold. Sejin put the blue flame onto his shoulder while thanking Flame, telling her that he would take good care of the blue flame of protection. But just then, he realized why he was there in the first place and asked Flame if she could heat the corn that he got. He explained to Flame that a new variety of corn had been released with explosive stamina, and as the farmer did not know how to eat it, he wanted to heat the corn with flames first. Looking at the crops, Flame told her master to heat the leaves without tearing them off. The first step was to wrap the side leaves and tie them into the crop completely, and after this was done, Flame immediately put up her hand into the air, telling her master that the flames would not be hot due to the Guardian Flame's protection. Finally, flames started erupting from a leaf of the apple tree, and the whole corn started exploding in the leaves it was engulfed in. It was as if the leaves had become a balloon full of air and volume. Flame told Sejin to open the crop from the end slowly, and as soon as he did that, he realized that this crop had now become tasty popcorn, with steam coming out of it. Looking at that, Sejin immediately called the baby bear, asking him to look for salt. When they found it, Sejin sprinkled the salt on the freshly made popcorn and had a bunch of it straight into his mouth. Along with Sejin, the baby bear and the rabbits were also eating this delicious and crunchy snack, and it felt like they were in heaven after eating the popcorn. Sejin touched the fur of the baby bear, realizing that it was richer than before, and even the bear told him that his hair was looking much better. But suddenly, a loud thud was heard by everyone, and Sejin almost shook from head to toe, dropping all the tasty popcorn onto the ground. Even Sejin wondered about what monster it was because the dragon lady was asleep, but it was none other than the mother bear, who came to Sejin and told him to come out of the cave quickly. As the scene shifts, we see that the tower farmer is shocked by looking at multiple corrupted entities and their variations, named the Poison Mist Flower Attacker and Sticky Flower Attacker. It was a large army of corrupted entities coming towards the farm once again to destroy and ravage it. It was the middle of the night, but the rabbits, along with the mother and the baby bear, were ready for the fight. Even when Sejin thought that it would be a bit more comfortable for a while on the farm, the corrupted evils attacked the farm on the day of the blue moon, but now they will have to take care of it alone. So, Sejin ordered everyone to pick up some firewood and get ready to fight. As all the rabbits, along with the baby bear, were ready, the war between the tower farmer and the corrupted entities raged on, and all of a sudden, some sticky-type goo was shot towards Sejin and the rabbits as they were disgusted by this slimy thing. Suddenly, a purple-colored gas started going everywhere from the sticky substance. Even Sejin was not able to understand what it was, but all of a sudden, the warrior rabbit came in for the rescue and kicked Sejin out of the way from the mist, telling him that it was a deadly poison and he should not touch it. Sejin realized that he would be long gone if the warrior rabbit had not saved him, but the corrupted entities were ready for round 2 before Sejin and his team was. He was sick and tired of all those creepy things crawling out and disturbing the peace of the farm, but the baby bear immediately informed his father to look above. As Sejin turned around, he saw that a blue-colored corrupted entity absorbed multiple corrupted tree scouts and was becoming stronger than all the scouts. He was shocked that even the corrupted entities could absorb the energy of the blue moon and become stronger than the ordinary ones. The mother bear realized that dealing with this highly intelligent entity would be difficult because of its power, and even Sejin lost all hope in front of this highly powered corrupted entity. He started wondering if his journey in the tower was really over after coming this far, and even Artist Rabbit, the girlfriend of Sickle Rabbit, was scared too, not knowing what their future held. But Sickle Rabbit assured her, saying he would protect her even if costs his life. Amid this, a gentle breeze approached Sejin and said hello to him. As he turned around in surprise, he saw a legendary black dragon who landed in front of them and told them that the creature was ready to help in any way he could. At first, Sejin thought that it was the dragon fountain statue, which was automated, but the dragon informed the boy that he was Anton Furtani, who was none other than the father of the dragon lady, Alien. Everyone was shocked by the sudden revelation, but the most amount of thunderbolts were stuck in the brain of the tower farmer as he realized that he was in front of the father of the tower manager. The statue, maintaining its deep and commanding voice, announced that it was the great black dragon Anton, Eileen's father, and that it would protect everyone there. Hearing this, Mommy Bear, Baby Bear, and all the rabbits were stunned. Sejin's jaw dropped, and in a barely audible whisper, he remarked that the statue was claiming to be Eileen's father. Eileen's father stood in front of the statue, his mouth wide open. Sejin, still in shock, asked the statue how it could be the great black dragon Anton if it was Eileen's father. If that was true, then Sejin wondered how Eileen's father had turned into a statue. Sejin had so many questions he wanted to ask the great black dragon Anton, but there was no time, as the army of corrupted entities could attack at any moment. Despite the urgency, the statue of the great black dragon Anton replied to Sejin in a deep, menacing voice. Anton explained that the statue was created using ancient golem magic. He mentioned that only Eileen's father and her grandfather had the ability to activate it, but their access was lost for some unfortunate reasons. The statue could only be activated if Eileen, the rightful owner, was in danger, but for reasons unknown, Eileen had never activated it and just kept it in the treasure room. Anton explained that when Eileen granted Sejin access to the statue, it was his life being put in danger that activated it. Eileen's father was now able to communicate with Sejin and control the statue. Anton further explained that, for unknown reasons, he and Eileen's grandfather were trapped in another dimension. The gate to the 99th floor was suddenly closed, and they couldn't enter the Black Tower or exert authority over the 99th floor or the entire tower. However, Anton said that thanks to Sejin, he found a way to communicate with Eileen. The statue was activated specifically for Sejin, which allowed them to make contact with the 99th floor after many years. In his black statue form, Eileen's father bowed and thanked Sejin, expressing immense gratitude for saving Eileen from her dragon heart rage. Sejin felt flustered and embarrassed and told Anton there was no need to thank him, as it was his duty to save Eileen and anyone else in his place would have done the same. But Anton insisted, explaining that Sejin must have realized by now that the entire tower was in chaos, especially the 99th floor because they were stuck in another dimension, leaving the tower unmaintained. Eileen, being just a little sick girl, couldn't properly maintain it. Anton then asked Sejin for help, making Sejin nervous and shocked. Sejin couldn't understand what kind of help Anton was asking for. Anton clarified that he wanted Sejin to take control of the entire tower in Eileen's place, explaining that Aileen was too immature to manage or take care of the tower, but Sejin could. Hearing this, Sejin became even more upset and surprised. He tried to explain that he was just a farmer with no combat abilities and didn't know how to fight the 99th floor monsters. Looking to his left, Sejin saw the army of corrupted entities closing in and said that he was too weak to even protect his farm from them, so managing the entire tower seemed impossible to him. At this point, the scene shifted, showing the humongous corrupted entities, along with smaller ones and yellow-colored corrupted plants, marching slowly towards Sejin. They were getting very close to him. The warrior rabbit noticed this and called out, warning that they were too close and, if they didn't act soon, they would all die. At the same time, Anton, in his deep voice, told Sejin that he was underestimating himself and was more than capable of handling the situation. Sejin stood there, confused and amazed, as in his mind, he wasn't strong enough to defeat the corrupted entities. Even the mommy bear couldn't handle them alone, so Sejin couldn't understand how he was supposed to manage. But Anton maintained his deep voice and assured Sejin that although he wasn't strong enough yet to manage the entire tower, he needn't worry because Anton would help him achieve the impossible. Sejin's mouth widened in shock, leaving him unable to speak. Suddenly, the black dragon began doing something strange. It lifted its wings, raised its face, and brought its neck close to Sejin, screaming at him. The dragon's voice changed, becoming angry as it introduced itself as Kaiser, Eileen's grandfather. Sejin saw this sudden aggression, and understandably the rabbits were scared. They jumped and fell to the ground, the baby rabbits hiding behind Sejin. With a threatening tone, Kaiser explained that because of Sejin, he wasn't able to see Aileen for a long time. Kaiser wanted to smash his head with his claws, but upon seeing what Sejin had done for Aileen, Kaiser's anger subsided. Sejin, still confused, didn't know whether to be scared or grateful. He nervously introduced himself as Sejin and expressed that he was happy to meet Kaiser. Sejin apologized, saying that he didn't know why Kaiser and the others couldn't reach the 99th floor. Kaiser laughed loudly, saying it was a joke. He remarked that Sejin was far more polite than he had expected. Kaiser acknowledged that he was angry, but Sejin's actions in saving Aileen had calmed him down. However, Kaiser then turned serious, noting that the corrupted entities were getting very close. He lifted his chest, raised his head high, and stated that all other matters could wait until they had cleared the rotten weeds from the ground. Kaiser flew into the sky, his wings flapping vigorously, creating a small tornado that almost lifted Sejin into the air. The rabbits barely managed to hold on to him. In the next moment, Kaiser flew high into the blue sky, and a wider view revealed how his flight created a shockwave that pushed the corrupted entities back. From above, Kaiser looked down at the entities, which appeared like ants in comparison. His eyes and body began to glow as blue neon fire emitted from his mouth. Kaiser's words were filled with fury as he expressed his anger at the corrupted entities for harassing Eileen's friend. With that, Kaiser unleashed a massive flamethrower. The entire statue glowed blue, and in just a split second, the flamethrower rained down on the corrupted entities. It happened so quickly that the entities didn't even have time to blink. They didn't know what hit them, and as soon as the flamethrower touched them, they melted on the spot. Then there was a massive blast, so strong it appeared like a massive explosion from 500 feet away. The entire 99th floor shook as the shockwave of the blast spread throughout the area. Meanwhile, in the Black Tower, Aileen slept peacefully, dreaming. In her dream, she was playing with Sejin. As the story continued, the scene shifted again to reveal the aftermath of Kaiser's flamethrower. A huge hole was left in the ground. The flamethrower was so hot and potent that the entire area turned to red magma, and the earth melted. The heat was so intense it even reached Sejin. Fortunately, Mommy Bear shielded Sejin with her paws, protecting him from the shockwave. Baby Bear did the same, protecting all the baby rabbits from the impact. When the smoke cleared and the shockwave settled, Sejin crawled out from under Mommy Bear's paws. He stood there in shock, observing that the entire mountain had disappeared with just one attack from the Black Dragon. Sejin wondered if this was truly the power of the 99th floor Black Dragon. Still in awe, He watched as Kaiser flew down to him, calling out his name. Feeling nervous again, Sejin watched as Kaiser landed. With his deep voice, Kaiser instructed Sejin to head to the spot where he had obliterated the corrupted entities, saying there was an item there that would help Sejin become strong. Sejin, surprised, wondered what kind of item could make him strong in such a short time. He waited sometimes because the area was still molten with magma, making it unsafe to approach. When Sejin finally stood before the massive hole, the area was still scorching hot, with smoke rising from the ground. Sejin, being careful, made his way down into the hole accompanied by Baby Bear. As they descended, Sejin warned Baby Bear to be careful because the area was still dangerously hot. After that, Sejin noticed a blue glowing object in front of Baby Bear. Baby Bear, curious, urged Sejin to go check it out. As Sejin approached, he saw it, a blue glowing seed. Sejin, curious as ever, stood right in front of the seed, examining it closely. He was about to pick it up, but on his right, the warrior rabbit stood guard, while on the left, Baby Bear watched closely, making sure no corrupted entities were lurking nearby. Finally, Sejin took the mysterious seed into his hands, and the system immediately kicked in, analyzing it. The system's window notified Sejin of the seed's status. It was the enhanced seed of the corrupted fallen entity. This seed, having absorbed the energy of the blue moon, was strengthened. Consuming it would permanently increase all stats by 10 points, but if left on the ground, the seed would germinate into a powerful corrupted entity. Seeing this, Sejin was shocked, his mouth wide open, as he realized just how powerful this item was. Normally, leveling up only gave a single stat point per level, but consuming this seed was the equivalent of leveling up 50 to 60 times. This was more than just a big deal, it was game-changing. At that moment, Kaiser suddenly landed beside him and told Sejin in his deep voice that Sejin needed to eat the seed. Kaiser said it would make Sejin's weak, pathetic body stronger, and although it wouldn't make him strong enough to defeat an entire corrupted army on his own, it would be the first step toward becoming powerful enough to manage the tower. Kaiser explained that this was just the beginning of Sejin's journey to strength. However, Sejin, feeling uneasy, made a request, asking if it would be strange to eat a corrupted entity seed raw and if he could cook it first. Hearing this, Kaiser became confused and asked Sejin if he could even cook and whether he had the equipment, noting that cooking in the tower was no ordinary thing. It was magic, akin to upgrading an item to a higher level, almost like witchcraft. Sejin explained that while he had cooking equipment, he didn't bring it with him, so he planned to cook the seed once they returned to the cave. Afterward, Kaiser inquired if Sejin had any other items he had cooked or grown inside the tower. In response, Sejin pulled out a few magic cherry tomatoes and handed them to Kaiser. Sejin, however, was a bit confused as to how Kaiser would take the cherry tomatoes to his real body. Kaiser explained that there was a warp gate inside the tower and anything he consumed in this form would teleport directly to his real body, but that only applied to small things. The scene then shifted to Kaiser in his real form, sitting on a black chair while wearing a futuristic VR headset, controlling the black-colored statue. Kaiser examined the magic cherry tomatoes that Sejin handed him, wondering whether they would help Aileen's dragon heart grow stronger or enhance her mana. Meanwhile, Anton was observing everything through a holographic recording. He saw how Sejin fed Baby Bear and other creatures red locusts and was eating other delicious-looking things. Anton then checked what Sejin had done in detail, how Sejin had grown different types of food crops and even ate them himself. Anton was shocked to see how a creature, which usually came in tens of thousands and spread destruction everywhere, had been defeated by Sejin, who was now eating it with pleasure. Normally, red locusts were poisonous, but thanks to Sejin's cooking, they had become edible. Sejin not only defeated such a dangerous beast, but he was also feeding it to everyone in the tower. In fact, he had solved two problems at once, defeating the red locusts and helping solve the food problem in the entire tower. Moreover, Sejin was growing magical edible crops, and by eating these crops, even Aileen was slowly getting cured. Anton started to wonder if Sejin was just a tower farmer. He heard very little about this class in all these years and had limited knowledge about it. He decided to look further into this matter. Soon after, Kaiser came running to Anton, and Anton wondered if something happened to Sejin. He told his father to behave well as a noble being. Kaiser explained that he handled the entire situation and then showed Anton a cherry tomato. Anton tensed up, thinking there might be a problem with the cherry tomato. However, Kaiser, with a smiling face, gave Anton positive feedback, saying that the cherry tomato was delicious and that he wanted more. Seeing Kaiser's happy face, Anton was also shocked. On the other hand, Sejin repeatedly called out Kaiser's name in front of the black dragon statue, but Kaiser was too busy eating cherry tomatoes. Sejin didn't understand why Kaiser suddenly stopped replying. Turning around, Sejin told Baby Bear and the Black Rabbit that they should leave quickly and go home, as he was hungry and sleepy. However, Kung and the Black Rabbit were standing in front of a huge branch. Sejin walked over, and Kung insisted on taking the huge branch home. The branch was almost double the size of Mommy Bear, lying on the ground, and Kung wanted it as his weapon. Sejin checked the system and realized that the branch was a drop item from the corrupted entity. Kung was jealous that even Black Rabbit Hyung had his own hammer as a weapon, so he want one too. However, Sejin told Baby Bear that it was too big to take home. Seeing this, Baby Bear became upset and sad but understood. Sejin promised that next time when Theo returned, he would bring Kung a very good weapon. Kung agreed. Just as they were about to leave, Sejin heard a noise. He turned around and saw Kung picking up the huge branch. Sejin was about to scold Kung, reminding him that they couldn't take it home. But suddenly, the huge tree branch started shrinking. It shrank so small that it fits perfectly in Kung's hands. Seeing this, Sejin and the Black Warrior Rabbit were both shocked. Kung, with a smile on his face, asked Sejin if he could take the branch home now. The system notified Sejin that the branch was a weapon that Kung could make big or small at will. Sejin watched as the branch fused with Kung, becoming his weapon. Sejin and the Black Warrior Rabbit were blown away as Kung, with sparkling eyes, posed, absolutely thrilled with his new weapon. Baby Bear holds his new weapon, a branch from a corrupted tree. Though it's small, it can grow bigger when it's time to fight. With determination in his eyes, he's ready for action. Nearby, Black Warrior Rabbit stands with his hammer, gripping it tightly. He tells Baby Bear they'll start fighting on the count of 3. As soon as he says 3, they jump into battle. Baby Bear swings his club at Black Warrior Rabbit, who dodges by leaping into the air, hammer ready to strike down on Baby Bear's head. Not far away, Sejin, White Rabbit, and Chubby Rabbit watch eagerly, enjoying the intense showdown. Sejin remarks on how strong both Baby Bear and Black Warrior Rabbit have become, admiring their progress. Suddenly, a voice from behind catches Sejin by surprise. He turns around and sees one of the Silver Wolf, who says he has something important to tell him. Sejin invites him over, and he arrives with 2 companions, each pulling huge carts filled with red locusts. The Silver Wolf explains they've brought a large supply of red locusts. Sejin is impressed and praises his hard work and his team's dedication. As he puts on his shoes, Sejin asks if Elka, the Silver Wolf chief, couldn't make it. He explains that the chief had to leave due to a problem. He hurried to the magic tower to visit Mage Iona, which kept her from joining them. Concerned, Sejin asks if there was trouble on the 67th floor or if something serious happened. As Sejin keeps asking, the Silver Wolf, with a serious look, starts explaining what happened. Everything was going smoothly, thanks to Sejin's onion blade, but suddenly, the Red Locust's sudden strategy shift was intense. They began moving in random patterns, overwhelming the onion blades. But despite the huge numbers, they could not overpower the onion blade. Thanks to all the wolves, lizard men, and mercenaries, they made it out alive. He assures Sejin that, even though it was tough, Sejin's onion blade managed to kill almost 90% of the red locusts, leaving only 10% for everyone else to handle. But at some time they were piling bodies like a mountain and rendering them useless. Due to the overwhelming number of red locusts dying to try to cover up the green onion blade, their number has reduced. He adds that now all the lizard men, silver wolves, and mercenaries are guarding the 67th floor to stop any red locusts from reaching the 68th floor. Sejin sighs with relief, feeling grateful that all of them are safe. But he can't shake a nagging worry. He crosses his arms and silently prays for their safety. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a passage village, a popular rest stop where travelers can move between floors. There, we see the Tower of Gravity, a huge white building, where Elka is looking for information on Iona. But after searching for a long time, he still can't find her. Finally, he goes to the receptionist, who tells him that Iona has already left. Shocked, Elka wonders why she didn't wait as planned. The receptionist offers to pass on a message, but Elka asks when she'll be back, saying he needs to talk about the 67th floor. The receptionist, while checking the window, says she had no idea as Master Iona is a busy person. Elka was confused and asked where she had gone. The receptionist, thinking for a while, said, "Garner Village." Elka's expression changes, realizing that she might be getting into something serious. One of Elka's companions informs him that it is Boss Theo's hometown. The scene shifts again, and we see Theo, cheerful and carefree, dancing and singing along the way. The group watches him, some surprised, some laughing, but Theo doesn't care what anyone thinks. He looks back at the underlings behind, struggling to keep up. Theo yelled, asking what was taking so long. They hurried to catch up, with Oren, struggling behind, shouting for them to wait. As Oren sped up, he suddenly tripped over a tiny hamster that had appeared out of nowhere. It was so small he hadn't noticed it until he accidentally stepped on it. Both Oren and the hamster fell to the ground. Frustrated, Oren, red-faced and muttering angrily, glared at what had tripped him. Realizing it was a small hamster, he angrily asked if it could watch where it was going and if it had ever heard of walking properly. The hamster was Iona, who recognized that Oren was the one not paying attention and wasn't about to take the blame. Furious, she demanded to know why he was yelling and blaming her when he was at fault. Seeing Iona, a little hamster, standing up to him, only made Oren angrier, and he demanded if she had a death wish for talking to him that way. Iona's anger spiked as she glared at him, asking if he just called her a weak little hamster. They stood there, both furious, locked in a tense stare. Just then, Theo called out to Oren, asking what he was doing back there. He noticed Iona and immediately softened, smiling and greeting her, asking why she was there. Iona returned the smile. Oren asks if Theo knew her, and he replies that they had a very special relationship. Iona gets frustrated and tells Theo not to describe their relationship, or others might misunderstand. Seeing their friendly exchange, Oren began to worry, wondering if this hamster might be Theo's acquaintance. He started to sweat, fearing he might get into trouble with Theo for treating her badly. He imagined Theo punishing him with extra work for being disrespectful to her. Theo then asked Iona why she was standing there, and she was just about to explain that Oren had hurt and then threatened her. But before she could say anything, Oren, panicking, dropped to his knees and begged for forgiveness, calling himself a lowly black cat and apologizing over and over. Both Theo and Iona were shocked as Oren kept apologizing, saying it was all his fault. Theo, now looking after his underlings, asked Iona to forgive him, only for this time. Feeling awkward and unsure about their relationship, Iona decided to go easy on him and forgive him, but only because of Theo. Relieved, Oren thanked her repeatedly before hurrying away. Afterward, Theo asked Iona where she was going, and she explained she wanted to meet someone in Garner Village. Theo, surprised, said that Garner Village was his hometown. Iona was delighted to hear this and asked if he wouldn't mind going along with her. However, Theo hadn't planned on visiting the village. He was only there to fish nearby and pick up supplies. He hesitated, uncertain about going with her along. But before Theo could answer, Oren pestered him to go to the Garner Village, as he has to deliver important news to his father. He became more desperate, trying to convince Theo to change his mind. But Theo reminded him that he only intended to fish, stop by the merchant shop, and then head to the 38th floor to pick up items for Soijun. Seeing Theo wasn't convinced, Oren tried offering him 1,000 tower coins, saying it was nothing to him because his family was wealthy. But Theo barely reacted. He was so successful that making 1,000 tower coins a day had become routine. Realizing that even a large sum wouldn't sway Theo, Oren switched tactics. He began talking about Theo's journey, from being weak and unskilled to becoming a well-known merchant. He painted a picture of Theo walking into Garner Village, admired by villagers who once looked down on him, including Meryl, who would be jealous. Oren hinted that Theo might enjoy seeing Meryl shocked by his success and wealth, a quiet revenge that would leave her stunned. Listening, Theo's smile grew as he considered it. After a pause, he finally agreed to go to Garner Village with Iona. Oren, thrilled, realized he had convinced Theo. Curious, Iona softly asked about Meryl, but Theo only shrugged, dismissing her as nobody important, just trash. Though Theo appeared calm, he was excited at the thought of returning to Garner Village as a success. Meanwhile, Oren was celebrating his plan. He had no intention of giving Theo the tower coins or delivering news to his father. He intended to disappear as soon as they arrived at Garner Village. And after that, he will make sure to pay 1,000-fold of what he had received. As they walked, Theo quietly anticipated the pride he'd feel upon his return. But Iona's mind was still on Meryl, wondering who she was. Their journey continued, with Oren trailing behind, a wicked smile on his face as he plotted his revenge. Theo turned to Iona, warmly promising that Garner Village was a beautiful and peaceful place, and assuring her she'd enjoy it. He even offered to show her around once they arrived. The scene then shifted to Garner Village itself, a once lively place, now sadly falling apart. The village's signboard hung crooked, covered in dirt. A crow sitting on top of it was ratting non-stop. As Theo, Oren, Iona, and their companions, Lackey Number 1 and Lackey Number 2, walked deeper into the village, they noticed the severe decay everywhere. The walls of once strong houses were crumbling, weak cats lay on the ground, and the air smelled stale. Dried fish lay around, buzzing with flies. Mothers sat on the roadside with their kittens, and elderly cats, thin and exhausted, watched nearby. In the fish market, not a single fish was visible as one little brown kitten passed by hoping for something to eat. It was clear that no one had eaten in weeks. Theo's eyes widened, mouth hanging open in shock. He looked around at the empty shops and fish market stalls. There wasn't a single piece of food left. Worry filled him, and questions flooded his mind. What happened to my hometown? Why does everyone look so weak? As if they haven't eaten in days. Theo quickly approached Jeff, one of the lackey, and asked what had happened. Jeff, equally upset, explained that everything was fine when he left the village briefly, but upon returning, he found it in this terrible state. Just then, someone appeared and an empty bowl fell on the ground. She called his name, Jeff. Turning, Jeff saw his mother and little kitten brother, both looking fragile and exhausted. They rushed to each other, and Jeff, clearly worried, asked his mother if she was safe and what had happened to their peaceful village. His mother relaxed, relieved to see her son, but her voice shook as she told him what had happened. His mother, crying, explained, "A few days ago, strange frog-like monsters appeared in the lake behind the village, stopping the villagers from fishing, which was their main source of food and income. The frogs didn't just stay in the lake. They started invading the village, causing destruction wherever they went. The adult cats of the village tried to defend their home and went to the lake, but they returned injured and defeated. Their bodies were covered in bruises, with swollen eyes, hurt legs, and bandaged heads. Now, the village was on the edge of collapse. The cost of food imported from outside the village had skyrocketed, and without fish to sell, Garner Village had lost its income. Jeff's mother's voice trembled as she explained that if things didn't change soon, they would either starve or be forced to leave their home. Theo frowned, trying to grasp the seriousness of the situation. He asked Jeff's mother if these were just regular frog monsters. Surely, a few frogs couldn't cause so much trouble. But Jeff's mother, looking weak and worried, explained that it wasn't just a few frogs. She was trembling while telling, the lake was filled with thousands of them. The situation had become desperate, with no solution in sight. Jeff's mother suddenly realized something as she remembered that the Mercenary Association had visited the village a few weeks earlier. She explained that after they arrived, The number of frog monsters in the area had strangely increased. Hearing this, Iona asked Jeff's mother where the mercenaries were now. Jeff's mother looked at her. She lowered her voice, explaining that all the mercenaries were inside the castle owned by Azriel, Oren's father. Theo reached into his bag and, without delay, started pulling out piranha fish, thousands of them. The fish poured out in a steady stream, piling up into a towering mountain of food. Seeing how weak Jeff's mother looked, Theo urged her to eat first, insisting that she needed it. As he kept pulling out fish, the pile grew even larger. The villagers, at first shocked, gathered around the mountain of fish with expressions of both relief and amazement. Theo took charge and told Jeff to distribute the fish equally throughout the village. Theo explained to Jeff that they are intern benefits, something he was glad to do as Jeff's senior. But if he runs away, his contract period will be extended twofold. Jeff, deeply moved, thanked Theo sincerely. With the food situation under control, Theo turned to find Oren, suggesting they go to meet his father. But as he looked around, he realized Oren had vanished. Stunned, Theo grabbed his head and shouted in frustration as he processed the fact that Oren had run off. Iona noticed the situation and quickly assessed that Oren couldn't have gone far. She urged Theo to hurry, reassuring him they still had a chance to catch up. Meanwhile, Oren was sprinting down a path, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he enjoyed his escape. Running with all his strength, he laughed, feeling victorious. Did Theo think I'd stay under his control forever? He thought, smirking. I'm Oren. I decide my fate. I'm no one's servant. Convinced that reaching his father would help him break the contract with Theo, he continued forward. But as he ran, a shadow loomed over him, stretching darkly across the ground. Looking up, Oren's confidence faded, replaced by fear as he saw the Silver Wolf Chief, Elka, standing above him, staring him down. The chief lunged at him, his eyes fierce and unyielding. Terrified, Oren's tough attitude disappeared as he tried to explain himself, stumbling over his words. Elka asked why he was alone and where his boss was. He asked Oren if he had run away. He nervously insisted that he'd only left with Theo's permission to see his father. But the chief wasn't buying it. He warned Oren with a serious look, making it clear he wouldn't tolerate lies, and that the consequences would be severe if Oren were lying. Just as it seemed the chief was ready to follow through with his threat, a powerful gust of wind filled the air. A large black wolf appeared between the chief and Oren, his sharp teeth gleaming as he stood protectively in front of Oren. Dressed in armor with a red scarf blowing in the wind, the black wolf smirked confidently at the Silver Wolf Chief, his red eye flashing. His presence made it clear that Oren was under his protection. Caught off guard, the chief took a step back, narrowing his eyes as he sized up this unexpected challenger. A black wolf cloaked in a red cape and bearing a sly, almost taunting smile. Facing him, the Silver Wolf Chief, Elka, sits huddled beneath a larger, imposing warrior wolf, clearly rattled and uncertain of who this towering black wolf could be. At that moment, Elki and Elko rush over breathlessly to inform their chief that, despite searching everywhere, they couldn't locate Theo and Iona. Even so, Elka remains braced for a fight. But once they finally notices Black Warrior Wolf, they freezes, mouth agape, unable to comprehend the looming presence before him. Both Elki and Elko stare in disbelief, as if trying to piece together how and why this black wolf has come here. Elka mutters his confusion, openly admitting he has no idea why this black wolf stands in their path. But whatever the case, they must find a way to prevent Oren's escape. Just then, the black wolf, with a voice dripping with hostility, breaks the tense silence, sneering at the Silver Wolf group and mocking their presence on this floor. He demands to know why the Silver Wolves are there and what they want. Meanwhile, Oren, trembling and desperate, drops to his knees and clasps his hands together, looking up at the black wolf with teary eyes. Pretending to be frightened and helpless, Oren begs for the black wolf's protection, swearing he has no idea who the black wolf might be, but promising a fortune if only the wolf would keep him safe from the Silver Wolves. He adds, trying to sound convincing, that his father is the wealthiest merchant around, and assures the black wolf that he will be rewarded handsomely if he helps him. The black wolf, maintaining his deep and menacing tone, rises onto his hind legs and glances sidelong at Oren, telling him to leave immediately. He assures Oren that he will handle the silver wolves himself. Elated, Oren bolts away without a second thought, babbling promises to relay the Black Wolf's help to his father and pay whatever amount necessary. The Black Wolf merely watches, letting him go without a word. Back with the silver wolves, Elka and his followers can only stand in stunned silence as they watch Oren's retreating figure. Their jaws dropped as they struggle to make sense of the scene unfolding before them. Enraged, Elka finally snaps, turning his glare on the Black Wolf and urging him to step aside, as they can't let Oren escape. If he gets away, it could spell trouble for them all. Yet the Black Wolf doesn't budge, his stance solid as a mountain. In response, he calmly informs Elka that Oren is indeed the sole heir of the wealthiest merchant in the area, and that he was sent by Oren's father specifically to escort him to safety. Elka, already fuming from watching Oren slip away, grows even more frustrated as the Black Wolf explains his mission. Furious, he growls at the Black Wolf, warning him to move or risk being attacked, but the Black Wolf merely laughs. A hearty, mocking sound, as he rises to his full height, now towering 3 times over Elka, claws glinting in the dim light, each as large as a blade. The Black Wolf, smirking, challenges Elka to go ahead and take a swing, but reminds him that the Black Wolves are the strongest among all wolf clans in the tower, and that Elka is no match for him. With a cocky grin, he announces himself as Harp, the right-hand wolf of Hegel, claiming he could tear through 3 silver wolves like Elka without breaking a sweat. Harp's laughter fills the air, practically daring Elka to make a move. Just as he is about to continue, a sudden blinding flame erupts around him, its intensity scorching his black fur until he is reduced to a crisp shell of himself. Harp barely has a chance to react before collapsing to the ground, body singed beyond recognition, tongue lolling out. It looks as though Harp's reign has come to an abrupt end. From a safe distance, Elka and his subordinates gawk in horror, unable to process what has just happened to the mighty Black Wolf. That's when Iona appears, wielding a staff, calm and composed as she approaches Elka. She nonchalantly explains that Harp was simply an annoyance and she took it upon herself to deal with him. Iona asks Elka if she overstepped, but Elka assures her that the Black Wolf was no ally of his. Just then, Theo catches up, looking around frantically. He asks Elka if he has seen Oren fleeing the scene, worry etched across his face. Afterward, Elka explains to Theo how Oren was just about to make his escape and how he was ready to catch him until that Black Warrior Wolf intervened, letting Oren slip away. Theo, still puzzled, asks why Elka was there. After all, Elka was supposed to be on the 99th floor delivering the red locust to Sejin. Elko clarifies that indeed he had completed the delivery and then descended to the 67th floor to look for both Iona, only to learn along the way that they too had come to this floor. So as he was searching, Elko spotted Oren fleeing, and the rest of the story, as Theo knew, played out from there. Iona, not wanting to waste time, interrupts their conversation, reminding them that the story could wait and that what mattered now was catching Oren. Theo and Elka nod in agreement, and Theo then asks Elko if he has any idea where Oren might be headed. Elko, along with his subordinates, fills Theo in on the details. They explain how they encountered Oren, almost captured him, but then the Black Warrior had intervened, allowing Oren to flee. After hearing it all, Iona takes charge, urging everyone to follow her. Theo's expression turns serious as he tells her they are heading for Garner Village's mansion. The scene shifts to reveal the mansion, Oren's father's enormous estate. Inside, a massive Black Wolf warrior with six-pack abs stands towering over the others. Old scars took his left eye, and in front of him sits Oren's father, Azriel. The table before them is laden with food, yet no one is eating. A heavy silence fills the room. This giant Black Wolf is none other than Hegel, the Black Wolf clan's chief. Oren's father addresses him, noting with irritation that Harp, who should have brought Oren by now, is late. He remarks that he just heard that Oren had arrived on this floor. However, he also notes that several suspicious figures seem to be following his son. That's why he called Hegel to ensure Oren's safety. He wonders aloud why Harp hasn't arrived with Oren and asks if he had met Harp along the way. With a calm, almost dismissive tone, Hegel advises Oren's father to be patient. He assures him that he hasn't sent a weak protector for Oren. Harp is his right-hand man, nearly equal in strength to Hegel himself. There is no reason to worry. Harp would be there with Oren soon enough. But before Oren's father can respond, Oren bursts through the door, shouting his father's name. A mix of happiness and anger crosses his father's face as he approaches Oren, demanding to know where he's been and why he's shouting so loudly. He asks about Harp, questioning why Harp hadn't accompanied Oren. But Oren, out of breath from running, doesn't respond. Instead, he collapses onto the floor, catching his breath and wailing. His father impatiently asks if Oren has at least brought food, noting that he seems empty-handed and questioning if he has stored the provisions in his magic bag. Still, Oren gives no answer. Instead, with an Oscar-worthy level of drama, he clutches his father's clothes, wailing as if someone has wronged him deeply. With an over-the-top sob story, Oren claims he has been scammed by a goblin when he went to the merchant village for food. According to Oren, it was all Theo's fault. The goblin had been Theo's accomplice in this scheme to rob him of his money. Oren's father is taken aback, genuinely shocked by this accusation. In his experience, Theo has always seemed like a kind, honest individual incapable of such deceit. Doubt creeps into his mind as he wonders aloud if Oren might be mistaken. He remembers Theo as Oren's childhood friend, the innocent yellow cat who once played with him, and questions if Theo could have somehow changed. A bit flustered, Oren realizes his father isn't fully buying the story, so he doubles down, insisting that Theo is far from innocent. Theo, Oren claimed, was a demon in disguise, an evil mastermind. He elaborated that Theo supposedly hoarded food but refused to share it with the starving villagers. Oren even asserted that he had spent all his own money to buy food from Theo for the village. Furthermore, Oren alleged that Theo had threatened his life, forcing him into a lifelong servitude contract. As if that weren't enough, Oren continued with his claims, saying that Theo had a human ally who called himself the Great Black Dragon, though he clearly lacked any dragon-like traits, such as wings or horns. According to Oren, this duo also controlled the rabbit race, using threats to enforce contracts of slavery. Finally, he demanded justice from his father and urged him to take action. Hegel, who had been listening from the back, couldn't bear to hear more. A staunch believer in justice and a hater of all things evil, he became visibly angry. With a furious growl, he slammed his paw down, shattering the table in front of him. Both Oren and his father froze in terror, taken aback by Hegel's sudden display of rage. After a tense moment, Hegel lifted his fist from the table and, seething, turned to Oren, demanding to know if what he was hearing was true, and whether Oren was being honest with him. Meanwhile, Oren's father lay in shock on the ground, and Oren himself, stunned, was silent as he sat on the floor. With fury brewing, Hegel rose on two legs, fists clenched, and declared in a booming voice that pretending to be the Great Black Dragon, scamming, and enslaving others was a crime that deserved nothing less than death. He announced that he would not allow that scammer or Theo to live. He would kill them both. His eyes glowing with intense red fury, Hegel seemed primed for action. Sensing the opportunity, Oren continued fueling Hegel's rage by assuring him that everything he had said was true, including the fact that the human in the white t-shirt claimed to be the Great Black Dragon, using the title to scare and control everyone. Inwardly, Oren felt pleased with his own cunning. He considered Hegel, leader of the Black Warrior Wolves and renowned for their strength in battle and devotion to the Great Black Dragon, to be the perfect pawn. He knew that if anyone insulted the Great Black Dragon, Hegel would react with a vengeance. Seizing the moment, Oren fell to his knees, trembling as he dramatically pleaded for Hegel to punish Theo and the human in white for the misery they had caused him and for the disrespect they had shown the Great Black Dragon. Hegel listened, expressionless, his massive figure towering over Oren and his father. He finally rose to his full height, his voice dripping with menace, and commanded Oren to lead him to Theo and the impersonator, vowing to punish them both. Inside, Oren was elated. Suddenly, however, a servant interrupted, announcing that there were people outside, loudly calling for Oren. The group included 3 silver wolves, a cat, and a hamster. Realizing that Theo had come for him, Oren allowed a smug grin to spread across his face, considering this turn of events perfect. He quickly informed his father that those were the very people who had harassed him, trapped him in the contract, and made him their slave. Then, with a glint of excitement, he asked his father if a certain mysterious item stored in the warehouse was still there. When his father confirmed it was, though looking puzzled, Oren merely gave a plotting grin, silently thinking how fun things were about to get. Outside, Theo, the silver wolves, Iona, and the rest waited impatiently. Theo's irritation was growing as he loudly wondered why no one had come to greet them after their repeated calls. He was just about to leave when Elka suggested they should simply barge in. Though irritated, Theo hesitated. Despite his frustration, he wasn't rude enough to force his way in. But Elka argued that Theo was too nice for his own good, especially since Oren was nothing more than a crook and an idiot. Before their discussion could go further, the mansion doors opened, and out stepped Oren, looking smug and mocking as he sneered at the group outside. He derisively referred to them as scum, low-level trash, and disdainfully asked what they wanted with him at his mansion. Unfazed, Theo calmly responded that the mansion wasn't even Oren's. It belonged to his father. He questioned why Oren was claiming it as his own. Oren's face twisted with irritation as he retorted that the mansion was his, or would be in the future, which he considered the same thing. Growing angrier, he accused Theo of treating him like a slave for far too long and stated that this mansion was his place, where Theo couldn't act that way toward him. Meanwhile, Theo, Iona, and Elka watched Oren's outburst with increasing annoyance. Theo finally decided he'd had enough and firmly reminded Oren that no matter how much he complained, they both knew he had signed the contract, meaning he had to work for Theo as his intern. Theo's words came as a stern warning that Oren would have to listen to everything Theo instructed him to do. Iona joined in, smirking, while Theo opened his status window, telling Oren that he had been patient but that his patience was wearing thin. He told Oren that if he didn't come down immediately and prepare to go to the 99th floor with him, Theo would add another 30 days to his contract. Oren's face flushed with fury as he screamed, but his confidence wavered. Nervously, he asked Theo if he could see the contract again. Theo responded by reminding Oren that he had a copy in his own status window and could check it there. However, Oren hesitated, mumbling something about thinking there might be a mistake in the contract and suggesting that they compare versions to ensure accuracy. While speaking, Oren descended the stairs slowly, concealing something clenched in his left hand. He moved closer, his face carefully masking his nervous excitement. Theo, focused on the status window, didn't notice. He simply opened his status window and invited Oren to check the contract, adding that they needed to prepare to go to the 99th floor. As Oren came within arm's reach, he suddenly revealed a small bottle of glowing green liquid, popping the cork quietly behind his back. The faint sound was enough to alert Elka, who warned Theo. Turning, Theo reacted just a moment too late as Oren lunged and threw the mysterious green liquid toward him. The liquid was about to hit Theo when a mysterious blue shield appeared in front of him, saving him from the attack. Theo, realizing he was shielded by the barrier, was relieved. Oren, on the other hand, was stunned and worried as he stared in disbelief at the spherical barrier around Theo, which prevented the green liquid from passing through. Fuming, Theo shouted at Oren, demanding an explanation for what was happening. He believed that Oren must have created the blue barrier and expressed his frustration, asking why Oren had encased him in such a barrier. Oren was equally confused, not knowing where the shield had come from. Suddenly, he noticed something coming toward him at high speed, prompting him to dodge backward just in time as Elka, now furious, slammed her foot onto the ground where he had been standing. Barely escaping, Oren ended up tumbling and hitting the ground, slightly injured. Slowly, he opened his eyes, attempting to figure out how his plan had gone so wrong. When he looked up, he saw Iona standing before him, holding the bottle. She questioned him about the potion, asking if it was a contract nullification potion and expressing surprise at how he had managed to obtain something so rare. She then explained that the potion, when sprinkled on an opposing status window, could cancel a contract. If Oren had something this valuable, it was a real shame he just lost it like that. Oren couldn't even process it. He had this amazing potion and he wasted it, couldn't even use it. Elka and Theo were both on another level of furious. Elka glared at Oren and threatened that if Oren started another problem, he would really squeeze Oren into the ground and crush him. Theo was right there with him, adding that he was extending his contract by another 120 days. But Oren had had enough. He snapped at Elka, telling him to shut up. He was beyond frustrated. He knew that his plan would work. As soon as he used that potion on Theo, the contract would be gone, and then Hegel would show up, defeat Theo, and solve all his problems. But no, the plan flopped. He wondered who on earth made this blue barrier. Oren racked his brain, but it was obvious it had to be Iona. She was the only one who could pull that off. And then, an idea hit Oren like a lightning bolt. Iona was standing right there, so he grabbed her by the collar, yanked her in close, and his razor-sharp claws came out, which he held right to her neck, his eyes blazing with a new plan. He threatened everyone, declaring that nobody should move. If any of them made a move, he would slit Iona's throat right there. He turned to Theo, saying that if Theo wanted this little hamster to live, he should cancel the contract immediately. He pulled her in closer, claws pressing against her skin, and told him to cancel it, promising to let her go if he did. If Theo refused, she would die. Theo, trapped inside that water barrier, was boiling with rage. He wanted to save her, but the barrier held him back. He couldn't do anything and was just stuck there, fuming. Theo was shouting repeatedly, ordering them to open the water barrier because he couldn't get out, but no one helped him. Meanwhile, Elka observed and realized Oren had made a huge mistake. He had grabbed the wrong person. Oren thought Iona was the weakest link, but if she got pissed off, she could end everyone in the room then and there. But Oren had no idea. Elka tried to warn him, attempting to tell him that he didn't know what he was messing with. However, Oren wasn't listening, yelling back at everyone to shut up. He whipped out one of his sharp claws, pressing it even closer to Iona's neck, and swore that if anyone opened their mouth, he would kill her then and there. Theo had better cancel the contract or she was finished. Oren was relentless, screaming at the top of his lungs for Hegel to come out and show everyone what was what. Meanwhile, Iona just sat on Oren's lap with not a hint of fear on her face. But Theo, Elka, and even Silverwolf were all looking incredibly tense, thinking that if Iona got angry, things could turn very ugly. 5 minutes passed with no sign of Hegel coming out from the mansion. Even Oren seemed confused now. He was sweating and wondered where Hegel was, thinking he had called his name countless times. Why wasn't he coming out? Suddenly, Iona spoke up in a calm voice, saying that if he was talking about Black Warrior Wolf Hegel, he wouldn't be coming there. Oren heard her and was at a loss, wondering what this tiny little hamster was talking about. He started to get heated again, calling her a weak little hamster and telling her to sit down and stay still or else. But before he could finish that threat, his body froze, locking up completely. He couldn't move a muscle or even speak, standing there as he realized his energy was draining out of him. Iona slowly got off Oren's lap, taking her time, and looked at him with chilling calmness. She told him he wouldn't be moving or talking anytime soon because she had paralyzed his entire body. Bending down, she picked up her magic wand and continued, saying that he really thought she was just some weak hamster because she was short. Well, he had made a huge mistake, she told him. Oren stood there, paralyzed, unable to process a thing that was happening to him. Next, Iona's eyes glowed purple as she stepped up to him, glaring, and introduced herself as Iona, the great wizard and master of the Wizard Association. She pressed her staff up against Oren's neck, telling him he had pissed her off, and that it was going to cost him his life. Oren freaked out internally, his mouth hanging open in shock. How could this supposedly weak hamster be a great wizard? And if she was so powerful, why was she even with Theo? He wondered about Theo's deal, thinking that Theo had a great black dragon and now a great wizard. What was going on here? Theo and Silverwolf were in the back, just watching the scene unfold. Theo seemed to be enjoying himself as he crossed his arms, leaned back inside the barrier, and remarked with a smirk that the place was cozier than he thought. Oren was trying to call out Hegel and turn Theo and the others into dust. But he was shocked to see that Hegel was refusing to come out. Inside the mansion, Hegel was constantly cursing Oren about his lies. When Israel came behind him, asking him why he was not going out, even after his son was calling Hegel out, he instantly realized that the person outside the mansion was none other than the head of the Wizards Association, Iona. Meanwhile, Hegel was sweating profusely, thinking that he just wanted to teach a lesson to Theo and the others, who were pretending to be the Black Dragon. But instead, when he looked outside, he saw that Iona was present there with them. Finally, Hegel realized that Oren, the Black Cat, had tricked him into believing in nonsense. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, where even Iona spotted Hegel and immediately turned her staff towards him, asking him what he was doing there. As she was the head of the Wizards Association, she had so much power that she was able to feel Hegel's presence from far away. As soon as Iona started getting angry, the wolf immediately came outside, dropping onto his knees and apologizing to the mage hamster for his rudeness. Meanwhile, both the wolf chief and Theo were looking at Hegel. The chief realized that he was the leader of the Black Wolf tribe. Theo wanted to know from the chief if both Hegel and he knew each other, and the chief started explaining that Hegel was a top-tier mercenary who was nothing less than a legend in their tribe. But even the wolf chief was not able to understand what on earth he was doing in Grainier village inside Israel's mansion and what the real connection was between Hegel and the hamster. Meanwhile, we see that Hegel was bowing down in front of the hamster, giving her his greetings along with respect. Iona greeted him and asked the creature what was happening inside the mansion. Hearing this question coming from the wizard's mouth, Oren was flabbergasted. But what Iona said next shocked everyone. She wanted to know if Hegel was trying to kill his employer on the say of someone as measly as the black cat. Hegel started blabbering and explaining that he did not know that Oren was referring to the great Iona. He did not even have any idea about her presence. He was somehow trying to make Iona believe that he had just been manipulated by the silver tongue of the black cat. Everyone was shocked to know that Lady Iona was Hegel's employer. Just then, even Israel came out from his mansion greeting Iona. But Iona did not even care about who the black old cat was, asking him for his introduction. The black cat immediately introduced himself as Israel, the owner of the mansion and Oren's father. He immediately started scolding his foolish son, asking him why he was wreaking such havoc everywhere and telling lies to Hegel. He smacked his son, but Iona immediately used her paralysis magic on the old cat because, for her, it was getting noisy, and she was getting quite annoyed. She wanted both the cats to stop there and just wait until she was done with her real work. Iona wanted to meet Hegel herself, and on her way there, she caught winds of some tales from Grainier village. She was displeased that Hegel's mission was met with failure. The frog hunt, which took place in the lake of the village, was entrusted to the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps but ended up being a complete failure. Even Theo was shocked to know that Hegel was the one responsible for that. Iona started explaining that the Wizards Association recently sensed a disturbance in the tower, and something ominous started seeping in from somewhere. After a lot of research, Iona uncovered the truth, which was that the negative power was gathering at the heart of the lake inside Grainier village. The reason was none other than an abnormal explosion of eggs from the Frog Queen. Iona realized that if the egg explosion kept going like this, then every aquatic creature on the 55th floor might face extinction. Due to this frog situation needed immediate action. As the magic tower was already busy with the issue of the 67th floor, Iona gave the whole case of the 55th floor to Hegel. But instead of solving everything, his mission became a complete failure, and not only that, he was sitting there taking things for granted. Hegel became embarrassed and kept apologizing to the wizard, telling her that when they arrived, thousands of frogs inside the lake had already hatched. Even when they did everything they could, there were just too many frogs for them to fight, and underwater fighting was not exactly the strong suit of the wolves. But Iona was now even angrier because the wolves made the mission harder by dealing with the small frogs when they could have easily dove underwater and taken care of the Frog Queen itself. By failing to do that, they were now going to face an entire village in chaos. Iona was so busy, but she still came on the expected date to see the progress, only to get the news of failure. She was not able to understand why Hegel did not inform her about anything after the mission failed. She was so angry that she started floating into the air while telling the wolf that excuses were just mere illusions and that they did not have any value in the real world. As she was flying, she immediately started summoning a huge fireball into the air while telling the wolf to get ready for the consequences. As she was already angry, she wanted to vent her frustration onto both Israel and Oren because of what they did and how annoyed she was due to them. Finally, Iona decided to bring the whole mansion into ruin and materialized a big fireball into the air. Seeing the supersized ball, the wolf chief realized that no one in the vicinity of the mansion was going to be saved if the fireball touched the ground. Hearing that, Theo started screaming from the barrier, asking Iona if she was able to hear him or not. But the words of the cat merchant were having no effect. Suddenly, as Theo was slamming into the barrier, he saw that it started breaking from the weak points due to its limits. As Iona was ready to turn the mansion into a sea of flames, Theo used the head of the wolf chief as a jumping ground and caught Iona in midair. Even the wizard started blushing as Theo came insanely close to her. But she immediately realized that Theo was not after her. Instead, it was the magic staff. Iona started screaming while flying, asking Theo what the hell he was doing, and even Theo was now scared because he looked down and realized how high he was. Even when Iona wanted Theo to drop to the ground, the cat immediately started screaming at her, telling her that her insane strength was pulling everyone toward danger. As these words struck her mind, she immediately realized what she was doing. She realized that as Theo was the subordinate of the legendary Black Dragon, killing him in the process would not be beneficial at all. She immediately snapped her fingers, and the giant fireball dispersed into the air as if it had never been there before. Meanwhile, Hegel was looking at everything from the ground, realizing that when she got angry, nothing could stop it. But this belief was broken by Theo, who made Iona discard one of her most powerful spells. Hegel was now second-guessing his decision to harm Theo and the others, wondering if he was the subordinate of the black dragon. Meanwhile, Theo walked towards the wolf chief, who told the cat that he was surprised when Theo jumped over his head. But the cat merchant thanked the wolf chief for becoming a trampoline. Otherwise, Theo would not have reached Iona and stopped her in time. Then, the 10,000 tower coins, which were owed by Orin, would never have been returned to Sejin. As Iona heard this reasoning, she was shocked, unable to believe that Theo just stopped Iona over some coins. But Theo immediately changed the topic and put it over a lot of sugar, telling Iona that the price for the treacherous escape, which was done by Orin, needs to be paid in full. That's why he was talking about tower coins. But suddenly, Theo remembered that Orin was rich due to his dad, and the mansion of Israel had piles of treasures like the potion of contract nullification which was used in the previous episode. Theo immediately gave the devilish idea of raiding the treasure of the mansion along with Iona, thinking that it was just the perfect prize for Orin to pay for his sin. Even the hamster laughed cutely, agreeing to the plan that Theo made. Finally, as both Orin and Israel were crying due to paralysis, they were informed about this penalty. The scene shifts. Everyone was inside Israel's mansion, and they straight up got into the treasure vault. Finally, Theo started ordering the wolf around, telling him to gather all the treasure so that they could give everything to the merchant village and get insanely rich. Even Iona was shocked by the insane amount of books that were present in their library, and many of them were rare magical tomes that would be beneficial to her. Hearing everything, Israel came behind the lady, telling her that he had the quirky habit of collecting ancient books. As a repayment for his son's mistake, Iona could take as many books as she liked, and as this was a rare opportunity, even Iona was not able to refuse. The hamster immediately started showing her nerdy side, reading multiple books and the first edition of the Magic Essentials. Finally, she took as many books as she liked, and Israel witnessed her rare collection getting looted. Meanwhile, we see that Theo immediately grabbed a jewel, thinking that it looked pricey. Theo always picks something insane due to his insanely good luck. But suddenly, Hegel came behind the merchant cat, asking him if he had a moment to spare. Even before Theo was able to process anything, the wolf immediately slammed onto the ground, begging Theo to let the Black Wolf tribe become their loyal servants. Hegel wanted to pledge their allegiance to Theo and the legendary Black Dragon, and even the cat was not able to understand what was happening out of the blue. As the scene shifts to the tower manager's sanctuary on the 99th floor, where the dragon lady is finally awake after a long slumber, getting happy after a refreshing sleep because she was completely revitalized. Due to her habit, she immediately summoned her crystal ball, wondering about what her dear human, Sejin, must be doing. But before she could take a look inside the crystal ball, multiple notifications popped up, making her realize that due to her sleep, many works had piled up. She decided to delete all the red alerts. After she was done with everything, she finally opened the crystal ball once again. But she was shocked to see that, due to her increase in power, the dragon heart was allowing her to expand the view of the crystal orb. Now that the screen was larger, she could see a large area, but she was not able to spot Sejin anywhere. She started navigating the window, taking a sneak peek into the home of our boy, and saw that the baby bear was training with the wooden club, finding the little creature insanely cute. But suddenly, she noticed that the club was not ordinary. A notification popped up in front of the baby bear, asking him about how he got to that club, and the bear started explaining that it was the branch of a corrupted entity that absorbed the aura of the blue moon. Just as soon as Aline heard that, she was not able to believe that the monsters of the 99th floor dealt with something so dangerous. But the baby bear continued that they fought with these dangerous monsters with the help of the statue, which was given by the dragon lady. He also met with the grandfather and father of Aline, who used a cool air beam and shot every monster like crazy. As soon as Aline heard the mention of her grandpa, she immediately started jumping like a small child, getting happy that her grandpa was there. Hegel, still bowing his head repeatedly, was requesting Theo to take him as a subordinate. He kept saying the same thing over and over again. He wanted to serve Theo. On the other hand, Theo stood there, shocked, his mouth hung wide open. He just couldn't wrap his head around why Hegel, this massive wolf warrior, was suddenly begging to become his subordinate. Theo paused, frozen in his spot, unsure how to respond. Then Hegel began to explain, his voice filled with reverence and emotion. He explained that he wanted to join Theo because, a long time ago, the Black Wolf warrior clan worshipped the Great Black Dragon. Their entire race, he said, had one mission: to meet the Great Black Dragon, even just once. As Hegel continued his story, both the Silver Wolf Chief and Theo listened intently. Hegel elaborated that the goal of his entire race was to get closer to the great black dragon. Since Theo was already a subordinate of the dragon, Hegel believed that if he became Theo's subordinate, he'd be one step closer to fulfilling his race's greatest honor. Hegel bowed his head even lower, his forehead almost touching Theo's feet. In a polite but desperate tone, he begged Theo to accept him as his follower. Theo, however, was visibly upset, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He was sweating profusely, his mind racing to figure out how to respond. Finally, an idea clicked in Theo's mind, and a smirking smile spread across his face. He crossed his arms and stood there silently, letting the tension build. Then, after what felt like an eternity, Theo responded by flat-out refusing Hegel's request. The words hit Hegel like a slap across the face. His mouth dropped open in complete disbelief. He couldn't understand why Theo didn't want him. Hegel, stunned, asked Theo why he disliked him, pointing out that he hadn't done anything to offend the cat merchant. Turning his back, Theo mischievously explained his reasoning. He reminded Hegel of his past actions, how Hegel had been a subordinate of Iona but had the audacity to plan against her, which made her furious. Theo added that if Hegel could betray Iona, nothing was stopping him from doing the same to Theo in the future. Theo stated that, in his eyes, a subordinate like Hegel was nothing but trouble. Hearing this, Hegel was visibly distressed. He tried to defend himself, insisting it was all a misunderstanding, an accident. But Theo remained unmoved. Hegel then brought up a comparison, pointing out that Theo had taken Oren as his subordinate. He mentioned how everyone knew Oren was a troublemaker and not even strong, yet Theo had still accepted him. Theo, with a sly grin, explained that while Oren wasn't powerful, his father was rich, which made Oren valuable. Theo added casually that money was the deciding factor in that case. Hegel, trying to regain footing, pointed out that his strength as a black warrior wolf could offer more than just Oren's connections. But Theo turned to the Silver Wolf chief and stated that he already had a loyal and powerful mercenary on his side. Theo confidently declared that he had everything he needed, dismissing Hegel outright. Theo started walking away, but Hegel, desperate, stopped him and bowed even lower. Hegel pleaded for another chance, promising he could prove his worth. Theo, visibly frustrated, sighed deeply before finally turning back. He offered Hegel a deal, stating that he would be staying in the area for the next 2 to 3 days. If, during that time, Hegel could prove himself by being a good employee and finding something that truly impressed Theo, then perhaps he might reconsider. To sweeten the deal, Theo mentioned that he had a preference for unique items and said that if Hegel could bring him something that caught his eye, his chances would increase. Hearing this, Hegel's face lit up. He burst into joyful laughter, his heart exploding with happiness. With renewed hope, he bowed once more, thanking Theo profusely and declaring that he would not disappoint him. The scene shifted. Now, Sejin was sitting inside his cave, staring at the seed from the tree of the corrupted ent. Sejin could feel a faint negative energy emanating from it. He remembered what Eileen's grandfather had said. Consuming the seed would increase his strength. But Sejin had a gnawing doubt. What if eating it gave him a stomach upset instead? The scene shifted again. Sejin brought the corrupted ent's seed to Flame and asked if she could detect any dark or harmful energy from it. Flame carefully inspected the seed, observing it for several moments before confirming that the seed contained immensely dark and negative energy. She explained that, for humans, this energy could be dangerous. Sejin's doubts were validated as the seed wasn't safe to consume as it was. Thinking quickly, Sejin asked if Flame's purification skill could cleanse the seed of its dark energy. Flame admitted she wasn't sure but agreed to give it a try. Excited at the chance to help, Flame instructed Sejin to place the seed on the floor, promising to use her purification skill on the corrupted entity's seed. Sejin prepared a bucket with onion leaves, placed a cushion on top, and carefully set the seed in the middle. He asked if the setup would work. Flame reassured him, saying that it was more than enough. Then the purification began. As Flame worked her magic, a dark, negative aura started evaporating from the seed. The system notified Sejin that purification had started, showing that it was 1% complete. Both Sejin and Flame watched in anticipation as the seed's dark energy slowly faded. Flame, now overjoyed, exclaimed that it was working. Sejin smiled, realizing that step by step, they were purifying the seed. Meanwhile, Flame felt a sense of pride as her skill was finally being used for something truly meaningful. Later, Sejin turned to Flame and asked how much time it would take to purify the entire corrupted ant seed. Flame, in her gentle and determined tone, explained that it would take at least 10 hours of continuous effort to completely purify the seed. She assured Sejin that she would keep working on it non-stop until the task was done. Hearing this, Sejin felt a mix of relief and gratitude. Walking over to Flame, he gently patted her glowing branches and reassured her that she didn't need to push herself so hard. Sejin suggested that she could take her time, purify the seed at her own pace, and hand it over whenever it was ready. Flame, touched by his kindness, felt a sense of warmth and secretly decided to work even harder, aiming to finish the purification well before the 10-hour mark. Just then, a system notification appeared for Sejin, signaling the reopening of the seed store. Realizing it had been a full month since the last opening, Sejin's eyes lit up with excitement. He hadn't even noticed how quickly time had passed and was eager to explore the new offerings. The system highlighted that 4 new seed options were available for purchase. He can only buy 5 tower coins worth of seeds at his current level. Sejin opened the seed store and saw the following options: black bean seeds, 50 seeds for 5 tower coins; radish seeds, 100 seeds for 1 tower coin; pumpkin seeds, 25 seeds for 5 tower coins; onion seeds, 500 seeds for 5 tower coins. Sejin studied the options and was shocked by the inflated prices. Sitting down with a sigh, he reflected on how the cost of seeds had skyrocketed compared to the previous month. The prices were nearly 10 times higher than before. He realized that the more frequently he used the seed store, the higher the costs seemed to climb. Sejin thought back to the days when 100 seeds could be purchased for just 0.1 tower coins. Now, even a small quantity required a hefty 5 tower coins. This price hike left him frustrated and perplexed. Gray Rabbit, noticing Sejin's reaction, speculated that greed, known for manipulating markets, must be behind this. Gray Rabbit explained how food shortages during the Red Locust incident had given greed the opportunity to hoard resources and inflate prices. The rabbit elaborated that greed had used similar tactics during the Tower War, buying food and seeds in bulk and selling them at exorbitant rates. Now, with inflation affecting even the 99th floor, Gray Rabbit warned that greed's reach had grown significantly. Sejin listened carefully, realizing the dire implications of greed's actions. Gray Rabbit expressed concerns that if greed continued to dominate the market, the entire tower's economy could collapse, granting greed unprecedented power. Despite the gravity of the situation, Sejin recognized the urgency of the moment. The seed store was only open for a limited time each month, and he needed to act quickly. Even if prices were high, missing this opportunity wasn't an option. He resolved to teach greed a lesson later but decided to focus on purchasing seeds. Now Sejin carefully reviewed his options. He decided against purchasing black bean seeds, radish seeds, or pumpkin seeds since they weren't in high demand and wouldn't yield significant returns. Instead, he chose onion seeds, valuing their versatility in eliminating fishy odors, enhancing flavors, and serving as a standalone dish. With his decision made, Sejin purchased 500 onion seeds for 5 tower coins. The system recorded the transaction, acknowledging the bulk purchase. Sejin received the seeds, feeling a mix of satisfaction and determination. Although the prices were high, he believed he had made the best choice under the circumstances. As the seed store closed, Sejin noted that it would reopen in a month. Holding the onion seeds in his hands, he resolved to plant them immediately and take the next step in his journey. After seeing this, Sejin became happy and started laughing. The joy in his eyes reflected his excitement as he shared the news with Flame. Sejin explained to Flame that he had selected onion seeds because he could make delicious dishes with them. Hearing this, Flame remarked in her usual cheerful tone that although she could not eat vegetables, hearing Sejin talk about them made her feel as if she were hungry and wanted to eat. Sejin, with a soft smile, responded that he also wished Flame could get a physical body someday. He imagined that when that happened, she would be able to eat the dishes he prepared. This heartfelt exchange between Sejin and Flame filled the air with warmth and camaraderie. But before they could continue their conversation, a system notification interrupted them. This time it was Aileen. The moment Aileen connected, she sounded excited and immediately started asking Sejin questions. She eagerly mentioned that she had heard Sejin talk to Kaiser, her grandfather, and her father. Sejin, trying to keep up with her energy, began narrating the whole story. Aileen, clearly overjoyed, exclaimed that her grandfather and father had spoken to Sejin through the same statue gifted to him by the great black dragon. However, before Sejin could delve further into the details, Aileen interrupted with even more excitement and demanded that Sejin visit the statue immediately. Sejin tried to explain that he didn't know where the statue was because the last time Kaiser had killed all the corrupted entities and flown away, breaking his connection with the statue. But before Sejin could finish, a voice echoed from the cave hole, someone calling out to Sejin. Looking up, Sejin was surprised to realize that it was none other than Kaiser, Aileen's grandfather. Hearing the name Kaiser, Aileen became overjoyed and urged Sejin to climb up immediately. However, Sejin, being his cautious self, started climbing up slowly. Frustrated by his pace, Aileen shouted behind him, urging him to hurry. Sejin sighed but started climbing faster. As Sejin reached the top, he finally met Kaiser. The two greeted each other warmly, exchanging respectful bows. But just as they began to speak, a flood of system notifications filled Sejin's vision. Aileen, now fully connected, began shouting through the notifications, bombarding her grandfather with questions. She wanted to know where he had been, why he hadn't come to see her, and why he had left without saying anything. The sheer volume of notifications overwhelmed Sejin. His vision became blocked, and he began to lose his balance. Despite his attempts to steady himself, the constant barrage of Aileen's words caused him to slip. Realizing he was about to fall, Sejin shouted loudly that he was falling. But just in the nick of time, Kaiser reached out and grabbed Sejin by the legs, preventing him from plummeting. Sejin was left hanging upside down, his heart racing from the near-death experience. Below, Aileen became upset and apologized, asking if Sejin was okay. Kaiser, pulling Sejin up carefully, also checked if Sejin was hurt. Sejin reassured them both, saying he was fine but slightly shaken. Once safely on the ledge, Kaiser asked Sejin if it had been Aileen shouting through the system notifications. Sejin, slightly annoyed but still composed, scolded Aileen and questioned why she had used his system notifications to talk to her grandfather when she could have done so directly. Aileen sheepishly explained that there was a bug in her administrator settings that prevented her from communicating properly. Sejin, now more relaxed but still catching his breath, decided to let it go. The air was filled with a mix of tension and relief as the scene ended, leaving everyone to ponder their next steps. Aileen was struggling to control the tower properly due to a system error, and because Kaiser, Aileen's grandfather, was not physically present on the 99th floor, he was only able to communicate through a statue. This limitation meant Aileen could not talk to her grandfather directly through system notifications. As soon as Kaiser realized that Aileen was behind the system notifications, he became emotional. Grabbing Sejin with both hands, Kaiser, with tears streaming down his face, squeezed Sejin tightly while crying. He expressed to Aileen how worried he had been and how much he had wanted to talk to his beloved granddaughter. Kaiser continued asking about Aileen's health, her heart, and whether she had been doing okay. But in his overwhelming emotions, Kaiser failed to notice how tightly he was squeezing Sejin. Sejin tried to explain that Kaiser was hurting him, but the latter didn't seem to hear him. Meanwhile, Kaiser rubbed his stone-cold cheeks against Sejin's softer ones, saying how much he missed Aileen and how he longed to meet her. On the other hand, Sejin grew annoyed, wincing as he tried to explain that the rough stone texture of the statue was practically peeling his cheeks off. But the reunion between Kaiser and Aileen continued, leaving Sejin in this awkward predicament. Kaiser hugged Sejin for what felt like an eternity while talking to Aileen. Down below, husband rabbit and wife rabbit watched this bizarre scene, confused and wondering what Kaiser was doing with Sejin's body. Sejin's grunts and weird sounds added to their confusion. Finally, the scene shifted. Kaiser had calmed down and now sat across from Sejin. Meanwhile, on the other side of the statue, it was revealed that Aileen's father, Anton, was also present. Anton, known for his polite and composed nature, began explaining everything to Sejin. He clarified that neither he nor Kaiser was physically present and that they could only communicate through the statue. Anton further explained that Aileen could see and hear them through system notifications, but due to an error in the tower system, she could not reply directly. Sejin sighed, remarking how complicated the situation was, but ultimately accepted that whenever Kaiser and Anton wanted to talk to Aileen, it was Sejin's body that ended up suffering the most. Aileen then began sharing her problems with Kaiser. She explained how a system error had prevented her from opening the gate to her grandfather's 100th floor. Initially, Aileen thought she was too weak to open the gate, but Anton and Kaiser assured her that it was due to the tower's malfunction. Anton explained that this system error could be fixed, but it would require very high magic power. If they collected enough of it, they could hack the system administrator and open the gate to the 100th floor. Anton assured them that step by step, this problem could be solved. Hearing this, Sejin asked how he could help. Anton took a moment to think and then said the first step was to assess the 99th floor. He asked Aileen if she had noticed anything wrong with the system administrator or any oddities in the tower's operations. Aileen, not fully understanding, asked Anton how she was supposed to recognize these issues. Anton explained that red system notifications, warnings, or alarms were clear indicators of a problem. By reading and analyzing these notifications, Anton could work on solving the issues one by one. But she casually mentioned that she had deleted all the system notifications earlier. She shrugged it off, saying she wouldn't be able to retrieve them now. Hearing this, Sejin and Anton froze in shock, their mouths hanging open. They sat there for a moment, stunned by Eileen's carelessness, trying to process how she could do something so reckless. Sejin muttered to himself, wondering what their next move should be, while Anton rubbed his temples in frustration. Sejin and the others, along with Anton, were sitting on the ground while the dragon grandfather explained him that, in the case of an emergency, they should enter the administrator mode. Whenever any type of alarm goes off, it is crucial for the tower manager to check the siren and not ignore it at any cost. Father Rabbit was giving drinks to Sejin while Sejin asked Aileen if she understood. As he looked at the black dragon statue, Sejin realized that there was still a mountain of things he needed to know. Sejin wanted to know from the dragon what the alarm meant, and Anton started explaining that it was an alarm that goes off whenever an endangered monster appears at the tower. Sejin still wanted to know if the tower's administrator takes care of any kind of endangered species inside the tower. The statue started explaining that the balance of the tower was more crucial than anything else, and that the dragon's job was to ensure that the monsters live in harmony within the tower. But then Sejin had a valid question about the newcomers who always enter the tower for leveling up. He had heard about the Red Locust Army which was attacking the tower were also beings from outside, just like humans who are from outside the tower. He wanted to know if the humans and the other beings from outside the tower were also part of the management. The dragon started laughing, telling Sejin that it's a whole different story. He started explaining, while chuckling, that the Red Locusts are always considered intruders at the tower. They break all the defenses due to their large swarms. They act like a virus that ignores everything and eats away all the resources present inside the tower. Meanwhile, humans are not always so intolerant and dangerous, and the tower permits them to enter and simply watches over them, just like how Aileen was watching over Sejin. Additionally, battling the tower's monsters and carrying treasure beyond its walls are privileges that the tower grants to humans. Because of this, the administrators do not deal with such things. However, if humans were to disrupt the tower, it would become a different story. For that, a human would have to become much more stronger than they already are to affect the tower in some way. Even Sejin realized how meek and small he was in front of the legendary dragons. But suddenly, a notification popped up on the side of him, telling him that an alert had just appeared, saying that something dangerous was happening inside the tower. As the scene shifts, inside Tower Manager's mansion, who was reading the notification. It told her that the blue carp fish of Lake Zenka were on the brink of extinction. Even Sejin could not believe that the frogs of the lake were able to outnumber the carps once again. But just then, Anton asked Aileen if she remembered the chat they were having earlier. When she agreed, the dragon wanted her to just go with the flow. Finally, the Aileen was ready to act. She activated the crystal sphere and entered administrator mode. Multiple blue screens started appearing in front of her, and the task given to her was the appointment of a mid-level manager. None other than the tower farmer, Park Sejin. As soon as his name was registered onto the crystal ball as a manager, Sejin got a notification telling him that he had unlocked the privileges of a mid-level manager. As per his new mission, he would have to prevent the extinction of the blue carp in the lake on the 75th floor. Finally, as he was looking at the notification, his hand started glowing, and the tattoo of a legendary black dragon symbol began appearing out of nowhere. Sejin took a good look at it and asked the dragon statue what it was. The monster told him that he was now officially a mid-level manager in the tower, and it was his mark. He had to use this mark whenever he traveled to other floors so he would not face any problems accessing the privileges he was entitled to. Another notification popped up before Sejin could even think, telling him that he would be taken to Lake Zenka on the 75th floor of the tower in just 1 minute. Even he was suddenly flustered and nervous, unable to understand why he had to leave so quickly. Even though he had finally managed to reach the 99th floor, he had never ventured anywhere before, and it was making him nervous. He had multiple questions in mind. What if I face mysterious monsters I've never seen before? What if there's a tornado, an earthquake, or an inferno on another floor? Realizing that Sejin had a valid point, Anton immediately stopped Aline, telling her to hold on and let Sejin gather his crew first. Aline was so confident that she immediately opened the administrator panel and called everyone who was present on the 99th floor and knew Sejin. This included the mama and baby bear, all the rabbits, and miniature king. However, when Aline wanted to summon the creatures to where Sejin was, the system notified that her mana was lacking for summoning them. Meanwhile, in the 99th floor, Sejin was panicking because the countdown was not stopping. The tower's administrator was lacking the necessary mana to summon his subordinates, and the transportation was going to commence in 10 seconds. Sejin was going to be teleported onto the lake of the 75th floor all alone. Aline still kept on trying, thinking that maybe only the mother bear and the ox king should accompany him, but she did not have enough mana for that either. The time was running out with every passing second. As there were only 5 seconds left, Sejin was panicking on the 99th floor, and Aline was the same inside her room. After trying multiple permutations and combinations and almost giving Sejin a heart attack, the Aline finally found a combination. She sent the black rabbit as well as the baby bear along with Sejin to the 75th floor. Even the cute monsters were shocked by this sudden teleportation, but before they could even process anything, they were shot into the sky like a blue launcher, getting teleported onto the 75th floor. Meanwhile, Anton looked into the sky, wishing Sejin good luck for his journey. As the scene shifts in the 75th floor of the tower, Sejin along with the baby bear and the black rabbit was teleported just near Lake Zenka. Even though both of them landed safely, it was the first time for Sejin, and he slammed down to the ground, hitting his back. The rabbit wanted to know from Sejin where they were, but the baby bear was more worried about his dad. Finally, Sejin started explaining that they were on the 75th floor and that Sejin had taken a job as a middle manager for Aline. He further explained that the 3 of them were teleported near the lake of the 75th floor so that they could save blue carps from extinction. However, the baby bear did not care about anything except the tattoo on Sejin's hand, telling him that it was cool. Sejin told the baby bear and the rabbit to immediately take care of the green onions they had brought, because they had detoxifying properties. All 3 of them decided to take a good look around. Aline instructed them to first investigate the causes threatening the extinction of the blue carp. As the 3 of them started walking, Sejin got out of the forest and was shocked to see a beautiful lake present just below the cliff. Both the monsters and Sejin were mesmerized by the lake's beauty, and even the baby bear opened his mouth in amazement, thinking there was so much water he never seen in his life. Even the black rabbit had never seen anything like this before, as neither of them had ever left the 99th floor. Sejin smiled while he looked at their cute faces and asked them if they would like to have a little fun. After some times, Sejin and the others already down the cliff, running towards the water and enjoying themselves like crazy. Just then, the baby bear got a bit naughty, turning himself into a giant and splashing both his dad and his big brother into the water. Finally, after enjoying themselves a lot, they were sleeping while floating in the lake. After enjoying their time, Sejin was drying his clothes using fire while both of them sat near the fire to dry off. However, the baby bear was hungry, and Sejin realized that, in their hurry, they hadn't brought anything from the farm. Sejin suggested that they explore and see what items were nearby. He thought that if all 3 of them found a village, they could get some help and maybe even score a few free meals. Finally, Sejin was happy, along with the baby bear and the black rabbit, as they started heading to the waypoint of the 75th floor to register. However, as he was walking with his eyes closed, he banged into an invisible wall, knocking himself down to the ground. All 3 of them couldn't believe what had happened in front of their eyes. A system notification popped up, informing them that their activity radius could not exceed the lake. Sejin was enraged because he couldn't go any further, even after coming out from the 99th floor. Suddenly, he felt trapped all over again. The baby bear slammed against the invisible wall, yelling for it to open because he was hungry. Sejin, already flustered, kicked at a small patch of grass near his foot. However, as he kicked it, a huge object flew out from the grass, and he almost fractured his foot. Realizing it had been hiding in the bushes, he calmed down after a proper inspection, happy that his leg wasn't broken. However, the baby bear was angry and upset that his dad had gotten hurt by something. But as Sejin turned around, he was shocked and told the baby bear to stop what he was doing. Finally, we come to know that the thing which Sejin kicked was nothing other than a tasty pineapple. And even though the baby bear had not seen a pineapple before, he knew that it was going to be tasty just from the reaction that his dad gave him. Sejin ran onto the ground with the pineapple and told them to sit while he cut the tasty pineapple and peeled it for them to eat. All three of them enjoyed the tasty fruit, while the baby bear was confused by the sweet but tangy taste. However, Sejin was now curious, wondering if pineapples were also growing inside the tower. The black rabbit informed Sejin that he saw some more of these fruits behind them and that they should grab them if they wanted to eat later. Sejin started cleaning the ground leaves of the pineapple, telling the black rabbit that they should take it to the 99th floor because if they cut off the lower leaves and planted them in the farm, the roots would start growing from the bottom of the leaves, finally nurturing it back into a full-blown pineapple. Even though the black rabbit was not able to understand a single thing, he realized that his uncle was really a top-tier tower farmer. After finishing up each and every piece of his pineapple, the baby bear came running to his dad, asking for more. Sejin gladly offered another piece of the delicious fruit to the cute creature. But he was unaware that an ominous squishy being was watching over them. The black rabbit told him to turn around. Sejin saw a giant frog emerging from the lake, as the creature must have also smelled the delicious pineapple. Sejin was shocked to see such a giant frog, and a notification popped up, telling him that these frogs were the reason for the extinction of the blue carp in the lake. Finally, Sejin received a notification that told him he would have to eliminate more than 2,000 frogs in the lake to save the blue carp from extinction. Even Sejin and the monsters realized that the number of these giant frogs was way too large, and they were not able to process any kind of method that could deal with such a massive number of frogs. The green monster frogs started coming out from the lake one by one, and they were so large in number that the whole lake was completely covered by them. Sejin realized that these frogs were actually the cause of the extinction of the fish, but now they were going to know why these frogs were so lethal. These somewhat cute-looking creatures started showing their sharp teeth, which were ready to devour him. Along with that, they had such huge tongues. All the frogs started attacking him, along with the cute monsters, but the baby bear immediately got bigger, extending his magical club and slamming multiple frogs in one go. However, the sheer number of these jumping creatures was so high that even the baby bear was struggling to keep up with them. The black rabbit was also no less. Swinging his hammer swiftly and with precision, he whacked the heads of the frogs that came in their way. Sejin was also wielding weapons in both hands as he prepared to slash the tongues of these wild creatures. He started throwing his hatchet, which rolled in the air, spinning like a boomerang and slashing the throats of multiple frogs in just one go. As the weapon returned, Sejin felt a bit relieved, knowing that he could fight for a bit. After looking at his performance, Sejin even started telling the frogs not to underestimate him because he had rolled down from the 99th floor of the tower and had actually dealt with far more dangerous threats than some measly frogs. He was also gaining a large amount of experience and materials because he was killing multiple frogs in one go. Now confident in his skills, he told the frogs that he was going to turn them all into mere experience points. The war between the tower farmer and the deadly frogs began. The scene shifts to Israel's mansion, where Theo was sleeping like there was nothing to worry about. After a long slumber, the golden merchant cat finally decided to wake up, yawning and thinking that he had enjoyed a perfectly wonderful nap. After a long while, Theo had gotten to sleep on a fluffy bed, but still, Chairman's lap was actually the best spot for him every time. Oren was actually serving the golden cat, asking him if he was really awake. The bed where Theo was sleeping was actually Oren, and the golden cat started complimenting it for being so soft and comfy. Even Oren was trying his best to reduce his sentence, telling Theo that it was an honor that he had slept on his bed. The black cat asked him if he wanted to have some kind of meal, but hearing this, Theo could not believe it was already mealtime. What came next surprised the golden merchant cat even more. It was a delicious-looking salmon with some lemon slices and desserts, presented with proper royal flair. Theo was happy after looking at such a feast, realizing that it was finest quality grilled salmon. Finally, the cat was ready to feast while Oren told him that if he wanted more, he just needed to say the word. Theo realized that Oren was still shaken by the incident with Iona, which had made him completely obedient to Theo without even questioning him. When the golden cat asked Oren if he wanted to taste the salmon, Oren immediately denied it, insisting that Theo should have it first. That was no problem for Theo at all because, somehow, Oren actually deserved it. Finally, after finishing the royal salmon completely, Theo started walking into the large corridor, picking his teeth with a sharp toothpick while realizing that he had feasted like a king after ages. As he was walking toward his room, he overheard Hegel and Iona talking to one another. The hamster was scolding the wolf because he did not know the exact number of frogs. The The wolf was still apologizing, telling her that he had not yet pinpointed the location of the Frog Queen's underwater den. Hagel's team was working as quickly as they could, and he promised the lady to report back whenever any news came. However, Iona was angry that nothing was going her way. Theo immediately came behind the hamster, telling her not to be mad. He started calming her down, telling Iona not to exert too much pressure on incompetent subordinates like Hegel. Realizing that Theo was saving the wolf from Iona's wrath, Hegel told Theo he would definitely prove his worth. Theo looked at Iona, who was sleepy and exhausted. The golden cat asked her about it, but she told him there was no time to rest because there was so much to do. Hearing that, Theo grabbed her with his soft paws and told her to take a quick nap in his hat, assuring her that he would wake her immediately if anything important happened. At first, Iona resisted, saying she suffered from insomnia and that sleep was a complete stranger to her. However, when Theo's soft fur started touching her, she was mesmerized, becoming immediately sleepy and telling Theo she would just take a short rest. Theo told her to sleep tight and not worry about anything. Looking at the cute creature sleeping peacefully, even when Hegel asked if he should escort her to her bed, Theo disagreed, telling the wolf to go do his own thing. As Theo returned to his room, he warned Hegel that his sharp eyes were constantly watching the black wolf, so he should not slack off in any way. Hegel understood the message and immediately set off to the lake. Meanwhile, the silver wolf chief came behind Theo, curious about what the cat was doing in the corridors. The merchant cat turned and asked the wolf if he had completed all the work in town. The chief explained that when he shared food and treasures with the villagers, they wanted to know who had so much food. The chief had to tell them. Now, the villagers felt indebted to Theo and wanted to meet him outside the mansion. The whole village had gathered outside Israel's mansion. Even Theo was shocked by this sight. The villagers, grateful to their golden savior, said it was because of Theo they were not starving anymore. They wanted to become loyal followers of the golden merchant cat and learn the ways of a wandering merchant under Theo's guidance. At first, Theo was flattered, but now he was annoyed. He already had enough followers and did not want more people pestering him. The wolf chief calmly explained that to the villagers, Theo was no less than a savior. Various rumors swirled around the village, claiming that with a single tower coin, Theo had started his journey to the 99th floor and earned the trust of the Black Dragon himself. This journey earned Theo the nickname, the Rising Golden Star of the Wandering Merchant. Even Theo did not realize how famous he was becoming, but the wolf added that saving the villagers from famine was nothing short of a miracle to them. Now, the wolf chief used his mind, suggesting that expanding the business across multiple floors required many working hands. Beyond the 99th floor, Sejin could not come down, so Theo had to guide the forces. This idea pleased Theo, who started smiling and laughing devilishly from the inside. He told the wolf he would consider making everyone his follower. Just then, Theo heard a commotion at the mansion's main gates. He turned to see a female cat pestering the guards, asking to be let in because she and Theo were best friends. But to everyone's surprise, we come to know that this female cat was none other than Theo's ex, named Meryl. As soon as the cat saw her ex, she started running while pushing all the guards away, hugging Theo without even thinking twice, and telling him that she had missed him so much. But Theo was not going to fall for the same trick twice, immediately removing the lady from his body, telling her to stay away and behave properly. Meryl started flirting with Theo, telling him that she was getting disappointed because Theo did not meet her even once, even after coming to the village. Meryl was actually living in a delusion that Theo became successful for her and wanted to show her how rich he had actually become. This time, she was even ready to say yes because now Theo was not a loser anymore. This time, it was not Theo but Meryl who proposed to the golden cat. The little hamster immediately removed the hands of the filthy cat lady, telling her to get away, not even ready to get touched by someone other than Theo. Meryl immediately slapped the hamster away, throwing her down on the ground. Theo and the wolf chief were completely shocked by this action of the filthy cat. Theo went towards Iona, asking her if she was all right. Theo was really angry, asking Meryl how dare she slap someone who was innocent. But the cat was still as delusional as she could be, asking Theo why he was mad at her when he should be worried about her instead. But Theo was not going to fall for her tricks, asking her to apologize to the hamster. The cat was still acting innocent, telling Theo that her heart was broken and her feelings were hurt, so Theo should stop yelling. But the golden cat was not going to give up, asking Meryl to apologize to Iona again and again. Not able to keep up with her innocent act, Meryl started becoming angry, taking her claws out, and telling Theo to dump the rat and come to her right now, or else she would attack the silly yellow cat. But it was at this moment that Meryl actually ucked herself up, because Iona was not ready to let anything happen to her crush, Theo. She immediately took out her staff and started casting a dark but powerful spell, telling the cat girl that Theo and the hamster were already in a special relationship. The spell was so lethal that it blew Meryl away into the sky, blowing a huge hole in Israel's mansion in the process. But this attack took out a large amount of energy from Iona, and she immediately fell down onto Theo's lap, asking him if he could lend his fur to the lady for a little more time. Theo smiled at the cute creature, telling her to sleep tight and have sweet dreams. The scene shifts to the merchant zone in the outer perimeter of the 75th floor, where, in the attic of a building, Scarum, the scammer goblin, was looking at the measly money he had left. Realizing that his business of scamming people was not going too well this time, and he had not made much money from the defective items from outside the tower, he understood that these days the guards from the inspection bureau were on high alert. Snagging people's valuables was not so easy anymore. Realizing this, Scarum knew he would have to do something. He started banging on the door, telling his subordinate to give him some real items so that he could sell them and earn money. As the goblin got ready, he put on his usual hat while thinking that he should head out and search for the next big score that would bring him a lot of money. But before he could even exit the building, something fell onto the attic, destroying the ceiling. Outside, the whole wall of the attic was destroyed by this mysterious thing. Even Scarum was shocked, wondering what it was. He then saw that the thing which had fallen into the attic was not actually a thing, but instead a white cat. It was Meryl, who was angry at Theo and his new friend, Iona, for using insane levels of magic to send her flying. The white cat, unable to digest her defeat, thought about how Theo dared to disgrace the great and most stunning and beautiful cat in the entire village. Resolutely, she decided that she would not let Theo or Iona get away with this insult. Hearing the name Theo, Scarum's sharp ears perked up. He asked the cat what she meant, and if she could elaborate on the incident a bit more. Just hearing Theo's name gave the scamming goblin an absolutely thrilling plan. As Scarum tried to befriend the white cat, she did not even realize who the filthy goblin was. The scene shifts to the forest near the lake on the 75th floor, where Hegel was asking his minions if they had checked the number of mutant frogs. What the minions told him shocked Hegel to the core because the number of frogs had significantly reduced since yesterday. Even though Hegel couldn't comprehend the situation, more surprises awaited. One of his subordinates came running toward him and told him he had discovered something that Hegel must see. The scene shifts again, in the inner area of the lake, where Hegel and his subordinates were shocked to see multiple frogs lying lifeless on the ground, completely still. Inspecting the lake further, Hegel saw that it was filled with the corpses of mutant frogs, which had once dominated the lake and caused the fish to go extinct. Things became even more interesting when one of Hegel's subordinates pointed out smoke rising from the other side of the lake. Seeing this, Hegel decided to investigate the source of the frog's demise. Sejin, the baby bear, and the black rabbit eating their last pineapple. Both the black rabbit and the baby bear were sad because the fruit was no longer delicious, having eaten it non-stop to curb their hunger and cravings. Sejin decided to check his progress bar and realized that, out of 2,291 frogs, he had only defeated 1,150, just about halfway. Despite working all day with barely any rest or food, the frogs were not yet eradicated. Even for the black rabbit, catching frogs was no easy task. As their numbers dwindled, the frogs would run away, making the chase exhausting. The baby bear, fed up with the fruit, complained to his dad, saying he was so hungry and tired he might start crying. True to his word, the baby bear began crying loudly, demanding meat to fill his stomach. Sejin, trying to calm the baby bear, told him he was just growing up fast, which was why he felt so hungry. Finally, Sejin decided to catch a fish from the lake for the baby bear. However, the system notified him that fishing was prohibited because the fish were nearly extinct, and catching them would accelerate the process. Unsure of what to do, Sejin was surprised when the baby bear came up with an idea. Though Sejin asked about it, the baby bear simply pointed to the mutant frogs. Realizing what the baby bear meant, Sejin smiled with joy and asked if the baby bear was a genius. The idea was to cook the mutant frogs instead. Sejin began prepping the frogs, cutting them into smaller, edible pieces, and wrapping their soft flesh in onion leaves to roast them. After some waiting, Sejin finally prepared the dish. Frog meat wrapped in green onion rolls, which gave it a tender flavor. The baby bear was thrilled, thanking his dad for being awesome cook. multiple notifications popped up, informing Sejin that he had achieved the legendary feat of creating the first ever giant frog roll. This granted him a massive boost in experience and upgraded his farming and cooking skills to level 4. With level 4 cooking, the frog and green onion wraps gained a special effect. The onion leaves neutralized the frog meat's toxins, making it safe to eat while also granting the consumer better underwater movement. Sejin realized this ability would be useful for catching the sneaky frogs hiding underwater. However, the baby bear, frustrated with talk of hunting more frogs, told his dad to focus on eating before the food got cold. Finally, Sejin and his group dug into the meal. Tasting the first bite, Sejin found it absolutely delicious, with a flavor only slightly different from fish. Even the black rabbit was shocked by how good it tasted. Sejin described the texture as clean, juicy, firm yet tender, and smooth enough to melt in the mouth. The meat also had a slight sweetness, enhancing its appeal. Excited, Sejin started roasting bigger chunks of frog meat. The baby bear eagerly asked for more frog legs to satisfy his hunger. But just as Sejin was about to take another bite, Hegel appeared, smashing the food away from his hands. Shocked, Sejin and the baby bear stared at Hegel, who explained that the frogs were poisonous and shouldn't be eaten. However, the baby bear misunderstood, thinking Hegel was harming his dad. Angry, the baby bear transformed into his monstrous form, slamming Hegel several meters away. Holding his wooden club, the baby bear prepared to defend his dad and beat Hegel to death. But before any more damage could be caused, Sejin came in between Hegel and Kung, telling the cute monster to calm down because the black wolf was not their enemy and was just worried about the bear. The baby bear finally calmed down. Meanwhile, Hegel noticed the black dragon symbol on Sejin's hand. Suddenly, Hegel started bowing down in front of him, apologizing to him multiple times as he had failed to recognize the extraordinary black dragon and acted so recklessly in front of him. The Black Wolf Chief introduced himself as Hegel and bowed down in front of the legendary black dragon, Park Sejin. But hearing his name, the tower farmer wondered if the Black Wolf actually knew him. As the scene shifts in the mansion of Israel, where Theo was surprised to hear some kind of commotion outside. Even when the cute hamster was sleeping, she woke up asking Theo about what was going on. The golden cat told Iona that he was sensing something intriguing outside the mansion, but Theo decided to ignore it because there was nothing inside the mansion or outside of it that was worth noting. However, as Iona was a high-grade magician, even she could not sense anything, but she decided to follow Theo. Finally, the hamster dropped down from the fur of the golden cat, telling him that they should go wherever the strange feeling would take them and see who or what it was. Back in the lake, where the baby bear and Sejin were waiting for someone, multiple bubbles started forming on the surface of the lake water. To their surprise, frogs began surfacing, and black mercenary wolves, along with Hegel, emerged from the lake, followed by the black rabbit while grabbing many muted frogs in their jaws. Sejin welcomed the group, asking them how it felt to move underwater after eating the frog flesh. The black warrior rabbit started explaining to his uncle that holding his breath underwater had become so much easier now, which helped the rabbit hunt down all the sneaky frogs he could find. However, Sejin was shocked because, according to the system, there were still 500 frogs left to defeat. Even though they had scouted the whole area around the lake, there was not a single trace of them. Finally, Hegel told Sejin that maybe the frogs had slipped away into the depths of the lake cave. Intrigued by this new information, the Black Wolf Chief started explaining that when they first ventured into the lake to deal with the frogs, they suspected that the Frog Queen had hidden herself in the cave within the lake. But when they got there, the cave was diving further down, and Hegel's power was not enough to reach inside. Realizing the situation, Sejin wondered if just eating frog flesh would be enough to swim inside the lake's cave, because even if they found the entrance, there was no guarantee that there would be oxygen inside. Suddenly, as Sejin was still thinking, he heard two familiar voices coming from behind the bushes, fighting with each other as they came closer and closer to the tower farmer. Finally, he looked to see that the voices from the bushes were none other than Theo himself, who was feeling an irresistible pull towards Sejin. The tower farmer was shocked when he saw his golden merchant cat, and even Theo was really happy after seeing the chairman. Theo immediately jumped into his lap, telling him that the cat had missed him so much. Even the baby bear and the black rabbit were happy about this sudden turn of events. The Silver Wolf Chief, along with Iona, met with the Black Wolf Chief, but the main question in Theo's mind was how the chairman ended up on the 75th floor. Iona wondered if what Theo was feeling for Sejin was called attraction because, actually, Theo was no ordinary cat to her anymore. especially considering his fare a perfect place for sleeping. Everyone was gathered around Sejin while he looked at the status window and told all the creatures that there were only 500 frogs left to go. But Iona was now frustrated because, no matter how hard the team searched, there was nothing more to find above the water. Even the baby bear was sad again, getting somewhat hungry. But Sejin told the hamster that there was a possibility of an underwater cave hidden deep within the lake. Even the cute hamster knew that this was not impossible because, centuries ago, the area did not have a lake at all. It was instead a structure with caves. The problem was that this lake was so vast and deep that even Iona's exploration magic could only go to a limited depth. The hamster was so annoyed that she was getting angry. She decided to just raise the temperature of the lake so high that it would boil all the water away, revealing all the frogs in the process. But Sejin stopped the hamster, asking her if it was about saving the blue carp from extinction or making them go extinct themselves. Even the baby bear knew that every aquatic creature inside the lake would perish if Iona boiled the water. Theo was so dumbfounded by this argument that he thought the hamster was just some specialist in destruction who always found a way of doing things while destroying them. Hearing that from the golden cat, the hamster became annoyed, telling Theo that whatever he was saying was not at all true and that she was a very considerate creature. While Iona and Theo were bickering among themselves, the wolf chief sighed, looking at the scene and realizing that it was all messed up. Suddenly, Sejin was shocked as he saw that the number of frogs inside the lake had increased from 2,291 to 2,293, and it was still counting. The black rabbit realized that maybe the eggs of the frogs were still hatching and that the population of these poisonous frogs was still increasing. Sejin realized that they would have to find the underwater cave hiding all the frogs and their eggs, or else the extinction of the blue carp would be imminent sooner or later. Just then, Theo stood up on the ground from the chairman's lap, telling him that there was something he had not said earlier because he was so thrilled to see the chairman. Sejin wondered what Theo was going to say, while the golden cat pointed to a place in the middle of the lake, telling Sejin that he could feel some kind of magnetic pull from within the lake. Iona was shocked, thinking that at first, they thought the pull signified Sejin himself. But Theo started explaining to the cute monster that he had thought so at first, but now that he was near the center of the attraction, he was feeling it even more, and it was surely coming from the lake. It was such a powerful sensation that it made Theo feel like he was going to get drowned in the lake at any moment. Feeling the sensation further, Theo started smiling as he gave a thumbs up, telling everyone that he knew where the frog cave was. He was sure he would get the location right due to his strong gut feeling, and this was the real deal indeed. As the scene shifted, Sejin grabbed Theo onto his hands while Iona was ready with her staff to materialize a protective shield that captured the surrounding oxygen, allowing the whole team to move underwater for at least 15 minutes. She told the Black Wolf team to stay put because they could not estimate the size of the cave entrance. The hamster decided to limit the team to the tower farmer himself, along with Theo, the baby bear, the black rabbit, and the wolf chief. All the black wolves agreed to this proposition, wishing Iona safe travels along with all the others, while the chief told Theo that he was counting on him. But, on the other hand, Theo was not at all happy knowing he was going to jump into the water when he did not even like it one bit. Sejin consoled the cat, telling him that since he was the only one feeling the magnetic pull inside, he would have to lead the way and could not avoid going into the water. Theo started throwing tantrums as he materialized his claws, telling Sejin that he did not want to go into the lake because he was afraid he would fall out of the protective shield and get wet. Even when Sejin and the others tried to calm him down, he was not ready to go. Knowing that only he could fix him, Iona jumped and tapped the head of the golden cat, asking him if he trusted her. Theo told Iona it was not about trust but that he was terrified of going into the water. Iona smiled, telling the cat there was no need to worry because she would make sure not a single drop of water touched his precious fur. She asked him to rest easy and trust her to protect him while she trusted him to guide them to the correct place in one go. Theo started blushing at the cute face of the hamster and told her he would give it his all so they could find the frog cave. Finally, everyone was ready to enter the lake and complete the quest. Iona started shaking her staff while multiple symbols appeared on the ground. A magic circle began enveloping the whole team, along with sufficient oxygen so they could breathe inside the water. Due to the magician's powers, the protective sphere started floating in the air, and the Black Wolf chief wished the team good luck once more. Finally, Iona rested a bit, and Sejin told everyone they could now dive into the mystery of the lake and uncover everything about it. But Theo was still throwing tantrums, telling Sejin that it was too terrifying for him to look at the lake and its water. He wanted to get off immediately. As the cat was grabbing the tower farmer's face, Even Sejin could not look ahead. The baby bear and the black rabbit tried to calm Theo down, telling him to get a grip and stop throwing a tantrum, but Theo refused. His tantrum caused the protective sphere to slam into the lake instead of entering it slowly. The whole Black Wolf tribe watched the scene unfold, wondering if the team inside the lake would be all right. As the scene shifted inside the lake, the wolf chief grabbed Theo as they tried to pull him off Sejin's face. But with one word from Iona, Theo turned around as the hamster told him they had already entered the lake without him realizing it, and now there was no need to be afraid. Hearing that, Theo was surprised. As both the chairman and the golden merchant cat looked at the scenery of the lake, they were mesmerized by the beautiful view of multiple species of fish, rocky structures, and vibrant grass. The team floated with the water inside the lake, complementing the mesmerizing scenery. Even the baby bear was looking at the fish swimming in the water, thinking they looked delicious. Meanwhile, Iona called out to Theo and Sejin, asking them to point the way toward the source of attraction. After feeling it for a while, Theo told Iona to move a bit further. As they moved closer, Theo directed them downward in a specific direction. They eventually reached a ruined city inside the lake, where multiple aquatic animals swam freely. Both the wolf chief and Sejin realized they were looking at the ancient underwater city deep within the lake. Even though Theo had lived in the village for a long time, he had no idea about such a place. Suddenly, the black rabbit pointed at something. As everyone looked in that direction, they saw a giant frog grabbing a fish in its mouth as it swam into a much deeper cave. Iona told everyone to stay silent as she led the team toward the cave to follow the frog. After following the frog for a while, the whole team resurfaced inside a cave where there was air for them to breathe. Finally, Iona undid the protection circle. While everyone was happy that they would be able to walk and breathe normally, Theo told everyone that he was feeling an incredibly strong pull from the other end of the cave. Hearing that, Sejin decided to walk in that direction so that they could find out what it was. But as Sejin and the others were walking, they were able to hear all the frogs that were coming towards them at insane speeds. Finally, as they reached the other end of the cave, they saw the frog queen along with numerous frogs who were giving the queen the food they had collected. As the frog queen was continuously producing eggs, she required a lot of fish for survival, and due to this, the entire blue carp species was getting obliterated. Sejin was shocked by the creature, realizing that the frog queen was way bigger than he would have ever expected. So much food was suddenly gobbled up by the monster in just one go, and still it was not enough to satisfy her. She started roaring and screaming at her slaves. Iona realized that, due to Sejin killing multiple frogs outside the lake, the frogs were not able to bring in fish for the queen, so she was getting upset as she was hungry. But suddenly, it was as if Theo was sensing something different from a distance, and he started going there while telling Sejin to follow him. However, as the cat was trying to walk, the cliff on the edge slipped, and the golden cat started falling to where the army of giant frogs was. Even when Sejin tried to save the cat from falling, the cliff was so slippery that even Sejin started falling along with the golden cat. Just in the nick of time, Iona was calm as she cast a protective spell on both the chairman and the sales cat so that they could both land safely without many injuries. As all three of them landed on the ground below, Iona was relieved that everyone was all right. But things took a bitter turn when Theo and Sejin looked in front of them and realized that they were surrounded by the whole frog army along with the frog queen. Even when they tried to hide themselves, they straight up got dropped into the frog queen's lair without much preparation. Seeing the intruders, the huge monster was angry, roaring at her subordinates and telling them to grab some human flesh so that she could satisfy her hunger. But realizing that his dad was in danger, the baby bear immediately jumped down the cliff along with the wolf chief and the black rabbit, slamming multiple giant frogs onto the ground without much delay. All of a sudden, the quest which was given to Sejin was finally updated. Because the cause of the blue carp extinction was discovered, the new mission given to the team was to defeat the giant mutated frog queen. Reading the quest, Sejin realized, while putting his hat back on, that the thrilling climax of his adventurous quest was upon the team, and they would have to defeat the frog queen no matter what. The tower farmer started running with his dagger and axe in both hands, while Iona decided to lend them a helping hand with her awesome spells. The whole team started clashing with the giant frogs, and the war between the frog army and Sejin's group raged on. Iona was using her spells to cause destruction and deal damage to multiple frogs at the same time, while Sejin and Theo used the dust and debris to hide themselves. They straight up jumped towards the frog queen, deciding to finish it off in just one shot. With all his might, Sejin threw his axe towards the frog queen, but with just one of her hands, the monster blocked the axe completely. She slammed onto the ground and trapped Sejin inside her big, sticky feet. Sejin's straw hat continues to float in the air before falling in front of Wolf Chief Elka and Black Warrior Rabbit, who are busily fighting a horde of mutated frogs. Seeing this, Elka shouts Sejin's name loudly and very worriedly. Black Warrior Rabbit also screams, referring to Sejin as his uncle, and insists that nothing has happened to him. Then the scene shifts, revealing Baby Bear, who has grown significantly. He is holding the Frog Queen's claws with all his power. Baby Bear is furious, his eyes glowing with rage. He grips the Frog Queen's claws tightly. Sejin tried to shield himself. Above Sejin, Iona is floating, protecting her love, Theo. On the other hand, Baby Bear becomes extremely angry when he sees the Frog Queen trying to harm Sejin. Baby Bear screams in fury, declaring he will not let this Frog Queen touch his daddy. Baby Bear gathers all the power. With a single powerful punch, Baby Bear smashes the Frog Queen's face. The punch is so strong that the Frog Queen is sent flying far away. Meanwhile, Sejin is still standing, shaking slightly as he tries to steady himself. The situation was traumatizing, and he barely survived. Not wasting the chance, Sejin charges at the Queen Frog. As he dashes forward with a serious expression, his confidence and excitement inspire Iona. Seeing Sejin in action, Iona lifts her destruction wand higher. The wand starts glowing with a purple aura. Iona begins chanting something and turns her battle wand towards Sejin. A purple aura covers Sejin's dagger. Seeing such a powerful aura, Sejin becomes startled for a moment. The aura is extremely heavy, and Sejin's entire body feels the weight. Theo calls out to Sejin, pointing at the Frog Queen's belly. Sejin shifts his focus to the belly of the Frog Queen, observing it with a serious expression. He gathers every ounce of strength and delivers the strike. The slash is so powerful that the purple aura generates a massive energy wave. The wave directly targets the Frog Queen's stomach. As the aura approaches her, the Frog Queen realizes her end is near. The attack hits, and the Frog Queen screams, overwhelmed by the intense pain. A massive bang and blast follow, causing the Frog Queen's entire body to glow brightly. The glow is so intense that both Sejin and Theo become shocked. For a brief moment, their vision goes blind from the brightness. On the other hand, Iona is also stunned by the glow. She realizes that if this aura reaches Sejin and the others, their lives could be in danger. Without wasting a second, Iona quickly moves her battle wand forward and chants the magic barrier. With Iona's guidance, Sejin, Theo, Baby Bear, Wolf Chief Elka, and Black Warrior Rabbit are saved by a very strong and intense barrier around them. The aura intensifies, leading to another massive blast. The blast's energy slowly spreads toward the mutated frogs, and one by one, the mutated frogs vanish into the air. Once it subsides, not a single adult frog remains in the cave. They are all reduced to ashes and disappear. As the area clears, all that remains is a strange stone-like structure. Behind the structure, thousands upon thousands of baby frog eggs are visible in the pond, adding an eerie finality to the scene. On the other hand, Sejin, Theo, and Iona are completely shocked by the whole scene. Sejin and Theo, along with the others, genuinely cannot understand what is happening or where this intense aura has come from. Meanwhile, Iona slowly disables her magic barrier and remarks that the situation could have been genuinely life-threatening. Sejin then asks Iona again if she knows what is happening. Before Iona can reply, Elka comes running with Sejin's straw hat. Elka worriedly asks if Sejin is fine. Sejin assured Elka that he was fine, all thanks to Iona. He then asked Elka if he was safe. Elka nodded. As Sejin reflected on the situation, he finally placed his straw hat back on his head and questioned Iona again. Sejin thought about what was happening and wondered how such an intense aura could have come from his body. He realized that this aura was so powerful it had annihilated all the mutated frogs. While lost in thought, Sejin noticed something mysterious at the spot where he had defeated the Frog Queen. A strange stone had appeared. It looked like a fragment of a larger stone inscribed with an ancient language, and the same aura was emanating from it as had come from the Frog Queen. Upon seeing the rock, Theo exclaimed that it was emitting the same aura. Feeling the familiar energy, Theo explained that it was the very aura that had drawn him to the cave. Sejin's curiosity got the better of him, and he approached the rock, wondering if it could be an item or a reward from the system. As Sejin moved closer, Iona shouted a warning not to go near the rock. She explained that it could be extremely dangerous. Iona speculated that the Frog Queen must have eaten the mysterious stone. Resolute and determined to uncover the truth behind the rock, she uses the eyes of truth. Suddenly, a dark aura manifested, and her eyes began glowing with a brilliant blue light. She raised her magic wand and pointed it toward the mysterious stone. The entire rock started glowing intensely. The system notified Iona of astonishing information. The notification revealed that the stone was a fragment of something mysterious. It was the 9th fragment of the divine power. Its grade remained unknown. Sejin also read the system notification and thought about how it was a fragment of something but wondered whose fragment it was. Iona apologized to Sejin, explaining that her limit had been reached. Still very surprised and confused, Iona remarked that in all her years, she had never encountered such a mysterious artifact. She deduced that the stone possessed very powerful divine energy. Iona expressed her belief that the Frog Queen must have eaten the stone, which had mutated her and made her immensely powerful. Iona elaborated that as soon as the Frog Queen had received a blow on her stomach, all the pent-up divine energy had escaped. She emphasized that this energy had been so strong that if she had not created her shield, everyone would have died. Hearing this, Sejin became tense. He thanked Iona repeatedly with deep gratitude. At the same time, Sejin received a system notification that startled him. The system informed him that he had stopped the Frog Queen, which had been one of the causes of the extinction of blue carp in Lake Zenka on the 75th floor of the tower. Because of this, Sejin had leveled up, reaching level 30. The progress had unlocked a bonus quest. The quest required Sejin to plant a new type of crop, one he had never planted before. In exchange for unlocking level 31 and 500 tower coins, Sejin was both surprised and confused by the notification. He felt excited about the opportunity to undertake the new quest but also troubled. He had assumed the Frog Queen was the primary reason for the extinction of blue carp on the 75th floor of the tower, but the system clearly stated that the Frog Queen was only one of the causes. Sejin worried about uncovering the other reasons and wondered how he would find them. He contemplated that if he defeated the Frog Queen and solved this mystery, he could reach the 99th floor of the tower. However, his priority was now to identify the reasons behind the extinction of the blue carpfish. While deep in thought, Sejin noticed a green aura emanating. The aura was intense and appeared to be coming from the pond where the Frog Queen had laid her eggs. This sight sparked curiosity in everyone. Sejin decided to investigate the aura. However, Elka cautioned Sejin against going alone, insisting that it could be dangerous and that everyone should go together. When everyone reached the edge, they were surprised. One of the Frog Queen's eggs beneath the lake, which was supposed to hatch months later, was glowing intensely with a green aura. While most of the eggs were the same size, there was one large egg in the middle. This single egg was emitting an intense green aura. Sejin and Baby Bear were shocked, wondering how a frog's egg could glow and why it was glowing. At that moment, Iona stepped forward and, using her vast magic knowledge, explained that it was said that when the Frog Queen died, one of her eggs became the next candidate for the queen. She speculated that this was why the frogs were emitting the green aura, because a new Frog Queen was about to hatch. However, Elka grew serious and pointed out that they needed to deal with all the eggs. Elka warned that if a new Frog Queen was born, ate the mystery stone and mutated again, they would face the same problem. Iona suggested that removing the mystery stone from the cave would resolve the problem and that the frog population would gradually return to normal. Meanwhile, Theo, Baby Bear, and Black Warrior Rabbit continued sitting on the cliffhanger, observing the frogs. On the other hand, Sejin, Elka, and Iona had a serious discussion about what action to take. After a thorough debate, they concluded that the mystery stone was the root cause of the entire situation. They agreed that removing the stone would lower the frog population naturally. However, they acknowledged that the scarcity of blue carp fish on the 75th floor due to the high population of frog monsters was a problem, as nearly all the available food on the floor had been consumed. After some thought, Sejin asked Iona if frog monsters ate only meat or if they consumed other things as well. Iona responded that frogs did not solely rely on meat. She explained that they could survive on fruits, vegetables, or any food that provided them with nutrition. Hearing this, Sejin got an idea. He decided to solve two problems with one solution. Sejin reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of pineapple sprout from his pocket, his face lighting up with happiness. Sejin explained that after arriving on the 75th floor, He had eaten many delicious pineapples. Initially, he had planned to plant these pineapples on the 99th floor. However, he had now decided to plant the pineapples in the cave. He thought that if the pineapples grew well, it would take 2 to 3 weeks for them to mature. By that time, all the frog eggs would have hatched, providing the frogs with a food source. Without hesitation, Sejin put his plan into action. Meanwhile, Theo watched curiously from behind. Black Warrior Rabbit stepped forward to help. He fetched water from the pond and carefully watered each pineapple plant. Sejin remarked that this should be enough. From behind, Iona could be seen placing a very strong barrier around the mysterious stone. In front of the barrier, Baby Bear sat curiously while Elka took a position as protection. Sejin reflected on the task, thinking that planting these pineapples might be enough. Once the pineapples grew, the frogs would naturally start eating them. The system notified Sejin that he had finally completed his job-specific quest. Sejin had leveled up and was now level 31. He also received 500 tower coins. Sejin felt relieved and grateful that he had a pineapple plant. Theo, impressed by Sejin's clever solution, called him a genius. He blushed at the compliment. Black Warrior Rabbit let out a warm sigh of relief. Sejin slowly approached the stone, which was secured by Iona's magic barrier. He asked Iona if she was ready. Iona confirmed that she had temporarily placed a very strong barrier around it, ensuring that nothing would happen. Meanwhile, Baby Bear sat nearby, feeling very happy about the barrier. Despite his small size, Baby Bear lifted the mysterious stone onto his shoulder with ease. He proudly remarked to Sejin that he was doing a very good job and was strong enough to carry the stone effortlessly. Sejin watched this and praised Baby Bear, calling him very strong. Finally, his work in the cave was complete. He commanded everyone to leave. Baby Bear, still carrying the stone, joined them as they departed from the cave. The scene shifted, and Sejin finally came out of the lake. But as soon as he stepped out, there was a scene that left Sejin, Theo, and everyone else shocked, their mouths wide open. In front of them, all the cats on the 75th floor were begging, bowing their heads, and shouting loud slogans about Theo, as if praising him like a god. Cats were sitting, waiting for Theo. Seeing this, Theo was genuinely shocked. Sejin was surprised too, but Theo was even more shocked. Black Warrior Wolf, Hegel approached them and informed him that all the cats had been waiting for Theo for hours. Hegel said the cats refused to leave. The cats insisted that they must meet the legendary great wandering merchant Theo. They declared they would not leave until they became Theo's subordinates. As Theo climbed down from Sejin's shoulder, all the cats stood in front of him, acting as if Theo was a god. They bowed their heads and insisted they would not leave until they became his subordinates. Sejin praised Theo, remarking that he hadn't known Theo was so popular. Theo, annoyed, replied that he had known he would have to take some subordinates from this village, but he hadn't expected that the entire village would want to follow him. At the same time, Saidam notified Sejin that he had discovered the second reason for the extinction of the blue carpfish on the 75th floor. His second mission had begun. The system notified him that while the remaining blue carpfish were safe from the frog monsters, there was a food shortage in the village. If they left, the remaining fish would be eaten by the cats, which would again lead to the extinction of the blue carpfish. Sejin was genuinely surprised that the granny village was the second reason for the blue carpfish's extinction. On the other hand, Elka looked at Theo expecting answers. Theo thought for a moment, took an annoyed breath, and admitted it couldn't be helped. Theo realized he couldn't leave his fellow villagers hungry like this. Finally, Theo turned to Sejin and explained the situation. He stated that all the cats in the village relied on the blue carpfish for food. Without the fish, they would not survive and would starve to death. Theo said their situation was dire, as there was no other source of food. He asked Sejin if he would allow him to take all the cats as his subordinates. Theo continued and told Sejin that he would train all the cats to become wandering merchants as well. Theo asked if Sejin would take all these people in. Hearing this, Sejin smiled and said that, of course, he had no problem if Theo trained his villagers to become wandering merchants. On the contrary, it would be better for him. However, Sejin asked Theo if he would be able to train and handle all 33 of them. Theo responded confidently, assuring Sejin that he would be able to do it. Sejin gave Theo a warm smile to cheer him up. Then he looked at all the cats and said he would be happy to sign a contract with every one of them. On the other hand, the Silver Wolf Chief and Black Warrior Chief were also happy, while all the cat villagers started shouting. The scene shifted, and Sejin was seen signing contracts with all of them, which was an exhausting task. Meanwhile, Baby Bear was happily eating the meat of the frog monster. Elsewhere, the cat villagers were busy signing contracts. The Black Warrior Chief watched all this and felt a little sad, realizing that when everyone left this floor, he would be left alone. At the same time, Theo approached Hegel. Theo thanked him for helping Sejin. However, Hegel added that there was no need to thank him because it was the duty of the Black Wolf tribe to serve the Black Dragon. Theo crossed his arms and arrogantly stated that everything was fine but said he had a job for Hegel. He declared that he would take all the cats to the 99th floor but mentioned that the Silver Wolf Chief alone would not be enough to protect them. So, Theo asked Hegel if he would work with him. Hearing this, Hegel was genuinely shocked. Theo mischievously closed one eye and asked if Hegel and all the Black Wolves would accompany him to the 99th floor and work for him. Hearing Theo's words, the Black Warrior Chief shouted. Addressing Theo as Sir, Hegel finally accepted and agreed to become Theo's subordinate. Theo smirked and expressed his approval. Hegel bowed his head and vowed to serve Theo as his master. From a distance, Sejin observed the scene. He felt that Theo was doing very well in his life. He reflected on how quickly he had grown and matured, and with this, he completed his first mission as a middle manager. After the mission was completed, the system notification popped up, telling Sejin that he had successfully completed the middle-level manager quest. He had gained a whopping 15,000 experience points as a completion reward, along with 1,500 tower coins, as he had accomplished his duty as the mid-level manager within the stipulated time. As the mission was finally completed, the system told Sejin that after 30 seconds, he would return to the 99th floor of the tower. He asked the baby bear if the creature was ready to head home along with the stone tablet, and the cute creature was as happy as he could be, showing his dad how powerful he was by taking the stone tablet onto his head. Sejin turned towards Theo, telling him to register all the cats of the village as traveling merchants and head up to the 99th floor after he was done. Theo just waved his hand towards the chairman, telling him that after they got registered, they were also going to go to the downwar floors and sell some stuff before coming back. The cat was enthusiastic when he raised his hand and told everyone to follow his lead, and all the villagers were filled with bravery and excitement, getting ready to follow their new leader. Meanwhile, the Wolf Chief, along with Iona, decided to go to the 67th floor so that the Wolf Chief could grab the Red Lobster and Iona could file all the reports. After that, they would come to the 99th floor. Sejin turned towards the Warrior Rabbit, who was trying to pack a pineapple into his cloth bag. Sejin told the Black Rabbit to hurry because they were running out of time, but the rabbit turned towards Sejin, telling him that he just needed one more pineapple so that he could eat it after getting back to the farm. Suddenly, as the Black Rabbit was busy packing his food, another creature appeared from the bushes, looking for Lady Iona. When the Black Rabbit saw the creature, he realized it was nothing but a cute female rabbit with even cuter-looking glasses. As the cute eyes of both creatures met, they started blushing for a moment, and everyone could see that it was love at first sight. However, Iona interrupted them, telling the female rabbit that she was late. Even before the Black Rabbit could talk to his new crush, the time of 30 seconds expired, and the whole team was teleported back to the 99th floor with a blue beam of light taking them away. The female rabbit was shocked by the teleportation spell, but the Wolf Chief assured her that the Black Rabbit had safely made it back to the 99th floor. Theo was curious, asking the hamster about who the rabbit was, and Iona just smiled, telling the cat that she was her new disciple. Iona had summoned her to discuss an important matter and had even planned to introduce the bunny to Sejin and the others, but the timing was not right because the lady was a bit late in coming to the forest. Theo was surprised to learn that Iona also trained disciples. After hearing everything, the female rabbit decided to introduce herself to Theo, kindly bowing down to the cat and telling him that she was a disciple of Iona and the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom named Piu. As the scene shifted, we saw that the teleportation was successful. Sejin, along with the Black Rabbit and the baby bear, got teleported back to the 99th floor. This time they were prepared, landing on their legs instead of their backs. The ground cracked beneath the baby bear because he was also carrying such a large stone on his head. Sejin was nostalgic as he looked around and realized that he was back home. His farm was as thriving as ever, and this time, rather than being disappointed, he was happy to be back, feeling an unusual sense of familiarity with the place that filled his heart with happiness. However, someone was not as happy as the tower farmer. The Black Rabbit immediately slammed into Sejin's chest, almost knocking him out. The rabbit grabbed Sejin's collar, asking him about who the female rabbit was and where she lived. As clueless as Sejin was in romantic matters, he told the warrior rabbit that he had no idea and that the black rabbit should calm down because there was no way Sejin could know someone after just meeting them for a few seconds. The tower farmer thought that if the black rabbit was so curious, he should just ask Iona about the female rabbit when she arrived on the 99th floor. Sejin was a bit annoyed looking at all the pineapples scattered due to the black rabbit's recklessness. Suddenly, something struck Sejin's mind. He noticed that the black rabbit was nervous about the thought of asking Iona about the female rabbit. Even though Sejin was clueless, he wasn't so oblivious as to miss the clear signs. He almost asked the black rabbit if he had fallen for the cute female, but before he could complete the question, multiple voices called out to Sejin from behind. As the boy turned around, he saw that all the creatures of the 99th floor, including the mother bear, minotaur, the queen bees, and last but not least, the rabbits, were present with a large amount of food, welcoming the tower farmer back to the 99th floor after a hard day of work. Sejin was mesmerized by this kind of surprise. While he sat down, the rabbit served him a large bowl of vegetable soup along with fried fish. The minotaurs told Sejin that they had been missing him like crazy, and the bees wanted the tower farmer to taste their fresh honey. The creatures told him that as they were missing the tower farmer, they decided to whip up a feast and enjoy a party as soon as he came back to the 99th floor again. But still, Sejin wondered about how everyone was able to predict the time when he was coming back to the floor. Hearing that, the farmer rabbit told the chairman that Aileen had told them that the tower farmer was coming within a few hours, so they started preparing beforehand. Hearing her getting mentioned, the system notification popped up, and Aileen started communicating with Sejin, telling him that even when she couldn't see any other evidence of him returning to the 99th floor, she was still able to roughly predict the time by looking at the quest progress given to him. The Aileen was happy that Sejin gave it his all in the mission, and she was relieved that Sejin returned without getting harmed. But as he still looked a bit worn out, the lady wondered if the quest was a tough one. Sejin started offering her a bowl of soup while telling the lady that the quest was not too hard and that getting out of the 99th floor for a change was good. However, because he was there for 3 days, he was missing his farm and friends on the 99th floor. At one time, food was scarce, and the farmer thought he was going to perish by eating only pineapples. Aileen was curious, asking Sejin about what a pineapple was. Looking towards his bag, Sejin told the lady that he found a new crop for his collection on the 75th floor. After he unpacked all his stuff, he promised that he was going to treat Aileen with some pineapples for tasting and leave the rest in the storage. Sejin realized how he missed having conversations through the status screen with Aileen, and that he had been wanting to see Aileen once more because he was so bored without seeing the status screen that he kind of missed it. Not able to realize what he was spouting, Sejin started scratching his head, asking Aileen if she also missed the tower farmer or if she was too busy with her grandfather and father to feel lonely at all. Sejin knew that if the tower manager did not even miss him a little, he might feel kind of hurt. But suddenly, any kind of response was not coming through the status window, and Sejin wondered if Aileen was listening to him or not. Only this much was enough to make Aileen startled as she started blushing while screaming at the crystal ball, after putting it on mute, that she had been missing the tower farmer like crazy. Suddenly, their romantic moment was over as the large dragon statue ran towards the farmer, asking him if he had returned, with a scream trying to scare him. Due to this harsh voice, Aileen was startled, crushing the crystal ball in her hand into tiny pieces. She started screaming after looking at the floor, realizing that she was so startled by her grandfather's voice that she squeezed the ball too hard, and now the orb was completely shattered. She would have to find another one to be able to communicate with Sejin. The scene shifted back to the 99th floor, where Sejin fell onto the ground after the intense scream, telling Kaiser that he had nearly given the farmer a mini heart attack. But the dragon was not happy with the tower farmer, telling him that even after coming to the 99th floor, he was not greeting his elder properly. Keeping this talk aside, the dragon told Sejin to also bring his glass of tomato juice, because the dragon had personally made some tomato juice for Sejin with his own hands. The farmer was confused by the sudden revelation, while multiple rabbits came running towards him. As the dragon showed Sejin a large spot of tomato juice, the farmer was furious, asking the dragon how much of the harvest he had sneaked at while the boy was away. The dragon was furious after listening to Sejin accusing him of stealing, denying this accusation straight up. But Sejin told the dragon that he might first wipe off the tomato juice from his mouth before denying the accusation. The dragon was sweating profusely while telling Sejin that he was just helping with the harvest. However, the rabbits started screaming at the dragon, telling their uncle that Kaiser had torn through the entire field and even yanked out the whole tomato tree. Realizing that he was completely exposed, Kaiser stormed onto the ground, trying to scare Sejin with his angry look, asking the tower farmer if such a trivial matter mattered for the human in front of the mighty black dragon. He wanted the tower farmer to not forget his place. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, telling the dragon that Yin was back. This shocked the mighty dragon because his granddaughter had seen everything. She told the dragon that as the crystal orb broke, she had to scramble to find another one. But then she saw that even after stealing the crops, her grandfather was giving Sejin a hard time. Even the lady was furious that the dragon ate the precious crops that even she does not eat freely, asking her grandpa if he even realized how tough it was to grow crops. Realizing that his precious granddaughter was angry with him, the dragon started trying to calm the lady down, but she was not going to stop. She told her grandfather that she was never talking to a stealing grandpa again. This broke the rock heart of the dragon statue along with the mighty black dragon. While he tried to continuously calm the lady down, telling her to not stay angry at her grandpa, Yin refused to talk. The statue turned towards the tower farmer, asking him to speak some sense into the Yin. Realizing this opportunity, Sejin told the mighty dragon that he would consider his request when the dragon did a little favor for him. There was no way that dragon could get angrier at the tower farmer. But Sejin just smiled, inviting the elderly towards the great feast they were having. After eating a variety of foods prepared by all the creatures of the 99th floor, Sejin started cutting the pineapple into smaller pieces so that he could distribute it to all the creatures of the 99th floor, along with the grandpa and the granddaughter of the dragons. As they were enjoying their day, Sejin realized that, in just 3 days without him, the 99th floor had transformed dramatically. First of all, the gray rabbits transformed the fountain, and they carved a shimmering canal snaking through the fields, which made watering the plants a lot easier. Even Kaiser had synchronized his crystal orb with Yin, so that he could directly communicate through the status window with his precious child. As the scene shifts, we see that Yin is ready to forget the wrongdoings of her grandfather because Sejin had talked with her about forgiving the elderly. The dragon just smiled while Sejin approached him, asking if he had made peace with Yin. Being in a good mood, the dragon asked Sejin about the favor he was requesting. The boy came straight to the point, asking the dragon if he could appraise a unique item for him, which they had found on the 75th floor. The dragon was shocked that the human needed a dragon to appraise something they found in the tower. As the scene shifts, we come to a plain ground on the 99th floor, where Sejin is standing near the ancient stone tablet. He told the dragon that he had found this thing inside the frog queen's belly, and Iona had cast a shield because sacred energy was beaming out of the statue, making it dangerously unpredictable. Even the dragon was shocked, realizing that the monsters wielded magic of the highest order, but mastering it was still proving to be a challenge for them. Sejin was told to step back while the dragon broke the protective barrier and started appraising the stone tablet. Suddenly, a blue light started emanating from the artifact, telling everyone that it was a fragment of a sacred monument. It was the 9th fragment, and divine power flowed out from the stone, benefiting the surroundings. Sejin read further that the more fragments he collected, the stronger the divine power of the surroundings would become. This item was a grade S-class item. Sejin was shocked, realizing that the stone was rated S-class but had no abilities. The dragon was also surprised, telling Sejin that it was a top-tier tool used for providing divine power, which meant that the stone was a secret artifact and a relic of the mighty creator god. Kaiser told Sejin that he couldn't compare any item of the tower with this stone because it was literally a sacred artifact, a relic of the great creator. Sejin was shocked to know about the creator god, but Kaiser told him that, after all this time of tirelessly chasing the divine creator's traces beyond dimensions, this stone artifact was found by just a mere human. Even Kaiser did not comprehend how it was just below his nose all this time. Sejin was full of questions, asking Kaiser to simplify whatever he was saying a bit more because it was hard for him to understand. Kaiser realized that human beings, who had such fleeting lifespans, would not understand the complexity of the situation. He called out to Yin along with Sejin, telling both of them to listen closely as it was something really important. The dragon started explaining that, in the beginning, the dragons were beings who were born to serve the creator god, who was destined for divine purposes. According to the creator god, the dragons maintained the world's peace and balance of dimensions. These mystical creatures crafted a world brimming with perfection, order, abundance, and harmony, thus resulting in the era of the creator god. A creature full of light, its face completely blurred out by the system. As the scene shifts to the past, we come to some kind of astral dimension where the creator god was calling out to the dragons nearby, asking them if they would be able to harness the creator god's power to sustain the world should he disappear. This question threw all the dragons into a dilemma. One of them was unable to comprehend why the creator was indulging in these pointless thoughts once again. However, the creator still wanted to know because he was curious. One of the black dragons told the creator that thinking about it was an absurd notion because the whole world belongs to the creator, and an ownerless treasure cannot truly shine. Similarly, a world without the creator god was beyond the dragon's imagination. This black dragon was the young Kaiser Fortoni, who would go on to become the legendary black dragon of the tower. The creator god was happy with this answer, telling Kaiser that he was as rigid as ever. God thought that maybe the dragons could manage the whole world without him because they were already doing great. However, at that time, Kaiser thought that perhaps the creator was joking to tease them because he did have a knack for crafting some playful little mischiefs now and then. Despite being playful, the creator was strict and revered by all the dragons from all dimensions as the creator god. He also controlled the earth and every planet as humans know it. Yet, not in their wildest dreams had Kaiser or the other dragons ever thought that the creator god would actually disappear without a word. Kaiser had forgotten that the creator god never lies, even when joking. One day, the news broke out that the creator god had disappeared, and the monument created for him was also gone. The dragons were shocked to see that even the monument of the creator god was gone, along with the stone tablets created by him. At that time, the dimensions started collapsing, and all the dragon kids, along with the adult dragons, wondered about the ominous aura inside such a divine place. One of the blue dragons could not believe that the creator had vanished and left his followers behind. However, Kaiser stood strong, telling everyone to snap out of it and immediately secure all the ancient stones because the creator had left these artifacts for the dragons to use in moments like this. By using them, Kaiser believed he could fix the collapsing dimension before it became worse. But it was already too late. All the ancient stone tablets were cracked due to a dimensional explosion, and the dragons were unable to do anything but watch as the dimensions crumbled into ruins. The dragons realized they had fallen short of the creator's grand expectations. Slowly but surely, the dimensions began decaying and collapsing. Ominous energy descended upon every dimension as harbingers of ruin appeared to destroy them. Sculptors, unknown even to the dragons, were present everywhere. The dragons did not know the stone's purposes or their origin. These messengers of death tried to destroy everything in their path, but somehow, the dragons defended the sacred dimension, fighting relentlessly to protect it. The creator was not entirely ruthless, leaving behind the towers created by the dragons themselves. These towers, representing the fading lives of a crumbling world, still shone, awaiting their imminent destruction. The dragons thought that perhaps by securing all the creatures of the sacred dimension into the towers, they could save them within a fragment of whatever remained of the once beautiful place. From that point onward, Kaiser had a singular mission: to seek the scattered remnants of the creator god. For 3,000 years, he wandered through multiple dimensions endlessly, trying to uncover even a tiny clue about why the creator had left. As the dragon was coming to the main part of his explanation, Sejin stopped him, saying there was something he was curious about. The dragon was angry, telling the tower farmer that it was a crucial moment when the being was stopped. But Sejin ignored the dragon, asking him about what he meant by bringing the fading lives of the dying world into the tower. It was exactly what the dragon said, but he still explained to Sejin that the tower was designed to appear in all the worlds destined for destruction, including Earth. By invading multiple dimensions and unleashing catastrophe, these towers let the survivors come inside to take the calamity test. While they could live in peace for the time being, the tower was also giving the survivors a test of calamity. Whoever completed the whole tower would have a place to live inside it, saving themselves from destruction. This horrified Sejin to the core, and he asked the dragon what happens to the people who are not chosen and can't complete the tower. One of these towers had shown up on his Earth too, which was exactly how Sejin entered the 99th floor in the first place. Kaiser made a sad face, regrettably informing Sejin that if any player failed to overcome the trial of calamity, their world was doomed to crumble, and they would not get to survive even inside the tower. It stunned Sejin for a moment because this information was not easy to digest. Both Ailyin and the tower farmer wondered about what was going to happen, not able to believe that doom was going to hit their home world soon enough. As the scene shifts, we come to the 75th floor, to the wandering merchant's village, where all the cats had gathered. We see Theo and Iona, who were asking every other cat if they had signed themselves up as wandering merchants. Theo wanted to make sure that there were no cats left to sign up. The whole cat group told the golden cat in unison that they were all done registering themselves. Theo ordered Jeff, the gray cat, to rally all the cats and join forces with the two wolves to gather the red locust corpses so that they could pick up the pace. But Jeff was not sure if he would be able to do it because he was not confident enough. Hearing that, Theo just jumped down from his bench, patting the shoulders of Jeff the cat while telling him that the golden cat had always believed in his subordinate. Jeff was a really diligent worker, and it showed everywhere because he was able to take care of such a large crowd of cats, staying true to his duty and not running away from his responsibilities, even when Theo was not there to take care of these wandering cats. For that, the whole cat village was thankful to Jeff for his kind act. This made the gray cat melt as he started apologizing to Theo, telling him that he was now going to faithfully serve the golden cat for a whole lifetime. This made Theo laugh with a slight smile, while Iona looked at her crush slowly developing his character. After a while, the whole cat merchant group started going with the wolves, while Theo, Iona, the princess, and Oren stayed behind, along with both the wolf chiefs. Now it was time for them to head out, and Theo asked Oren to grab the bags. This time, we see that even the black cat was obedient, and Iona finally complimented Theo, telling him that he was getting quite skilled at handling his subordinates. Theo just put both his paws on his hips, telling the hamster that he knows he's pretty cool and always evolving, getting ready to handle even more subordinates. But Iona thought that this pose was uncool, which made the golden cat snap in anger. Meanwhile, the princess asks Oren about the relationship between Iona and Theo, but even the black cat does not know about it. As the scene shifts, both Theo and the hamster are already done arguing and fighting. Theo wondered if it was okay for him to go to the 38th floor with Iona because she should be off to the 99th floor with the princess. But the hamster told Theo that the red locusts had gone all weird, and their shifting patterns were completely different. Theo was not able to understand anything, but he still found it interesting. The wolf chief wanted to know more about it. Iona started explaining that the locusts always evolved based on their population size and were differentiated by their color, which included yellow, green, blue, red, and purple. Whenever the numbers of the locusts dwindled, their colors faded, and their size shrank. This resulted in their strength going down and them withering away. The locusts had a defining trait of endlessly eating everything they could find. But they also possessed a restless nature, constantly on the move in search of their next meal. Even when they were this terrifying, there were still ways to handle these wild creatures effectively. If red locusts couldn't find their next target, they couldn't endure their hunger for long and ended up devouring each other into oblivion, thus reducing their numbers and colors. Finally, the wolf chief understood everything and realized that if the red locusts were fighting with each other, it meant they were getting weak. Finally, we came to the 67th floor, where multiple corpses of red locusts were lying lifeless on the floor as multiple lizardman soldiers planted the sharp-bladed green onion to defeat the next horde of these creatures. One of the soldiers put his foot on the small creature while his subordinate wondered about what was going on. He was General Tamuro. A soldier had noticed that the locusts were changing their color and becoming blue instead of red. This signified that the number of locusts was down to about 5 billion, and if this number hit the mark of 3, then the locusts would become green. Everyone was happy that months of struggle were finally paying off to them like a light at the end of the tunnel. They knew that they needed to defeat the creatures just a little longer, and then they could reclaim their land once more. But suddenly, someone called out to the soldiers from behind, wondering about what the good news was. As the soldiers turned around, they saw a small pig who was part of the large wandering merchant group under Greed's command. He was the trade leader. He complimented all the warriors for their commendable efforts, but the soldiers were not able to comprehend why the leader of the trading group was on the 67th floor. The pig told the soldiers that as many lizardmen had sacrificed themselves for the tower, so he had come personally to express his gratitude. The leader gave Tamuro a small token of Grid's generosity, which was the legendary tower coin seal of guarantee. This meant that the lizardmen could visit any merchant guild bank and exchange this amulet for 10,000 tower coins anytime they wished. The lizard was shocked by receiving such a large sum of money, but the pig told him not to mention it because even Greed knew that they were fighting the red locusts and guarding the tower. He just wanted to support this enthusiastic cause. The leader started telling the commander that once everything was finished, Greed would spare no effort in offering support for the reconstruction costs of the 67th floor. But suddenly, the pig changed his facial tone, which showed a hint of malice. The lizard commander was unaware of it and asked him what favor he could do for Greed in return. The pig was waiting for just this answer. He asked the commander if he had a moment to spare so they could have a cup of tea at the barracks and chat about all the negotiations. The pig leader wanted all the lizard soldiers to come with him too so that they could enjoy a feast. What the lizard men did not know was that they were going to be doomed. The pig ordered the fox mercenaries to go straight to their jobs. Both of them opened their bundle bags, throwing a lot of vegetarian and non-vegetarian food toward the locusts, which was going to supply the locusts with enough food so that they could multiply once again. The scene shifted to the Great Passageway Village, where everyone was doing their work and going through the day. But then, we see Scarum, the goblin, who was trying to scam some creatures as he showed them a golden flask, which was obtained from outside the tower. Scarum told the creatures that the flask was enchanted with preservation magic, and that, due to it, the food inside stayed fresh for ages. The goblin thought that after hearing this, the creatures would be intrigued, but they were not ready to fall into the scam so easily. They got away from the goblin without even looking at the item. But suddenly, Meryl came behind them and grabbed both of their hands while acting like a child, telling them that her dad, the goblin, had been hitting her. She said if he would not be able to sell the flask to someone, then he would hit the cat even more. Meryl wanted the creatures to somehow buy the flasks, but they were shocked to learn that a cat was the daughter of a goblin. Both the customers started looking at Scarum with suspicious and disgusted eyes. Somehow, the goblin was able to calm both of them down by telling them that Meryl was actually an adopted child, and that he was not hitting anyone in the house. He tried to tell the customers that Meryl was just full of mischief, but the cat was so good at acting that she already made both the customers fall for her lies. Looking at the desperate face she was making, both of them decided to buy all the flasks that Scarum was carrying. Meryl put on a fake happy face, thanking both the customers for buying, while she slightly looked at the goblin, happy that she was able to sell something. On the other hand, Scarum was not happy at all, wondering how on earth he would be a cat's father. Due to this lie of Meryl's, everyone was getting the wrong idea about Scarum, even though he was a scammer. But Meryl confidently told the goblin that she did it only to sell the items. The cat took out 2 tower coins and gave them to the goblin, telling him that it was his cut. Scarum started screaming at the cat, telling her that each item that was sold had cost 5 tower coins, and Scarum was only getting 2 when he should have been getting way more. But Meryl was not happy with this argument. She told the scamming goblin that she was the one who sold the flasks, and Scarum was not even able to sell the items properly, yet he was boasting after getting so many tower coins. According to Meryl, Scarum should only be grateful to her that she was even giving him some coins as a commission. She added that, even when Scarum had told her he would help her get revenge on Theo, it was as if the goblin had forgotten everything. The cat wondered when she would be able to get her revenge when all they did was sell faulty items from outside the tower and scam other people. Scarum was getting annoyed by all this noisy talk from the cat, telling her to just wait because everything had its perfect moment. But suddenly, Scarum noticed, as he turned around, that the wolf chief and Theo were passing by the village. The goblin immediately grabbed the head of the cat lady, telling her to bow down and hide immediately before they could actually be spotted. Noticing the sudden noise, Theo turned around, wanting to know where the noise was coming from. But both Scarum and Meryl were able to hide just in time. Iona, who was also traveling with Theo, asked him if something was the matter, but Theo was a bit surprised, telling the hamster that he had just felt that he had heard a strangely familiar sound. As the wolf chief and the creatures get away, we see that both the goblin and the cat are scared to death by their presence. As both of them realized they were not in danger, they started blaming each other, arguing that they were not as strong and courageous as they had told each other before. Meryl was not ready to believe that Theo was still hanging around with the little hamster from before, because it was really annoying and frustrating for her to even see the hamster with someone else. But Scarum already knew who the hamster was, identifying her immediately as Iona, the head of the Mage Association. Meryl was shocked because she had not even realized this fact. The goblin started explaining to the cat lady that Iona was one of the leaders of the 3 associations that held up the whole Black Tower. This was even more problematic for the lady because she wondered how she was supposed to get her revenge on such a powerful person. But Meryl suddenly noticed that the Black Wolf Chief was also following Theo, and on top of them was Orin and an unknown female rabbit who was tagging along. Looking at the princess, Scarum had multiple thunderbolts inside his head as he realized something. He immediately started rummaging all around for something inside his jacket. While he was still trying to find it, Scarum wondered where he had seen the female rabbit before. Finally, a devilish smile spread across Scarum's face as he took out a piece of brown paper. Looking at it, He thought that opportunities always found their way toward him. He looked at the missing poster of a baby rabbit, which was published by the Grid, who had declared a reward of 10,000 coins for finding and bringing them the missing princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. As the scene shifted, we see that even Theo was surprised, still not able to digest that he was traveling with the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. He had heard from everyone that the entire royal family had been devoured by the locusts during their invasion. But suddenly, Iona made a serious face, telling Theo that the royal family was not devoured by the locusts at all. Instead, they had been brutally murdered by someone. Theo was shocked from head to toe, wondering who would murder the royal family. Iona started narrating the story. Decades ago, there were many people from the Tower of Magic, alongside the Mercenary Guild and the Titans of the Wandering Merchant Association. Iona was staying in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, just like how she helps them now so that she could lend a hand to the rabbits during the Red Locust raid. In the flashback, we see that everyone from various associations was planning how they should eradicate all the red locusts in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. One of the creatures suggested focusing their defenses on securing the fields. The creature was none other than the Mercenary Guild commander, Lucius, who was handling the operations. But someone told Lucius that if the locusts started multiplying, it would be a real headache. They added that if the fields were secured with all the defenses, the kingdom would be left vulnerable. The companion wondered what would happen to the kingdom if the locusts attacked. But then we see Iona, who told everyone that the kingdom should be safe as long as the queen was there. She was the vice president of the Mages Association back then, and even then, she was shielding the entire palace with a barrier that even the mighty red locusts could not penetrate. Everyone realized how much Iona and the queen had prepared. Some of the soldiers even heard rumors that she had not slept a moment because she had been tirelessly toiling with the queen since the red locusts first appeared. This barrier was the reason the Mercenary Guild, along with all the other associations, could calmly form their plans. Finally, Lucius told everyone to wrap up the meeting for the day and meet again at the same time the next day. Iona was happy with the outcome of the meeting, but there were two wild boars behind Iona who were scheming something. As the night fell, Iona was sleeping on a bed inside the Red Ribbon Kingdom, assured that nothing bad could happen. Suddenly, she heard multiple screams from another room and woke up immediately. Getting out of her room, she saw multiple rabbits running toward the main room. She tried asking one of the rabbit soldiers what was going on, and he informed Iona that the barrier had been broken and the locusts were swarming all over the palace. Iona wondered where the queen was at this hour because, whenever Iona was not focusing on the barrier, it was the queen's job to maintain it. Everyone started running toward the main room, wondering where the queen was. Iona joined the group as Lucius slammed the door open, demanding to know the queen's whereabouts. When the door opened, horror struck everyone in the palace. The queen was dead, and someone who looked like a wild boar was holding her body. Iona realized it was the great merchant Greed. Just then, the boar started crying, telling everyone that the king and queen had perished in an onslaught by the red locusts. He claimed that when he arrived, they were already near death. He continued, saying that in their last moments, the queen had decided to entrust the boar with the land deed of the entire palace and the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Lucius was shocked, realizing that this deed meant the whole land now belonged to Grid. But Iona knew something was wrong. She dashed out of the room toward an unknown destination. Grid continued acting innocent, shedding fake tears while telling everyone that the queen had entrusted him with the young princess and the kingdom's fate. He promised to bear the heavy burden of leading the soldiers and vowed to protect them at all costs. One of the black rabbits accused the boar of lying, saying the queen would never hand over the kingdom to a lowly merchant or a non-rabbit outsider. But another wild boar immediately slammed the black rabbit to the ground, shocking everyone. Grid asked the others if anyone else had a problem or wanted to share something with him. Although they wanted to fight back, the rabbits knew the merchant was too powerful, so they could do nothing. Meanwhile, the boar started asking the soldiers where the princess was. Unbeknownst to them, Iona had already escaped, taking the princess with her to ensure her safety. Iona realized that the timing of the barrier shattering and the locusts swarming in did not align with the queen's death. She concluded that it was undoubtedly Grid's doing. However, the land deed was sealed with the mystical power of the rabbit royalty, and Grid could not legally claim the kingdom until the last princess grew up. The wild boar was planning to force the princess to open the deed so he could make a new contract and become the sole owner of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. The hamster managed to protect the princess, but the entire Red Ribbon Kingdom was left without its king and queen. Even the locusts vanished after devouring everyone on the floor. Using the land deed as leverage, Grid claimed the 55th floor and started ruling it like a grand landlord. Iona told Theo that Grid was one of the worst merchants ever. But Theo was not ready to believe that a single man could claim dominance and authority like that, even without unlocking the land deed. The wolf chief explained to Theo that Grid likely pulled some strings, threw money around, and won people over with his signature tactics. Rumor had it that Grid had recently put a bounty on the princess because she had reached the age where formal succession was possible. Theo realized that Iona wanted the princess to meet June because she would be protected on the 99th floor. Iona was ready to obtain the deed back so that the princess could have it, and they could rebuild the Red Ribbon Kingdom to its former glory once again. As the scene shifts to the second floor of the tower, where two people are talking among themselves. One of them had found a method of leveling up really easily, as his mom had got top-secret intel straight from the association. His friend was shocked, and both of them wanted to try it out, as the method involved getting experience points by giving money to someone. As they were walking towards a deserted road, they saw a strange man dressed in formal attire. As soon as both of them approached him, the man bowed down in front of them, introducing himself as Harrison, who was the level coordinator. Knowing that there was something called a level coordinator, one of the adventurers was shocked. Harrison greeted them and told the man that he had received a message from his mom and had been eagerly waiting for their arrival. Harrison started escorting both adventurers toward a place, and as soon as both of them reached there, they were shocked to see a large farm where some kind of artificial plants grew. Harrison welcomed both adventurers to his experienced farm. One of the boys was skeptical if these plants would give them experience points or not because the plants were monsters that they had never even seen before. Harrison took out a knife from his pocket while telling the adventurers that his research team had successfully bred these monsters in large numbers to make this experience farm, and they were offering exclusive level consulting to their VIPs because it was their mission to nurture and unleash the potential of exceptional hunters. Harrison told both of them that each monster was worth 33 experience points. For undeniable proof, Harrison cut one of the monster plants down and gained 33 experience points, showing it to them. After proving that the level was indeed increasing, Harrison asked both adventurers how much they were willing to invest because, on average, there were about 4 monsters crammed into every square meter. The boys knew that they were going to level up insanely fast if they killed all the monsters and decided to buy the whole experience farm. They started throwing Molotovs all over the farm and burned the monsters alive. The adventurers had maniacal laughs on their faces while they thought that they just had to throw some fire at the plants to level up like crazy. As the monsters were dying down, the duo was laughing like maniacs, leveling up again and again and again.
We come to the 38th floor, where the humans have set up their camps because the adventurers were able to climb the tower to that level. Meanwhile, Theo and the Wolf's chief were looking at all the humans, along with Oren, who was really scared after looking at the humans. Even the Wolf Chief pointed out that the number of humans coming inside the tower was actually increasing. But for Theo, it was not a big deal, and he wanted all 3 of them to go down towards the crowd to sell their stuff. After a while, Theo got down towards the adventurers, announcing that he was there to sell the crops that he had grown with magical powers. As soon as one of the adventurers spotted Theo, he screamed towards all the other adventurers, telling them that the wandering merchant had finally arrived on the 38th floor. But this time, Theo was protected by a large wolf chief, who immediately started growling at the humans, already terrified by such a monstrous creature. Suddenly, Theo snapped at the wolf chief, telling him that the humans on the 38th floor were their guests, so he should not treat them like this. The wolf chief pointed out that all the humans had suddenly approached the cat merchant, and it felt dangerous. That's why he was protecting him. But Theo was not ready to listen to the words of his subordinate, telling all the adventurers not to freak out because the large wolf chief was actually Theo's loyal minion who was helping him. Theo told everyone that the wolf they were seeing in front of them was actually a pup who was absolutely and undeniably adorable. Turning towards the wolf chief, Theo told him to do the act they had practiced before coming to meet the humans. A lot of sweat started forming on the wolf chief's face, but then he realized that he had no choice because his superior was demanding it. The wolf started acting like a dog, playfully turning around and rolling all over the place with his tongue out. This stupid act made the humans feel all warm and fuzzy, and they immediately stopped fearing the wolf chief, thinking he was just a large, playful dog. Finally, the same girl who had requested to touch Theo's paws now wanted to touch the wolf chief's fur. As smart as Theo, the wandering merchant, was, he told the lady that every time she touched the fur, she would have to give him 1 tower coin. Hearing such cheap rates, multiple adventurers rushed towards the wolf chief, rubbing themselves against his fur. Even though the chief was irritated, he was willing to endure it if it helped Theo increase his sales. But deep inside, he knew that he was selling his fur for just a few tower coins, leaving behind his pride and the pride of his people. After a while, Theo announced to all the adventurers that he was going to introduce a new face so they could buy stuff from him too. Theo signaled towards Oren, introducing him as his wandering merchant friend. Since Oren was nervous, he could only greet the humans in a meek, low voice. Theo scolded Oren in a low voice, telling him to do it exactly the way the golden cat had taught him. Realizing his mistake, Oren then imitated Theo's signature pose to charm the customers. Enthusiastically wagging his tail, he introduced himself as the black cat Oren, who was also a wandering merchant. This made business boom once again, as all the adventurer ladies started stroking Oren and clicking pictures of him. Theo then announced that 1 stroke equaled 1 tower coin, and 1 picture would cost 2 tower coins. This business proposition was great for Theo, as it earned him a nice amount of side income. Even for Oren, it was enjoyable because everyone was petting him, which made him actually feel happy. Finally, after earning a lot of coins from the wolf chief and the black cat, Theo told everyone to get ready because it was time to kick off the auction of the crops. He told them that their farm had been expanded, so he would be able to sell a lot more crops. That's why he had multiple people with him on the 38th floor at this time. He urged them to get their money ready. Theo announced that on this day, they had 5,000 grade C mana-infused cherry tomatoes and 5,000 grade C sun pumpkin sweet potatoes for sale. Along with that, Theo also had a large quantity of detoxifying green onions and was ready to auction them off in packs of 500. The total amount was 10,000 grade C detoxifying green onions. All the adventurers were shocked after seeing the sun pumpkin sweet potatoes, as it was a new crop that had entered the market. The adventurers secured the perimeter while Theo and Oren divided all the crops into batches of 500, placing them in multiple green onion baskets according to the auction's needs. Finally, it was time to kick things off. Starting with 500 tower coins for the first bucket of magical cherry tomatoes, the auction began at 500 tower coins for 500 tomatoes and quickly increased to 650 tower coins, then 700 tower coins. Meanwhile, way up in the sky, both Iona and the Red Ribbon Princess were watching how the wandering merchant cat earned so much with this new auctioning trick. Even Iona was mesmerized by Theo, thinking that when the cat was at work he shined like a star. The cute hamster was now blushing a lot, and the princess immediately pointed it out, saying she never would have imagined seeing Iona make such a blushing face in her entire life. Hearing that, Iona snapped, telling the princess that teasing the master was a no-go, even in funny circumstances. Meanwhile, the rabbit laughed, but then suddenly stopped, wondering about something. She asked her master if she should also consider these feelings of love and happiness. Until now, all she had done was study. Ever since Iona had saved the princess's life, she had dedicated herself to rebuilding the kingdom and rescuing the suffering people of the rabbit race. She had trained, waited, and sometimes even gone into hiding so she could walk this path without rest. But now, seeing this glimmer of hope, she wondered if it meant she could live a normal life, even for just a little while. Hearing this heartfelt conversation, Iona grabbed the princess's hand, telling her that she didn't have to shoulder the weight of rebuilding the kingdom alone. She should be honest about her feelings, as there was nothing to be ashamed of. Iona then exposed the rabbit princess's emotions, asking if the black rabbit had been on her mind ever since they met. The white rabbit immediately turned red, screaming at Iona, asking how that was possible when she had only seen the black rabbit for mere seconds. Even she knew that a few seconds were enough for love at first sight, but she hadn't even met the black rabbit for 7 seconds. Iona teased her student, saying that if she was this offended by the mention of the black rabbit, it meant she wasn't being completely honest with her master. She then suggested they not talk about the black rabbit at all. Realizing that the hamster knew a lot about the black rabbit, the princess wanted to know more. But this was when the teasing reached another level, as the hamster turned around and told her student that it was too late to ask. She wouldn't be getting any information out of her. This resulted in the princess calling her master mean and rude, but Iona only laughed wholeheartedly. However, the laughter suddenly vanished as she saw a familiar, devilish face on the ground. It was none other than Meryl, the one who had used Theo like a plaything and was now trying to get back to him after he became rich so that the cat could live a lavish life without doing any work. Iona was furious upon seeing the white cat. she immediately started descending, even making the princess lose balance, while Meryl was looking at the hamster with a devilish smile, trying to hide it as much as possible. The hamster wanted to know what Cat Lady was doing there, asking her if she was planning to stir up trouble with Theo again. Hearing that name, Meryl immediately responded in frustration, telling the hamster that she was over the scruffy tabby cat for now. Instead, she wanted to actually catch Iona. The hamster was shocked by the sudden revelation, wondering why the cat would need Iona. But suddenly, Meryl started taking something out of her bag and showed it to Iona in a flash, telling her that this was the reason she wanted to catch the hamster. This shocked the hamster lady for a second, but she was not able to remove her eyes from the artifact, which was actually a barrier that immediately started shining with a white light and trapped the hamster under it. Iona dropped down onto the ground, and even after trying multiple times to use force or magic to break out of the barrier, she was not able to do so. Meryl started laughing devilishly while telling the hamster that any kind of magic does not work inside the barrier, which makes Iona just a regular little hamster inside of it. Seeing the cute lady trapped inside the barrier was absolutely delightful in the eyes of the devil cat. Seeing her master in danger, the princess decided to step in and immediately started flying down. Iona knew that something was not right and told the princess to stay away, but the distance was too much. Before the princess could actually react, someone came rustling from the bushes. It was none other than Scarum, the scamming goblin, who had the same artifact in his hand and used it on the red ribbon princess to trap her in the same barrier. She fell onto the ground and injured herself heavily. When she tried to escape, it was not possible. As the bunny wore her glasses once again, she saw two ominous figures looking at her with really devilish smiles on their faces, and she immediately realized that whatever was going to happen to her was not good at all. The goblin was happy because he was sure that 10,000 tower coins as a reward were going to be his. As the scene shifts, we see that both Scarum and Meryl are going somewhere while laughing at their catch. Meanwhile, the fox inspector Zeroth was still following Theo, wondering what on earth had just happened and what Iona was doing on the 38th floor. As the fox turned around, she saw another great sight. Theo, Oren, and the wolf chief, who were happy after selling a lot of crops. Theo told them that it was perfectly amazing, and that the way the cat and the wolf acted was pure perfection. Theo also complimented Oren for his skills, telling him that he could actually become a great merchant if he polished his talents even more. This even made the black cat blush as he started telling Theo that it was nothing and that it was all thanks to the golden cat that he was able to do so. Their conversation was interrupted as the fox called out to Theo. The golden cat immediately recognized Zareth, the fox, but he was shocked because he was sure that they were supposed to meet Iona and the princess at this spot. Instead, they were meeting with the fox. The fox cleared her throat while telling Theo that she had stumbled upon a kidnapping scene, and from their faces the two victims looked like members of the cat's group who had been abducted by a goblin and another cat. As the scene shifts to the 99th floor where Aileen is causing a commotion, calling her grandpa a big dummy for not telling her something as important as Earth's destruction sooner. But Kaiser was completely shocked because this much should have been known by any dragon. It was all straight out of Chapter 1 of the Tower History Basics that all dragons had to read. Grandpa started scolding Aileen, asking her if she had been dozing off again instead of studying. Adding to that, Kaiser told the lady that originally even the creatures within the tower knew the truth, but with their short lifespans, their history had faded into oblivion without future generations knowing anything. But Aileen was not ready to give up. She kept asking her grandpa again and again if there was a way to save Sejun's house from vanishing into thin air due to the calamity. Kaiser was in a great dilemma because even he was not able to comprehend anyway. Meanwhile, Sejun had a sad look on his face as the baby bear wondered if his dad had another family in another house beside the 99th floor. The black rabbit started explaining to the baby bear that Sejun's hometown was where his whole family lived, including the baby bear's grandma and grandpa. After thinking about it a lot, Sejun asked Kaiser about what exactly the trial of calamity was. Kaiser started telling the tower farmer that the calamity was like the locusts that were invading the 67th floor. The calamity would call upon the harbingers of doom, and even though Sejun should not have been chosen, he had found a rift connecting two different dimensions and had gotten squeezed into the tower. This rift was supposed to be used by the locusts to invade Earth. In this whole situation, Kaiser was sure that they could do nothing but buy time for humanity to climb the tower. Sejun was deep in thought once again, thinking that mankind had barely climbed to the 38th floor, and even the mighty monsters of the 67th floor were struggling against the locusts. If these same locusts were to appear on Earth, then within a few days the entire planet would be shattered and civilization would be gone. Helene asked her grandpa if he knew of any other world that had overcome the trial of calamity and defeated the harbingers of doom, as he had been traveling through countless dimensions for thousands of years. But Kaiser denied it, telling his granddaughter that even after searching far and wide, the dragons had not been able to uncover anything about the trial of calamity, and it had remained a mystery to them as well. It was only now that Kaiser had grasped a single trace of the Creator's presence, and even after finding it there was no visible way forward. Hearing this, Sejun snapped, telling Kaiser that there is always a way to do things. According to the tower farmer, the one big difference between a shattered world and a surviving one was having the tower farmer park Sejun with them. Sejun started explaining to Kaiser that if he could become a giant green onion that took down a locust on the 67th floor, then he could be anything, something that could take down multiple evil beings if he put his mind to it. Maybe he could become a whole new variable that could shake things up beyond the usual dimensions, just because he was a tower farmer on the 99th floor.
The wolf chief, along with Theo and Orin, was traveling with Zirith, the inspector, while the cat asked her if she knew where Meryl and Scarum had gone. Zirith informed the cat that the two villains must be heading to the Rotten Root in Inside Passageway Village. This inn was one of the business offices related to greed, and the place was managed by a wandering merchant association also affiliated with him. Zirith had seen both Scarum and Meryl as they met inside the inn the other day, obviously for some kind of scheme. The cat was shocked by this much information, wondering how Zirith came to know about it, and why the creature was following Scarum, who was continuously scamming other people and doing bad deeds. At first, Theo thought that maybe Zirith was together with the goblin, but he did not know that Zirith was instead an inspector. Zirith realized that she had blurted out too much without realizing it. In reality, Zirith was just following someone who had been working for greed as a mercenary. Since the whole tower was currently at war with the Red Locusts, she noticed that the mercenary was going back and forth from the 67th floor and meeting with Scarum. She decided to follow the goblin, wondering what they were scheming, and then she saw both Scarum and Meryl abducting the hamster along with a rabbit. Zirith was now nervous, wondering if she had been completely exposed. But before she even needed to explain herself, Theo thought that maybe she wanted to get under greed through the goblin so she could earn some money. Theo warned Zirith, telling her that greed was evil and she should not hang out with those mean guys. Zirith, realizing how dumb Theo could be sometimes, decided to play along, telling the golden cat that he was her savior and that if he had not come, she would have been in a dangerous position. Zirith was thanking God for making Theo dumb for the time being, and all of them continued traveling. After running for a while, the wolf chief stopped, telling Theo that the place they were at was the entrance to Passageway Village. We come to the 38th floor, where we see that all the merchants with various goods are traveling along with others, getting ready to sell their products and make some money. While the wolf chief started going down towards the passage, Theo decided to go towards the other cats, who were waiting for their leader to arrive. He entrusted the wolf chief with finding anything about the hamster because he still held a high status in Greed's mercenary group. Even the chief decided to go down along with Theo to investigate. As the scene shifts, we see that the black wolf, Hegel, is observing the other cats, telling them to be cautious and have a safe journey. As soon as the black wolf saw Theo, he stood up, bowing down to the golden cat and asking if he had sold a lot of crops and had a profitable day. But suddenly, upon seeing Zirith, the inspector, he wondered who she was. Zirith knew Hegel very well because they had often run into each other during association meetings. She wondered if she was going to get exposed by her older subordinate. Just as the wolf chief started speaking, saying that Zirith was the daughter of the Wandering Merchant Association, Zirith started shaking her head violently. Hegel wondered if something was wrong and told everyone that the wolf had mistaken Zirith for a distant relative. Theo was shocked to learn that both the wolf and Zirith knew each other. Before the black wolf could get any more confused, Zirith told him that she was on an undercover mission. Understanding the situation, the black wolf immediately told Theo that he had just mistaken Zirith for someone else. He quickly changed the topic, asking the golden cat where Iona and the princess were. Theo was now frantically circling the road while breaking the news to Hegel that both Iona and the rabbit had been kidnapped. At first, the black wolf could not believe it, but Zirith assured him that she had witnessed the whole thing herself. The cat started explaining to Hegel and the others that Scarum and Merrill were said to be going to the Rotten Root Inn to meet with a man named Tarek, so that they could gain the support of those on Greed's side from the Free Mercenary Association. The wolf chief told Theo that inside the Free Mercenary Association, many creatures were working for Greed, even without the association knowing, because they had decided to follow those with a lot of money. As the situation stood, Greed was one of the most powerful figures in terms of wealth in the entire tower. Just as the wolf chief worked for them, all the other creatures in desperate need of money likely had connections with Greed and were ready to do his dirty work without him getting his hands dirty. Theo thought that maybe they should inform the Wizard Association, but Zirith told him that this would not work either because Greed had planted his minions in more places than Theo could even imagine. The corruption inside the Mercenary Association was also true for the Wizard Association due to Greed's money. Theo grabbed his head in frustration, wondering if he had no way to save Iona or the princess. However, hearing this, Zirith started thinking and suddenly told the golden cat that there was a way indeed. The plan would work if the golden merchant cat decided to believe Zirith just this once. As the scene shifts, we arrive at the Rotten Rot Inn inside Passageway Village, where we see that both Scarum and Merrill are standing with the abducted Iona and the princess. Scarum slammed one of the doors, and another creature looked at him through a peephole, asking what business he had at the inn. Even though Scarum was a bit nervous, he told the creature that he had come to see Tarek for some bounty business. After glaring at Scarum for a little while, the creature decided to open the door, and both the cat and the goblin entered the inn, which was full of hyenas and pigs, most likely members of the Mercenary Association. The bodyguard of the inn told both creatures to go upstairs so they could meet the desired person. As the scene shifts, the cat and the goblin begin climbing the stairs while Merrill notices that every other creature inside the inn is watching them with suspicious eyes. It was as if they were ready to attack if the two did anything wrong or tried anything funny. As the scene shifts again, we see that they are now standing in front of Tarek, who was none other than the pig who had been Greed's associate and was planning to overthrow the tower's economy. The pig already knew who Scarum was and asked him with a fake happy face if he dared bring something that would disappoint him. Scarum immediately started shaking, telling the pig that he had brought something that would please both Tarek and Greed. The goblin removed the covering from the two barriers while telling the pig that he was going to like this gift. Scarum revealed both Iona and the Red Ribbon Princess, making the pig get up from his chair and start shaking where he stood. This was a truly pleasant surprise for him because he knew that Greed would be happy with these two precious gifts. Scarum began explaining that, as Tarek had written in the bounty poster, he had used the barrier to seal and capture the Red Ribbon Princess. Iona, who was the headmaster of the Wizard Association, was a bonus. The pig was indeed happy, thanking both the cat and the scamming goblin for their hard work. The pig devilishly smiled while looking at Payu Payu, telling her that she had grown beautifully. But as the pig turned around and looked at Iona with disgust, he still faked a smile, telling her that it had been a long time since he had seen her. Iona was boiling with anger, ready to curse the pig with multiple words, but before she could even speak further, the pig started slamming the barrier with his huge legs. The pig was not ready to hear any insults from such a tiny being because, for now, Iona was not the head of the Wizard Association but instead just an insignificant hamster without magic. As she was not able to do anything to stop the pig or Greed, Iona was not able to stand up, while the pig thought that this action had relieved too much stress, and now he was feeling a bit happy. The pig turned around and told Scarum that he believed the goblin was scamming him, as he first said that he had seen the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. But now that both the cat and the goblin had completed their mission so brilliantly, the pig was sure that Greed was going to like it very much. Hearing that, Scarum was over the top, asking the pig if they could get a chance to introduce themselves to Greed. But the pig decided to think about it later, telling his henchmen to pay both the cat and the goblin 10,000 tower coins for their work. Scarum was a bit annoyed because he was not going to get a chance to meet Greed if he got out of the inn, but the pig did not care about anything. And for Merrill, money was everything, so the point became immaterial for her. As the scene shifts, we see that the pig is looking at Iona while asking her where they are in their conversation. Iona was not able to speak and was barely able to stand up, while the pig told her that when she fouled Greed's plan a few years ago, he had felt like crushing her. But even when she was in front of him now, she was protected by the barrier. The pig decided to shift his attention from the hamster to the princess, introducing himself to her as Tarek. The pig told her that Greed had been looking for the rabbit for decades, so now she should stop wandering and return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom, as it was really important. Firstly, the rabbit was immediately annoyed by the fact that she would have to go to Greed. Secondly, she did not want to do anything the pig wanted her to do because Greed had killed her parents. The pig started laughing, telling the rabbit that the hamster was the one who did some weird magic on her, and that was why she believed that Greed was a bad person. But her parents' death was just an incident, and Greed was a good person who managed the kingdom and its people to fulfill his responsibilities like a good citizen. The pig even informed both of them that Greed was helping the 67th floor, so that the history with the 55th floor and the Red Ribbon Kingdom would not be repeated. But Iona immediately realized that the pig was scheming something, as she was sure that Greed's intention was not good at all. The hamster decided that as long as she was alive, she was not going to let Greed create his monopoly in the kingdom with his underhanded tactics. She was already relieved, thinking that the number of red locusts had been decreasing in the tower. But hearing that, the pig started laughing devilishly, telling the hamster that she was really stupid. The pig asked Iona if she thought that Greed was waiting for the locust numbers to fall and was not doing anything till then. Suddenly, the pig's subordinate entered the room, informing him that the locusts had changed back to the color red. For Iona, it was impossible because she was sure that they had been turning blue. This was when the pig showed both Iona and the rabbit his true colors by revealing the fact that the locusts would attack the floor once again. They had been feeding them continuously to regain their strength, and the locusts were going to turn even more furious, evolving into the color purple. Soon enough, the whole 67th floor would be ruined, and food would again fall under Greed's rule. Just then, the pig revealed to the princess that she would have to marry Greed and hand over the rule of the Red Ribbon Kingdom to him. As for the master of the Wizard Association, the pigs decided to do something to her because, at this point, she was becoming too dangerous to Greed and his subordinates. The whole army was ready to do something really bad to the hamster, while one of his subordinates started opening his mouth as he was ready to undo the seal and eat the hamster in one fell swoop. But the creature was shocked to the core as he heard a deafening explosion from his left. It was none other than Theo and his friends, who had entered the inn with a blast, kicking the fox away as he flew several meters and slammed into the wall. The pig was shocked by this heroic entry of the cat, while Iona was almost crying, looking at her crush saving her from such a dangerous situation. Meanwhile, Theo was also happy to see Iona in front of his eyes, grabbing the barrier with his paws, while the hamster told him that she was glad the golden cat had come to him. But the surprises were still not over, as another explosion happened in front of the pig. He wanted to intimidate the cat and stop him from running away, introducing himself like he was some kind of big shot. But Theo didn't care about who the pig was at all, and instead asked him how he should release the barrier and free his companions. Knowing that Theo was a merchant cat, the pig started insulting him while threatening that Theo would not be able to sell even one item from his bag if the pig wanted it because he had connections with the higher-ups of the Wandering Merchant Association. But Theo was not listening to the pig at all. When the pig was getting annoyed, the golden cat turned around.
"Shut up. I'm holding back from wanting to kill you. Do you want to know who I am? I'll tell you then. Remember this well, you pig. I'm a middle-class wandering merchant who will become a great merchant. Theo, the golden cat."
Theo saved both the Red Ribbon Princess and Iona while telling the pig that he was soon going to become the best merchant of the Wandering Merchant Association, who would also be known as Theo, the golden cat, among his peers. The pig started laughing, wondering what the difference was because, for him, whether the cat was golden or yellow, it was the same thing and it did not matter at all. In the end, they were going to get crushed anyway. The pig ordered the fox mercenary to show Theo what they were made of after eating a lot of meat, and the mercenary agreed, going towards Theo. The mercenary jumped onto the golden cat while telling him that he was going to enjoy some cat meat tonight by tearing his prey apart, and that Theo should actually start shaking in fear just after looking at him. But, on the other hand, Theo was not scared at all, telling the creature that even the smallest animal in his crew was far stronger than some fox from the lower floors. Theo did not want to flex, but he knew that his crew consisted of even scarier members than the mercenary, and if they came to this place, then the mercenary would not even stand a chance. However, Theo did not get to tell him many things because, suddenly, both the Silver Wolf's chief and the Black Wolf chief lunged towards the mercenary with their claws protruding, getting ready to devour the creature if they got the chance. The Black Wolf chief immediately grabbed the creature's neck, making him howl in pain and agony, while the Silver Wolf immediately covered Theo, prioritizing the golden cat's protection. This was too much of a shock for the pig, who wondered what these creatures were doing inside the inn, as even with multiple bodyguards, the Black Wolf was actually able to infiltrate them. The pig immediately recognized the wolf chief, asking him if he was from the Silver Wolf clan because he knew they had completely betrayed Grid and its mercenary association. The pig told the wolf that he was definitely going to pay for what he did and that his whole tribe was going to starve to death. The pig did not know that the food problem was already solved for the wolf tribe, but this did not affect the wolf chief at all, as he silenced the pig immediately, telling him that the wolves who served as mercenaries for Grid were already dead and had been reborn as the proud wolf tribe they once were. He declared that he was the wolf chief of the Silver Wolf clan, serving Theo, the golden merchant cat, who was under the legendary Black Dragon. The Black Wolf realized how cool the introduction was, and he also told the pig that he was Hagel from the Black Wolf clan and that he was going to ruin the pig's plans. Both wolves dared the pig to even touch a single hair on the golden cat's body, warning that he would not be forgiven for his treachery. The pig could not understand why such ferocious wolves were serving just a measly cat, but he started using his "I am the powerful one" card, asking the wolves how they dared to stand against someone who could easily prevent them from ever taking another step in the tower again. But the wolf chief was getting even angrier, telling the pig that he was going to shut that greasy mouth of his for good. The pig realized that the creatures were no longer intimidated by him. He knew he had to do something else, so he told the group that the entire area surrounding the inn was his domain and that he could not be taken down in this place. The pig raised his hand, calling out to a sniper, and the wolf chief, along with Theo, started looking through the big hole they had made in the roof. But even after a lot of time had passed, the pig was shocked that no one was showing up. Even after calling them again and again, no one arrived. Suddenly, a different voice called out to the pig, telling him that calling for his henchmen was now pointless because they had already been subdued by the Inspection Bureau agents. It was none other than the Fox Inspector, who revealed himself as an officer, accompanied by Oren and the others. He told the pig that the agents had already anticipated the positions of his goons and had neutralized them in advance so that he could not pull such tricks. The pig was shocked to know that a secret agent from the Wandering Merchants Association was there to expose him. The fox introduced himself as Zirith from the Inspection Bureau. He arrested the pig for abduction and multiple crimes, with a total of 8 charges against him, including confinement and making threats to others. The pig was not ready to give up so easily. He asked the fox where he had gotten the proof, claiming that he was an honest merchant and that Theo and his group were the ones who had barged into his establishment and caused the mess. Just then, everyone heard a familiar voice. It was none other than Iona, who told everyone that if they wanted evidence, she could provide it. She took out a ring that was able to record all the conversations they had had up to that point and started playing it in front of everyone. The recording clearly revealed how the locust swarms had been fed, and it became evident that the pig and his people were the root cause of it. The pig turned completely pale after listening to the recording, realizing that he was doomed. Even after hearing that, the pig refused to surrender, insisting that whatever they were hearing was a lie. But Iona firmly told him that magic does not lie. The pig could not understand how Iona was able to use magic inside the barrier, as it was supposed to suppress magic. But then she explained to the dumbfounded pig that the barrier only suppressed external and internal magic from interfering, but using magic inside the barrier without damaging it was always possible. She further clarified that the ring in her hands was absorbing information towards her rather than releasing it outward, which was why the barrier had no effect on it. Everyone realized how powerful the device was. The Fox Inspector spoke again, telling the pig that he would be taken into custody and that he should surrender peacefully. Iona advised him to bring along Grid, whom he adored, so that they could both go to jail. The pig immediately snapped at the hamster, but he knew he could do nothing. He started making threats again, telling the group that Grid would not stand for this, and that they would pay for what they had done to his henchmen. But in the end, the pig was going to prison anyway. Suddenly, the fox heard Theo's voice. Theo was coming towards him and thanked him for helping track the sniper's locations perfectly. Hearing the praise, the golden cat started scratching his head, telling the fox that it was nothing for him. But what really shocked Theo was that the fox was actually a secret agent. Xerath started apologizing to Theo, telling him that he had no intention of deceiving the cat or anyone in his crew. But Theo did not mind at all, patting the fox inspector's back and asking him to be friends. This shocked the fox to the core, but he realized that this was just how Theo was. If everything was all right, the golden cat never made a fuss. Theo started walking in another direction while telling the fox to visit him on the 99th floor so he could introduce him to the chairman. As Theo gathered the wolf chief, Iona, and the princess, the fox was still looking at him in surprise, wondering what kind of person the chairman of the 99th floor actually was. Meanwhile, Theo asked Iona if she was all right. The hamster told Theo that she was fine and that she would recover even faster with him. Theo did not understand the last part, but he realized that the ring inside his pouch was a recording device, which was why Iona wanted to keep it with her. Iona told Theo that even she had not expected it to be useful in this dire situation, but it had worked, and she was thankful. Hegel was surprised to learn that there was a kind of magic that even Iona could not counter. But as Iona looked at the barrier, she realized that this barrier was not an ordinary item, as it was carrying a dragon aura. She wondered if it was from a monster in the tower, but Orin interrupted, telling Iona that the dragon must be the legendary black dragon. Iona knew that it was not true because the item was sending an aura that was completely different from anything in the tower, including the legendary black dragon. For now, she knew that she would have to take the item with her to the 99th floor and inspect it further. The whole group knew that as the grid was targeting the Red Ribbon Princess, they would need the full protection of the Black Dragon to protect her from the evil. This made the revival of the Red Ribbon Kingdom even more crucial, and even the wolves knew that they would have to unite their clans and help in the revival. Otherwise, everything would be over. But suddenly, the fox came back, telling Iona that they had captured 2 suspicious individuals downstairs in the inn. As an officer came in while grabbing those 2 individuals, they saw that they were none other than Scarum the Scammer and Meryl the Cat, who were trying to save themselves by telling the officers that they were just staying in the inn. But now, both of them knew that they were exposed, as they were standing in front of Theo and Orin. The golden cat just smirked, knowing that now he was going to get his sweet revenge on them, as he ordered both of them to follow him to the 99th floor. As the scene shifts, we see that the farm on the 99th floor was as thriving as ever while the tower manager was eating some delicious food. She told the tower farmer that it had a subtle nutty flavor, unlike the honey jelly tomato. Sejin looked at the notification while being glad that the dragon lady had liked the food and told her that it was almost time for him to harvest peanuts. Then he would cook up all kinds of dishes with them which would be different. But suddenly, the tower manager was worried, asking the tower farmer if he was not worried about his hometown. Sejin just smiled, telling Aelin that for now, he would have to focus on what was in front of him because worrying was not going to solve anything. The boy even had a plan in his mind. Aelin started smiling, asking Sejin about it, but for now, the tower farmer just told her to wait for Theo to arrive, as the boy would then explain the plan to everyone. Until then, it was not a problem at all. But suddenly, multiple notifications popped up, telling Sejin that a tenant farmer had farmed 100 more cherry tomatoes and that the tower farmer was obtaining 200 experience points. The size of the farm was also exceeding 30,000 pung. Sejin was shocked, realizing that the farmer rabbits had expanded the farm to over 30,000 pung already. Suddenly, Sejin noticed that his talent had evolved, and now he had become a master landowner. The tower farmer wondered about what it was and tapped onto the talent to see it more clearly. A notification popped up, telling Sejin that as a master landowner, he could now designate up to 100 tenant farmers, and they could also use his job skills, giving 3% compensation to him every time they used them. Sejin could even designate up to 5 watchmen to guard his farm and would receive 50% of the experience for each enemy killed by them in a 1-kilometer radius. Since it was not considered stealing, Sejin knew that leaving it to the landowner ability might speed up his experience gain. Sejin called out to the black rabbit along with the baby bear, designating the work of watchman to both of them. As the tower farmer told the cute creature that now he was the official protector of the farm, the baby bear was so happy, appointed by his dad as a guard on the farm. But the black rabbit was just annoyed, asking the tower farmer if he had to be a farmer along with a guard. One of the farmer rabbits called out to Sejin, telling him that Flame was calling him. As the scene shifts, we come inside the den. Sejin, along with the baby bear and the black rabbit, came to meet Flame once again. Flame was really happy, telling her master that the final purification of the seed was complete. Now it was purified from the corruption and was infused with the energy of the blue moon. The seed now resisted corruption and would grow into a powerful purified ent. The seed itself would give the user a permanent 15 stat increase upon consumption. Sejin could also plant the seed to grow it if he did not want to consume it. He had a look at the purified seed, realizing that it looked much better now. Even the baby bear was trying to sneak a peek at the seed, realizing that it had a really beautiful color. Flame asked her master if he was planning to eat the seed, but Sejin did not want the stat boost, even though it was really tempting. As a tower farmer, he had to farm everything first. He decided to plant the new seed and see what happened. Flame was finally relieved, telling her master that even when the seed was corrupted, it had been a really good seed before the corruption. Finally, he planted the seed after digging the ground, wondering what would sprout from it after a while. But suddenly, Ailyin asked Sejin what he would do if the seed grew into a giant monster because it had absorbed the blue moon energy. Sejin realized the risk and almost started taking the seed out. But before he could do anything, a leaf instantly sprouted from the ground, and just like that, the seed started resurfacing. The system told Sejin that this green little cute creature was called the Purified Ent. The tower farmer could not believe his eyes, wondering how such a pure and cute creature could turn into a monster. Sejin, along with the black rabbit and the baby bear, was shocked after looking at the cute Purified Ent. The baby bear, who had already fought the corrupted Ent, was even more shocked, wondering if it was the same gigantic creature from before. Sejin was a bit underwhelmed, looking at the cute body structure of the creature, realizing that it was way too small when he would have thought that at least the Ent would be gigantic. The cute creature was rustling around and was chirping like a bird while running around and trying to find something. Sejin wondered about where the creature was going to, just after being born, or should I say just after being grown. But just then, the creature saw Flame and started going towards her with insane speed. At first, Sejin thought that maybe the creature was attacking Flame, who wondered about what was going to happen to her. Sejin tried to stop the creature because the cute apple plant was too precious to be eaten, but Flame stopped the tower farmer, telling him that the purified creature was not going to do anything bad. After a moment had passed, we saw that the Ent had gotten near Flame and started smiling with a few beautiful chirps, and both of them started rubbing their cheeks with each other, showing a kind of affection. Somehow, the purified creature had already come to know that Flame was the one who had purified his seed, and that's why the creature was trying to protect Flame in any way he could. After a bit of even more chirping, the bird-like creature started spelling some words and told Sejin in his broken language that, as he was grateful for getting purified, he was going to guard the world tree with his life. Sejin was shocked while he wondered about what the world tree was, but all the baby bear was able to think was that it was some kind of an eatable item. Just then, a notification popped up, and it was the tower manager telling Sejin that the world tree was a mysterious tree with powerful abilities, and only those who were chosen by the world tree receive its blessings and enjoy endless prosperity. We see that Ailyin was reading everything from a book and told Sejin that the purifying entities were originally the protectors of the world tree. But long ago, as the creator disappeared, bad energy started coming in from outside the tower and started corrupting them. As Ailyin was still too young and did not pay attention in classes, she had only seen corrupted entities and did not know about purified entities at all. That's why I tell everyone to at least study with full attention. Anyways, the tower farmer is as sharp as he can get, immediately guessing that if the purified ent was trying to guard Flame with its life, then Flame must have been the world tree. And hearing that, the ent started chirping once again that he would protect the tree at all costs. On the other hand, Flame started acting all flustered and nervous, telling her master that there was no way that she was such an important tree, and instead, she was just a flail apple tree that was able to germinate when Sejin rescued her. The dragon lady started checking the whole tower for the world tree and was not able to find it, telling the tower farmer that the conditions for germination of the world tree hadn't been met yet, but it seemed like the purified and saw potential in flame, and that's why it was believing that flame could become the world tree. Hearing that was a bit shocking for Sejin as he looked at the little spirit of the apple tree, wondering if she had the potential to become the world tree. Flame was still not ready to believe any word that the dragon lady said, telling everyone that she was just a humble apple tree with nothing special to offer. But just then, Sejin became serious, telling the black warrior rabbit along with the baby bear to go and fetch the farmer rabbits with the watering cans along with their fresh and crystal clear water. Sejin was serious while the baby bear started going with the black rabbit. The tower farmer started asking Flame if she was too cold or too hot, or if the plant needed some more sunlight, telling her that Sejin could easily provide it. Sejin finally decided to visit Flame even more often and told the creature to not hesitate and to call him whenever she wanted. He turned towards the purified ENT, who was running around the apple tree, telling him to take good care of Flame so that she could become the thick world tree he wanted. As the cute bird stopped, Sejin started petting the apple tree, telling her to grow tall and strong, and this made Flame blush while she told Sejin that she was going to become thick too. As the scene shifts, we come to the 67th floor, where the red locust army was now converted into the purple locusts, and even when the whole battlefield floor was planted with the sharp-bladed green onions, the lizard men were not able to fend off them off. One of their leaders told all the soldiers to retreat while they started going in the opposite direction of the swarm, wondering about how the swarm turned into purple when they were fading even their red color to orange and blue. But the soldiers were not fast enough, and one of them was greatly bitten by multiple purple locusts, deeply poisoning him. But just then, we see that it was the wolf Elkie who dived in and saved the soldier from any brutal injury, slashing the locusts in half and somehow saving the day. But as the wolf looked at the sharp-bladed green onion, it was almost vaporizing due to the large amount of poison spewed by the overpowered locusts. Just when the swarm was going to attack the soldier and the wolf once again, he screamed with all his might, telling the wizards to do a full power attack. And just then, Elko called out to Elkie, telling him to come up towards the cliff and get protected by the wizard's shields. The wolf grabbed the wounded and poisoned lizard man and jumped onto the high cliff, where we see that multiple rabbits, owls, otters, and even bunnies were casting magical spells, as they were from the magical association. They immediately bombarded the whole purple locust swarm with multiple magical spells of various colors, while the wolf immediately called out for medics. Meanwhile, Elko asked Elkie if he was okay or if he was hurt anywhere, but no one was able to understand why the red locusts were suddenly becoming purple when the food supply was cut. Even the poisoned soldier told everyone that the red locusts were turning into orange and blue ones, and everything was going well, but suddenly they started turning into purple ones and became more powerful. Both the wolves wondered if they should plant even more sharp-bladed green onions, but now this crop was not working too and it was withering like dust. On the other hand, the medics were facing another problem, as the soldier was gravely poisoned and the medics did not have the antidote and could not do anything to save him. As the scene shifts, we see that the purple locust swarm is even more powerful and is overtaking even the wizards from the magical association. Everyone knew that they were almost doomed, as the purple locust poison was considered the deadliest. It pollutes everything along with the prey, including ground, air, and the whole atmosphere. The whole army knew that the poison was spreading, and even those who had not been affected till now would immediately get affected if they went near these vile creatures. They were now getting hopeless, thinking that they could not attack at all without magic and their physical strength was useless. The wolf realized that the morale of the battlefield was going down, and the battle that they were winning just a moment ago was flipping upside down. The wolf knew that if everything kept up like this, then the 67th floor would be devoured. But suddenly, one of the merchant cats who was with Oren earlier came out with his friend, calling out to Elkie and giving him some detoxifying green onion, asking the wolf if this antidote could help the soldiers who were poisoned. The wolf's eyes started gleaming as he gave the detoxifying green onion to all the soldiers, and it worked like a miracle, as the lizard man suddenly woke up in a completely fine condition. The morale was suddenly up on the battlefield once again, while Elkie called out to everyone, telling them to stand firm and use the detoxifying green onion for the time being until they informed the situation on the 99th floor. This task was given to the newly appointed merchant cats, who were ready to depart to the 99th floor to break the news to them because this was the last hope for them to turn the tide of this war. As the scene shifts, we come to both Scarum, the scamming goblin, and Meryl, who were traveling on the back of Hegel along with Oren. All of a sudden, the black cat poked into the back of the goblin, and as the creature was surprised, Oren just asked him about what he was hiding inside his pocket. Scarum was deeply annoyed, while the cat kept quiet. The goblin was not ready to get accused of hiding something. But as the commotion grew louder, Hegel growled a bit loudly and told the goblin to not forget that the wolf was way stronger than him. This made Scarum stop in his place, while Oren immediately grabbed one of the pockets of the jacket and took out a bronze key. Scarum was surprised, telling Oren again and again that it was his house key, but just to be safe, the black cat decided to keep it anyway, and this was annoying both the goblin and the white cat. Hearing the commotion, Theo turned around, complimenting Oren for doing exactly the things that a guard should do. This voice made the hamster wake up, while she called out the name of Theo. The hamster asked the golden cat if they had reached the 99th floor yet, and Theo informed her that they had indeed reached the 99th floor due to the high-speed tunnel. As Theo was thanking the hamster, she rubbed it off, telling the cat that it was nothing, but Theo wondered if Iona wanted to sleep some more. Hearing that, the hamster smiled, telling Theo that she could not meet the legendary Great Black Dragon while being half asleep. After a while, the wolves' chief informed everyone that he could see Sejin from this distance. As he was standing along with all the rabbits and the newly purified ant, he was asking the creature about how it was feeling to be outside for the first time. But the mother rabbit was a bit concerned, wondering if the purified ant would not become corrupted once again. But this question was interrupted as Theo started meowing and calling out to Sejin, signifying that he was back on the 99th floor along with his group. The farmer welcomed everyone, and the black rabbit immediately spotted the red ribbon princess blushing like crazy as the white, beautiful creature bowed down and said a graceful hello. The sickle rabbit was shocked, wondering if the warrior rabbit had met the female before, but the black rabbit just blushed, telling his brother that they had just met for a few seconds before he got teleported. Meanwhile, Theo looked at the purified ant, and the baby bear started telling him that the creature had come out of a seed and was protecting Flame, thinking that she was the world tree. As the scene shifts, we see that all the rabbits are shocked by the sudden visitor who comes with Iona, and Sejin asks her about who she is. The female introduced herself as the apprentice of Iona named Piu, greeting the great black dragon. Sejin just smiled, introducing himself as the tower farmer, and he asked the bunny about why she was there on the 99th floor. This much was expected from the great black dragon by the princess, as she did not beat around the bush and told the tower farmer that she wanted to ask for a favor from the boy. Just then, Iona became serious, introducing the bunny as the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. As she had avoiding the evil clutches of the greed for a long time now, it was a crucial moment, and she wanted the protection of the black dragon. Before Sejin could even process such a thing, all the rabbits were deeply shocked as they started running towards the princess at once, circling the princess around and immediately bowing their heads down. The farmer rabbit immediately started apologizing to the princess for not recognizing her any sooner. The mother rabbit was complimenting the princess, telling her that she was a really fine bunny. The princess bowed down and started raising every farmer's rabbit, and they started crying after looking at their long-lost princess. Meanwhile, Sejin turned towards Iona, asking her about why the princess needed protection, and then Iona started explaining the story from the start. After a few hours of complete explanation and information dump, the tower farmer finally knew everything. Sejin was deeply sad, not able to even believe that such a small rabbit had endured such a thing, but all the other rabbits started screaming, telling the princess that it was not her fault, and instead, it was the evil greed who plotted everything. They were ready to save the people from suffering and to avenge the rabbit king and the queen, and even when Iona tried to calm them down, there was a sudden surge of excitement boiling over them. Iona took out the barrier pendant, showing it to Sejin and telling him that they had secured solid evidence to strike back at Grid for the case of kidnapping, and the barrier was the undeniable proof. Sejin looked at both Meryl and Scarum with suspecting eyes, while he realized that interrogations could be done later, but even the tower farmer was surprised, wondering why the barrier had a dragon emblem on it. But noticing the white logo, Sejin realized that the emblem did not belong to the tower, and just then a notification popped up by the dragon lady, telling Sejin that it was indeed true because it was the crest of the white dragon, and the emblem was kept safe by her grandfather, Kellan Mavra. Sejin was shocked to see that there was a dragon emblem etched onto the white barrier pendant, and he realized that something was unfamiliar about the barrier. Just then, a system notification popped up, and it was none other than the dragon lady, who looked at the pendant and told Sejin that this item should not be present inside the Black Tower because that was the seal of the White Dragon Sigil. This barrier was Eileen's other grandfather's property, called Kellan Mavra. Sejin asked both Scarum and Meryl, the cat, if they used the white barrier to attack both Iona and the princess. But as neither of them was speaking about it, Theo told the chairman that the goblin made up the plan and showed the poster to Meryl, and they both kidnapped the princess and Iona. After Sejin came to know about everything, the goblin and the cat both started speaking, finally asking the great black dragon to spare them just once. The cat was still trying to outsmart the goblin, telling Sejin that she just did what she was told by Scarum, and she did not know that the repercussions were this bad. After looking at the white color of the seal, Sejin almost realized that the barrier belonged to the dragon who was managing the White Tower, and a notification popped up where Aelin told Sejin that he was indeed right. Aelin started explaining to Sejin that the dragons had clans of different species, which are symbolized by different colors, including black, blue, silver, and more. But there was an unspoken rule that the dragon items could not be brought into other towers without permission because these objects were so powerful that if they were misused, they could destroy the world built within the tower, and the peace and prosperity would be lost completely. The situation was even more dangerous when the item was belonging to the white dragon Kellan. Sejin was shocked, wondering why it was so, and Aelin started explaining that both his grandfather and Grandpa Kellan were. Even before Aelin could complete her sentence, we see that Kaiser Fertoni was present behind Sejin, as the black statue controlled by him called out to the tower farmer from behind. Everyone turned around and saw the black dragon statue, while Kaiser told the tower farmer that he was feeling a bit hungry and asked him if there was anything for him to eat. As the dragon was nearing all the creatures, Iona was a bit shocked and immediately bowed down to the great black dragon, greeting him with the utmost respect. The dragon statue looked at the tiny creature and sensed that the hamster contained the same magical energy that was used on the protective shield on the fragments of the tombstone before, and Kaiser was impressed by the hamster, complimenting her for using such high-level magic. Iona was not even able to speak a single word, but still, she was able to thank the black dragon for his compliments. Kaiser turned towards the tower farmer, telling him that now he could notice that the number of guests on his farm had increased in multiples in just a short period, and to celebrate that, they should at least have a party. But hearing that, Sejin just smiled while scratching his head nervously, and as the tower farmer's hand was flailing up and down, Kaiser immediately noticed the white dragon's barrier and was seething in rage. The stone statue immediately lunged toward the frail body of Sejin and grabbed his hand with one of the statue's nails. Kaiser was enraged, asking Sejin about what he was holding in his hand and where he got such an item. The tower farmer was shocked, asking Kaiser again and again why he wanted to know this information, but the dragon imposed his authority onto the tower farmer, asking him to answer honestly without counter-questioning. Realizing that resistance was of no use, Sejin turned towards Scarum and the white cat, telling Kaiser that both of them were using this barrier on the creatures of the 99th floor, and so now they are investigating what the barrier is. The dragon immediately turned towards the goblin and the cat, asking them about how they dared to use the item from the White Tower even when they knew that it was a grave offense. The dragon was getting angry with every passing second, not able to comprehend how the residents of the Black Tower were using an item from the White Tower. Both Scarum and the white cat were almost ready to piss their pants, but they continuously begged the great black dragon to leave them, telling him that they were wrong and they accept it, so it should forgive them. But the black dragon was not ready to listen, glaring at the souls of both the cat and the goblin, which made them scared to their deaths. The dragon was using his utmost authority, immediately ordering the extinction of both Scarum and Meryl, along with the white dragon barrier. The dragon put one of his nails onto the head of the goblin and immediately blew the scammer away before he could even speak a single word. Meryl was shocked by this sudden horror that had struck them, and even the dragon lady was not ready to believe that her grandfather could do something like this. In front of Meryl, the goblin was out of existence and turned into black dust, and now it was the turn for the cat to be obliterated. Meryl was screaming with all her might, but she knew that her end was near. But suddenly, the tower farmer intercepted both the dragon and the cat, coming in between them and telling the black dragon to stop. Sejin tried to reason with the black dragon, telling him that he did not know about how the item from the White Tower got inside the Black Tower, and if the cat were erased, then they would never be able to know about how it happened. But Kaiser was not ready to listen, telling Sejin that doing this was unnecessary because anyone who bears the aura of the white dragon inside the Black Tower must be erased, along with any items they possess. The dragon was so angry that he started charging one of his attacks straight onto the face of the tower farmer, telling him that if he did not get away, then he would get obliterated too. But suddenly, a system notification popped up, and we came to know that it was Aelin. Kaiser was not ready to listen to the granddaughter even once, telling her that he insanely loathed the things from the White Tower, and no one could interrupt him. But Aelin immediately used her trump card, telling her grandpa that if he did not stop the killing, then she would hang up the call and never talk to him again. Kaiser was greatly shocked by the sudden declaration, but before he could even say anything else, she immediately activated the crystal and got into administrator mode. Kaiser kept on telling the lady that he had just made a mistake, and he will correct it, but now the dragon lady was not listening, telling the administrator protocol to blacklist Kaiser for Tony for the time being. She ordered the crystal ball to disconnect the statue link and tap down the yes button to confirm her decision, and before Kaiser could say another word, the system notification disappeared, and the statue calmed down. But we come to know that it was Aline who severed the link of the dragon statue from Kaiser, and that's why the statue was not working for the time being. Sejin asked the dragon lady why Kaiser was so angry, wondering if dragons don't like the other species and if they kill each other often. But Aline started explaining that naturally all the species of dragons get along well, and they also interact with other towers until she started living in the administrator space. Even Aline played and studied with dragons from the other families. She remembers that both Grandpa Kellan and Kaiser were originally on really good terms. They were even the best of friends, envied by the other dragons. But then, an incident happened which shattered their holy bond, and just the tiniest glimpse of each other would set them off. After looking at their leader fight, even the white dragons and the black dragons who were close to each other stopped interacting because of the danger it possessed. Aline started remembering someone called Brother Ajax, wondering about how he had been doing, because it had been hundreds of years since she had last seen him. Sejin wondered about who Ajax was but decided not to give it much of a thought, because for now, he will need to calm down Kaiser's anger, and for that, they will have to properly reveal the source of the white barrier. And as Sejin looked at the cat, she was crying profusely while wondering if she would die sooner or later. As the scene shifts, we come to a floating landmass where everything is breaking, and we come to know that it was Kaiser who was causing a tantrum after being disconnected from the statue. His whole pedestal was now destroyed, and Anton came running towards his father, wondering about what had happened. At first, he thought that maybe something happened to Aline, but he wondered about how the machine was completely broken, and Kaiser just told his son that he had broken it out of too much anger. After calming down a bit, Kaiser was smiling, realizing that Aline had severed the connection of the statue without even studying about it. He realized that his granddaughter was a really smart dragon, just like him, but Anton, on the other hand, just knelt and asked his father if he knew how much the connection pedestal would cost them. Kaiser did not care, asking his son to go and ask the maker to fix it, because more importantly, he started explaining that an item from the white dragon was found inside the black tower. And looking at his father so angry, Anton realized that this must be Kellan's doing. Kaiser was smiling and getting angry at the same time, telling his son that the white dragon had used an item infused with his energy on the black tower so that he could spread his power over another tower, and he had deliberately left a nasty gift for the black dragon to find so that he can annoy Kaiser. Not able to bear this humiliation, Kaiser immediately ordered Anton to gather all the black dragons. The man was not able to believe that his father was going to fight with the white dragons, but he just told Anton that this was the war between the white dragons and the black dragons because he could not just let it slide by, forgetting what the white dragon did in the past, and that's why Kaiser was sure that he was going to make them pay dearly with their lives. And soon enough, after the war, Anton will notice that a storm full of blood stains will blow over the landscape. After telling Anton this thing, Kaiser immediately started transforming into the black dragon and started flying away. As the scene shifts, we come back to the 99th floor, where Meryl is still crying, telling everyone that she does not know anything, because Scarum just met the pig Tarek and gave the cat the barrier to use and trap Iona and the princess inside. The cat was still begging Sejin to spare his life, getting ready to do anything. Iona started speaking, telling Sejin that when they were captured, Tarek said something similar, and it must be the truth. Sejin wondered if the pig actually came into contact with the white dragon, but it was really unlikely because the pig had probably received it from the greed, otherwise he would have definitely boasted about it. Iona realized that greed had an unknown wealth and information power over even the other towers, and even when Iona had suspected him for a while, this was something that she could not handle alone. The tower farmer realized that he would have to get his hands dirty and deal with the greed by himself this time. On the other hand, Warrior Rabbit sees that the princess is really sad. It is too much to handle. At first, getting kidnapped, then seeing someone killed. The Black Warrior Rabbit was not able to bear looking at her like this. He immediately interrupted the ongoing conversation, asking the tower farmer if they should take a break and have something to eat because the guests should also have been tired. Sejin realized that the Black Rabbit was right and told everyone to go and rest, and that they will talk in the evening. He also told the Black Rabbit to guide the princess onto the guest house so that she could rest. Hearing that, all of them started standing up once again, while Iona started going inside Theo's hat for a little sleep. Multiple bunnies carried Meryl away, while the Black Warrior Rabbit started taking the princess towards the guest house. But as Meryl was going away, Iona stopped and told her that using items from another tower without permission is a capital offense, and even if it was not used, only having something like this in possession was troublesome, and if the association found out anything about it, then there will be immediate punishment. Hearing that, Meryl was now even more depressed, and Theo was getting sad, feeling a bit sorry for the cat, wondering if he could help her in some way. Iona was really angry by this behavior, asking Theo if he was still head over heels for that cat, but Theo immediately started denying this. On the other hand, Oren called out to Sejin, asking him about what they should do to the items that he had confiscated from Scarum. Sejin was a bit shocked as he started rummaging through all the items which were confiscated. Theo wondered if Sejin was looking for something, and he started explaining that Scarum had a lot of items from outside the tower, and as he never contacted the humans who came inside the tower, Sejin wondered about the place where he was getting these items from. The tower farmer was trying to find a way or a reason behind this cause, and if Scarum would not have been obliterated, Sejin would have asked him directly, but now it was not possible. Oron took out a key from his pocket and gave it to Sejin, telling him that Scam had told him that it was a house key, but Theo already knew that any kind of wandering merchant does not have any house, and they always sleep inside their bundles. But as Sejin tried to fiddle with the key, multiple notifications popped up, telling him that the owner of the subspace prison key had disappeared, and now the key belonged to the tower farmer, Park Sejin, and as Sejin possessed the key, the subspace prison was going to be summoned in front of him. As soon as this notification disappeared, a huge door slammed onto the ground in front of Sejin and the creatures, shocking every one of them, while they wondered about the place from which the door had come. Iona started explaining to Sejin that the key was using interdimensional magic, which creates a space between dimensions, and this magic was used to store dangerous prisoners or valuable items away from everyone's reach. Sejin looked at the key in amazement, wondering about what the door had in store for him. He immediately unlocked the door with the key and started going inside, but the subspace was empty, and it was so dark that he was not able to see anything. As Theo is a cat, his eyes are very sharp, and he immediately told Sejin that there was someone inside the room. The cat started screaming at the individual, asking them to reveal their identity, but the creature inside the room was really afraid of the cat for some reason and was constantly asking him to not hurt him. Sejin dropped down to the ground calmly, telling the creature that they were not going to harm him and just wanted to know who he was. We come to know that this creature was a golden bat, who introduced himself as Bat, asking Sejin if he was perhaps his new master. The tower farmer Sejin, along with cat merchant Theo and Iona, were shocked to see another creature inside the prison, and even the small creature knew that if the scamming goblin Scarum had not opened the prison, then the tower farmer must be his new master. The boy immediately introduced himself as Sejin and told the bat that he was the one who opened the prison, but he still wanted to know about who the creature was. The bat was kind of shocked, telling the tower farm that he was asking some strange questions, but he still introduced himself as Bat, the golden bat, and told him that he was waiting for his master to come. Theo was intrigued by hearing the word gold, asking the bat about how he was the golden bat when nothing about him was golden. But then he noticed the fur of the bat and realized that it was gold in color, but it was so dirty that Theo wondered about if the creature had ever taken a bath or not, and, to surprise, the bat asked the cat about what bathing and shower really was. Theo started sniffing the bat, and immediately after just one sniff, he backed off, telling Sejin that the creature was really dirty, and his sensitive nose was now giving him a headache. Sejin wanted to know about the time from which the bat had been trapped there, but, to his surprise, he told the boy that he was born and raised inside the prison to begin with. The bat was giving Sejin a confused look, wondering about why his owner this time was such a strange person. But then the bat decided that, as he had got a new owner, he should also decided to give him some kind of a present, and he started rummaging around for something inside his wings and told everyone that he had a piece of food from his previous owner, and it was so delicious that the bat saved it to eat. Finally, he took out a crippled piece of chili, which was stinking really bad as it was completely rotten. Sejin, along with Theo and Iona, immediately blocked their noses as their faces started getting distorted as it changed color. But the bat was unable to understand about why it was happening because he just wanted to give the delicious food to the owner. But Sejin immediately told him that if he ate this food, then he was surely going to get sick, and asked the bat if he ever ate the rotten fruit by himself. This made the creature sad because, for him, this rotten fruit was the treasure that was given to him by the previous owner for doing a good job, and if this was something given to him as a gift, then it must be delicious even when it had a funny smell around it. The black cat Oren started to peek from outside the prison gate. Meanwhile, Sejin realized that he had hurt the bat's feelings and told him that they should go outside first, because the prison was not the place to live inside. But the bat was shocked, not ready to go outside, telling Sejin with fear in his voice that Scarum had told him that it was a very dangerous and scary place outside, and if a small creature like him got out, then he would be eaten and something terrible will happen to him. Even Sejin thought for a moment that maybe this was true. But to make the bat less afraid, he told the creature that it was not scary or dangerous outside and that the scamming goblin had lied to him. The bat immediately dropped his precious rotten fruit, not able to believe that it was possible because he had trusted his master all his life without asking any questions. But looking at the bat's condition, Iona stepped in, telling the bat that she was also small and came from a small race. But nothing bad had happened to her. She started explaining that it was such a beautiful place outside that it would be a waste to stay in such a dark place. And if he got outside, the bat could eat fresh foods and vegetables as much as he liked, and rotten fruits would not harm him. The bat was intrigued by this much new information, wondering about how good the fresh fruits must taste if he found the rotten ones tasty. Sejin realized how he should approach the situation, telling the bat that if he liked fruits, then he should come and see the cherry tomatoes that the tower farmer grew. He asked the creature if he wanted to try them out because it was sweet and refreshing. The bat started smiling with a wide face, wondering about how it would taste like, and knowing that the bat was intrigued, Sejin stood up, telling him that they should stop talking like this and go outside to eat, and for that, all the bat had to do was step out of the prison, and it was not that hard. But the bat was still scared because he had never stepped outside the prison ever in his life, and Iona realized that, extending her hand and asking the bat if he would like to hold her hand so that he would not be scared because the lady could protect him no matter what. Finally, being happy by the hospitality he was getting, the bat immediately threw the rotten fruit away and grabbed the hand of the hamster, while all of them started getting out of the prison as the bright sun shone upon all of them. As the scene shifts, all the creatures get out of the bridge, and we see that the bat is unable to open his eyes for a moment. But as soon as he does that, he is mesmerized by how wide the outside world is. He was struck by the beauty of the 99th floor, while Iona asked him if he liked it outside. The bat immediately realized that the place smelled different than inside the prison, and Sejin asked him if the wind coming to his face was feeling good. But on the other hand, Theo was really in a fix because even after he came out of the prison, he could still smell the bat's stinking stench, and he knew that removing the stench was beyond what was possible with grooming. The bat was shocked by listening to the golden cat asking Sejin about what he should do. Even when Sejin wanted to ask the bat about many things about him in the prison space, he knew that first he would have to do something about the most important thing, and even the bat was suddenly fearful once again, asking the Lord about what the important thing was, wondering if it was some kind of punishment. But Sejin just smiled, telling the bat that they should take a shower and then eat before they do anything else. As the scene shifts, we see that Sejin introduced the bat to everyone present on the 99th floor, including the rabbit, the wolves, and the mother bear, but everyone around him is still not ready to befriend the bat because he smells really bad. After the introductions were done, Sejin decided to have a bath along with all the other creatures in the hot and warm sun. The artisan rabbits were able to create hot bath pools, and Sejin was taking full advantage of it along with all the small creatures, as the mother bear was trying to clean up the wolves because she was humongous. Meanwhile, the chubby rabbits along with their other siblings were eating after they finished their bath. Sejin was still soaking inside the warm water, as the mother rabbit came onto the edge of the pool, giving him and the others some cherry tomato honey soup, and as everyone started drinking it, the bat was mesmerized, so he also got a cup. As soon as he tried the drink, sparkles started coming out of his eyes, because he had never tasted something so tasty in his entire life. Just then, the rabbit who was blowing air onto the fire was full of charcoal on his face, and the tower farmer along with all the other creatures started laughing, looking at the face full of charcoal. Even the bat was enjoying his new surroundings, wondering if this was what it meant to be happy. But on the other hand, both Iona and Theo were sleeping inside Sejin's house, and the black rabbit came near the princess, grabbed her hand, and ran to a place to do some naughty things. As the scene shifts, we see that everyone's sleep is finally done, along with the bathing of the tower farmer, and he is talking with Iona, while all the others are cleaning themselves up and eating along the way. The tower farmer asked Iona if she was adapting well, and the hamster replied that she was finally having some stability and was feeling good on the 99th floor, but she wondered about what Sejin was going to do with the subspace present now, and Sejin immediately summoned the prison in front of her as the giant door appeared once again. Sejin wondered if he could summon this prison wherever he got it, and Iona agreed, telling him that as the prison belonged to Sejin now, he could easily take it out and open it anywhere he wanted to. Sejin was happy, realizing that if this was true, then he would have to clean the place up and use it as a warehouse because he always thought that it would be convenient if he had something like luggage so that he could store all the important essentials. But suddenly, Iona liked the idea and asked Sejin if he did not mind. Then the hamster would like to upgrade the prison subspace so that he could also use it as a warehouse. She started explaining that as the prison space was an old-fashioned one, it was using the 3-stacked magic version, so if she applied her high-quality magic, then the space could be expanded further. Iona assured Sejin that while she cleaned the space, she would also decorate it by hanging lights and making shelves so that Sejin could store his goods without any worries. Sejin was happy after hearing this, surprised by the fact that Iona was able to do such efficient magic too. He started patting the head of the hamster, telling her that no wonder that she was the master of the magical association. This made the hamster blush a little, and she immediately started hiding her face with her black robe. She told Sejun that he was a really good and kind legendary dragon, but the boy was unable to understand what the hamster was saying because no eligible voice was coming out of the robe. The hamster decided to leave the topic and go inside the subspace prison so that she could use her magic and proceed with the upgrade. The hamster waved her hand and told Sejun her goodbyes, while the boy wished her the best of luck, telling her that if she needed anything, then she should just let the boy know. As soon as the hamster closed the door, she summoned a light orb to light her surroundings around the prison. Iona knew that she had humbled herself deliberately and treated everyone better because she knew that it was good to treat everyone without the distinction of power, and if now this was how she was treated by the legendary dragon, then she wanted to do it even further because if the great dragon kept thinking that Iona was a good creature, then it would be great for her. The hamster started using her construction magic for Sejin so that he could be even more impressed. As the scene shifts, we come to the 99th floor once again, where we see that both the black rabbit along the princess are sitting on the edge of Sejin's farm. The princess told the black rabbit that she was full, and the rabbit wondered if the princess was eating the carrots after too long. She started explaining that it had been long since she last had carrots, but the carrots from the 99th floor were 100 times more delicious than the ones she ate at the kingdom when she was young. The princess was suddenly sad, telling the black rabbit that when she was running away from greed training under her master, she was somewhat spending her time comfortably while many people suffered, and she was not able to believe that someone would ever grow carrots once again after the kingdom was destroyed, and she was a little ashamed at herself for that. But the black rabbit immediately stood up, telling the princess that she was doing everything to protect her people and fight the greed, and it was nothing to be ashamed of. Realizing what the rabbit said, the princess smiled, thanking him for saying such kind words, but still, she was aware of the fact that just because she thought that she was a reality, she ignored the common people, and as the princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, she must bear that responsibility and make everything right, no matter what price she would have to pay for that. The black rabbit immediately looked at the princess, realizing how serious she was. He started telling the princess that as he was born on the 99th floor, he did not even know much about the Red Ribbon Kingdom, but he could just feel it through his mom and dad and the other rabbits that the kingdom must be a nice place, and even he wanted to experience what the princess had experienced along with his mom and dad, and for that, the black rabbit will also do everything he can to bring back the beautiful Red Ribbon Kingdom. The black rabbit was so serious and full of determination that he won the heart of the princess once again, but as he turned around, he told the princess that for the same reason, she should always smile and lead her people to the newly formed kingdom. The black rabbit introduced himself as the black rabbit who can fight, and even he had heard that the warrior rabbits can become knights who protect the princess and royalty, and as the black rabbit wanted to take back the Red Ribbon Kingdom from greed and return happiness to the kingdom once again, he wondered if he could ever become a knight to the princess. Hearing that, the female bunny was finally impressed, agreeing to the black rabbit that he could become her knight forever. Both the bunnies immediately grabbed their hands together and started getting closer and closer, but as their lips were going to touch each other, the baby bear came from behind, asking them about what they were doing. This made the black rabbit fluster, and the princess immediately backed off, while the warrior rabbit asked the baby bear about the time he had been watching them. But even the small creature knew that it was too late for the warrior rabbit to ask him this question. The purified ant repeated the words of the black rabbit about becoming a knight, but suddenly, the baby bear was serious, telling the black rabbit that they should go to Sejin's house immediately. The creature was shocked, asking his friend about what had happened, and the baby bear explained that the 67th floor was getting destroyed, and a lot of merchant cats had returned for reinforcements. Both the rabbits were shocked while they wondered about what was going to unfold. As the scene shifts, we see that the warrior rabbit is back in Sejin, and he is glad that the rabbit came at the right time, as he was just about to take a meeting of all the people. The wolf asked Sejin about where Iona was, but the tower farmer explained that she had some work to do. The princess also wanted to know the situation, and the wolf explained that the locusts on the 67th floor had turned purple and were spewing poison, and the bladed green onion was getting useless against the poison. The wolf informed everyone that, fortunately, the detoxifying green onion was effective against the purple locusts, but they still urgently needed support. They knew that the sharp-bladed green onions were also having detoxifying properties, and even when they were not working as blades, they were still working as detoxifiers, which was a blessing in misfortune. Sejin started ordering all the creatures around, telling Theo to fill half of the cat's luggage with bladed green onions and detoxifying green onions. Meanwhile, all the rabbits were to pack the baggage of the remaining cats from the food warehouse so that they could bring supplies. Meanwhile, one of the rabbits brought both the weapons of the farmer, and he turned towards Aileen, asking her if there was something wrong with the tower. The dragon lady started checking her stats, telling Sejin that there was nothing wrong yet, but suddenly a green notification popped up in front of her, and she told the tower farmer that a new quest had arrived. It was a middle manager quest, which was given to Sejin to prevent the extinction of the jewel frogs of Navia Swamp on the 67th floor of the tower. Sejin realized that this was the floor with the locusts, and he could hit 2 birds with only 1 stone. The system appointed Sejin as the middle manager, and within 30 seconds, he was going to get teleported to the 67th floor. He can choose whoever he likes to take to the 67th floor with him. Sejin wondered about whom he should pick, and the dragon lady already told him that she could not help him with this quest this time. Even her grandfather was in the same condition, so he wouldn't be of any help, because the problem of the locusts was an ordeal outside the tower, and she did not know about what she should do. And even though her dragon heart has grown a lot, she still cannot teleport a lot of monsters from the 99th floor. Aileen wondered if Sejin would be all right after these many conditions. But the boy just smiled, telling the lady that she should not worry, because the Black Tower would be different from all the other ones who are destroyed so far, because Sejin had a lot of reliable crops that are grown and are ready to use, and this time the Black Tower had a tower farmer who would take care of everything. After this conversation was finished, Theo came towards Sejin, telling him that he had got all the green onions inside the bags, and even the baby bear was ready, telling his dad that he was full and was able to defeat any monster his dad would like. The princess immediately told Sejin that she would help him with her magic powers, and if the princess was going, then the black rabbit was going too. This made Sejin smile while he finally designated all of them and got ready to go to the 67th floor. After 30 seconds, the teleportation of the 67th floor was completed, and Sejin was teleported along with Theo, the baby bear, Black Rabbit, and the princess. But as the tower farmer looked down, he saw that he was teleported just above the swamp, and all of them slammed down onto the ground, getting wet immediately upon landing, but Theo was safe because he landed on the back of the tower farmer. Sejin was not able to believe that they were calling the place a swamp when they were literally in the middle of a humid jungle. But Theo did not care about anything and told Sejin to move less because the cat was losing his grip and would fall in the water. Sejin was not able to believe that there was nowhere for him to hide and they were so exposed. But the black rabbit asked the princess if she was all right instead, and suddenly both of them saw a purple locust that was swarming around them. As soon as Sejin turned around, his face was completely pale because a large horde of purple locusts was swarming the trees, and they started revolving around the tower farmer immediately in the hope of devouring them. Meanwhile, the system told everyone that they should find and eliminate the causes that threaten the extinction of the jewel frog, but the causes were already in front of them, and Sejin knew that they were none other than the purple locusts. Finally, they stopped fretting, and everyone was ready to fight this menace for the Black Tower.